Obviously, by taking this elixir, one can become immortal. However, the person who takes the elixir not only does not appreciate me, but also wants to dig up my family's ancestral grave. This is because every elixir I provide has some side effects, which can not only make an 80-year-old man rebel every night but also make a 100-year-old woman suddenly pregnant. However, these elixirs are not personally refined by me, but come from a mysterious glass bottle. The glass bottle flew from outer space a year ago, and since then, a random elixir appears in the bottle every day, each with various effects. The medicine is real, but the side effects are quite significant. What's even more deadly is that each elixir only lasts for 7 days. Within 7 days, either you eat it yourself or let someone else eat it. Otherwise, before the elixir disappears, the side effects will first affect me. I used to sneer at it and ignore it. As a result, for the next 6 months, I had to squat to urinate. I tried throwing the glass bottle into the river, but it would immediately reappear in my arms as soon as I returned home. I also tried to smash it with a hammer and burn it fiercely, but the glass bottle was exceptionally strong and could not be destroyed by external force. Perhaps after trying so many times, I angered the bottle, and the glass bottle directly entered my body. From then on, all the villagers in the village became victims. At this moment, I am tied up and bound to a wooden stake, surrounded by piles of firewood. Dozens of villagers are holding torches together in a pile. Demon, die! The villagers shouted loudly with their torches raised, making my face turn green with fear. An old man emerged from the crowd, his hands trembling as he walked unsteadily with a cane. Demon, today you will not be spared. My face changed drastically as I quickly pleaded, Uncle San, I am the only descendant of our old Han family. The old man, furious, swung his cane and struck my head 3 times. You may be the only descendant of the old Han family, but you have caused harm to all the Hans in the village. At that moment, a middle-aged man came over angrily holding a torch, ready to throw it. I saw the newcomer quickly speak up. Uncle Daejing, are you serious? I was brought up by you. Uncle Daejing, upon hearing this, glared angrily and said, I raised you, and you repay me like this. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but look down at Uncle Daejing, and that bulging tent was so vivid. I had given Uncle Daejing a pill before, which could enhance male virility, but the side effect was increased demand. It's a disaster. I heard that Aunt Daejing ran back to her mother's house and didn't come back. I'm here to grind. A delicate woman walked out of the crowd, her petite figure surprisingly magnificent. The woman coldly brought the torch closer to the firewood pile. If I remember correctly, I had given Sister Xiaolian a bottle of beauty water, which could change her figure after bathing with it. The figure did change significantly, but the side effect was that a young girl in the boudoir started lactating. Isn't this a disaster? The torches still did not ignite the firewood in the end. Xiao Lian couldn't bear it and retracted the torch. People in the crowd kept coming forward clamoring to light the fire. I looked troubled and smiled bitterly. A quick glance revealed that all were victims. All had suffered at their own hands. I cried uncontrollably, spare me, uncles, sisters, brothers. The old man couldn't stand it anymore, gave me a few knocks, then turned to scan the villagers. Who will light the fire? The villagers who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads. No one responded. The old man sighed helplessly. Are you all not prepared for his death? Silence surrounded us. The old man looked at me with a troubled expression. Boy, look at your uncles and brothers. None of them can bear to do it. But if this continues, no one can withstand your harm. Go harm the outside world. Soon someone untied me, and someone brought a bamboo raft to the river, with clothes and plenty of food already prepared on it. These simple uncles couldn't bear to do it. The bamboo raft drifted with the wind, and I, homeless, left feeling very uncomfortable. Watching the village grow farther and farther away, hearing the exuberant cheers from the shore, made me feel even worse. Down the river is the boundary of Jiangning Prefecture. I was drifting aimlessly on a bamboo raft on the water, not thinking about where to go. Anyway, there was no going back. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as the bamboo raft collided with a pleasure boat. Soon, a head popped out from the side of the boat, looking down and shouting loudly, "Who goes there?" I waved my hand leisurely upwards and explained with a fist, "I was just lost in thought. Didn't mean to collide. I'll leave now." The person on the boat immediately responded, "How do we know you're not a bad person here to sabotage the boat? Come up and let us check." I furrowed my brow and explained again, "I live nearby. Didn't mean to offend." The person above sneered, "If you don't come up, my brothers down here won't be so polite." At that moment, a black pill suddenly sprayed out of the glass bottle in my mind, and the effect of the pill immediately appeared. After seeing the pill, a smirk appeared on my face. "Since you are seeking trouble yourselves, don't blame me." The explosive chi pill, when taken, continuously boosts true essence for an hour. During this process, the medicinal power must be constantly released. or else one will explode and die. Side effects include surging true essence and clothes being destroyed. The glass bottle was indeed as unreliable as ever. Never disappointing in this regard. It's feared that a proper pill will never appear. Soon a row of ladders was lowered from the cruise ship, and I laughed as I climbed up. Once on the deck, I was surrounded by 7 or 8 burly men, each in black armor and wielding swords. The leader was a young man in black martial attire, who pointed at me and ordered, "Search him, and let him go if he's clean." I pretended to reach into my pocket, mentally transferring the pill from the glass bottle to my hand, then took a few steps back and asked, "What are you doing?" The young man noticed my subtle move and firmly grabbed my hand, easily prying it open and asking, "What are you hiding?" His wrist strength was incredible as he crushed the pill, squinted at it, and even sniffed it with his nose. Seeing this, Hanyu's heart secretly rejoiced, but his face still pretended to be unwilling. "Give it back." "Ha, where did you get that potion?" Su is the sound of the outside noise. Cabin out of the 2 women. A dressed in goose yellow flowers smoky luo dress, 17 or 18 years old, looks beautiful and lovely. Another dressed in tianshui bishi embroidered palace dress. I do not know whether the clothes are tight, or the woman's body is too good. A palace dress under the body end is delicate. It's a third of Sister Xiaolian's. The woman's posture is excellent. Moth eyebrows and powder. More mature style between hands and feet. The yellow-clothed woman curiously came over to double-check the study, then no longer interested in the elixir. "Hey, this is not a burst of Qi Dan. It's not a valuable elixir. It's not interesting. By Jingliang, return the things to the others." The palatial woman frowned as she looked at the youth and spoke out in displeasure. "Sis, it doesn't have to be his." Bai Jingliang argued unconvincingly. The elixir he definitely didn't want to return. It was worthless to that woman, but it could be a good thing for him. "You don't listen, do you?" The palatial woman glared across her brow, and only then did Bai Jingliang reluctantly walk over to Han Yu's side, shoving him and saying, "Here you go, here you go, here you go." Han Yu was hard pushed down the ladder, but the elixir where there is still. This is not still being. Bai Jingliang dead tugged in the heart of the handit, as if he was afraid that he would make another outcry for it. At the end of the day, Bai Jingliang even gave him a wink full of threats. The 2 men each had their own agenda, neither making a sound, and after getting off the ladder, Hanyu lifted his bamboo pole and paddled hastily off into the distance. Only after seeing Hanyu's small bamboo raft paddle out of sight did Bai Jingliang spread his palms out thievishly. He hadn't even tasted the potion yet. Pharmacists were scarce, and the thing called a potion was never a rare commodity. He took the Dan pill and licked it on his tongue. It tasted pretty good, so he opened his mouth and threw it in. On the other side, Hanyu swings his bamboo pole while laughing badly, and he changes directions midway through. So even if the incident happens, the other side won't be able to find anyone. It's just a bit of a shame that the potency would have been weaker, and if it hadn't exploded his clothes, he would have wanted to try it himself. While still in a daze, the wind and thunder rumbled behind him, and a sound of breaking air came whistling shrilly. Hanyu twisted his head and was shocked, only to see the yellow-clothed young woman coldly stepping on her sword and coming through the air, lifting Hanyu's shoulders and flying towards the destination as soon as she made contact. The biting wind whistled past her ears, and the woman was so fast that it only took a moment's effort to throw Hanyu back onto the deck. "I'm looking away. You're still a famous pharmacist," the woman grumbled under her breath as she fell from the heights. "Suzuran, save the others first." The woman in the palace dress reminded from the sidelines with an anxious look on her face. "Hand over the antidote." Suzuran sniffed, and held out her hand cross-eyed toward him, saying. Hanyu laughed bitterly. "Where did this greedy bastard come from, swallowing the medicine so quickly? You have to at least wait for me to escape before eating it. Where can I get you the antidote now?" So he could only say truthfully and helplessly, "You've said that it's an explosive chi pill. Where is the antidote for an explosive chi pill?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "Do you call this an explosive air pill?" Suzuran exasperatedly pointed at the river to the north, where a naked figure was treading the river and flying. Who was it if not Bai Jingliang? At this moment, his chi and blood churned. A flash of blood rushed straight to his head, suffocating his face, and he seemed to be a little tired of wanting to come over. "No coming over." Suzuran turned around with a red face and hurriedly made a sound to stop it. "Sis, I'm getting exhausted. I can't run anymore." Bai Jingliang could only pitifully run away again, yelling at the top of his lungs. Hanyu didn't want to make a scene yet, and hurriedly reminded, "You can't stop before this explosive chi pill's medicinal power is exhausted, or else your body will explode." The words just fell, ushering in a sea of horrified gazes. Suzuran covered her small mouth and exclaimed, "You even changed the chi explosion pill to be so vicious. Is it evil?" At first, just based on the meaning of the words did not feel, only thought that it was a prank, but seeing Bai Jingliang's miserable and incomparable appearance, Did really feel the overbearing place of this explosive Chi-dan? Seeing Bai Jingliang so miserable, Han Yu deeply reflected on himself. In the future unclear pills, all do not easily try, should be given to others to eat, or have to give others to eat. A few burly men leaned against the side of the ship and shouted loudly, passing on Han Yu's original message. On the river, I don't know whether it was the effect of the medicine or the gas, but Bai Jingliang's face was so red that it started to blacken. After 3 howls, the figure that had been running slower and slower steeped back into madness. Han Yu is escorted to the side of the boat, reluctantly watching Bai Jingliang run naked on the river for an hour. Puff! The moment the medicine dissipated, Bai Jingliang revealed a relieved smile and beautifully closed his eyes and sank into the river. Has been waiting for the strong man hastily into the water to swim over. The 2 women first withdrew to the cabin. After all, after a while Bai Jingliang have to come up naked. After pulling the man back, a few more strong men fetched clothes and dressed him handily before they called the 2 women out again. Suzuran came forward to hold Bai Jingliang's wrist and probed his internal breath before nodding to the courtesan woman. Just off the hook. People are fine. After hearing that it was fine, Han Yu hurriedly spoke out. Since the person is fine, you guys should let me go. And besides, the medicine was something he grabbed by force. The 2 women glanced at each other, and only after seeing the courtesan nod her head did Suzuran cross her arms and grunt. You bad pharmacist, next time you're not allowed to get into this kind of weird stuff. Humph. After saying that, he pulled up Han Yu's shoulders again and flew out with his sword. 100 breaths later, Suzuran returned again, this time politely placing the dark-faced Han Yu on the deck. Then she snapped and landed against the palatial woman, saying nastily, his raft was blown off somewhere and can't be found. The woman in the palace dress apologized and made a bow, and at this time, her delicate figure was undoubtedly on display. So Han Yu secretly swallowed his saliva and cursed himself for being unproductive. I don't know where you want to go? If you're in a hurry, I'll let Suzuran take you ashore, but the night is too late to help you reset up the boat, so I can only trouble you to bring my daughter's meager apologies to do something else tomorrow. The soft voice echoed in his ears, and Han Yu lost his breath, but was still quite helpless. I had no idea where I was going, and was thinking of drifting wherever I could, but now my drifting thoughts have been interrupted. Suzuran on the side suddenly brightened up and said crisply with a smile, if you don't know where to go then come with us to the Star Sect. A few days later my Star Sect has an apprentice acceptance ceremony. Bad pill master, you can go and try it out. The Star Sect treats pharmacists quite well. Han Yu's eyes also lit up, and his heart was quite moved. It's good to go and take a look. So, this cultivator's sect is a big sect just by hearing its name. If you can get in, there's definitely no shortage of people to help consume the Dan pills. If Master knew that I brought back a pharmacist to the clan, he would definitely have to praise me. Suzuran was equally alive inside, with a grin on her face. Chapter 3, Don't Get Next to Me. Poor Bai Jingliang didn't wake up quietly until noon, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to seek revenge on Han Yu. He pulled back the covers, and his whole body planted itself before his feet hit the ground. Tried to get up but found that his 2 feet barely had the strength to support him. Not only that, he felt like he had a feeling of being emptied out of his body, and he had no taste for anything in the world. The people rushed at the sound of the sound and looked at the person who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Their faces were different. Bai Junya shook her head and scolded, let's make you dare to mess with your food next time. Suzuran, on the other hand, looked at Han Yu with a face full of excitement and asked crisply, bad apothecary, do you have any more of these chi-bursting pills? Sell me one. What do you need this for? Han Yu squints at her. Suzuran clapped her hands and said with a leap of joy, of course it's for the bad guys when they're in danger. I see where you're coming from. Auxiliary medicine doesn't have to be for yourself. It can also be given to your enemies. She pointed at Bai Jingliang on the ground without the slightest care as a typical example. Look at that. Powerful out of control and the subsequent extreme weakness. Good stuff. Han Yu wipes his non-existent cold sweat. Damn. He's met his soulmate. Unfortunately this is the kind of medicine he no longer has, and I don't know if he will ever have it again. And anyway, the pills the bottle spits out haven't been repeated in a year. Suzuran was greatly sorry to hear that there were no more. In the past 2 days, Han Yu had more or less gotten to know them. For example, Suzuran was a disciple under the Star Sect, and Bai Jingliang, his sister, was called Bai Junya, and he had clearly reported his name himself, but Suzuran was still in the habit of calling himself the bad apothecary. Bai Junya's siblings should be from a rich and noble family, not to mention their speech and demeanor, but this cruise ship alone was not something that an ordinary family could own. But the conversation was on point, and there was a tacit agreement not to ask too many questions. Han Yu is just a temporary passerby on this ship, and that's something we all know by heart. On the cruise ship, Han Yu is allowed to go to almost everything except for the 2 women's cabin restrictions, but he prefers to lie down on the deck in an inconspicuous corner to soak up the sun by himself. Different identities, in fact, cannot talk together, rather than clean and free. Unconsciously another day has passed. The deck of the sun-warm body of Hanyu at this time suddenly sighed. Today's new potion needs to find the great injustice seed again, but with no feet on the ground. Who should I go to? Blossom Night release Dan. This medicine can force the root and bone of the person taking the medicine to enhance the posture of the dragon and phoenix. The effect is powerful, need to be 1 to 100 clear water to melt away, or else the consequences of their own. Side effects, dawning waste is not as good as. Hanyu, who first saw the effect, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at that time. The pills produced by this glazed bottle were getting more and more terrifying. This thing doesn't look like it's going to come off well. Nighttime dragons and phoenixes and daytime bugs. You might have to make a deadly feud. I definitely can't eat it myself. God knows how inferior the waste is. In case of a demented paralyzed looking for to eat on the street. Fine thoughts. Hey, brother Han. A voice came over furtively, turning his head to look. It was actually by Gingliang tiptoeing over like a thief. It seems that the one-day recovery was good, and now he is alive and well again. Bai Gingliang touched Han Yu's side and sat down, looking around to see that no one was there before asking in a low voice. Brother Han, do you still have any of that pill of yours? I'll buy one. Hiss. Hanyu sniffs and sucks in a breath of cool air before rolling and crawling to the side in goosebumps. This bastard naked running addicted not, knowing that eating will burst clothes still dare to up. If you want to find your death, don't take it from me. I can't afford to pay for it. Bai Jingliang's face was flushed with excitement that frightened him. You don't understand. After I recovered today, I unexpectedly found that my cultivation level had risen by a large margin, which is more than I had cultivated hard for a year. Brother Han, no bragging, you medicine god. After saying that, Bai Gingliang even gave a thumbs up in praise. Aren't you afraid to run around naked again? Han Yu snickered. I thought that Bai Gingliang would be mortified, but he was unusually calm and waved his hand and said, let's say for example, if you just run around naked that definitely won't work. If you can let me go down with one pill and be number one in the world. Other than that, brother, I'll run around naked first to go to the White Emperor city to bring you back some specialties. Han Yu was so shocked by these words that his three views shattered. After a long time, he looked at Bai Jingliang with great admiration and said, this state of mind of yours, if you don't become number one in the world, there will really be no heavenly reason. Too bad I'm out of medicine. Han Yu sighed. Bai Jingliang wasn't surprised. Instead, he was enthusiastic. I heard Suzuran say that you must be a pharmacist. So if you run out, you can just refine again. I have money. Where the am I going to refine it for you? Besides, glazed bottles don't charge to give medicine. So Han Yu shrugged it off and said, this medicine material is too precious to be done with money. Bai Gingliang sniffed and confidently pulled out a fist-sized white crystal from his arms. I understand. This spirit stone is for you as a deposit into it. Han Yu's eyes were looking at him more and more out of place. Who carries a spirit stone with them when they leave the house these days? Spirit stones are indeed valuable in the eyes of cultivators, but it is important to understand why it is valuable. First of all, it contains aura, right? Cultivators also rely on the aura of heaven and earth to cultivate. But just like the difference between water and seawater, water can be drunk directly. Can seawater be drunk all the time? Spirit stones have spiritual chi in them, but again, they are minerals. Absorbing it directly would definitely be harmful to the cultivator. Therefore, spirit stones are mainly used for clans or pharmacists to cultivate spirit medicine, which is planted with spirit stones, and its aura is harvested to purify its hazards before it is finally refined into Dan to be taken. This direct tucking of spirit stones on his body made Han Yu unable to help but think of the devilish forces that had once flourished in sucking spirit stones. According to the officials, directly inhaling spirit stones has great addictive properties, and how Bai Jingliang doesn't look like a decent person at the moment. Han Yu contemplates whether or not to report an official in passing when he gets off the boat. I'll be honest with you, this chi explosion pill was only obtained by chance, and it can't be duplicated properly. Han Yu's words caused Bai Jingliang's newly born strongman's heart to shatter directly, and he left with his head drooping in disappointment. 2 more days passed in this manner, gripping the heart. Why? Because 2 more new elixirs are literally killing me. Observing the 2 new pills dripping and spinning in his mind, Han Yu had a saddened look on his face. Yin and Yang reversal Dan, the 5 elements are mutually exclusive. Gold is opposite to wood. Wood is opposite to earth. Earth is opposite to water. Water is opposite to fire. Fire is opposite to gold. This Dan can change one's own attributes, converting wood attributed true essence into metallic, and so on. Side effect, gender conversion. Whoever eats this thing shall not be at odds with himself. Reverse face pill. Taking this pill can restore one's face to the youthful age. Side effect, deduct the corresponding years of cultivation according to the age difference, and deduct the lifespan of those who have no cultivation. This elixir honestly, but also cannot be released to the outside. If other people spend 30 years to cultivate, you give people the appearance of the whole back 30 years ago. By the way, the people 30 years of efforts to erase. This scene dare not imagine. But this one, if you can't, you can digest it yourself. For one thing, you're too young to either catalyze it or make it ineffective. And even if it works, you can't withhold it for a few years. While thinking so, the sound of Bai Gingliang wailing came from his ears. The Quantai house is here. We're almost at the star sect. It wasn't long before the ship docked. The crowd bustled off the boat. After stepping onto land again, the feeling of solidity was beyond words, and these 3 days of ship life made Hanyu realize one thing. No more ing boat rides. Arriving at the Quantai house is the same as arriving at the foot of the star sect, because 20 miles out of the Quantai house is the Green Cloud Mountain, and the star sect is on the Green Cloud Mountain. And as a well-developed land and water Quantai province, coupled with its proximity to the star sect, it was destined for this place to become more and more prosperous and flourishing. Once outside the docks, one could see buildings of all kinds, the main road running in all directions, and patches of stores selling all sorts of rare trinkets. The wine shop was full of guests, and the sound of book-telling in the tea house drew shouts of approval through the ears. Where are the ice creams? Vendors carry icy candy canes to sell along the street. What a picture of the world. When he first came to Quantai, Hanyu was deeply attracted by the place. Let's walk faster. We might even run into my master. Today just happens to be the day that the clan is going down to the mountain to make purchases. My master's love of drinking will definitely sneak out with him, Suzuran said playfully from the sidelines. A line of people walk around, and Hanyu aimlessly follows. After walking a bit, Suzuran stayed behind, in front of the crowd. It seems that there is a quarrel. Surrounded by many people who look at the crowd, a few people squeezed into the pile, and Suzuran looked surprised. Master, outside a rouge store, a Taoist in his 50s was leading a group of disciples to confront someone. One of the confrontation party, a light purple sarong, slender, face thick powder cannot see the age, especially the mannerisms clumsy rather strange, and then listen carefully to the voice, is actually a man, and beside him is also a man in his 50s. A strong suit stature is quite sturdy, but the face is wrinkled. A head of Chinese hair are to half white. Shi Linger, I've already tolerated many times. Don't give an inch. This is the Quantai prefecture, not your Yuzhou emotionless valley. The Taoist's face was in disbelief, and he snorted coldly. That young man, Shi Linger, smiled coldly for a moment. Your disciple under your door insulted me before, so I will take his life. The Taoist guarded his disciple as he stepped forward, snickering. Isn't what my disciple said the truth? Two big men holding hands in public and behaving intimately. What is it if it's not a breach of custom? And you, Chang Wei-yang, it's not even if your sect master has no regard for human decency. You're also an old and unashamed man. Bullnose with a mouth full of, I want you dead. Shi Linger couldn't stand it any longer and hissed as she grabbed towards the old Taoist through the air. The old road will be under the disciples pushed away after not flashing. Face to face, a fist to go. A fist and a claw under the collision was like a wind and thunder explosion. A huge sound wave as the crowd of onlookers will be pushed away a few meters. Soul-scattering hand. Thunderquake. Fists and claws constantly overlap between the two sides to see moves so fast that you can only see the remnants of the shadow. The aftershock under the final blow actually hardened and collapsed the rouge store next to it. Both men took a few steps back each, their chests heaving and their breath fluttering. Shi Linger gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again, but Chang Wei-yang hurriedly pulled him back and shook his head. Linger, forget it. This is after all the Star Sect's territory. Let's go. I don't. It's just as well he insults me. He can't insult you. No one. Shi Linger was in a state of madness, and Chang Wei-yang's heart ached as she watched and hurriedly hugged him. Hiss. Two men like that does look hot. Bai Gingliang muttered in a low voice. The expressions of the crowd of onlookers are all the same. Two men are so affectionate. It is really difficult to accept. Only Hanyu was pondering on the sidelines, a bright light gradually appearing in his eyes. Let's go. After being pacified, Shi Linger glared fiercely at the Taoist and pulled Chang Wei-yang before preparing to leave. Hanyu crossed the crowd at this time and exited to drink. Wait, don't go. Chapter 4, The inversion of yin and yang is infinitely wonderful. Hanyu didn't care what other people thought of Red Spirit Air and Chang Wei-yang. In his eyes, what a cute, nice pair of great enemies these two were. I didn't expect that just as soon as I stepped off the boat, the two most vital pills would usher in a turnaround. It would be irresponsible to still let them run away. Even if they were on their knees, they would have to ask the two to get high before they left. Shi Linger looked back fiercely at Hanyu, who was chasing after her, and the fire that she had managed to suppress rubbed off on her again. Even you brats are going to insult me, aren't you? After saying that, He flexed his fingers into claws and grabbed over. Looking at the blood-colored silhouette that greeted him, Han Yu's knees instantly went weak, and he was too busy shouting out loud, "I can make you into a real woman." The bloody claws were barely against his head, and cold sweat had soaked the back of his shirt. "Hurrah! You're amusing me." Chi Linger's resentment became even heavier. Han Yu cherished his life. Where did he dare to make any twists and turns at this time? And hurriedly opened his mouth to say, "My life is right here. I don't like to joke about my life, so what's the harm in you trying?" Chi Linger lowered her hand in disbelief, and only then did Han Yu compose himself to appear bashful. "You didn't lie to me?" Red Spirit looked at him suspiciously and asked after him. The old Taoist on the side couldn't help but snort. "Chi Linger, you are truly insane. You dare to believe such nonsense." The surrounding people also nodded their heads. Life is born this way. The gender is determined by heaven. When have I ever heard of manpower can change? Nasty old man, trying to sabotage me. Han Yu couldn't help but give him a blank look and asked rhetorically, "What if I can make him a woman?" The old Taoist pointed at the dome of the sky and spoke, "Fate is determined by heaven. If you can change your fate against the heavens, then what kind of Tao am I still cultivating? It's bull asterisk 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 dot. So what I'm asking is, what are you going to do if I turn him into a woman?" Han Yu asked again in a deep voice. The old Taoist also lost his temper and shouted, "If you can manage to turn him into a woman, the poor Taoist will stop practicing monasticism." "Could be." Han Yu nodded. After the old Taoist thought about it as well, he then added, "If it's just the art of change, that doesn't count either." Han Yu nodded and smiled. "Since I said I turn him into a woman, then he's truly a woman." After Han Yu finished speaking, he was already ready to reach into his arms when the old Taoist interrupted once again. "Little brother, what if you lose?" "Ha ha ha." Han Yu smiled broadly and pulled out the yin-yang upside-down pill from his arms. "If I lose, I'll naturally pay for my life." The elixir was placed in his palm at the moment, and the gazes of everyone present all looked over at once. Chi Linger's face was both expectant and fearful as she tried to reach out. "Slow down." Han Yu's sudden voice violently caused Chi Linger's figure to lurch. "There is one thing you should be prepared for. This dan is called the yin-yang upside-down dan and has one side effect. Although it can make you a woman, your true elemental attribute will also be inverted into a restrained attribute. It can only be said that life's creation is infinite. The original positive and negative effects here in Chi Linger instead of side effects become medicinal effects." When she first heard about the side effects, Chi Linger had even already brainstormed all sorts of miserable and incomparable limitations, not realizing that at the end of the day, it was merely a change in true element attributes. After he gave Han Yu a rather caressing glance, he reached out and took hold of the elixir. "Don't be afraid. After you eat it, maybe I should call you sister." Han Yu smiles and encourages from the sidelines. Chi Linger no longer hesitated and swallowed the elixir in one gulp with her eyes closed. With everyone at the venue, nay, quite a few others arriving on the scene one after another, the crowd of onlookers outside had been packed at some point. The people are clamoring to inform them that there is someone here at the fat store who can turn men into women. I'm afraid that at this very moment, the entire Quantai province land is rushing this way. After swallowing the elixir, Chi Linger inexplicably hiccuped. At the same time his palms gradually shrunk. Not just his palms. I should say that it was all of his overall skeleton that was changing. The sudden change caused him to break out in a cold sweat, and he clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. Chang Wei-yang painfully went over to carry him off, and gradually, Red Linger's figure grew petite, only for the garment to seem bloated and fat. In a few breaths of effort, Chang Wei-yang's chest was suddenly pushed uncomfortably by two soft masses, and he parted the Red Spirit in horror. And in the next scene, not only him, but I'm afraid everyone was stunned. Chi Linger at this moment has just like a short Chang Wei-yang head, the body also become delicate and meticulous, but let everyone unbelievable or that chest bulging two groups of towering things, to say that the change, Chi Linger is the one who knows the most clearly among the people present. He is not right. She is a million times sure that she has become a woman, a real woman, from head to tail, as if in a dream. She foolishly looked up at Chang Wei-yang. "Sister, why don't you wash your face? I'd like to see how it works too." Han Yu offered with a smile from the side. Chang Wei-yang nodded and reached out to use her true essence to transform a ball of clear water, which Chi Linger cupped in her hands and began to scrub her face of her heavy makeup. Wash away the lead. When Chi Linger lifted her face, there was a neat line of inhaling cool air around her. What kind of face is that? Without powder but like a lotus flower. Plain face but as colorful as the sun. Unchained. Am I getting ugly? Chi Linger looked at the surroundings so quiet. Inwardly speculated uneasiness. Hastily asked in a brittle voice. It was unknown where Han Yu had passed on the mirror, and he laughed as he handed it over. "Not only are you not ugly, sis, you're gorgeous." It wasn't until after receiving the mirror that Qi Linger realized why the surroundings were so quiet. Even when she looked at herself she was amazed. Sis. In the crowd. By Gingliang pulled by Junya with a complicated face and looked at the people talking and laughing in the arena and whispered. He really seems like a god. Qi Linger didn't know what to use to describe her feelings at the moment as she looked at Han Yu gratefully. Good brother. Sister, really don't know how to repay you. Really don't know. This favor. Chang Weiyang let go of her hand and fiercely knelt down, thumping 9 consecutive kowtows before standing up. He wouldn't speak in pretty words, but just said in a jar. Chang, owe you my life, but if I need it, I'm at your disposal. Han Yu just didn't have an excuse to send another elixir out, and Chang Weiyang had given a good step, so he followed Chang Weiyang's words and said with a smile, this gift of yours is too big. How about I return some of it to you? Saying that, he pulled out the reverse face pill from his pocket again. With Red Spirit's pearl in front of her, who could not be enthusiastic about the pills that Han Yu pulled out at this time, and all of them watched with eager anticipation. This is the reverse face pill, which can be taken to restore youthfulness to the face. Han Yu's words fell, and as expected, there was another sound of cool air being sucked in from the surroundings. There are already quite a few cultivators in the crowd of onlookers who are eager to move, and Qi Linger arrived at Han Yu's side with a single movement of her pace, then coldly hummed, I advise you to be careful with your lives. Even though the things are good, you need to have a life to take them out of the way. Han Yu shook his head and lost his smile. If I send them this medicine, they won't necessarily dare to eat it. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but voice out, if you dare to deliver it, I dare to eat it. Han Yu smiled and handed the elixir out. Then eat it for me. At this time, an old Taoist with white hair came out from the crowd. He walked in big strides and reached out to take off the elixir. Qi Linger looked anxious in her heart, which was meant for Wei Yang, and was just about to make a move, but Han Yu was pulling him. The side effect of this elixir of mine is that the number of years of youth regressed will deduct the number of years of cultivation, and the cultivation will not be enough to deduct the lifespan again. The old man jumped as if his tail had been stepped on, and the supreme treasure in his eyes suddenly became like a flooding beast. You shouldn't be buckled enough to eat it with a great likelihood of dying on the spot. Han Yu looked at the old man who fled back into the crowd and snickered. He then held up the elixir and looked around, asking aloud, does anyone dare to eat it? There was silence all around and no one answered. Only then did Han Yu take the elixir and hand it to Chang Weiyang, asking with a smile, do you dare to eat it? Chang Weiyang's face was cloudy, and he did not respond for a long time. You're afraid? Chang Weiyang shook his head and said in a jarring voice, I did some calculations. I've eaten almost all of my cultivation, so won't I have to go back on my word for the words I sent in the future? Han Yu wanted to snicker but was suddenly stunned into silence for a long time. Eat it. You do deserve to take this medicine. Undeniably, Han Yu was touched for a few moments. Chang Weiyang was still hesitating, and Qi Linger on the side couldn't help but rant. You're stupid, aren't you? You can't, but I can. Nowadays, she really has a lot of flavor in her hands and feet. Chang Weiyang pondered for a moment before spreading a smile. Then I'll eat it. Big deal. I'll recultivate. What are you afraid of? If you have the chance, have a pill to restore your cultivation, and you will be able to pull back in minutes. Of course, Han Yu wouldn't say this explicitly. After all, it was still a matter of no shadow. With an elixir in his stomach, Chang Weiyang's skin continued to tighten, and the original yellowish outer edges gradually became white. The Chinese hair was instantly black as ink, and in a few breaths, Chang Weiyang became a youth with a resolute and valiant face. The surrounding crowd looked on in awe. So much for being right, and so much more pleasant to look at. Han Yu snickered and laughed at the two. At this moment, Qi Linger and Chang Weiyang clung to each other with affection, no longer afraid of worldly accusations. Pust! The old Taoist who had been foolishly looking at the place violently spewed out a mouthful of black blood, and his entire body staggered and collapsed. As he watched Han Yu's successive heaven-defying acts, his Dao heart completely ruptured. Han Yu was still thinking about going over there and pretending to hit his face, but he didn't realize that the old Taoist couldn't think of anything on his own and traumatized himself. The disciples of the sect in Suzerain rushed to surround them, and not knowing how injured the old Taoist was, they could only hurry to carry the person and run towards the sect. At this time, Qi Linger looked at the noisy crowds to the left and right, and with a movement of her body, she pulled Han Yu and Chang Weiyang directly flying away in the air. After finding a secluded spot, the three of them landed. Good brother, why don't you return to a motionless valley with your sister? Qi Linger held Han Yu on her left hand and Chang Weiyang on her right, smiling coquettishly. That's not going to work. I still have to go around the star sect? Han Yu hurriedly shook his head. Qi Linger frowned, thinking that the impression of the star sect pair should be extremely poor, and couldn't help but remind. You only exasperated someone's elder to the point of shattering his Dao heart just before your feet. You wouldn't still be thinking of going to the star sect to participate in the apprentice acceptance ceremony, would you? Hanyu touched his nose and smiled in embarrassment, having forgotten about it. Such a hand you showed today can be a means of taking over the creation of heaven and earth, and my sister is afraid that some people will covet it. Red Spirit was worried. Hanyu grinned. No harm done. Not many people can take my medicine. Some people really dare to come to rob. Not to mention rob. You dare to open your mouth. I dare to feed. They are afraid of fame? I can't wait to have an open mouth waiting to be fed at midnight every day. A book and a token were held in Red Spirit's hands. What's this for? Hanyu puzzled over what was in front of him. Linger smiled and explained. You're alone in the outside. There should always be a means of self-protection. Sister, as you entered the Emotionless Valley. This is the Emotionless Valley's absolute learning. You pick what you like to learn, and when you encounter danger, you can use the token to order the Emotionless Valley disciples in the outside. If you really encounter a hurdle you can't get through, run back to Emotionless Valley, and I'll back you up with Wei Yang in heavenly matters. I thought that Linger had truly turned this heavenly favor into pure sibling love, and had pulled out such an expensive item in one go. Han Yu, however, had no way to collect. I have unavoidable hardships and no way to cultivate, so I can't accept these. Han Yu refused with a bitter smile. Linger didn't pursue the matter, retrieving the secret book and then shoving the token hard into Han Yu's arms. Then you must take this, sister, to teach you another truth. Go out. Don't use the eyes of the positive and the devil to see people. Positive and the devil are people. Are people ultimately hearts and minds? Chapter 5, March 11th is clear. And travel is forbidden. Linger and Chang Wei-yan went off in the midst of you and me. Hanyu summarized that 2 life-threatening pills in exchange for the affection of a sect leader as well as the friendship of an elder was considered a big profit. I just don't know if the Star Sect one counts as offending someone to death. It seems that the Star Sect cannot enter, but gray away Hanyu and unwilling to come to, go to see a good. March 11th. Clear, no traveling. However, Hanyu still followed the crowd to the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Further on is the hanging ladder, which is something like a ladder, except that the hanging ladder is built into a cliff. The content of the examination is naturally to climb down the cliff from the hanging ladder, enter the dense forest at the bottom of the cliff to look for the Star Sect tokens buried everywhere, and come out of a maze after leaving the dense forest, and finally, back to the foot of the mountain, where the spirit measuring pillar was set up to select the best candidates based on their spiritual roots. Hanyu frowned as he listened. The hanging ladder could be interpreted as a test of will. The search for objects might test details, and the maze might be wisdom. But in the end come a twist spiritual root test on merit. Wouldn't that be farting with your pants down? Suzuran quietly walks up behind him and suddenly snaps her hand, really startling Hanyu. She saw Hanyu from the crowd and purposely sought to come over, but when she did come over, she wanted to speak again. Is something wrong? Hanyu's gaze moved slightly, intuiting that something was definitely up. Suzuran nodded, blushing and swallowing. Master said that you are closely associated with evil sects and are not suitable for the Star Sect, so you cannot participate in the examination. Hanyu is not surprised. Today to come is not deliberately come to participate, even if the intention of the previous days is just figure Star Sect people. So he's not angry. Ah shucks, it's a lie not to be angry. Hanyu waved his hand to interrupt Suzuran's words and asked in a deep voice, does your master still practice Taoism? Suzuran's face blushed. She naturally understood Hanyu's meaning. When she just came out, her master could still be spitting and toning. His old man reneged. Or pass on. Forget it for me. Or don't. Hanyu shook his head in regret after speaking halfway, letting Suzuran go and relay the original message. That was really making things difficult for a little girl. There was no need. You can always visit without attending, right? Hanyu said with a sigh. Suzuran nodded repeatedly. Visiting is possible, and not everyone is here to participate. There are still most who are here to see the process of the grand ceremony. Saying that, she pointed to a high platform next to her and said, that high platform is for touring, and if you're there you can see the hanging ladder as well as the passage process at the bottom of the cliff. While Suzuran was narrating, Hanyu held his gaze and kept glancing around, but unexpectedly saw Bai Jingliang's figure on the high stage. He found him too. Here, Bai Jingliang said with more than a mouthful of words, then pointed at his feet. Hanyu quickly understood, and after bidding Suzuran farewell he headed towards the high platform. Why are you here? Shouldn't you normally be down here? Hanyu looked at him curiously and asked. Bai Jingliang sighed, seemingly unwilling to say more, and only vaguely said, they can't all come. The family always has to keep someone in. By this time, those involved were almost all in place, and after a steward came out to make the announcement, a large group of people set off in full gear. From the high platform, It was like looking at a black mass of ants, so you couldn't tell who was who. After waiting for a few moments, Bai Jingliang suddenly brightened up and pointed ahead, saying, "I see my sister." "Where?" Hanyu squinted his eyes and watched carefully before he was able to locate Bai Junya from the vast ranks. And that's thanks to her figure. Otherwise it would be unrecognizable. Today's Bai Junya changed into an active and lightweight robe, but her body was too hot to be revealed in the climb. Hanyu looked so hot between his noses that he couldn't help but murmur, "Awesome body." Bai Jingliang instantly looked at him warily. "What do you want to do? Don't get any ideas?" "I'll tell you." Hanyu also intended to tease him, jokingly saying, "How about I be your brother-in-law?" Bai Jingliang was still really deep in thought, seemingly really thinking, and after a moment he looked up and asked with a serious face, "Does that particular potion manage to be enough if you're my brother-in-law?" Hanyu almost laughed and sprayed. "This little request does not need to be your brother-in-law. As long as you are not afraid to die, eat until you are full." But after his remark, it was a reminder that there was a new potion today, and he couldn't help but check it out in his mind. There seemed to be something weird about today's elixir. A black elixir the size of an egg swirling around in his head. "Smell the cock and dance, Dan. Taking this, Dan." The speed of cultivation is extremely fast from early morning to before noon. Side effects: hearing the sound of a rooster will make the body uncoordinated and want to dance. Scary as hell. Hanyu wiped away his cold sweat. If this is known by his rival, he'll be played to death. He definitely can't eat it. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Jingliang, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Well, it's just you." Bai Jingliang, who hadn't yet realized that he was being watched, was still rambling and asking, "Tell me instead, can you manage enough?" Hanyu lost his smile and said, "Managing enough is a must, but it's a pity that I'm leaving this place after watching the grand ceremony, so I shouldn't have a chance." Bai Jingliang was once again saddened by the fact that he had lost touch with the divine elixir, but he soon became active again. Not only him, but there was a roar of laughter from the high stage. On that hanging ladder, a brocade-clothed and silk-clad noble gentleman climbed downward for some distance before simply looking down at the bottom of that bottomless cliff, causing him to let out a loud cry on the spot. It would have been fine to cry, and he even peed himself on the spot. This can suffer his buddies below. At first thought it was raining, on second thought is not right. The rain, how so hot? Look up, directly broken. So that section of the suspended ladder stayed frozen, with the rich gentleman not daring to descend, and those above him unable to descend if they wanted to. In the end, the star sex people couldn't stand to watch anymore and simply sent a disciple to take him to the bottom of the cliff by sword for the next section of the test. By the time you get to the back of the dense forest session, you can basically only see the silhouettes in a blur, and it's impossible to tell who's who anymore. As for the subsequent labyrinth, it is even more difficult to see, drifting, ghostly at first glance. After only a few moments the two lost interest. They might as well go to the foot of the mountain and wait for them to turn back. After a full hour, the candidates returned one after another. Later on, an elder from the star sect will come here to preside over the spiritual root test. The one who came was someone Hanyu hadn't expected, but wasn't surprised in the slightest, as Li Tianhai landed in the middle of the field after stepping on a flying sword and floating down from the peak in a purple robe. It should be said or not that his Dao heart is not too strong. Only yesterday he vomited blood. Today he is alive and well. As usual, Li Tianhai first elucidated the star sect's philosophy to the candidates underneath, which was supposed to be the tone of every apprentice acceptance ceremony. I don't know if it's fate or not, but he glanced at Hanyu as he spoke, his tone quickening and turning critical. People should have reverence in their hearts, reverence for heaven and earth, reverence for nature. There should also be good and evil, pro-virtuous and far away from the curfew. This clan is most unable to see those who are eye to eye with the evil faction. Simply a raccoon of a hill. Li Tianhai said it, but every word was directed at Hanyu's side, and some of the people looked back and thought, Hanyu's face immediately black. Betting on renegade accounts also, even if using private power to not allow themselves to participate in the examination, is also fine. But you are now close to pointing at my nose to scold. After Li Tianhai had finished speaking with great interest, the spiritual root test was finally able to begin. Though you're not going to be happy that I'm saying this, I admire him from the bottom of my heart for being able to watch you talk for an hour without a break. Bai Jingliang smiled out of the corner of his eye and sked in admiration. Hanyu's dark face didn't reply, and in his heart, he was planning to walk away. This bird place is actually really boring. Bai Jingliang nodded in agreement. It really doesn't mean much, but it's powerful. One by one, the candidates took turns going up to the spirit measuring pillar and pressing down on the pillar. A golden light indicates that you are metallic in the single spirit root. Red is fire, blue is water, green is wood, and gray is earth. One candidate went up and lit up with 2 rays of red and green, indicating a double spiritual root. Medium on. If it is a tricolor, then it is medium-low. 4 colors would only be inferior. A candidate went up and flashed with 5-colored divine light, and the recorder on the side shook his head in disappointment. Talentless. Being a person can be perfect, but not cultivation. Cultivation needs to be sharp. The more you favor which attribute, proving that that aspect of the attribute is unique. The 5 elements of the attribute to stay in 2 of them is superior. The 5 elements of the soul flourishing one of the very best. So single spirit root is usually the so-called superior qualification. But it has never been much, nor is it mainstream. Candidates went up one after another. There are nearly 100. The best but 10 or so double spiritual roots. The rest are either 3 spiritual roots or all 5 elements. Which is the mainstream? Hey, my sister. My sister. Bai Jingliang suddenly came to life. Bai Junya swayed and slowly walked up, and Hanyu stared at the hidden peach-like shape behind him and silently recited the meditation mantra a few times. Read it while you continue to watch. Sinful. The figure of this surname Bai is simply stronger than the medicine in the glazed bottle. Bai Junya calmly stretched out her greenish-white delicate hand, and a flash of blue light shone on her moving face. Surprisingly, it's a water attribute single spirit root. The crowd clamored, and even Li Tianhai couldn't help but look this way a few times. Bai Jingliang looked at the center of attention rather proudly and smiled. Hanyu spoke curiously. Why do I feel as if you siblings knew about your spirit root qualifications early on? What's so strange about that? We were identified once early in our lives when we were born. Bai Jingliang laughed carelessly. The spirit root is measured at birth. The rich and noble families are afraid that they don't have this treatment, and I don't know what this sibling's origin is. Hanyu said darkly. This kind of stuff can be rated medium-high? Someone in the crowd was suddenly indignant. The 2 of them cast their eyes curiously, and Bai Jingliang's face showed contempt. It's no fun to have this stuff work. Wasn't the one laughing aloud on the stage the cocky guy who wet his pants? The stage booed, and the eunuch, not ashamed, shook his fan carelessly, tootling and shaking his head. It's all life. The many candidates who were brushed off were particularly upset. I got an advantage in the hanging ladder. I got an advantage in the dense forest, and I got an advantage even in the maze, but in the end I lost to such a contraption. I'm really unconvinced. A candidate with a 4-colored spirit root tugged his fists tightly and looked at the male reluctantly. Who let us have poor spiritual roots, or press the root of the 5 spirits all mortal one? I'm willing to make up for it by trying, but what's ridiculous is not even trying. Isn't it said that diligence makes up for clumsiness? Why don't you give us clumsy people the chance to be diligent? Hanyu shook his head as he looked at the clamor among the candidates on the stage. This is like a farce. Determining superiority or inferiority based on spirit root qualifications is better described as determining winners and losers from one's mother's womb. As it happened, this was truly heard by Li Tianhai, who had been paying attention to this place. Chapter 6, The Star Sect and 100 Heavenly Talents. You little pill master are really out of sight. How my vast great sect accepts disciples can't be something that you, an outsider, can arbitrarily point out. Li Tianhai arrived in the blink of an eye between a few steps. All things under heaven can be said by all people under heaven, and the truth is not allowed to be said? Bai Jingliang tried to pull him back, but Hanyu pushed it aside and came forward to speak aloud. These old scoundrels, betting on bad debts, using power for personal gain, and also narrow-minded. Hanyu was difficult to convince. Li Tianhai's gaze was slightly cold, and he spoke with a sneer. Don't think that you can really have no one in your sight just because of those few tricks of the devil yesterday. Cultivator world, the strong are honored. Your little pharmacist, half of the cultivation is not there. Those pills are afraid that also do not know where to get the chance. In the end, cannot be on the stage. Li Tianhai smiled contemptuously. Your so-called righteousness is nothing more than a nagging complaint that the old man won't allow you to participate in the examination. Hanyu's face was a shade of green and a shade of red, but he wasn't shy but angry. The majority of the people present were unaware of the situation, and the color of Hanyu's eyes was a bit strange at this point. In the crosstalk, Hanyu's cynical image of throwing himself on the mercy of the world is vividly portrayed. Hanyu was awfully quiet, and after a long period of silence, he looked up and spread a smile. You say devil's advocate. You say it's not up to scratch. So how about another bet? This thing, the Blossom Knight released Anne. Hanyu had never been able to find a suitable place to use it, most notably because the side effects were too horrifying, equivalent to 2 extremes. If it can really be used here, so what if it pits your entire clan? Li Tianhai originally stroked the long beard of the hand inexplicably pulled a few long beard down. Yesterday's things can still vividly remember. That's how this little pharmacist pulled himself against the bet. He hesitated at once, frowning as he asked, "What are you trying to pull again?" Hanyu snorted and looked at him, pointing one hand at all the candidates in the field. Just bet that I can make it so that each of the 100 people inside can each have an extreme spiritual root. Do you dare? How is this possible? This little pharmacist is drunk. How dare he say such nonsense? It's a pipe dream. Hanyu looks at him quietly, just to see if he dares to respond. On the other hand, Li Tianhai hesitated for a moment as he looked at Hanyu's confident appearance. Is it possible that he still has strange and weird medicines? Impossible. To be able to improve the qualifications of 100 people, or the very best qualifications, it would not be too much to call this thing a divine medicine. While Li Tianhai was still hesitant, Hanyu laughed out loud from the sidelines and sneered back using Li Tianhai's original words from earlier. What? A devious trick. A small pharmacist who can't get on the stage. Are you afraid? Li Tianhai was pinned down by the words. Neither should nor should not. The hilarious spectators saw something, and once again there was a lot of talk. Could it be that he's really capable of this? I was there yesterday, and I saw with my own eyes that this little pharmacist used a single medicine to turn a big man alive into a delicate little lady. That body, that look, TSK. I can't believe I wasn't present for such 1,000 years. Li Tianhai does hesitate, and Hanyu decides to add more fuel to the fire. If you are really afraid, then I will climb back from the foot of the mountain if I lose. And if you lose, just let me inscribe 3 words on the cliff wall at the foot of this mountain. How about that? Just inscriptions. What is terrible? Li Tianhai thought a little peace of mind, stared at the eyes and said, bet on the bet. I'm still afraid of you not. Hanyu was secretly happy to see him respond, and he looked around inquiring. Everyone who has an artifact that holds water that will allow all 100 people to take a sip will be fine. A fat man in the crowd squeezed out with difficulty, raised the water sack in his hand, and asked loudly, how is this thing? Hanyu glanced at it for a moment. About the same. So he stepped forward and took it, shaking it and realizing that the water was still filled to the brim, which would be excellent. Taking out the elixir from his bosom, he threw it in under the eyes of the crowd, and then holding the water bag in his hand, he turned to the crowd of candidates, especially that part of them who were not willing just now, and spoke aloud. You all clearly have excellent character, yet you are blocked from the spiritual roots. The heavens don't give you a chance. I can. Didn't you all say that you are only one chance short? This is your chance. The candidates were all of a sudden in disarray, and everyone looked at the water bag in Hanyu's hand with fiery eyes. Yet, Hanyu turned in a tone. If you want to drink my medicine, those who are not strong-minded should not come. This medicine can take away creation, but it also has huge side effects. So ask yourselves if you can go out on a limb. These words instantly threw a head of cold water on the crowd. The crowd was slightly quiet and could not help but look at each other. The original third best candidate who had been the first to complain walked out with a torn face and said, will the side effects kill you? Hanyu shook his head and laughed. Don't worry, neither dead nor disabled. That candidate pondered for a moment. His face already had a sense of determination. He clenched his teeth. Is it really possible to improve the spiritual root? Hanyu nodded his head with an affirmative face. I'm a man of my word. If you dare to go out on a limb, I'll dare to make your heart's desire come true. Okay, I'll drink it now. The candidate clenched his fists with a determined look on his face, then reached over. Hanyu hastily slapped his hand away and looked up at the sky before saying, there's no rush. I'll give you another hour to think about it. At this time the remaining sun dyed red half of the sky, but there is still an hour tonight. This now drink is not exposed. Why wait another hour? So abrasive. Li Tianhai looked impatient and said angrily, there is no heavenly beauty in the world. There are always gains and losses. You will be given one more hour to think it over. Remember, there is no return for starting. There is no chance of regret after taking the medicine. Hanyu was too lazy to bother, and Woody admonished towards the candidates. Time passed slowly, with Li Tianhai huffing and puffing as he sat on the sidelines, Hanyu calmly holding his water bladder, and the candidates murmuring. Most of the candidates who hadn't measured their spiritual roots yet didn't want to take this risk. In case they themselves were good spiritual roots, wouldn't it be a big loss if they drank the medicine? Candidates with poor spiritual root qualifications were puzzled, and among them, it was those who were trapped in their qualifications who had the most complicated faces that were constantly struggling between determination and hesitation. I say, we're acquaintances. Why don't you give me a sip first? Suddenly, someone tugs on Hanyu's sleeve, and when he looks back, it's by Gingliang with a hopeful look on his face. Your spiritual roots aren't bad, are they? Hanyu asked curiously. That's natural. I'm a single attribute wood spirit root, Bai Gingliang said proudly. This makes Hanyu cry and laugh. Obviously already top quality talent. Still thinking about drinking medicine. I don't know if it's striving for advancement, or pure gluttony. Drink is certainly not drink. If this is not neatly to the star sect to throw 100 genius past, how can the heart of that breath smooth? The sky was darkening and a faintly bright moon was slowly rising. Time's up. Hanyu slowly opened his mouth, and the candidate who hadn't retreated all this time took the water bag without saying a word. Mahjong, leap the dragon gate today. He held up his water bladder with a shout before gulping down a mouthful, and every earthly eye was fixed on him. A few moments later, there was not the slightest change on Mahjong's body in the slightest. Some people started to mutter if it was a failure, and Li Tianhai was overjoyed. So he said that it was impossible for a small pharmacist to be so heaven-defying. On the occasion of the disappointment of the crowd, steeply Mahjong gave a strange cry. The crowd heard the sound of people looking at the people to see, only to see him suddenly bowed dead, clenched his teeth. The whole person like a real boiled red shrimp like. He's smoking, someone exclaimed. Mahjong dead endured the pain of the whole body. The whole person is like being put inside a steamer. The body began to smoke, followed by sweat like rain. Not only the whole person is soaked, but also by the pores discharged silt black dyed into a mud man. As the pain faded, Mahjong's mind cleared for a moment, and he twisted his head to look at the spirit measuring pillar. Suddenly striding up, everyone watched with bated breath as he slowly placed his hand up and a blinding golden light shot up into the sky. Gold! Superior metallic single spirit root. The recorder on the side fell to the ground as if he had seen a ghost. Li Tianhai got up with a huff and looked there incredulously, the corners of his mouth twitching. Su Yu, leap the dragon gate today. It seems that Mahjong's words are too hot-blooded. All of a sudden ignited the fire in the hearts of many candidates. Another candidate gritted his teeth and rushed out to pick up the water bag with a shout and grunt a mouthful down. Before they could hand it back to Hanyu, another candidate took it, and after that, one by one, they grabbed their way up, the water bladders passing from one to the next. A roar resounded through the green cloud mountain stream. Leap the dragon today, leaping dragon gate. The most interesting thing was that one of the candidates ran up to that male and said with a complicated face, I really don't want to lose to someone like you. After saying this, he also joined the water bag passing. Some candidates with slightly poorer spiritual roots also began to be moved. When a medium double spiritual root candidate crossed the crowd, a small group of people who originally had moderate qualifications also began to join in. The light on the spirit measuring pillar didn't stop, as one candidate after another stepped forward, and various single attribute brilliant lights blossomed like fireworks in the night sky. The quota of 100 people was consumed in no time, and those who did not make a decisive decision felt remorseful. Those who missed the opportunity wanted to ask Hanyu for another elixir, but when they turned their eyes to look, the spot where Hanyu was standing had long since been empty. Hanyu had already skipped out since the water bladder had been madly snatched. Li Tianhai saw the scene from the beginning to the end, and he didn't even stop Hanyu as he watched him take the rubble and write and draw on the cliff wall before he left. The crooked, uncomplimentary handwriting traced only 3 words, cultivate the word or not. Li Tianhai's chest once again has a vague pain. The matter of 100 superior spiritual roots among the candidates was too big, and one disciple rolled and climbed onto his flying sword, desperately breaking through the air and flying towards the peak. Just a few moments, dozens of flying rainbows rose from the top of the green clouds at the same time, and the Star Sect Patriarch personally came down with all the elders. Chapter 7, The Little Yukushi on the Run in Kwandai Province. What would happen later on Changyan Mountain had long since been thrown out of Hanyu's mind. I just don't know if the whole Star Sect will be overwhelmed by the surprise tomorrow to do something irrational to things, feeling that the sky of the Star Sect is going to collapse. It's a sin. It's so hard to do something good these days. Hanyu can't help but marvel at the uniqueness of people's hearts as he strides along the mountain path. Leave first thing in the morning. After making up his mind, Hanyu felt his way into the city. At the foot of Qingyan Mountain, Lin Daozong and a group of elders landed and surrounded the 100 candidates as if they had picked up a treasure. TSK. What a blessing from the Grandmaster. What a concept of 100 top-grade spirit roots. Let's put it this way. We haven't been this rich since we started the school. When this group of disciples was cultivated, becoming a top-tier sect was almost a matter of course, even if you go underground later. With this merit, the ancestor clip the food I turn the table are still implicit. Own a table can be. Are you all willing to join the Star Sect? Lin Daozong smiled a warm smile, his pale face piled with folds, and asked. The 100 candidates were naturally all too willing, and the 2 parties agreed at once. Lin Daozong came to Li Tianhai's side at this time and patted his shoulder gratefully. Little Li, you've made a great achievement. Li Tianhai remained in a trance, ignoring his words. Lin Daopan also thought that he was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh. Smile like that. You'll have something to cry about when the time comes. Bai Gingliang is like a dog, and after Hanyu casually finds an inn to stay in, it doesn't take long for the guy to touch in and book a room next door to stay in as well. After thinking about it for a while, Winky Dan decided to give it to him. Now that Bai Gingliang was pinching the elixir, his mouth was grinning to the back of his head. Hanyu shook his head and said helplessly, think about it before you take it. This medicine has a side Before the words were finished, Bai Jingliang, fearing that the elixir would seem to be taken away, threw it directly in with a big mouth, and then smacked his lips. The flavor is not bad. Han Yu could only look at him dumbfounded, silently giving him a thumbs up with a look of admiration. I'm 100% convinced of you. Really? Bai Jingliang smiled indifferently and said with a bland face. It's just that I can't listen to the chickens. I'll think of a way not to listen to it. What a powerful brain circuit. Han Yu sked in admiration. March 12th. Closed day. Cloudy. Good for hunting and catching sinners. Today is quite an important day for Han Yu, so he gets up early and simply freshens up before sitting in his room and waiting quietly. Halfway through, he stopped by to listen to Bai Jingliang's ghostly voice, leaning on the edge of the window, watching him run bodily toward Qingyun Mountain. Sin, where did you get so many grouse over there? All chirping at the same time. It is true that you cannot underestimate the elixir of the glazed bottle, even if the sound that comes from it is if not hearing it is hearing it. An elixir drip was put on the table to handle. Today's portion of the elixir is a little bit difficult to say. Goddess of Mercy Child Delivery Pill. After taking the pill you can give birth to a unicorn child within 1 hour. Side effect, the child has no blood relationship with the person taking the medicine. Han Yu's first thought when he saw the introduction of the elixir was, whose child is that actually? Let's just say that glazed bottles are getting wilder and wilder. A throbbing that sprouted from the bottom of his heart abruptly brought Han Yu back to his senses for a moment. It's coming. It's really coming. A warm current began to converge continuously at the location of the belly, sometimes in a ball, sometimes in a serpentine dragon dance. The source of the warm current was constantly traveling in his belly, seemingly searching for a way out, and Han Yu held his breath as he sat without daring to move a muscle. It traveled from the small of the back to the small of the arm, a vein-like bulge, like a small snake swimming up the arm, and seemed to get stuck when it reached the shoulder. So it turned back again, to the soles of the feet, and from the soles of the feet up to the cervical vertebrae. By the time it rushed to the 100 meetings point in his head, Han Yu's cold sweat had already crawled all over his body. In the end, the stream of warmth seemed to give up and once again returned to the location of his belly, radiating countless thread-like strands after a bout of circling, and they continued to travel to all parts of Han Yu's body, bones, lungs, skin, and so on. At the same time, Han Yu trembled all over, only feeling as if 10,000 ants were crawling shape in his bones, itching and hurting. Click. After the bones made a crunching sound, the skin gradually began to take on a mirror-like luster, until it slowly dimmed after the bones stopped making the sound. The bet was won. Han Yu was so overjoyed that he almost jumped up. Pill of Creation. After taking it for 1 year, one will gain the first year of cultivation. Side effect, any ideological cultivation within 60 years will be fatal. When the glazed bottle spat out this elixir, Han Yu even called out terrifyingly. The scary thing is that it only takes 1 year to give the next person 1 armor, or 60 years of hard training. The scary thing is that the side effects similarly limit you from practicing for those 60 years down the road. It's the equivalent of receiving something 60 years down the road in advance and paying it back in another 60 years. The bold Han Yu swallowed it without saying a word at the time because he was plainly a man who could ignore the side effects. Again, because he is an ordinary person, who does not know what it will be like when the cultivation of 1 armor explodes in the body. This is a big gamble. He won. He still hadn't gained cultivation, but the hard work of a year of cultivation converted to the physical body, a fleshly body forged by 60 years of cultivation. It was a great pleasure for him to think about it. Little medicine man, come on. A figure shrieked strangely from halfway out the window, then lunged in through it. Bai Jingliang, who was invited to dance by Qingyun Mountain Chicken early in the morning, was sweating profusely at this time, and hurriedly covered the window and door when he entered the room. A large group of Star Sect disciples have gathered at the foot of Green Cloud Mountain to come and trouble you. Bai Jingliang's face was anxious and he gasped. It happened. Bad dish. So concerned with waiting for his own medicine to kick in, he forgot about what he did before. Bai Jingliang looked at Han Yu as still indifferent. More anxious than him, Jumped Feet said. Still freeze do what? Hurry to run ah. It'll be safe once we get out of the Quantai Mansion, and the Star Sect won't dare to stick their hands out. Han Yu nodded as he came back to his senses, turning around just a moment before hurrying back, whispering a few instructions beside Bai Jingliang's ear before patting him on the shoulder. Righteous enough to save you a good medicine next time. After that he hurried down the stairs. A few moments away, a large group of cultivators were either in midair or downstairs, and all the major exits were surrounded. A few cultivators were the first to break the window, and before they could do anything, there was a loud shout from Bai Jingliang. Don't do it. I'm a good guy. Green Cloud Mountain Peak. Star Sect Precept Hall. Li Tianhai stood below with his head bowed with a face full of bitterness, and the great elders as well as Lin Daozong stood high above him. Usually it is he who sits on top to rebuke his disciples, But today the wind and water have turned, and he himself has become the one who has committed a great transgression. Lin Daozong could still be polite last night and say that he had made a great achievement. Inside the precept hall, the faces of the people were gloomy, so they couldn't help but be gloomy. Imagine that Lin Daozong was only so happy last night that he couldn't sleep all night because he had brought 100 heavenly pride back to the clan. It was not easy to stay up until dawn with sleepiness. The result of the disciples to hold yesterday's heavenly pride today to die paralyzed in bed not to get up. Lin Daozong was creeped out and personally went over to check it out himself. It was better if he didn't look at it, but he almost spurted blood at first glance. Each of the 100 or so disciples had weak arms and legs, and it was just a matter of struggling to get out of bed, and each of them had no will to fight, and they were completely like invalids. In a fit of rage, Li Tianhai was the first to fall on his face, and was escorted into the precept hall by the elders early in the morning. At the moment, he lowered his head to give a full account of what had happened regarding Hanyu, starting from the Quantai mansion bed until he got to the back of the bed at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Lin Daozong's face was as cloudy as water when he heard this, and he just stared at Li Tianhai without saying a word. If it is not that he is senior enough and has always been diligent and faultless, Lin Daozong has killed his heart. So evil people and things last night, how not to say? Now that you've taken them in, you're expelling them? The Star Sect couldn't afford to lose this person. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly came to report. The man ran away. Lin Daozong became furious. A group of you can let a little pill master get away? That disciple also had a sad face and said bitterly, it's not that the disciples were ineffective. It's that young master of the Bai family who tipped him off and let him run ahead of time. The White family's young master also said that the little apothecary left a message. The disciple said carefully, say, Lin Daozong drank. Then the pharmacist left word not to expel the man in haste, and that it would be clear if he looked at it again at the hour of the 10th day of the month. After that disciple finished speaking, he bowed and stood aside. Lin Daozong's face was cloudy. A few elders looked at each other, and finally Lin Daozong gave the word, so he waited until 5 o'clock. The group of people really did suffer in silence in the preceptor hall until nightfall. Patriarch, that group of new arrivals are alive and well again, and the disciples have measured their spiritual roots, and it seems that they seem to be getting better again. As Lin Daozong listened to his disciples come to report, he finally straightened things out. Damn pharmacists, giving us a hard time. Half a dragon and phoenix and half a scrap. Like a chicken rib, it's a pity to throw it away. And it's disgusting if you don't. So should we pursue this any further? An elder frowned and opened his mouth to ask. Lin Daozong frowned and sighed after a long time. You can't lose face after all. Is it even? Lin Daozong shook his head. His eyes flickered and suddenly laughed. Naturally, it can't be counted. Let people spread the word about this little pharmacist's ability. Just spread the word about how effective it is. Don't mention the side effects. Naturally, there will be plenty of people looking for him. Chapter 8, The Skinning In. Mtgenbushan winds through the two provinces connecting Izumadai and Tamatsukuri. The people of Eugene province used to call it Turtle Mountain, because the shape of this mountain looks exactly like a turtle resting on its back. The tail section borders Tamatsu, while the head faces Azutai, thus creating a natural discord between the two houses. At first, the Quinton side wanted to cut away part of the mountain on the grounds that it was unsightly, while Tamatsuk refused on the grounds that it would affect the feng shui, leading to constant friction between the two sides. Mention feng shui, that the spring platform of the monks cannot sit still. Every day in the mountain retreat look up to see that thing rush to the face, change hu diaphragm. Then the conflict rose again from the mortals to the cultivators between the two houses, and it was said that there was a ruckus for several years before it finally died down. Turtle Mountain Road. There is a Rui Inn in the local famous, where every now and then there are cattle, horses, mules and other low-priced cheap sale, quite popular with the people. The trees on both sides of the trail are carefully trimmed and the word Rui hangs from a 3-meter-high flagpole. Inside the inn, the beautiful woman was dressed in a red rosette, with an azure-colored sarong on top, and her white breasts were surging as she walked step by step, as if she was hiding 2 cantaloupes. What would you like to eat, sir? The woman bent over and leaked out a large area of snow white and delicate, and her soft and delicate words seemed to suck the soul away. The youth who had just entered stared straight into the deep, bottomless gully with his eyes, and said vaguely, gourd. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. There are no gourds in the slave store. The youth looked back and wiped his saliva, his face reddening all of a sudden. Natch. So whatever. Eat what you can. A fragrant wind drifted in, but the woman suddenly sat on the youth's lap, hooked her hands around his neck, and whispered in a fine rain, then do you want to eat the slave? What the woman said he could no longer hear. At the moment the soft fragrance in the arms of his hot blood has rushed to the head, only to feel the soul flying out of the sky. Think. The youth nodded shyly. The woman burst into a light laugh and greeted her with a pout. And the youth was so excited that the corners of his mouth trembled, and he couldn't wait to nibble on it with his big mouth. Steeply a green smoke from the woman's mouth slowly sprayed out, sprayed in the face of the youth. Full of brain, he only felt all the body energy is all gone after the disheveled collapse. Dang it, come out and clean up. The woman hid a smile before shouting loudly towards the kitchen. The kitchen door opened and out came a 4'3" midget man, plump and far too big to look like a winter melon come to life, with a scar on his face that stretched from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, who came to the youth without a word and scooped him up before heading for the kitchen. Hanyu was tied up like a crab and left in a pile of firewood, and when the midget man brings the youth in, he locks eyes with him with a complicated look on his face. Both of them blushed at the same time before turning their heads in unison to not look at each other. Yuck! A hungry man of color. Both of them despised and cursed each other at the same time in their hearts. What the hell is going on here? After a long time, the man couldn't help but squirm over and ask next to Hanyu. Hanyu sighed. This inn was a black store, specializing in passing foreign cultivators and acting very stealthily. The scar-faced midget was called Chi Tiangao, and the boss's wife was called Yu Rui. Both of them were famous figures in the evil ways. Why do you know so well? The youth looked surprised as he looked at Hanyu and asked. Hanyu lifted his chin and pointed at the rope on him. Can't you see that the rope used to tie you up carries blood? The brother who used it to tie you up just now told me about it. The youth looked horrified and pressed. Where is he? Hanyu seemed to be recalling something bad. His face turned ironic. He was stripped of his human skin and was led away after replacing it with a cowhide. The young man's face suddenly turned pale, and in his haste he spat out. Create an animal. The art of creating livestock originated from the era of war 1,000 years ago, when starvation was widespread and the people were difficult to survive. A monk created this art to save the people of the world by using a small portion of the people as food. It was only a number of years after the war had subsided that the matter was exposed, and the monk had since disappeared into history. Not even the name was allowed to be left behind, so one could imagine how taboo this technique was. Yo, you two brothers still talking? The person in the kitchen suddenly opened, and Jade Rui smiled as she walked in with Chi Tiangao. This guy deserves to die. The two of them looked at the yukai in front of them whose body was like a gourd shape, and then looked at the winter melon husband beside her, and couldn't help but curse in unison in their hearts. Let's do the men in a little while. Just got 3 together to haul off and sell tomorrow. Jade Rui covered her mouth and smiled as she said to Chi Tiangao. Why don't we do it now? And I'll bring it to town later to sell and get some oil, salt, and vinegar back. Chi Tiangao grinned, the scar twisting like a small snake. Just as he was about to do so, there was a commotion from outside. Jade Rui's complexion moved and she spread a smile. Wonderful. It'll make 4. The two men exited the door in unison. After the people left, the youth's complexion moved as he leaped. Great. It must be my clan companions who have come to find me. Hanyu glanced at him and couldn't help but splash him with cold water. What's so good about it? I'm afraid I'll get hit just the same when the time comes. The youth shook his head straight, victorious and certain. Impossible. She would never be hit. She's a female. After a few moments, the kitchen door suddenly opened, and Kitago casually threw in a shyly bound and petite body. Hanyu eyes bright. Took a look. That is a rather handsome appearance of the young girl. The body is small and delicate. Chi Tian Haiso rope art surprisingly still highlights the body, so he withdrew his gaze resentfully, saying, It's just a kid. Is that what you call certainty? Hanyu plucked out a glance at the youth at this point, snickering. The youth blushed in embarrassment and turned his head to look at the young girl inquiring, Coconut, how did you get caught as well? The young girl called Coconut was furious and said through gritted teeth, It wasn't because I couldn't wait for you left and right that I came over to look for you. And that Thai fox made a move directly after entering the inn. After saying that, his expression shifted and he looked at him thoughtfully. Yikin, were you seduced by that vixen before you were tricked? Seeing the Coconut's face gradually cloud over, Yikin's forehead couldn't help but ooze out cold sweat. He was busy shaking his head. How can that be? This kind brother and I were both directly attacked by a sneak attack when we entered the door. Don't believe me? Ask him. Hanyu nodded in agreement with a serious face. And who is he? It was only then that Coconut noticed the person next to Akiran and voiced an inquiry. One string froze at his words and twisted his head over, looking at Hanyu and asking, Right, oh, brother hasn't asked for advice yet? My name is Hanyu. Hanyu replied briefly. Are we going to die? Coconut mumbled after listening to Ikijin's account, describing it as sad. It doesn't usually die that quickly. Hanyu suddenly interjected. Is there something you can do? Ikijin's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pursued the question. Hanyu shook his head. I'm just telling you that generally farmers don't kill the animals they buy now. They keep them for a while, and we might have to eat the grass for a year and a half before being slaughtered. Graze. Slaughter. The two sets of words directly made one Cord's face bloodless, and Coconut even let out a cry. Chapter 9. He's so hard. Really hard. When Jade Rui came in with a peeling knife, Coconut stopped crying and turned pale, and Ishing's face likewise changed drastically. She swayed and walked slowly, revealing a large portion of scenery in front of Hanyu. Her little finger gently hooked up his chin, exhaling as if it were orchids. Sister will be lighter in a moment. Brother, you bear with me. Hanyu looked at the huge pair of hemispheres and gulped before raising his eyes to look at her with a bitter smile and saying, "Is it okay if I don't peel it?" Jade Ryu smiled flirtatiously and started gesticulating with her knife. Naturally, I can't. If you don't like my sister's hands, you'll suffer even more if my danger man doesn't know what he's doing. After saying that, she began to work on undressing Hanyu's clothes, her movements extremely skillful, and Yurui's petulant laughter came from beside her ears. You know what? Undressing men is a woman's natural skill. Coconut's ears turned red as she listened, closing her eyes in shame and fear. A string in the back staring at the Jade Rui's pearly mountainous huge buttocks a little lost in thought. Suddenly a sharp pain in the shoulder blade. Turn his head to see as the Coconut does not know when to wriggle over. Face angry dead bite his shoulder blade. He snapped, turning back and closing his eyes before the Coconut let him go. Right now Hanyu had been stripped naked, and the cold blade was constantly traveling between the small of his back, as if looking for a place to start. When the greenish-white jade hand gently settled on the navel position, Jade Rui gently smiled. Sister, I'm going to start. Upon hearing this, Hanyu hasn't done anything yet, but aside from him, one string and Coconut shrink into a ball of fear first. The blade gently scratched across the belly, leaving a white mark, and Jade looked surprised. Why is your skin so hard? Hanyu looked at the white marks. His heart was greatly determined, and he grinned. A rough man. It's normal for his skin to be a bit rough. Jade Rui frowned. Her hand holding the knife pressed down slightly harder, and where the blade passed, it still only left shallow imprints, unable to even break through the skin and flesh. At this time, Hanyu found that his hands and feet gradually have some strength. Must be that cause people to be weak and powerless. All the smoke has to be over the effect of the drug. Over here, Jade Rui disbelievingly switched to different places to dissect it, again unable to hurt it in the slightest. Dang it, come here for a second. He's so hard. Jade tilted her head towards the outside and shouted loudly. Then use some force. Chi Tiangao's voice came lazily. Jade Rui frowned, holding the knife in her backhand and viciously stabbing toward Hanyu's belly. Bump! But instead of the sound of breaking through it erupted and flew a piece of the corner of the blade. As if she had seen a ghost, Jade Rui turned her back toward the outside and lost her voice, shouting, Boss, come over here. He's really hard. It's so evil. Hanyu clenched his fists when he felt a body of chi returning, and took the opportunity to swing a fist over. And when Yurui turned back unguarded, the large fist struck her on the chest. A huge force sends Jade Rui flying heavily out of the room, and only then does Hanyu hastily pick up his clothes from the floor, not having time to put them on, and escapes after burying his head in the wall of the room and smashing it. When Chi Tiangao chased in, he only saw Yurui covering the huge object on her chest and collapsing on the ground with a pained look on her face, while Hanyu had already disappeared. After running wildly for several miles on the mountain road, he looked back to see that no one was chasing after him, so he hurriedly looked for a big tree and hid himself under it to put on his clothes. I didn't expect that this 60 years of cultivation all polished would be so powerful. The first time he struck out he had such a great power, whether it was a sword, or easily breaking through the wall. When he hit the wall just now, he only felt that the brick wall was like papier-mâché, and this kind of strong physical body was not expected by Rao. Hanyu reaches out and looks at all the hands that just threw punches, and they were quite forceful. If the party hadn't been a trick and had a huge cushion, I'm afraid that my punch of 60 years of strength could have made her vomit blood on the spot. Well, nice touch too. Hanyu inwardly swung. On second thought, hurriedly back to God, he ran his run. There are still 2 unlucky people inside? Notify the monks of the siege? Or do you want to report it to the police? It seems to be too late. When the people come, these 2 unlucky people are estimated to have been taken away by the farmers and people as cattle and sheep. Rui Inn. Chi Tiangao primed a carriage from the stables and pulled it to the entrance of the inn, where Yuruyu sat at the table with a gloomy face rubbing the huge tiredness on her chest. Damn little bastard. Still hitting here? It hurts like hell. On the floor at their feet, Ikairan and Coconut were placed in a row with rags stuffed in their mouths, and Kitago glanced at the 2 as he entered. Gotta go fast. There will be cultivators and officials coming to surround that little bastard soon after he runs away. After saying that, he pulled out a killing knife from his waist and slowly walked towards the 2 men. What do you want? Jade Rui stepped forward to stop a handful of them and said. Chi Tiangao said in a jarred voice. Instead of having to flee, it's useless to keep it. Simply slaughter it. The two men on the ground sniffed and their faces went white for a moment, shaking their heads vigorously and whimpering from their mouths. Yurui slapped the knife away and indignantly kicked him with her little foot, saying in a disgruntled tone, "You're not in charge of the house and don't know how expensive it is. Take these two with you and sell them when you find a new place." Chi Tiangao silently retrieved his knives, carried one in one hand, and walked out at a quick pace. Jade Rui looked up and around the inn, ultimately a little reluctant. Having already operated here for several years, all of a sudden she had to change places again. There was another clench of silver teeth at the thought. It was all because of this little bastard. Yixing and Coconut were treated like goods, and were left and right by Chi Tiangao, directly thrown into the carriage and then no longer cared about it. And when he turned back and entered the inn, a sneaky shadow suddenly crawled out from under the car. After lifting the curtain and jumping in, Hanyu hurriedly made a silent gesture and lowered his voice to say, "Don't make a sound. I'll give you guys a loose and then hurry up and run." "Woohoo! Woohoo!" The two shook their heads vigorously. "Told you to keep quiet." Hanyu frowned and whispered, then suddenly felt a coolness in his ass, and at the same time, realized that the two were staring at his back in horror. When he looked back, Jade Rui had a grim face, holding the skinning knife hard at his ass. Luckily, his ass was fine, but his pants were scratched to shreds and he looked like he was naked at the moment. "How dare you come back?" Yuruyun is so angry that her chest is trembling, but Hanyu doesn't have the heart to see how the waves are raging anymore, and hurriedly grabs a top with one hand and breaks through the carriages before fleeing the road. "Dang it, come on!" Jade Rui followed closely after yelling loudly at the top of her voice. Hanyu was already running inconveniently with the two men in his arms, and a turnaround was even more creepy. Jade Rui stepped on a practice of red damask to come through the air, and further back, Chi Tiangao's pig-killing knife was stepped on by his feet, and his speed was even greater than that. 2 feet running, which can be faster than this group of flying, and after running a small section, Hanyu gritted his teeth and decisively stopped, forcefully ripped off the restraints on the hands of the two. "You guys figure out how to unravel the rest." After saying that, he rushed over towards Chi Tiangao, who was already flying extremely fast, and coldly smiled after seeing Hanyu rushing over. "Laugh at your mom." Hanyu roared with rage before making a vigorous leap, his body jumping up more than 3 feet in the air, taking his head and slamming it into that Chi Tiangao's belly. Chi Tiangao obviously underestimated the degree of Hanyu's head iron, and in midair he retrieved the pig-killing knife at his feet before clenching his hands and slashing with vigor. Clang! The blade that flashed with a cold aura hit on the head actually made a sound of gold and stone. A huge rebound force from the blade trembled to the tiger's mouth. The killing knife suddenly flew out of his hand, and Hanyu went without stopping, slamming hard into Chi Tiangao's jaw, only to see the two of them smashing down at the same time. Hanyu sprawled on the ground with his eyes full of gold stars, while Chi Tiangao's jaw shattered and bled all over his mouth. And when he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood flowed out. "Damn you!" Jade Rui flew in with hatred, the skinning knife in her hand stabbing viciously towards Hanyu's eyes. Hanyu wouldn't dare gamble that his eyes were hard enough, and in his haste he climbed up to pinch the hand that was grasping the knife and rolled over onto his back and rode up. Feeling the warm fragrance and soft jade underneath him, Hanyu hurriedly returned to his senses and pressed the jade down as hard as he could. The two figures tumbled down and soon landed in a rolling heap on the ground. Chi Tiangao once again retrieved the killing knife at this time and flew in a murderous rage. Chapter 10, Conceived Attacks. I don't believe he can be invulnerable to knives and spears in all parts of his body. Cut him down Valley Road. Jade Rui, where there is still half of the shadow of the flavorful, at the moment cloaked hair. Like a shrew, she tightly tugged on Hanyu's arms to roll over under, so that Hanyu tightly pressed against him, revealing a large back. As much as Hanyu wants to feel his chest touching the softness, the leather swallows behind him are in jeopardy. "You're so toxic, you." Hanyu gritted his teeth and looked at her, violently whacking away with his head, hitting her hard on the bridge of her nose. Jade Rui releases her hand in pain, covering her nose and wailing, and Hanyu suddenly reaches into his pocket at this moment, dropping an elixir into her mouth in the process. Chi Tiangao had already chased after him at this time, and a pig-killing knife that shone with a cold light took the lead and stabbed at his valley path. Hanyu was chilled all over his body. Were he dared to try that place hard or not? If you can't try, then you can only roll and dodge. Chi Tiangao is also stubborn. Hanyu keeps rolling on the ground. He only attacks the valley road. Even if his face is wide open, he ignores it. "If you don't go after your wife, she'll be gone in a minute." Hanyu, who had rolled in his dust, suddenly let out a loud cry, and Chi Tiangao twisted his head to look, only to see Yurui lying on her back on the ground, a pair of her hands covering her stomach in horror. Taking advantage of his distraction, Hanyu hastily rolled over and jumped up, pulling his legs out to run. Chi Tiangao was murderous, gritting his teeth and chasing after him again. "I'm not kidding, look back again." Hanyu pointed behind Shi Tiangao as he ran. At this time, Yurui also screamed out in pain. Dongjia, my stomach hurts. Shi Tiangao was in a hurry and wanted to turn back, but Hanyu was once again about to run, and he couldn't help but chase after him again. Think it over. If you don't care about her, you probably won't have any hope of getting another wife in your condition in this lifetime. Hanyu shouted as he ran. Shi Tiangao stopped with a grim expression on his face, finally giving up the chase and turning to seek his wife. Hanyu running headless, up and down not catching the next breath also do not dare to stop. At this time, a burst of hoofs set horse neighing, turned his head to see, a string driving the original carriage horse galloped to. Come on up here. You won't get far on your feet. A string driving a carriage from afar began to yell. Hanyu will understand. A healthy step over. When the horses and men intersected leaped. Yurian was now touching her stomach with a horrified look on her face. And beside her, Shi Tiangao frowned tightly. Why can't we find out what kind of poison she's been hit with? No, is not poison. Jade's face went white as she saw the rounded stomach begin to flop around. My stomach. Something is moving in my stomach and it's kicking me. Shi Tiangao was in a hurry beside him, but he was never able to do anything. 1 hour later, Yurui's clothes were messy, just simply closed. A large portion of her spring light was revealed inadvertently. Her face was complicated as she hugged the baby wrapped in a bustier. Shi Tiangao, on the other hand, had an iron color. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were pinched to the point of creaking. He feels offended. He's been cuckolded. Under the viciousness of his heart, he drew his killing knife and slashed down fiercely. No! Jade Rui let out a mournful yell and hurriedly blocked her body dead in front. On the carriage, Ishin continuously drove the carriage and horses in the direction of Yuzenfu. Now it has long passed the mountain road, and it only takes one incense stick of time to enter the city. It's all already here. I think that the evil couple will never dare to come after them again. It's no different from looking for death. Inside the curtain, Coconut sat in the corner with her legs curled up, silently wiping her tears, obviously still in shock, but also really scary. That couple is not moving to be about to turn people into animals for sale. Not only do they have to eat grass, but they don't know when they will be slaughtered and shared like livestock. Even Hanyu, a big man, felt terrified just thinking about it. I don't know if the baby was born yet. At this moment, Hanyu stroked his chin and thought to himself, before put into the mouth of the Jade Rui are naturally that the Guanyin Sen child Dan, Sin, the two wandering the world without evil, from now on will also start to bring a baby. Hanyu, which sect are you from? Ikanosei asked curiously, suddenly twisting his head over as he rushed the cart. Me, I am plainly a man without a sect. Hanyu pointed at himself and laughed out loud. A string of a suspicious face looked up and down, shook his head. Impossible. You are a knife and sword cannot enter the skill. Unusual physical cultivation are not so exaggerated. If it is not convenient to say even if, nothing I can't talk about all. I really don't have a clan. Hanyu said squarely. So you're a casual? Sort of. He himself is indeed a loose cannon after all. Hanyu then nodded, and after One String heard this, his eyes lit up and his emotions immediately flamed as he enthusiastically said, then are you interested in entering my sect? Your clan? Hanyu glanced at him in surprise, but he didn't expect this man to start a sect at such a young age. However, Ikairan's next explanation made him laugh and cry. The so-called clans were nothing more than unreported haystacks, and the names were chosen rather arbitrarily. It's called the Self-Reliance Sect for Dispersed Cultivators. That's a pussy name right off the bat. However, the purpose of their clan is quite special. The whole clan does not have the position of the patriarch, equivalent to a group of loose cultivators to put together a clan to warm up. Can there be anyone from such a clan? It can't just be him and the little girl who wiped her tears. There still are, besides me and Coconut. There's Mundane, Cousin, and Wanderlust. One String scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled straight. This clan was indeed pitifully small in terms of people. Hanyu listens to the string of names and asks, confused, not that I'm saying, why do you guys have more weird names than one another? One String grinned and pointed to himself. I was adopted from the Taoist temple. I have no name. One String is my Taoist name. Coconut they all have nicknames, so we're all used to calling them anyway. Come, the clan doesn't have any limitations. As far as the members are willing to help a hand if they need it, and you can also turn to the clan for help like this if you run into things. It was indeed a veritable scattered cultivator self-improvement sect, and it was really used to embrace the group. As Yixing always looked at him with a hopeful face, Hanyu pondered for a moment and hesitated. But I'm not settled. There's no way I can stay in one place all the time. That's fine. Which one inside the clan isn't running around the world? We have no restrictions on that. One String listened then spread a smile on his face. I'll add it then. Sounds like fun. A token was handed over to Hanyu. and it was unknown what kind of metal it was made of. Slightly heavy in the hand, and engraved with runes, saying that it was essential for members. If you are in distress, you can also activate the token, and you can receive a sense if there is someone of your own within a 10-mile radius. This made Hanyu quite surprised. For this stuff, the Stars sect didn't even necessarily have it. Cousin made it, he's good. One string pushes the boundaries of the word. It seemed that this clan wasn't just interesting anymore. It seemed that there were people who were not to be trifled with. Hiya. Having pulled another person into the clan for nothing, One String was in a good mood and raised his horsewhip and slapped it down heavily. The carriage galloped into the city with great gusto. Chapter 11. Detention on Horseback. 1,000 years of strange stories in the Kantai province. Male cultivators change from male to female, and 50-year-old cultivators return to youth. The Star Sect had harvested 100 superior single spirit root disciples in one night. Behind every single thing there is a little medicine man figure of unknown origin. Tamatsukuri. Prefectural Government Hall. Yi Jichio sword eyebrow tightly locked, knife-like side face slightly deep. He listened to the report of his subordinates with a single glance, and then gradually pondered. This news winds up coming from Kwantai Fu, and it is also rumored, and many of the cultivators who came over from there even witnessed it with their own eyes. Can old Ghost Lin be that kind? Yi Jichio muttered. He was also a cultivator, so if there really was such a pill master, it wouldn't be too much to even offer him up in the sect, so how could he easily let someone walk away? Put yourself in my shoes and think about how it won't be. Maybe it's a rumor. Maybe the rumors are true. But there's something else going on. He wasn't really interested in the little medicine man. And of course he does have this sufficiently conceited qualification. Since entering the Tao at the age of 16, breaking the celestial at 18, opening the divine spring at 20, building the divine bridge at 23, and now ascending to the other side of the shore at the age of 30. This qualification is ranked among the top existences in the entire cultivator world. The relationship between cultivators and the court has been an ambiguous and contradictory existence since ancient times, and cultivators like Yi Jichio who have reached the Pishang realm, and want to break through the realm again, will have to break through from the state of mind, after the other side, to see the real me. See, my realm is quite mysterious. Such monks either walking in the red dust to seek a breakthrough, or in the court practice to guard a side, one to use the court's fortunes, the second to the people of virtue to seek enlightenment. There is no elixir in this world that can break the mind barrier, because the human heart is a living figment. But for those small clans and sects, even slightly larger ones, small pharmacists were in high demand. Yi Jichio frowned and commanded down. Tell the group of sects down there to be honest and not to stir up trouble in my territory. The underlings, however, reported, I'm afraid it's too late. Our Eugene province's large and small sects are all very attentive to the whereabouts of the little apothecary, so I guess they've all moved on. Yi Jichio smiled with his thick eyebrows slightly cold, then informed them that this house has made slight progress recently. Don't force this house to slap them when they are in the best of moods. At the city gates, a row of armored soldiers with lances raised surrounded Han Yu's trio in a corner, and two soldiers were searching inside a carriage on the side. The cause is a string of this naive under the forgetfulness of the horse into the city, which is expressly prohibited between the provinces. One is not safe and easy to hurt the pedestrians, and secondly, for fear of having ulterior motives to break into the city. Hanyu waited helplessly for the two soldiers to get down from the carriage. Then the leader came over with a sullen face and reprimanded. Don't you know that you can't run a horse through the city gates? Forgive me for not causing any casualties. The carriage is confiscated and detained for 2 days. Ishien's face changed and he sneaked over and whispered, why don't we escape? Hanyu sniffs and hurriedly takes several steps away from him, a pair of unbelieving eyes looking at him. Coconut took a few equally careful steps back. A string of uncertainty, but the leader of the soldiers laughed. You run a try, not to mention the lord of the house hands, on the Eugene house of 800 iron horsemen. I see you fly for a long time or the horse ran for a long time. If then under a wanted instrument, there are a lot of kachu to collect the reward of the cultivators. Ishien hurriedly lowered his eyebrows and smiled sarcastically. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Now that the joke's over, all come with us honestly. The leader all waved his hand and several soldiers came up and pushed them away in the direction of the cell. Han Yu and the others had just been pulled away in the front foot, when 3 or 5 groups of cultivators with different costumes came rushing toward the city gates in a flurry. I've heard that the little medicine god has come to our Eugene palace. A cultivator shouted in excitement. I want to ask for a mouthful of divine water that changes the spiritual root. This was clearly a cultivator with less than stellar qualifications. I want a potion that turns a man into a woman, a monk said shyly. The crowd was stunned and asked with an odd expression. You're quite a masculine man. Why are you so thoughtful? The cultivator bowed his head and shyly said, I have a good brother that I have long desired and would like to feed one to him. Once these words came out, A meter around that cultivator instantly became a vacuum. And the few people who came with him were even more drastically changed in color. Each speculated in his mind whether he counted himself as a good brother to him. If it's not possible, let's cut him up. This Fong is too scary. Staying with him is a hidden danger. Of course, they were destined to pounce. Because at this very moment, Hanyu was gripping the wooden bars of the cell door and sighing long and hard. The government soldiers in order to figure out a saving. Directly 3 people to a place, when leaving lightly to another sentence. No one in our Eugene Fu dares to cause trouble under Lord Ye's rule. This cell has always been empty, so there's no jail food prepared, so you'll just starve for 2 days and eat after you get out. Cultivators can't starve to death without eating for 2 days. After that he left muttering. Hanyu helplessly leans on the fence and sighs. Fortunately there are only 2 days of imprisonment. If it were 10 days and half a month, we would have to consider the end of the world. The glazed bottle won't reason with you about suspending spraying while you serve your sentence. Thinking Hanyu is fretting. One string comes up and pats his shoulder in comfort. It's fine. It's just 2 days without food. Coconut and I don't always eat our first meal. I can't believe it's so bad to follow you. Hanyu was instantly amused and asked with a smile. No matter how bad it is, it's impossible to have a top meal without a bottom meal, right? A side of the coconut face deep certainty nodded his head. He did not joke. Light this month followed him, lost in the dense forest. Hilarious to see the cultivators fight was rippled. Was treated as an evil faction to the government mistakenly arrested. Anyway, every time he gets carried away, something happens. Hiss. It's as terrifying as it is. Unlucky like this and still able to be happy every day. Hanyu looks at Ishing sitting beside the coconut at the moment in a blissful state of mind, joking and laughing, but he also has to admire his mentality. Outside, those small clans looking for Hanyu have gone crazy. The good news is that someone has seen him coming in the direction of Eugene Fu. The bad news is that he has suddenly evaporated. After nightfall in Eugene Fu, a large group of people could be vaguely seen still wandering in and out of the streets, major intersections, and even wine shops and inns. When the matter was reported to Yi Jiqiu, he was filled with rage that was immediately ignited. These bastards dare to disturb the people so invitingly based on only a nebulous rumor. They are truly treating my words as if they were falling on deaf ears. Immediately afterward, he suddenly asked, "That little pill master really came to Eugene Fu?" The henchman who came to report shook his head and said, "The Quantai side did say that they saw him coming this way, whether he entered the city or not. My subordinates don't know," said seemed to think of something, hastened to add, "But the following brethren stopped a carriage of vertical horses at the city gate today, and arrested 3 people. Could it be inside?" Yi Jiqiu's sword brows moved slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Take me to take a look. Eugene Fu prison." A string is colorful talking about their own treasure hunt to the bare blind cave. Exploration to explore the collapse of other people's tombs, their own nearly buried alive, all sorts of strange things, and then is to go out to eat a meal. Can meet the evil cultivators of the couple who make animals. Hanyu at first glance. This guy's life is really colorful. Always come to things, he is specialized in things to find people. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and Hanyu looked up to see several soldiers embracing a man in his 30s with a blue brocade robe and a resolute face coming this way. He was looking at Yi Jiqiu. And Yi Jiqiu was sizing him up. "You're a pharmacist?" Yi Jiqiu spoke in a jar. Hanyu didn't react for a moment and froze. "You're that little pharmacist who was rumored to have turned men into women and was able to raise the qualifications of 100 people to extreme spiritual roots?" Yi Jiqiu thought he didn't understand, so he meticulously re-asked once. This time Hanyu nodded. "Great." Yi Jiqiu also nodded, then said towards the guard's jailer, "Open the door and throw him out of Eugene City for me." Not only did Hanyu freeze, even the soldiers on the side froze. "Didn't even hear me clearly? Throw the people out of Eugene City for me." Seeing that his subordinates did not respond, Yi Jiqiu could not help but drink in a deep voice. "My lord." The henchman who usually follows him around came to the side at this time and called him in a low voice, saying, "Right now, all outside are looking for him. They all treat him as a meat and potatoes. As soon as you throw him out, so many small sects outside shall not fight." Yi Jiqiu was silent after hearing this. The henchman then suggested, "Anyway, he doesn't happen to be incarcerated for 2 days. 2 days is enough time to make the people outside who are searching for him die. And then the brethren will secretly throw him out again, isn't it better?" These words were just what Yi Jiqiu wanted. He couldn't help but be pleased after hearing this, and said with a smile on his brow, "This is a good solution. Then throw it out 2 days later. Remember." Quietly, after saying that, he took off again with the wind. Hanyu left a few people looking at each other in dismay. What kind of person He's going to throw people out of the city as soon as he enters and asks a few questions, so he's got a big attitude. On the other hand, Yikin looks at him with Coconut's puzzled face and waits for Hanyu to turn his head before saying with an odd expression, "Are you that scary at what you do?" Hanyu shook his head and explained, "The rumors have been exaggerated." He then proceeded to explain the side effects of those magical effects clearly, and even then, Ikijin was still looking at him with the eyes of a little fanboy. "I knew you were no ordinary man when I first saw you tied up like that when I walked in the door." Hanyu gave him a blank look, not knowing if this was a compliment or a detriment. Coconut's eyes moved slightly, and she gently mentioned, "Tendu Peak Spirit Medicine Sect?" Hanyu looks at her in surprise and asks in confusion, "What did you say?" Seeing that Hanyu didn't seem to understand, Coconut shook his head and laughed, "Just a place that specializes in getting some strange pills." Yi Jiqiu and his group had just exited the Eugene Palace's prison, when a few figures hidden in the street corners moved slightly and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 12, Shibori's Illusion. Deep night. Hanyu leans back against the wall of his cell, and One String and Coconut each hunker down in a corner and fall into a deep sleep. In a trance, someone seemed to be calling softly. Hanyu shook his head, feeling suddenly a bit disoriented as the voice calling in his ears became clearer and clearer. "Hanyu, come here." Snapping his head up, the rotting wooden rail turned into a large pink bed with fluttering veils and a snow-white Chiluo body lying on its side on a high bed with soft pillows. The curves are high and low, layered with huge peaks pressing into the pillow, and Hanyu is dumbstruck, looking back and around. The cold cage around them had long since been transformed into a fragrant boudoir. Why is Bai Junya here? Hanyu was just getting suspicious when Bai Junya on the bed shyly covered her huge peaks, her poor limited palms barely covering the tops as she pouted and prodded. "Hanyu, don't you recognize me?" This scene saw Hanyu's blood boil, a pair of eyes instantly reddening, his breath hot as he exhaled. Impossible. How could Bai Junya be here? Hanyu shook his head vigorously to clear it. "Hanyu!" Another voice came from behind, and as Hanyu turned around to look, two nosebleeds instantly gushed out. Jade Rui stood naked behind her. Her tantalizing pear-shaped body was visible. Her hands wrapped around her not only couldn't cover up the scenery, but made it even more fascinating. She hired her way to the edge of the bed and climbed up, cuddling with Bai Junya. "No way." Hanyu still struggled hard. "Come on, come and keep us company." The two murmured delicately. "I don't believe you guys are real until you get on your back and I see it," Hanyu said through clenched teeth. After the two women gave him a blank look, they really sat up from the bed. The nosebleed that had just stopped spurted again, and Hanyu gulped and wiped it haphazardly. "I still don't believe it unless you guys let me touch it." After saying that, he did not wait for the two women to agree and walked up in a hurry, a pair of big hands constantly roaming on the two snow-white bodies. Steeply, Hanyu had a wink and wondered, "Why is your skin so rough?" "Because it's me you're touching." A light drink instantly makes Hanyu completely return to his senses. Where is the boudoir? Where is the woman? In front of him stood a black-clothed and masked man. At this moment, the black-clothed man's eyes were ashamed and angry, and he looked at him with hatred. Hanyu retracted his hands with a horrified expression. Could it be that it was him who had just touched him? A wave of revulsion made him nearly gag. The black-clothed man's eyes grew colder and he shouted coldly, "Knock out and take away." As soon as the words fall, Hanyu only feels a sudden buzzing in the back of his head and foolishly turns around to see another person who is also dumbfounded. He held a bent-off iron rod aloft in his hand with an incredulous look on his face. Then, unbelievingly, he clanged and smashed twice in front of Hanyu. "This kid is horribly hard with ecstasy." As the words fell, 2 packets of powder were simultaneously raised in his face. Hanyu remained unmoved, but the man had already rushed to the cell door, breaking into a shout. "Someone come! Someone come!" The voices gradually ceased, for he had seen the fallen jailers not far from the cell door. More medicine. After the two black-clothed men looked at each other, they fumed and covered their mouths and noses, while the other hand kept taking out medicinal powders and sprinkling them at Hanyu. Enough to sprinkle until the cell powder filled the room before Hanyu could be surveyed and collapsed. This kid is so damn perverted. His fleshly body is perverted, and his medicine resistance is perverted as well. The two hatefully kicked Hanyu several times before stopping after choking themselves to the point of raw pain, and then one person raised his head and the other his tail to hurry away. The cell is quiet and languid. In addition to the white powder all over the ground, there is only One String left in slumber and Coconut. The two faces each with a touch of flushed red also do not know what good dreams. When Hanyu opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a swarthy face with green bean-sized eyes, a face of freckles, a flattened nose, an 8-pointed mustache, and a mouthful of big yellow teeth when he smiled. So he jumped up on the spot with a roll, after looking around, but found that people in a strange hall, surrounded by 2 rows of disciples martial law, will be surrounded by his way to death. "Don't be afraid, young sir, poor Taoist rat Taoist. This is the 5 Immortals Gate. It's safe here. Mouse Taoist smiled with a warm look. Only with that swarthy face. How to look like a bad smile. Han Yu frowned and laughed. Then why are you arresting me? Wrong. It's invite, not arrest. But I can't stay in the Eugene-fu prison for a long time. So I can only come up with this plan to invite young sir here first, and then make amends afterwards. The Mouse Taoist really did bow his hand after he finished speaking. Han Yu's tone slowed a bit before he asked, "Then what is it that you invited me over here for?" The Mouse Taoist laughed cheerfully, twirling his small beard in his hand, and said with a smile, "The request is not high. Just want to ask for medicine from Mr. Poverty Road. Poverty Road is not picky. Suitable for Poverty Road can be. Seeking medication?" Han Yu's heart was clear, but the elixir in his hand had already been cast to Yu Rui, and at the moment she didn't know in which lumpy corner she was milking her child. Thinking of the image of Jade Rui breastfeeding her child, her heart fluttered again. "Mr. Little! Mr. Little!" The Mouse Taoist shouted several times at his side before pulling Han Yu's thoughts back. Han Yu smiled awkwardly and was just about to rebuff that there was no Dan at the moment when he saw the sky outside the hall gradually turning fish-belly white. "It's not even midnight yet. How come it's dawn now?" Han Yu is surprised, but he doesn't realize that he's been out for a full 3 hours. With a slight movement of his heart, he visualized the glazed bottle in his mind, and at this moment a fiery red elixir was rolling around in his mind. Pill of ultimate bliss. By burning this pill, the inhaler enters the state of ultimate blissfulness and unlimited joy. Do not swallow it and suffer the consequences. Side effects: forget sadness and only have happiness for 1 year. Looking at the rat doctor's appearance, people seem to be quite happy, and I'm afraid that they can't use slash. So Han Yu could only shake his head and sigh. "I'm sorry, there are no more pills on hand." The Mouse Taoist smiled and twirled his whiskers. Not annoyed, waved his hand and called a few disciples, saying, "There is no hurry. When will the little gentleman want to give before leaving?" Han Yu instantly widened his eyes, feeling that this was a change from one cell to another. Perhaps the rat dodger wanted more than just one. Perhaps he intended to empty himself. "Wait for it. The first thing I'll offer when the poison pill comes out." Han Yu laughed coldly at him. "Also do not intend to break out. Pills? Pit who is not a pit. There's a little more peace of mind in this pit, and you don't even have to be informed of the side effects." The sun is rising. Yi Zhiqiu is then hurriedly awakened by his subordinates, and as he rushes to the dungeon with his men, he first sees the jailers collapsed in various places, and then comes into Han Yu's cell with a grim look on his face. At this point, One String and Coconut are still huffing and puffing, but they realize that Han Yu is nowhere to be found. The henchman squatted down and twisted the white powder on the ground, placed it between his nose and gently sniffed it, slightly shaking his head. "Sir, this should have been robbed. It's LSD." Yi Zhiqiu's face was horribly cold, leaning against the cell door as soon as he pinched the wooden bars to smithereens, wood shavings streaking and scattering in his hands. In his territory, breaking in and robbing people away in a dignified manner. What is this if not a slap in his face? "You guys put everything else down for now and check me out." A roar shook the Eugene-fu prison constantly. On the main roads of the city, the figures of the government guards came and went in a hurry, and the small clans that were dependent on the city's established sites were patronized by the government guards one by one. The slightly larger clans on the several hills outside the city that were listed as key targets were led to the door by the city's armor divisions. The 5 Immortals Gate. Soon a disciple came to report that a government guard had come to check for signs of escaped fugitives from the large prison. The Mouse Taoist knew it by heart and waved his hand, saying, "Fear not. Let them search." Han Yu's imprisonment location had been carefully laid out long ago, and furthermore, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were definitely on those larger clans. Who would have thought that the little pill master that everyone was looking for would be taken by a tiny clan of their own? Thinking of the complacency, the rat Taoist even twisted his long beard and forgot to laugh. Most of the day down, Yi Zhiqiu sitting in the government office around waiting for no news. The heart is even more angry. Towards evening, one by one, the government guards and armored officers and soldiers came to report, all without any news. Yi Zhiqiu almost exploded with anger on the spot and said through clenched teeth, "So like to hide is it?" Then his eyes flickered and he waved his hand to call a few of his men. "Have the brothers underneath rerun it. Instead of looking for someone on this trip, notify those large and small clans one by one for me, and say that the little apothecary has been robbed in the Eugene Palace's large prison. Since you can't find it, let's let you bite each other up and see if you can keep on hiding." Chapter 13, Tamatsugu Rebellion. The 3 patriarchs of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Jade Spring Sect, and Spirit Heart Peak outside of Eugene-fu gathered together, and in this realm of Eugene-fu, there were only these 3 families that could hold their own, and the biggest suspects for the little apothecary being robbed in the Eugene Palace were likewise these 3 families. This was not only Yi Zhiqiu who thought so, even these 3 patriarchs held the same opinion. "Tell us, in the end, which one of you 2 sides robbed the people?" Things have been stabbed to Yi Zhiqiu's side. It's definitely impossible to take it all alone. Why don't you open up? We can all benefit together and share a lot of pressure. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect, in his 40s, with a face like a red date, a plump face, and a pair of triangular eyes that made him look slightly thin. Sitting on his left is a similarly 40 years old, with a dry and thin figure, narrow cheeks, a pair of eyes that gurgle and turn from time to time full of cunning. The patriarch of the Spirit Heart Peak, the Jade Spring patriarch on his right was dressed in an odd black and white Taoist costume, with a smiling look on his round face from time to time, in his 50s, looking quite kind. After the two scrutinized each other, they turned their skeptical gaze back to the Heavenly Sword sect leader. The Spirit Heart patriarch coughed dryly a few times and took the lead. You suspect us, but I also suspect that you are not a thief crying out to catch a thief. Although the Jade Spring patriarch did not open his mouth, that questioning look was equally self-evident. The Heavenly Sword sect leader immediately rose up in a huff and said angrily, if I had robbed the people, why would I bother inviting the two of you over again to have a chat? But whoever has the guts to enter the Eugene Palace's prison to rob someone, besides our three clans at the moment, who else has the guts to do so? The Jade Spring patriarch opened his mouth smilingly, so the three men sized each other up again suspiciously. I think it's better to get the word out. In the hands of whoever is not as good as handing over the three clans to share. The little pharmacist is not so bad that he can't take 3 copies of the medicine. The Spirit Heart sect leader's gaze turned as he slowly opened his mouth, and then he looked at the Heavenly Sword sect leader. Even if it's not enough for a portion, we can still provide spirit medicine to the little pill master to help with the refining. And if one person takes it all by himself, that Yi Zhiqiu will probably not be able to keep it if he comes over. The Jade Spring sect leader smilingly nodded in agreement, and after finishing, he also looked at the Heavenly Sword sect leader. This makes him very difficult. Dare to say that from the beginning to the end, these two guys have made up their minds that people are in their hands. Trying to convince them is afraid that it is very difficult. An old fox, the whole body 800 hard eyes, a smiling all-day smiling tiger, pit up people noiselessly. If he was really joined by the two, he really wouldn't be able to cope well. The Heavenly Sword sect's face clouded over, and finally gritted his teeth and said, how about this? The 3 sects swear an oath that if one of them is in private possession, the other 2 sects will work together to cut them down. It really wasn't you? The two were slightly surprised and blurted out. With that, they looked at each other with suspicious eyes again, and the Spirit Heart sect leader hurriedly spoke. I am also willing to swear that if it were me, you are welcome to find trouble with me. The Jade Spring sect similarly nodded and said, the poor Taoist also agrees. It was odd, and it turned out that none of the 3 had done it in a single round. The greatest suspicion is all on us, and Yi Zhiqiu is afraid that he thinks the same way. The Spirit Heart sect leader had a gloomy face and frown as he said, we 3 are afraid we've given someone a back seat. Good. That Jade Spring patriarch's smiling demeanor converged and he smiled insidiously. Yi Zhiqiu's means is simple and rough, but the rat Taoist has a headache. Originally also intended to let the outside of the 3 big zone block a period of time knife. Give a few days, their own medicine and then secretly let go. God does not know the ghost, but this lord of the house just muddied the water. And sooner or later the 3 great clans would be able to find themselves here when they join forces. Taoist Rat was so angry at the moment that he stomped his feet, cursing under his breath. Yi Paifu is so inconsiderate, truly a real asshole to the extreme. Now that time was afraid to be running out. He had to make this pharmacist come up with pills as soon as possible, no matter if it was to enhance his qualifications or raise his cultivation. He wanted it. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to take a look at it himself, and hurriedly arrived at the compound, which was lined with wigwams, and he walked under the largest one, reached out and gently pressed his hand on the rock wall, and a concave and obvious place moved slightly. A stone door in the ground unfolded, revealing a flight of steps that extended underground. After descending the steps and passing through a section of the tunnel, there was a stone room in front of him, guarded by about 10 disciples outside. Walking up to the front and back, Mouse Taoist's face was grim as he asked, how's it going? A disciple hastily returned, it's been a day of guarding. He just lies down and sleeps, and I don't see him refining pills. And when a disciple went in to urge him, he said that there weren't enough medicinal materials, but when we fetched the herbs, he went back to sleep. And the disciples went in to urge and report the herbs for us to prepare, and this has been 7 or 8 times back and forth. The disciple blushed bitterly and said, in the end, he simply didn't answer and just slept. Mouse Taoist great anger. Fast step into the stone room, only to see inside the alchemy furnace fire are not up. All kinds of expensive medicine like garbage discarded everywhere in the surrounding, and Hanyu is not far away from the pillow of 1,000 years of ginseng king sleep. It was really too boring. There was no other pastime besides sleeping. Alchemy? He didn't even know the steps of alchemy. Outside, those 5 immortals are the most annoying. From time to annoy. Hanyu helpless can only casually like reporting the name of the dish to find them some work to do, but there were only so many herbs he could know in his head, and he ended up just loving it, and he couldn't make it up anyway. The rat Daoist came in and arrived in front of Hanyu, snapping, "Young sir." Hanyu is startled and sees the visitor clearly before he sleepily rubs his eyes and rises, and throws the ginseng king in his hand. The mouse Taoist looked out of the corner of his eye and tried hard to suppress his anger, squeezing out an ugly smile and saying, "Since young sir doesn't have any pills, why did you delay in making your move?" Hanyu yawned and shook his head helplessly. "No inspiration. Can't refine." The mouse Taoist could no longer suppress his anger and shouted violently, "The poor Taoist treats me with courtesy. Sir, this is teasing me." As the words fell, a row of disciples walked in through the door, and without a second thought, they set Hanyu up on the alchemy furnace bundle. One of the disciples drew out his long whip with barbs and glanced at the mouse Taoist, who spoke fiercely, "Fight!" Getting orders from the mouse Taoist, that disciple didn't dare to stay his hand, throwing up his whip and snapping it at Hanyu. After about half a moment of fighting, the more that disciple fought, the more wrong he became, and even the rat Taoist felt that something was wrong. Hanyu opened a pair of puzzled eyes, without the slightest expression of pain. If not for the clothes in front of his chest cracking into a strip of rags, the mouse Taoist even suspected that it was not the disciple who was putting on a show. "This body of his is so raw and solid." The disciple holding the whip suddenly exclaimed, holding up the whip in his hand to show the crowd that the row of barbs had long since been whipped without edges. "Go up a few more and give me sticks, clubs, and wax together." The mouse Taoist snapped with a cold face, so a few more disciples went up, each with a sledgehammer, iron rod, and iron bar in their hands. There was a pounding sound coming from the stone room. After a long time, Hanyu looks helplessly at his clothes, strips of rags hanging on his body. People aren't hurt, and his clothes can barely cover his body. Seeing that he could never help Hanyu, the rat Taoist let out a furious cry, dismissing his disciples and coming forward himself, striking at his chest with a palm. With a muffled sound, the rat Taoist retreated a few steps back. Hanyu did not think it was a big deal at first, and when the rat Taoist's palm hit his chest, he only felt his whole body tremble, and bile directly sprayed out under a bout of regurgitation. Hanyu's heart was appalled as his 60 years of flesh was broken. The mouse Taoist was even more horrified in his heart. He was a cultivator of the pilgrimage realm, and a slap was just a spit of bile? What kind of flesh is this? If he had more means to fight with injuries, who in the pilgrimage realm would be able to help him? Hanyu's heart secretly regretted his previous carelessness. A palm let himself vomit bile. A few more palms will not die? At most, I will give you one more day. Tomorrow, if you haven't seen the elixir, I can only throw you into the alchemy furnace to refine it. I think that iron can be melted, and it shouldn't be difficult for you to flesh out. Seeing that he could not be helped at the moment, the mouse Taoist could only put down harsh words in a threatening tone, and then whisked his sleeves away. The disciples of the 3 great sect lands were constantly rushing inside Eugene City, and one by one, the small sects were rudely knocked on their doors and searched around like they were raiding a house. For a while, it could be said that the chickens were coming home to roost. For all this should have come out to stop Yi Jicho is indifferent. He is precisely to pull out that fall out of his face to come, just in time to put you all together and pack it in. Yi Jicho sat in the government office and smiled coldly. Chapter 14, The City of Pleasure. In his mind, the glazed bottle began to shake continuously. Ho, 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 ho. As if he had spat out a thick mouthful of phlegm, a black elixir pill spewed out of the mouth of the bottle. 9 Bulls Power Pill. After taking it, you can gain the power of 9 bulls. Side effect, unconditionally provokes red units to hate without reason for 1 month. After seeing this elixir, Hanyu was a bit hesitant. It looked like a rare elixir that didn't have such horrible side effects and had a time limit. If it's outrageous, it's just a matter of throwing it straight into the mouth of the rat dodger without batting an eye. Undeniably, this elixir, he was a little greedy. 9 oxen, which if you hit people shall not splash blood all over the body. It doesn't seem like anything scary is red, does it? After Hanyu muttered something to himself, his gaze then flickered and a pill appeared in his hand out of nowhere. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and threw the elixir. After chewing a few mouthfuls, there was a beef flavor. God knows how the glazed bottle figured out the beef flavor elixir. Shortly after swallowing it, a warm current traveled throughout his body, and he tentatively walked towards the alchemy furnace. Slightly exerting force after holding one ear in each hand, the furnace was lifted effortlessly. He tried again to hold the alchemy furnace up with one hand, using just a little more force. The power of 9 oxen is so terrifying. A disciple heard the commotion and poked his head in to check it out, only to be dumbfounded at the large furnace that flew in. Bump! The alchemy furnace even smashed and pushed the disciple into the wall. Looking at this situation, it was estimated that he could not be saved. The loud noise instantly attracted more people, and the dozen or so disciples guarding the bottom all gathered around at the sound. Hanyu frowned as he looked at the tunnel, gritting his teeth and burying his head in a straight charge, like a crazed bison. One by one, the disciples who blocked the way were viciously knocked away, and soon rushed to the bottom of the stone staircase. On the upper side is the stone door, from which it was previously brought down. Hanyu's footsteps not only didn't stop, but he even sped up his pace to charge across the room. When he reached the stone door, Hanyu fought and punched out, and the stone door split apart in pieces with a loud crash. The entire Five Immortals sect was instantly awakened by the loud noise, and the Mouse Taoist took the lead in chasing after him. And as soon as he came out, he saw Hanyu crashing through the gate and heading off. "Get out, all of you, hurry up and chase." Mouse Taoist was anxious in his heart, now that the three great sects were out in force. If he didn't hurry to get the person back, once they found out, it would be a meat bag. What's more, if Jicho knew that it was his side that went to the prison to rob the people, in the future, the Five Immortals sect probably wouldn't want to live in peace in Eugene City. The remaining 40 or so disciples poured out, chasing after Hanyu in the direction he had fled, and for a time, several streets were lit up with swaying lights. "Split up and outflank," a disciple suggested it, and soon a procession instantly split out into 3 teams of 10 people each running in different directions. "Damn it, what are the Eugene Fu's government guards doing? They don't see anyone come out even with such a big commotion," Hanyu cursed as he ran. Jicho had already come out long ago when the government guards staking out the city reported, and he stared at the direction of the Five Immortals gate with a cold smile. So it's the Mouse Taoist, TSK. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. The people from the 3 great clans were also in the city, and the commotion obviously could not be hidden from them, just waiting for them to jump out one by one. This group is forgetting who's in charge here until they get their act together. Sure enough, after Hanyu ran through a few streets, he steeply realized that the people chasing behind him seemed to be getting more and more numerous and were dressed differently. "You Five Immortals sect have great guts, privatizing the little pill master and making us take the blame." A disciple of the 3 sects looked at the disciple of the Five Immortals sect and questioned loudly, "When are we going to let you guys take the fall? And as for the little medicine man, we're all on our own." The disciple of the Five Immortals sect returned unconvincingly. The 2 sides got more and more aggressive, and in the end they just forgot about chasing Hanyu and actually fought in the street first. Hanyu's pressure is reduced and he prepares to run in a different direction. But after running through a few intersections, someone suddenly calls out to him, "Little pharmacist." Jicho stood at the entrance of the government office and looked at him with a smile. "It's you." Hanyu also recognizes the man who was yelling for him to be thrown out of the city in the jail. Jicho curiously sized him up and almost laughed when he saw that he was wrapped in strips of rags, thinking that the Mouse Taoist was entertaining him in a special way. "Where are you going?" Jicho opened his mouth. Hanyu sighed helplessly and said, "I haven't finished my prison sentence yet. It's not like I'm thinking about the chaos outside, so I might as well get down to business and finish my jail time." "That won't be necessary." Jicho pointed at the sky. "The hour has passed. Your sentence is over. You don't need to go to the Eugene Palace jail." Hanyu sniffed and twisted his head to run. "It's better to go. You can't leave." Jicho laughed out loud and dashed to his side. The surging true essence gently wrapped him up before sending him toward the distance. Hanyu, who had only managed to run out with great difficulty, once again fell back into the encirclement of the disciples of the 3 sects. The disciples who were originally still focused on fighting saw Hanyu fall from the sky and instantly remembered the main event, manipulating their weapons to chase towards Hanyu. "Grab it for me. I'll see which one of you dares." A furious trumpet sounded. The figure of the Mouse Taoist in the air arrived in an instant, and with a flutter of his robe sleeve, a vast force swept the surrounding disciples of the 3 sects out through the air. "You old piker" finally showed up. At that moment, 3 more figures drifted in, but it was the 3 patriarchs, Heavenly Blade, Jade Spring, and Spirit Heart. "Nice touch, Mouse Dodger." The Spirit Heart Patriarch looked at him conspiratorially and smiled. "To each his own." The Mouse Taoist suddenly probed and grabbed towards Hanyu after he finished speaking. "How dare you!" The 3 patriarchs shouted out in anger at the same time, and the Mouse Taoist hastily retracted his hands and retreated a few steps, while the Heavenly Sword Patriarch blatantly launched his sword to catch up. After Ling Xin and Yuquan glanced at each other, Ling Xin was in charge of grabbing Hanyu, while Yuquan swept his duster and quickly stepped forward to join hands with the Heavenly Sword. "Little apothecary, come with me." The Spirit Heart Patriarch tried his best to squeeze out a kind smile, but he had a mean look on his face, so how he smiled was not right. Hanyu turned his head and ran. The Spirit Heart Patriarch sneered as he darted in and probed his claws toward his shoulders. and as soon as he entered his hands, it was as if he had grabbed lead iron. So Hanyu hurriedly twisted his shoulders to break free. On the other side, Mouse Taoist and Heavenly Sword Jade Spring, two people fought several times back and forth, from the ground to the sky. True essence drumming. Sword chi and blade chi vertical and horizontal. The surrounding buildings constantly have tiles were lifted off. The wall is left to knife and sword marks. Between a few round trips, the Mouse Taoist could only barely hold on. His sleeve cuffs had been chipped off by the sword energy at some point, and a dent wound on his chest that was left by the Jade Spring Patriarch's use of a duster. And seeing that Hanyu was already being probed and clawed by the Spirit Heart Patriarch, he couldn't help but be distracted and shout, "Little apothecary, what are you running for? You have a strong physical body. Fight with him. Even if he exchanges wounds for wounds, he is afraid of you." With such a split second of distraction, the Mouse Taoist suffered another big loss. A sword chi split in front of his chest, and he was suddenly drenched in blood. Hanyu, who was 100 meters away, was indeed once again being held by the Spirit Heart sect leader at the moment, and couldn't help but try to throw a punch at him after hearing the words of the Mouse Taoist. The Spiritual Heart Patriarch looked at the punch that didn't carry a trace of true essence with some contempt and only met it with his hand. Bump! Under the clash of the two fists, Hanyu loomed large, but he retreated several meters, his chi and blood surging. The Spirit Heart sect leader had an unbelievable look on his face, and Hanyu also had a hellish look on his face. Am I that strong? All along, Hanyu had at most positioned himself as a sect disciple's strength, but he had never thought that his physical body could fight against the sect bigwigs at this stage. And even after eating the 9 bulls' vigorous Dan, he had only dared to move towards those sect disciples. Now that a punch has been built, Hanyu's mind comes alive. Why is your flesh so perverted? Spirit Heart asked incredulously. Hanyu laughed, raised his fist, and said, my fist is even more perverted. Come, ta, ta, ta. Taking a few arrow steps, Hanyu for the first time in his unprecedented history moved his hand first, swinging his iron fist without any pattern towards the Spirit Heart sect leader. In fact, he didn't need chapter and verse. He didn't need to dodge. He just needed to successfully land his fists on his opponent every time. Just as the Mouse Taoist said, trading wounds for wounds. Let's see who's afraid of who. Although the Spirit Heart sect leader was skillful in his stance, he couldn't hold up to his ordinary and unexciting attacks. Hanyu took the slap. His chest tightened, and he returned with a punch that struck Ling Xian's chest, only to see blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth as he hastily retreated. Quickly come to a person. This little pharmacist has a ghost. Obviously half of the cultivation is not there, but the flesh body is horribly practiced, and the force is also amazing. I can't beat it. After Heavenly Sword and Jade Spring looked at each other, Jade Spring hurriedly drew back and withdrew, chasing after Hanyu. The Mouse Taoist finally had his pressure plummeted, and at this moment he was able to take a breather as he glanced over and couldn't help but look odd as well. Hanyu was able to beat the Spirit Heart Patriarch to the point of screaming he never expected it. The original idea was to use his physical body to delay. Where could he have thought that a small pharmacist would be so perverted? At that moment, he already had the intention to retreat in his heart. At full strength, he was not sure that he could take down the little apothecary again, and at this moment, not only was he injured, but there were also 3 clansmen on his side, so he thought that it would not be his turn to pick this fruit. Stop! I'll just let you have this little pill, master. I won't fight for it. After the Mouse Taoist uttered an opening, he blocked a sword strike and was about to draw back. You can't leave. The one who spoke out was not the Heavenly Sword, but Yi Jiqiu, who slowly came from the distance. Not only that, the Mouse Taoist was even more horrified to find that while they were fighting soundly, the government guards had all been deployed to surround the place, and the disciples under the 5 Immortals sect as well as the disciples of the other 3 sects had all been taken down. The Heavenly Sword withdrew his sword with a gloomy face, facing Yi Jiqiu head-on, and spoke out coldly. Yi Jiqiu, do you know that you're making enemies by doing this? I'll see how you can gain a foothold in the cultivator world in the future. Yi Jiqiu put his hands behind his back and snorted. How can a few of you represent the cultivator world? Aren't you afraid that the cultivator alliance will come after you? The Mouse Taoist watched as one disciple after another was about to be taken away by the government guards, so he also hastened to drink. You guys forgot again. I am the town guard of a government. You 4 clans are disturbing the livelihood of Eugene-fu. It's reasonable to arrest you guys. If the cultivator alliance wants to look for trouble, let them go to my clan to find it. Besides the imperial court, there are clans behind me as well. Yi Jiqiu's expression was indifferent as he glanced at the 2 men and laughed coldly. Since it's hard to make peace, why don't we join forces? The Mouse Taoist's face sank as he glanced at the Heavenly Sword sect, and the 2 of them stormed out at the same time after an exchange of glances. A short sword shot out from the Rat Taoist's sleeve and went straight for Yi Jiqiu's throat, And the heavenly sword patriarch held his sword in both hands to meet his face with a deceptive chop. Fiery fire. The blade ignited into a great fire, and as it slashed out, a fire dragon erupted out and rushed sinuously towards Yi Zhiqiu. Secret techniques? I have them too. Yi Zhiqiu drew his sword to break the water, and as soon as he knocked his short sword back, he slashed at the fire dragon head-on. No wind. No waves. A water dragon scroll chopped out from the blade, as if a water dragon had collided head-on with a fire dragon. Huge steam mass in the water dragon between the two dragons continue to steam. The fire dragon ultimately cannot resist the 5 elements of restraint. Quickly eaten up by the water dragon. Heavenly Sword Patriarch's face is pale. Seems to be consumed quite a lot. See, things can't be done. Turn around and want to greet the rat Taoist to escape. As a result, when he turned around, where was the half shadow of the rat Taoist? As early as when he consumed a large amount of true essence to make a move, he had already disappeared. Heavenly Sword Patriarch almost angry fire. Can only secretly write down, after a separate account. This place cannot stay for a long time. Can only leave first. The remaining disciples can only wait for the aftermath of the 3 sects to jointly seek mediation of the Cultivation Alliance. On the other side, Hanyu was spirited for but a few moments. Suffocating from the Jade Spring Sovereign's accession, the Spirit Heart Patriarch kept tackling himself, and he would always be entangled in the Jade Spring Patriarch's duster whenever he threw a punch. When he turned to strike at the Jade Spring Patriarch, he was again dexterous in his stance and just didn't fight himself head-on, instead dragging himself to allow the Spirit Heart Patriarch on the side to strike at him. Gradually, Hanyu was beaten out of the fire. The heart of the ruthless, some regardless of the 2 people knocked away from the ground to pick up the unextinguished torch and then reached into his pocket. Will be the extreme happiness Dan ignited, quickly thrown towards the sky with force. Don't you guys want it? Go pick it up yourselves. The ultimate bliss pill spewed a large amount of smoke across the sky, and the Heavenly Sword Sect leader took over as soon as he was the first to do so. It smells good. The nose slightly shrugged. A smoke was inhaled into the lungs actually had an indescribable feeling of smoothness. Good Dan. The Heavenly Sword Patriarch couldn't help but exclaim. Give it to me. Give it to me. The 2 voices spoke in unison as Spirit Heart and Jade Spring flew towards the Heavenly Sword at the same time. After entering the range of the thick fog of the elixir, the 2 men were equally all over the place, and their hearts were even more associating the efficacy of the elixir to a higher level. It's afraid it's an elixir that helps. Because of Hanyu's pearl in front of him, the 3 were all associated in this way. There is only 1 pill, but there are 3 people. So, the midair staged a round of fierce scramble. Almost everyone just to the hand to inhale on a mouthful will change hands again. The fog grew thicker and thicker, gradually wrapping the 3 people in it, and only vaguely seeing the figures of the exchanging fighters constantly intertwining. Steeply, the extreme bliss Dan was also struck by whoever, and flew towards Yi Zhiqiu's direction. Hanyu's face changed and he hurriedly shouted out, "Cover your mouth and nose, don't inhale." Yi Zhiqiu looked at Hanyu's fraught appearance, and in his heart, he didn't dare to be careless. Drawing his sword and stepping forward with a loud shout, a great wind rises. A hurricane was fanned out by him, curling head-on and blowing Aurora Dan in the opposite direction. When the ultimate Dan fell to the ground, the thick fog was wrapped by the hurricane and spread out to diffuse out. Hanyu knew it was over. As if they were addicted, those 3 patriarchs fell after the extreme bliss Dan. In the thick fog came the maniacal laughter of the 3. The Heavenly Sword Sect leader was rolling on the ground clutching his sword. The Jade Spring Sect leader was singing and dancing with his whisk while the Spirit Heart Sect leader was giggling and clapping his hands on the side. Hiss! The effects of the ultimate bliss pill are like this? And for a year? Looking at the smoke that filled half the city, Hanyu shrunk his head and tried to sneak away quietly with no one around. If you leave, I'll place a warrant. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly appeared in front of him and smiled coldly. Chapter 15, Thrown Out of Tamatsukuri. Looking at the Heavenly Sword Sovereign and the others in such a shameful manner, Yi Zhiqiu's face changed slightly as he looked straight at Hanyu, surprised out loud. Is this caused by the potion? Hanyu touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. Yi Zhiqiu waved his hand wanting his men to take advantage of the fact that the 3 could not resist in one fell swoop. Better not now. When the drifting fog has completely cleared, Hanyu hurriedly stopped it. The fog can't even be touched. So, Yi Zhiqiu's face became ugly. A glance. The fog that was blown out by his own wind filled at least half of the city. Not daring to imagine what kind of scene it would be at that time. Perhaps half the city's population woke up and went out with songs and dances. Perhaps it was after dawn, when the people of the half-city land were as demented as they were stupid, and could only giggle. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but glare fiercely at Hanyu, saying viciously, "Why did you refine this horrible elixir out?" Hanyu laughed bitterly, thinking to himself that I didn't refine this either. This was spat out by my glazed bottle with a mouthful of old phlegm. He also didn't expect the dense fog produced after a single elixir was ignited to be able to fill half the city so outrageously. One can only say that the elixir produced by the glazed bottle should definitely not be viewed in the light of common sense. The group stood dumbfounded and waited until dawn. And when it was slightly light, there was no longer any thick fog to be seen. They stood for half the night. And the three heavenly sword sovereigns rolled around and partied for half the night. Until now there was still no sign of stopping. And the government guards easily set the three away. How long will they last? Yi Jiqiu suddenly asked. Hanyu replied in a small voice. 1 year. Yi Jiqiu's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and asked again. Is there an antidote? Hanyu shook his head inside. No. Humph. Yi Jiqiu snorted coldly and whisked his sleeve away. His voice came out coldly after walking a few meters. You are not allowed to leave this place without confirming the safety of the people of Eugene-fu again. Unable to do anything about it, Hanyu could only be pushed by the government guards to follow up with the Eugene government office. By midday, the government guards scattered throughout the city had gathered information into Yi Jiqiu's hands. The people in the half of the city that has been shrouded by the fog are mainly characterized by a love of laughter, excessive optimism, and a tendency to dance with their hands when their emotions are strong. And although the doctor is still diagnosing the problem door to door, as far as the current data is concerned, there is no manifestation of toxicity. Yi Jiqiu looked at the dense and detailed records in his hands, and the expression on his face only got a little better. In that case, it's not so bad that half the city is paralyzed, and it's just a year of headaches. He did have a headache just thinking about it. This little pharmacist is really a scourge. I knew that old man Lin couldn't be that kind. The Heavenly Sword Patriarch and the others are still rolling around in the prison, so it's really scary. You're going south? Hanyu looks at One String and Coconut and asks curiously. One String nodded and squared his shoulders. What Coconut and I agreed to do was to travel all the way south. This was awkward. He came out of the Quantai Palace, was all the way north, so that both sides of the route was the opposite of each other. The Kantai mansion definitely couldn't turn back, and God knows if the Starsec side still hated it. Hearing Hanyu say he wanted to go north, Ishian spread a smile and said, there's no harm in that. It just so happens that you'll meet one of our own when you go north, so we can take a look at each other in the meantime. King Zufufu, at the mouth of Beiyuan Hadong, opposite the crooked neck tree. You'll know when you get there. Hanyu sniffed and was a bit speechless. This didn't sound like a place for a sect to set up an address. Instead it was more like a farmer's mansion. If I send you 1,000 miles, I must say goodbye, and I will see you in the north in a few days. After the two of them hugged each other, Ichinoseki left with the coconuts. Hanyu sent his gaze far away, watching them gradually walk away. Is it done? If it's done you get out too. To the side, someone finally let out a cold snort of impatience. Hanyu looked away in embarrassment, scratched his head, and said, Lord Yi, you're personally sending me far away. How can I be so kind? Yi Jiqiu's chest rose and fell, seeming to be quite angry, and said, I'm damn sure I don't feel at ease until I see you roll with my own eyes, but there's no need to carry me so politely. Hanyu looked at him condescendingly and sighed. At this time, Hanyu is more than half a head taller than Yi Jiqiu, but it is a left and a right two government guards, two each resting on a leg like a sedan chair to lift him up. A mournful sound of Swona came from the city at this time. The sound of Swona was intermittent, followed by a group of people carrying a coffin traveling all the way, followed by a row of procession in linen mourning. Funeral should be a mournful moment, but see a group of people laughing and walking, even the oboe blowing, a few masters are holding back their smiles, up and down the wind blowing. Seeing this scene, Yi Jiqiu's suppressed fire rubbed upward again, a face as gloomy as water. Hanyu shrunk his head as if he were aware of it. Sinning, this Eugene city is afraid to have a year of forced laughter and mourning. Shortly after the funeral's departure, there was another blast of gongs and drums and festive sounds coming from a distance. It turned out to be a procession from outside the city welcoming the bride into the city. At the front is the person who opens the way. In the center of the bridegroom riding a steed spring, walking, behind the 8-carried sedan chair. The procession is followed by many people. The procession suddenly and inexplicably stopped when they were at the city gates, and everyone coincidentally turned their gazes abnormally toward Hanyu. Something about the atmosphere seemed off. The curtain inside the sedan chair was suddenly pulled open and a petite figure jumped out. Hit him! The groomer jumped off his horse and charged with a look of fury. The bearers drew out the wooden beams that held the sedan chair, and the burly men who opened the way waved the sign welcoming the bride. Hanyu only felt a red color swaying in front of his eyes, and his face suddenly stiffened. Is this a red unit too? How could this be considered a red unit? He had always thought that red units were supposed to be animals and such. Where could he have imagined that being clad in red clothing would count? If we're going to do the math, meet a big guy one day, Before he could finish his thought, the crowd had already drowned him, and the little bride in the red cap made every effort to keep scratching and clawing. The wooden beams holding the sedan chair knocked against his head. Welcoming signs slapped him in the face left and right. The groomsmen were anxious as they were squeezed out of the crowd and could not get in. The entire scene was a mess, and Yi Jiqiu held his forehead and recruited a large number of government guards before the crowd was completely separated. The bride who was being carried into town cursed, "Let me go, I'm going to beat him to death," waiting for the crowd to be pulled into the city before it was completely normal. The joyous gongs and drums sounded again. "That's a side effect?" Yi Jiqiu looked at Hanyu with a complicated face and asked in an odd opening. Hanyu nodded his head with a bitter smile and said in an astringent voice, "Yes." Hiss. The knowledgeable Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This kind of weird ability was simply unheard of. A single elixir could somehow just pull up a bunch of hatred. It was too scary. What's even scarier is that this little pharmacist is still using it on himself. Get the hell out of here. The day this kind of person stayed in the Eugene Palace, the day one dared not sleep well. Hurry up and drop this thing. Yi Jiqiu waved his hand towards the government guards in disgust, and the two government guards gestured twice. When they did, they threw Hanyu viciously outside. "Remember that face, and never allow him to enter this city again." After saying that, Yi Jiqiu left quickly like he was avoiding the plague. Hanyu slumped to the ground with a bitter smile on his face. After all, he was still in the gutter, and he should not have underestimated the side effect of the glazed bottle pitting people to death. At the entrance of the city, the government soldiers surrounded the doorway, their gazes vigilant, fearing that he would take half a step. Chapter 16, The Mad Cow and the Maiden. First day of April? Sunny. It is advisable to open a business and get married. Avoid red clothes. Moo, sound made by cow. Hanyu lies breathlessly on the back of a yellow cow, his limbs spread out, swinging from side to side as the cow twists and turns forward. Hanyu on the bull is drowsy, and except for pulling the rope from time to time to keep the bull from straying, he spends the rest of the time with his eyes closed. I say I closed my eyes, but I was actually rambling in my head the whole time talking to the glazed bottle. Say something, give me a reaction. Will you? If you can't, you can move around and let me know you can hear me. Let's communicate. The glazed piece of glass remains as immobile as a mountain. It quietly hovers in the mind, and remains impassive despite Hanyu's dry mouth. This is Hanyu hiding. Yuck! A day to embark on another journey after resting for half a month. After being thrown out by the Eugene Fu, Hanyu looked for paths along the way, and as he walked, he felt his way into a small village. The people in the small village are very warm, so Hanyu wants to stay here for a month or so, waiting for the side effects of the Nine Bulls Vigorous Dan to disappear before going out. In the future, if you want to eat any Dan by yourself, you are determined not to eat it without parsing it clearly word by word. In the course of half a month, 1,000 different potions appeared, and he helped an old woman in her 70s restore her half-lost teeth to the level of a young man, with the side effect of weakening her intestinal capacity. The old woman could only look at the chicken, ducks and fish every day, and hold the thin porridge, using her good teeth to chew the porridge more thinly before swallowing. Ah Chang, the fish seller next door to old woman, complains that his daughter-in-law, Ah Jin, has a scowl on her face every day, and that she can't sell more than a few blocks a day at her family's tofu stall. After taking the medicine, Ah Jin see anyone warm. Tofu stall business is very good, but Ah Chang did not have the heart to sell fish. Several times he saw the neighborhood boy Tianji around the tofu stall, teasing Ah Jin happy and smiling. So Kung quit selling fish and the two couples went off to sell tofu together. One day, Hanyu got an insect-repellent Dan, kindly under the water to throw the farmland up. The locusts do not dare to be interested in the crops, but the farm's chickens, ducks and geese suffered, every day by a group of locusts chasing and biting. The village's acidic Shotse repeatedly failed to pass the test, and now in his 40s, he still holds a holy book in his hand. The old wife of the family can only secretly wipe her tears every time she faces hard times. And since she heard about Hanyu's miracle, she secretly searched for an elixir to go over there. Acid shoots I dare not be interested in books. Every day in the field work, so that the old wife worried about is, shoots I on the plow has become very interested in plowing. And not he urged the oxen plow, but he removed the plow handle, set up his own in front of the plow. These are still the ones that just happened to stumble upon, and some of the rarer ones can only be coaxed by Hanyu with great effort to get others to eat them. Some people get enlightened and smart overnight, then lose all their hair. There are timid as a mouse who are suddenly bold but meow from time to time. People with night blindness can suddenly thread a needle at night but have blurry daytime vision. Over the course of half a month, the hamlet gradually chickened out. This morning, the village teamed up with a cow, and the villagers sent Hanyu and the cow out of the village with all kinds of farming tools in hand. The yellow cow slowly walks along the path with its tail swishing from side to side. and Hanyu is so drowsy from being turned upside down that he simply closes his eyes and sleeps back to sleep, and it doesn't take long for him to have a snore. Gradually, the yellow ox walked the road began to deviate. It smelled the smell of the favorite grass all the way to chew all the way up the official road. Once on the official road, there were significantly more pedestrians, traveling merchants in a hurry, vendors picking burdens on foot, and cultivators coming and going in a hurry. Drink tea. Next to the official road, a 3-meter-high flag with a large word tea hunting in the wind. A wooden building, covered with thatched tea hut. Xiaowei are flinging a sweat towel probe to the road to the pedestrians yelling. Under the teepee has set down 6 or 7 tables, but the business is not very good. Just a table sitting 3 people. Do you think we'll get hit if we go over there like this? Zhang Kuei, a thin face, squeezed out a forced smile. Among the 4 people at a table, he was the youngest, in his 20s, a young master who had just been initiated. Eldest senior brother Wang Xianbei had sword brows and starry eyes, handsome in appearance, and was already a divine bridge realm cultivator at a mere 25 years old. Junior sister Chiu Susu was dressed in a red pleated rui dress, with bright eyes and white teeth, excellent posture, and was the same age as him. It was only the time of initiation that she was an hour ahead of herself. Originally, it was agreed that eldest senior brother would bring everyone out for some training, but it turned out that halfway through, little sister asked eldest senior brother to be pampered and let him help before coming to this place. The original Autumn Susu before entering the door had a paper marriage contract, however, now become a cultivator, naturally not willing to marry as a mortal woman, and then go back to live an ordinary life. The male family is quite some background. Autumn Susu would like to let Wang Xianbei on behalf of their own head to the marriage contract cancelled. Fear not, we have eldest brother. Chiu Susu looked at Wang Xianbei with an adoring face and said intimately. Wang Xianbei again seemed to eat this up as he nodded and said with a light smile. Nothing, just cancelling a marriage contract. Not a difficult task. Autumn Susu naturally listened with a joyful smile, covering her small mouth and talking and laughing all the time. Hey, where's the cow walking? The store assistant on the side suddenly made a curious noise, but saw that the yellow ox had already walked here at some point, leisurely waving its tail and slowly traveling. It's rare. This yellow cow can't walk alone. Zhang Kuei opened his mouth to joke. How is that possible? There is clearly someone up there. Look carefully again. Wang Xianbei fixed his eyes and then smiled. Chiu Susu also raised her eyes to look, and her chest rose and fell as soon as she entered her eyes. What's wrong? Wang Xianbei noticed Chiu Susu's abnormality and asked with concern. That guy is so annoying. I want to hit him. Chiu Susu said with a furious look on her face. Senior sister. This is not good. So don't know each other. Zhang Kuei was also quick to speak out and advise. Who knew that just as the words left his mouth, the red figure suddenly jumped out from the table. The yellow cow was originally leisurely eating a few mouthfuls of grass by the roadside when a red figure kept jumping in front of his eyes, and his eyes gradually became red. Moo! The yellow bull, also stirred up by the color red, puckered its hooves and ran wildly with its horns on top as well. Hanyu is suddenly jolted awake on the back of a cow, rubbing his eyes and sitting up, looking at the rapidly receding scenery in front of him and turning back in fright. Get out of the way! Hanyu stopped it with his voice. What kind of idiot is this? Trying to wrestle with a bull? Not afraid of being toppled to death? Then he saw the big red festivity and instantly figured out that it was his pot. What's wrong with you? Why are you dressed so festively? It was too late to stop it, and Chiu Susu unsheathed her sword, oblivious to the bull's horn that was about to crash into her chest. Hanyu could only wrench the bull's horns hard enough to forcefully press them to the side, and Chiu Susu crashed into the charging bull, instantly being knocked out. Hanyu is not good either. After the bull's horn was forcefully pressed down, the whole person along with the yellow bull to the side of the cliff fell out. Senior sister, you seem to have killed someone. The timid Zhang Kuei ran to the edge of the cliff with a hasty face, looked at the bottom of the deep cliff, swallowed his saliva, and said, after Hanyu fell into the cliff, Chiu Susu finally regained her senses, and her face turned white. I didn't do it on purpose. It hurts. Hanyu at the bottom of the cliff trembling holding the waist to climb up. All the bones of the skeleton to the present is still buzzing straight, as if the sound of fine steel being struck. Looking at his feet again, the big yellow ox had fallen to a bloody mess, becoming a puddle of rotten meat. The bottom of the cliff was quiet, and there was a chorus of insects, surrounded by green trees. The sunlight was blocked by the luxuriant branches and leaves, and the sight looked dim, with a kind of misty feeling. Hanyu searched for the light and slowly walked towards the periphery, and after walking for about half a quarter of an hour, the road ahead opened up, and the sunlight shone in his eyes all of a sudden. Ahead is a rocky terrace, up which you can see a section of terraces stretching for miles down the hillside at your feet. It dawned on Hanyu that this should be Minzhou, There is an old saying that Kwantai is so poor that only mountains are left. Yujin is a wilderness as far as the eye can see, and Minzhou is the only place where food is piled up in mountains. Since ancient times, this is the grain silo of the court. It is said that the entire court 50% of the grain is out of here. But what Hanyu was bitter about is that he clearly wanted to pick a small road but entered the official road. And he didn't want to go into the city but took a shortcut. Now that it's impractical to climb back up again, the only way is all the way down. When he did stand at the gates of the Minzhou capital, there was still a pang of hesitation in his mind. To enter or not to enter. It won't be thrown out again. Chapter 17 Changes in the Glass Bottle. Hanyu was still hesitating outside of the city when his mind suddenly tingled. The tingling sensation intensified as he exited the gates and found a place to close his eyes. In his mind, the glazed bottle kept shaking the bottle as if it was urging. Every time Hanyu moved farther away from the city gates, the glazed vase trembled even more violently, and when Hanyu tried to move away, a sharp pain that nearly made him dizzy exploded directly in his mind. The glazed bottle was really urging him to go in, and with a pretty strong desire to do so. This was the first time that the glazed bottle had acted as a response outside of Ziji, and it was also the first time that the glazed bottle had reached out to him. What's in there? Hanyu muttered darkly. Will you shock me to death if I don't go in? Hanyu tentatively inquired, wanting to see the reaction of the glazed bottle. As a result, the glazed bottle still just kept shaking and trembling. The Shao family was considered a prestigious family inside the city of Minzhou, and had accumulated a large number of connections through generations of businessmen, coupled with quite a lot of good deeds in their day-to-day life. So their reputation was quite good in this area as well. Today, the Shao family master was horribly gloomy. He was sitting in the lobby, and on the table beside him was a letter that had already been opened. In addition to him, a group of clan elders were also called to deliberate within the lobby. Simply excessive. A female doll really thinks she is a character, relying on a letterhead to come and withdraw from the marriage. A clan elder couldn't help but speak out and lightly shout. When the Autumn family deadbeat over to set a doll marriage, I objected to it. The door is not right. The small Autumn family is not just trying to rely on the big tree of the Shao family. The Autumn family has not been cheap these past few years. I heard that this girl doll is worshipping the Tianshui sect and has a big heart, thinking that our Shao family is not worthy. There was much talk in the hall. Knock. The pitch-black coiled dragon walking stick tapped hard on the ground, and the noisy voices were suddenly silent. A senile old man hobbled in, the skin on his face already sagging to the corners of his mouth. But even with such a walking old man, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect, just because he was the last patriarch. Does water know? The old man's cloudy eyes looked at the Shao family master and asked. Shao family master nodded with a bitter smile. The first time I knew, because since childhood friends, he is a little. The old man interrupted and continued to ask, is he backing off? The Shao family head nodded and said, Shuweier said that people have their own aspirations. The old man was silent for a long time before slowly saying, all right, I understand. Then let the lord of the Autumn family personally come to me to withdraw. The many clan elders in the hall were silenced, and the more the old man acted calmly, the more he was in a state of rage at the moment. This is something that I'm afraid will be difficult to make good. Elder brother. They told me to get my family to return it themselves. Autumn Susu today a green wicker gauze dress, dressed in a playful and lovely, now a face of aggrieved holding the reply letter. Quite a few points I see the taste of pity. Wang Xianbei was naturally mesmerized by what he saw, and snorted coldly after hearing the words. Since they've already made the first courtesy, and they're insensitive, I'll take you to back out face to face right now. Thank you, elder brother. Xiao Susu immediately spread her face and gave him a sweet smile. Hanyu sneaks into the city, fearing that a swarm of red-clad men, women, and children will rush out from somewhere. If a redneck fetishist bigot comes along, it's hard to tell if you're going to pull your legs out and run. Steeply, the glazed bottle trembled again, and there was a pinch of pain in his head. What do you want to do? Can't you do it some other way? What are you doing messing with my head all the time? Hanyu looked sad and patted his brain and said, after several attempts, the glazed bottle finally quieted down after it passed in the direction of a main street. Hanyu followed the main road all the way to look for it, but he found a bunch of people crowded in front of him, pointing at a mansion on one side. I heard that the Autumn family's girl doll ran to our city to find the Shao family to get out of the marriage. I know. My old uncle is the Shao family concierge, and it is said that the Autumn family girl doll feels that young Master Shao is not worthy of her when she becomes a cultivator. Wasn't it the Autumn family that begged for marriage back then? The noisy crowd chattered about what they knew, but it made Hanyu listen. The glazed bottle was once again playing tricks on his mind. Do you want me to go in? This high mansion. Where is it so good to enter? Hanyu surveyed the courtyard wall outside and suddenly had an idea. Inside the lobby of the Shao family. At this moment, with swords drawn, Xiao Susu stood right behind Wang Xianbei, and Zheng Kuei followed at the side. In addition to the Xiao family head and a group of clan elders standing in the hall, there was also a young man of 17 or 18 years old, only to be seen in a brocade suit and jade satin while his face was handsome and his temperament was warm. Xiao Shui looked at the young girl under the hall with a complicated face, as if he was looking at a stranger. Su, you shouldn't have taken things this far. Mr. Xiao, I just want to withdraw from the marriage. Xiao Susu hid behind her back and said in a soft tone. Xiao Shui, however, heard his face pale, when he had a mouthful of a sentence Xiao Shui's brother. Now he changed it to a sentence Xiao Gongzi. The face of the master of the Xiao family in the hall was gloomy, and he drank in a deep voice. I said long ago, if you want to retreat, let your family to retreat. You do so when you really do not take into account the face of my Xiao family, is not it? Xiao Susu shrunk her head. Looking at Xiao family lord's tall figure was still a bit timid, but still stretched her neck and said, I've grown up. I want to make my own decisions. You can't make the call. The Xiao family lord shouted angrily in a deep voice. If she can't do it, how about I do it for her? Wang Xianbei stood out at this moment, gazing at the crowd of Xiao family members in a cloudy manner. I am the Tianshui sect's eldest disciple, Wang Xianbei. A number of Xiao family members in the field face is ugly, with a cultivator to come in to force the palace. This is Qi Luo naked to step on the face of the Xiao family. Xiao Shui looked at the way Xiao Susu looked at other men with affection now, and his entire heart went completely cold. At this moment, his qi and blood surged and he couldn't help but stand out. So what if you're a cultivator? This is my family matter. Who are you to intervene? Wang Xianbei smiled indifferently and waved his robe sleeve, and a ray of true essence blasted him away. Just because I'm better than you. Xiao Shui slammed hard against the wall and landed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and stained his brocade clothes, but he still stubbornly climbed up. In one word, he walked back. 30 years, 30 years, 30 years, no man is ever strong. What a doggone bridge. As soon as I got down on the wall I saw the withdrawal love triangle plus the abuse. Hanyu cats on the wall, watching all the drama. At this time, the glazed bottle suddenly shook, and Hanyu hurriedly checked. Ho, 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 an elixir was spat out by it. Hanyu was like seeing a ghost in the middle of the day, and the truth was pretty much the same. Today, the glazed bottle was too active and even broke many precedents. It was not yet past the hour of the sun, yet he still spat out the elixir. Hushidan, exclusive to Xiaoshui 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Take this Dan, and you will be on the other side of the river. Side effect, loss of 3 years of qi. Hiss. Hanyu sucked in a breath of cool air. This Dan was so overbearing. One bite down and he was in the pilgrimage realm. No. According to the proportional relationship between gains and side effects, 3 years of qi, doesn't it mean that this kid doesn't need 3 years of time from scratch to the pilgrimage realm? This cultivation speed was simply appalling. So true. The Dan given to me can only be hard. Give it to someone else and the realm is raised, Hanyu said sourly. In his mind, the glazed bottle began to hyperventilate, shaking constantly. And, delivering Dan is still a rush. Hanyu shook his head helplessly and sighed, then rolled over and jumped down, laughing aloud. Mr. Xiao, why is it necessary to go east of the river for 30 years? As long as you are willing, you can go west of the river right now. Hanyu appeared so abruptly that everyone was stunned. He walked quickly to Xiao Shui's side, then waved his hand towards the 3 people across the street. Hello again. It's you. Wang Xianbei also recognized him, this man who had ridden a bull down the cliff early in the morning. Who are you? The Xiao family had asked in a deep voice. Hanyu clasped his fists and grinned. I'm a timely rain in the cultivator world, known as a zealous medicine giver, and the little pharmacist is underneath. Unfortunately, the news of Eugene and Quan Tai hasn't reached here yet, and Hanyu's flurry of trumpeted names that no one has ever heard of is simply a match for a cow. Croak. Wang Xianbei saw that Hanyu was flat, and with a flurry of Jin Yuan, he was about to knock him down. Hanyu didn't dodge or avoid, smiling as he allowed the true essence to hit his chest, and after merely taking half a step back, he patted his chest as if nothing had happened and said, soft and supple. I dare say this body cultivation was taught by the master's mother. Wang Xuanbei's face changed and he became furious. How dare you insult me? The longsword came out of its sheath and chopped towards Hanyu first, and he still didn't dodge, instead raising his fist to blast over. After a few rounds, Hanyu's chest clothes cracked a few times, and Wang Xianbei was blown away by 10 meters. How? Mr. Xiao, do you want to have this kind of power? Hanyu turned back to look at Xiao Shui and asked with a smirk. I'd like to, but I'm a mere mortal. Xiao Shui's eyes were naturally hot since he saw Hanyu so gently knocking away a high-ranking cultivator. Hanyu took out the Hashi Dan with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Take this Dan, consume 3 years of your qi, and you'll be able to be more powerful than me. Impossible. How could there be this kind of elixir in the world? No one would believe this absurd damn thing. Wang Xianbei covered his chest and walked back, his face slightly white as he laughed coldly. So you came to toy with him? Han Yu just quietly looked at Xiao Shuwei and calmly said, Mr. Xiao is a dragon and phoenix among men. He should have his own ideas. This kind of thing was too absurd. Xiao Shuwei kept reminding him of this over and over again within his heart, but his hand couldn't help but take the elixir. Shuwei must not. That elixir is of unknown origin. The Xiao family head's face was anxious and he hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Dad, I want to try. Xiao Shuwei said softly with a flat face. Just as he was about to open his mouth to swallow it, Han Yu stopped him and said with a straight face, swallow the Dan with no regrets and 3 years of chi luck. Xiao Shuwei's originally still somewhat apprehensive heart was inexplicably certain, and looking at Han Yu's solemn demeanor, he nodded his head with certainty. 3 years will be 3 years. With a pill in their stomachs, everyone was silently looking at Xiao Shuwei. He stood with his eyes closed as his body gradually heated up in the sight of the crowd. Why, it's a little hot. A clan elder wiped the fine sweat that appeared on his head. Yeah, it's never been this hot in our mansion either. Another clan elder with a sweat towel kept wiping his forehead in agreement. Boom! Xiao Shuwei, who was waiting quietly in the field, suddenly had a change. A skyrocketing flame erupted out from his body, and the blazing heat instantly roasted the crowd as they kept retreating. The flames flickered and then gradually converged on the cage, and finally formed a red fire lotus flower around Xiao Shuwei. Born with a fire aptitude, Wang Xuanbei's face was shocked as he retreated several steps. After Xiao Shuwei had successfully condensed the fire lotus, Han Yu felt an arcane aura constantly being drawn out from him and then converging on himself in a steady stream. No, it was converging into the glazed bottle, and he sensed that the glazed bottle was collecting them. Could it be the 3 years of depleted chi? If so, wouldn't the side effects actually warm it up? After collecting enough breath, the glazed bottle shook for a while and seemed to be urging again. This time Han Yu didn't need feedback to understand which time to send people elixir is not a deep hiding. He took advantage of everyone is still surprised at the change of Xiao Shuwei. Sneak away. In that day, a flame from the Xiao family mansion burned out the clouds above, and there was a mournful roar. Chapter 18, It's Alive. Han Yu retreated all the way back to the same place he had been when he fell to the bottom of the cliff before sitting down. The glazed bottle finally quieted down at this moment, and the arcane yellow breath at the mouth of the bottle continuously spewed out to wrap the bottle. The naked eye could see each strand of breath close to the bottle and then into it, so spewed out and then absorbed by the bottle. Only after Han Yu sat dumbfounded and withered for an hour did the glazed bottle stop absorbing, turning to retrieve all of the remaining breath that had been scattered outside. Pust! It was as if it had burped, spitting out a mouthful of arcane gas from the mouth of the bottle, which instantly blossomed into a wisp of fire after rising up to the mind. Soon the fires converged and blazed. It's over. My brain is on fire. Han Yu's face changed. His heart flustered. He jumped up and was about to put out the fire when he whirled around and immediately froze. How can you put out a fire with your brain on fire? Put out a fire with water in your brain? The sea of fire completely wrapped the glazed bottle and continuously calcined it. Han Yu was suddenly lost in thought, a mysterious feeling connecting him to the glazed bottle completely. Steeply, a milky voice thumped beside his ear. I'm suffocating. It took you fools over a year to revive me. Han Yu is startled, wondering if he's hallucinating because his brain just burned out, and the glazed bottle is a living ghost. It's talking. You're the living hell. Han Yu froze. This thing could actually hear his heart. What a terrifying ability. I am little Lioli, the artifact spirit of the Lioli bottle, the milky voice said. After a full hour had passed, Han Yu's face was pitch black. He developed the urge to destroy the glazed bottle again. That is to say, before you were revived. 1 pill a day was just the glazed bottle's way of quickly reviving you in order to absorb the side effects of the person taking the pill? The key to this is still doing useless work. In the view of the spirit of the vessel, the glazed bottle itself is only based on the rule instinct to randomly make pills. So breast enhancement cosmetic, breast enhancement aphrodisiacs, all sorts of outrageous pills simply do not have the energy feedback back. Han Yu's tears almost fell indisputably. The heavens pity him for how he had survived for these outrageous and useless pills for more than a year. And sometimes even the old man hadn't been spared for the sake of giving the pills away. Then, in the future, is it possible to get rid of this kind of day? No, it can't. If there is no energy coming back for a long time, I will fall into a deep sleep again and you may face an even hungrier glazed bottle then. Han Yu simulated the image of the glazed bottle constantly launching pills in his mind, and his lips shivered, shivering just thinking about it. But after I recover you can make 3 dawn in 1 day, or none at all. It's best to make dawn in the group of cultivators, and the highest gains are made by the sons of destiny like Xiao Shuwei. So, Han Yu, let's go on to glean Duke Xiao. Little Liuli was particularly excited at the mention of Duke Xiao, and there was actually a feeling of sharpening his sword in his milky voice. It's not good, is it? Han Yu is a bit hesitant, grabbing a man gripping a bit too much. Then do you want his fire avatar? Wang Xianbei was carried out of the Xiao mansion, and Zhang Kuwei, along with the crying Qiu Susu, placed him in the carriage he bought. At this moment where he still has a trace of the appearance of the wind, a white robe has been burned holes. Hair was burned most of the time. The whole person is also burned black on the half-life of the appearance. Let's go! Zhang Kuwei sighed and wanted to raise his whip to depart. Slow. Inside the car, Wang Xianbei uttered a breathless voice. Pass the summons. Back. I'm not willing. Lu Danyo's face was odd. A pair of thick eyebrows squeezed together. What do you mean? The Xiao family's little doll crippled the Tianshui sect's eldest disciple? Did you get up too early in the morning? Or did you overindulge last night and hallucinate? Just say you need to be more moderate. The mansion guard said in a tone of repeated confirmation. That disciple was burned with half his life left to carry him out. So I guess half the city's people saw it. Not a dream. Lu Danyo's face is still unbelievable. This Xiao family is not from the business? When have you ever heard of a cultivator? Or under your own nose? Zhao's little doll himself has seen. Indeed ordinary. It is difficult not to have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It's said that a pharmacist entered the Xiao family mansion that day, and the Xiao family's male son cleaned up the Tianshui sect disciples after eating one of the other person's pills. This was even more outrageous than the Xiao family's son beating up a Tianshui sect disciple. No way. Lu Diyu vetoed it out of hand. The government guards lowered their heads and said, a group of Xiao family members watched the Xiao family's young prince take the medicine with their own eyes. Lu Dio's jaw dropped. It was hard to believe that his group of puffing town guards had been out of the cultivator world for too long, and nowadays the cultivator world had changed to the point that it was changing day by day? When is the cultivator so worthless? A pill against years of hard work. That their own hard work to defend the land of a house waiting to break to see me is not a joke. The government guards looked up at their frozen superior and quietly retreated. Han Yu ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the fire avatar and sneaked back into the city, meeting Qiu Susu, who was standing foolishly on the street in a state of disorientation. Qiu Susu seemed to have lost her soul, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Xiao Shui's figure appeared at the street corner, and after seeing Qiu Susu, he gradually walked with a complicated face. A copper coupon and a piece of paper appeared in his hand at the same time. The copper coupon was struck 15 years ago, with the marriage certificate printed on it, and the epistle was a letter of extinction signed by the head of the Xiao family in his own handwriting. 15 years ago the betrothal was made in the name of the family, and 15 years later, it is still in the name of the family that the annulment is made. When Qiu Susu received the copper coupon and the marriage certificate, her face was incredibly complex and her heart was full of mixed feelings. She did get what she wanted, but didn't seem as happy as she thought she would be. The most worshipped eldest brother was still lying half dead, and he didn't seem all that powerful anymore. Brother Xiao. Akisu wanted to say something. Xiao Shui's brow furrowed. He had never loathed a person so much inside, especially since this person had almost become a partner, and every time he thought about it, he wanted to vomit. It's better to be called Mr. Xiao from now on. Xiao Shui interrupted her with a sullen face and walked away without looking back. Qiu Susu could only hold the two things in her hands and stood in place bitterly, smiling harder than crying. Han Yu's heart burst with great joy as he surreptitiously watched the play. This is much more interesting than that bunch of storytellers chopping up demons every day, withdrawing from the opening and ending with a punch in the face. I also wonder if I were to give that woman an elixir to enhance her as well, would it be a strong push for an old favorite or a backlash? Han Yu suddenly had a wicked thought. Would there be a possibility that the two of them could join forces to beat you to death? A voice suddenly asked from behind. That's impossible. Han Yu did not think about it off the top of his head, and a little later froze, turned his head to look at a middle-aged man dressed in a sky blue brocade coat staring at him oddly. Chapter 19 Shoddy version of Hushy Dan. There's a fire at the Xiao mansion. The fire is a side yard. No one lives in the weekdays. Not to mention the preparation of candles and lamps in the compartments should be things, but it is inexplicably ignited. The fire is very big. The whole Xiao house chicken flew dog jumping to run over to put out the fire. After the fire was extinguished with great difficulty, the mansion where Xiao Shui lived collapsed, collapsing with a bang without any warning. And what's worse is that Xiao Shui was sleeping inside. So the gray-headed Xiao family members ran over to the rubble pile to dig for people again with a ghostly cry. After digging the person out, fortunately is just a minor injury, followed by the entire Xiao house is a variety of small conditions frequently. Please come to Xiao Shui treatment of injuries to the doctor. Not to come on the way to break the foot, is just out of the door on the bump through the head. 1 or 2 will be just, but bias is not a doctor can come. And now if you talk about the Xiao Gongzi treatment, The whole city of doctors that is to talk about the color of the tiger. Straight said that the evil not to go. The people of the Shao mansion also gradually came back to their senses. This is obviously not like a coincidence. And they began to associate it with the elixir that Xiao Shui ate. The magical little pharmacist was politely invited back to the government office by the curious Lu Danyu. Lu Dao sits in the hall with his tea in his hand. And underneath the hall, Hanyu sits down with a helpless look on his face. Not even a cup of tea. In addition to the sound of the tea lid grinding from time to time, the hall is quiet. The government soldiers on the side are talking about the Shao mansion. And Hanyu is so dumbfounded by what he's hearing that he hasn't even regained his senses until after the government soldiers go down. After a long time, Lu Dao put down his teacup and looked at him with a complicated face. Have you made a blood feud with the Shao family? When you first heard of Hanyu's elixir, it was as if you saw a Chilua's stunning beauty with her back to you, waiting for you to take a closer look and savor waiting for the beauty to turn around, only to find out that it was the face of a bearded hunk of a man. Simply outrageous. This is what Lu Dao has in his heart at the moment. A Hushi Dan. Half of the front is a beauty, and half of the back is a big man with a beard. But you can't be bloodthirsty. I could have said side effects when I gifted the Dan. Hanyu explained in a small voice with a red face. Lu Dao gave him a blank stare. Muffled. 1 luck for 3 years. Consumed 3 years of chi. That's 9 years of bad luck. You guys are a dare to give. A dare to eat. The thing about chi is that 1 year of chi can make an ordinary person lucky in a year. For cultivators, the strange encounters within this year. Cultivation as if it were a godsend were all a hair's breadth away. The real significance of this is that but anyone who can have some chi is a prerequisite for future accomplishments. No cultivator dares to joke about chi luck. Chi luck is lost. A shipment of 3 years. You will have to suffer 3 years of heavenly punishment. Xiao Shui lost 3 whole years of chi luck. That is 9 years of heavenly punishment. Lu Diyu today is an eye-opener. Originally thought it was necessary to provoke the anger of the people, or blood flow and pestle to hurt the sky and to hurt the luck. Up insights. The original Ida Dan can also be. Hanyu was startled and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine at the thought of 9 years of heavenly wrath. I only thought that it was a matter of a little less chi, but I didn't realize that the consequences of losing 3 years of chi were so terrible. This kind of conscienceless elixir, it's better to bring it out less in the future. Lu Diyu said with a sigh. What do you mean by losing your conscience? Hanyu, ask him if he'll eat the elixir that can break the realm of seeing me? Little Lioli, who had been quiet in her mind, instantly exploded, and directly released a weakened version of Hesidan. The Hushidan, artifact spirit modified version when taken in the Pisan realm. The taker can break through the seeing self realm. Side effect, consumes 1 year of chi. Hanyu touched his nose and asked tentatively, Lord Lu, if there was an elixir that could break through to the seeing me realm, would you want it? Lu Dao's eyes were instantly bloodshot, which really startled Hanyu. Are you serious? Really? It's just that the side effects are rather scary, Hanyu said shyly. Upon hearing the side effects, Lu Diyu slightly regained some sense. He was never an impulsive person. Well, it will consume a year's worth of chi. Hanyu nodded, his face serious. A quarter of an hour later. This kind of harmful elixir, it's better to take it out as little as possible in the future. It's harmful to heaven and earth. Lu Dao continues to admonish Hanyu in a serious manner after sending him to the door. Hanyu froze, then after nodding woodenly, his mind was filled with little Lioli laughing triumphantly. Wang Xianbei and his group had also been harboring in the city and not leaving. It was obvious that this breath was not going to be swallowed. According to his estimation, the elders in the sect should be arriving soon as well. And the thought of being humiliated and harmed at this place made him hate his guts. Zheng Kuei and Xiao Susu, however, had been frowning sadly. In the past few days, eldest brother's temper was getting worse and worse every day, and the two of them had to be scolded for the slightest mishap. Especially Autumn Susu heart more and more bitter. This is the reason why it is so bitter. Before Howell feel big brother everything is good. Hanyu out of the government office, secretly came to the Shao residence want to see with their own eyes side effects is not really so outrageous. Looking for a place in the four no one's place to climb up the wall, just bumped into the head wrapped in gauze Xiao Shui Gongzi in the west side of the mansion. It doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as what Lu Diyu said, and looking at Xiao Shui who seems to be quite laid back, Hanyu thought to himself. Steeply, the mansion walk Xiao Shui suddenly reached out and touched his head, a sticky piece of green in his palm, and then looked up to see that a flying bird was circling in the air. He huffed and tried to go back to freshen up, and only made it up the hallway when a beam fell down towards him. It didn't take long for the Shao mansion to once again chicken out and cry for help. Sure enough, it's bad luck. Hanyu retracted his head and hurriedly jumped down, his heart thumping. He had the guts to eyeball it before. Little Lioli, do you think Mr. Shao can still glean after being so unlucky? There's no problem, No matter how bad the faithful son's luck is, he can't die. We won't take it for nothing. City Gate. A scruffy Taoist slowly and leisurely into the city of Minzhou. A disheveled white hair, face wax yellow face vicissitudes. Do not know how long has not changed the robe hard as a pimple and a burst of rancid flavor. Almost everywhere I went, the crowd rolled their eyes and no one could stand the smell. After he stood on the street corner and looked around, he quickly found his spot. Longxing Inn. Wang Xianbei and his group had been here for 3 days, and Xiao Susu and Zhang Kuei had been worried about his injuries and insisted on going back to heal his wounds, but they were always rejected by him breathlessly. At this time, Zhang Kuei was helping with the pot of medicine on the side, while Xiao Susu was carefully dabbing the medicinal mud to wipe his burned face. Where are the people? The scruffy Taoist appeared in the room without a sound and looked at the three with an expressionless face. Master! The stifled Wang Xianbei was crying like a 100-pound child at the moment. How could it be him? Lu Diyu knew as soon as the dirt Taoist entered the city. At this moment, his face was a bit incredulous, and then his face gradually became gloomy. This is shameless. How could he not know that Wang Xuanbei's trio had been lingering on his turf? But as long as they didn't make trouble, he himself was too lazy to care about him. But this one appeared in an unreasonable manner. A fight between juniors. An old man of the god-prying realm came out to clean up the situation. There's another incident at the Xiao mansion. Han Yu had expected the people to talk about the various bad luck of Duke Xiao again. Yet the people say that a scruffy old Taoist went to the Xiao residence to kill someone. To the entrance of the Xiao mansion. At this moment the inner mansion has fallen a floor of guards. Blood spread all over the entire walkway. Sloppy Taoist feet do not touch the ground to walk in the air. Xiao Susu and Zhang Kuei, two people, carry Wang Xianbei step by step. Xiao Susu stepped on the fresh and hot blood. Several times she wanted to vomit, but she hardened herself to hold it back. She took a wince and stole a glance at the Taoist in front of her before hurriedly lowering her head. Xiao Shuwei was half kneeling on the ground. His chest was already bloody, and his brocade clothes were burned beyond recognition, but he still braced himself to stand up and protect the group of clansmen behind him. The fire attribute divine ability is really wasted on you, the scruffy Taoist said with an expressionless face. Xiao Shuwei was bitter. Just a moment ago, his own fire attribute divine ability was actually beaten back by the other party, and he did not even have the ability to resist a single bit. Why did Elder Deathseeker have to go so far? Lu Diao descended from the sky and looked at Taoist Dirt with a complicated expression. Since you know me, how dare you stop me? After taking his eyes and glancing over, the Dirt Taoist said with a flat face. Taoist seeking death's name was naturally loud. The cultivator world was famous for being brutal and unreasonable, and for doing things without a care in the world. To seek death is not to seek one's own death, but to describe that whenever he does something, he leaves no room for others or for himself. Even though he was facing a god-prying realm powerhouse, Lu Danyu still maintained his nonchalance and said, that day when the disciples under the senior's door went up to the Xiao family to provoke them, I didn't stop them, and when the Xiao family dolls injured the senior's disciples, I didn't stop them either, because it seems to me that in the end it's all about peer-to-peer fights. Lu Diyu sighed and said slowly, why don't I make the decision to have the Xiao family's son apologize to your disciple? And how about ending this matter? Master, I want him to die. Wang Xianbei breathlessly pointed at Xiao Shuwei. Did you hear that? My disciple does not accept apologies, Taoist Deathseeker said coldly after glancing at his disciple. Then I can only tell seniors about the law of the land. Chapter 20, 10 years of luck and half a step beyond. Is this what bad luck feels like? As soon as Lu Diao made his breakthrough, his heart was originally extremely confident, and he dared to look for the death-seeking Taoist to talk about the law of the land, simply because there was only a difference of one realm. But as a result, he was jerked away by his opponent in a single glance. In mid-air, he sees Han Yu, who's slumped against the wall, and smashes into a private house, covering his face in shame. What a strong old slob. Han Yu could see clearly that Taoist Deathseeker had simply waved his hand and sent the man flying. Good opportunity. In this situation, Mr. Xiao definitely wants pills, little Lioli said thievishly. Han Yu rolled his eyes. Are you sure I'll be able to get in there alive to talk shop? Just tell me if you want his fire avatar, right? Little Lioli said in a milky voice. Han Yu gritted his teeth. Then I'll think of something. In the inner courtyard, the death-seeking Taoist came to Xiao Shuwei in front of him with an indifferent expression. A group of Xiao family members were silenced, and only Xiao Shuwei faced it with strong support. His face was miserable. His figure swayed, but his eyes showed determination. Bullying the weak with the strong. You're not much of a superior. Since the beginning of time, the weak have been the strongest, the death-seeking Taoist said as he reached out and lifted the man through the air to grip him in mid-air. A strong sense of suffocation came like a tidal wave. Xiao Shuwei suffocated his face. His arms and legs struggled in vain, gradually feeling powerless. Han Yu watched with great anxiety. just as Lu Dio climbed out of a pile of rubble. An azure brocade robe stained half of his lapel red. After he smiled miserably from his original spot, he once again took to the air and flew his chi towards the inner courtyard. Senior should just stop. With a reprimand, Lu Dio landed beside Xiao Shui and punched out through the air. The invisible hand that imprisoned Xiao Shui instantly disintegrated. After smashing to the ground, Xiao Shui desperately breathed heavily. After walking on the edge of death for a while, he was now looking at the death-seeking Taoist with eyes that could not wait to eat him alive. For the sake of your clan, I'll spare your life. So back off. Taoist Deathseeker frowned as he looked at Lu Dio, who had appeared again. Lu Dio sighed and shook his head. In addition to being a cultivator, I am also a party town guard, so it is really hard to retreat. As soon as the death-seeking Taoist's face turned cold, he no longer intended to show any mercy, and after he took a step forward, an autumn water sword appeared in his hand. Lu Dio, you dare not be careless. Raise the sword to step back. The old road just chopped down out of thin air. A majestic sword gas biting cold. Look at this incoming sword gas. Afraid of the light aftermath can shatter half a mansion. Lu Dio gritted his teeth and first kicked Xiao Shui to pick up the fly. The long blade roared, emitting a buzzing sound, and in the next moment, Lu Dio gritted his teeth and raised his hand to swing the blade. The dragon returns to its head. A blade gas transformed into a green dragon flying, then resolutely rushed over, only to see that the sky was filled with sword gas. The green dragon intertwined with the sword gas was constantly consumed. In just a few breaths, the green dragon was completely disintegrated in a mournful roar. Without the impediment of the green dragon, the sword chi formed a hurricane that continuously tore through the field after completely engulfing Lu Danyu. Under the powerful tearing force, the bricks were scraped up and then crushed, and the surrounding eaves were blown down. Han Yu quietly gropes for Xiao Shui, who was kicked into a corner, and pulls out of the battle circle without looking back. It's you! Xiao Shui saw Han Yu and a longing rose in her heart. Do you have any more elixirs? As long as it allows me to take revenge. I'm not afraid of any side effects. Before Han Yu could say anything, Xiao Shui first grabbed him like a madman and climbed to his feet. I told you that the heaven's destined son needs pills, little Lioli said triumphantly. Are you sure you're not afraid of any side effects? Han Yu confirmed it again and again because little Lioli's elixir this time around scared him even when he saw it. 10 years of Hesperian pill. Take this pill and get the fruits of 10 years of cultivation. Side effect, depletion of 10 years of chi. Are you sure that 10 years of chi luck this Duke Xiao can still live? Plus the 3 years before that. That's 39 years of bad luck. It's pretty much going to be half a lifetime. Little Lioli said in a milky voice. Xiao Gongzi, this kind of being loved by the chi is called the person of heavenly destiny. They are the most unafraid of the chi backlash. At most unlucky, won't die. So this Dan of yours is taking all of his remaining chi at once? Han Yu's face is weird. According to the small Lioli, all the way to sharpen the knife. At this time more than cutting leeks. I'm afraid that leek roots are plucked. The rule of the glazed bottle is that it cannot be plundered out of thin air. Each elixir is born under fair conditions. I'm not taking it. I'm exchanging it. The milky voice retorted in dissatisfaction. Han Yu looked at Xiao Shui at this time and re-asked him. By spending 10 years of your chi fortune, you'll be able to gain 10 years of cultivation in the future. Are you still eating? Xiao Shui stretched out his hand with a calm expression. Eat. As the elixir was swallowed flatly into his stomach, a palpitating fluctuation constantly vibrated with him at the center. What realm is he in? Han Yu sensed an even more terrifying aura than the death-seeking Taoists, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask little Lioli. Half a step beyond. When Xiao Shui opened his eyes again, his entire aura became cold, and he instantly disappeared after nodding towards Han Yu, not even showing any signs of movement. In the inner courtyard, after the hurricane stopped, Lu Danyo's clothes were all shredded, and the whole person seemed to have been soaked in blood. The difference between one realm was surprisingly so heavenly. The old Taoist looked indifferent and blandly swung away another sword. With this sword, Lu Danyu no longer had the strength left to block it again. Enough! With a soft shout, Xiao Shui appeared floatingly as he punched out in the face of the oncoming sword chi. The wind of the fist came out majestically like the waves of the sea, disintegrating the sword chi with just a single touch. How could it be? The old Taoist, who had always been bland, changed color at this moment. How could anyone have such a big difference in cultivation before and after? Xiao Shui looked at the old Taoist with a cold smile on his face. There was a cracking sound, and a large fist suddenly appeared in front of the death-seeking Taoist. In the eyes of the old Taoist, the fist kept enlarging. His face was horrified as he tried to dodge, but he was stunned, and his whole body was as if he was nailed to the spot. How? What's going on? The old Taoist was in a state of panic, and in the next moment, the fist blasted over. Ah! With a miserable cry from the ground, it was seen as if he was hit high into the air like a sandbag. Xiao Shui stood on one side, his eyes glancing slightly coldly as a burning aura continued to rise from him. Drink! For fire dragons instantly appeared from his body and snaked toward the sky above. The old Taoist's face was horrified, and with great difficulty he stood still in midair with a mournful roar. The Ming King does not move. His hands quickly formed seals, his true essence continuously flowing, and a mysterious aura continuously flowed through his body. The fire dragon arrived in the blink of an eye, surrounding him and constantly tearing him, and after only a few moments of persistence, the old Taoist spat blood out of his mouth and broke his immobility. The flames were continuously burning, and only miserable screams could be heard, and after a few moments of effort, a dark and incomparable body ruthlessly slammed to the ground, and also heavily smashed on everyone's nerves. There were jaw-dropping looks all around, especially Wang Xianbei, whose face was incredibly pale. That day, you bullied me and insulted me, and today, you brought people to the Shao family, beat and killed my clan members, and the entire Shao family was destroyed by a large portion. You deserve to die. After resolving the old Taoist, Xiao Shui placed his gaze on the half-dead Wang Xianbei. No, don't, please. Wang Xianbei trembled and opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but he saw a divine fire fall violently, and a fiery man let out a burst of horrifyingly mournful hissing as he struggled. Chapter 21 White Bone Temple? White Moon Temple? Han Yu's body was immersed in a mysterious aura around him, and the glazed bottle in his mind was throbbing with joy. When the chi coalesced to a certain extent, the glazed bottle then swallowed it all in one gulp. Little Luri let out a hiccup in her head, milking her voice like a child who had eaten too much. After the chi was warmed in the glazed bottle for a few moments, Su Su spewed out the Xian Huang Qi from the mouth of the bottle, quickly wrapping the bottle, and then utilizing this Xian Huang Qi to melt itself. What about the fire avatar you mentioned? Han Yu looked greedy and couldn't help but urge. What's the rush? Wait a little longer, little Lioli said in a milky voice. The bottle was gradually saturated after a period of melting, and the remaining Xian Huang Qi was swallowed back by it once again. Pust! Like the last time a fire started in his mind, a cloud of arcane yellow material erupted from the mouth of the bottle, exploding to form a fire even more majestic than the last time. The fire was not only calcining the bottle, it was likewise calcining Han Yu's consciousness, and he and the glazed bottle seemed to have become even closer. As the flames gradually shrunk, they gradually formed a lotus-shaped fire that, try taking it out like you would a potion, little Lioli reminded. Han Yu hurriedly tried to view the flame to take it out, and soon a ball of red flames appeared in the palm of his hand. Han Yu's face darkened. This is the fire aptitude you're talking about. What's the point of this fire enough for? Make a fire for cooking or light a lamp for illumination? There's no such thing as getting something for nothing. You need to practice it. Han Yu's face darkened even more as he gritted his teeth. I can't cultivate it all after eating the life creation pill. So what's the point of me wanting this divine ability? Who says you can't cultivate? Your cultivation is me, little Lioli said with a smile. As long as I get feedback afterward, it will all feed part of it back to you, so that your aptitude will continue to grow stronger. Minzhou City. It had been 2 days since the Shao family's incident, but the heat of the matter continued to climb, and every day there would always be good people standing outside from afar to take a look. Someone saw 2 Tianshui sect disciples dragging a corpse out of Zhao's house one by one that day. If it isn't the little girl who quit the marriage. Someone recognized Autumn Suzuki. With a little thought, someone with a good mind pieced together what had always happened, from the withdrawal to the loss and the killings that followed. Both sides seemed to have died, and no one really both took advantage of the situation. This is inevitably saddening. In the broken walls, Xiao Shui's sullen back stood alone in one place, and now the Shao house is considered to be almost destroyed. Lu Daiyu ferried in and coughed softly. Lord Lu. Xiao Shui cupped his fists and saluted. Lu Danyu had previously protected the Shao family, even if it was just his duty. Xiao Shui was extremely grateful. Lu Danyu today changed into a loose robe. The face is still quite pale. Today's body is convenient to walk around. In reason, he wants to come here to walk around. What are your plans? Lu Daiyu came to his side and asked in a deep voice. Rebuild the Shao family, Xiao Shui said with a bitter smile as he looked around at the collapsed high pavilion courtyard. Lu Daiyu sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Change to a place they can't find. This one can't stay. For the sake of the Shao family or for the sake of Minzhou City, the Tianshui sect had lost the god-prying realm elder, and both sides were already in an undying hatred. And at that time, it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 people who would come, fearing that the entire Tianshui sect would come out in full force. A death-seeking Taoist was still able to force the Shao family to such a point. If the entire Tianshui sect was deployed, the Shao family would surely die. Xiao Shui was silent for a long time before slowly nodding his head and sighing. I understand. I will move tomorrow. What did you pay this time? Before leaving, Lu Daiyu finally asked out of curiosity. Xiao Shui's change that day, as well as the presence of Han Yu, It is not difficult to speculate. It must be Han Yu gave the medicine again. 10 years of chi luck. Xiao Shuwei spoke plainly, but Lu Danyu was sweating from hearing it. 10 years of luck. 30 years of back luck. Lu Danyu light think about it shudder. If he had to back 30 years of bad luck, I guess most of this life sleep is not sleep. Not 30 years. There are 9 years ahead of him, and he lost 13 years of chi. He has 13 years of chi. Lu Danyu instantly reacted and immediately looked at Xiao Shuwei in a different way. To be able to have 13 years of chi, heaven and earth love it. If this isn't lost, won't you be a proper big shot in the future? His eyes became regretful as he looked at Xiao Shuwei. I'm wondering if I should turn around and ask Lord Lu to send a Dan for some more chi. Han Yu smashed his mouth and suddenly remembered Lu Diyu, because Xiao Liuli said that people who could carry great chi luck were rare, usually except for the small portion of people favored by chi luck. The others can only be normal Danmaku feedback. The main one is a thin stream, and the accumulation of a small amount of money. Han Yu is in a hurry to get the stars to start a prairie fire, and instantly hits Lu Diyu with the idea. Let's forget about him. That year's chi luck was still only achieved by backing the dynasty, and now it's been drained. Little Lioli took a tone of disgust and said, on the sheep's intestine path, Han Yu once again lies on the back of a big yellow cow. There is no way. The entire Minzhou province is too difficult to find a horse, but a whole lot of yellow cows. The bull also has the benefit of the bull. Like this difficult to walk on the trail, the bull will walk as if he were walking on all fours on the back of the bull. He is cozy and comfortable very much. He lay back and looked at the sky, gradually seeing the spire, and as time went on, the outline of the spire became clearer, and then the tower was seen. But it is a 9-story tower. Just look at the outside carved beams and painted buildings. The tower will come from the sound of chanting. Turns out it's a treasure temple, and Han Yu loses interest all of a sudden. Just as he was beating on the rope and preparing to turn the bull around, there was a sudden slight movement in his arms. He curiously took out something. It turned out to be the token of the scattered cultivators' self-strengthening sect given by Iin in the beginning, and if he remembered correctly, it seemed to have said that this could also be used to call for help. He took the token and turned it around in all directions, and finally when it pointed at the high-rise tower, it began to throb sharply, and someone actually asked for help. The plea for help from a casual cultivator coming from a temple that was chanting sutras was a bit incongruous no matter how one thought about it. A little further on, a small monastery is close at hand. The place is not big, the east side of the 4 or 5 compartments, the south side of a few small attic, the rest are that 9-story tower. People outside the temple only feel the sound of Brahman incessantly, as if someone is standing in your ear reading you listen to it. White Bone Temple. Han Yu stood in front of the door, looked at the signboard and wondered if his eyes were blurred. Then when he looked again he thought it was White Moon Temple. Is it the White Bone Temple or the White Moon Temple? Standing behind the door, he knocked gently, and was soon answered by a small shaman. When the door opened, a childish little shaman stood in the doorway timidly folding their hands. Greetings, sure master. Han Yu blinked, and now made up a reason and said, Little master, I got lost in this mountain for a moment, and I'm tired and thirsty. Can I come in and ask for a bowl of water to drink and rest for a bit? The little Sanya looked at him and seemed a bit hesitant. You can wait for a moment, I'll go ask the abbot for instructions. The door slammed again when he finished speaking, and the sound of the little shaman running inside could be heard. Han Yu rubbed his nose and stood outside the door waiting. A few moments later, the little shaman opened the door with an apologetic face. The abbot said that this temple is a small temple in the wilderness, and does not treat guests, so you can walk half an hour west of the lower mountain, and there is a farm over there. The door closed again after that. There are still temples that don't treat guests, which is rare. Getting in the door is getting in. There is a natural way not to enter the door. How hard could it be to climb over a wall? Han Yu found an inconspicuous place to roll over and jumped in. All around the quiet peace. Even just now our small shamans have disappeared. Han Yu catapulted himself against the wall towards the tower again. At this time, the Sanskrit sounds were getting louder and louder. At the bottom of the tower, a group of monks of all sizes sat in a circle on their knees, their mouths neatly chanting along with an old monk in the center. The little sannyasin from the party was among them. With a scene like that, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it, but the token in his arms was beating faster and faster. People are in there? Chapter 22, The Path of the Hungry Ghosts. The monks continued to chant for another half hour before calming down with the cessation of the old monk. After the old monk slowly got up, he stepped slowly out of the tower. When a group of monks followed and slowly left, Han Yu rolled over and jumped in, only to see that within the bottom floor, idols of varying sizes were offered. Strange. How is it that the monk's temple is dedicated to something that doesn't look like a Buddha? Han Yu muttered in his heart. Look at the statues of gods with teeth and claws, and even some of them are two-armed and four-eyed images. and some of them are even more hideous, without any half of the meaning of great mercy and great compassion. Outside the door suddenly came a burst of footsteps. Hanyu, carefully hidden, came in a grey-robed monk. See that monk in a double-headed four-armed statue gently pressed. A stone door from the ground slowly opened, revealing a section of steps inside. He then watched as the monk slowly descended the steps, and Hanyu followed with curiosity. There was nothing half so special down the steps, just a long tunnel, and Hanyu walked softly, turning left at the end before seeing 4 dungeons. The monk entered one of the rooms and did not know what he was drumming. It did not take long to see him arching his back and dragging a skeleton out, saying it was a skeleton, but it was not right. It was more like a dry corpse because of the layers of skin still wrapped around the bones, and that dry corpse still had a horrified expression on its face, and its mouth didn't close until it died. It doesn't seem to have been dead for long. How can you be so heavy when you're so dead? The monk was sweating profusely and cursed under his breath. Need a hand? A voice sounded behind him, and the monk's face was surprised as he got up and turned around to see a large fist coming at him. Bump! Just one punch sent him to his cell to live and die. Isn't it mundane? There was a rush of voices from a cell off to the side. Hanyu walked up. The 4th cell held a square-faced man with thick eyebrows. Obviously Hanyu's arrival also startled him. The man looked Hanyu up and down with a surprised expression and said, "Who are you?" Hearing the mundane people in the man's mouth, Hanyu knows that it's a string and their group can't run away. That's how this group of people are all so unlucky. Every time they run into each other they're either captured or trapped. Hanyu felt amused and raised the token in his hand, saying, "The person who saved you." The man read the token. His heart dawned on him, and he smiled bitterly and said, "I sent the signal because I was originally asking for help from another companion, but I didn't realize it was a newcomer recruited by one string." After Hanyu broke open the cell door with a punch, he saw that the man didn't move. "Can you give me a hand? I've been put under a spell. All my true essence and actions are trapped. I can't move for a while," the man said with an embarrassed look on his face. After Hanyu hitches a ride on the person, he directly backs up and strides out. "I'm the cousin of the self-empowerment clan." The man was blushing to give his name in this situation. Hanyu thought about it and left his nickname as well. "I'm the pharmacist." After exiting the cell, a sinister laugh came from his cousin. His face suddenly changed. "Are you sure you can break out? I'm afraid it's not going to be a good idea." Hanyu's figure lurched, suddenly sighed, and said, for an old monk stood silently in the canopies, his eyes raised in silence. Cousin watched with shortness of breath and kept urging, "Don't engage. This old bald donkey is a bit weird, like Buddha but not Buddha. All his methods are very insidious. Run towards the passage at the back." Yikes! This person has such a heavy aura of death on him. Little Lioli, who had been silent in her mind for a long time, suddenly opened her mouth. "You have to be careful. Oh, this monk's cultivation isn't high, but it seems unusual," little Lioli cautioned. Hanyu's heart flinched as he looked up, and the old monk's ancient, unperturbed face suddenly ripped into a strange smile. A sweaty feeling rose from within. The evil guest has been peeking at the door for a long time, but it turns out that he wants to save someone, so why don't we stay together? After the old monk finished speaking, he put his hands together and suddenly the Sanskrit sound curled up. "Don't listen. That's how I got my true essence suppressed. Escape first," cousin yelled in a hurry. "Hanyu has a weird face? Suppressing true essence? Luckily, I don't have the cultivation to let him suppress, and after my heart was a little bit settled, I exerted my feet and directly shot out like an arrow out of the string." When the old monk saw that the Brahma sound was useless, his face was stunned for a few moments, but then he immediately folded his hands and recited the scriptures again. An eerie sound came from the void, and Hanyu looked back, startled. A picture of hell was gradually outlined in the void, and tired white bones were constantly struggling to get up in the picture, as if they wanted to climb out. "This old monk holds the path of the hungry ghosts. This is divine power. Don't look. Don't turn around." Cousin's face changed, and though he had not yet turned back, he seemed to guess the things that were going on behind him, and hastened to show warning and caution. Hanyu hastily closed his eyes and kept darting down the tunnel. "Jump on it," cousin in the ear hastily urged. Hanyu ran all the way to the end. There is no road ahead. Look up but can see some bright light. The end of this turned out to be down a well. "Hurry," cousin urged. Hanyu bent his knees on his back and jumped up hard with the strength of his flesh. The environment above opened up, and just after stepping onto the ground, Hanyu's heart was just about to sigh in relief, but he froze slightly. "I thought that the well led straight outside, but I didn't realize that I was in an environment with smooth polished stone walls on all sides, surrounded by empty space except for a stone bed, and a dome of black masonry. This is the crypt. Don't stop, keep running." Unexpectedly, my cousin suddenly opened his mouth to urge. Hanyu is now full of questions. One moment he's captured at the temple, the next he's escaped to the tomb. Explain when it's safe. Cousin continued to press. Right at this moment, an insect chirping sound came, and soon Hanyu's cold sweat came out. A swarm of red unidentified bugs darted into the room. This stuff is highly poisonous. You can't get bitten. And there's a high platform to the right out the door where the bugs can't get up, Cousin shouted with a pale face. When the first batch of bugs have surged to the soles of the feet, Hanyu dare not bet on his own flesh to not carry poison, and hastened to leap, just landed on the ground under the feet of a green pulp, but the person did not dare to stop, all the way to run out. Cousin said the high platform is actually a horizontal and vertical 7 feet wide trapezoidal stone platform. The stone platform around the construction of an encircling 1 foot wide artificial river. Hanyu was the first to leap over the red bugs can only catch up to guard the bank constantly hissing. After putting his cousin down, Hanyu also collapsed in exhaustion and gasped. I said what the hell is going on here? Cousin smiled bitterly. That's a long story. I stole a diagram of a crypt mechanism I helped design years ago from the elders in my family, and I wanted to come in and learn about it. Cousin's first sentence let Hanyu's face odd to the extreme. Always only heard of into the grave stealing. This learning essay quite a new idea. In his cousin's narrative it was probably that there was a Buddhist senior in the cultivator world many years ago who had approached the elders of his cousin's family for help in designing the tomb before he passed away. And then years later his cousin stole the drawings and felt his way in. As a result of learning the art, he was trapped back in the tomb, and later found a dry well in one of the burial chambers. And even more unexpected to him was that the well was empty underneath. So the cousin went down the well with the intention of trying it, and got caught behind it. Cousin's face was ugly. The well should have been dug through from the outside to come in after the predecessor had passed away and entered the coffin, and the one who could accurately dig there, apart from the people of our family, is the disciple of the predecessor. Then why did the old monk arrest you? Hanyu asked curiously. Because I bumped into his practice. That day I went down the well all the way to the dungeon and saw him practicing the hungry ghost Tao avatar, hardening 5 people and sucking them into dry corpses. According to the old monk's age, I think he should be a disciple of that high person. And I'm afraid that building a temple next to his grave is just for the purpose of digging a private grave passage to steal the hungry ghost path cultivation method. Hanyu stared at the passageway in the direction of the wellhead for a while, but he was a bit worried. That old monk won't suddenly jump out. Cousin shook his head. The hungry ghost Tao is supposed to feed divine power with one's own essence blood. That old bald donkey has taken the evil path and has fallen into the devil's way. This is the place where the high priests have come to pass away. He has come here once, surely he also knows that there are the high priest's relics here. And he definitely wouldn't dare to come back again after cultivating the hungry ghost Tao. Hanyu sighed. But we don't dare go back down. Unless. The two flashed their eyes and said in unison. Let's take the Sherpa down there. Chapter 23, The Sherpa. Indeed, as my cousin said, the old monk did not dare to catch up at all. After resting for a long time, his cousin gradually regained his actions, and he hurriedly sat down on his knees to meditate for a few moments before slowly exhaling a cloudy breath. Finally, I can move. After all of his cultivation was restored, he couldn't help but shake his stiff arms and legs before he once again gratefully clasped his fists. It's really thanks to you for rescuing me. Hanyu waved his hand and laughed. It's just coincidental. Let's just figure out how to get the Sherpa out first. It's not hard to take the Sherpa. Cousin confidently pulled out a bunch of iron pieces from his arms, and with both hands running as if they were flying under Hanyu's incredulous gaze, he soon pieced together a black iron bone umbrella. What is the use of this? Hanyu looked at the black umbrella and asked curiously. Cousin touched the umbrella bone and smiled faintly. This is what I developed to specifically break the mechanism designed by my family. Undeniably, the people inside this self-enhancement sect were more or less a bit problematic. One was looking for wherever something went wrong and still liked to run around. And there was also this one who was enthusiastic about deciphering the organs designed by his own family. The two of them jumped off the platform and jumped back to the end of the artificial river. And just before they landed there was a large wave of red bugs coming in. This time, his cousin was much more calm, opening the black iron bone umbrella before greeting Hanyu as he approached. The tide of insects seemed to have run into a natural enemy, trembling and crouching motionless since the opening of the iron bone umbrella. Cousin explained, pointing with interest to the red bugs on the floor. This thing is called poison scorpion tail. The name was given by my great-grandfather, and it was also cultivated by our family. If you drill the tomb of any great power in the future and run into this thing, it is guaranteed to be the tomb designed by our family. And they like to put this boring thing into the tomb the most. Hanyu suddenly feels shocked. This family what comes? Listening to the words outside the meaning. The tomb of the mighty, or more than half of them handled the appearance. I've always thought the bugs were useless, and that they would act like this as soon as they encountered the smell of a natural enemy. But the family never adopted my idea. Cousin ugs and sighs. Why do cultivated bugs have natural enemies? Hanyu asked curiously. They always thought the bug was good. so I bred its natural enemies. It's kind of a real loser, specializing in cracking all kinds of organs in your own house. Hanyu secretly bellyached in his heart. Passing by the stone room with the well, Hanyu glanced from afar. The mouth of the well was quiet, but who knew if an old bald man would jump out? The two continued to walk straight after walking a few dozen meters. The cousins suddenly stopped. The intersection ahead of the middle of a statue of a dragon head, dragon whiskers flying, bloody mouth wide open image. Cousin once again braced his umbrella and took 2 steps forward, and the dragon's mouth snapped out a searing breath, a flame erupting instantly. The fire snakes were absorbed one by one after they pounded on the umbrella surface. And what's more, the 2 people standing behind the umbrella didn't even feel a trace of high temperature. And cousin even managed to turn around and smile. This organ is general. In fact, it is also a fire-breathing device stuffed with a spirit stone. After sensing the grave robbers, it releases high-temperature flames. If you break in hard, you can also pass. Just take off layers of skin. Though his cousin speaks lightly, Hanyu secretly cries out in admiration. He has never heard of spiritual stones planting spiritual medicines, but this is the first time he has seen spiritual stones cooperating with organ techniques. The 2 men hid behind the umbrella and moved forward, and sure enough, after a certain area, the dragon's head stopped spewing fire, and a few moments further on, they saw that the dome of the passageway was covered with small, densely packed holes. This is the killing trick. As long as you step in, the top will spray etching water. This thing iron can melt. If a person in the inside of a whole bath, even save the coffin. Cousin looked up and explained to the little holes. Hanyu instantly dared not be careless and hastily leaned in a bit tighter as the 2 of them slowly walked in step by step. As soon as he stepped into the area, the top really began to spray etching water, as if it was a heavy rain, constantly pounding on the umbrella surface. The strange thing was that the umbrella surface was unharmed after coming into contact with the etching water. Let's walk faster or we won't have an umbrella to protect our feet when there's too much water. Cousin turned his head in warning, and the 2 nodded in silent agreement before their pace quickened and they hurried across the etched waterway. Looking back at the impermeable rain curtain, Hanyu was staggered in his heart. First the poisonous insects, then the firewall, then the etched water. How much did the old monk pay to charge in hard in the first place? Ahead was the end of the road, and over there was a stone door, which cousin closed his umbrella on first, striding forward, and then pushed open with one hand. As the stone door opened, a wave of dust shook and choked the 2 for a while, and when the dust dispersed, Hanyu turned his eyes toward the inside. Inside the stone door is a very large room, the size of the White Bone Temple, the left side of the wall against the display of many boxes. It should be the burial goods. I do not know a generation of senior monks, but also high-ranking cultivators. Burial goods will have what? Cousin seemed to shy away from the burial artifacts, and instead became enamored with the mural on the right. Hanyu followed his gaze and only felt a trance in his mind. Then his face changed. It could even affect one's mind. A picture of white bones engraved on the mural. A pile of white bones in a twisted and cluttered space, where there is nothing. A group of white bone skeletons are eating each other. That's the most valuable thing here. The Hungry Ghost Road viewing chart. Cousin pointed to the mural and smiled. I think the old monk had come in for this visualization picture in the first place. Hanyu was aghast in his heart. Just the murals had such power. How powerful would it be if the avatar had come to fruition? As long as your mind contemplates this diagram at all times, when the sea of consciousness is topped with this hungry ghost diagram, you can start cultivating it, and when it is greatly accomplished, it can be counted as a divine ability. Do you want to try it? Cousin suddenly suggested. Hanyu froze, seemingly somewhat moved. To try, little Lioli's voice rang in his head. Try it and pass away. If visualization was considered cultivation, wouldn't one die violently on the spot? Hanyu's face darkened as he responded in his mind. Cousin lost interest after a while and turned his head away from it. Hanyu is curious and asks, why don't you learn? Cousin waved his hand gently and said, there's another copy of this stuff at home that was drawn by a predecessor's own hand. Besides, if one cultivates this without a compassionate heart for others, one will end up similar to the old monk, falling into the devil's path. Hanyu can't help but be curiously curious about his cousin's background, the endless layers of organ techniques, and all sorts of handy secret insights. Both seem to be disinterested in the koan diagrams, when in fact just one line of compassion would have kept the vast majority of people out. In the center of the room, instead of a coffin, a stone bed was placed, with a skeleton on the bed maintaining a cross-legged meditation position. 2 people walked forward. See that the skeleton in a yellowish monk's robe is slightly rising light. Must be the light of the relics. Ho, 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 ho. At this moment an elixir was suddenly spat out in his mind by the glazed bottle. Hanyu's face was odd, secretly inclining his head to communicate secretly. What are you doing? Why are you spitting Dan for no reason? The little glaze's aggravated voice came out and said, "It wasn't me." The glazed bottle sprayed itself. It seems to be having thoughts about the Sherpa. This is getting more and more outrageous. Since gleaned 13 years of chi luck of Xiaogonzi, the bottle out of a vessel spirit is even so. Even the bottle also began to have their own ideas. Pill of muscle strengthening and bone strengthening. The person who takes the pill gains a strong body. Side effects, no self-control in the face of food. Will have the urge to eat. Hanyu looked at the elixir and was confused. Dare I say that in the eyes of the glazed bottle, this skeleton frame is malnourished and the potion is truly outrageous as always. Hanyu wanted to go get the relics, but his cousin stopped him and shook his head, saying, "This is a former friend of the family, so I'll get it." After saying that he was facing the skeleton on the bed and slowly made a bow, and said softly under his breath, "The descendant of the deceased friend came to nag. Today there is a difficulty, and borrow the elder's relics for a use. Worship 3 times after the cousin then got up and walked towards the skeleton, gently lifted up the monk's robe and probed into it, and soon took out a faint fluorescence, shaped like a quail's egg. It looks like stone but not stone, jade but not jade, and after holding it in his hand for a moment, his cousin hands him over to Hanyu. In the dungeon see you quite fast. A moment to go down. I am responsible for the main attack with the organ art. You wait for the opportunity to wait. As soon as there is an opportunity to the Sherpa to that old bald donkey on the body can be hit. Cousin only thought that Hanyu's cultivation level was low, so he took the initiative to take the frontal baiting position. As soon as the sherry sun entered his hand, the glazed bottle in his mind leaped and seemed to want to come out of his body. Hanyu's color changed, and he hurriedly shouted in his mind toward little Lioli, "Hold it down for me." Chapter 24 Hanyu battles Shura. At this time, the glazed bottle could not come out to add to the chaos, and little Lioli used the authority of the artifact spirit to suppress the bottle in a raw manner. What's all this nonsense? Aren't you two supposed to be one? Now you can still have your own thoughts. The little glaze also said in a helpless milky voice. It's its instinct to devour, not an idea. Cousin Side had already opened his umbrella again and greeted him, and Hanyu hurried back to follow. After passing through the eroded waterway and the fire escape once more, the two men once more came to that chamber. This time the poisonous scorpion tail is much smarter. Old Faraway smelled the umbrella coated above the smell of natural enemies. Presses close to not even dare to approach. Cousin was sitting next to the well at the moment, redismantling all of the iron bone umbrellas, and then dumping out all of the remaining pieces of iron in his arms. Hands flew deftly. A piece of iron was pieced together and soon had an outline, and after a few more moments, a black short sword was pieced together. Then the piecing continued, and when the iron pieces ran out, the other two were hastily cobbled out. In a moment, I won't be able to distract myself and will need to control the 3 flying swords to fight the old bald donkey head on, so you have to be more careful on your own. Cousin instructed with a serious face after putting away his fly sword. After Hanyu also nodded solemnly, his cousin jumped down the well first. After walking straight towards the circuit for a few moments, he once again came to the dungeon location, and the dungeon scene at this time couldn't help but make the two of them change color. The canal outside the cell was strewn with fallen dry corpses, an estimated 30 or so, all monks by their attire, each retaining the color of fear from their lives. Hanyu recognized the face of one of the young sannyasins and said with a grim expression, "This old bald donkey actually killed all the monks in his own temple." Cousin also had a gloomy face, nodded and sighed. It should have taken a living person to cultivate the hungry ghost Dao and was crashed, not intending to stay here, and now it's just going to be far away if it kills both of us again. That's right. A guttural voice echoed through the tunnel. An old monk drifted, slowly walking from the depths. Is not the two-mouth yelling old bald donkey it? Cousin looked at the old monk and suddenly spoke. I remember when Senior came to the house. He followed a big monk named Xianin. It should be you, the old bald donkey. No. Xianin looked up at his cousin with some surprise. I didn't expect it to be a descendant of a deceased person. Cousin interrupted and snorted. You are not worthy to claim your family as an old friend. You have deceived your master, stolen your own master's grave, and taken a living person to cultivate your divine powers. Xianin seemed to have been poked to the sore spot. Her emotions flared up all of a sudden, and she droned in a low voice. What's wrong with me? I'm his only disciple, and he never passed on the hungry ghost Dao cultivation method to me, so if he doesn't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Cousin seemed to be deliberately provoking him, sneering, because he knew you were not right in heart. The hungry ghost Tao cultivation method still left a copy in my home to eat dust. The senior instructed to help find a successor, just not to give it to you. Are you angry or not? These words as if a knife is deep into the heart of Xianin. Would rather put to eat dust not to give you. The mind has been constantly echoing this sentence, for a time as if bewitched. After his cousin gave a wink, Hanyu understood, and 3 black short swords shot out at the same time, stabbing at Xianyin's head. chest, and lower in position respectively. How dare you? When Xianyin reacted, the short sword was already in front of her, and she hurriedly put her hands together, and a golden light emerged. Dang! 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 After 3 collisions, Xianyin was unharmed, and his cousin looked regretful that he had come so close. Xianyin had already been angered. The Buddhist trumpet continued. The sound of Brahman curled up. A hungry ghost map appeared behind it, and a skeleton hissed as it crawled out of the map. Cousin's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly recalled his flying sword. Dozens of skeletons surged over madly, and for a while the ghosts cried out and the gloomy wind gusted. Hanyu took the Sherpa has been waiting for the opportunity to move, but the old monk half a crack does not give. Cousin won against dozens of skeletons gradually unsupportable. In an instant, 3 flying swords were several skeletons a one to hold. Cousin in critical condition. Seeing the skeletons coming in like a tidal wave, they were only going to be devoured in an instant. Cousin's face was pale and desperate. In the end, he had underestimated the old bald ass. A skeleton grabbed first, and the moment it was about to probe into his cousin's chest, it suddenly stalled. Hanyu's figure penetrated from behind the skeleton, and with a blast, the skeleton was actually broken into pieces. After hastily saving his cousin, a wave of skeletons came behind him. Be careful. This group of skeletons can beat up divine souls and suck essence blood. Cousin covered his wildly beating heart and quickly opened his mouth to remind him. After Hanyu nodded, he charged head-on, throwing out his fists with vigor. Hearing gusts of explosions as a skeleton continued to scatter and crack. Clang! 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 Hanyu's back was hit 3 times in a row, and when he turned around violently, it was 3 skeletons holding bone knives that were slashing away. In a flash, Hanyu grimaced in pain. What a perverted skeleton! It hurt so much to hit. What a perverted fleshly body. It even hardened itself to carry the Hungry Ghost Dao's Hungry Ghost attack. Cousin's jaw dropped behind him. All of this was naturally unknown to Hanyu, who clenched his fists in annoyance and exploded these 3 sneak attackers first. The skeletons seemed endless, and even though white bones were flying all around Hanyu, they never decreased. Hanyu, on the other hand, was grimacing while continuously slapping away a skeleton. No! This group of hungry ghosts are created by the Avatar and are endless. We have to break the source first. Cousin saw the doorway and quickly shouted at the top of his voice. Hanyu was carrying a skeleton's leg and was using it to sweep across the 4 directions. When he heard this, he immediately glanced towards the old monk. That Xianyin had his hands clasped together, and behind him, the hungry ghost diagram was constantly surging up with a skeleton. At that moment, the heart of the ruthless, a throw away the hands of the skeleton smashed down around a piece of the foot force a little. Instantly shot out. Xianyin heard the sound of the wind and thunder, only to see Hanyu surging to, at that moment hastily backed up, hid behind the hungry ghost's map. Hanyu kicked away the several skeletons that had just come out of the diagram and arrived in front of the hungry ghost diagram, and the Sherpa in his hand shone fiercely while Xianyin's face changed drastically. You took the Sherpa. Xianyin's face was somber as she looked at the glittering fist in Hanyu's hand. Break! With a soft shout, Hanyu's right hand came out with a heavy punch with the Sherpa on the hungry ghost diagram, and in an instant, the ghosts cried out. The skeletons and hungry ghosts were as if they had met a terrifying heavenly enemy, wailing mournfully and wailing continuously, and the hungry ghost diagram began to dissolve after being illuminated by the light of the Sherpa, and at the same time, Xianyin was struck by lightning around his body, and a mouthful of black blood was instantly spat out. The raging tide of skeletons disappeared without leaving a trace, and Xianyin half-kneeled on the ground with an ashen face. He's so biased that he'd rather leave a shekel to hamstring me than trust me, Xianyin said with a bitter, miserable face. A great joke. If it wasn't for your heart's wrongdoing, how could Senior Sherpa have injured you in the slightest? Cousin came up with a hijacked look on his face, and uttered a chortle. Xianyin's miserable face gradually became hideous. He is too biased. He thinks he is compassionate, but he has no compassion for me. I want you all to die. An eerie fluctuation came out from him. His face gradually withered. Just a few blinks of an eye was like a piece of tree bark, followed by his neck. His hands, gradually obscure and dry. He's sacrificing. Cousin yelled in horror, pulling Hanyu backward continuously. A new map of hungry ghosts reappeared, but instead of countless hungry ghosts, there was only a twisted, blank expanse of barren land. A heavy voice continued to resonate across the land, each step heavy. Gradually a pair of blue bare feet appeared in the hungry ghost picture, as if coming from a distance. By the time a blue silhouette fully appeared, Cousin's face instantly paled. How dare you sacrifice Shura? Cousin yelled at the top of his lungs. Xianyin rasped, making a sound like a broken bellows. I'm going to drag you guys along with me to the funeral. The blue silhouette, with a human head but only a single eye on his brow, and a stout figure, holding a huge curved sword in his hand, slowly walked out from the figure. As soon as Cultivator appeared, he turned his head to look at Xianyin, sneering out, revealing a mouthful of fine teeth, and with just a gentle inhale, Xianyin was transformed into a pile of withered powder. Hanyu sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but feel a little jittery. Chewing sounds continued to resound as Xiao Luo looked as if he was savoring a delicacy with a pleasurable expression, and only after he finally swallowed it did he look towards Hanyu and the two of them with a greedy expression. Eat! Xiao Luo let out a brief cry, his large sword swiftly slashing towards Hanyu, the wind of the blade already rushing in before the blade arrived. Hanyu's clothes were blown and grinned, and the cold blade was instantly at hand, a dodge narrowly avoided. Another knife quickly slashed Shura's bulky figure, but has a strange and incomparable speed of swinging the knife. Hanyu could only wolfishly passively hide. Think of something. Cousin's face was clouded with uncertainty, and after sniffing, he hastily drew back, and the three short swords were disassembled by him quickly, and then assembled again quickly with respect to a large pile of iron pieces. Shura's blade was getting faster and faster, and Hanyu made a wrong turn, but was still a hair too late, and a blade cut into his waist. The intense pain caused Hanyu to nearly scream out, and then he looked at his bloody waist, which had already turned over and was covered in blood. Hanyu was shocked that his fleshly body of one armor couldn't carry Shura's slash. Don't get cut by it. The Shura blade specializes in breaking flesh. Cousin shouted behind him for a moment, then threw out the huge sword in his hand. Use this. As the huge black sword entered his hand, Hanyu's heart was certain, and he couldn't help but squeeze the hilt tightly as the Xiao Luo sword once again slashed, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder. Hanyu surged forward with his sword in both hands, and the one man and one Shura mingled to a standstill. The difference in strength between the two sides was still too great, and a few exchanges had shaken his tiger's mouth. Little Lioli hurriedly voiced a reminder. Shura is afraid of fire. Use fire. Hanyu understood and spread out his free left hand, a stream of scorching fire coalescing in his palm before wiping it toward the sword. Instantly attaching the flame to the sword, the two of them engaged in battle again, and Shura was truly afraid of flames, and began to be pressed by Hanyu step by step. Suck! Shura looked at the ants in front of him with annoyance and suddenly roared. A powerful suction felt like it was going to suck out the soul, and the glazed bottle in his head shook. Little Lioli let out a chirp. Set! The glazed bottle instantly stabilized. Including Hanyu was also much better. Whether or not a Sherpa would be of any use to it. Hanyu looked at the bloody mouth and suddenly asked. Yes, but into its stomach. Little Luri spoke up. Isn't that ready-made? Release the control of the glazed bottle and let me pass. Only feeling his body loosening up, the suction force stirred him up again. Hanyu squeezed the Sherpa tightly in one hand, and instead of retreating, he advanced to meet him. Seeing that the bloody mouth was right in front of him, Hanyu didn't hesitate to fling out his Sherpa, and in the powerful suction, the Sherpa directly disappeared into the Shura's mouth. Fire! The fire was summoned, and Hanyu didn't think twice about gluing it in with one hand against the large mouth. Seemingly violently hurt, Shura's body gave a lurch and tried to spit out the shekels. How could Hanyu give it the chance to do so? A vertical leap, feeding it a fire and then covering its mouth with a deadly grip. Shura's eyes were wide, struggling to death. Putting down the Shura sword in his hand to tear it, Hanyu likewise put down his huge sword and covered Shura's big mouth with both hands, just not letting him open it. One person and one monster began to roll and then physically fight. A huge force bombarded Hanyu's back, and Hanyu never let go. The scent of burning gradually wafted away, starting with Shura's abdomen. It soon cracked open a slit, which grew wider and wider, and finally rushed to his head. Die! Shura cried out ruefully, and the hand that tried to blast suddenly dropped as the fire instantly enveloped it. Hanyu collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, panting heavily. The fire just burned for a moment with the dissipation of the Shura and gradually die out. In the end, Shura is just a product of the avatar of sacrifice. There is no real entity. When it collapsed, naturally, that is, the avatar was broken. Chapter 25 Obtaining the Avatar of the Hungry Ghost Path. The 9-story tower collapsed with a bang, stirring up rolling dust and smoke, and Hanyu stood outside the White Bone Temple, sighing as he looked at the broken walls after the dust and smoke cleared. After the two hurried out of the tower, the cousin suddenly had to turn back in. Underground passages are always a hidden danger, and I'm afraid that if someone follows the passage and enters the tomb again, it would be better to destroy it. After that, my cousin went in, and it wasn't long before the tower collapsed. Hanyu stood outside the temple and waited quietly, the voice of little Lioli in his head twittering non-stop. Hanyu, the bottle is acting up again. Why don't we just give it to it? The glaze in his head shook and did look a bit like a spilled child. How can I give it? It's someone else's. How will I pay it back then? Hanyu categorically refused, for fear of the bottle as a demon. You do not feel comfortable pulling out of his arms and holding tightly in his hands. Who knows not to take okay? A hand after the glazed bottle suddenly jumped up. Bottle mouth upside down. Issued a suction. It seemed like a whatchamacallit had been sucked into the mouth of the bottle, and Hanyu's tightly squeezed hand suddenly felt like something was missing. So he hurriedly spread it out and stared dumbfounded at the empty palm of his hand. Why are you holding it in your hand? Don't you know that you can use your hand to take Dan through the air, and it can also take in what you're holding through the air? Little Lioli said gloatingly. Hurry up and make it spit it out for me. Hurry up. I have to return it to someone else later. Hanyu's heart was in a great hurry, and he hurriedly urged the little artifact spirit. Impossible. It'll be lucky to give you a crumb from what it's eaten. The little glaze was milky and seemed happy. After the glazed bottle swallowed the relics, it finally subsided, and a cloud rose from the mouth of the bottle, converging on the top of its head and then dazzling, and a blazing fire suddenly appeared at the bottom of the bottle, and then continuously calcined. A golden rain began to drip from the clouds, pouncing on the bottle and the blazing fire, and all of a sudden, the flames became even more raging, and the bottle began to launch a faint glow. After calcining for a quarter of an hour, the clouds stopped dripping rain. The fire also gradually receded. The glazed bottle shimmering light bloomed again after returning to the original appearance. Ho, 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 ho. At the mouth of the bottle, the glazer spat out something in extreme disgust. A quail egg-sized stone rolled a few circles after the immobility. Hanyu face black and black reached out to ingest. Originally light jade with fluorescence of the Sherpa, now gray and white one. The color is dull, as if an ordinary broken stone. You guys are just going to eat it up and give me back my garbage, aren't you? Hanyu huffed and said in his head. Little Lioli even hiccuped a few times. No wonder it has not been stopped just now. It turns out that the bottle ate is also equal to it. Simply woefully inadequate. Hanyu, you ate it too. You had a share. Little Lioli retorted in dissatisfaction. Where did I eat? Hanyu blackened his face and was about to retort when the clouds in his mind shivered and steeply swept down to the ground to transform into a gigantic hungry ghost road visualization. Xian Yin's hungry ghost diagram still only depicted a group of hungry ghosts, while the hungry ghost diagram in his mind could be described as a mountain of people, almost impossible to see the edge, which was like a true purgatory scene. I didn't realize that the edges of the Sherpa were actually the hungry ghost path practiced by the high priests. You've got one more complete aptitude now. Little Lioli shouted happily. Hanyu instantly had an odd, tangled, bitter smile on his face. This damn, really have a share in it too. How can I explain this to my cousin? On the other hand, from outside the wreckage of the tower, cousin walked out with a gray head, catching up quickly upon seeing Hanyu. Ahem. Originally, I just wanted to blow up the wellhead and the dungeon, but I accidentally blew up the foundation of the tower as well, and it almost didn't crush me to death, cousin said with an embarrassed face. Hanyu also looked embarrassed, wanting to speak, but finally sighed and spread out his palm, revealing the stone-like object. I'm sorry, that Sherpa seems to be broken by me. Cousin stretched his head over to look at it for a few moments, but his face didn't change in any way. He just muttered, it's the Buddha nature all over. If you like it you'll keep it as a souvenir. He didn't show too much emotion towards Sheridan, and Hanyu instead felt more than a little embarrassed. After the two of them talked and laughed for a few more moments, cousin steeply slapped his forehead and let out a sharp cry with an expression that almost startled Hanyu. Almost forgot the mundane. He looks at Hanyu and explains that 5 days ago he made an appointment with the mundanes at Hidden Moon Peak to visit the tomb together, and 2 days ago he was supposed to be there, but didn't. Then cousin couldn't wait so he went into the tomb on his own, and then he was captured when he went into the dungeon after being trapped in the burial mound. Could it be just a delay? Hanyu asked with a light smile. Cousin, however, shook his head with a grave expression and said, he has always been punctual. Furthermore, at that time he was only going into Hidden Moon Peak to collect medicines, so unless something had happened, he would not have been late for as long as 2 days. Hanyu also tightened his smile as his cousin drummed in his arms for a while, then took out a small, four-sided wooden box. The wooden box suddenly grew larger as it was thrown to the ground, and then the box gradually opened, containing various small pieces of iron that seemed to be of the same texture as the ones cousin had taken out earlier. At this time cousin squatted down and began to put it together. Just 2/4 of an hour's work. A 2-meter-high iron bird was put together by him. Hanyu looked odd, only finding the strange bird quite interesting. This is the iron kite. I drummed it up, loaded with spirit stones, and it can fly. It's faster and longer lasting than a flying sword. The disadvantage is that it's not sturdy enough to be used when escaping. Cousin patted iron kite and introduced himself. The introduction of also being fast and long lasting made Hanyu's eyes light up. His constant hard-on was that he couldn't fly, and it seemed like this iron kite would allow him to experience the feeling of flying at high altitude as well. Then I'll take my first step. Cousin jumped up after stuffing a small spirit stone into Iron Kite's stomach, waving his hand towards Hanyu and saying, "There's nothing to do around here, so why don't I tag along?" Cousin was just about to fly up when Hanyu suddenly stopped and said, after the two of them sat together on the Iron Kite, a pair of 2-meter-long iron wings stretched out, and with just a gentle gust of wings, they instantly rushed up high into the sky. Hanyu's heart was slightly agitated. This was the first time he had gone up to the sky. The suffering of a pure cultivator, no one could understand. Beneath the Iron Kite, the landscape flashed by constantly, a powerful wind blowing him in a good mood. At this time, little Lioli's ill-timed voice laughed out loud in his head. "Hanyu, you've lost your second cow as well. Dry." Hanyu's face instantly darkens as he slaps his forehead in the mold of his cousin, only focusing on the experience and forgetting about his own cow. Another big yellow cow leaves itself. Lu Danyu today is quite a bit of annoyance. As he expected that, Tianxue Zong really came in force to ask for punishment. A few elders with 100 or so disciples directly into the city of Minzhou, the momentum directly on the Shao house. Fortunately is the previous Lu Diyu's reminder. At this time, when the Tianxue sect a group of people waited until the time, this place is only left with broken walls, and the Shao family members have long since been empty. A certain elder, who had been disappointed, became enraged and found the local town guardian, Lu Danyu. "It's going to rain when it's going to rain, so what's it to me if people want to move?" Lu Diyu responded in a salty manner. "The disciples of my clan report that you were present that day," that elder said in annoyance. Lu Dio still had a light tone. "I'm a government guard. Someone is causing trouble, and it's in accordance with the law of the land for me to step in. I hear there's a little medicine man in the mix who keeps stirring things up?" Elder nonchalantly asked again. Lu Diyu shook his head, claiming only that he hadn't seen it and wasn't sure. "Are you really not sure, or are you deliberately harboring it, trying to go against my Tianxue sect?" That elder took a scrutinizing look and kept surveying and said in a threatening tone. Lu Dio gradually also had a fire. Cold voice hummed, "If you want to take the clan to say things, why don't I write a letter to go back to the clan to ask if I'm afraid of your Tianxue sect?" That elder's face was cloudy, but he didn't dare to go overboard again, and in the end, he could only wriggle his head and leave in anger. A group of people came and went in style. It seems that the Tianxue sect has also set their eyes on the little pill master, and it seems that they have moved on to pills. Lu Dio muttered, looking at the sunset with his hands folded. "I thought to find a poor southern region to mix the town guard can be less right and wrong, but forgot that it is never people looking for things. It is always things looking for people." The Iron Kite flew for a full 2 hours before slowly landing. Cousin's face was a little white, and Hanyu's cheeks were shaking. "It's also my first time flying so high for so long, and it's a little hard." Cousin held onto the Iron Kite, his legs shaking a little. Hanyu's body was strong and sturdy, and his legs weren't trembling yet, but after drinking the wind for 2 hours, his entire stomach was uncomfortable. The large Iron Kite quickly attracted many pedestrians outside of Shuzhou City, and many people commented on the Iron Kite. "I think I saw them flying down from the sky in this. How does such a lump of iron fly?" Cousin couldn't stand the feeling of being surrounded by spectators. His hand reached to the underbelly part of the Iron Kite and gently sought out a piece of convex groove, and after pressing down with force, the whole Iron Kite instantly disintegrated into a floor of iron pieces. Hanyu endured the discomfort and squatted down together to help pick it up, then asked softly, "Aren't you saving people? Why are you still here?" Cousin loaded the iron pieces one by one before saying, "I have most of my tools stored with my cousin. I'll have to bring them with me, just in case." At this time, a few government guards came out of the city. They came face to face, and after dispersing the crowd of onlookers, they clasped their fists and politely said, "The government master invites the two of you to come into the government for a chat. How come you're dealing with the town guards again?" Hanyu sighed helplessly before glancing at his cousin with his eyes. Cousin gave a reassuring look and explained in a low voice, "The town guard here is my cousin." Hanyu was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard of a female town guard. The two were then led by the government guards all the way into the city, straight to the government office. By the time he arrived here, Cousin was quite familiar with the way, and he woods led Hanyu past the courtyard and into the inner room, where a silhouette was clearly waiting here on purpose in one of the halls. "Cousin!" Cousin went up and shouted. The silhouette then slowly turned back, only to see a green silk powder, a touch of willow leaf eyebrow, a pair of bright eyes like a river of stars, the end of the absolute color, a purple strong suit, will outline the chest ripples. Cousin's eyes went up, and the woman smiled gently. Looking at Han, you couldn't help but make his heart beat a few points faster. "You finally came." The woman's voice was soft and sticky, but unexpectedly the words only fell. The woman lifted her beautiful leg and kicked towards her cousin's abdomen to send him flying out. The woman clapped her hands in satisfaction as she watched her cousin set into the wall. If you don't show up, I've written the arrest papers. Hanyu stares dazedly at his cousin glued to the wall for a moment, not knowing what to do. To save or not to save? Chapter 26 A Thousand Faces of the Mundane. Hanyu stood awkwardly in place, looking at a loss for words. It was clearly someone else's family business that he happened to run into at this moment. It was only then that the woman noticed Hanyu, blushing before quickly adjusting again, dryly coughing a few times before softly chortling at her cousin on the wall. Why don't you come down? The guests are here. What do you look like? Unmoved. His cousin remained motionless and set against the wall. The woman frowned and snorted coldly. I'll count to 3. It worked, and before I could count, my cousin over there hurriedly pulled himself out and came running over with his ass in the air. I was afraid my cousin wouldn't get over it. Cousin's image is pretty much ruined in Hanyu's mind because at the moment he's smiling doggy style. If it wasn't for the letter from my aunt's husband later saying that you stole a big pile of organ diagrams, I would have been bluffed into thinking you were out to play. The woman's face glared at her cousin in annoyance and exasperation. Cousin was also embarrassed and interrupted. I know I'm wrong. I'll go back later. After a few idle words, the cousin hurriedly pulls Hanyu to introduce him. It turns out that the woman is a large clan disciple sent out into the world in this town. Not only people beautiful name is also beautiful. Su Wanjun. It sounds like a small, gentle name, but I didn't realize it was so hot-tempered. Hanyu only dared to think secretly in his mind. On the other side Su Wanjun looked at her cousin and frowned. I did promise my aunt that I would bring you up as soon as I saw you. Cousin hurriedly took a few steps back with a bitter smile on his face and said, Cousin, you can't nah. If I go back this time, my legs will be broken. At least wait until they've lost their anger before returning. Su Wanjun nodded noncommittally and seemed to know the temperament of her elders as well, giving him a blank look and saying, That's fine. Stay with me for a while first, and then I'll accompany you back afterward, lest you really get your legs knocked off. Cousin's heart was bitter. If this had stayed here, what difference was there between it and going home? And he hastened to change the subject, and asked, Cousin, where are the things that I have sent here with you? It's in the room you originally stayed in. No one has touched it. Su Wanjun pointed to a side compartment and said. Cousin heard this and hurriedly ran as soon as he pulled Hanyu along, not forgetting to turn around and say, I'll take my stuff and accompany my friend out for a bit. I'll be right back. After saying this, not waiting for Su Wanjun to react, he entered the compartment and carried a large parcel on his back and ran. Hanyu finally knows why his cousin will be beaten up when he meets, and with this deceptive and deceitful look, he'll have to stick to the wall next time if he falls away this time. After escaping the government office, cousin pulls Hanyu to run a bit more before he palpitates and pats his chest, noticing Hanyu looking at him and smiling a bit awkwardly. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but that cousin of mine is usually very gentle. Back to business. Now that the tools are in hand, it's time to set out to find the mundane. Hidden Moon Peak is 20 miles outside of Shuzhou City, a considerable distance. Both of them refuse to take the iron kite to the past, and perhaps for a short time, the thing would be a shadow. That's a bit more difficult. Cousin can royal sword himself, but Hanyu says he can't fly, and royal sword isn't good for carrying people. After a bit of discussion, the two finalized and rode. Soon, the two fast horses hissed and hoofed their way out of the city, all the way to the south. This is no longer part of the southern region, so there are not many mountains, but rather the plains are mainly, all the way to fly, even if you see the mountains, but also just a small slope of the general kind of soil. It is rumored that in the central zone, the land is so large that each state capital is exceptionally large, unlike the poor countryside, where there are many mountains and little land, and several state capitals are actually not far away. After about half an hour, cousin strangled his horse and slowed down. Hanyu followed and stopped, asking curiously, what's going on? Cousin took out the token at this point and pressed the dot in the center, and the token in Hanyu's arms vibrated at the same time. Is this contacting each other using the call for help function? Soon enough, cousin's token began to vibrate as well. Not sharply, but it was something that lasted for a little while before stopping. Hanyu could more or less guess what the opposite side meant. Writing back and continuously asking for help instead of all the time probably meant that there was no danger at the moment. But it was tricky. Soon his cousin's words confirmed his suspicions. The mundanes are in real trouble, probably trapped or unable to get out. Surprisingly, the direction of the token was still really the side of Hidden Moon Peak. Since his life was not yet in danger, he had to rush there steadily, lest he be unable to cope with various situations when he arrived there. The two nodded at each other before getting on their horses again. Hidden Moon Peak. It was named because of Crescent Lake. The peak was not too high, surrounded by lush forests, and at the top of the peak there was a deep stream, as if the entire top had been cut through the middle. Under the deep stream is a secluded valley, winding paths, bugs for singing, wind for drums. Into the inside there is a fragrance of flowers and grasses. There is a crescent-shaped small lake in the valley. Every time the moon hangs high, the crescent-shaped lake reflects the moonlight, as if hiding the moon. So there is the Hidden Moon Peak. If someone says to go to Hidden Moon Peak, it's not necessarily up the mountain, but more into the valley. But nowadays the bottom of the valley seems to be a little less calm. A few days ago a group of people surrounded the location of the entrance and exit of the valley, and no one knows what happened. At the location of the valley's entrance, a dozen or so cultivators covered in yellow forges were gathered at the entrance of the valley, their gazes fixed sternly on the valley. At this moment, a woman with a pretty face hurriedly trotted towards the exit. A surge of tiredness in her chest made a group of cultivators look at her, but they didn't dare to be careless. Stop! A cultivator immediately blocked the exit and reached out to stop the woman. There are bad people in there. The woman's hands were busy pointing toward the valley. Looking panicked. Search the body. You can't pass until you've searched. The friar, however, ignored it and just responded coldly. On the contrary, there were a few cultivators with lustful eyes that came up all at once, volunteering to get their hands on them. You are shameless. The woman with a face of shame and indignation, so anxious that she almost cried out. There's someone we're looking for inside, and you can't come out if you're not allowed to search. The cold cultivator continued. I will not let you touch my, even if I die. The woman's face was red, clenching her teeth to charge the post, and the several cultivators who had long been eager to try were the first to charge up hard. Hey! Someone grinned lewdly and probed their claws, only to have them snapped off by the woman's outstretched hand before they could climb to the peak. Ah! Only heard a miserable scream. The crowd of cultivators all surrounded at once. The woman shook off that cultivator after wanting to continue to charge hard. Only just a few steps and then hit a wall of flesh. The cultivator's figure was tall, with a green face, and his eyes stared at the woman with a low roar. And in a few exchanges of hands, he sent the woman flying. Humph! After leaving behind a cold snort, the woman used the energy of being sent flying to quickly disappear back far away. After another quarter of an hour, an old man with a full head of white hair and unsteady hands came staggering out. Naturally, another cultivator stopped the person. You cultivators are truly lawless, bullying even an old man. The old man pounded his chest and howled loudly. We won't make things difficult for you. We'll get out after searching. A cultivator spoke up. The old man, however, refused to do so, and was about to go out on his crutches. Only this time, that tall cultivator suddenly made a move, hissing and flexing his fingers into claws to grab at the old man first. The old man's color changed abruptly, and he hurriedly kept retreating, where there was still half a bit of unsharpness. Damn it, you wait. After the old man hatefully put down these words, he disappeared far away towards the valley. Halfway up the mountain, there are two silhouettes hidden early, this time sneaky cat body. Look closely, is not specially rushed to Hanyu and Cousin well. Hanyu had just witnessed these two scenes in a daze, but couldn't tell the difference. Cousin laughed softly beside him. These two are both dressed as mundanes. Wouldn't think it. Indeed, it was unthinkable that these were clearly two different people, not only their demeanor but also their body shape as well as their movements. There was not even a trace of the same place. With an exclamation of admiration, my cousin said, I've known mundane people up to this point, and I've never even seen his real face, because you just don't know which face is real, and you don't even know how many out of the 100 people you meet in a day will be him. Hanyu was creeped out by what he heard, and thought to himself that there was someone with such a horrible camouflage skill. Looking again at the location of the valley's entrance, there had been no figure walking out again for a long time. It must be that the mundane person had already given up on breaking out from this side. Why don't we break out and go in and just fish for people? Cousin said, looking at the group of guards at the mouth of the valley. Hanyu hastily stopped it, shaking his head and saying, people must have a backhand if they dare to put so many people over there. Don't run into a high-ranking cultivator and trap even us in. After glancing at the mountain stream, Hanyu had an idea and pointed to a cliff. We'll go down from there. Fly down? That would still be just as noticeable and would still be spotted. Cousin frowned and shook his head. Not flying. Hanyu grinned. On the craggy side of the mountain stream, Cousin was the first to look down at the bottom of the valley and couldn't help but feel a little weak in the knees. It's better to fly. Going down the way you did is no different from seeking death. Cousin shook his head back and forth, his face going white all of a sudden, because Hanyu's way of doing this was to slide down the cliffs from one side against the other, which made it extremely difficult to be detected. It'll be fine. It's safe. I'll skip. Hanyu shows up with what happened when he fell off a cliff with a big yellow cow. Cousin was clearly disbelieving, his head shaking like a rattle. Fly again if it's really dangerous halfway. In the end, a compromise could only be taken. And on that, too, the cousin's face remained miserable. Ready. Hanyu turned back to look at him, and after his cousin nodded with a pale face, Hanyu then grabbed him up, and after a long leap, he carried the man in one hand, and formed a claw into one hand to grasp the cliffs as he kept sliding down. The speed of the flying downward slide made the cousin's face directly iron, and several times he almost exclaimed in alarm, but was afraid of alarming people and covered his mouth with death. Hanyu, on the other hand, was always careful to avoid larger rocks and minimize rockfalls as he continued to slide down. The speed of the slide was getting faster and faster, and cousin was already preparing to release his flying sword, but Hanyu droned softly in a deep voice. "Don't release it yet. We're almost there." As soon as the words fell, the two figures disappeared into the forest foliage in unison, and a deep, muffled sound swept across the ground. After Hanyu steadily landed on the ground, the bones in his entire body trembled continuously, emitting a burst of golden drums. After a moment's reprieve, Su exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before setting the man down. Cousin sat down on the ground with a grimace, a little stagnant, and suddenly climbed under the tree, holding the waist and vomiting. Hanyu looked at him helplessly. It was true that sometimes there were advantages to being physically strong. Chapter 27, Juyu's corpse. Cousin threw up bile before he was done, holding his back and shaking his hand at the same time. "I'll never play with my heartbeat again." Hanyu looked around at this time. The surrounding area was full of shaded sycamores, and in the depths of the sycamore forest, there was a faint light that flickered. Stepping on the fallen leaves-covered land all the way towards the light to find, about 100 meters away from the curve of a small lake like a crescent moon, the sun shines on the surface of the lake glittering, sparkling water with the ripples flashing white light. It turns out that this is the source of the light, an unknown plant with purple roots, red leaves and white flowers growing next to the crescent lake. Hanyu could already smell the faint fragrance wafting from the flowers before he even got close. The smell is so special, it makes the whole body feel better. Whoosh! Steeply, there was a strange sound above his head, and Hanyu hastily looked up to see that a white figure had also hidden in the sycamore tree at some point, and was now swooping down with a dagger. Hanyu hastily crossed his arm to block. Hearing a resounding sound, the fabric on his elbow was cut off a large piece, revealing his white skin, followed by a heavy kick, hitting Hanyu squarely in the chest before the white shadow quickly folded back into the tree. The two on the field frowned at the same time. What hard flesh! What a deft stance! Hanyu looked at the silhouette in the tree. Thick eyebrows and white face, narrow cheeks but extremely ordinary looking, dressed as a scholar. The scholar naturally looked Hanyu up and down as well, just inexplicably on fire. "Come to die." The scholar drank softly before swooping down again, his true essence instantly bulging, blowing his white robe hunting, the dagger more powerful after being wrapped in true essence, the tip of the dagger stabbing towards Hanyu again. Hanyu's eyes flashed, reaching out with a palm hard to receive, the dagger tip into the hand after an inch cannot enter. This time the other fist head on towards the scholar even hit the chest. The scholar's expression was stunned, and he hurriedly gave up his dagger, protecting his chest with both hands as a huge force hardened and blasted him away. After a strike worked, Hanyu couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter and leapt 3 feet high to continue smashing the scholar down. How do you know that the scholar forcibly stabilized his stance? A body of true essence unexpectedly converged on the feet, all of a sudden as if walking on a flat surface, in the air even 3 steps, then let Hanyu pounced on an empty. After the two of them both landed on the ground, the scholar's face was unsightly, and there was already a retreat in his heart. Hanyu is interested, flinging his arms and then charging once again. The scholar is forced to meet the attack. The two of them keep sparring back and forth. The more they fight, the more the scholar is horrified, because Hanyu's slightly lumbering punches become much faster. At first glance they are learning his dexterity routine, so it doesn't take long to start pressing the scholar all the way through the fight. What a scary necromancer! Surprisingly, it can still learn. The scholar was shocked in his heart. At this time, Hanyu has already put away his fists and feet. The scholar's strange air-stepping stance is really difficult to deal with, and when he was about to take the hungry ghost Dao avatar to restrain him, he was just about to wave his hand when his cousin suddenly chased after him at the sound of his voice. "Stop!" Cousin yells even as he looks at the two men confronting him and his face changes. "So, this one's still dressed as a mundane?" A quarter of an hour later, Hanyu sighed helplessly. This kind of changeable mess. Don't really one day be killed by mistake. And don't say one day. Just now if you are a little more ruthless, the vulgar will not need cousin to save. Cousin is also helpless. Vulgar, this unlucky guy. Almost about to be cleaned up by their own people. Not even a place to scream. With a weird look on his face, the mundane man kept resurveying Hanyu, only to realize that his chest was heaving, just like a big living person. Where was he, some kind of corpse king? But that surprised him even more. Cultivators go so far as to refine their flesh to this point. Figure what? Cousin began to introduce the two to each other, and since they were on their own, There was nothing to be said about them but to treat them as if they didn't know each other without a fight. The Bulgarian sneaked a handful of his cousin and asked curiously, "Where did you find such a one?" Cousin laughed softly, shook his head, and said, "This was recruited by that little Taoist priest of the first string." With a face of admiration, the mundane man looked at Hanyu and said, "The hardness of this flesh. I initially mistook it for the corpse king that came to capture me, when it was really outrageous. I've seen quite a few body cultivators, and this is the first time I've seen this kind. Physical cultivation? This was the first time I'd heard of it." And Hanyu asked curiously, "That's heresy," the Bulgarian said with a very indignant face. Cousin laughed aside and explained that it was a type of cultivator from the mundane's old side of the family. Under the details, Hanyu was surprised that the layman was actually from the overseas islands. Rumor has it that there are also cultivators overseas, but only in the word of mouth. But I can't imagine that this is the first time I've seen it. Body cultivation was a rather odd branch of overseas cultivators, similar to Hanyu's state, but the difference was that in addition to their physical body cultivation, the cultivation of their inner worlds didn't fall behind either. A kind of cultivation that took both into account. Do you think it's vulgar to say that everyone was having a good fight? And then suddenly the opposite side rushes up and thumps you with 2 punches. No matter what. The mundane looked at Hanyu and said with a disgruntled levy. Hanyu just rubbed his nose and laughed because he had just done the same himself. From the side, the mundane person must have suffered a lot of losses from physical cultivators. Getting back to business, cousin, with a business-like face, looked at the mundane and asked, "What the hell is your business again?" The two of them talked about the situation outside the valley, and the mundane man, with a dawning look on his face, nodded his head and said, "No wonder I couldn't see Bao Ruijie outside the valley in the past 2 days. I think he must have gone out to look for the helpers that hampered me." Bao Ruijie, an unfamiliar name that made the other two look puzzled. The mundane beckoned and simply said that he would show the two something first, and with that he stepped forward to lead the way. The place wasn't far, and a few people walked along the north side for a few dozen meters before stopping by a mountain arm. A row of people in various costumes leaned against the stone wall with their eyes closed, motionless, as if they were asleep. Mundane people at this time took out a bell the size of the palm of the hand, after drawing off the rags stuffed in the mouth of the bell, then injected real energy. The bell immediately flashed light. At this time, the mundane people reached out and shook the bell to jingle jingle jingle. The quiet people in that row suddenly flattened their hands, opened their eyes without whites, and began to beat to the bell. "Refining corpses," both exclaimed at the same time. This was the second forbidden method Hanyu had encountered besides animal creation. This method was different from the animal creation that was deliberately hidden in the dust of history. On the contrary, it was also particularly famous because there was once a sect that used this method to dominate the cultivator world for decades. However, in the end, because it is too hurtful to heaven and harmony, it was destroyed by many clans. It is said that there are still clans around the southern border that specialize in this method. It is hard to tell the truth. Just take it as a rumor. I didn't expect that there was really someone who dared to refine this method. The mundane then began to recount what he had encountered, and after he and his cousin had agreed on a time to part ways, he went into the Valley of the Hidden Moon. Those strange plants by the crescent moon lake were the purpose of his trip. The flower was called Junzi Drunk. When he came to this place, he found that it was already occupied, and seeing that the other party were all cultivators and there were quite a few of them, he guessed that it was a clan behavior. The mundane squatted for half a day in a row, and only saw a constant stream of cultivators moving civilians inside, and at first they couldn't fathom each other's purpose until after nightfall. What? Gentleman's drunkenness is a complementary medicine for refining corpses? Such was the discovery of the mundane after nightfall that the two could not help but exclaim. By nightfall, a man in his 40s came to the lunar lake, picked the Junzi drunkenness and mixed it with a furnace of medicine to refine it, and finally fed it to the unconscious civilians one by one. What follows is a bit brutal, and the mundane's faces grow slightly tight as they tell it. That middle-aged man used 8 coffin nails respectively to nail each person's ring vein, governor vein, chong vein, belt vein, een stilt vein, yang stilt vein, een dimension vein, and yang dimension vein to death, and then finally refining them alive into corpse puppets. Originally, the layman who saw this place already had the intention of retreating. This kind of ruthless tactics is afraid that it is not a proper sect. It turned out to be on the verge of retreating, and was discovered by a tall cultivator brought by the middle-aged man, who was tall in stature, with an iron-blue face, and a pair of eyes that were completely devoid of whites. What's more, its flesh is strong and incomparable, and under a brutal fight, the mundanes simply can't get any better. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize it was a necromancer until later. The Bulgarian cursed with hatred. Hanyu pondered for a while. A bunch of people outside surrounded and not entering. Things shouldn't be that simple. And asked, "What happened afterward?" The layman pointed to the bell in his hand and said, I watched that middle-aged man controlling the bell, and thought that it should be a tool to control the corpse king, so I can only snatch the bell to restrain the corpse king before making any plans. As a result, that person's cultivation is not bad, or to see my realm to come, I cannot take advantage of the advantage, only from his arms to steal a token and another bell, and then by virtue of the unique stance with them in a circle here, said the layman, and took out another token that read Juyu sect Bao Ruijia. Overseas cultivators are really different, and the Simi realm is only still not bad for evaluation. Hanyu gazed at the mundane strangely. Being able to fight with the seeing self realm like this, it couldn't be said that he was a seeing self realm cultivator himself. Reminiscent of Lu Daio. In order to break a Simi realm, hard to take a year of luck in exchange. I do not know if he would be in this will be what feelings. Since you've shaken them off, why don't you ride your sword far away? Cousin asked him suspiciously. The mundane person spread his hands and looked helpless. Before I didn't know that the other party was a corpse king. I stabbed him in the mouth with my flying sword and was bitten in two by the corpse king. Otherwise I would have run away. Can't help but sigh for a while when I think about it. Fly in can't fly out. That Bao Ruijia's new corpse control bell that he refined is here in my place. And the result is like this. Without the bell, this group of corpse puppets cannot be taken away at all. Bao Ruijia will certainly refuse. But the bell is in the body of the mundane people. And the mundane people's body movement is extremely agile. Especially in this dense forest is more like a fish in water. Bao Ruijia chased for 3 days in a row. The means of hundreds of useless, vulgar people are like slippery loach. Every time you can escape. However, the mundane had his woes. He could be a fish out of water in the dense forest, but he couldn't get out. He couldn't fly. And the mouth of the valley was guarded by the corpse king. The original skill of a disguise was useless in front of the corpse king, which only recognized the breath, not the face. The mundanes had come out of the valley in a series of disguises, and the corpse king was always the first to notice. Now as no one can help anyone. But Bao Ruijia did not show up for 2 days. It should be anxious. It is not possible to say that they have already found a helper. Chapter 28, at the end of the line. So now it's that even if the mundanes return the soul refining bells, it's useless. Living people refining corpses. The court the soft Juyu sect won't be able to get through. Not to mention the sects that were involved in the overthrow of the corpse refining lineage in the first place. Hanyu murmured and looked at the two. So while they recaptured the Dementor bell to transfer the body, the mundanes must have been silenced as well, cousin said with a grave expression. At this time, the vulgar man suddenly said, didn't Bao Ruijia move to get help? Let's go now. Hurry up and bring out your iron kite. Cousin gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, my iron kite will fall apart once I hit it. A group of cultivators outside. A moment after going up to the sky to be broken up. The pharmacist can't die. The two of us will surely have to fall to our deaths. It's better to fight it out. I can't even help that corpse king out there. Fight. The mundane's words came to an abrupt end. Then his eyes moved slightly as he looked at Hanyu, muttering, it seems like he could fight the corpse king. At the bottom of a long slope 30 miles outside the city of Shuzhou, slice of stone heights. This is just a small village in the Shuzhou prefecture. Sparse and unusual, not much population, the ridge and paths across the road, and sometimes farmers in the field cultivation. A small piece of melon field outside. There is a small pergola, white-bearded Ranshurching nearly half 100 years old, a face of grooves, and the average farmer. He reclined in the pergola, bucket hat covered half of the face. Bao Ruijia entered the village with an apprehensive heart. Ranshurching? Haven't heard of this person. A green man shook his head at Boringer, who asked for directions. After thinking about it, Boringer switched gears and re-asked. It's an old man who moved in a while ago. The green man suddenly realized, and said with a laugh, are you talking about the old man who grows melons? That's on the east side of the village, and he should still be sleeping in the pergola in the melon field at this time. After bidding farewell to the green and strong, Bao Ruijia hurriedly and quickly walked east. A few moments later, the pergola was found, but Bao Ruijia was a bit speculative and kept hesitating. After standing for a long time, his face clouded over before he finally gritted his teeth and went forward, bowing and respectfully shouting, Elder Ran. The old man did not seem to hear, and Bao Ruijia repeated the shout a few more times. At that moment, the bucket hat was removed, and the old man sat up straight. A pair of cloudy eyes suddenly brightened, looking at the visitor in a regal manner. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you I was to be in the shadows, to go back quickly when I was done, and not to come here without business? Ranshurching's face huffed, staring Bao Ruijia so much that he nearly fell to his knees in a stagger. Say, what the hell? Ranshurching looked at Bao Ruijia's appearance of wanting to speak. His heart moved to ask with a frown. Bao Ruijia's face was terrified as he whispered. The Dementor bell of the newly refined corpse was robbed. Upon hearing this, Ranshurching rose up in a huff. his fierce aura bursting forth, his eyes carrying a murderous aura as he said, "Say that again." Bao Ruijie didn't dare to hide, and told the story of the body refining to the discovery and the robbery of the Dementor bell behind it. Ran Shurqing's face sank like water. If it wasn't a bad place to make a move, if it was in the sect, I'm afraid Bao Ruijie would have to eat a palm head on. Waste stuff, can't do a little thing right. After Ran Shurqing cracked his mouth, he gritted his teeth. Get your own punishment when you get back. That, Bao Ruijie looked up coyly and asked for instructions. I'll go over there with you and take care of that little mudskipper before I do, Ran Shurqing said with a wave of his hand, and with those words, he was about to walk out. After only a few slight steps, he stopped abruptly. You go to the village entrance and wait for me. Bao Ruijie didn't dare to ask more questions, only nodded and left. After the people had walked away, Ran Shurqing suddenly coughed lightly a few times and bowed, calling out, "Your Holiness." A voice came out indistinctly, and it was impossible to see where the person was, and his tone was quite a bit cold. The people over at Hidden Moon Peak are exposed, aren't they? With just one sentence, Ran Shurqing's cold sweat instantly flowed down. Yes, but he didn't dare to deceive, and could only return period. The owner of that voice ground was silent for a long time before he finally coldly commanded, the point of Shuzhou Mansion should be left alone for the time being. Go over there as soon as possible to take care of the first and last, and give up on the corpse puppets if necessary. And don't keep it since Bao Ruijie has been exposed. Ran Shurqing bowed repeatedly and said yes. Cold sweat could not help but soak his back. Since you don't need the line of the Shu State House, don't stay on your side and clean things up a bit. There was no movement for a long time after that voice finished speaking, and Ran Shurqing kept bowing and waiting for a few moments until he confirmed that no one was there before he straightened up slightly and slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. At this point, it was already nightfall, and after a discussion between the three of them, it was decided that Han Yu, who had the strongest physical body, would be responsible for pulling the Corpse King, while the remaining two would be in charge of the rest of the group of cultivators. If the plan went well, after resolving the cultivator, the remaining Corpse King could be fought by the three of them together. After finalizing the details, the three began to sneak in the direction of the mouth of the valley. Soon saw a group of cultivators standing at the exit position looking left and right. The layman pointed to the tallest figure among them, and has not been moving and said, "That one is the Corpse King. You can only rely on you to deal with it in a while." Han Yu nodded knowingly. After each of them was ready, Han Yu gave a boost, his footsteps getting faster and faster, instantly attracting the attention of the group of cultivators at the entrance of the valley. "What man? Stop!" The crowd of cultivators hastily drew their swords in readiness, and after Han Yu smiled faintly, he leapt forward with a healthy stride, and the 3 or 2 cultivators who leaned forward were the first to be knocked out of the way. Cousin and the mundane nodded at each other before also quickly rushing up and joining the fray with Han Yu. A few unenlightened cultivators with their divine bridge cultivation presumptuously tried to vacate into midair before attacking from afar with their flying swords, but after being continuously flung by Han Yu with a few balls of flame glued to their faces, they fell down one by one with a wail. The Corpse King seemed to have smelled the mundane scent and instantly moved. Han Yu had been on guard against it the whole time, and as soon as the Corpse King moved, he immediately dodged and punched it, followed by a ball of fire similarly glued to its face. How come it didn't work? Looking at the Corpse King's unharmed appearance, Han Yu was first stunned. The flames that Shura was afraid of in the beginning surprisingly couldn't have half the effect on the Corpse King. Moreover, the Corpse King's flesh was indeed, as the layman said, exceptionally hard. Idiot. Shura and Hungry Ghost are both products of the underworld Tao. Naturally they are afraid of sunfire. Corpse King is artificially refined. You can imagine it as someone refining it as if it were a smithing weapon. Naturally it won't leave any flaws. Little Luri's voice came in her head. Han Yu was aghast in his heart, refining people as if they were artifacts with such cruelty. The Corpse King seemed to have been angered by Han Yu, no longer choosing the mundane and instead charging up towards Han Yu. Coming good. Han Yu took a straight punch. That Corpse King similarly punched over, and the two fists collided surprisingly generating huge fluctuations. With that, one person and one corpse each took a few steps back. The force is great, too, Han Yu commented with a frown. All copper and iron bones, and quite powerful. His own side is not in the way. View of the Corpse King's arm constantly shaking. Think of the flesh Han Yu won, but the Corpse King is winning in the absence of pain. Do not want to die. Still tricky. After thinking about it, Han Yu couldn't help but communicate with his sea of consciousness and was about to release the Hungry Ghost Road. No, the people within the Hungry Ghost Road don't distinguish between enemy and friend, and your 2 unlucky friends will be attacked by the Hungry Ghosts when the time comes. Little Lioli reminded in his head. Han Yu hurriedly relaxed his sea of consciousness and could only rather helplessly step forward to fight the Corpse King fist to fist again. On the other side, The mundane's dexterous stance moved from side to side in the battle group, basically having a cultivator fall to the ground in 3 or 2 hits. Cousin, on the other hand, spliced the 3 iron bone flying swords together and flung them out like a windmill, and then the flying swords continued to rotate, hovering above the heads of the many cultivators, and every now and then, a cultivator would be knocked to the ground by the windmill when he was caught off guard. Those who were lucky enough to have their wrists slashed, and those who were lucky enough to have their necks slashed basically died horribly on the spot. Only Han Yu's side of the battlefield was stalemated. The Corpse King had no sense of pain at all, and even after his chest was dented several times, he was simply indifferent, and it didn't take long for him to recover once again before wailing and charging up again. Looks like we'll just have to wait for the 2 of them to help. Han Yu sighed and muttered to himself. However, things in the world are often unplanned. Just then, a violent roar came from midair. Damn you all! As the words fell, the 2 figures landed one after the other. Ran Shiqing watched as the Corpse King was being pressed by Han Yu, his chest being smashed and dented from time to time, and he was suddenly enraged. This was something that the clan had spent decades of effort and even more at great cost to refine, and now it was even being beaten like this. After Bao Ruijie landed, he was the first to spot the mundane person who moved among the disciples, and at that moment, the enemies met, and he couldn't help but gnash his teeth and growl. It's you who are the thieves. You guys take care of these 2 little guys. After Ran Shiqing twisted his head and commanded, he looked Han Yu dead in the eye. At that moment, the true essence of the drum, the person unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. Han Yu just blocked the Corpse King's attack. A strong wind on the left side, too late to react, was heavily knocked out of the room. Damn it, it's another play of a high-ranking cultivator bullying a small cultivator. Han Yu fell to the ground, his shoulders tingling with soreness, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Half-step God prying. The mundane dodged Bao Ruijie's attack while looking this way with an exclamation of surprise. You have a good flesh body. It seems to be comparable to the Corpse King. No, even better than the Corpse King. He. Ran Shiqing originally moved up the killing heart suddenly pressed. Even someone can flesh so tough, if captured alive, to bring back to the concoction refining into a corpse. So you can give the clan more than one Corpse King. Han Yu, he's craving your body, little Lioli reminded in her head. Han Yu's face darkened. Craving or not, let's not talk about it first. To be able to be targeted by this group of people, I'm afraid they want to refine corpses. Just stay and be a protective Corpse King with my clan. Ran Shiqing revealed a ghastly smile, and his person had already leaned in. Han Yu was aghast in his heart and kept retreating. On the other side, after Bao Ruijie had failed to take the mundane several times, he turned his attention to his cousin and secretly moved his true essence to control the 2 knives on the ground before shooting out explosively. Poof, poof. The cousin who was circling the remaining disciples was oblivious, and by the time he reacted, there were already 2 knives stuck in each of his chests. Asshole. The mundanes looked on with eyes wide open, and after shaking off a few disciples, they rushed over. Bao Ruijie had already had a plan, so at this time, he flew up in the air, and after the first to come from the back of the vulgar people raised his hand and waved, and a short knife shot out from his sleeve like a thunderbolt. Pust! The short knife plunged into the mundane's left leg, splattering blood. Aren't you very capable of running? Then I will break your legs first. Only after the mundanes landed did Bao Ruijie walk over with a sneer on his face. Chapter 29, Hungry Ghosts on the Rampage. Bao Ruijie carried the knife step by step towards the mundane. Hungry Ghost Road. Now! With a furious shout, Han Yu raised his hand and a huge picture of hungry ghosts gradually appeared behind him. Seeing that the mundane and his cousin have both been killed, and that he still has Ran Shiqing watching from the sidelines, Han Yu can't think of anything else. The uncountable skeletons and hungry ghosts in the mountains slowly climbed up, and then raged to climb out of the figure. Avatar, Ran Shiqing's figure, which was supposed to be approaching, retreated several steps in a row, with a complex look of scorn and redness on his face. The Avatar overrides the Jedi. A stance was a move created by a cultivator who had gained some sort of enlightenment in their cultivation, and could expend a large amount of true essence to exert a powerful force. However, on top of this power, there was another power known as a divine ability. It has all sorts of marvelous and inexplicable abilities, and can even have terrible destructive power. No one was willing to venture out without knowing the characteristics of the Avatar. The key to make Ran Shiqing red is that most of the magical powers are brought by a very small number of cultivators born with talent, and then step into the cultivation of the gradual emergence of a very small number of people can be cultivated through the day after tomorrow. But that is the talent of the generation after decades of effort to cultivate in order to be able to do so. Damn! Ran Shiqing said with gritted teeth and hatred. His face turned pale with jealousy. Not far away, his half-dead cousin had also forgotten about his injuries and was staring daggers at Han Yu. He just looked at the diagram once and knew it? He only thought Hanyu had learned it from looking at the viewing charts at the burial mound. At this moment, the 100 or so white bones that crawled out first were the first to sweep toward the Zhuyu sect, either waving their bone knives or waving their teeth and claws. Bao Ruijie kept retreating with a stony face. Where did he care about finding trouble with the mundanes again? You must go. The hungry ghost paths of the medicine man are not long for the enemy, Cousin yelled weakly at the top of his voice towards the mundane. The mundane man, however, ignored it generally, and instead limped over, gritting his teeth, and laboriously yanked his cousin to his feet. And I don't know if I'm nimble enough on one leg. The mundane man joked with a miserable look on his face, and when he had finished laughing, he began to ascend into the air as soon as he had lifted his cousin, and after 3 laborious strokes in the air with one leg he came crashing down with a heavy thud. Fortunately, the location of the smash down was not far behind Hanyu. The mouth of the valley resounded with the sound of a fight, as well as constant wailing. The Zhuyu sect's disciples pressed against each other back to back, but they still failed to block the onslaught of the white bone swarms, and whenever a person was pulled out of the circle by the white bone hungry ghosts, an uncountable number of white bones would soon pounce on them. The Corpse King relies on a strong physical body to barely support, but therefore attracted more hungry ghosts. A set of hungry ghosts scrambled to pounce on, and finally even hard to tear off the Corpse King's limbs. In just a few moments, all the remaining disciples were dead, so the white bone hungry ghosts began to look for a new target, and soon set their sights on Bao Ruijie and Ran Shiqing. They knocked their teeth up and down as if to say something, and then the hungry ghosts turned their heads and charged in unison. Bao Ruijie was already pale at this moment, and couldn't help but move closer to Ran Shiqing, only feeling that it would be a little safer. It was really because the clan disciples had died too gruesomely. One by one, they were bloodied. Either their arms had been stripped into white bones, or their legs, and even more gruesomely, there were those who had been stripped half of their bodies of blood and flesh. Seeing the hungry ghosts coming in like a tidal wave, Ran Shiqing waved his hand and held a 3-foot-long sword, slashing it raw towards the bone tide, and the vastness of the breath surged and rolled over, instantly blasting away most of the bone tide. Useful. Ran Shiqing's frown soothed, and Bao Ruijie's eyes lit up as he drew his sword to protect himself. But he didn't have to wait too long to be happy before a new batch of hungry ghosts stepped out. Why does so little come out at a time? Hanyu frowned slightly. Behind him it was clear that the hungry ghost road was filled with mountains of tired white bones. A mere 100 or so hungry ghosts could only stalemate at best. And just like that, Ran Shiqing had already cleared out the third wave of hungry ghosts. Your sea of consciousness spiritual power is not enough to exert the complete hungry ghost Tao. Being able to maintain 100 or so is already the limit. Also, you don't have enough energy anymore, little Lioli said sharply in her mind. Only after the words fell, a deep fatigue surged in, and Hanyu only felt a stabbing pain in his head as the hungry ghost diagram behind him instantly disintegrated, and the wave of white bones that were charging and killing disappeared in the blink of an eye after they stunned themselves in place. It seems that your power is not enough to utilize your divine abilities. Ran Shiqing revealed a smile, his gaze chilling. Hanyu was in a big hurry, and the conversation went on in his head. Quickly think of something. Is there any elixir that has few side effects? I'm thinking about it. Take it easy. Hanyu is exasperated. Can he not be in a hurry when it's a matter of life and death? Ho, 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 ho. Steeply, the glazed bottle suddenly shook, then spat out an elixir. It's this time of the day. Stop it, bottle. Little Lioli accused the glazed bottle somewhat angrily. Hanyu, however, suddenly froze, and then his face went wild with joy. Bottle. Good job. Explosive god pill. The person taking the medicine within a quarter of an hour. The sea of consciousness explodes. The spirit of the power gushing endless. Need to release in a timely manner. Otherwise the sea of consciousness explodes. The walking corpse. Side effects. The sea of consciousness is empty for 3 days. Like a toddler. 3 days? No fear. Hanyu gritted his teeth and quickly took out the exploding god pill in his mind before busily opening his mouth and swallowing it. Don't let him recover. Go restrain him. When Ran Shiqing saw Hanyu swallowing the elixir, he only thought it was a recovery, and hurriedly instructed Bao Ruijie. Bao Ruijie's face was hesitant, but he didn't dare to disobey, and he took a step and then came in a long way. After Hanyu swallowed the elixir, a burning sensation instantly detonated throughout his body, only to feel an unending stream of energy stirring in his brain. Hungry Ghost Road. Reappear. Hanyu let out a loud roar, and the gigantic hungry ghost figure reappeared behind him, and as soon as Bao Ruijie jumped in front of him, he was pushed out by the raging tide of white bone swarms, and he stabilized himself in horror, when his feet suddenly ached, but at some point one leg had been gnawed down to blood and flesh by several white bones. Ah! Bao Ruijie screamed miserably and stomped out with his only remaining leg, and then returned to Ran Shiqing's side with a roll after a burst of backward flight. This time, The mountains of hungry ghosts scrambled to pick their way out of the world outside the map, and a steady stream of white bones rushed out towards the two men. Ran Shurching's golden light flickered around his body, and after his true essence forcefully protected his entire body, his sword chi burst out, and after chopping several times in a row, he was horrified to find that this time, the tide of hungry ghosts seemed to be endless. Soon, the entire mouth of the valley had been filled with hungry ghosts, so densely packed that it looked horribly oozy. In a few blinks of an eye, Ran Shurching had already been drowned by a sea of white, only occasionally revealing a few rays of light from the white bones and Bao Ruijia's screams of pain. Is he that scary? The mundane face was horrified, and his cousin was no less so. I don't know where one string pulls the freaks from. Cousin giggled and kept shaking his head. Not good. The mundanes suddenly turned pale, but it was because the hungry ghosts were coming to them one after another because there were more and more of them, already so many that there was nowhere to put their feet. A group of hungry ghosts had already set their sights on them at the moment. Hold on to me. The mundane gritted his teeth, assisted his cousin to once again jump on one leg high into the air. True essence infused in the foot after stepping on a foot in the air after flying diagonally out a few meters, and then once again stepped on a foot together and smashed in mid-air on the mountain rock. The two men held on to the protruding cliffs with a death grip, which eased their relief. Looking down, he could only see Han Yu standing alone in the center, surrounded by a sea of white. A quarter of an hour later, the white bones dissipated. A figure of blood and flesh constantly gasping. Half of the face can still vaguely be seen to be Ran Shurching. The other half of the face has been torn off the blood and flesh, at this time hideous and terrible. The hand holding the knife was only white bones at this point, and Bao Ruijia had already disappeared, leaving only a pile of bones with scraps of flesh at his feet. Hungry Ghost Road. Han Yu once again waved his hand and shouted. Ran Shurching face horror, no longer dared to stay longer. In the haste to sacrifice the long knife, stepped on the knife dust and go. Slice of Stone Heights. Ran Shurching rolled to the ground and staggered to his feet before hobbling to his farmhouse. What he needed most at this time was to heal his wounds as soon as possible. Having lost a large amount of flesh and blood, he was already shaky at this time as well and would faint at any time. With great difficulty, he opened a small mansion, and as soon as he entered, his face changed. Inside the courtyard, a dark figure stood quietly inside, its black cloak completely covering its face. Zun, Zun, Ran Shurching called out. You didn't get it done? The dark shadow's voice was cold and indifferent, and Ran Shurching felt his heart skip a beat. There is a tricky young man with a strong flesh body who also carries the Hungry Ghost Dao avatar. My subordinate was careless. For a moment, Ran Shurching rushed out to explain. But Boringer's dead, and there's nothing left alive over there. The dark figure bowed its head in silence, then finally looked up slowly. No, there's still a live one. Ran Shurching's eyes showed despair and kept retreating. Chapter 30, 3 Days of Shame. Shuzhou City. It was so bad that the layman practically limped away from the courthouse holding his head. At this time, 3 days had passed since the Hidden Moon Peak battle. Early this morning, the mundane people want to come to visit the cousin's injuries. The good news is that the cousin is not in the way. All kinds of spiritual medicine irrigation, external injuries of blood and flesh healing, internal injuries recuperation can be. However, this was bad news for cousin. And after Su Wanjun learned that cousin's wound had been stabilized, she immediately hung him in the lobby of the government office and started whipping him with a leather whip. Listen to the cousin scream. So miserable energy. Must be quite painful. The vulgar people entered the door to see a moment and then decisively retreated. Outside the main gate of the government office, Han Yu is squatting alone in the doorway, picking up stones to play, wearing a flowery cloth jacket, with 2 punchy braids on his head. His expression is dull, and drool drips down from time to time. What's this called? The mundanes instantly covered their faces. Han Yu had been standing stupidly still after scaring off Ran Shurching that day, and it was only when the two of them slowly approached that they realized that the others were already out of sorts. Who would have thought that someone who was a fierce mess one moment would be a stupid mess the next? Shuzhou City doctors have seen. Even cousin's cousin Su Wanjun also helped to check. Got the same conclusion. Injured the head. Hopeless. This hasn't heard of any divine ability whose after effects are so horrific. And the mundanes waited in disbelief for another 2 days in silence, with Han Yu still showing no signs of improvement. Not only did he have no improvement, but he was also as ignorant as a 2-year-old child, and the layman could only keep him as a child for the time being. I want to eat grandma. Han Yu, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly had a flash of light and looked at a woman on the side of the road who was carrying a chest apparatus and shouted. Mundane people immediately face changed, hurriedly went up to pull people away. These days for this has caused a lot of trouble. Can believe the explanation will cast a pitying glance? Do not believe that directly sued the government guards to take away 2 people. Stop it. I'll take you to a nice place to drink. The vulgarian coaxed helplessly, then dragged the man away. raw, all the way to the cowshed of a family on the east side of town. The cow here had not long calved, and it was a place which the vulgar found with difficulty, and after giving a sum of money to the owner's family, whenever Hanyu said he wanted milk, he led him this way. For Hanyu, 3 days seemed to have passed with the opening and closing of his eyes. His last memories came to an abrupt end when Ranshurching fled in a hurry, and then his own entire mind went blank. When I opened my eyes again, it only felt like a blink of time had passed. What's that smell? When consciousness returned fully, a fishy taste in his mouth caused him to almost make him gag, and it was only then that he realized he was in a barn, and he was holding a pair of cow's milk in his hands. Little Luri laughed uncontrollably in her head. Ha ha ha, Hanyu, go find a place to take a picture of yourself. Hanyu hurried immediately out of the barn. Just outside the barn there is a large water tank. He probed over to look at the water. A blurred reflection in the water. A pair of sky braids. How stupid. Then he looked at himself in a flowery red jacket, which was very festive, and his face darkened at that moment. The little glaze in his head couldn't stop laughing. At this time the vulgarian frowned and came over to pull him back, saying, "Children should not play with water. Play with water to urinate on the bed." Hanyu's face complexly turned back to look at him, and the mundane suddenly froze after meeting his eyes. Spinning around, he reached out his hand to touch his head, and Hanyu pushed it away with a black face, giving him a blank look and saying, "You couldn't have gotten that stupid outfit, could you?" The vulgarian was startled, and exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Are you awake?" Then he blushed, thinking of his own masterpiece on a whim, and cursed the quacks. Hanyu breathlessly ripped off the 2 pigtails, then took a look at his surroundings, realizing that he should be within the city of Shuzhou, then naturally asked about the follow-up. The 2 of them out of the barn while talking. The vulgar people to the scene of the day had happened to narrate the things, and then talk about the cousin. And finally is the complex face of Hanyu's situation in the past 3 days. "You're telling me that I've spent the last 3 days acting like a 2-year-old toddler, peeing on the bed, pulling on my pockets, playing in the mud, eating my fingers, and going around chasing people to eat their grandmothers?" Hanyu muttered with an incredulous expression. What kind of shameful days he's been living these past 3 days. The mundane man looked embarrassed, and it just so happened that he was the one who witnessed Hanyu's various humiliating things, and Hanyu seemed to think of something suddenly changed color. "You're not supposed to be the one keeping me close these days, are you? 2 big men make me sick just thinking about it." The vulgarian gave him a blank look and said, "You're overthinking it. I'm paying an old mom to take care of you. Usually I'm just responsible for taking you out on the streets. That's not so bad." Hanyu sighs helplessly. The 3-day side effects are really still horrible. Basically losing all self-care ability, and the person still has no sense of autonomy. If there's no one to take care of it, hell knows what shame the first thing you'll do when you open your eyes. And now the most urgent thing was to change this festive outfit immediately, and the 2 of them hoofed it back to the inn. Hanyu finally felt comfortable all over after changing back into his normal all-strength robes. In the middle of the day came an unexpected person to the 2 men, the Hung cousin. He pushed the door in with a red face, and when he saw Hanyu, he first froze, then looked surprised. "You're finally awake." The 2 men just glanced at him with odd looks, and the mundane chuckled derisively. "You've been released?" Cousin blushed, scratched his head and said, "That cousin of mine got over her anger and released me, so I'm free again." No wonder cousin was all red in the face, so he got away with it again for him. The 3 of them sat down together, and after his cousin poured a glass of water and drank it, his face suddenly straightened, and he said in a low voice, "We 3 may have stirred up a hornet's nest." Hanyu was perplexed and queried, "What's going on?" Cousin's face was grave as he told the story of the voices he heard on Su Wanjuan's side. When the 3 of them limped back to the city of Shuzhou that day, naturally, they alarmed Su Wanjun, and a large number of government guards went to Hidden Moon Peak based on their cousin's confession. But after waiting for the people to arrive over there, guess what? Cousin was just trying to sell the idea when the vulgarian immediately impatiently prodded, "Hurry up and say it or get out." The entire Hidden Moon Peak had a mountain fire. The government guards could not even get close when they arrived, and when the fire was extinguished, there was nothing left but a field of unrecognizable skeletons. The valley was also set on fire, and the batch of corpse puppets intercepted by the mundanes all became charred corpses. Cousin sighed. This way there is no way to accuse Zuyuzong of refining corpses, because from beginning to end there is only the 3 people's side of the story, and there is no more substantial evidence. Hanyu seemed to remember something and pointed at the mundanes. "Aren't there still the soul-snatching bells and clan tokens that the mundanes robbed?" The mundane man also nodded and said, "I remembered to give it to Su Jingguan altogether that day." Cousin shook and sighed. "Yesterday, the Zhuyu sect responded that this person, Bao Ruijie, has been missing for many hours, and the sect has no knowledge of any of this. That's just a lot of blinders on. Isn't there another one?" Hanyu thought of that high-ranking cultivator. And who is he? What's his last name? Cousin asked rhetorically, and the two of them choked for a moment, not knowing anything about the identity of that high-ranking cultivator. Then my cousin talked about another thing. A small village over in Katashigaka also had a big fire and dozens of people died. Why would I talk about this matter? Because cousin said that Su Wanjun suspected that the high-ranked cultivator was the one who escaped to Katashiki Heights to be silenced. Both places were similarly large fires and had similarly burned the surrounding area cleanly and with similar methods, so that the same person could not be ruled out as having done it. Hiss. This is indeed ruthless. Just to kill. Even the surrounding villagers also killed. Things to do is too extreme, too clean. But that's just a guess. With Katashigaka burning like that, it's impossible to tell who's with who. And my cousin says it better not be the same person doing it, or we'll be stirring up a hornet's nest. Cousin looked grave. Things even coincidence will not be so coincidental. Dozens of people in the small village, if not first dead finished, how the fire can not burn like this? Hanyu also had a deep expression on his face. So, there was another person behind the Shu State House who rolled through two places successively that day to dispose of all traces. If that's the case, then it's not simple to act so stealthily and try to cover things up. Why that high-ranking cultivator must die? Bao Ruijia exposed the extermination of the past. But that high-ranking cultivator is not necessarily to die. The big deal is to hide. Unless he has a reason why he must die. The three of them couldn't make heads or tails of it. And the more they thought about it, the more confused they became. It was a confusing affair. And the three would have just happened to run into each other. Ho, 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 ho. In the middle of the day, the glazed bottle spit. Again no. Spit medicine. What's with the glazed bottles lately? So active. Little Lioli's depressed voice explained. It feels that it has taken credit. It feels that it is more useful than me. So it now sprays when it wants to. And I can't do anything about it. Hanyu was in a cold sweat. Saying that the revival of the artifact spirit could be liberated. Saying that the autonomy to produce Dan. Now what kind of mess is this? In his head, the bottle spits out a new elixir that drips. Chapter 31, If there are many enemies, we'll buy poison by the pound. Joy and sorrow elixir. The person taking the drug will cry bitterly when his emotions are high. Side effect, developed tear ducts. The glazed bottle randomly produces Dan. Dan really has always been unpredictable. Either with a terribly high upper limit or without any lower limit. The upper limit is as high as a raw Dan. And the lower limit is as low as breast enlargement and beauty in milk and aphrodisiac. And then today it brushes the lower limit again. You this Dan ghost eat-o. Hanyu commented feebly in his head. I just never come out with this low-end stuff, little Luri said cheerfully from the sidelines. At this time, Hanyu suddenly realized that there was another elixir in his mind. And his face went white for a moment after carefully recalling it. Pill of strengthening muscle and bone. The person who takes the pill gains a strong body. Side effects, no self-control in the face of food. Will have the urge to eat. This elixir is not the day stupid bottle greedy people monks relics autonomously spit out well. Counting the time. Today was exactly the 7th day. If it wasn't used before midnight, it would have to be digested on its own. After clenching his palm and spreading it out again, he had taken out the elixir, then cupped it with a frown on his face. The words no self-control as well as impulsive make Hanyu a bit fearful. Once when similar words had appeared, Bai Gingliang had been dragged from the city to the mountains by a flock of mountain chickens. The mundane man came in quietly, seeing the pills at Hanyu's fingertips instantly curious. His palm darted past Hanyu's hand, and in the next moment, a pill had appeared in his palm. Eat anything good. The Vulgarian laughed while making a gesture to swallow. Hanyu instead looked at him with a look of anticipation, and the mundane ghostly, once he looked at his expression hurriedly returned the elixir again. What the hell kind of medicine is this? The mundane spoke up curiously and asked him. Hanyu smiled faintly and told the efficacy of the elixir. Hearing the mundane's sigh in awe. You'd better settle down and be your body cultivator. Pill master is not suitable for you. Even if pill masters are scarce in the cultivator world, you can't let a messy pill refiner like you mix in. The mundanes were afraid afterward. If they had eaten the elixir just now, hell knows what would have happened. Hanyu just smiled and didn't say anything. The matter of the glazed bottle was naturally a secret that couldn't be spoken. Not long after, the cousin came too. He pushed the door open with a lack of interest and sat listlessly across from the two men. The mundane looks at him in surprise, reaches out to feel his forehead, and says in a quirky way, "It's not hot, either." His cousin gave him a blank look, which led to a sigh. I'm grounded by my cousin. Hanyu looked at him in amusement. You're skulking around like this, calling it grounding? The mundanes nodded in agreement. So cousin long and short to talk about the matter on once. Su Wanjun always feel that these two fires are not simple. Furthermore Zhu Yuzong's side of the attitude is too bland a bit, although there is no evidence in hand. But Su Wanjun certainly believed cousin. With so many disciples dead, and cousin even still being in the know, the person behind the two fires must be a high-ranking cultivator. And if they still need to be silenced, cousin and the three of them are probably in danger. It was the fear that the person behind that fire setting was still in the Shuzhou mansion. So cousin was directly grounded in the city by Su Wanjun. Cousin is not restricting the freedom of the two of you. If you are willing to wait in the city for some more time, it's fine if you wait for things to come to a head or to make sure that the person behind the scenes has left the Shuzhou capital before leaving, cousin said, relaying Sawani's words. Naturally she had no right to restrict the freedom of these two, and her cousin was envious. I wasn't going to leave until my leg was better anyway. Mundane people have always been conceited of the speed of the body is not good thoroughly when, I guess, do not dare to go out. Hanyu was thinking about how these two pills should be sent outward in the city. Cousin was happy to watch the two, someone to spend time with, then it wasn't a grounding, and in his delight, he generously treated them to dinner. On the main road of Shuzhou City, all along the streets were all kinds of lively and prosperous scenes, with pedestrians in the streets, and the traffic in the streets was endless. Hanyu met the thin man to go forward to climb a few words. Brother stay, you and I have destiny. What's he doing? Cousin looked at Hanyu, who was behaving oddly, with a puzzled expression, and secretly turned his head to whisper to the mundane. The mundane squinted his eyes, seemingly seeing the elixir shimmering in Hanyu's hand, and his heart dawned on him, so he whispered the effects of the elixir to his cousin. Cousin's face became even more odd, shaking his head and saying, what's the point of keeping such an odd elixir if you don't throw it away? The Bulgarian thought thoughtfully for a moment, then guessed in surprise, it wouldn't be looking for someone to try the drug, would it? This does fit the image of an eccentric pharmacist. It's Hanyu's age at the moment that's a bit of a violation. It would be like being in his 80s or 90s. The mundane suddenly remembered again and exclaimed, that day I saw him also holding something and putting it in his mouth. And then he was stupid for 3 days. It couldn't be that he was also refining crooked medicine, right? The two men's expressions were stony, and they finally said in unison, it's better not to touch his medicine in the future. As they are whispering, Hanyu walks back in listlessly. Cousin and the mundane people hurriedly collected their voices. All the way without words the three soon arrived at the largest restaurant in Shuzhou City, Shuzhongxian. According to my cousin, the owner of this restaurant was conceited that his own food was the best in the whole of Shuzhou, so he dared to take this name. There is no exaggeration, is hard to say. People just open a few decades did not fall, is it? The three entered the inn and went straight up to the second floor to find a spacious window seat. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat, and I'll be able to hang on to the bill for any purchases I make in town during my confinement, cousin said with a grandiose wave of his hand. Both of them had a blank stare. No wonder they were so generous. They dared to be generous at the expense of others. The mundane man was even more snarky. Didn't you say some time ago that you made a great deal of money designing a set of organs for a rich family here? How come you still need to hang on to the account? Cousin sniffed with an expression of disinterest, which interested the two men, who hastened to ask after him. Finally the cousin stammered, don't mention it. The money was confiscated by my cousin. That made it all the more curious. And then the next explanation from the cousin was laughable. Indeed, is to help a rich family designed a set of security home protection organs. At that time a moment of interest. And by the way, designed the attack of the organs. Also do not know where the thieves so good at picking, but also picked that family to steal. The result was that the hairy thief was lost on the spot, and a mansion next door to the rich family was blown down. But fortunately it was a mansion that had been left unoccupied, and there were no further casualties. The matter naturally alarmed Su Wanjun, and when she took out a spirit stone from the organ with a black face, she guessed well that there was only one person who could mess up like this. That pile of machinery slightly modified and then imitated a number of enough to attack the city. Su Wanjun on the spot defined as the control of ordnance, directly ordered the government guards on the spot to destroy. The cousin's money was also confiscated, but also as a result of 2 days off. The two laughed so hard that tears came to their eyes. Just then, stomp! There was a cacophony of noise on the staircase immediately adjacent to them, and two figures came up the stairs in a dragon's stride. Hanyu suddenly realized that his cousin's face had become much uglier all of a sudden, so he followed his gaze. But the two people who just came upstairs, one of them has a face like a crown of jade, a brocade coat with a white background dyed with clear lotus, and in his hand he carries a long sword. The other man had sharp, thin cheeks, a pair of long, thin eyes with a gloomy look, and was dressed in a black power suit, with a 3-foot-long knife hanging from his waist. What's wrong? The mundanes also turned their heads, only to see the two distant figures sitting down and looking up as well. As soon as the two sides looked at each other, the shadowy man's face was equally ugly, and then he grunted a few times with a cold smile on his face. The other man, though he looked as long as usual, looked at his cousin with a vaguely off-kilter gaze. Haters? Hanyu guessed as he turned back around. Cousin shook his head and wasn't going to say much more than speak in a raw voice. In a moment, if anything happens, you guys try to stay out of the way and let me take care of it. The big deal is not to eat. Let's just go ahead. The Bulgarian also vaguely sensed that the other party seemed to be at odds with his cousin, and spoke up. Cousin, however, shook his head. Why would I want to hide from them? The three of them lost the mood to talk and laugh for a while and waited quietly for the food to come up. Isn't this the famous loser of the Mo family? Mr. Mo. Still acting like an overgrown child looking for his sister? A cockney voice suddenly croaked behind him. It was the shady man who couldn't help but walk over and speak with a sneer on his face. Cousin suppressed his fire and stood up, saying coldly, I have a guest today. Wang Shi, you'd better not force me to turn the other cheek. Wang Shi's face showed sarcasm and snorted. People like you would also have friends. Are they not some fox friends? With just one sentence, he cursed three at the same time, and the three of them changed color at the same time. The vulgar man suddenly sneered, seemed to be talking to himself, and said, I don't know whether the family has explained well when going out, to go out with eyes, and to look at the road more mo rushing people, lest they die for no reason. Although Hanyu didn't say a word, the air around him suddenly became scorching hot after raising his right fist. Say, the distant friend frowned and called out, and only then did Wang Shi glare and coldly grunt a few times and leave. That little cutie, if it was overseas, I'd be sorry for his parents if I could get him out of the house alive. The mundane man was exasperated and muffled his voice. Cousin laughed bitterly and shook his head. You should have put up with it. My family has always been at odds with them. Both sides meet in this manner. You needlessly go and offend people. Offended is offended. So what can he do? Han Yu, with his two great divine abilities in his body, was not afraid and laughed indifferently. It still irks me that overseas cultivators have revenge on the spot. The more the mundanes think about it, the more uncomfortable they become, and they abruptly turn to Hanyu. Where's that elixir you had in the morning? Hanyu took out the Jian muscle and bone strengthening dan, and the vulgar man quickly snatched it under his hand, and without taking the stairs, rolled over and went down the stairs, leaving the two people who were dumbfounded. It was about a quarter of an hour before he schlepped upstairs. You are? Hanyu thought about it and had a few guesses. The Bulgarian smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Soon, on both sides, there were little two men coming up with dishes, and the mundanes used their afterglances to keep surveying. How can you be sure he'll eat it? Hanyu suddenly whispered. The mundane's gaze flickered and he grinned coldly. It's very simple. I'll just give Junior some money. After Hanyu pondered, he was still puzzled. What if there's still a mistake? It's another person who eats it? At this time the mundane person in turn has a look of not caring. All things are done beforehand. Success or failure is another matter. If another person eats it, count him unlucky. Are all overseas monks so wild in their ways? Hanyu had a new view of the mundane. Behind him, Wang Shi raised his cup with another cultivator and quickly moved his chopsticks. And when he picked up a piece of goulash in front of him, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the layman. Doesn't that make sense? The Bulgarian laughed merrily. If you want to try drugs again in the future, just find a rival or someone you don't like to look at and do it. You see how easy it is. Hanyu pondered, then burst into a light laugh. I'm afraid there are more than a few points to try. The mundane man sniffed but shook his head. He took his chopsticks and gently tapped the tabletop, crossed his legs and burst into a long laugh. This you don't understand. As long as you have enough antagonists, you'll have to weigh by the pound when you go out to buy a poison. But he does not know that it is today's words that will lead to how many people will suffer in the future. Hanyu just felt like his thoughts had been opened up quite a bit. The table behind us. That's when the drugs finally kicked in. Chapter 32 Pure Love Cultivator Omingdong. Wang Shi was talking and laughing. Suddenly there was a strange feeling coming from his body. The whole person seemed to have strengthened a circle. He only thought that he had eaten too much, but the next moment, he suddenly realized that his stomach was hungry again all of a sudden. He picked up his chopsticks and started to clip the dishes continuously, his speed getting faster and faster, and the opposite cultivator's face was astonished for a while. At the end of the day, Wang Shi directly threw his chopsticks towards the table, and instead began to grab it by hand, sweeping the food on the table like a windswept cloud. Xiao Er's speed of serving food gradually failed to keep up, and he turned to rubbing himself against someone else's table, ignoring the other's strange eyes, picked up a plate and started pouring it into his mouth, one plate after another. What's wrong with this guy? Soon someone was disgruntled, and 4 of the 7 or 8 tables of seating on the second floor had already been swept away, and the mumbling grew. This kid's hungry, isn't he? It's just too much. I just chucked a piece of meat at a table and it's gone in the blink of an eye. The layman's eyes looked over there in surprise, and his whole body was taken aback. Really? The effect was completely out of his imagination. It was horrible. That bastard really couldn't keep his mouth shut like a starving man. And to think that he had almost given it to himself in the morning sent a chill down his back, and then inwardly admonished himself over and over again. Never eat anything from the pharmacist in the future. Cousin was also dumbfounded as he watched Wang Shi's feared eating, and his heart thumped inwardly. I thought it was a prank, but I'm afraid it's going to be a big one this time. On the other side, the cultivator who was traveling with Wang Shi seemed to have noticed something wrong as well, and a pair of eyes instantly swept over coldly. Mo Showun, you're not afraid of losing your family by using such tricks. The cultivator walked over and looked at his cousin and said coldly. Cousin snorted and coldly grunted a few times. Oh Mingdong, which I did you see that I did it? Oh Mingdong raised his hand to point at the vulgar man and said coldly, just now I saw him roll over and go down the stairs. He must have drugged him. The vulgarian snorted out a laugh. I just had to pee and couldn't wait. Could I? Pust. Hanyu is instantly amused. And corresponding to that is Oh Mingdong's ironclad face. Seeing that it was useless to negotiate, Oh Mingdong said again in a deep voice. This friend. My name is Oh Mingdong. We are cultivators of the Peerless Building. Please give me the antidote. Unfortunately, there are 3 people here, with the exception of cousin, one of whom is fresh out of the gate, and the other an overseas cultivator. The 2 were simply unable to feel anything about the weight of the Peerless Building. Oh Mingdong was also stunned. Then annoyed, he was about to make a move, but he was bumped by the figure behind him. It was Wang Shi who had already swept through the remaining 7 tables and turned towards this last table. Elder brother. I'm so hard. Wang Shi looked extremely comical as he shed tears and ate furiously. Mo Showun. If my senior brother dies in the Shuzhou prefecture, I, Wu Xuanlu, will definitely not rest in peace. Cousin sighed and looked toward Hanyu and the others. Give it to them. Lest dying on my cousin's turf make things difficult for her. So the mundanes could only look at Hanyu, who shook his head, spread his hands and sighed. There's no antidote for this medicine. You guys tricked me? What kind of poison doesn't have an antidote? Oh Mingdong felt that he was being teased, and with a clang he drew his long sword, and his aura exploded, and under the drumming of his true essence, all the tables and chairs on the entire floor blew away. Wang Shi has just finished licking a plate. The body is not necessarily to reach out and continue to take, but see the table full of food scattered all smashed on the ground, so it is down again to continue to lick. Enough fooling around. A chirp came from the distance. Su Wanjun stepped on her flying sword and swept in from mid-air, arriving outside the bar with a light leap, collecting her sword, and landing steadily on the ground. She looked at the wrecked second floor with a chilling look on her face, her eyes sweeping, and upon reaching her cousin, he hurriedly bowed his head. You're thinking of changing your grounding, aren't you? Cousin was startled and hurriedly shook his head, pointing at Wang Shi. He's the one who started it. Oh Mingdong looked at Su Wanjun, with a look of desire to speak, and ate and opened his mouth. Wanjun, shut up. Su Wanjun didn't wait for him to finish and directly glared coldly over. Oh Mingdong could only snappily shut up. Hurry up and give the antidote to someone else. Su Wanjun bellowed softly towards her cousin, who had a sad face and glanced at Hanyu with her eyes. Hanyu looked at the female town guard's eyes glancing over, and with a straight face, solemnly said, there really isn't an antidote. It's a tonic and not a poison. So where's the antidote? Oh Mingdong was furious, pointing at Hanyu and saying angrily in succession, look, they simply don't want to put things to rest. Hanyu didn't know how to explain it at all, and finally said directly, you'll be fine if you cover his eyes and nose and don't let him see or smell the food. Probably. This was also Hanyu's guess. What about later? Oh Mingdong asked hurriedly. This puts Hanyu in a difficult position. It's all about the future. How do I know about the future? If you don't hurry down and cover the man up, he's probably going to eat his stomach off. The mundanes gloated and laughed and pointed to the floor. You guys? Oh Mingdong was furious. Boss, serve me 10 barrels of rice. Watching Oh Mingdong still not leaving, the vulgarian suddenly shouted towards the downstairs. Oh Mingdong immediately color change. Hastily one hand to cover the eyes of Wang Shi, one hand to cover the nose rolled over and jumped down the stairs. The 3 of them, Su Wanjun and Hanyu, were left next. At this time, Su Wanjun was looking at the 3 of them with quite a headache. Only 3 days ago she had caused a load of trouble, and today she had caused such a mess. Solely not caring, out of sight, out of mind. Su Wanjun glared at her cousin and said, don't you make any more trouble or I'll wriggle you home. Cousin hurriedly nodded his head back and forth. It's impossible to eat, and the excitement is gone with all this fuss. The 3 returned to the inn, and the 2 gathered around their cousin curiously. What is it that you have against each other? The mundane man, with a gossipy look on his face, inquired eagerly. Cousin looked torn for a moment before he finally sat down and sighed. Our family and Wu Shuanglu have always looked at each other. The previous generation had friction with each other. so the newer generation has conflicts with each other as well. And striking out is also something that happens from time to time. Wang Shi once blocked me when I was alone, and then was shaded by the organ I refined, directly laying him down for half a month. And since then, this guy has been like a mad dog biting me once he sees me. The mundane's gaze turned as he continued to ask, that Mingdong's attitude towards you feels a bit strange. When he said this, his cousin's face became more tangled, and he seemed to hesitate. Is it inconvenient to say? Han Yu looked at his cousin's face and asked with a smile. It's not inconvenient. Just don't yell when you hear it. Wang Shi and I hate each other. Oh Mingdong, he hates me unilaterally. The next statement from the cousin is more interesting. Oh Mingdong likes Su Wanjun. This is like heavy news. Not just said that the two families are world enemies, even if it is a cousin. More or less it should have an impact. How did Oh Mingdong dare to like Su Wanjun? At that time the layman was curious. And what cousin said was that Oh Mingdong actually liked Su Wanjun when he hadn't entered Wushuanlu, and it was more than 10 years ago. Your cousin and he looked 25 or 26. So wouldn't that be a sea of love at 14 or 15? The mundane man cracked his fingers and was surprised. Cousin blanked and spat. Bull asterisk 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 sea of love? Oh Mingdong sank without even moving from the water. At that time also young and ignorant Oh Mingdong was determined to like Su Wanjun, and Su Wanjun did not like him. As the years grow, Oh Mingdong's pursuit of more and more intense. Quite a bit of stalker's frame. Later on, Su Wanjun was spotted by an elder of the Star Moon Pavilion of the Middle Three sect, and after communicating with Su Wanjun's family, he brought the person back. The latter was the matter of the cousin, who happened to be a guest at Su Wanjun's home at the time, and saw that Oh Mingdong was harassing him again, so he did something outrageous. I lied to him and said that my cousin had run away to cultivate at the peerless house in order to avoid him. Han Yu has a strange expression on his face and says incredulously, he can even believe this? Cousin nodded helplessly and said, I didn't expect it either. He really believed that his cousin could go into the peerless building to avoid him, and I'm a liar myself who feels outrageous when I say it. Naturally, Oh Mingdong realized that he had been cheated only after he managed to enter the peerless building later on, but it was already too late, and he had also been spotted by one of the peerless building's elders. I think he could have broken his teeth. Mundane people for cousin is really a face sigh of admiration. Originally Oh Mingdong has little hope. After cousin this, directly added another rift. Yeah, he obviously hates me, but it's not like he's ever bothered me before, and I doubt he could have come into my house and killed me if it weren't for the fact that he still likes my cousin. Cousin had a saddened look on his face. What a sin. After saying this stale sesame, the cousin straightened up and looked squarely at the two men. It's okay to talk about me, but I'm afraid that Oh Mingdong and Wang Shi will find you guys in trouble. Chapter 33, Black Robe Night Attack. It's just two seeing self realms. It's not like it's the god-prying realm. I'll dare to lay my hands on them if they dare to come looking for trouble. The mundanes had a disinterested look on their faces, and the unique folkways of the overseas cultivators were evident. Although Han Yu didn't say anything, that unmoved expression likewise indicated that he didn't care either. Han Yu, you're addicted to fighting these days. It's already starting to float. Little Luri ate and laughed in her head. Cousin, on the other hand, looked helplessly at these two guys who didn't have a clue about the world of monks and decided to do a good job of science. Although there were thousands and thousands of sects in the cultivator world, they were too numerous to count. However, there is no one who dominates the world but the 9 sectors of the 3 elements. The 3 sect of Shan Yuan, Nanli Jianjai, Jialan Temple, and Misty City. The 3 Zhongyuan clans, Star Moon Pavilion, Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Qinglan sect. The 3 lower elemental clans, Wushuan Lu, Shunji Yuan, and Langjia Mountain. Han Yu listened in confusion, and the mundane and overseas cultivator didn't seem to hear much of the meaning. Cousin covered his forehead with a sigh, and said, I knew I was talking to you like this to a bull. Let's put it this way. There are 3 floors and 6 courtyards in the Wushuan building, in which there are nearly 1,000 cultivators. So you say that you have stabbed one isn't the same as stabbing an est. Shuzhou City Government Office. Oh Mingdong had just walked to the entrance of the office with trepidation when he was stopped by the government guards. I would like to find your town guardian lord. Please pass on a message. My name is Oh Mingdong. After the government guards looked him up and down, they knew that he was not an ordinary person when they saw his extraordinary demeanor, so they nodded and quickly went in to report. At this moment, Su Wanjun was frowning deeply as she sorted through the letters that had recently returned, and she had ended up absolutely reporting Han Yu and the others' discoveries a few days ago, and liaising with several surrounding state capitals at the same time. After the mansion guard hurried in to give a word about what was going on at the door, Su Wanjun frowned and let him lead the people in. Soon Oh Mingdong came in with an agitated look. He was afraid of eating the closed door in vain. Originally, he had prepared a bellyful of words, but after seeing Su Wanjuan's stunningly beautiful face, he was too hesitant to say them. After a few moments of silence, Su Wanjun spoke first, and she asked in a brittle voice, "Did you come down along the way this trip?" Mingdong originally opened his mouth to say is specifically to see her, but the words to the mouth no Su Wanjun character. Afraid to finish will have to be thrown out, so hastily changed his mouth to say, "I was passing along the way with my senior brother." Su Wanjuan's gaze twitched as she asked, "Have there been any mass disappearances of people in the various places you've traveled down along the way?" Mingdong froze at his words. This is not a good thing for him to take. He specialized in rushing to the road, where he stopped along the way. Haven't noticed. Su Wanjun withdrew her gaze with some disappointment, and Mingdong hesitated after looking at it and asked after it tentatively, "Did something happen?" Su Wanjun pondered for a moment before handing over the letter in her hand. Mingdong read it very carefully, and time slowly passed before he finally finished reading all the letters. He frowned. He had heard of the body refining lineage, but it was all old stories, not something that happened in their generation, and what he knew and heard was all mentioned in the mouths of his elders. "Do you need me to stay and protect him?" Mingdong looked at Su Wanjun and opened his mouth. The so-called him was naturally Su Wanjuan's cousin, the Mo family's son. That was a rather complicated blush on her face. Su Yanjun asked meaningfully, "How is that senior brother of yours?" Mingdong's face flushed. Wang Shi naturally was not in a good condition, and had already squatted in the latrine for half an hour after returning to his lodgings. Now is lying in bed sighing. It was just that he was so anxious to come and meet Su Wanjun that he put his senior brother behind him. And Su Wanjun wasn't really caring about Wang Shi's matter. She was just taking the opportunity to subtly point out the relationship between Wushuang Lu and the Mo family. Try not to offend too hard in the future. The 9 great clans at this level are most concerned about face. Cousin sighed. Hanyu curiously opened his mouth at this time and asked, "Your family should be among the 9 clans if they can cross paths with Wushuang Lu, right?" It wasn't hard to figure out, since Wushuang Lu was as grand as cousin said. Wouldn't that also indicate that its family lineage would likewise not lose out to the other side? Cousin's face was complicated, but he still spoke. "Actually, my name is Mo Shiwan, and my family is from the Divine Mechanics Academy." The two were not at all surprised by this. The Bulgarian opened his mouth to snicker. "So he's still a man of the world." Cousin gave him a blank look and said with a bitter smile, "I'm talking about trouble and you guys are concerned about my family history." The mundane man spread his hands and said, "The medicine is the pharmacist's anyway." Hanyu rolled his eyes and said, "The medicine was given by a mundane." The mundane man thought for a moment and then pointed to his cousin. "People are coming at him. One lap and all 3 have a share." Wang Shi lying alone in bed tossing and turning. The whole person has been nearly deflated. Just now, he got up again to go to the outhouse. His own senior brother left without a word, and he didn't know if he had helped find a doctor. As a seeing self-realm cultivator, he had already forgotten what sickness felt like, but now he was being tortured so miserably. A body of surging true essence flowed through his lungs and internal organs, but he was unable to suppress the distending pain in his stomach in the slightest. When had the cultivator who had entered the world from above ever suffered this kind of pain? At this moment, the faces of 3 people came to his mind and he couldn't help but hate them. Looking out the window has entered the night. Mingdong has not returned. Cousin stayed at the inn until late at night. You're not going back? Hanyu looks at him in surprise. Cousin looked puzzled, coughed dryly, and said that he had long ago taken a room next door, and that he would not go back there to stay of late. Hanyu is curious. Hiding from Su Wanjun? That's impossible. Cousin is used to being cleaned up. He doesn't carry any fear at all. At most he'll be beaten up. Cousin awkwardly explained. Mingdong must have come specifically to look for my cousin this time. I won't go back to the government office for now. He's so virtuous that he must run to the government office every day. Are you afraid of him? Or are you just weak-minded? Hanyu says with a snarky look at the joke. Cousin rubbed his nose. The man, I guess. I have no aversion to him, it's just that when I see him, he has that look in his eyes that I always feel guilty about. And I'm afraid he'll kill me first to quench his thirst if he's irritated hard by my cousin someday. Bulgarians suddenly laughed out loud. Laughed at the too inexplicable. Until the Bulgarians themselves tears are laughing out of the belly said. I was thinking is one day his cousin married someone else. Mingdong the first thing is not all over the world to chase after his cousin. It can't be, can it? Cousin blushed hard. Just as the words first fell, the doors and windows suddenly exploded, and a powerful blade chi instantly broke through the window towards the several people. Hanyu stepped forward with a grave expression on his face, crossing his arms to block the blade chi. However, the blade chi had only just been blocked when another wall of fire instantly swooped towards the room, setting the surrounding area ablaze in just an instant. In a few blinks, the room was a sea of fire. Get out first. Hanyu yells and then rolls over and jumps out. and his cousin and the mundane look at each other before hurriedly following. At this time, the street was silent and deserted, and Han Yu's expression froze after he leaped down. Not far before and after him, there were two figures each. He naturally recognized Wang Shi, but who was the person at the other end with a black robe covering his entire body? Wang Shi, you're shameless, and you're calling people? When his cousin got off the ground, he looked at the black robe and couldn't help but curse in annoyance. Wang Shi was also confused at this time. He had trouble sleeping all night. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was. So he wanted to come over to take revenge. So he sneaked up to the inn where the three were staying, and when he saw that the room lights were still lit, he tried to make a move to sneak in from the outside. After he swung his sword with all his might to chop away, a person covered in black robes suddenly came, and that person was even more ruthless. Directly a roaring fire set the room on fire. After the black robe saw the three people jump down, he did not say a word, and after flying up in the air, his own true essence kept on bulging, and a huge pressure shocked the crowd below to the point that their faces turned pale. God-prying realm, cousin exclaimed with a pale face. A sea of fire coalesced around the black robe, burning the night as bright as day in midair. With a wave of the black robe's hand, the sea of fire fell in unison like an inverted river, and there was nowhere to hide. Han Yu was the first to be touched by the sea of fire, only to see his clothes burst into flames, and no matter how much he patted them, he couldn't extinguish them. The mundane man's leg wound was not yet fully healed, and several times his dexterous dodging was a step too slow, and soon his upper body was also touched by tongues of fire, and instantly his whole arm burned. Cousin is even worse. Two trouser legs on fire, anxious to jump around, a true essence tremor, want to try to quake the fire, but found no effect at all. This is the fire avatar, cousin exclaimed with a hasty look on his face. Wang Shi on the side had the idea of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, only that the bustle didn't last long, and the sea of fire spread over towards him. Raging dragon slash, at the expense of a large number of true essence, a knife up to form a tornado toward the sea of fire, not only did not extinguish the fire, but also to make the fire more raging. Chapter 34, Fire Avatar Devouring. I wanted to watch the fire from the other side of the river, but I didn't realize that I was setting myself on fire. Wang Shi's slash of the angry dragon slash extinguished the fire even more, and the tongues of fire instantly wrapped around his wrist first. The flames were like maggots attached to his bones. No matter how he pounced on them, he could not cover them up. The spreading speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye his front chest was already on fire. This is also a fire divine ability? Han Yu couldn't believe it. This was much more terrifying than Xiao Shui's in the beginning. He didn't know that Duke Xiao was forcibly elevated by the elixir in the first place, and his senses were insufficient, and that even if they were of the same fire system, the characteristics of the aptitude were different. The mundane and his cousin had attached flames to their entire bodies and were slapping each other around, but unfortunately to no avail. You can try devouring each other's flames. In his mind, little Lioli suddenly spoke. What? Han Yu looked surprised, as if he was afraid he'd heard wrong. Little Lioli said again. You are of the same origin as his fire system. You can try to swallow his flames into your own. It's almost no different than looking for death. In case the two divine abilities collided and blew up, there was no telling how powerful it would be. Other people doing this kind of thing are indeed looking for death. But you're different. You have the glazed vase in your mind, or rather your sea of consciousness, and after you devour the opponent's flame, the glazed vase will then melt it away. Han Yu frowned and thought, are you sure you can melt away? Little Lioli's tone was certain. As long as it's energy, the Lioli bottle can refine it. It depends on whether or not you can devour it. How do you swallow? Han Yu said sharply. Release your fire aptitude and control it to eat away at the opponent's flames. Han Yu sniffed and sank his heart, and after opening his right hand, a pitiful little ball of fire appeared in his palm. Try to communicate that small dots of fire extended out. First came to their own arms. Two different flames met, like a beast of prey, each other then intertwined together. Bottles work fast. Little Lioli hurriedly shouted at this time. In the sea of consciousness, the glazed vase tumbled and then flew up to hang upside down, and the foreign flames from Han Yu's body began to be channeled into the sea of consciousness in a steady stream through the flames in Han Yu's palms. At this moment, the glazed bottle emitted a suction force, and the other party's flame was quickly sucked into the bottle just as it entered the sea of consciousness. There's drama. Han Yu's eyes suddenly lit up before he charged into the sea of fire even more recklessly. All come over to my side. I have an idea. At the same time, Han Yu let out a yell, and the mundanes and their cousins understood, immediately stopping their pouncing and running fast. Han Yu's hand held the flames, like a fire god on earth. As the great fire in the sky continued to converge towards his hand continuously, he sucked desperately in his hand, and in his sea of consciousness, the glazed bottle refined equally desperately. Steeply, Hanyu was astonished beyond measure to find that the flames belonging to himself and his palms had begun to grow larger. A lotus flower is blooming. What's going on? Hanyu hurriedly asked the little artifact spirit. The little artifact spirit seemed to be surprised as well, and said in astonishment, "Yikes! The bottle is absorbing the opponent's divine essence through the flames. Keep sucking. The bottle has made a big profit again this time." Hanyu's heart flutters, and after sucking clean the fire sources in his own periphery as well as the ones on the mundanes and his cousin, he doesn't even let go of the ones on Wang Shi. Wang Shi, the unlucky man, thus picked up a life for nothing. The black robe could not be seen, but his figure apparently stalled, and with a slight cold snort, another sea of fire fell from the sky. Good people, Hanyu and little Lioli evaluated at the same time, which made him happy, and a fire lotus grew bigger and bigger, and later even reached the size of a face basin. The flames in the sky kept falling, and the people underground kept sucking against the fire lotus, and in the end, the fire lotus started to rise up into the air, frantically devouring the sea of fire before it could even spill. The black robe shuddered around him, and only then did he realize that his sea of fire had hardened and shrunk by half. He was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his divine ability and looked incredulously at Hanyu underground. Being able to devour divine essence was simply too appalling. Below, the fire lotus gradually fell after eating the last mouthful of flames, and Hanyu held it up with one hand, saying with an expectant face, "Is there more?" Although he couldn't see the black robe's face at this moment, he was trembling in mid-air, and suddenly raised his hand. His true essence gathered in his hand, and he condensed a huge knife out of thin air, with a horizontal chop and a large sword slamming down. Hanyu, who had been complacent a moment ago, was struck with disaster at this moment. The blade chopped into his chest, and Hanyu's chest dented as he spat blood and flew out. The big sword did not change its momentum, still chopping again, wanting to kill Hanyu in mid-air. Seeing that the great sword was getting closer and closer, at the time of danger, the figure of the vulgar man suddenly swept by, scooping up Hanyu and stomping 2 feet in the air to leap into the air above the great sword. The black-robed trustee lifted his hand, and the great sword slashed upward again, and the vulgar man hurriedly returned to take a third step. That big sword, however, seemed to have prejudged it and suddenly changed direction temporarily. The mundane clenched his teeth and took the 4th step that he had never taken before, and after the 4th step, the mundane's figure steeply became ethereal. It then appeared directly 100 meters away like a bolt of lightning. Pust! This step seems to be extremely consuming, as the mundane lands on the ground and a mouthful of blood is sprayed on Hanyu's face, who turns around and wakes up, but instead, he passes out instead. The black robe was about to move. Outside the sky, there have been 2 figures are approaching. He hesitated for a moment, called out a flying sword immediately broke the sky. After making such a big commotion, it had eventually startled Su Wanjun, and Mingdong had chased after his own senior brother at the same time after realizing that he had disappeared. The 2 arrived one after the other, looking at the mess all over the place, and the crowd covered in scorched black. Cousin was the first to start selling out. "Cousin, this time it's really none of our business." Inside the government office, the people gathered. Only most of them were in a terrible mess, each with a black face. Mingdong was currently reprimanding his senior brother. After Hanyu, the mundanes, and the cousin's one-person narration, the general pattern of things is reviewed. The general line of events is that Wang Shi sneaked off to the inn to seek revenge, and then at the same time encountered a black-robed man who made a move to kill the 3 of them without any reason. As for Wang Shi, he seems to be the one who was affected by the wave. This unlucky guy. Really? Mingdong was already planning to hurry up and take the person back first once the day dawned at this moment. As for Su Wanjun, she knitted her forehead and pondered. And the black robe, fire aptitude, again favored the 3 of them. It seemed like the only thing that could come at them was one thing, and the techniques were still similar. Both were cultivators who were good at making fire. Hanyu and the 3 of them had actually thought of it, and at the moment, there was only one person who could want to kill the 3 of them in Shuzhou City, the person behind the curtain. I thought it was safe to stay inside the city, but I didn't realize he really dared to enter the city and kill people. Cousin sighed. Su Wanjuan's face first looked strange for a while before she said, "But it's related to what I did." Later, she went over what she had done recently. Ever since Hanyu and the 3 of them had entered the city, Su Wanjun hadn't given up on tracking them down, and since there was no clue from the Zhuyu sect's side, it might be a good idea to start looking in the direction of the corpse refiners. Since the blessed sect has traveled thousands of miles to get here, would it be possible that there could be other places as well? So she not only reported the speculation of the matter to the court, but also united the surrounding state capitals to come up with an investigation. As a result, when the northern states and provinces were checked, many places with vast areas and scattered settlements had a small number of missing people. which would not be strange if it was a single state. However, it was a situation that occurred in multiple states. Su Wanjun naturally reported this discovery as well as the speculation to the court again. Perhaps the court made a response, or other state capitals were conducting a thorough investigation. Either way, it undoubtedly moved the root of the person behind it. So, this time, the black robe isn't seeking revenge, but is here to retaliate, right? Hanyu covered his chest and still hadn't slowed down until now. It was still a burst of pain. It hadn't even hurt this much when he had fought that half-step peeping god previously. Idiot, the realm of a cultivator, one realm, one heavenly rift. A tiny difference is a huge chasm. How can a half-step peeping god be compared to a peeping god? Little Luri cursed in her head. This time, it seemed that the three had suffered an undeserved disaster. The follow-up was done by Su Wanjun, but the black pot was counted on the three of them. Oh Mingdong also listened clearly on the side, and the pulse of the matter became clear. He interjected on the side. It is impossible for a Zhuyu sect alone to have so much ability to distribute the northern border to take people captive and refine their corpses, and there may still be behind-the-scenes support or behind-the-scenes control. I'll report this matter when I get back and let the clan know about it. After all, it won't be a good thing for the refined corpse lineage to make a comeback. And this isn't just a matter for the imperial court either. It's likewise a matter for the cultivator world. After saying that he's going to take Wang Shi away, before leaving, Mingdong can't help but ask Hanyu once again, is there really no antidote? Hanyu shook his head. There really isn't. Odds are that in the future it'll just be a matter of going out and paying attention, not looking and smelling. Wang Shi just had a tiny bit of gratitude instantly evaporated. Just based on this, Hanyu save him 10 times 8 times cannot dissolve the hatred. After the two left, Su Wanjun looked at the three helplessly. Before I thought that you guys hiding in the city is considered the safest, but now it's not so. This Shujo city you guys are afraid not to stay, and I don't know when the other side will attack you again. After some final deliberation, Sawani decided right away. Cousin would be sent back to the Imo family. This time it was the non-negotiable kind. Either he obediently followed Su Wanjun back, or Su Wanjun broke his legs and brought him back. As for Hanyu and the mundane, tomorrow there will be a caravan out of the city. At that time we'll be ordered to go down and mix the two into it, as long as all the way to disguise. By the time the people leave, the sky and the south, I am afraid that want to find them again is not easy. Cousin sent the two of them all the way out of the mansion. Grimacing pitifully, I really don't want to go back. So what do you want? Hanyu glanced at him and smiled. You guys can help me escape. I'll mix with you guys to get out of town. Cousin's eyes lit up and a bad idea came instantly. What is your sister's cultivation level? Hanyu asked. Peeping God. Cousin had only just finished speaking when the two walked straight away without looking back. We'll see you again sometime. On the way, Hanyu and the mundanes kept their eyes peeled and cautiously made 7 turns along the way before finally finding a place to resettle. A 25-year-old god-prying realm cultivator. The Sanyuan 9 sect is really a bit terrifying. The mundanes suddenly sighed. Hanyu curiously asked little Lioli in his mind. Such a powerful person. Why don't you react? If cousin hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known she was so powerful. Is it because she doesn't have the chi or you just can't see it? Little Lioli muttered. I also crave her. But lately it's not the bottle that's been making a lot of headway, and now it's coming out of the dan to it. Little Lioli then didn't forget to give Hanyu a boost. It's fine. Hold back for a while. When I meet another downtrodden son of chi, a handful of them will turn over, and my privileges will come back. By then, if I want to come out, I'll come out. If I don't want to come out, I won't come out. Well, hell, I didn't know there could be such a thing as an artifact spirit that could still be an incongruous being to the object itself. The bottles themselves come out with elixirs that can have ridiculously high upper limits and ridiculously low lower limits, and there are 1,000 of them. The little artifact spirit seems to specialize in producing elixirs for specific people to complete the draw. I'm not going with the caravan tomorrow. What are your plans for tomorrow? The Vulgarian spoke again. Hanyu froze, also pondering whether to follow the caravan. Chapter 35 Overseas Sacred Kung Fu pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Almost forgetting the mundane's greatest ability, his skillful disguise. Unless he brought a necromancer to lock by virtue of his scent, he could not be taken at all. It was true that he didn't need to follow the merchant caravan. Instead, if he was just alone, the black robes probably wouldn't be able to find him for the rest of his life. Hanyu was in a dilemma. Should he follow the caravan? Until the layman said he was going south. Now there was no need to dwell on it. Originally, if there hadn't been this business with Hidden Moon Peak, my cousin and I had made an appointment to go south together to look for Ian and the two of them. And now that my cousin doesn't have to go, then I'll go by myself, the Vulgarian said with a helpless sigh. Hanyu also sighed. So it is the opposite of the south. He is all the way north. He is to go south. It is definitely a different road. The mundane laughed. It's fine. Some other day ask cousin if he can refine a treasure that can contact each other out, so that everyone can contact each other anytime there's something going on. Hanyu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought about it. You're giving him a heavenly problem. The more the layman thought about it, the more interesting he found it, and he decided at once to give him the puzzle before he left tomorrow, so that he would not return home and idle away his illness. Send you something. As for Hanyu sighed. The Vulgarian smiled and pulled something out of his arms. On the following day, a long line of people pulling all kinds of goods slowly exited Shuzhou City, and a bearded man looked back at the city gates for a few moments before walking away without looking back. This is naturally the caravan that Su Wanjun is talking about. And it is a real caravan. The bearded man looks ordinary in the whole team, pulling the ox cart together with the crowd, and will be silent on the sidelines when resting. Last night, the mundane person had sent a thin, cicada-like human face mask that just fit Hanyu's face, and as soon as it was pasted on, it was instantly a different face. At that time, Hanyu tried it on the spot, and as soon as he put it on, his face was first cold for a while, then he felt that the mask was fitting his skin, and after a few moments, he looked in the mirror and froze at once. The mirror was a completely different face, and there was no trace of disguise to be seen. It's safer for you to stick this on and blend in with the caravan again tomorrow. The layman chuckled. Later, Su was still not assured. Hanyu before leaving, the mundane people and temporary processing, which became the present-day beard. Hanyu was especially moved and said, I'll send you a good elixir in the future. The layman was instantly frightened and fled. Now that the merchant caravan had been gone for half a day, none of the people inside had shown anything unusual, but to play it safe, Hanyu still wore his bearded face and didn't show anything special. Now just halfway to rest, Hanyu cannot help but take a thin leather book up and flip. The book is still mundane to give. At that time, said it is a secret book of 10,000 gold. Overseas cultivators' manpower must have. At first it was difficult for him to connect the 10,000 gold and manpower essentials, until he first turned it over and realized that the writers had written 10,000 gold. It's really profound. The first page teaches people not to use their real names for business. It's the title of the book that's rather unusual. How to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. The content details ways to make yourself look more like an underdog in a variety of different circumstances, ways to look like a bully, and then ways to people at key points. After initially reading it, Hanyu kinda sympathizes with the mundane. Has the overseas environment already pushed people to such a state? The mind can't help but conjure up a burst of images of two underdog-looking pigs, bumping into each other, then apologizing on their knees one by one more than a grandson, and finally showing their tusks at the same time. The image is more sinister than a picture of a hungry ghost. After seeing it a few more times over later, it's starting to grow somewhat more recognizable. Ho, 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 ho. The demonic voice suddenly sounded in his head, and Hanyu couldn't help but be startled. Hurrying to look up in his mind for a while, he could not find any sign of the other one, except for the joyful pity pill that still had 6 days left. Ha ha ha, the bottle just burped and scared you. The little artifact spirit teased unmercifully. It's digesting last night's energy and has no time for you right now. Hanyu withdrew from his mind with a black face, and at that moment, a whistle sounded and the leader of the merchant caravan shouted, onward on the road. Shuzhou City. A team of dozens of people entered the city with great vigor. The leader of the team was a man over 100 years old with chicken skin and hair. The figure of Chio Susu in the team was clearly in the list. If it was Lu Daio, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the extremely rude Tianshui sect elder. Just insolent he is also divided people. After entering the city, a group of people under his command will not dare to be too unrestrained, just low-key scattered in all directions. It took about half a day of searching before regrouping and shaking his head. The elder could only bring Chio Susu alone to pay a private visit to Su Wanjun, and then explained his intentions, asking if there had been a single pharmacist who had come. He appeared to be more restrained. After all, a 25-year-old peeping god was enough to make him scornful, not to mention the fact that Su Wanjun had the Star Moon Pavilion's signature behind her. Rather, I've never seen a medicine man come into the city. What does the man look like? Sawani asked. Chio Susu took a small step forward and softly portrayed Hanyu's looks. Cousin had come back from outside listlessly, heard the word pharmacist slightly on the heart, and then heard Chio Susu's description. Not Hanyu. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Wanjun hadn't yet opened her mouth, he quickly stepped over first and said, I've seen this person before. 2 days ago I went out to swim in the mountains and happened to run into this person. That elder's face was delighted, and he hurriedly asked after him, where is the man? Cousin feigned a reminiscent look and said intermittently, at that time, there was a person surnamed Bao beside him, who was quite flattering to this person. and said in words that he wanted to invite him to the southern border Zhuyu sect. Did it go? The elder's expression was suddenly tense. If this went, another trip to the southern border would really be exhausting. Cousin apologetically shook his head. At that time, where would I have cared about those? If it wasn't for that self-proclaimed surname Bauzbak saying that he wanted to invite this person to be an elder in the Zhuyu sect, I wouldn't have paid special attention to it. After all, inviting a person to go back to be an elder is quite rare, isn't it? Not rare at all. The elder's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect the Zhuyu sect to have noticed the little pharmacist as well. If it was to offer such a price, there was no guarantee that the little pharmacist wouldn't be coaxed over. He then forced a smile towards his cousin to thank him, and then addressed Su Wanjun before taking Xiao Susu out of the mansion in a hurry. The disciples outside were waiting, and after the two of them came out, the elder said in a deep voice, "Go to the southern border blessing sect. Why are you lying?" When the people left, Su Wanjun couldn't help but give her cousin a blank look. Cousin sneered out disdainfully and said, "How can a large group of people look like they're not looking for anyone, but more like they're looking for trouble, and I can let the pharmacist suffer?" Naturally, these words were exchanged for another round of blank stares. Ho, 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 ho. This time the bottle is for real. This is already 2 days later. The vast caravan of merchants lined up under the inspection of the government guards before slowly entering the Tianning mansion. I knew that the north was vast, but I had never thought that the distance between the northern state capitals could be as long as a 2-day journey. After the caravan found an inn and stationed themselves there, Hanyu snuck away and found a remote corner to remove his beard. Just like another image of a green and strong man. It was at this point that the bottle once again acted as a demon. Pure Yang Qi Xiang Dan, taker obtains a pure Yang pulse body. Side effect, the body fragrance emitted by the body will attract the same sex and be rejected by the opposite sex. Hiss, bottles are a little lower today. You can come all you want. I have the overseas divine kung fu to protect my body. Hanyu patted the thin leather book in his arms and with a calm face emerged into the crowd on the street. Bai Ginglian leaned listlessly over the railing and watched the endless stream of people on the main road downstairs. The second floor of the Yuetban building was clearly abnormally noisy, but it couldn't disturb him in the slightest from fidgeting. On the wine table, a wide array of dishes have not moved a single chopstick. Beside him also sat a man in his 20s. Good looking, but the temperament is feminine and heavy. The man rambled on, and Bai Jingliang continued to lay his head down quietly as if he hadn't heard. The man, perhaps noticing, probed over and reached out to pull a ball of cotton out of Bai Jingliang's ear. Sighing, "Brother Liang, how come you've had such an extra quirk since you came back from the south? Racing cotton into your ear every day." Bai Gingliang just smiled listlessly. "Xiao Yang, what did you just say?" Xiaoyang sighed again and was about to repeat what he had just said when Bai Jingliang's sprawled body suddenly straightened up and then made a motion of rubbing his eyes with a surprised look on his face. "Xiao Yang, you go back first. I suddenly have something to do." "First." "Finished." Also do not wait for him to respond. Bai Jingliang Wuji holding the railing jumped down. Chapter 36, Trivial Matters in Tianning. Hanyu. Hanyu hadn't heard people call him that for a while, so he couldn't help but be stunned. Turning his head to look, and apart from the bustling crowd, he couldn't seem to find a single recognizable figure. "Hanyu!" Bai Jingliang shouted loudly once more, and this time Hanyu then saw him, 100 meters away, with so much as a silhouette jumping and shouting before quickly running. How could it be him? Upon seeing Bai Jingliang, Hanyu first froze for a moment before looking surprised. "You remember the first time we met was in the river outside of Jiangningfu. Their own small bamboo raft crashed into each other's boat triggered by the subsequent kinds of. But the point is, how did he get here? My house is right here." Bai Gingliang is happy to say that it's a cause for joy for him to see Hanyu here. "Come on, I'll find a place to chat before we talk." Bai Jingliang pulls Hanyu forward enthusiastically without saying a word. The two entered a tea house, where people knew him, and Bai Gingliang waved his hand and let people prepare an elegant room. Up on the second floor, there were a few rooms specialized for guests to talk about things, which were elegantly decorated, and most importantly, clean and undisturbed. Xiaoer put down the good tea and then bowed and went out to bring the door. Bai Gingliang still had an excited look on his face. "You don't even know how exciting it was when you ran away." He rambles on about what's happening from the other angle, and Hanyu listens in fascination. "The star sex Lin Daozong even gave him a name? It's not like he's a fanatic, is it? No wonder he was captured by the Mouse Taoist as soon as he entered the Yujin mansion. It was all Lin Daozong's doing. He's trying to drag one more person into the water as much as he can." As if suddenly remembering something, Hanyu looked at him rather curiously and asked, "Those 100 people weren't driven away back there, were they?" Hanyu has a deep impression of these 100 people. Knowing that the side effects are so great, they are still willing to fight, which is better than many cultivators, at least in this aspect of the heart. Bai Jingliang shook his head and said, That's not true. They've all been left behind. Some time ago Suzerain even wrote to say that all of this group of people broke through the celestial realm in just 1 month. And now they're all divine spring realm cultivators. Hanyu raised his eyebrows. If it were before, he would naturally be surprised. But after seeing more, he gradually didn't feel anything. Moreover, the south is known as a barren area for cultivators. The Rat Dodgers group of people of the Pishang realm can be the patriarch. And entering the divine spring in January can indeed be considered a genius there. Suzerain said there's something else that concerns you. Bai Jingliang said mysteriously. Han Yu was a bit curious. The place where you stood and sent the Dan water was privately called the Dragon Gate by the group of disciples, meaning that leaping over it would turn the carp into a dragon. Han Yu laughs and shakes his head after hearing this, not realizing that the group still misses this, but it also means that the group still doesn't regret it afterward, even if they understand the side effects. If we look at it according to the efficacy of the Blossom Night release pill, it is not unlikely that 100 dragons could really be rushed out of the barren south in a decade or so. The Dan I took. I've come up with ideas to deal with it. Bai Jingliang had one thing to say, jumped around a lot, and talked about himself again. This had piqued Han Yu's interest, as the side effects of this Dan had scared him in the beginning. I thought it was some kind of magic formula, but it turned out that Bai Jingliang pulled out 2 balls of cotton and stuffed them directly into his ears. This should be considered a good idea, right? Han Yu slightly hesitant. Bai Jingliang cotton has not been taken down, but nodded back with certainty. Is definitely a good way? I just plug the ears. Learn lip service is not a perfect solution to the problem of not being able to listen to the chickens. This is now really amazing that such methods can be used. Bai Jingliang looked smug and grunted. The district can't listen to such a small thing as a chicken's call. Where is it as important as my ascending to the pilgrimage realm? Bai Jingliang's realm? Is the accelerated cultivation of the smelling chicken Dan so outrageous? Looking closely, he realized that Bai Jingliang himself was at the Divine Bridge realm before he ate the Dan, which meant that it took a full month to break through the realm. For others a month to break into the other shore might be exaggerated, but for Han Yu, it was quite reasonable. After all, I've seen too many with more outrageous effects, and side effects that are so simple to fix. Taking a month to break the other side is considered slow. Old acquaintances meet, and came to their own place. Bai Jingliang happy and immediately enthusiastic to help arrange a good place to stay. How's your sister? Han Yu casually asked. This right woman has a principle that makes men unable to easily fade away. Gourd. Bai Jingliang's smile slightly curtailed, and he didn't say anything, only taking Han Yu to one of the best inns. After a few more moments of casual conversation, he left with a preoccupied look on his face. Is it possible that something happened to Bai Junya? It doesn't look like it. Where can Bai Jingliang sit still when something really goes wrong? Since people didn't say anything, Han Yu naturally wouldn't ask much. Pulling out the thin leather book from his arms, which at the moment held the thin, cicada-like mask, he might as well think about where to go to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Bai Jingliang once again walked down the street listlessly, his original good mood of seeing that magical little pharmacist again decimated by Bai Junya. Rio. A figure hurriedly came to meet him, and it was the brat in Xiaoyang again. When Bai Jingliang looked up, he saw a look of urgency on his face. What's wrong? On the other hand, after Han Yu affixed his mask at the inn, he took a close look in the mirror and wandered out the door after realizing there were no breaks. Tianing province this side of the prosperity of Shu State, and the city seems to be larger. The streets in addition to the bustling people, but also see a lot of cultivators. This wasn't too strange of a thing. When Yusu Prefecture City was able to have a sect stationed in it, it really wasn't that rare for such a large northern prefecture city. Get out and about more when you have nothing to do. Opportunity and accident always come first. The few quotes interspersed throughout the book by 10,000 Gold are particularly interesting and make quite a bit of sense when you think about it. There was a loud noise in front of them, surrounded by a large number of people, and there were also quite a few cultivators who stopped to watch. Han Yu curiously puts himself into the pile of people and looks at them from afar, and is instantly surprised at how he's everywhere. Bai Jingliang and Yin Xiaoyan were confronting a group of people. Across from them was a 17 or 18-year-old fatty with a plump face. A common cultivator's clothes froze and made him wear a few landlord's feelings. Little fatty led a group of cultivators, condescendingly hurling verbal insults at the people around Bai Jingliang. Brother Liang, the two Bai Yin families are relatives. It seems unfair for you to favor only my eldest brother, doesn't it? It's pretty funny that the two people arguing are still two brothers. Little fatty didn't dare to be rude to Bai Jingliang and opened his mouth. Bai Jingliang frowned, glancing at the plump figure with some displeasure, and said, if you go too far, I'll step in and whip you, and I'm sure your family won't say anything. Brother Liang, it's not just him, Yin Xiaoyang, who can hire help. I also have help. Little fatty pointed to the group of cultivators behind himself. Bai Jingliang scanned the circle and couldn't help but snort and shake his head, a bored expression on his face. It's all a bunch of ragtag people. I really don't see what there is to be proud of. This is his heartfelt words. A group of people who say good words is a family of the world. Hard to hear small clans cannot be counted as a family, but also all eyes are high above the top. But these words alone simultaneously made the cultivators across the street explode. Chapter 37, Pure Yang Chi Xiang Dan. Bai Jingliang's words instantly pierced the nerves of that group of lineage cultivators. What was originally a confrontation between Little Fatty and Yin Xiaoyang now instantly turned into a sword fight between the opposite cultivators and Bai Jingliang. Bai Jingliang, we're ragtag. So what are you? And how much better is your Bai family than us? A cultivator with a huffy look crossed the crowd and rebuked. Bai Jingliang shrugged, spread his hands and sighed helplessly. That's right. I'm included in the rags. So I really don't see what the hell there is to be proud of. At least we haven't had to spit in our faces and take out the women of the house for marriage. A cultivator spoke with sarcasm and snorted. Bai Jingliang's face changed. His entire face suddenly swelled red all of a sudden. Yin Xiaoyang was so scared that he backed away. Even the few cultivators on the opposite side couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only that mouthy cultivator especially didn't realize that he had angered Bai Jingliang and was still smug. It just so happens that I have nowhere to take my anger, so it's good to take it out on you guys. After Bai Jingliang clenched his fists, his true essence suddenly exploded, and a strong wind blew the crowd of onlookers to the ground. And an instantaneous body came in front of all the cultivators, and in just a single glance, the majestic true essence threw all of them into the air. Even the little fatty was not spared. What do you want? A cultivator shouted in midair with a panicked face. Bai Jingliang clenched his fists and sneered. I don't want to do anything. I just want to punch and relax. After saying that, the person leaped into the air. Weapons were not used. One after another cultivator was ruthlessly smashed down by him. In just less than a moment's effort, a group of Divine Bridge cultivators were just like this, beaten up by a single pilgrimage cultivator to the point where they fell to the ground and wailed. Bai Jingliang Su exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, more or less out of the fire, but still suffocated, so he did not even look at the fallen people. Negative hand directly away. Yin Xiaoyang hurriedly chased up, followed closely all the way until he followed Bai Jingliang impatiently stopped. I also cannot figure out. You have a choice not to go to the outside wide world, but to go to grab so little farting things. Hanyu was still looking at the group of unlucky people who fell to the ground and wailed. His heart is curious. This is the first time he's seen Bai Jingliang get angry. What on earth could have made him so angry? There doesn't seem to be much to see in the back, and as the onlookers begin to leave in twos and threes, Hanyu naturally loses interest. Following that, he wandered around the city again, and after searching for half a day, he still hadn't found a suitable target to start with, and finally returned to the inn in disappointment. The next day, inside the inn, Hanyu looks at Bai Jingliang with an odd face as he brings someone to find him, and he naturally recognizes the person next to him, the same Yin Xiaoyang who had a fight on the street yesterday. Only what filled him with oddness was that Bai Jingliang had brought someone to beg for Dan. Give it to him painfully? Or hesitate before giving it? Hanyu was still pondering while Bai Jingliang introduces Yin Xiaoyang from the sidelines with an embarrassed look on his face. The Yin family was an inherited cultivator family, and was related to Bai Jingliang and his family in a kindred spirit sort of way. The reason for bringing people here was to beg for a mouthful of that qualification-changing pill from the star sect back then, which Yin Xiaoyang was willing to pay for. The reason for this is that Yin Xiaoyang will be competing with his brother from the second house for the right to inherit the Yin family in a few days. Xiaoyang grew up with a cold constitution, and their family's fiery fire kung fu was mutually exclusive. His cultivation has always been half as good as his efforts, but instead his half-brother's cultivation has surpassed him all the way. Bai Jingliang explained that he wouldn't have wanted to lead people over if he hadn't been annoyed to no end. And aside all Yin Xiaoyang from the time he opened his mouth has been dumbfounded look. Listen in every word to recognize, but just cannot understand what Bai Jingliang said. A mouthful of qualification-altering medicine? Which is possible. Instead of hoping for this, he should have begged Bai Jingliang to come out to his home to support him again. Hanyu was sorry in his heart. He definitely didn't have a qualification-changing elixir, but he did have a mood-changing one. Who said you didn't? Brain, the little glaze interjected. Hanyu was stunned, and hastily re-examined the two pills. Joy and sorrow Dan can naturally be ruled out first. Pure Yang Chi Xiang Dan. Can it be that coincidental? Physiquing cold eat down not become pure young pulse body. This is not also equal to change the qualification. That's the side effect. Hanyu took out the elixir and placed it in his palm, then spoke to Bai Jingliang about the side effects before looking at the two. Can it really change your physique? Yin Xiaoyang had a somewhat disbelieving expression. Bai Jingliang, on the other hand, was startled by the side effects and exclaimed, is it so evil? It's that after eating it, It will be repulsed by women and attract men instead. That's a bit of a price to pay. He looked at Yin Xiaoyang, his face complex, and advised, "Why don't you just give up the succession of the family head? You shouldn't think about finding a mate after eating this stuff." Yin Xiaoyang's face was cloudy. He still had the same sentence. Does it really improve qualifications? Han Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. Although it can't make your spiritual roots change, it's enough to make you conform to the phases of your family's cultivation technique, and even more powerful. Then I'll eat it. Yin Xiaoyang reached out and took the elixir. Bai Jingliang's face changed and hurriedly pulled back. You're crazy. How are you going to find a Taoist couple after eating it? Yin Xiaoyang's face was calm. This little side effect is simply equal to nothing for me. After saying that, he swallowed the elixir in one gulp. A fragrance gradually emanated in the room. Han Yu's face changed, backed up a few steps to cover his mouth and nose. Bai Jingliang was not expected, inhaled a mouthful of it, and looked at Yin Xiaoyang's look suddenly a little strange. It didn't feel as if this croaky guy was so annoying anymore, and there was even the idea of resisting the urge to get closer to him. This was basically a replica of Qi Linger, and it was only now that Han Yu reacted to Yin Xiaoyang's words before he looked at the two with an odd expression again. I just don't know if the poor guy, Bai Jingliang, is clear about the fact that the brothers around him are actually always sisters. Seeing Bai Jingliang gradually getting closer and closer, although he hasn't done anything hot yet, it looks like a real eyesore. So Han Yu can only cover his mouth and nose to persuade the person to hurry away. After the people left, Bai Jingliang was in a trance for a full quarter of an hour before he suddenly woke up, followed by an ugly expression. He remembered all the things he had just done, and was even more ashamed that he wanted to hug him. That's a side effect? Bai Jingliang had an afterthought look on his face. It might not count as a side effect for him, Han Yu said meaningfully. Red spirit? Bai Jingliang seemed to have thought of some kind of terrible speculation, and his face instantly darkened. When Han Yu nodded mercilessly, a black face instantly turned ironic again. Damn. I used to take baths with him all the time. Thinking of these, he was all over the place. After. No. There is no later. The bathhouse will not go in the future. People also try to avoid it. Bai Jingliang sat in the room to slow down for a long time. His face is only a little better, followed by a wave of worry. Would you like to hear me pour out a little bit of my misery and listen to some bull asterisk 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 dot? Han Yu glanced at him curiously, and Bai Jingliang exhaled heavily in a very stifled manner and said, My sister is coming home today. Chapter 38 Marriage. Bai Junya is coming back? Didn't she go into the star sect? Han Yu is taken aback, and Bai Jingliang speaks with a bitter expression. More like he wishes she wouldn't come back. I really don't want her to come back at this juncture. Bai Jingliang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said bitterly, Why? Han Yu opened his mouth in surprise and disbelief and asked. Bai Jingliang slowly narrated with a bitter smile. The Bai family was a cultivator family in the area of Tianing Prefecture, and the two siblings of the Bai family were even the direct descendants of the main branch lineage in this family. So from a young age, they were not only given the best resources, but also had the highest expectations placed on them at the same time. When my sister was first born, the family measured her single spirit root attribute, and at that time the entire family rejoiced, thinking that the family would eventually have to come out on top. But my sister grew up with a quiet character and disliked cultivation, so she was subjected to a lot of harsh criticism until after I was born. Han Yu asked thoughtfully, You're also a single spirit root, aren't you? Bai Jingliang nodded and continued. The year I was born I was measured for a metallic single spirit root, and my father even managed to fight for the position of family head because of this. What kind of feng shui is this? Having two single spirit roots in a row? Han Yu was tongue-tied at first glance, and the weight of a single spirit root qualification could practically knock on the mountain gates of all the major sects. The birth of Bai Jingliang also managed to gather all the eyes of the entire family. The reasoning was simple. Bai Junya was always a female, while Bai Jingliang was a male. The male often represented the continuation of the family, and even more so whether or not the family could continue to be brilliant after the next turnover. Therefore, Bai Jingliang also worked very hard since he was a child and was very persistent about practicing. My sister and I have been extremely close since we were children, and I originally thought that if I worked hard enough, no one would ever force my sister to do anything she didn't like again, even when I'm strong enough to let my home sister do what she likes. Bai Jingliang's eyes couldn't help but redden as he spoke. Those rotten old things. How dare they want to take my sister and marry her to the Qin family? The Qin family was likewise a great family that had been entrenched in this area for hundreds of years. And even because of the strong cultivators of this generation, it had jumped into a family with the power of speech in the Tianing Prefecture. The two families had always had an average relationship, with little interaction, especially since the Qin family had always had hints of suppressing the surrounding families. But instead, the Bai family did not have a favorable opinion of the Qin family. A few months ago, The first son of the Qin family had been astonished by Bai Junya after hastily meeting her once in Tianing City. It is also true that no man could ever be attracted to such a woman. But on the contrary, that person was the first eldest son of the Qin family. And while ordinary people would just think about it, he was capable enough to force a lot of people. Marriage. This word was like a bomb that stirred up the lives of the two siblings of the Bai family. Naturally, Bai Junya would not want to allow herself to be used as a bargaining chip in exchange for benefits like a tool. There was no way Bai Jingliang would let his sister suffer this kind of aggravation either. But the clan elder's persecution was too much for even Bai's father to handle. And under the guise that the head of the family had to make some trade-offs for the prosperity of the entire Bai family, they insisted on sending Bai Junya out under the banner of righteousness. Later on, Bai Jingliang thought of a dim trick, which was to send his sister far away, when Suzerain came to the house as a guest, and the two women were originally excellent friends as well, so they hit on the idea of the star sect. Han Yu sighed for a moment and shook his head. You might as well send her inside a large sect, so that she might really be blessed. South. The southern cultivator clans can't compare to the northern realm. This is a recognized fact. Han Yu all the way. The further north, the stronger the cultivator clans, maybe geographic factors. The south is barren. Willing to reside over there, the clans can be strong to wear. Han Yu could almost guess what was going on behind the scenes. Bai Jingliang shook his head inside. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but those big clans have a lot of rules. And without the time to open the mountain and accept disciples, and without knowing the people inside, it's simply impossible to get in. And we don't have the time to wait. So we ended up having to choose the star sect in the south. The Bai family had definitely approached the star sect, and in the extremely likely case, the Lin Dao sect wouldn't offend a lineage, or maybe even two lineages, over a disciple's family matter. The star sect could be considered a party in the south, but in the eyes of the northern realm's lineages, it was clearly insufficient. Han Yu guessed in his mind, not to try to let the children go out, but instead to be isolated in a corner, all day thinking about the past glory of the ancestors, and at the end of the day to rely on the girl child to go to the marriage. This kind of family will sooner or later fall into disrepair. Bai Jingliang said hatefully. Not all lineages were able to squeeze into the ranks of the 9 sects with the name of a lineage in the end, like the Divine Mechanics Academy, but there are definitely no fewer worldly families with such dreams. Tianingfu, Egret River bankside has stood a group of people, eyes looking into the distance. A pair of middle-aged couples complex, male about 40 years old, sideburns some gray, knife face more than a few vicissitudes of life, and azure brocade robes to wear on the body has a few Confucian flavor. The woman is about early 40s, but it is extremely well maintained, not the slightest trace of age but, only occasionally frowning when the wrinkles in the corners of the eyes can slightly reveal the age. The face is beautiful. I think that when I was young it was also a not bad beauty. The tip of the cruise ship could already be seen in the distance, but Lin Ruojuan was not the slightest bit elated. Instead, her eyes reddened and she gently wiped her tears with her handkerchief. Master, must she really come back? Bai Chong'an's face flashed with sorrow, but he could only nod his head somberly. Aren't you and I coming through the same thing? Lin Ruojuan continuously wiped her tears. Her heart was miserable. She was once a victim of the marriage, so she didn't want Bai Junya to suffer anymore. And her heart hated that group of clan elders at the moment. Mouths are talking about for the sake of the family. But why don't we see them taking out their own daughters? Lin Ruojuan's mouth rambled. Bai Chanan, however, was unable to return to her. Only his face was complex and he exhaled a cloudy breath. The cruise ship was becoming visible in the distance, and two playful figures stood beside the ship's side. It was hot and heavy going, but slightly chilly coming back. It was the same ship that had brought her back, but the state of mind was entirely different. Bai Junya had a grudge in her heart and her gaze was far away as Suzerain lost her usual liveliness and muttered all the way. Our patriarch is still too afraid of things. It's hard to believe that your family will really fight over there? Bai Junya forced a smile and said to her. You can't say that again once you're on shore. Then he sighed. Actually, you weren't supposed to come back with me. Suzerain huffed and crossed her arms, her eyes wide and disgruntled. What if I don't follow? What if you get bullied? Bai Junya laughed bitterly in her heart. This silly and the Star Sovereign was unable to do anything, so how could she help herself? When the time comes, if your family really insists on marrying you off, I'll take you and run, Suzerain said with a serious expression. You want the potion? Han Yu was stunned for a moment as Bai Jingliang spoke of the grievances in his heart and suddenly asked if there was an elixir to make him stronger. Is this a temporary fix? It wasn't impossible. Han Yu seemed to specialize in this kind of elixir here, so he asked little Lioli, and the result was that little Lioli couldn't see it. A mere single spirit root, one has no chi, the other has no cultivation. A single Dan will take half of his life. This breath is a bit big. Single spirit root in the eyes of the artifact spirit is even just the word district. Don't you have a point? At least there must be a natural aptitude. The little artifact spirit grunted. Still, the bottle is cuter. In addition to the cost is unknown. But spit out anyone can eat. The small artifact spirit is more like picking and choosing the dog big general. Seems to specialize in chi fortune cultivators or those heavenly pride of the sun. Han Yu was bellyaching in his heart. After seeing Han Yu shake his head in indication, Bai Jingliang let out a long sigh and could only say with a bitter smile, I'm going to go pick up my sister. Or thank you for being willing to listen to me about these things. I've been holding it in for a long time and haven't had a place to talk to anyone. Maybe to those people. These words of mine are just adding to the laughter. Chapter 39, The Water Genus Avatar Targeted by the Artifact Spirit. The boat has not yet docked. Can already see the people on the side of the boat? White Mother Lin Ruojuan, the more you see the silhouette of the boat, the more mournful in your heart. Bai Junya looked at her parents on the shore, and her face finally showed a trace of misery. Bai Jingliang came late, saw Bai father and mother frowned. The heart is quite resentful alone stood in a place, stretched his neck to look at the cruise ship. When the bow of the ship came close to the case, Bai Jingliang waved his hand and shouted, Sister! Bai Junya's eyes inexplicably reddened and she waved at him as well. Knock! The bow of the ship docked gently. The boatman lowered one side of the deck, and soon two figures walked slowly down. Father, Mother. Bai Junya bowed with a flourish. Bai Chongan nodded slightly, and Lin Ruojuan heartily went over and hugged, carefully asking how it had been over the past month or so. Sometimes it's not always good to be born into a big family. Han Yu can't help but sigh after Bai Jingliang leaves. Is this kind of thing rare? I'm afraid it's not uncommon, so I can't say that the Bai family today, and the Zhang family and Zhao family in other places are also playing. After all, it's someone else's family matter, so Han Yu doesn't comment. Do you have a crush on someone's sister? The little artifact spirit popped up and said. Han Yu was stunned and said, how is that possible? Is she in great shape? The spirit soul of the vessel asked. Stick. Han Yu replies from the heart. You see, you did get horny. Little Lioli laughs heartily, and Han Yu sardonically rubs his nose in silence. There was a sudden clamor on the street as if something was happening up ahead, and Han Yu walked up to take a look. The people kept running away, and it was only then that they saw 4 high horses pulling a real light and precious Makashi driving in, with a handsome, well-dressed gentleman sitting on top, and a group of cultivators with swords and horses following behind the carriage. What a big row! There was a lot of talk among the people around, all guessing that it was the male son of which powerful family. You think the gentry dares to curry horses in the city, when the town guards are vegetarians? A well-informed snicker said. Which family is that? An uninformed citizen asked. That person in the know grunted twice before saying, didn't see those government guards didn't dare to fart. It's bound to be the male son of whichever cultivator family is traveling. Han Yu listens thoughtfully in the midst of it, fearing that it's directed at the Bai family. Have a good swim out there today. Don't rush back yet. Bai Jingliang forced himself to squeeze a smile at the two. Soon after returning home, the two women were pulled outside by Bai Jingliang stiffly, saying that they hadn't been back for a long time and were touring around a bit. Suzerain strolled until her calves were numb, and couldn't help but give a blank stare, saying, I can't get lost in this place even if I close my eyes. Bai Jingliang just smiled awkwardly. Today, the news was spread, said that the Qin family's son Qin Hao will come over to visit. As soon as he heard this news, Bai Jingliang immediately pulled the two girls out of the door. Tianning City is the place where he grew up, and Suzerain has been here many times, so he can't wander around for long. And he's already tired of it. Just hang out a little longer. Bai Jingliang laughed a little hard, and Bai Junya seemed to sense something and asked in a low voice, isn't he coming today? Bai Jingliang blushed deeply and was silent. Bai Junya fell silent at the same time. Suzerain on the side wasn't stupid and squeezed out a hint of a smile when she reacted, stepping forward to put her arm around Bai Junya's hand and said with a forced smile, the clay figure pinching over there just now was good. Accompany me to take a look at it again. Bai Jingliang hurriedly nodded in agreement. Bai Junya, however, was unmoved, one pair of eyes lowered, and after a moment of silence, she said, go back. Now that things have settled, it's futile to do anything about it. She came to understand thoroughly in a few days. She 1 does not like to practice, and 2 was born in the family. Want to not be arranged after all is just a joke. Even if it wasn't the Qin family, any of the Zhang, Li, or Zhao families could be one's home in the future. She thought she'd always been the more mature person, and when she thought about it later, it was just an assumed sense of self. It's all you. You can't even find a place. Suzerain glared at Bai Jingliang in complaint and huffed. The 3 were a bit emotionally depressed and were about to hit the road. Yikes, that's not the weird pharmacist. Suzerain's pinky suddenly pointed at the person in front of her. Ever since the Star Sect incident, Hanyu had been elevated from bad pill master to strange pill master status in her eyes. Hanyu was also a bit surprised when he came face to face. How come he keeps bumping into Bai when he goes out lately? With that, his gaze unconsciously glanced toward his side. Suzerain was still as usual. As before and hadn't grown at all. Bai Junya is in a plain palace dress. Her complexion is emaciated for a few minutes, but that concave and convex figure looks even more charming. I didn't think she was still growing. Probably because he was more mesmerized by what he was looking at. His eyes were more reckless. And he soon made a big red face out of Bai Junya. What a coincidence. It was only then that Hanyu seemed to withdraw his gaze with an awkward smile. Mr. Han. Pharmacist. The two women greeted each other at the same time, which showed the gap. Bai Junya bowed in a gentle and decent manner. Suzerain was much simpler, crossed her arms and waved her hand. Hanyu. This woman has a water attribute divine ability on her. The little glaze suddenly became active in his mind. Hanyu was stunned, but he glanced at Suzerain in surprise. It really was hard to tell if one's talent was this good? No, it's the gourd-shaped body that makes you horny. This one. Water attribute divine ability. Excellent. Little Luri reminded in annoyance. That's even more incredible than Suzerain being in possession of the avatar. A person who didn't like cultivation and had a single attribute, spiritual root and a natural aptitude. Was it really just God force-feeding him? She just hasn't practiced to a certain degree yet to activate it. So no one has found out. Since we've all stumbled upon it, why don't we just have a Dan? Little Lioli compelled. Hanyu's face was odd. This little artifact spirit had always been unable to see the rabbit, since it could make it look at it. It said that understand Junya might really be in the category of heaven's pride. A few people watched Hanyu's sudden blank stare as Bai Gingliang curiously reached out in front of him and said, Hanyu, what's wrong with you? Only then did Hanyu come back to his senses. And in his mind was the voice of the little artifact spirit all the time. Out of the Dan. Out of the Dan. I want out of the Dan. It's okay. Suddenly I remembered something else. Hanyu laughed awkwardly before looking at the few people. Why don't we find a place to sit? Bai Gingliang was naturally willing to do so, and just so happened to not be willing to go back so soon. A few people went to yesterday's tea house, and after sitting down, Suzerain immediately said with a leap of faith, I thought you had run away to the ends of the earth. Listening to my master. The patriarch is gnashing his teeth at you, itching to eat you up. Your master wouldn't want to eat me too, would he? Hanyu was rather more curious about that old trickster old Taoist. Suzerain heard the mention of the old Taoist and instantly deflated as if he was punished for a year of facing the wall because of you. Hanyu's heart soars all of a sudden. This old scoundrel deserved it. He even sabotaged himself in the first place. Then looking at the two people who were muffled and silent, he understood the speculation right away. I'm afraid that the male gentleman was really running towards Bai Junya. Let me tell you, in case this woman activates the avatar, she might not have to marry. The little artifact spirit was still chattering. Hanyu helplessly asked in his mind, what did you figure out about her? I want half of her divine ability origin. When the time comes, I'll share a little bit with you, and you'll be able to have a water divine ability as well. The little artifact spirit yelled happily. This made Hanyu a bit moved, but a bit hesitant. She'll definitely need it. And if she manifests enough value, maybe her family won't need her to marry. What Hanyu was hesitant about was that with half of the origin, nothing would happen, right? And you say you don't have any interest in her. You usually feed others, Dan. Have you ever seen you give them any consideration? The little artifact spirit snorted out a laugh before continuing. No one can die. The elixir activates her divine aptitude ahead of time. I'll collect half of her origin, and she'll be able to make up for it after spending 10 years or so. This one is fine. Hanyu looked at Bai Junya and hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Miss White, I have an option for you. Chapter 40, revised version of the Hexaiodon. Hushidan, revised version after swallowing the pill. The person taking it can maximize the activation of the natural aptitude on his body. Side effect, loss of half of the avatar origin. Hanyu's face darkened, and he loudly slandered in his heart. Are you planning to hold on to Duke Xiao's phrase 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river and not let it go? Is that it? There's no other name for it? Because I'm not good at names. Little Ruri said rightfully. Wait, you're saying that it can be made up in 10 years or so? Then how long will it take for her to cultivate to perfection if she cultivates on her own? Hantu suddenly remembered the style of the little weapon spirit. When could he let others take advantage of him? Ludi, you all had to use a year of chi luck to exchange for a realm breakthrough. The little artifact spirit was silent for a while before whispering back. 5 years. Then isn't she also getting the fruits of 5 years in advance? Only to be cut in half. It's fair. The little artifact spirit hastily added. Hanyu's face darkened, knowing that there was no such thing as a good thing, and that this was cutting a person's upper limit of achievement for a number of years down the road to make up for the present. totally in keeping with the style of the little tool spirit. Ask her yourself. She might be willing to do it. This is already a chance in front of her. If people don't know how to save themselves, they are hopeless. On the other side, when Hanyu finished his sentence, the three people on the opposite side hadn't reacted back for a while, and after a moment of silence, they could only open their mouths again. I have an elixir that may, perhaps, change your situation. Bai Jingliang was the first to jump up, literally bouncing 3 feet high in exclamation. Are you serious? Hearing that he could change his family sister's situation, and not caring what kind of elixir it was, he was instantly excited. But, Han used one but instantly made Bai Jingliang sober up all of a sudden. Are there still side effects? And it's big? Bai Jingliang's face showed a tangle of colors as he asked cautiously. Han Yu nodded, then quietly looked at Bai Junya. Eating it will maximize the activation of your divine ability. However, the condition for activation is the loss of half of your divine ability's origin. It felt like a toothache when I said that, because it was like the words of a small artifact spirit snubbing a person. Then let me. Bai Jingliang volunteered, as long as he could help his sister. Side effects he could care less about, but unfortunately Han Yu was shaking his head for a while, taking his gaze and sweeping it over him and Suzuran, explaining, it's useless for you and Suzuran to eat it, only if she eats it will it work. Bai Junya stared blankly at Han Yu, her small mouth slightly open, suddenly a bit cute. Is it really that magical? This matter Bai Jingliang has the most say. He frowned but solemnly nodded his head. Don't forget that he can turn 100 people into single spirit roots, and I've actually taken his medicine that makes cultivation faster. But think about it, house sister. If the side effects, Han Yu nodded and said solemnly, so think it over, eat or be eaten. Bai Junya collected her shocked colors, then slowly quieted down. After a long time, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Han Yu. Then why are you helping me? Han Yu is a bit confused by this turn of events. Wasn't he talking about the side effects? Why is he suddenly giving him a weird look? Bai Junya's face is indeed a little complicated. This kind of elixir is unheard of, but the value is certainly difficult to measure. This man is greatly generous to give her. Does? Han Yu was looked at and blushed a bit, reacting to know that it was Bai Junya who misunderstood, and hurriedly said awkwardly, that, I've sent many people elixirs, and your brother has also taken me twice. This naturally put Xin Xiaoyang on his head that time as well. Bai Junya also blushed slightly, thinking that she was being presumptuous. Miss Bai, to be honest, you were born in a lineage, wanting to not be at the mercy of others but not willing to cultivate. Even if you hide from the Qin family today, you can't say that there will be other families in the future. Han Yu sighed lightly. The little weapon spirit has a sentence right did not. Self-help is the only right way. If people do not know how to save themselves, who can save her? I'll eat. A decisive voice came from beside her ears, and Bai Junya said with a firm face. In her head, the little glaze cheered happily. Bottle, come to life. Spit out my medicine. Quick. Ho, 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 ho. The glazed bottle shook for a while, and soon the mouth of the bottle spewed out an azure-colored pill, which Han Yu reached into his pocket to intercept from his sea of consciousness before it fell. Bai Junya looked resolute as she watched Han Yu hand over the elixir after removing it from his arms, and after reaching out to take it, she opened her mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Gollum! It's the sound of Han Yu swallowing his saliva as Bai Junya's tilting of her head just now pushes her chest peaks up high. Several people stood up at the same time and looked at Bai Junya silently. It's a little cold. This was not only how Bai Junya felt at the moment, but also how everyone else felt. Inside the tea room, suddenly much cooler. Gradually there is a sense of wetness. Bai Jingliang touched his head. Indeed, his face is all water stains. Looked up, full of shock. Above the heads of several people, a layer of water mist had enveloped the entire dome at some point. Gradually droplets fell under the water mist, as if it were drizzling. Wow, it's really raining. Drops of water fell more and more frequently, soon hitting the floor with a clatter. There was nowhere for a few people to hide. It was raining all over the room, and in the end, everyone was all drenched. Bai Junya's palace dress was even more soaking wet, surfacing the erect jungles and the curves were unobstructed. Han Yu is more than happy. People are hiding from the rain. He is hoping that it will rain harder, preferably for a longer period of time. This is naturally impossible. In just a moment's work, the clouds suddenly closed all of them and drilled into Bai Junya's body. In Han Yu's eyes, at this time, a sky blue aura began to continuously draw out from Bai Junya's body continuously, and was converging towards his own body. In the sea of consciousness, the glazed bottle was already hanging upside down. The azure aura was constantly being drawn into the mouth of the bottle, and the voice of the little glazed glass was joyfully screaming in the sea of consciousness. Faster! A few people were oblivious to the fact that Bai Jingliang and Suzuran were just staring daggers at Bai Junya. This is a divine ability? Bai Jingliang couldn't believe it. Wouldn't this kind of means be the rumored call of the wind and rain? It feels so awesome, Suzerain said with envy as she nodded her head as well. Steeply, the glazed bottle fell back down, while Bai Junya was suddenly white in the face and trembled. A heavenly sensation came over her, and her entire body was powerless and paralyzed. Careful! Han Yu, who was standing on the side, instinctively tried to reach out to help, just in time to be bumped into a mass of softness squeezing viciously towards him. Get thee off me! An angry shout came from a few people away. The people in the tea room didn't know when it was opened, and Qin Hao stood there with the cultivator with a gloomy face, his hands already unable to hold back the shaking. He purposely entered Tianning City today to check on Bai Junya, but he didn't expect to pounce when he entered the Bai family. Later, the White family's subordinates came to report that it is in the tea room this side. He rushed to the wind, which Noah pushed doors to see such a scene. His own wife, who was to be initiated in a few moments, was at the moment cuddled up to a man, and looked like she was still sticking it to herself of her own accord. This is simply unbearable. His entire face swelled red beyond recognition. A surge of qi and blood rushed straight to his head, and he instantly disregarded everything as he drew out the cultivator's knife behind him and slashed towards Hanyu. Then, Hanyu shouted towards Bai Jingliang before pushing Bai Junya over, at which point the knife qi attacked and Hanyu stretched out his palm to stiffly slap it away. Ghostbuster kill! With a soft shout, the true essence gathered into a fine needle the size of a cow's hair, and there were thousands of eyebrows pinned towards Hanyu. Slap! Rattling sounds continued. A fine needle instantly dissolved after landing on Hanyu's body, and Qin Hao had an unbelievable look on his face. If he hadn't seen the ones that fell into the floor penetrate a tiny hole, he would have wondered if he had left his hand open. Unfortunately it wasn't, but that made him even more shocked and scared. Where did he get such a terrifying physical body? Bai Jingliang was even more surprised. He never thought Hanyu was so this powerful. Qin Hao can also be a cultivator of the Pishang realm. Together, he didn't dare to be careless, and greeted the clansmen who had come along with him with a cry. Use the combination technique. A dozen or so cultivators drew their swords in unison, and as they all crossed their swords together, a huge wave of fluctuations shook the entire tea house. Mr. Qin don't. Bai Junya only woke up leisurely, her face a bit white, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the scene of Hanyu alone against a group of cultivators, and hurriedly opened her mouth. Qin Hao thought she was pleading for mercy, and the anger in his heart increased. Kill me! A huge tornado instantly swept through the entire tea house. Bai Jingliang's face changed. Pulling Suzerain with one hand and Bai Junya with the other, he quickly rushed out. Boom! The tea house collapsed with a loud bang, and Bai Jingliang's trio narrowly escaped the scope of the collapse. Then looking back, they only saw the sound of wailing coming from the huge smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, Hanyu's upper body clothes were ragged, but his person stood unharmed, and the group of cultivators across from him were slightly out of breath, their chests heaving up and down as they looked at him. How is this possible? The Qin family's combination technique was the best at winning with many. Even if a half-step god-prying cultivator came from the opposite side and stood still to be hit, he would have to die. But Hanyu just clothes broken. Rely on the famous combined attack is ultimately just a joke. General ruined people clothing just. Isn't that enough fighting? Hanyu's face was terribly gloomy. That hit just now had caused him to grimace in pain. Now he was also beaten out of the fire. And at that moment, he made a vertical leap, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and sent one flying with a single punch. A cultivator had just ridden his sword overhead, wanting to attack from the air, when Hanyu smiled coldly and with a wave of his hand, the fire aptitude transformed into a fiery dragon that flew up sinuously. The cultivator was horrified, wanted to escape from the sword but was quickly caught up by the fire dragon, immediately was entangled in the sea of fire straight down. Hanyu only then put away the divine ability, but saw that the cultivator directly half-dead fainted. Do we still have to fight? Hanyu took a step towards the last person and looked at the eunuch Qin Hao. Qin Hao's face turned red and white at times, and in the end, with an iron face, he said stiffly, "You seduced my fiancée. My Qin family won't let you go. You fart. When did my sister agree to marry you?" Bai Jingliang suddenly barged over and angrily rebuked. "Ha! The black and white paper has been signed. You Bai family want to renege?" Qin Hao looked at him with a cold smile. The Bai family siblings' faces turned white. When was this and why didn't they know about it? And you, Bai Junya won't get anywhere with you, and after offending the Qin family, you don't want to have any more peaceful days in Tianingfu. Qin Hao sneered sorrowfully. His face twisted into a ball, where there was still the appearance of a noble gentleman. He could imagine the scene after today when the Qin family went out in force to hunt him down. He had to kill him or else it would be hard to vent his hatred. However, he hadn't thought about the fact that Hanyu had never had the concept of the world family being very strong and the Qin family being very strong. Hanyu was just remembering the saying that 10,000 gold pieces of gold were not to be exchanged. And when it was time to make a move, it was time to make a move. So he stepped slowly closer. And Qin Hao, somewhat alarmed, shouted in a hasty manner, I am Qin Hao, son of the Qin family, Qin of the Tianing prefecture. Hanyu only felt him croak and sneered. Open your mouth. Qin Hao naturally couldn't open his mouth obediently. He had a feeling that this wasn't a good thing, and constantly began to back away. Hanyu impatient, a healthy step approaching. Qin Hao wants to imperial sword to escape, but unexpectedly just stepped on the sword will be Hanyu grabbed ankle. A hard throwback directly bombarded on the ground. Open your mouth. Hanyu spoke again. Qin Hao shook his head vigorously. Then I'll do it the hard way. As if Qin Hao had heard something terrible. He just wanted to cover his buttocks, but as a result, his abdomen was punched several times in succession, and after all the bile was spat out, a foreign object suddenly reached into his mouth. He looked stagnant, desperately trying to spit out. Hanyu frowned to see this guy trying to spit out the elixir, only busy to make up a punch. Qin Hao threw back his head and wailed. Hanyu saw the elixir successfully swallowed, then satisfied nodded. Chapter 41, A Chip After All. What did you feed me? What did you feed me? Qin Hao looked horrified, holding a finger to vigorously buckle the eye of the voice. Stabbed a mouth of white foam after directly sprayed out, in addition to a ground of yellow bile water where there can be anything. Hanyu ignores his hysteria and just hangs on with a mysterious smile. Guess? Who dares to guess in matters where lives are at stake? Qin Hao climbed up with a face full of panic and ran outside as fast as he could. Ran 10 or so steps before realizing that he was in a big mess. Has long forgotten that he is a cultivator. So again royal sword rushed high into the air. Hanyu stood at the bottom and looked out from afar, sighing slightly and saying, I never knew that imperial swords could be as fast as this. Bai Jingliang looked at him like he'd seen a ghost. He never knew Hanyu could be this powerful. Every time Hanyu brings him a different kind of shock. For the first time, in the Kantai mansion, he watched Hanyu turn a man into a woman and an old and decrepit man into a young and strong man with the back of his hand. For the second time, in the Star Sect, he watched Hanyu talk and laugh as 100 ordinary people. Everyone was like dragons. This time is even more outrageous. A group of cultivators with a combined attack technique did not make it damage the slightest bit, but there is a pishy cultivator inside. Even a single seeing self realm would have to have a grudge here today. Bai Jingliang didn't know that Hanyu had even fought the god prying realm twice, and although he was beaten up, not dying was a kind of capital. Suzerain secretly flinched and said in her heart, she must go back and secretly tell the sect leader that the little apothecary is better off not to find him in trouble. It's too ferocious. Sis, let's hurry back first. Seemingly recalling Qin Hao's words just now, Bai Jingliang's face instantly became incomparably ugly. He had to go back and ask what had happened in less than a day's work. Mr. Han, I'll see you again. Bai Junia's face was complex as she gave a graceful salute before following Bai Jingliang to leave in a hurry. The White House. This is the first time Bai Jingliang faces his father directly at home. In the large hall, there was actually not only the family head Bai Chong'an, but also quite a few clan elders deliberating here. Bai Jingliang with Bai Junia angrily barged in, as if to protect the calf general will be their own sister in the back, before loudly questioned. Why? Why my sister set the marriage contract we all do not know? Why must be when she has a bargaining chip generally sent out? Jingliang, how are you talking to the elders? A clan elder stood out and shouted angrily. White Jingliang twisted his head and glanced to a glance. That person's temples white, although only 60 less than the age, but has been as old as the oldest old man in general. That is the clan in the second house Uncle White Ziyuan, a cultivation of Gila Rotten. This age to see my realm, and wine in color without degrees. The body has long been decayed. He was the one who disliked him the most on weekdays, especially because he was the one who had been advocating marriage, which made him hate him even more. Uncle Yuan, you guys talk about doing it for the sake of the family. Why don't you see my cousins marrying out? Bai Jingliang sneered. Bai Ziyuan was so angry that his figure shook, seemingly looking like he could be infuriated at any time, as he opened his mouth to say, when am I not willing to sacrifice for the family? But what people are looking at is Junia's single spirit root physique. Bai Jingliang's expression was instantly hideous, his teeth crunching. There had always been rumors in the cultivator world that most of the children born to parents with outstanding spiritual roots would not have poor spiritual roots. You're using her as a reproductive tool. Bai Jingliang was almost overwhelmed by anger. His only remaining sense allowed him to force himself to calm down. His eyes gleamed as he cast a glance at his father. Since you guys are claiming to do it for the sake of the family, well, for the sake of the family, my sister will be even more incapable of marrying because Qin Hao almost rolled and crawled up Qilian Mountain, where there was a fort, surnamed Qin. Into the fort, it is like a small city, all kinds of stores, the pedestrians are all cultivators. Some of them are brothers in the clan. And some of them are disciples taken in the name of the family. This was where the Qin family could outperform many of the Tianing prefecture's lineages. And in addition to cultivating its own sons and daughters, it did not forget to learn the ways of the sect to continue its expansion. When he saw people, he let out a cry, "Help me!" After shouting, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. God knows what he went through. Tianing City to here is a full 20 miles. He royal soared without stopping a full 20 miles. At this moment a body of true essence has long been depleted. And even a section of the journey is to run back. When he woke up again leisurely, he realized that he was surrounded by high beds and soft pillows, and there were many figures surrounding him, in addition to his own father, Qin Tiannan, and many, many uncles and uncles. If you wake up, you should be fine. It's just that your true essence is severely depleted and you need to nurse for some time, a clan elder said with a sigh of relief. The Qin family's face has been disgraced by you today. Qin Tiannan, however, did not have a good face at this time, as he coldly rebuked with frost on his face. After Qin Hao fell unconscious, the cultivators who had followed him out also came back one by one with bruises and swollen noses. Under careful questioning, the events of that day at the tea house were told. A cultivator actually beat a group of people in the Qin family to the ass. The Qin family's son is holding his head, which on the spot let Qin Tiannan fumed. That group of noses and swollen face back to the children on the spot was pulled down to eat the family law. Qin Hao, however, still remembered that he had eaten an unknown elixir, and immediately cried out in a ghostly voice, "Father, save me first, that person also fed me an unknown elixir, which might be poison." "Shut up!" Qin Tiannan's face turned blue, and he couldn't help but slap him across the face, instantly blindsiding him. The elders of the clan have long since thoroughly examined your body for you. There are no toxins at all. You've been tricked and you still don't realize it. With such an unpleasant appearance, how can you talk about inheriting the family business? The old man might as well pick a new successor in the clan. Qin Hao immediately turned white with fear, and several clan elders' faces shook as well, because everyone knows that Qin Tiannan never aim at nothing, and has never put the interests of the family first, otherwise there would not be today's Qin family are in full bloom. The entire family is completely convinced of him, and if he says he wants to replace him, he will 10 ***** have already had his mind made up, but change the successor in the middle of the day is not allowed. So many years in the body of Qin Hao injected more than the blood. Said to change the change is too large a number of variables. So instead, a group of clan elders hurriedly spoke out in kind words to discourage them. Qin Tiannan frowned with hidden anger, glaring at him and drinking. Then it's also you who are spoiled one by one. Look and see. A son of the Qin family, no dominance at all. After saying this, he directly whisked his sleeve away, and a group of clan elders hurriedly followed closely, leaving Qin Hao alone, lying godlessly on the bed. Asshole! You made me look bad. You deserve to die. The hatred in his heart couldn't help but grow stronger as he thought of Han Yu's figure, and then remembered Bai Junya. This, in vain I have always been in love with my heart. I did not expect to be this kind of woman. When you marry in, I will definitely make you suffer. Various concoctions had been secretly prancing in his mind at the thought of that fiery body. After exiting the room, Qin Tiannan made his way to the hall, and after taking his seats one by one, Qin Tiannan frowned and opened his mouth first. The Qin family's face can't be stepped on. Old third, you take 30 Pishy realm cultivators and make a trip over there. Don't let him die too painfully so that everyone in the Tianing prefecture can see it clearly. A clan elder who was nearly 100 years old nodded his head and walked out after he got up with a huff. At this moment, a cultivator hurriedly came in with a letter in his hand and respectfully handed it up before slowly retreating. Unfolding the epistle, Qin Tiannan's expression stagnated. The crowd looked curious, had rarely seen things that could move him, couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. What is happening? Eldest brother? The clan elders spoke up. It was then that Qin Tiannan drifted off, putting down the letter with a faint smile and saying, Bai Ziyuan of the Bai clan sent a letter saying that Bai Junya had awakened her water aptitude. There was an uproar in the hall, and the many clan elders exchanged words, and the first one couldn't help but ask out loud, are they not trying to repudiate the marriage? How dare they? If it's just a single spirit root, then it's just fine, but if it's combined with a natural aptitude, then it has to be a woman of my Qin family. Qin Tiannan smiled faintly and waved his hand, and the following instantly fell silent, looking at him in unison. The entire letter only mentions this matter. The crowd was all at a loss as to what they meant, and Qin Tiannan was the only one who laughed out loud in a long voice. Elder 2, you instantly send the clan's combining technique, the 8 Desolate Strike, to the Bai family, since they are trying to raise the stakes, then give it to them. Another clan elder nodded and got up to leave. The remaining people just waited silently for Qin Tiannan to explain the intent of his move. and no one questioned it. Since the year he succeeded the head of the family, the force will be outside the cultivators into the family with the cultivation. After the rapid development of the Qin family has proved his vision as well as strategy. So any decision Qin Tiannan made thereafter would never be opposed again. Qin Tiannan narrowed his eyes and slowly laughed. The letter was written by that incompetent Bai Ziyuan. I think Bai Chongmin is being held hostage by the clan elders. Since the Bai family just wants chips, then give them to him. Such a scattered sand. Give 5 years to the Qin family, and after 5 years there will be no more Bai family. He said it with conviction, but no one questioned it. Bai Chanan, after all, too indecisive. This person is not enough to worry about. When the time to annex the Bai family, the combined art is still the Qin family as usual. Qin Tiannan heart a burst of cold laughter. Just laughing and smiling face and blew me down. Qin Hao's nature can take up the big task. He succeeded. Whether he can still like their own, this will be the whole family screwed together? Will he be the next Bai Chongmin? He seemed to have lost his confidence at the moment. Qin Hao is now as in the wire rope in general. For fear that again a little bit of misadventure. Their own father will really want to pull him down from the lofty position of the future head of the Qin family ruthlessly. Inside the inn, Han Yu was ready to leave after rechanging his clothes. You're leaving? Little Ruri said in a curious tone. Han Yu raises an eyebrow. This is just unseen. Usually, hit the little one to come to a big one. Hit the big one to come to an old one. Hit the old one to come to a litter of little ones. $1 million is not a famous saying. When you eat a tiger you should run. Besides, Bai Junya also helped. Dan also out. At this time do not go. Really waiting for others to settle the score. Unfortunately, things are usually not what they seem. And after that finished with the little artifact spirit, a rush of footsteps came running. The door was pushed open with force, and Suzuran, with a bemused expression on her face, shouted, Little Yakusho, something's wrong. Chapter 42, No guilt even if the sky falls. Suzuran's expression was flustered. Her tone hurried, and she was winded when she came in. But it's not the right place. Han Yu scratched his head. Shouldn't she be looking for the Bai family's 2 siblings to say such a thing at this point? You shouldn't be looking for yourself. Something has happened. Bai Gingliang and Junya sister have both happened. It took Suzuran a moment to finish her sentence with a loud gasp. Han Yu looks weird, then looks at her and says, No, something happened to them. It's useless for you to look for me. Suzuran, with a pitiful look of pinching the corner of her coat and watering her eyes, said, I know nothing but the 2 of them here, and I only know you, and I don't know who to tell. Han Yu helplessly invited the person in and poured a cup of cool water over before sighing. Tell me, what happened to the 2 of them? Suzuran clutched his cup and sipped his water before slowly easing things out. A quarter of an hour later, Han Yu has a massive headache. This isn't like what was imagined. Shouldn't it be Bai Junya who demonstrated his excellent talent, punched the major clan elders in the face, and strongly became the new star of the Bai family? How instead, after awakening the water avatar, it just became worth it? What are the White family thinking? Bai Gingliang tried to bring Sister Junya to run out, but he was taken down by the clan elders on the spot. And Sister Junya, she was also locked in her room. I don't know who to look for help, but it's useless for you to look for me. Han Yu sighs. That's someone's family business, not something for outsiders to point fingers at, or worse, to meddle in. Suzuran dropped her head, gripped her cup tightly, lowered her head, and mumbled, I wanted to take Junya-san and run, but I realized that I couldn't beat the people in her family. Han Yu was instantly startled at the words, glancing at her dully and saying, Your patriarch could only obediently release the person back. Where did you get the confidence to be able to run away with Bai Junya? These words are more hurtful. Suzuran's face that was originally watering directly wowed and cried. This can Han Yu hold confused. Hands and feet hurried to persuade. Don't you cry, wow. The whole thing makes people think I'm bullying you. Suzuran just keeps crying her own as if she didn't hear. Her shoulders constantly twitching, and all of a sudden it gives Han Yu a massive headache. But if no one helps them, Bai Gingliang will be locked up all the time, and Sister Junya will be sold by their family. Suzuran cried sadly. That's really someone else's family business that you can't control. Han Yu sighs helplessly. Why is this little girl so stubborn? Suzuran suddenly raised her head with hope, a pearly face looking at Han Yu. Can you help me get them out? You're that good of a fighter? Blanche, you think so highly of me. I'm ready to run away. And you want me to break into the White House to get someone? You think too highly of me. Han Yu bluntly refused. That girl still sobbed and looked at him. I heard them say outside the door that because Sister Junya has a gifted aptitude, the Qin family is more satisfied. You made Sister Junya more valuable. Don't you feel guilty? Bumper sticker. This girl is just trying to think of ways to get herself to help. Han Yu shook his head with certainty. Even without me, she would have been forced to marry out by her family just the same. Don't you feel guilty? The little girl continued to ask. Hanyu nods his head categorically and says, even if the sky were to fall it wouldn't be me who would feel guilty. As the words fell, there was a loud click, and Hanyu raised his head in horror as the entire beam suddenly cracked out, and the bricks and tiles above his head shook violently. Steeply, his face changed as the entire dome violently collapsed and covered him. A group of cultivators had already gathered outside the inn, and Qin Laosan's eyes stared grimly at the collapsed second floor as he sneered. The downstairs tenants had all run out at the sound, and the entire top floor of the second floor had collapsed into an open-air place, with smoke and dust covering the entire floor. When the dust disperses, a humanoid figure suddenly shakes in the rubble of the debris. Hanyu shakes down all over the rubble and dust, the whole person grovels, and underneath him, Suzuran goes to protect in time, and in addition to a face that is white, no hair is injured. Hanyu let go of Suzuran before he turned to look at the group of cultivators below, and then his gaze locked with the cultivator in black fancy dress below. Qin Laosan, eyes surprised, originally thought that the group of juniors in the clan exaggerated, did not expect this person really strong flesh to the extreme. Demolition of the roof is also intended to let it suffer some injuries to eat a little bit, did not think that the other party has not been harmed, and also could not see its cultivation. One's own a half-peeping god's cultivator could not see a person's cultivation. Either the person's cultivation was stronger than his own, or it was a person who did not have an ounce of cultivation in his body. How is this possible? Go up and kill him. Qin Laosan waved his hand, and the cultivators behind him quickly swords out, each one leaping up in the air. In an instant, the swords buzzed, and more than 36 sword breaths formed a large net toward Hanyu's side. Hanyu hurriedly threw Suzuran away before holding his hands open, a fire lotus instantly appearing, a roaring fire wrapping his body in a burst of eruption. Huge waves of fire surged in all directions, and that to the net formed by swords and knives instantly dissolved under one impact. Come down! Hanyu shouted angrily as the waves of fire surged, their momentum becoming even more ferocious as they pounced on the 30 or so cultivators high in the air. Remove it! A cultivator hurriedly shouted and finished descending from the air. A few under the slow step of the cultivators immediately fell on the bad luck. The fire tongue directly wrapped around the body. Immediately the whole body clothing ignited, and then one by one as under the dumplings generally smashed down. When you land, the flames don't go out, and even rolling around is useless. Hanyu was also surprised, not realizing that the origin he swallowed last time had also taken the divine characteristics of that god-prying realm powerhouse along with it. At that time, that black-robed flame had one characteristic. It was hard to extinguish and the fire spread extremely fast. Qin Laosan was also astonished, his mouth unbelievable. A pure fleshly aptitude cultivator? Where did that freak come from? At that moment, he put away his contempt and hurriedly greeted the remaining 20-odd cultivators. Formation: 8 Wastelands combination strike. They couldn't be allowed to combine their attacks. Last time just a dozen or so cultivators with scanty cultivation were able to combine their attacks with that kind of power. Now it was a group of pishy realm ones, who knew how powerful it would be. At that moment, the 20 or so cultivators quickly drew closer, and Hanyu was fuming in his heart after he withdrew his fire divine ability. Looking around, there were no more onlookers around, just one Suzuran left with a scared face in the distance. Hungry Ghost Road. Hanyu waved his hand and a huge hungry ghost figure emerged behind him. Kill! Launched almost simultaneously, the hungry ghosts kept surging out towards the outside in groups, like waves. Over there, the combined attack of more than 20 cultivators was like a thunderous explosion in an instant, and a huge tornado instantly enveloped the entire place in its entirety. The inn that was already half demolished was instantly blown apart by the huge wind at this moment, which was truly terrifying. One by one, the hungry ghosts walking in front were swept into the windy area, being torn apart and crushed. Before Qin Laosan had time to be happy, another wave of hungry ghosts came in like a tidal wave. Even more, one after the other, wielding bone knives, brazenly continuing to charge into the windy area, wave after wave. In just the blink of an eye, the hungry ghosts actually filled the entire windy area, only to see white bones flying in the sky, looking extremely creepy. Third Elder, we can't hold out much longer. The faces of the cultivators turned white. To maintain the combining technique itself requires a constant flow of true essence to sink in. Now a group of hungry ghosts all jumped in, instantly increasing the burden on the cultivators. At the moment it was a struggle to even stir it up, let alone blow the wind away. Can't hold out. One of the cultivators dislodged his sword with a blanched face, and his entire body sat on the ground, and one after another, one cultivator after another dislodged his sword. The dragon scroll stopped in a flash. A set of white bones from the heights of the jawbone smashed monks smashed. This is quite terrible. Just now the dragon scroll blowing to the sky. How many hungry ghosts? At the moment there are how many hungry ghosts towards them smashed? Ah! Some cultivators were entangled by the hungry ghosts first, and before they had a chance to exert their cultivation of the Pishang realm, they were directly drowned by a group of white bones. Get in the air. No way. The sky is still smashing down. Elder help. Bunch of losers. Qin Laosan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't just ignore it. These were the living forces of the entire Qin family. He ingested a knife and a sword out of thin air, and actually executed the 8 desolate **** strikes all by himself. Heaven and earth hang upside down. With a furious cry, the lapis lazuli slabs on the ground shattered inch by inch, along with the disciples and hungry ghosts all brought up high into the air. Not yet. With a furious cry from Qin Laosan, the group of cultivators each came back to their senses, taking advantage of Qin Laosan's relaxation of his control. One by one, they rushed to get out of the way. Han Yu, your energy is about to bottom out. Little Lioli suddenly reminded. Han Yu frowned for a moment, dropping his chain at critical moments every time. On the other side, there were constantly hungry ghosts being washed up high into the air along with the debris, and under the clash of Qin Laosan's swords, a huge wave rippled, and with it, a wave struck towards the heights. A huge explosion detonated countless white bones in the air, and the powerful impact also caused Han Yu to take a few steps back, and it was just at this time that the hungry ghost diagram dispersed. This sun absolutely cannot be kept. After settling the hungry ghosts, old Qin looked over with a sinister look. Strong physical body, but also carries dual aptitude, favoring 2 aptitude harvesting low-ranking cultivators as if cutting grass. This kind of freak, if you let it develop, which family cannot top? It is not coincidental. The Qin family has a grudge against him, categorically cannot stay. Can the other side tell what realm? Han Yu knew that the little artifact spirit had the ability to sense the other party's abilities, or else it wouldn't have been able to detect even by Junius' hidden talent aptitude. Half-step god prying. Little Lioli rushed back, and he tried to kill you. This is not necessary for the little weapon spirit to remind. Just look at Qin Laosan's eyes that stare like copper bells also does not seem to come to a kind look. You guys go first. Qin Laosan waved his hand at the group of wretched cultivators behind him. You guys are not used here. He was afraid that Han Yu would release another divine ability. Just now it was his carelessness and lightheartedness that allowed the cultivators to combine their attacks in advance, using up a lot of true essence for nothing, and now that he had lost 7 or 8 cultivators, it was more or less still a physical pain. At this point, letting Han Yu harvest all of this group of disciples again, he was only afraid that going back to Qin Tianan wouldn't easily forgive himself. After saying that, a knife and a sword kept waving. Song Lang duel. Huge blade and sword chi transformed into waves, as surging as waves. Chapter 43, the Qin family's third elder perishes. Qin Jia Fort. Qin Hao was wailing like a ghost, and the clansmen passing by looked at him with horrified faces one by one, especially the clan brother who had just conversed with him, a quarter of an hour ago. When Qin Hao came out with his head hanging down, he happened to meet a normally affectionate clan brother. After the two people climbed, Qin Hao was informed that his clan uncle took people to kill that bastard, and immediately his mood smoothed out. The more he thought about it, the happier he was, and finally, even bald, that clan brother on the spot stayed as if it were a wooden chicken. Have seen tears of joy, but when have I seen a happy cry miserable as such? Although Qin Hao was equally terrified in his heart, he still couldn't control his expression and tearful eyes. Yes, his tears fell down one by one as if they were worthless, crying as if the sky was going to collapse. The incident was abnormal. Immediately someone ran to report. Not long several elders joined together and hurriedly rushed to. Don't tell the head of the family yet. A few elders admonished the people and then dismissed them. Qin Hao's eyes touched when he saw the visitor, and he cried while shouting, "Clan uncle, save me? I don't know what's wrong with me." An elder came over with speed and grabbed his hand, a strand of true essence transiting into Qin Hao's body before swiftly traveling away. After a long time, with a surprised frown, he exclaimed, "Strange, there is no abnormality in his body? Let me see the sea of consciousness." Another person came over and reached out his finger to hit Qin Hao's brow, closing his eyes at the same time. "The sea of consciousness is also fine?" That elder was surprised at the same time. "That's odd. There's nothing physically wrong with it. So how could it be?" Amidst the loud cries, Qin Hao's face snapped into alarm as he suddenly remembered being force-fed something to eat by Han Yu. Immediately, he shouted, "It's a potion. He fed me a potion? What is it?" Qin Tianan arrived with a dragon's stride, his gaze cold and stern as he looked at the crowd. Qin Hao could only cry while rehashing the matter of being force-fed pills. At the entrance of the Qin family fort, at this time, a group of cultivators in ragged clothes landed with their swords, and there were elders with gloomy faces. "What's wrong with you guys?" One of the group of cultivators hurriedly came out to tell the matter, and Qin Tiannan's face chilled as he said in a deep voice, "So I let a group of you go over to get your face back. And you were beaten and returned in disgrace in a single glance? The crowd was silenced. Qin Tiannan's face was grim at this time, killing aura in his eyes. Very well, since 30 people aren't enough, then send more people. Anyone who goes against the Qin family must die. Bai Junya hung her head and leaned against the dressing table, a pretty face covered with sadness. Somehow a face suddenly appeared in her mind, and then she remembered the conversation of that day. Get out of the way. Even if I'm not saying I'm the White Lord's main mother, I'm still your elder in terms of seniority, so where did you get the guts to stop me? There was a scuffle outside the door, and by the sound of it, it was the voice of his own mother who was theorizing. Outside Bai Junya's boudoir door, Lin Rugun was trembling with anger as she looked at the group of people in front of her. She's your cousin, and you're guarding her like she's a prisoner? A cultivator's face was tangled and he smiled bitterly. Ant clan, you really don't have to be difficult for us. We really don't dare to let it go, or else if the clan elders pursue it, we really won't be able to eat or walk. That's right, anti-clan. The order was given by the clan elders. It's useless for you to embarrass us juniors. The other cultivator also laughed bitterly. Not far away, Bai Chong'an only revealed half of his side, quietly looking this way and sighed helplessly. Steeply, Bai Junya's boudoir let out a loud bang. A water dragon circled out and blasted the entire room door into pieces, after which it even rolled up one cultivator after another and rushed up into the air. A cultivator of the half-peeping god. It's not easy to mess up. Hanyu looked at the airwave in front of him with some headaches. A pair of iron fists blasted out heavily. The airwave rolled over his wrists, destroying them inch by inch from the cuffs, and soon engulfed him whole. When the airwave subsided, Hanyu stood in place with a wretched face, his good clothes ruined and tattered again. Qin Laosan once again at first glance. This is still okay. This guy in the end how to refine the flesh. Hurry up and get a Dan out to save the day. Hanyu shouted in his mind for a while. The little artifact spirit hurriedly answered. Didn't you give one to your gourd-shaped girl today? Nope. I thought you said you were taking 3 a day. Hanyu wanted to cry. The little artifact spirit was a little aggrieved and said, the permissions didn't grab the win, and now it's still the bottle's permissions. And today it's still lending me the permissions because there's a benefit to be taken together. Blanche, you two heirs have a lot of to do every day. A broken bottle spitting out an unknown elixir every day is overwhelming. A small artifact spirit picking and choosing every day, not to mention that it specifically only wanted chi and divine powers. So tell me, how do I get him now? Hanyu looked at the incoming airwaves once again. All helpless. Punch him with your body of steel, plus your will of steel? The little artifact spirit took an unconfident tone of encouragement. On this side, Hanyu really moved, gritting his teeth and carrying down the airwaves. On the opposite side, Qin Laosan waved his sword, and the airwaves became stronger than one another. The brutal body flashed past as a huge fist struck towards his face, and Qin Laosan instantly rose up in the air as waves of air continued to flow. The entire old side of the inn continuously resounded with a roar as the green stone slabs were blown to smithereens, and even began to spread to the surrounding buildings. After Hanyu's blow failed, he bent his knees and jumped to the general height of Qin Laosan, and another fist hit. Qin Laosan's airwave stagnated and quickly drew back. Thus the entire sky began to constantly have two figures intertwining. One was briefly taking to the air and constantly moving. The other figure was constantly falling and then leaping up again, in hot pursuit. Damn it, are the town guards here dead? Not coming over to catch this old thief for such a big commotion. Hanyu cursed as he chased after them. How could he know that at this moment, a figure was shivering and hiding in the government office of the town hall? This town guard was also helpless. If you big shots fight, don't involve me. If I had known that, I would have learned from the experience of my predecessors and run to the south to go to the town. These ghosts, in addition to being able to suppress the civilian population, which can also be suppressed, and not move to come to the one that they cannot afford to mess with. What am I trying to do? No matter how aggrieved this town guard was in his heart, the battle over there was still in full swing. Why does this old thing hurt more and more the more you hit it? Hanyu jumped up into midair and was hardened by the airwave, and wounds began to crack at his hands and feet, and Wan bled. Kung Fu. His Kung Fu can superimpose power before releasing it, just like ocean waves. The little artifact spirit spotted the end with a sharp eye. How do you break him? Hanyu asked with a frown. Use your steel. The little artifact spirit whispered more and more. Blanche. Hanyu could only continue to rely on his physical body, brushing against it time and time again, the cracks on his body gradually growing, but the other party didn't seem to be doing well either. Qin Laosan's speed began to slow down. He wasn't at the god-prying realm, and his fleshly body was extremely energy-consuming to navigate the air, not to mention being under constant attack. The sword is very different from the air. The sword is a short flight by virtue of external objects. The divine bridge cultivators can do. How far they can fly depends on the degree of their true essence thick. It was not the case with Mikong, which was a means of controlling the entire body to move around in the sky at will, more flexible than using a sword, and was also the signature means of a god-prying realm powerhouse. Although half-step peeping god could do it, it was still too taxing on true essence, and couldn't be done as casually as a peeping god powerhouse. And so, in a dodge that was ultimately a step too slow, Han Yu's eyes lit up as he took the opportunity to grab the old man's ankle. "Get off me!" With a vicious fling, Qin Laosan was thrown down as viciously as a lead weight. The people ruthlessly smashed in a piece of rubble. Qin Laosan is not so strong. A mouthful of blood immediately spit out. The whole back is a fiery pain. Han Yu swooped down from above, his pair of iron fists slamming down viciously towards the bottom. There was a loud bang and a cloud of dust rose throughout the rubble. When the dust cleared, only the ragged Han Yu, who had become a bloodied man, was left gasping for air, and at his feet, Qin Laosan's chest collapsed, too dead to die. The third oldest member of the Qin family perished. Chapter 44, The Resistance of the White Family's Father and Daughter. The oldest member of the Qin family is dead. This scene caused the jaws of many worldly families or people who were secretly paying attention to this place to drop. How could the Qin family not be noticed when they were making a big fuss in the city? It was just that no one thought that the one who died here would be the Qin family's oldest three. How did this man dare to kill the Qin family in Tianning Mansion? Just like Qin Hao's words at the beginning, the Qin of Tianning Prefecture. It was enough to illustrate the status of the Qin family in this state capital. What is even more shocking is the strength of this young man. Strong physical body is just that. Carrying two kinds of divine abilities is appalling. This kind of thing they don't say they've never seen before. It's simply unheard of. It's a bit of a pity. This young man should be in the category of heavenly pride. But I'm afraid he won't live to walk out of the Tianning Mansion. Some secretly lamented. The White House. As Bai Junya stepped out of her boudoir, the water dragon rolled up the last guard, then exploded in the air. One by one, the clansmen were flung out in pieces, then tumbled to the ground with a wail. Mother Bai hurriedly greeted her. Surprised, Junya. After dispersing the water dragon, Bai Junya's face was more than a little pale as she looked at her mother with a somewhat resolute expression and said, "I've thought it over. I'm not willing to accept the fate that's been set for me." She led her mother towards the Bai clan's Hall of Punishment, which was a place dedicated to detaining and punishing the clan's sons and daughters. Inside the dimly lit underground iron cell, Bai Jingliang leaned against the wall with his head hanging down and a listless look. Jingliang. When Bai Junya came in, she happened to see Bai Jingliang's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but feel a sourness in her heart. Bai Jingliang came back to his senses in a flash, and then he saw his own sister walking towards him with his mother. "Sis, they let you go?" he asked incredulously. Bai Junya bitterly laughed and shook her head. Then with a straight face, she clenched her pink fist and said, "I fought it out." Bai Jingliang couldn't help but stare. This was the first time he had seen Bai Junya show such a side since he was a child. "I'll get you out," Bai Junya said as she looked at her brother inside the iron prison. "It's useless. This dungeon itself is built with exceptionally strong metal, and with my entire true essence sealed, I can't destroy the iron dungeon at all." Bai Jingliang shook his head with a burst of bitterness and said, "Then let's collapse it." After Bai Junya gave a chirpy rebuke, a water dragon rose out of nowhere from her hands, growing in size, followed by a roar slamming into the cell door. Boom! The iron rails slammed down heavily, and the waves of water that were stirred up also smashed Bai Jingliang, who was caught off guard. This is the power of the Avatar? His jaw dropped in disbelief that this was something his sister had done. "Let's get out of here first." Bai Junya's face visibly turned a few shades whiter as she urged. After the three of them exited the cell, they made their way out, finally stopping their steps outside the Hall of Punishment's main hall. The outside was already filled with the family clan elders, their faces grimly blocking the only way in. "Is this how you act as the mother of the Bai family?" Immediately, a clan elder stepped forward to point the finger at White Mother and rebuked. Bai Mother Lin Ruojuan took a few steps forward and stood up. "I'm not the main mother of the Bai family. I'm just the mother of two children. I'm not Bai Chong'an. Righteousness can't overpower me. And if the Bai family's prosperity needs to be sacrificed to my children, then the Bai family will break down early." Her words caused a certain figure in the corner to shudder, but they were met with a torrent of verbal abuse from the clan elders. Some people make a point of the various sacrifices made by those who came before them for the rise and fall of the family. Some people make the point that the family provides for the congregation, and the congregation deserves to make trade-offs for the sake of the family. Bai Jingliang listened to the fire and couldn't help but shout angrily. "So, this is your so-called Bai family? First you take my sister and marry her, in exchange for a lingering existence. Then it's my turn to spend the rest of my life vomiting blood for your uncontested children and grandchildren?" If there were no accidents, Bai Jingliang had indeed been internalized as the next family head, as he was the only one who stood out the most in this generation. "You shut up." There's no place for you to talk here right now. Immediately, a clan elder refuted in annoyance. Junya, you know what you're doing since you were a child. So you speak. A clan elder with a slightly kinder expression walked out and looked at Bai Junya and said. The crowd only thought that this time Bai Jingliang was still leading the nonsense, but they didn't realize that Bai Junya was shaking her head slightly with a pale face, but she threw her voice on the ground. Uncles, Junya is not willing to be manipulated. All of a sudden the crowd clamored, seemingly unable to believe that Bai Junya would end up with this attitude. The crowd was used to her silent attitude, and even felt with 10% certainty that Bai Junya wouldn't resist. Bai Junya felt a wave of relief in the bottom of her heart for no reason after she finished speaking. She had been like an ostrich for the past 2 days, only making silent resistance, and only now did she realize that when after saying no, it would make her so relaxed. But the people in the clan were annoyed, and one by one, they said all kinds of words about the family stakes and tried to come and hold them hostage. Bai Jingliang heard a cold laugh. Look at this situation. The hostage will not be afraid to come hard. Enough. A deep reprimanding sound came from the crowd. The crowd turned their heads to look, the intention in their eyes, but it was Bai Chong'an who came walking with a dragon stride. Chanan, you've come just in time. Look at your sons and daughters, so disobedient. Clan elders have come forward with accusations. Bai Chong'an arrived close, his face complex as he looked at his wife and daughter inside. Since she doesn't want to marry, she won't. Well, then you won't marry. The clan elder had just nodded his head casually in agreement, but froze in disbelief, for that was not what they wanted to hear. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize what you're saying? Chanan, you are the head of the Bai family. Everything should be done with the family as the first priority. All sorts of words kept coming at him, and Bai Chong'an somehow, like Bai Jingliang just now, felt colder and colder the more he listened. Enough! He let out a loud shout, his face swollen red, then pointed at the crowd and spoke out angrily. You guys keep saying that I'm the head of the family, but have you treated me as the head of the family in the past few years? Every decision that you guys have made together has gone through me? Even you guys directly arranged my daughter's fate for me. And you, Bai Chong'an pointed at Bai Ziyuan, you impatiently informed the Qin clan of the matter of Junya having a natural aptitude, and then exchanged a copy of the Qin clan's combination technique for you. He then pointed at an elderly man. You, mouthing for the benefit of the family. When I was young, you let me join the marriage, said for the sake of the family, I want to cultivate. But you preferred to let me go to be the head of the family, said for the sake of the family. Let me ask you guys, so many years, I have a family of old and young for the sake of the family, so what are you doing? In the end, he pointed directly at everyone, mouthing for the sake of the clan. It shouldn't be everyone who goes to provide for the clan. You guys are instead letting the clan provide for you. My son is right. The Bai family is really broken. One generation is not as good as the other. Uncle, your generation is pointing to our generation. But our generation is counting on Jingliang's generation. Obviously the family has already been green and yellow, but also delusionally maintained. The clan elders were used to Bai Chong'an accepting any arrangement, and never thought about how long he had suppressed his outburst, and for a while they all froze. Gradually, a generation older old man jumped to accuse. You did not oppose it early, did not oppose it late, and now that the wood has become a boat, you just jumped out to say that you do not want to. You and your rebellious son in general, is wanting to perish the Bai family. Bai Chong'an swept his gaze at this group of people, feeling that it was both hateful and ridiculous. I'm not going to be the head of the Bai family either. It's the Bai family's sadness to have a confused person like you. You delude yourself into thinking that you're tied to the Qin family through a marriage in an attempt to tide over the era of the green and yellow. But will the Qin family give you a chance? It won't take many years for the Bai family to be swallowed by them. Bai Ziyuan retorted defiantly. We will be in-laws by then. Bai Chong'an interrupted with a cold smile and said, so it's really sad that the Bai family has you guys. You can sell out your clan members without any regard for kinship, yet you expect people to come with regard for in-laws. It's really laughable. In the middle of the field, he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, which was accompanied by 2 lines of hot tears. A group of clan elders turned blue in the face and didn't say a word. Right at this moment, a member of the clan flew in and said in panic under his breath, something big has happened. The Qin family's 3rd elder was killed by a young man on the street. Hanyu gasped for breath for a moment before tearing off the rags from the upper half of his body as soon as he could, then wiping the blood stains. Although the half-step god-prying realm still belonged to the seeing self realm, it was not comparable to an ordinary seeing self realm cultivator, because it was ultimately just 1 foot short of the threshold. In particular, the Qin family's gong method was truly terrifying, and it was even able to superimpose the true essence to explode again, theoretically already infinitely close to the god-prying realm. Or else it wouldn't have been able to injure itself into this state. I really can't stay here. I told you that if I hit the little ones, the big ones will come, and now that I've hit the old ones, they'll come in a litter. Hanyu muttered to himself in his mind. Already here, the little artifact spirit let out a gasp for no reason. Hanyu vaguely heard the sound of breaking air. Scrambled to look up after the sky dome can clearly see more than a dozen silhouettes stepping on the sword and came. Chapter 45, The 12 Elders. Lao San. Someone hissed in midair with eyes wide open, and then 12 figures fell from the sky dome at the same time. Swish swish swish. The 12 flying swords were thrust into the ground in unison, surrounding Hanyu. When the first step out of a figure, whiskers and hair are white. Face has many wrinkles. That is the Qin family's oldest too, and Qin Laosan is a milk brother. He ran to the pale face. A hand embraced Qin Laosan. Hissed, Laosan. The remaining 11 people looked at Hanyu with murderous anger. 9 half-step god-prying realms. 3 god-prying realms. Little Lioli said quickly in her head. Run. Hanyu did not even think about it. When the first foot forcefully stepped down, the whole person leaped up high. Enough to jump up 3 feet high. Shot out more than 10 feet away. After landing, even did not dare to stay, pulling their legs to run. 9 of the half-step peeping god. 3 of the peeping god realm. It turned out that this nest was not the small ones that came, but the whole nest of old ones. I'm afraid that all the elders of the entire Qin family are here. If you don't run at this time, I'm afraid that your life will be over later. From behind him came Qin Lao Er's hysterical yell. I'm going to chop him up into mincemeat. 12 flying swords left the ground to chase towards Hanyu's back, while the other 12 figures swiftly took to the air and pursued from above. Hanyu used the surrounding terrain to turn left and right in an attempt to get rid of the flying swords, but the 12 channels in the sky were more flexible than he was. The 3 different attributes of wind, fire, and thunder blasted towards his back, and Hanyu was scared out of his wits in a flash. 3 avatars? No, they are just cultivating a technique that matches their attributes and transforming their true essence out. Little Lioli's voice added sharply in his mind. This doesn't have the ability to change at will like the avatar does, so be careful to dodge and jump. Hanyu hurriedly grabbed the ground and leaped, the 3 attributes narrowly blowing a deep pit behind him. When the 12 flying swords once again chased after him, this place won't work. You can only rely on the terrain to throw off the flying swords, but there's no way to avoid those 12 people above you. Little Lioli shouted in her head. Run outside the city. There are many dense forests over there. They can't lift off. After Hanyu sniffed, he hurriedly changed directions quickly at the next street corner, the silhouettes and flying swords behind him in hot pursuit. Beware, the one with the thunder attribute is blocking your front path, and the 2 with wind and thunder are preparing to attack from the left and right. The little glazed voice darted a reminder in his head. Hanyu sniffed, and hurriedly held his breath and stretched out, and after the 2 bounces landed, there was another loud explosion behind him, followed by a wave of air rippling in all directions. One could only see the houses collapsing one by one where Hanyu ran through, as if they were as unbearable as bubbles. In the eyes of the 12, Hanyu was as if he had eyes behind his back, always able to make the most prepared response at the most critical moments. This son is this good. The killing intent in the hearts of the crowd grew even more. This son could not be retained. The entrance to the city was already close at hand, and Hanyu darted all the way, his speed already having the momentum of wind and thunder, vaguely carrying the sound of breaking air. The few soldiers guarding the city who were originally bored yawned and suddenly saw that a person was frantically running this way, with deep craters constantly blowing up behind them, and rubbed their eyes incredulously. When he saw the 12 Qin family elders behind him, he suddenly dodged to the side in panic. Hanyu rushed all the way out of the city gates, and little Lioli still kept urging. There's no advantage of terrain here right now. The flying swords will catch up to you quickly. You need to be faster. Run faster again. Originally, he already had the wind under his feet, and after hearing the words, he gritted his teeth and exploded again, and all of a sudden, his speed was a few points faster, and he shot out with the wind, as if he was an arrow off the string. Mother asterisk 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 her, isn't there any way to these grandsons up? Hanyu was being chased and suffocated, saying hatefully, yes, when you have enough energy in the sea of consciousness one day to squander your divine power, there's no need to say that you'll release the hungry ghost Tao. You'll be able to roast them to death with a single pass of the roiling fire lotus. Little Lioli's derisive voice rang out. Hanyu, who had just heard the beginning of the rising hopes, suddenly rolled his eyes, which was the same as not saying anything. One couldn't even cultivate. Talk about sea of consciousness energy expansion. The little artifact spirit said unconvincingly at this time. What do you think makes you able to kill a half-step peeping god with a few punches? All the energy that has been fed back from me in the bottle during this period of time has been used to continuously strengthen your fleshly body. This was something Hanyu couldn't have imagined, and if the little artifact spirit hadn't mentioned it, he would have always felt that it was because the other party was too weak. In the future with the bottle you'll have to start enhancing your sea of consciousness. If you weren't afraid that you'd die too quickly, why would you need to enhance your physical body all the time? The little artifact spirit kept chattering. Beware of flying swords. This place wasn't like the city. The outside was too open. It was the most favorable environment for flying swords. The 12 flying swords soon caught up behind them, and after the little artifact spirit reminded him of this, Hanyu hastily went on guard. First, there was a hand that went straight for the back of Hanyu's head, and he had been prepared for it, so he hurriedly sidestepped and grabbed it with his backhand, and under a grip, he hardened and grasped the blade of the sword. Hanyu tried to break it, but found that the flying sword's hardness was terrifyingly strong, and could only hatefully fling it toward one person in the air. The other 11 flying swords continued to stab, and Hanyu was furious, running while grabbing the ones that ushered in first, brushing several air-breaking sounds. A few elders in pursuit looked dazedly at the flying swords that turned to fly towards them, and hastily moved to dodge. What kind of freak is this, grabbing flying swords with his empty hands? It had to be said that this empty-handed grabbing of a flying sword maneuver by Hanyulu had indeed stunned the crowd, and even the 3 god-prying powers who prided themselves on being accustomed to seeing great scenes had no choice but to disbelieve him. They are stunned at Hanyu. And down below, Hanyu is equally bitter that they're being chased in the sky. Can I follow the Black Robe's example of laying the fire avatar in the sky? Hanyu had a sudden thought. The little artifact spirit was exasperated. People were cooperating with their true essence to send their divine abilities up. Do you have true essence? Hanyu is defeated and continues to flee. A dense forest could already be seen in front of him. A single straight growing tree densely distributed. And Hanyu scurried straight in after a fierce dash. Entering this place, taking off in the air was instead constrained, and even the flying swords were blocked by the dense forest. The 12 elders could only fall back and then leap after them to go after them. A flying sword being retrieved from their hands. Set the fire. Little Lioli suddenly spoke. Ha! Hanyu thought that he had misheard, and the little artifact spirit repeated it once more. You think I'm tired of living, don't you? Little Lioli was furious. You have a strong physical body and a fire aptitude. As long as you turn this place into a fire field, then it will be your home field, and only then will you have a chance to save your life. Hanyu sniffed and threw a fireball in one hand as he ran and threw it out in all directions. The 12 people behind them had been chasing after them and gradually realized that something was wrong. Fire. Some elders were surprised. The fire spread quickly. No, it should be that the flames of Hanyu's divine ability had an extremely strong spreading effect. Soon all 12 were surrounded on all sides by fire, and the tide of tree trunks burned with a crackling sound. And before long the whole forest was full of it. Not good. He's trying to set a fire to fuel the power of the avatar. A god-prying realm powerhouse quickly thought of Hanyu's intentions, and another god-prying powerhouse sneered and struck first. Then I will destroy the woods here and see how he can help the fire. With the long sword in his hand, his true essence rushed up to the sky, and a hurricane was released from the sword. Don't! The first elder to open his mouth blanched and wanted to stop it, but unfortunately it was already too late. The hurricane continued to twist and turn towards the front, uprooting a tree and instantly clearing out a large open space, but it likewise catapulted the peripheral fires to the extreme in a flash. Stupid! What's the point of emptying the center? How are you going to empty the outside now that we're surrounded inside? That elder couldn't help but scold. Chapter 46, Fire Zone Counterattack. People running away? The cultivator who came to deliver the message could only nod his head in agreement once again. This scene took place among many lineages, especially those who were lamenting Hanyu's imminent demise one moment, and then heard him break out and escape the next. 12 elders didn't stop him? That's 9 half-step godpeopers and 3 godpeopers, not 12 pigs. Some family heads didn't even dare to boast that they could run away. But they had escaped, and they had escaped from the city in the midst of 12 people chasing them. The White House, by Chonan, was also unbelievable. In front of him was the second by clan member who had come to report the news. Only he was a bit more convincing because he had picked up Suzerain at the scene and brought it back. Suzerain was still in a state of shock, and when she saw Bai Junya, she hurriedly jumped up and hugged her. If it wasn't for Hanyu just now, the roof that collapsed from the sky could have directly crushed her small body, and she was the only one who was there on the sidelines. And from her, she was able to get the most intuitive picture of what was going on up to that point. A few punches killed a half-step peeping god. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Perhaps others weren't aware of it, but the Bai family knew the roots and understood how difficult the Qin patriarch was to deal with. The Qin family had its Songlang decree that could constantly stack the means of true essence explosion. And if a half-step god-prying god could be made to constantly stack, it could even emit an attack power comparable to that of the god-prying god realm. How can he be killed by a few punches? Especially a chase scene in the middle of the city, so are still able to let people escape out of the city. After today, the Qin family's face is expected to fall quite a bit. What are you doing there for good reason? Baijunya patted Suzuran's cold hands as she did so, even though she was already a divine bridge cultivator. Being so close to death was ultimately something that a childish little girl couldn't bear. Suzuran glanced at the white family elder on the side and whispered, "I'll go find Hanyu to save you." Although the voice was small, which one present was not a cultivator? So Suzuran's words were clearly heard by every cultivator present. "That man you know?" Bai Chang'an also looked at Bai Junya in surprise. Bai Jingliang's face was complicated at this time, and he said beside Bai Junya's ear, "He wouldn't have gotten into trouble with the Qin family because of you, would he?" His original intention was to be hated by Qin Hao for his accidental contact with Bai Junya that day, so Bai Jingliang's face was a bit uneasy when he said this. After all, this was an unearned disaster for Hanyu. However, this was not what the uninformed Bai family elders heard in their ears. What they imagined in their minds was the picture of a man covered in a fierce aura, provoking the entire Qin family by directly killing the Qin family elders for Bai Junya. At that moment, the eyes of the crowd of clan elders looked at Bai Junya differently again. "You fart. If I don't clear this place out, that kid will be burning on us by then." The god-prying realm elder who had made the hurricane was furious at his words. The two of them were about to quarrel immediately. Qin Laoer suddenly gave a cold shout. "What do you two look like? Don't you see where this is? Do you not see where you are? You don't even know where to argue, do you?" That Qin family's second elder seemed to be quite intimidating, and with just one sentence, he immediately shut up and silenced the two god-peeping powerhouses. Qin Laoer looked at the surrounding sea of fire with some indignation. This damned kid was hiding in the fire, relying on his natural aptitude to be able to control the fire without even showing his head. What made his headache even worse was that of the 12 elders of the Qin family. He was at the fire attribute god-prying realm, and the other two were respectively at the wind attribute derived from the wind god decision practiced by the wood attribute spiritual root, and at the thunder attribute derived from the Tsan Lei decision practiced by the metallic spiritual root. The remaining 9 half-step god-prying elders were also only among the 3 genera of gold, wood, and fire in the 5 elemental spiritual roots, and practiced only the gong methods that were compatible with themselves. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single water genus amongst those present. This allows Hanyu to pick up the slack. A fire unexpectedly, no one can restrain him. He is like a swimming fish into the water. Finally get a moment of respite. They don't seem to have a water genus. Wind, thunder, and fire will only make the fire zone here even more raging. Take a break and wait for an opportunity to find an opening to slip away. Hanyu's figure was hidden in the fire, wandering carefully to the side, keeping a close eye on the crowd within the circle. Little Lioli suggested in his mind. Hanyu, however, didn't say a word, staring dead on at the remaining 9 people outside of God's peeping ground, his mind alive for a while. Over there, Qin Laoer frowned in thought and looked up at the fire area, where the tongues of fire had now climbed 3 or 4 feet high along the trees. Fly overhead first and look for it up there. What he thought was that he might be able to find it better when he flew up high in the sky and looked down. And the many elders nodded their heads. The 12 figures had risen up in the air, only just 7 feet off the ground, when steeply 12 fire dragons rushed up in the sky from different directions, flying towards each of them. "What are you doing?" The little Blaze was amazed in his head. "I saw 9 fallen cultivators." Hanyu leapt up and simply returned. The Qin family had sent people to kill him twice, and even a man of clay has 3 fires, so why should he not be made of clay? In their haste, all the elders had their swords out, especially Qin Laoer and their 3 god-prying realms were afraid of fueling the fire, and only used the purest true essence to hit. A fire dragon was split from it. Just the last half-step god-peeping elders a sword went down, but the fire dragon did not move at all, in a hurry to hasten to make another sword. Just then, the head of the fire dragon exploded violently, and a figure burst out of the flames, slamming him down with a handful of speed. The 2 of them slammed to the ground one after another. Hanyu was the first to get up and then sprinted over, ruthlessly slamming the man into the fire. "Buster!" someone shouted. The sound of fighting constantly came from the fire area at the bottom, the positions drifting. And when it was said to be a fight, it was actually Hanyu individually pressing down on his opponent, surrounded by flames, only to see the 8th elder of the Qin family's clothing all ablaze, while Hanyu relied on a layer of his own flame aptitude to cover himself, isolating all external sources of fire and then continually attacking the other party in a fierce manner. After sending the 8th elder of the Qin family flying with a punch, he instantly sprinted and flew his elbow before adding a heavy kick, and at this point, the person in his hands was nothing but charred and blackened, with all of his joints twisted in every direction. Another fire dragon rose up into the sky, charging towards the many elders. "Good thief! How dare you come!" Several elders combined their efforts to slash out a vast true elemental sword blade impact, instantly crushing the fire dragon. The flames dispersed, actually revealing 2 bodies. "It's Buster!" It turned out to be Hanyu who had sent the half-dead 8th elder of the Qin clan up with a fire dragon after viciously throwing him out of the sea of fire. Having killed their own clan brothers with their own hands, the few who made the move had their eyes glazed over and were close to madness. I must have him dead. Hanyu hunkered down once more into the deep fire zone after doing this. Little Lioli rambled in her mind for a while. You're really floating. Aren't you afraid that you'll just happen to be discovered by the god-prying realm when you jump up there? Hanyu shook his head and simply asked, how is the recovery of my sea of consciousness going? Half recovered. This is a natural fire field. It doesn't require you to recreate fire with your origin, so it won't take up too much of your power. You only need to communicate your origin to guide these flames. You want to do it again? The little artifact spirit said incredulously. 8 times. Hanyu blinked and sneered. Even if you want to escape, you have to pinch the remaining 8 soft persimmons to death first. The little artifact spirit was silent for a while. Get. The half-step peeping god has become a weakling. And it had to be admitted that Hanyu was smarter than it thought. It had only allowed it to light a fire here, intending to use the fire zone to escape. But he had lifted it and instead tried to use the fire zone to kill a few people back. Hanyu catapulted himself into a good position and waved his hand again to invoke 11 fire dragons. Trying the same old trick again? Xin Lao air an old face fierce anger. When the first waved his hand will all the flying swords ingested over. After spending real energy to set up the sword array, only to see the fire dragon just entered the sword array range will stir up huge fluctuations. 12 flying swords constantly waving. Thousands of sword chi in the space of the multitude of horizontal and horizontal crisscrossing. And soon will be the fire dragon slaughtered to the ground. One trick and you're thinking of using it twice. Xin Lao air gritted his teeth, itching to eat Hanyu alive at the moment. Where's old 5? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and the crowd turned back in horror. But they really couldn't find the figure of the Qin family's oldest 5. Who says I have to hide inside a fire dragon? Hanyu sneered as he swung his fist at the Qin clan's 5th elder in the fire zone. Just as the crowd was preoccupied with the fire dragon just now, Hanyu circled around and jumped up, flinging the 5th elder's foot towards his own ground as he grabbed it. It's that simple. Dang it. There were already quite a few people who couldn't help but store up their true essence intending to blast the fire zone below. Old 5 is still down there. Are you guys blasting down with the intention of killing old 5 piece by piece? Xin Lao air coldly drank. Below, the 5th elder of the Qin clan endured the burning pain all over his body, ruthlessly stacking his own true essence continuously. Song Lang Duel, a surging, incomparable wave instantly blasted out, clearing out even this fire zone at his feet for a short time. And the crowd above clearly watched as Hanyu gritted his teeth and charged across the room, taking his and carrying it hard. In an instant, beads of blood erupted and a tiny crack covered the upper half of his body as the vast true essence continuously tore at his body. Go to hell! Hanyu endured the pain and ruthlessly willed his way to him, blasting his fist into his chest. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the 5th elder's face appeared ashen. Then Hanyu waved his hand and pulled the flames back, covering his feet once more before instantly vanishing. Old 5. Someone watched the Qin family's oldest 5 struggling helplessly in the recovered fire zone and wanted to go down, but was instantly stopped by those around him. It's no use. Old 5 is hopeless. It didn't take long for a charred corpse to be purposely thrown by Hanyu onto the empty space cleared out by the god-prying realm elders earlier. The 5th member of the Qin family perished. 12 elders, 2 dead in a row. Everyone blast through this fire zone with a combined attack. Full power. Even died 2 clan elders. Now not to mention the face. The Qin family's interests have been greatly affected. Half-step god-prying realm is the Qin family's most important battle force. Already able to anticipate Qin Tiannan's monstrous fury when the time came, Xin Lao air was instantly fuming, not daring to let the other party consume him any longer. The sword formation constructed by the 12 flying swords tightly protected a few people, and the remaining 7 elders each continuously converged their true essence into the 3 elders. A strong and terrifying pressure appeared, and even just by relying on this aura, the flames underneath were pressed lower and lower. The 7 elders supported themselves to the death, and a moment later, the true essence that had already condensed like a substance was instantly released, and it poured towards the bottom like a tsunami, impacting in a steady stream and even emitting a loud roaring sound. At this moment, it was like a heavenly disaster. The land cracked by inches, and the earth was punched out into a huge and incomparable 10-meter deep pit, not to mention the fire zone. At this moment, within a radius of 100 meters, in addition to the deep pit, everything was crushed into powder. Chapter 47 Earth System Technique. This day in Tianning City, the cultivators coming in and out of the mansions of the major families didn't stop, and everyone was curious about what the eventual development of things would be like. Is it a joke waiting to happen? No. What the major families wanted to see more than anything else was for the Qin family to suffer. Although the idea wasn't very realistic, but at least an elder had already died, wasn't it? when a group of cultivators stepped on the sword without fear and flew into the city. And then another group of cultivators flew out of the city. That unlucky town guardian lord has been completely numb. Today I am afraid that it is best for myself not to go out, as long as the city is not messed up. You guys love to fly as much as you want to fly today. After muttering, the unlucky and helpless town guard went straight to his room and fell asleep. What? Another half-step god-prying elder has died. Yeah. Many house lords slapped their thighs and stood up laughing. Just a few more should die. It seems that the Qin family, the mountain pressing on their heads, is making it too difficult for them. Inside the Qin family fort, Qin Hao finally stopped shedding tears because Qin Tiannan finally couldn't help but slap him when he saw his crying and wailing appearance. I did not expect to receive a slap. Qin Hao suddenly from the heart of grief in turn cannot cry out. What the hell is going on here? First, Qin Hao suffered a loss, and Lao San brought a group of cultivators to retrieve the situation, resulting in the cultivators coming back in a sorry state, leaving behind a Lao San. Now 12 elders under the same. Has been nearly 2 hours, or not see a shadow. Qin Tiannan's first reaction is that there is a change in Tianing City, which can't help but think about it. Those broken families face smiling, but behind the scenes which do not want to stab the Qin family a few knives. If this was a trap set up by Tianing City, I'm afraid that all of those lineages had already joined forces and had to be defended against. It wasn't long before the cultivator he had sent out ran in with a hasty look on his face, not bothering to salute when he saw Qin Tiannan, and said in a hurried voice, "Family master, the third elder is dead." Qin Tiannan's face changed drastically as he drank coldly. Say that again. That cultivator's mouth shivered as he told the story of how he found the third elder dead in the rubble. What about that other group of elders? Qin Tiannan's face was already as cold as frost at this point, and the cultivator lowered his head to tell the story of what was spreading like wildfire in the city today. Not only was the third elder dead, but the elders who had gone after the thieves had heard that another one had died. Now that the city gates are full of many cultivators coming in and out, the entire Tianing city is watching us. Snap! Qin Tiannan pinched the handle of the chair under his seat to smithereens with a murderous look on his face, and then he rose with a huff and said angrily, "This group of damned ragtag people, I'll go there personally." The words fell. The person has been like a ghost shadow as quickly drifting away. Han Yu is having a hard time at the moment. His entire back is burning hot and aching. There is almost no piece of good meat when you look at it from behind, and this is still being rubbed by the aftermath. If he hadn't twisted his head and run when he saw that group of old guys trying to combine their attacks again, I'm afraid that there wouldn't even be any ashes left now. In his mind, he also had to endure the small artifact spirit's rambling taunts. Letting you float again. Didn't you say you saw 8 lone cultivators? Now you know to escape. What did you do earlier? Han Yu bared his teeth for a moment. This guy is not a human being, and Ben doesn't speak in human terms, not to be trifled with. Besides, it was also the one that reminded him just now, allowing him to get his life back. At that time, when he was still unconscious, the little artifact spirit immediately signaled the warning. Run away. This energy fluctuation. You'll surely die if you're hit by it. The large deep pit behind him especially gave him chills in his heart. How much terrifying power did it have to be to make the commotion? At that moment, when he was the first to escape through the cover of the fire area, a loud noise landed on the earth and the whole ground shook, followed by a wave of aftershocks that pushed Ra through his back. One's own strong had no way to resist in front of this force. What level of power is this? The essence of the power is still in the peeping god, but the power is amplified tenfold. The little artifact spirit said simply. On the other side, the 7 half-step god-prying elders were already pale at this point, their figures in the air shaking. Qin Lao Er and the few of them were equally bad. If it wasn't for the fact that this thief was too hateful, taking the trick of repeatedly assassinating with forest fire, they wouldn't have been willing to spend so much to use the combined strike technique. Looking at the huge deep pit at his feet, he just thought in his heart that this thief was afraid that he had already gone up in smoke. But steeply, his face was instantly unsightly, because a figure was constantly darting several hundred meters away from the deep pit. The thief wasn't even in the fire zone. He ran away. Qin Lao Er's lungs almost blew up directly. Such a cost to make a powerful combined attack. This kid even escaped early. That is, just now that one simply smashed an empty. No, he also hitched a ride on the bodies of 2 of his clanmates. Give chase. Qin Lao Er gritted his teeth as he defended his sword. Now that he had consumed too much, he could no longer recklessly squander the few true essence he had. The other 2 peeping gods did the same. It's just that, the turn of the few elders who are half-step god peeping can't. They really don't have any spare energy to chase anymore. You will go back. Qin Lao Er frowned as he finished speaking and immediately broke into the air. On the bank of the White Heron River, Han Yu suddenly braked his feet, because the face has stood a person. Although he is not like that group of high-level cultivators generally airborne, but instead more bizarre. His figure fluttering. Just now Hanyu clearly saw him from 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. The visitor was dressed in a black robe with gold patterns on a black background. A head of Chinese hair dyed with spots of white. His face seemed to have passed the half-hundred mark, and a pair of eyes was like a heart-stopping one, able to send people into chills. "You're the little thief who killed my Qin family elder?" Qin Tiannan had traveled all the way from the Qin family fort, and had seen Han Yu's wretched figure at the river's edge, behind which the figures of several elders with imperial swords could already be seen. The Qin family again? Han Yu took a few steps back warily, an additional inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. "I am Qin Tiannan, head of the Qin family." After Qin Tiannan finished speaking with a cold face, he kept sizing up Han Yu, as if he was trying to see what he was capable of from it. "There's something odd about this person. He's not an avatar, yet there's a hint of the Earth-type avatar origin on his body." The little artifact spirit suddenly opened its mouth to remind, seeming rather puzzled. It's possible that the technique practiced on the body is close to divine power. Qin Tiannan wasn't a person who liked nonsense, and when he withdrew his gaze, he lost interest, walking forward with his hands in the air, arriving in front of Han Yu in the blink of an eye, stretching out a palm and pressing it down seemingly casually, but Han Yu flew out heavily. How is that possible? Han Yu's eyes widened as he flew backwards, a mouthful of blood spurting out immediately. What realm is this guy in? Han Yu sniffed at the little artifact spirit incredulously. It has nothing to do with realm. He's still at the god-prying realm, but his technique can borrow the power of the earth. As long as he has both feet on the ground, he will be able to provide his physical body with an unceasing supply of power. I'm afraid that he won't lose to you with his fists. More than not going to lose. That hit spewed blood right out of himself. Qin Tiannan seemed to be quite surprised by Han Yu's physical strength as well, that he only spat out a mouthful of blood after receiving a slap. The strength of this fleshly body is too terrifying. No wonder it was able to kill the elders of my clan one after another. After Han Yu climbed up, the three swordlights arrived instantly, and Qin Laoer's face was a bit unsightly as he landed on the ground and opened up towards Han Yu. Divine light burning thunder, without the fire zone to hold it back. A large ball of thunder flashed with dazzling light immediately striking toward Han Yu. Sky wind dance, infinite fire. The other two shares of true energy in the air into wind and fire two means also swept over. Han Yu just upped the idea of avoidance. Feet suddenly a pain. Horrified to look at the feet, only to see the soil a surge, but also transformed into two large hands dead in their own fixed in place. Chapter 48 Ripples in the water. As the three forces came one after another, Han Yu kept trying to break free, but the pair of hands made of soil were like iron hoops tightly trapping him in place. A fire lotus bloomed, burning the surroundings red, but it was unable to shake those earth hands in the slightest. Han Yu hurriedly waved his hand again after putting it away, and a huge hungry ghost diagram emerged, with countless hungry ghosts scrambling out to surround themselves. Qin Laosan's divine thunder struck first, hitting the white-bone hungry ghosts in front of Han Yu, the powerful impact instantly clearing the surroundings, countless skeletons being lifted into the air, followed by a huge explosion. Han Yu only felt both numbness and pain throughout his body, and the thin mouths that were already cracked all over his body seemed to have been cooked, and he could smell a meaty aroma. If it wasn't for this group of hungry ghosts fronting the damage, I'm afraid that just this divine thunderbolt would have taken half of my life. However, with the wind and fire following closely behind, the white-bone hungry ghosts were suddenly hard to replenish, so Han Yu could only carry on hard. Little cutie, use your fire aptitude to lure the opponent's fire to explode the cage at your feet, little Luri said sharply in her head. Han Yu's eyes lit up and hurriedly communicated with the fire lotus in the sea of consciousness, but the result was not as easy as the little artifact spirit had said. No matter how the fire lotus went about summoning the other side's fire genus, it simply couldn't move a single bit of it. In the end, Han Yu simply withdrew the hungry ghost diagram, and instead, after pushing the fire lotus with all his might, he was able to barely move that fire-attributed attack to his feet. A huge boom sounded, while Han Yu was blown up in a sea of fire, and finally fell directly into the White Heron River. There was a wave of disappointment from the watching lineages in Tianning City that this was the end. But the Qin family didn't seem to have recovered their face either. Instead they lost even more face. 3 of the 13 elders died, and in the end it was the 3 god-prying elders plus the head of the family who cleaned up a young man. The Qin family didn't seem so scary anymore. The minds of many householders were instantly energized. By the White Heron River, Qin Tiannan and the 3 elders had been standing on the bank for a long time, their faces becoming more and more somber. The evening sun reflected the whole river in red, and there was no more movement except for the slightest ripple. He's not dead. Who isn't dead? Naturally, it was Han Yu. The 4 of them stopped for a long time, but they still didn't see the body floating up. The only explanation can only be that the person is still alive. The White Heron River is very large, more than 100 feet wide, with a total length that borders the southern state capitals, and there are shore platforms at various points along the river. This gave the Qin family a headache. If the person wasn't dead, he could even go ashore from anywhere unknowingly. Thinking of this, Qin Tiannan had someone go back and call out all the cultivators who were in the Qin family on the spot. Instead, he flew along the river with the elders, constantly searching for traces of Han Yu. Soon all the cultivators from the Qin family fort came, and the 200 or so cultivators stepping on their swords and flying back and forth against the river instantly drew attention within Tianning City. He's not dead, but he escaped into the water with serious injuries? Ha ha ha, that's a lot of fun, and you're still letting it all get away like that. So not only is the riverside filled with cultivators of the Qin family, but the cultivators from the Tianning province who are watching the event have also come and are guarding the outside in black, and the two sides are not interfering with each other. In response, Qin Tiannan hated his teeth but could do nothing about it. And Han Yu? At this moment, he was paralyzed at the bottom of the river, already grimacing in pain, and was too lazy to move. A thin film of water covered his entire body. Unless a cultivator drilled down to the very bottom, no one would be able to find him lying here at all. Instead, as he looked up, he could still see blurry figures flickering across the river from time to time. Am I so inviting to be hated? Is this going to be life and death? Han Yu sighed. These blurry figures were 10 times to be the Qin family's cultivators, but they really didn't die now. Little Lioli twittered in her mind. You've killed a total of 3 elders from the other side. Do you think they hate you? Better not let me get the poison pill. Han Yu gritted his teeth and muttered fiercely to himself. This is the first time I've actively expected the bottle to hurry up and get out of the den. Time passed in boredom. The Qin family's group of cultivators flew for a few hours without any gain. The family head as well as the elders were gloomy and kept scanning the river. Already some of the cultivators have gone along the river to the major shore ports, and there are fewer and fewer cultivators in this neighborhood. No one could have imagined that he would stay underneath and not move a muscle, or that he could stay underwater without needing to change his breath. Gradually, not only did the Tianning house cultivators who were watching the fun leave, even the Qin family cultivators left without hope, and they had to continue searching in all the major places along the river. Qin Tiannan was obviously determined to find out the person until he did. This person has too deep a grudge against my Qin family. If I don't find him out, in the future, no cultivator below the god-prying spirit in the Qin family will be able to go out in peace. It's late at night and the bright moon is high in the sky. A cruise ship floated on the river, and the 3 of them, Bai Jingliang and Bai Junya as well as Suzuran, leaned against the side of the ship and looked at the river. It can't really be dead, Suzuran whispered at the side, and Bai Jingliang kept frowning, then shook his head and said, impossible, even the Qin family didn't find the body. That person must still be alive. Bai Junya's face was a bit complicated, and from time to time, she would think of the image of that day when she fell into Han Yu's arms. Thinking about it more made her chest tight, so she stepped aside to lean against the side of the boat alone. Underneath the water, Han Yu slowly opened his eyes. A day of chaotic fighting, running, and being chased. Not only was he injured, but his spirit was also very tired. So he looked at the surface of the river and gradually drifted off into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, he could vaguely see the bright moon shaking in the water, and when he shook his head he was alerted to the fact that he was still underwater. It wasn't the moon that was shaking, it was the river that was shaking. At this time, the river no longer saw the figure crossing. Han Yu guessed in his heart, it should be gone, but just in case, he still quietly stayed for a few more moments. Are you alive? Bai Junya looked at the bright moon on the surface of the water and muttered darkly to herself, and steeply, the bright moon on the surface of the water shook, as if it was about to rush out of the water. Clatter! A ragged figure broke through the bright moon and leapt up, startling Bai Junya, and under panic, his figure tilted and planted his head directly outward. Is she? Han Yu's figure jumping in midair stalled, his face incomparably strange. I've been underwater for a long time and I've met Bai? Watching Bai Junya fall, Han Yu helplessly turns around and swoops down, only to reach out and hug her, but unexpectedly Bai Junya, in a panic, thinks she's a thief and without thinking, invokes a water dragon to blast Han Yu. Originally all the old injuries where he can still withstand this kind of blow. In midair he was instantly all soft, heavily slammed back into the water. Puff! Flop! 2 sounds of falling water ring out. How come the last few times I've met Bai, I've had bad luck every time? Han Yu wants to cry, while Bai Junya falls into the water and flutters a few times in a panic. Even harboring a water system aptitude is thrown out of mind, and within a few moments the person passes out. Thus, Han Yu could only swim over with great effort once again, stimulating his water aptitude to cover the 2 of them after taking Bai Junya into his arms. Soft jade in his arms, he realized that a dress all wet by Junya is actually curved. Calling out the bosom is the shape of the obvious. Before only no big, but not a concept, now finally no. At this time, Bai Junya's eyes were closed tightly, and the bright red lips of a sandalwood mouth slightly opened under her beautiful face made him gulp, and he couldn't help but look a little mesmerized. At this time, a splash suddenly hit him next to him. Bai Jingliang also don't know when to follow the jump down. Originally thought it was his sister in distress, but I didn't know that as soon as he came down, he saw Han Yu hugging his own sister. A pair of eyes that seemed to want to eat people. Han Yu looked at Bai Jingliang's complexly colored face and spoke through the film. I can explain. Chapter 49 Cruise Ship. So, you guys are here to save me? In the cruise ship, Han Yu sits on the deck dripping wet, looking at the trio with odd eyes. Bai Junya blushes, seemingly remembering the embarrassing image from earlier, and it doesn't matter if she blushes. Han Yu follows suit. The two men have different minds. One is ashamed to save the word. After all, it is not easy for people to come out and give back the fight. One of them is just a weak heart after having his eyes full. Not to mention, Han Yu can't help but raise his eyes again when he remembers that image, making Bai Junya look a big blush again. Ahem. Bai Jingliang dryly coughed a few times to pull the attention of the two back before he spoke. I heard that the Qin family is going crazy looking for you, and if you never show up, I reckon their little cultivators will be afraid to go out for a long time. It was true that Han Yu had been constantly whisked away by a group of high cultivators from the Qin clan within a day, but they hadn't managed to kill him. Changing places, if he were to make a move against the Qin family's cultivators below the God-prying realm, they would be equally unable to resist awe. This was the biggest headache for the Qin family's senior management, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to great lengths to search along the river. Although the cultivators of the Tianing prefecture could not see the fun in the White Heron River, they were able to see the fun in the city, and all the cultivators in the city who belonged to the Qin clan were all evacuated back in a grayish manner. In fact, privately, there are already worldly families who want to find you, Bai Jingliang whispered, which couldn't help but surprise him. Looking for me to ask for the elixir? Bai Jingliang shook his head, lost his smile, and said, without your consent, how could I possibly go around talking about your elixir? Han Yu was puzzled, looking for himself without seeking Dan, so what serious business could he have? Seeing that you're in such a dead heat with the Qin family, they must want to see you and the Qin family continue to fight to the death. There was no need to guess at all. Bai Jingliang could see it for himself, and just sighed inexplicably at the thought. Those few families are broken down at least can still have some ambition, dare to do things, but the whole Bai family is too disappointing. Even up this heart of the people are not. Han Yu was stunned and snorted, which means they just want to watch the fun. If we were to talk about other things, Bai Jingliang would not necessarily be aware of it, but he, who was born in a family, had grown up with his ears open to the ways of the world. He shook his head, his face serious, and said, the world family never does meaningless things. On the surface, they are looking at the hilarity, but secretly, they may have gotten ideas about the Qin family. Then joked, the families will always be like this. There are only interests in their eyes. Now it should still be just a wait and see. When the Qin family is really wounded, I don't even doubt that the group of families will rise up and attack and eat them up. After all, the first family in Tianing, what a fat piece of meat. Who wouldn't crave for it? Han Yu was listening in thought. You don't really want to die, do you? When Bai Jingliang saw that expression on Han Yu's face, he suddenly muttered with an odd expression. Han Yu, however, looked like he was in a state of soulfulness at the moment and didn't even hear what he was saying. Hey, you really dare to think that you really want to die? Don't you have a human skin mask? Just wear it and walk out of Tianing Mansion. The little artifact spirit was disgruntled and kept rambling. Han Yu, however, ignored, just suddenly asked and said, you and the bottle can produce poisonous and not. The little artifact spirit was as if it had touched a taboo, and hurriedly refused. You die before it's too late. The bottle and I both have a set of rules. It can give birth to pills, but the efficacy of the pills are all random. I am able to control the pills on my own, but it all has to be taken by the person who takes the pills. Han Yu was instantly discouraged and muttered, you guys only look good when you trash me. Mr. Han, Bai Junya suddenly walked over and softly shouted. Han Yu just happened to come back to his senses and turned his head to look, and Bai Junya was standing beside him with a clean set of clothes at some point. Looking at the style of the clothes, it seemed to be quite like the kind on Bai Jingliang. These are Jingliang's clothes. It won't be convenient for you to go back into the city for a while, so why don't you put them on first? Bai Junya's face was flushed red. After all, Han Yu was indeed a bit of a mess at the moment, and a mess was just as well. The fabric of his lower body was rotted into strips, and when he moved, he could see the roots of his thighs. After hurriedly putting down her clothes, Bai Junya pulled Suzuran and ran back to the cabin. And Han Yu grinned broadly as he changed his clothes on the spot, startling Bai Jingliang. I said, can't you just go in and change? Han Yu looked inside and wondered. That's not good. Your sister's in there. There's another one of my rooms in there. No, and you're not going to change it for her? Bai Jingliang looked helpless, stripped all the way down, could only let him hurry to finish changing, shedding those rags and replacing them with dry, loose clothes. Han Yu moves around and gets much more comfortable, looking at the vessel and suddenly feeling a bit familiar. This can't be the same one I sat on in the first place. Yeah, isn't it marvelous fate that here the four of us are sitting in the same boat again? Bai Jingliang looked back on the past with much emotion. It's pretty marvelous. The place is different and the people are still the same. Han Yu nods his head and says with a smile, only for Bai Jingliang to suddenly look disinterested. In addition to seeing if I can find you on the river today, it was also my father who sent us to this ship on purpose, said the man, sighing and continuing. Those rotten guys were determined to make my sister marry out. My father sent my sister and I out first, and if in the end we still can't change, then my sister and I will just sail away and never come back. Han Yu was silent for a while. It was still a family tragedy, and after thinking about it for half a day, he didn't know how to comfort it, and besides, he didn't really seem to want to see Bai Junya marry like this. Sentiment couldn't be said, but the thought of Bai Junya marrying that contraption made his heart a little uncomfortable is all. You're just getting horny and possessive. Han Yu, you're growing up, little Luri said fervently in her head. The White House. Bai Chong'an was at the moment in the council hall as an ordinary Qin family son, beside his wife who had been with him for many years. On the opposite side of them was a group of clan lodgers, each of them with ugly faces. Their mouths were all about morality and righteousness, and their mouths were all about their clans. Chanan, things have come to this point. The wood has become a boat, and then backtracked against the loss of morality. The reputation of the Bai family up and down how to survive. That's right, the Qin family is powerful after all. If we lose our ground first, the Qin family will definitely not be willing to rest. Said anything, but Bai Chong'an seemed not to hear the general, holding his wife's hand. A silence. All finished. Bai Chong'an suddenly opened his mouth and looked around at all the clan elders in the field, an indescribable despondent color on his face. The heavens are truly unjust to my Bai family. If the Qin family is full of your kind of goods, give me 5 years and I will definitely take their place. My daughter is still able to rise up against it, and I, Bai Chong'an, am not willing to shrink my head any further. Whoever goes to fix the marriage will take his daughter to marry, and my own daughter, in the future, will not need to be worried about by your uncles. A word down. The whole conference hall group anger. Bai Chong'an looked chilled. Is there really a future for such a family? Then the Bai family is not even worse than the family of the world still have dared to the Qin family. And here, ho, 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 ho. Han Yu had never found the sound so wonderful, and he had waited so hard for the bottle that it could be said that he hadn't slept all night. Now, the moment the bottle was swallowed in a spray after shaking, his body lying on the deck sat up at once, his eyes gleaming. Just when his eyes glanced at the elixir, his face instantly became much more odd. Chapter 50, Breaking the White House Door. Empathy elixir. Taking it enables one to empathize with others at any time and place, and to understand each other's desires. Side effects. Those who have their hearts pried into are prone to hatred towards the one who takes it. Do you too want the other to understand me? Or do you want me to understand the other and then go to my death? Han Yu's face instantly turned as black as a pot as he roared in his head. The glazed bottle was silent and seemed to be mocking silently. The little artifact spirit sighed helplessly. All told you to die. The bottle out of the dan is all messed up. You'd better wait slowly. After waiting most of the night for such a contraption to come out, Han Yu huffed and puffed and lay down again. The next day, early in the morning, someone had summoned Bai Ziyuan of the Bai family to seek an audience. What's he doing here? Qin Tianan said in a jar. For this person he has always been I. The entire Bai family in the cultivation of the worst, the heart of the heart is also the most, the nature of the thin and cold, said that he is a wolf heart of the doghouse is to lift him. It would be better to say that it is not as good as the generation of the pig and dog. The monk bowed and said, he said you definitely got your money's worth when you met him. This caused Qin Tianan to show some interest, so he waved his hand for him to go down and bring it in. In the Qin family's council hall, Qin Tianan sat down in a large horse and waited for him to come in, and as soon as Bai Ziyuan entered, he came up to greet him with unparalleled enthusiasm. Master Qin. Qin Tianan merely nodded coldly and opened the door. What did you say you were looking for me for? Bai Ziyuan showed all the flattery between his eyebrows and said with a low brow, I've brought Bai Junya here. Qin Tianan was amused by him, although the engagement was finalized, but never seen the in-laws in a hurry to send the bride out of the country, even so impatient. This person is really shameless. Is that what you're about? However, Qin Tianan would not give him any good face for this, and at that moment, His face sank in dissatisfaction. Naturally not. Bai Ziyuan had ventriloquized when he arrived, and knew his person even better, so he hurriedly answered without panic. Qin Tiannan waited curiously for the following, looking at him without a word. Bai Ziyuan hurriedly spoke. The young man who was working against your Qin family is called Hanyu, and I have a way for the Qin family head to resolve his worries. Just one sentence will make Qin Tiannan's face slightly moved. Bai Ziyu in his side of the afterglow secretly measured a moment. The heart is more determined. All of a sudden will be full of energy. So when the words came to this point, he also naturally stopped and did not say any more. Everyone is a human savant. Many things naturally do not need to be pointed out. Qin Tiannan's face deepened. After secretly pondering, he reared his head to look at him. What do you want? Bai Ziyuan was delighted in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face for fear of attracting Qin Tiannan's displeasure, so he bowed his head and said, I've heard that the Qin clan has the 3 systems of wind, fire, and thunder, so I wonder if I can ask for a copy of it? Qin Tiannan smiled with a cold expression. These 3 techniques are different from the combined attack technique. This is the true family's heritage. This white family old dog is really a good appetite. Seeing the other side indifferent, and did not say a word, Bai Ziyuan heart slightly anxious, and said, I heard yesterday that this son was able to kill a half-step peeping god with a single punch, and I'm afraid that no one under the peeping god realm can deal with him. Here, we will stop at this point, and then later on, it is to reveal the scars of the Qin family. The 4 god warrior realms had joined forces and even let him run away. As long as there were these words in front of him, Bai Ziyuan believed that the other party would definitely agree. Or else those sons and daughters of the Qin family would be afraid not to go out. I'm afraid that a group of the Qin family's Pishi realm wouldn't be enough for someone to kill alone. Qin Tiannan's face turned suddenly cold, but he had to weigh it properly. It was the question of whether it was worth it or not, and what made his head hurt was that he seemed to have no choice but to trade. This old thing, when I take down the Bai family later, the first thing I'll do is kill him first. After secretly clenching his teeth, Qin Tiannan waved his hand, then had a cultivator bring a copy of the Heavenly Wind Decree and hand it over to Bai Ziyuan. After the secret book arrived, Bai Ziyuan finally smiled at the corners of his mouth, no longer able to hold back his joy. The expression on his face was out of control, and his heart was even more fiery. With this secret book, my children and grandchildren will surely be able to rule the Bai family for generations. I've given the stuff. Where's your solution? Qin Tiannan frowned from above and coldly snapped. Bai Ziyuan fondly placed the secret in his arms before he smiled and spoke. Bai Junya is my way, and now that I brought her with me as well, you can always ask my clansmen outside to hand the person over to you. Bump! With a furious look on his face, Qin Tiannan slapped the table and drank. You're teasing me? Bai Ziyuan was also startled by this sudden scene, his heart pounding wildly as he hurriedly explained. Qin family master doesn't know. This Hanyu has always been in love with Bai Junya, and he's been working against the Qin family for her sake as well. And now, as long as Junya is in the Qin family castle, Hanyu will naturally seek her out. Instead of pursuing it painstakingly, it's better to catch a turtle in a jar. The Qin family master should be able to understand the reasoning behind this. Only then did Qin Tiannan's face ease slightly, but he still looked at him in disbelief. You didn't lie to me? Bai Ziyuan confidently nodded his head and said, I intended to take my head as a guarantee. If I deceive, the family head will come and take it. Seeing that it said a great deal, Qin Tiannan also gradually believed, and at that moment, his expression was quite a bit of joy, and hurriedly ordered people to bring her over. In the middle of the crowd of cultivators, Bai Junya was brought up in the middle of the crowd, a stunningly beautiful face with undried tear stains. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Bai Ziyuan. You're shameless! Bai Junya cursed hatefully. Bai Ziyuan changed his expression to a pleasant one inside. Junya, don't blame uncle. This is all for the good of the Bai family. And it's a heavenly good thing that you're tying the knot with the Qin family. So you teamed up with your clan to take down my father and sent someone to lure my siblings back. All for the sake of the white family? Bai Junya eyes full of hatred. Just hate not have the ability to kill him on the spot. If it is not the aptitude has been overdrawn in the White House. At this moment is really hate to take his life. Bai Ziyuan was poked and prodded in public as, face also a bit untenable. Immediately pulled down his face. Coldly said, you just good life in the Qin family stay. Qin family master. I'll take my leave now. He bowed his head and then rushed off. Qin Tiannan curiously surveyed Bai Junya on the ground below, and in his heart, he believed in the words of Juqing Bai Ziyuan. It's not surprising that such a special thing would make Hanyu, the little thief, fall head over heels in infatuation. It was no wonder that his own son couldn't wait to take this woman into his palm. Only just thinking of Qin Hao. Qin Hao's voice came from outside the door, and he ran in slightly agitated. Father, I heard that old man Bai Ziyuan brought Bai Junya? The words fell people also arrived. When the first to see the beauty of the lonely standing in a place, is not his dream by Junya well. He looked at Chin Tianan excitedly, a little eager to speak. Father, take it if you want it. Chin Tianan waved his hand and said impatiently. Hanyu is shaken awake, and the moment he opens his eyes, it's a pair of weeping red eyes pointed at him. Suzerain, what's wrong with you? Hanyu is startled and rushes to get up before asking her with a puzzled look on his face. At the moment, Suzerain is crying like a pear, unable to catch her breath, and Hanyu has a headache comforting her first. Smooth out your anger first. After about a few moments, Suzerain gradually calmed down before saying while sobbing, early in the morning, the shore came a white family in search of the white family siblings. White Gingliang first went down, probably after a few moments, and panicked back to the boat to look for White Junya. It turned out that the parents of the two siblings were taken down by the clan, and are now being punished in the torture hall. The two siblings immediately messed up when they heard that Bai family cultivator said that he was asking the two siblings to hurry back to help plead for mercy. Sister Bai and the two of them followed back because they were worried about their parents, and I followed behind. Suzerain sobbed. Who knows that after arriving at the white family, just after entering the door, the two siblings were surrounded by the clan. The two could not withstand a group of people, and it did not take long for them to be taken down. Suzerain, on the other hand, because she was an outsider, wasn't overly embarrassed, and at that moment, she took advantage of the chaos to escape. Hearing this, Hanyu was also a bit enraged. What kind of strange family is this? Coy to outsiders and heavy-handed when it comes to their own family. Can you save them? I heard the Bai family mean to forcefully pressurize Sister Bai to give the Qin family a marriage. Suzerain sobs while looking at Hanyu with a hopeful face. The White House torture chamber. Bai Chong'an leaned against the wall with a disheveled face. Beside him was his own wife, and at the door of the cell was the cursing Bai Gingliang. He had already cursed for a full hour, from the Bai family's ancestors to his own generation, especially after seeing Bai Junya being taken away by Bai Ziyuan. She was hysterical. What kind of sins did the White family create to produce this group of people? Bai Chong'an leaned against the wall with his eyes lifeless and muttered to himself. Lin Ruojun whimpered with a look of despair. Master, you have to save Yaer. Save? How can I be saved? I'd become a caged bird too, Bai Chong'an said miserably. For more than a decade has been the family things wrapped up. Cultivation was wasted too much. Now the cultivation is only half a step. Peeping God only. A few clan elders will be able to join hands to restrain themselves, but also how to talk about saving people. What man? Hanyu eventually entered the city, and under Suzerain's guidance, the two of them arrived in front of an extremely imposing gate. The gate is vermilion lacquer. The horizontal plaque a White House. Outside the door of the two half-a-person high stone lions towering, and then outside some guards of the subordinates. The two had only taken a few steps up to the door when someone immediately spoke out to stop them. In front of the White House, no one is allowed to enter. What a good one, do not enter. Hanyu sneered and took a few steps forward, clanging a few times. Then someone drew a sword. So what if I get in? Hanyu sneered. Then you're just looking for death. As the words fell, a few guards rushed in with swords. Hanyu didn't dodge or flash, and the few divine spring cultivators in the area were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to scrape off a layer of mud from his body. Clang, clang, clang. After a few sounds, the many guards looked at the open blade with horrified faces and panicked all of a sudden. Without a word, Hanyu walked over to the stone lions, grasped their mouths in his hands, and threw them out directly in one hand, without seeing any flinging. The first stone lion smashed the group of guards directly several meters away, falling to the ground with broken tendons and bones. The second stone lion smashed towards the high gate, and it was unknown how many years the gate that stood here was completely blown down today. Who came to my White House to cause trouble? A few roars of anger came out, and a group of Bai clan cultivators as well as many elders rushed out at the sound of the roars, all of them furious. Hanyu pointed at himself and sneered. Me, Hanyu. Chapter 51, Going to the Rescue. Others might not know who Hanyu was, but the Bai family did. He killed 3 half-step God-prying realm elders of the Qin family in a row, and managed to escape under the siege of 3 God-prying realm elders as well as the head of the Qin family. The fleshly body was overbearing, and one punch could kill a half-step peeping god. Moreover, rumor in Tianning City had it that this person also appeared to be carrying 2 natural aptitudes. The man who gave the Qin family a headache has come to the Bai family today? Someone quickly reacted. Bai Junya. He was here for Bai Junya. Several high-ranking clan elders surrounded him at once, and as Hanyu scanned over, the little artifact spirit in his mind immediately had an answer. 1 god-prying realm, 3 half-step god-prying realms, and a number of minor characters. Hanyu snorted in his heart when he heard this. It's not certain if a god-prying realm that's about to enter the earth can fully utilize its strength, plus 3 half-step god-prying realms that are halfway into the earth. Do they really think that they themselves are the ones from the Chin family? He waved his hand and a hungry ghost diagram appeared behind his back. Countless white bones swarmed out and instantly rushed towards the Bai family crowd. Quickly! Retreat! Some people shouted loudly and then wanted to fly up the sword. But unfortunately, people just stepped on the flying sword will be a group of hungry ghosts jumped and pounced down. And in the twinkling of an eye will be all flesh and blood become a pile of new white bones. The god-prying realm elder's eyes were wide with rage, and his thick true essence turned into a constant stream of impacts that continuously slapped at all the hungry ghosts around him. Hanyu watched as the hungry ghosts continued to be decimated without the slightest bit of concern. I'd like to see how many you can kill. As long as you dare to stop, the hungry ghosts will scatter and your Bai family's children will die out. After saying that, more hungry ghosts pounced on the god-prying realm elder as well as the other 3 half-step god-prying realms like a tidal wave. On the other side, the white family's children kept retreating. Just thought that they had withdrawn to a safe place. And before they had time to breathe a sigh of relief, who knew that Hanyu suddenly threw another huge fire lotus. For a time, the white family was in flames, and the unlucky part of the children were directly ignited by the flames, howling and rolling on the ground. Around a few want to help extinguish the fire of the clan just pounced on. Unexpectedly the fire did not put out. They also attracted fire. For a time, the ghosts within the White House howling. From time to time, more than a few charred corpses. Everyone pull out. Helplessly, the god-prying elder gave the word, and he rose into the air to fall into the midst of the Bai clan's children, prioritizing escorting the clan members back. The other 3 half-step peeping gods were originally aged bodies. Their physical strength was difficult to sustain, and after a moment of bitter support, they took the lead with a shout. We can't hold on to withdraw first. After saying that, the 3 silhouettes actually ran faster than the group of young children. Come back! That god-peeping old man was so angry that his body shook. One by one. Usually open-mouthed family stuff. A matter of life and death, all cared about their own run. Hanyu coldly looked at this group of people. The expression of contempt. This group of people really gave himself insight. Listening to Bai Gingliang and the account of the time still do not think that they are more disgusting, and now see with their own eyes. This group of people is indeed rotten to the extreme. He waved his hand to retrieve the hungry ghost diagram and fire lotus with disinterest, and droned, all of you get out. Killing you all is too dirty for your hands. A group of people were like amnesties and ran outside quickly, and in the blink of an eye the entire Bai family was empty and terribly quiet. At that point he turned his head to look at Suzuran and asked, any idea where the people are being held? Suzuran hurriedly nodded her head, pointing in the direction of the Hall of Punishment, and said, it's over there. Jingliang and Sister Bai and their family are all locked up in there. The 2 of them walked quickly in the direction of the Hall of Punishment. Only when they entered the doorway they could already faintly hear Bai Jingliang's curses. Inside, he seemed to have heard the footsteps here as well, and suddenly cursed even more vigorously. Sooner or later, you ragtag bunch will die without a burial. Bai Gingliang kept pounding on the iron door and kept cursing loudly. I don't suppose you're scolding me? Before Hanyu arrived, his voice came first. Bai Jingliang first froze, then looked excited and shouted, is it you, Hanyu? It's me. As the words fell, Hanyu's person had already arrived at the cell, followed by little Suzuran. After scanning around the cell, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why had Bai Junya disappeared? Where's your sister? Hanyu asked with a frown. Bai Jingliang's face was in a towering panic, and he hurriedly said, quickly let us out. She's been taken to the Qin family fort by that old thing Bai Ziyuan. Let's hurry over to save her. Stand back. Hanyu let out a low drink. Bai Gingliang hurriedly pulled his parents back to the corner of the wall, and a little later, he saw a huge fist fiercely bombarded on top of the iron fence. Buzz. There was a loud reverberating sound, and all the iron bars forged from the special metal on the front side changed shape and smashed out, ruthlessly smashing into the opposite wall. Hurry up. Go save someone first. Coming out of the cage, Bai Gingliang urged in quick succession. A group of people quickly went out of the Bai mansion. At this time, the outside was already crowded. Not only the Bai family who exited, but also many people from the city's families who had caught wind of the situation. Bai Ziyuan was rushing towards his home in high spirits, and soon after he entered the city, he realized that a large number of people were surrounding the entrance outside the mansion. Why are you all out here? As he approached he realized that most of them turned out to be his own people. He looked at them with strange eyes and they looked at him with equally strange eyes. Where's Bai Junya? Hanyu came to him and lifted him up as he coldly asked. Bai Ziyuan was startled and looked at a group of clansmen as if begging for help, and the ones touched by his gaze quickly lowered their heads, while those few clan brothers just helplessly shook their heads and sighed towards him. Why did you send my sister to Qin's castle? Bai Gingliang came up in a rage, drew his knife and cut hard towards his thighs, and with one cut he cut away the whole piece of flesh. Bai Ziyuan screamed in pain, and tears came out of his eyes. Why? Hanyu also repeated the question with a cold face. Bai Ziyuan how dare to hide, and quickly explained the matter one by one. You sold my daughter for a secret book? Bai Choman looked at him incredulously, then quickly stepped forward, snatching the knife from Bai Jingliang's hand and just as viciously plucking a piece of his flesh and blood off. Where's the secret book? Hanyu asked with a cold smile, and Bai Ziyuan hurriedly reached into his pocket and took out the book that had just arrived and hadn't even warmed up yet. Is that what this is about? You sold me and Bai Junya out? Bai Ziyuan's expression was first stagnant, then his face changed drastically, instantly pale. You're Hanyu? Hanyu laughed coldly, tossing the secret book up into the sky after snatching it, and in Bai Ziyuan's horrified eyes, a ray of fire shot up into the sky, directly burning it to ashes. No, Bai Ziyuan blurted out in disorientation, as if the most important thing in his life had left him. I'm sending you to be with it. Hanyu patted his shoulder, and the same ray of firelight flickered, instantly burning him into a fireman. Help me! Help me! He kept rolling around outside the mansion as the fire continued to grow larger and larger, and finally collapsed completely in a fit of hoarse cries. A fire then burst into the sky over the White House. Hey! 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 Are you really going to get yourself killed? The little glaze kept making noise in his head. Can you expect me to be nice? Hanyu responded in his head as he flew through the wilderness outside the city. The little artifact spirit was angry as it returned. People have already ambushed them over there. What's the difference between you going like this and sending them to their deaths? Wait for me. A blistering cry came from behind him, and Hanyu looked back after pausing his figure. A blade light flashing in the sky as Bai Jingliang panted and chased after him. Why are you still following me? Then after all, I'm my own sister and I want to help, Bai Jingliang said with a resolute look while gasping for air. The little artifact spirit couldn't help but splash cold water in its mind again at this time. Look, there's an additional burden. Don't go. Hanyu's face darkened. Not only to it, but also to Bai Jingliang. My father will be arriving soon. He's lobbying the heads of those families at the moment. If you can kill a few more elders of the Qin family, perhaps the entire Tianning province's families will dare to attack in a group. Bai Jingliang hurriedly told the things that Bai's father had explained before the trip. Hanyu listens and thinks carefully. Even if he saves Bai Junya and takes the people with him, it's really not a good idea to escape, and he'll still be caught in a battle formation after all. Instead of that, it would really be better to take out a few elders and let a few lineages go down piece by piece as well. You wait here for your father to join you. Don't follow me. I'm going to have to run for my life anytime I go by myself, and not only will I not be able to take care of you, but I'll be dragged down. It's hard to hear, but it's better than being hamstrung at every turn. Bai Jingliang looked disheveled, but he could only nod his head and said, I owe you this time. I will definitely pay you back in the future. Who wants a big old man like you to owe? I might as well let Bai Junya owe me. Hanyu gave a blank stare before once again scurrying out of his body. Is it all ready? Qin Tianan looked at the cultivator who had come in to report and asked. That cultivator bowed his hand and then hurriedly said, Everywhere has already arranged for the pilgrimage cultivators to form a formation. As long as the person breaks in, they can quickly launch a combined attack to stop the person, and all the elders have already hidden in the shadows. As long as we delay for a few moments, we can immediately close the circle. Qin Tianan nodded his head as he listened, then instructed, Tell the children of the pilgrimage realm below not to venture forward, only to withdraw immediately after releasing the combined attack, and be topped by the next wave of people, and I will be there in an instant with the elders. The cultivator said yes repeatedly before slowly retreating. Inside Qin Hao's room, Bai Junya was viciously thrown onto the bed, and on the side, Qin Hao's face showed a lecherous color as he rubbed his hands together and kept coming forward. Don't you come over. Bai Junya's face turned pale as she desperately kept communicating with the sea of consciousness, wanting to use her divine ability. Unfortunately, the divine power had long been exhausted, and she could only casually copy the pillows and quilts on the bed and throw them at Qin Hao with a brain. How could this constitute any harm? But rather, it aroused his more tyrannical wildness even more. Thinking of a moment this wonderful ketone body will be Qi Luo naked in his eyes. He is a small belly burst of fire. His mouth has gradually hooked amplitude. Chapter 52, The Dragon Returns to its Head. Qin Jia Fort. Site on the top of the mountain. Although the Northland mountain is not high, but the city built here is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the city is not big, wins in the solid as a golden soup. Just like a fortress model. Not only surrounded by high walls on all sides, the tower is a 10-meter one. Above the cultivators strictly guarded. The only main entrance. There are dozens of cultivators to guard. With such a formation, it is almost impossible for an external enemy to realize a sneak attack. Even if they go up to the sky, they can be discovered at the first time. Hanyu looked at the towering fortress from afar, and actually felt somewhat at a loss as to where to begin. Since the White family sells people here, there should be a setup inside waiting for me to drill into it. Hanyu muttered as he leaned against a tree halfway up the hill and looked away. At this time the city gate is wide open. In addition to those who guard the door of the cultivators, half a day do not see people in and out, although it is not clear to see the city, but can feel that the city is quiet bazaar, just waiting for you to get in there and close the door. Little Luri said as she splashed cold water in her head. Hanyu rolled his eyes and belted out. Why can't I be the one to let them out? The little artifact spirit was like a roundworm in his stomach, reacting at once. You're trying the arson thing again. Good for nothing. Hanyu let go of the tree trunk and jumped straight down, then moved a little closer. Eyes in the Qin family fortress near a burst of scanning. Within 100 meters of the city gate is a large area of open space was artificially cleared. Think the Qin family had at the beginning of the construction of the city has been prepared to be defended by fire attack. Hanyu summoned a fire lotus in each hand and threw it far to the left and right, and the fire lotus landed as if it had taken root and kept growing. Zip pop, the damp tree trunks were burned by the fire lotus. First nuisance smoke. After the smoke was instantly ignited, the fire continued to expand. Under Hanyu's intentional control continued to encircle the Qin family fort on all sides. The fire born from the fire lotus was not only a raging fire, but also had a powerful adhesive property, and in just a quarter of an hour's work, the entire hill was completely set ablaze. The rushing flames surrounded the entire Qin family castle in a split second. People are coming, are they? Inside the council hall, Qin Tiannan saw the cultivator hurrying in, his expression somewhat intent, and he asked in an unning voice. That cultivator, however, looked a bit flustered and said in fear, people didn't come in, but the mountains outside our city are all on fire. What? Qin Tiannan fiercely slapped the case to get up, spent his mind a good deal of arrangement. The result is that people do not come in, but also fire in front of their own homes. Inform the elders to go out and capture the outlaws. Qin Tiannan frowned angrily. Housemaster must not. An urgent voice came from outside the hall, but it was Qin Laoer who hurried in. He had only just reached the door when he heard Qin Tiannan's order and hurriedly spoke out. He had only suffered a loss in the fire area. How could he possibly be willing to trip in once more? And at that moment hurriedly explained towards Qin Tiannan. This son can control fire, and comes and goes in the sea of fire as he pleases, so as long as the sea of fire doesn't go out, it's simply impossible to find him. Qin Tiannan knitted his forehead in thought before looking up at that Qin elder. Then what do you say to that? Qin Laoer's old face was tightly wrinkled into a ball, and he immediately said, the more he wants to lure us out, it means that the more he wants to come in, and if we really let him take advantage of the chaos to break in, cultivators below the god-prying spirit will never be able to stop him. Let's just wait it out. The mountain fire will eventually burn out, and then we'll kill him in one fell swoop after he has nowhere to hide. After thinking about it, Qin Tiannan nodded his head and coldly said, then have the children of all the divisions hold still. I don't believe he won't come in. I don't believe you won't come out. Hanyu kept wandering through the fire zone, and after waiting for a long time, he couldn't see half a person. Both sides were jealous of each other. Hanyu was afraid of being surrounded and strangled after entering the city, while the Qin clan's senior management was afraid of Hanyu's powerful destructive power against cultivators below the god-prying realm. It can be described as one side being afraid of having their home stolen and the other side being afraid of having their home blocked. But because of this, Hanyu was able to stand in the doorway and set fire to it without fear. You seem to be playing badly. At this moment, the little artifact spirit reminded in his mind. Then, in a different routine, Hanyu waved his hand and transformed a fire dragon from the sea of fire, instantly blasting it towards the city gate, and the group of cautiously guarded cultivators instantly shut the thick city gate. The fire dragon smashed up and instantly exploded, and I don't know what the Qin family had painted on the surface of the city gate, but it couldn't be adhered to by the flames, and the dots of sparks hit the door and then fell off as if they were scattered flowers. Hanyu was a bit disappointed, but he immediately fixed his gaze on the towers again, while several fire dragons rose up into the sky, snaking their way up to the nearest towers. Take cover! Some cultivators shouted in alarm and jumped down, but the fire dragon suddenly exploded in the sky. A mass of flame scattered around like a flower, and some of the cultivators who could not hide as well as the fire was immediately entangled in a tragic death on the spot. Hanyu's face paled slightly, but his expression was one of elation. You can! Right now! He watched as the city was already thick with smoke, and soon there was a fire. Effective. Is not thought of maneuvering the distance too far will be so consuming mental energy. The current sea of consciousness? I'm afraid that can no longer support him to repeatedly cast. Otherwise, a few more times, it wouldn't be a problem to light up the entire Qin family fort. House Master, the city is on fire everywhere. Another cultivator ran in a hurry. This time his face was white as the heavenly fire that fell from the sky spread out over the Qin family fort all at once, and many of his clansmen were burned alive into charcoal in his eyes. Qin Tiannan faced chilling. Quick steps out of the council hall. Out of the door will be furious. The entire Qin family suddenly half into the sea of fire. The original arrangement of all the early has become a joke in general. One by one, panicked sons and daughters were holding barrels and looking around for water to extinguish the fire, occasionally interspersed with wailing sounds, issued by a certain cultivator who accidentally got caught in the flames and was rolling all over the ground. A large small town was already in a state of disarray. Hateful. He was annoyed that Han Yu would have such despicable means to set fire to the city out of thin air. And right now, if he allowed this person to continue to cast fire, then the entire Qin family's cultivators were afraid that half of them would die or be injured. Elders, Qin Tiannan shouted in a deep voice, his voice resounding throughout the Qin family fort, and in a moment's effort, 10 figures flew in. We can't hold on any longer. Follow me out to capture the enemy. This time we can't let him escape again no matter what the cost. Qin Tiannan had already made a cruel decision in his heart. No matter how great the cost, he must put this person to death. In a moment, 11 figures broke through the air. It's not just coming in, Han Yu proudly said in his mind towards the little artifact spirit. At the main entrance, he spread the flames out, creating the appearance of another fire attack, while his person had sneaked around to the side. The wall is 4 feet high, but Han Yu easily climbs up by the strength of his body, and now the entire Qin family is putting out fires all over the place, so he has no time to care about anything else. He drifted down and stayed close to the edge all the way to the edge for some distance before a small monk with a blackened face ran by carrying a wooden bucket. Don't move. He brought the man to the corner after lifting him up with one hand, and the young cultivator looked at him with a shocked face and a horrified gaze. Where is Bai Junya? Han Yu asked in a deep voice. The little cultivator seemed to be stunned and didn't respond for a long time. A wisp of firelight was held in his palm and stretched towards the little cultivator. She's over there. The young cultivator looked at the red flames dancing on the ground of Yui, and only then did he immediately return to his senses, his face incomparably pale as he pointed at a small attic in the middle of the city. Thanks. After Han Yu sniffed, he squeezed out a smile and patted the young cultivator's shoulder before quickly leaving. The young monk who had just felt that he had come back from the dead was about to pat his wildly beating heart when he realized that a wisp of a spark was expanding at his shoulder, snapping out red flames, and before he could call out, the flames spread and instantly engulfed him whole. Han Yu avoided the crowds along the way and quickly walked briskly towards the small attic that the young cultivator pointed out. Talon just entered the door. He already heard Bai Junia's crying. He hurriedly kicked the door in, only to see Bai Junia's hair disheveled in the corner of the bed. Sobbing as tears rained down on her face. On the floor under the bed, Qin Hao shrunk into a ball and convulsed. You're okay. Han Yu rushes over and pulls someone up as Bai Junya shakes her head while crying. Then why are you crying like that? Han Yu slowly let out a sigh of relief. Carefully scanned through. In addition to messy hair, clothing, these are all neat. He's horrible. Bai Junya pointed at Qin Hao on the ground with tearful eyes. Han Yu curiously wrenched the person over, and just as he met Qin Hao's face, he was also startled violently. That face has been completely deformed. The entire features twisted together, especially the teeth dead clenched. This picture, not to mention Bai Junya, look at themselves, are a bit panicked. What's wrong with him? Han Yu twisted his head to look at Bai Junya and asked. He was just about to misbehave with me and all of a sudden he started tearing up and then he kept covering his mouth for some reason and his face just got scarier and scarier. Blanche, crying like that? How happy does he have to be to bounce back like that when he's thinking bad thoughts? When Qin Hao saw Han Yu, his pupils shrank and he couldn't help but blurt out, "You!" Before the words were finished, cries loud enough to raise the roof erupted all at once. Originally, Qin Hao had already held back her crying, but she didn't expect it to break as soon as she saw Han Yu. At that moment, he bawled while pointing at Han Yu. You, Qin family don't. Ooh-hoo, put. Han Yu shook his head straight as he watched, and a fire lotus directly covered him, which finally allowed him to speak fluently. The Qin family will not let you go. Bai Junya was also startled. Then she looked at the wailing figure in the fire, her face both relieved and scared. Hurry up and get up here. Han Yu suddenly bent over and patted his back. Right now. He still had to get out before he could make plans. As long as the fire zone was still there, he still had time to maneuver. Han Yu was just thinking so, when two huge and incomparable softnesses suddenly pressed up tightly behind him. What's wrong? Bai Junya leaned slightly against his shoulder, her still tear-stained face carrying a blush. No, it's just that suddenly there's some tightness in my heart. How can the front be so uncomfortable when the back is obviously pressed? Qin Tiannan led the remaining 10 elders in imperial air above the sea of fire as an attack blasted in all directions. How could it not be? The entire fire zone had been plowed through, just never seeing Hanyu. Are you in town? As he was saying so, Qin Lauer suddenly let out a loud roar. Damn it, he's already gone in and brought people out. Under Elder Qin's gaze, Hanyu's figure was rapidly falling from the city wall. Kill him. Qin Tiannan's expression was grim as he flew off in the air first. Damn. These old guys are old and still have such good eyes. Hanyu let out a dark curse and didn't dare to stay after he landed, taking a step 3 feet away as he kept leaping. Earth binding. Behind him was Qin Tiannan's furious roar, and Hanyu's heart was instantly startled, fiercely recalling his previous experience of being trapped, and in his haste, he leapt once more as a pair of giant palms of clay instantly appeared in the place where he had just landed. So close, almost got trapped by the same move. The 10 elders also came at the same time, and upon seeing Hanyu, they directly made their move without saying a word. Skywind, Divine Thunder, Leaving Fire, Sunhai Sword. There were enough 3 attribute secret techniques and a combined strike rhinoceros toward his back, and Hanyu didn't dare to be careless, reaching back in a hurry as he ran, grabbing by Junia's shoulder and throwing it in front of him, changing it into a horizontal hug. With this kind of attack, if she was allowed to stay behind again, she was afraid that if she rubbed her back, she would die. With the additional burden, Hanyu didn't have the flexibility he had before, and in the back, he even had to keep jumping in order to cope with Qin Jiangnan's earth binding spell, his speed getting slower and slower. A wind spell hit him in the back first, directly curling the clothes on his back into shreds, and the scar from yesterday that still remained on his back was once again disintegrated in one fell swoop. The 2 spells of thunder and fire followed closely, and Hanyu, seeing that he was still a few dozen meters short of the sea of fire, gritted his teeth and took a step to leap up before switching to encircling the person and releasing a fire dragon out of thin air with one hand. After the fire dragon struck out, Hanyu quickly turned back, and in the crowd's unbelievable eyes, they only saw the fire dragon swing its tail and twist its head. Surprisingly, a dragon returning its head towards Hanyu's own back to slam over. Suicide? Damn it! Qin Tiannan saw his intentions and suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed hatefully. After the fire dragon slammed into Hanyu, it instantly exploded, and the huge impact instantly sent Hanyu into the fire zone. I'm so convinced of you. Are you painless? The little glaze screamed in his head. Ouch. Naturally, it was extremely painful, and Hanyu was grimacing at the moment, his entire back burning with pain. If not for that, I was afraid that after receiving that thunder and fire 2 spells plus the 7 elders combined spells, I would have to shed layers of skin even if I didn't die. The fire was his means? After the group of people reached the foot of the mountain with their swords, they hurriedly landed. Bai Chong'an asked Bai Jingliang incredulously, while Bai Jingliang also said hesitantly, I don't know. I've heard from the disciples under the clan that this person had put a fire in the dense forest next to the White Heron River once before, killing 2 elders of the Qin family in a row. In addition to the Bai family in Tianning City, the family heads of the 3 largest families were all gathered here at this moment, and at this moment, it was a certain family head who spoke in a deep voice. If they hadn't seen this skyscraping fire in Tianning City and hadn't been certain that the Qin family had been burned, they wouldn't have decided to join forces so painfully. Several people are watching. Suddenly a touch of figure from the sea of fire rolled out. Look carefully. More than one. It is 2 people holding a piece of fire rolled out of the sea of fire. Sis. Bai Dingliang quickly recognized Bai Junya, who was being protected in Hanyu's arms, and immediately rushed over. Get away. Hanyu suddenly let out a roar and quickly climbed to his feet after holding Bai Junya in his arms to stop his tumbling momentum, then quickly swept aside. Bai Dingliang was flustered, and although he was unsure, he also leapt towards his side. 3 attacks drilled out of the sea of fire one after another, ruthlessly smashing into the place Hanyu had just rolled through. In a split second, there was an earth-shattering roar followed by a trembling of the mountain, striking up countless amounts of dust. Almost died. Looking at the deep pit that's even bigger than before, Hanyu's heart palpitates as he tries to pat his chest, but realizes he's patting on Bai Junia's body. Both of them instantly blushed when they looked at each other. Keep standing if you want to die. The little artifact spirit suddenly voiced a reminder. Hanyu hurriedly returned to his senses and hurriedly put down Bai Junya before drilling into the sea of fire again. And in an instant, the entire sea of fire suddenly tossed up. Chapter 53, You call it empathy? He went back in? A certain family head asked suspiciously. If I had been so reckless back then, I would have cleaned up Qin Tiannan decades ago. It was a sighing exclamation from another householder. Bai Chang'an mood is the most complex. He and the 3 heads of the family along with Qin Tiannan are the same era of the family talent. The result is that only their own wasted years, so far still stop under the peeping god. 10 years ago he took half a step, and 10 years later he still hasn't taken that other half step. Inside the fire zone, a sea of red fire churned and rolled. You do know how to come in. The little artifact spirit snorted. Nonsense. The Chin family now see me cannot wait to pounce on me to bite me to death. Stay outside is not looking for death. It's still cozy and super safe in the fire zone. Overhead, 11 figures were constantly circling, swords flying beside them, and Hanyu cursed just by looking at them. Shameless, so many people still set up a sword formation. It must have been set up by that old man. As a matter of fact, Hanyu really guessed right, having already suffered a loss once. Fearing that Hanyu would come back with another sound attack, Qin Laoer immediately set up a sword formation after entering the Sea of Fire. The 7 half-step god-prying elders came together individually, hovering back and forth in the sky with careful vigilance. Qin Tiannan always hung high in the sky. All he needed to do was to quickly lock onto and trap Hanyu the moment he came out. And the rest of the people are responsible for finding him out. Do you think there's any chance of messing up if we hole a few more half-step god-prying elders down here? Hanyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the group that was almost on the verge of coming together. Make yourself at home. I'll just take a look. The little artifact spirit knew that this wasn't even a question for it. And sure enough, Hanyu catapulted forward into the corner just as he finished speaking. As the 7 half-peeping god elders flew over leisurely, the flames under their feet suddenly burst into a riot. And in an instant, 7 pillars of fire shot up into the sky, directly scurrying higher than them. The 7 people were shocked and wanted to flee. But the result was that the pillar of fire instantly opened up, as if 7 nets of fire were splitting their heads and smashing down. Quickly hold up the sword formation, one of the elders shouted in a hurry, and the other 6 controlled their flying swords in unison towards the top of their heads. See 7 flying swords across the sky to hold up an umbrella bone. The true essence under the drumming spread all over the flying swords above, is really like a great umbrella. The fire net could no longer advance an inch after landing on the flying sword, and could only pour back powerlessly. Seeing this, the 7 of them slowly exhaled a turbid breath before turning blue in the face. Doesn't this triple find them down? Doesn't Tia think that they are all soft tomatoes? It's downright deceptive. Right away, an elder was indignant and said, if not, we'll combine our efforts again to clear out the fire area here. The other 6 people seemed to be looking at the little cute, as if looking at him. This mountainous fire. You finish clearing it in the front foot. He can make up for it in the back foot. Don't fold yourself in at that time. This little is really playing out the fire divine ability, and insidious and ruthless, specializing in sneak attacks and backstabbing. We are ultimately passive here. Some elders were speculating in their hearts and their faces were uneasy. The remaining few people also frowned inside after hearing this. Yet no one dared to mention the idea of retreating back to Qin Tiannan. Why don't we save some of our strength? Someone whispered surreptitiously, and the crowd thought deeply, nodding slightly without a trace. Life is one's own. No one is willing to give it away here. And those 2 clan brothers with no bones left are a bloody lesson. Qin Elder frowned and flew to Qin Tiannan's side, speaking with some concern. There are 3 lineage family heads coming down the mountain, and Bai Chong'an is also here. Family head, are we withdrawing? On weekdays there was no need to be afraid of these few people, but now that the Qin family was on fire, coming to such a few people was not a good thing. Qin Tiannan naturally found these several people long ago, but never put it in his heart. The courage of the surname Bai is not enough. The other 3 are also the ones who see the wind and make the rudder. There is no need to remember. After cleaning up this little, then look for them. Outside the fire scene, the 4 people also noticed the gaze cast over by Qin Tiannan. A few people whispered a bit, and Bai Chong'an listened with a frown on his face. According to the meaning of those 3 people, but also intends to continue to wait and see. At least have to wait for the Qin family to hurt the vitality and then move more stable. Bai Chong'an listened with a complex heart. Bai Gingliang secretly came over and shook his head. The families are all of this virtue. I saw through it long ago. Bai Chong'an burst of bitter laughter, not realizing that he was not as perceptive as his own son. Since they didn't do anything, the only way to help then was to go up and help himself. After all, it was still him who had saved his own daughter. Inside the Sea of Fire, Hanyu was waiting cat-like for the next wave of sneak attacks, but the 7 old guys were tightly defended, and the sword umbrellas preferred to keep them open all the time together rather than retracting them. So it was no good at all to get down to business. He then turned his thoughts to the god-prying realm. He first looked at Qin Tiannan and quickly dismissed it after sweeping over it. This guy was worried that he couldn't find his place. Qin Air. This guy has quite a few tricks up his sleeve and is not a good target to start with. The guy who makes thunder can't do it either. The thunder bursts are too strong, so it's easy to fall if you're not careful. In the end, Hanyu's gaze was placed on the Wind Elder. This person's characteristics had only been seen yesterday. Irascible and reckless. And most importantly, the wind aided the fire, so it was most appropriate to look for him. After taking stock of the situation, he traveled through the Sea of Fire again and sneaked below the Wind Elder. This person was particularly unaware that he had been targeted. Or perhaps he wasn't even afraid of Han Yu's small tactics, and he searched back and forth with great generosity. At this time, the flames under its feet kept rolling over, and steeply as if a volcano erupted. A 1-meter thick fire column was spewed out, and after the fire column rose up to the sky, it swallowed towards the Wind Elder. Good thief, been waiting for you for a long time. That Wind Elder was not afraid, but rather happy, and after his palms closed together, his true essence was continuously injected, and then he pushed out towards the bottom. Wind up! A huge wind blade was like a sharp blade that instantly split the fire pillar, and after hitting the ground the storm rose up in all directions, instantly sweeping away the sea of fire underneath, but fueling the nearby fire. You don't have enough fire, do you? In the distance, Elder Qin glared and chided in anger, and Elder Feng glanced at him and twisted his head with secret dissatisfaction in his heart. Han Yu beautifully pulls back the sea of fire to refill the open space, then builds up his momentum and bends his knees, and in the next moment, another pillar of fire rushes up into the sky with him. Elder Feng was just about to use his Gung Fu again, but then he hesitated, and finally slapped down with only his upper pure true essence. The pillar of fire instantly faded away after being impacted by a burst of true essence, at which point Han Yu's figure abruptly rushed out, a move that was unexpected by the crowd, because all along, Han Yu had attacked half-step peeping gods. Why would he ever think that he would even dare to move the peeping god realm? Elder Feng was approached by Han Yu before he could expect it. Go down together. Han Yu grinned before instantly pouncing on him, and the two figures overlapped before heavily smashing into the sea of fire. Within the fire zone, fire snakes continued to jump, and Han Yu grabbed both of his opponent's arms, who simultaneously grabbed both of his arms as well. I got him! I got him! Both of them were delighted at the same time, smiling in unison, and then as soon as they looked at each other, they realized that the other one was smiling in a particularly obnoxious way. Han Yu immediately punched out, and Elder Feng hurriedly placed his true essence externally to form a turtle armor-shaped true essence shield on his chest. Under the fist and shield collision, the shield broke and the fist retreated, and a force of recoil caused Han Yu's right hand to gradually tremble. Damn! Who would have thought that such a cranky old guy would still have such a tortoise-shell technique, which is not in line with his character? After Elder Feng laughed out loud, his hand's true essence gathered together to once again rub out a wind blade, which directly exposed Han Yu. Yes! Qin Tiannan's eyes lit up and he instantly saw Han Yu. As long as he could see him he would be able to cast the earth binding spell. How many people thought I was a reckless piece of? And those people all died. Elder Feng looked at Han Yu with a sneer on his face. Blanche, Ginger is still old and hot. After being taught a lesson by this old guy Han Yu hurriedly leapt up, and as expected, a pair of huge muddy hands were immediately born under his feet. After landing, Han Yu didn't dare to stay turned around and was about to rerun back to the fire zone. Show yourself and you won't be able to hide anymore. Elder Wind's face was filled with a sneer, and once his hands were strenuously opened, he transformed his true essence into wind and condensed it into his palms, and then he chased after them. However, after seeing the hands pass by, countless flames were blown back, creating a blank area, while Han Yu's figure was always dangling. And this time, not only Qin Tiannan's earth binding spell, but also the other two elders' thunder and firepower kept bombarding down. Han Yu was unable to leap sideways as he was chased, and two fire dragons were released from his palms. This was fire that came entirely from the avatar, and the power was only stronger but not weaker. The two fire dragons intertwined together and then instantly transformed into a giant dragon, which hideously opened its huge mouth, inside which were tumbling flames. Shield. Elder Feng hastily withdrew his wind and braced his shield with both hands. The giant dragon arrived in the blink of an eye and slammed into the shield fiercely, but he saw the flames erupt and wrapped all of Elder Feng in one go. It was only after the dragon's flames were consumed that a wretched figure was revealed. It was said to be in a sorry state. Elder Feng had most of his clothes ruined, but unfortunately, others were unharmed. He once again laughed out loud in triumph, and steeply, a black round projectile thing flew into his mouth. Elder Feng's laughter came to a screeching halt, and he couldn't help but want to vomit it out. But that thing was so bizarrely melting in his mouth that he couldn't even vomit it out at the moment. What did you feed me? His face was unsightly and his expression showed disorientation. The projectile is naturally the Dan pill. It's really because he's too arrogant to see him. Han Yu searched his entire body, and this is the only thing that can disgust him. A tonic. For growth. Han Yu learns to laugh like him in general before quickly running into the fire zone. In a few consecutive breaths, the man was dead in the fire again. Wind Elder angrily toward the surroundings of the continuous release of Wind Blade. Try to Manaka once can be beaten out of the people. Only terrible hit the old half-day still hit a blank. Han Yu kept changing his position several times in the sea of fire before continuing to catapult himself and prepare for the next round of sneak attacks. Elder Feng sighed as he retook off his body and returned to midair, feeling quite sorry in his heart that he hadn't taken down Hanyu this time, and he wouldn't be so easily fooled next time. Qin Laoer flew over and also lamented. Almost caught it. Elder Feng first nodded approvingly. Then his expression gradually became strange as he tangled his face and looked at Elder Qin. Second Elder, I understand your intentions. All along, you have not been able to look down on old Lei and I. After all, he and I are outsiders, and we haven't made much of a mark in the Qin clan in the past 10 years or so. But then you have to maintain the strength of the Qin family elder layer, and can only reluctantly accept the two of us. I can truly sympathize with your feelings, and I kind of hate Old Thunder and I. Qin Laoer looked at him with a dumbfounded look. Then his face changed slightly and looked at him incredulously. What are you talking about? When Elder Lei heard this, he flew over with a grimace on his face, his eyes looking at the two with anger. Is what he said true? Qin Laoer hurriedly changed his smiling face and waved his hand. Now the main thing is important. That little thief is down there. First accept the enemy. After saying that he was about to fly aside, but Elder Feng's next sentence made him stop. Elder Feng averted his gaze and just became normal. But as soon as he raised his eyes and saw Elder Lei, he gradually became angry again. Old Lei, I understand your feelings. Qin Laoer has always been a waste in your mind, relying on the Qin family's direct lineage to yell and shout, wanting no ability. If it wasn't for the Qin family's provision, how could that waste have gotten to where he is today? I can understand how you feel. He's a waste in your heart. How could he not be in mine? Elder Lei's face changed at this moment, looking at Elder Feng in fear as he kept retreating. This was something that had been hidden within him. Why would he know about it? Qin Laoer's face was turning blue at this moment, because he had already understood the answer from Elder Lei's face. It was really unexpected that this idiot, who usually couldn't stifle a fart for half a day, viewed himself in his heart in this way. At that moment, he quickly flew back again, and with an iron face, he looked at Elder Lei and said with a cold smile, Is this what's in your heart? Ha! Very well. Elder Lei's face changed and he quickly shook his head, pointing at Elder Feng and saying hatefully, This is all his side of the story. Don't believe him. Seeing that a few people were going to fight first, the other 7 elders hurriedly came over to persuade them as well. What time is it now? That thief is right under our feet. Don't mess up. Elder Feng's expression suddenly became complicated. Sometimes terrified, sometimes dissatisfied, and sometimes resentful. 7 elders. In fact, I can understand your feelings. The same Qin family members. Just because the Qin elder will come to things. From childhood to the resources are taken the most, especially after the realm came up. You as subordinates to call. Why do we have to listen to him for everything except for the family head? Why do we have to do whatever he wants us to do? It's clear that Hanyu treats us half-step peeping gods as soft persimmons to pinch, and he still insists on pulling us out. I can sympathize with your feelings, so I don't feel that it's wrong for you to contribute to something so dangerous. If you don't leave some of your true essence behind, if you're in danger you'll be corpses and bones like those elders. Those 7 elders looked at him as if they had seen a ghost and retreated back and forth. It was simply too evil. It was as if he knew everything like a roundworm in his own stomach. At this time, Qin Laoer's face is really complicated to the extreme, so he has always been the role of the inside and outside. Right. This group of people are usually smiling on their faces, but they didn't expect to make up themselves so behind their backs. Immediately, the crowd was in chaos, and Hanyu stood at the bottom, even forgetting to sneak attack, just staring dumbfounded. What the hell is this? This is the empathy elixir? How many people can be offended if you take this and walk around on the road? The potions coming out of the bottle are getting more and more evil. Qin Tiannan frowned. His heart snapped. How did Elder Feng's situation have the same effect as his own son's? At the moment, the first thing to do was to stabilize the situation. If Hanyu hadn't been captured yet, this side would be in disarray first, and I'm afraid the situation would be even worse at that time. Qin Tiannan had just flown over when Elder Feng turned his head to look at him with a particularly helpless expression and said with a long sigh, Householder, I especially understand you. Chapter 54, Elder Feng who knows cold and heat. Elder Feng just opened his mouth. Qin Tiannan's face suddenly changed, wanting to stop but without a reason. It's hard not to let someone open their mouth to speak. The surrounding several elders were looking forward to it. Since everyone's heart had been opened up, they might as well have listened to the family head as well. Elder Feng, now that the little thief is still down there, let's join forces to capture the thief first. Qin Tiannan frowned at him, trying to shut him up. Elder Feng's expression struggled for a moment, but as soon as he saw Qin Tiannan's face it immediately became filled with helplessness again. Family Master, I really understand the individual hardships you've gone through over the years to expand for the family, the need to be on top of all family things. Everything is huge and detailed. and 20 years of day-to-day efforts to develop the Qin family into the #1 family in Tianning today. I can deeply appreciate the sorrows involved. I feel your tossing and turning every day and every night, and I can also feel the family head's chest to revitalize the Qin family. Qin Tiannan's face slightly slowed down and softened a few points, looking at Elder Feng with a little more appreciation, thinking, this person is someone who truly knows me. The rest of the few people looked at Elder Feng's face was not quite right. You set aside here to pat the horse's ass? Unsurprisingly, after today, I'm afraid that Elder Feng will become the family head's beloved. That was what the crowd thought. Only before Qin Tiannan had time to be happy for a moment, Elder Feng took another big turn, a sudden twist as he sighed. Obviously, the family head has enough ability and tactics, and is full of ambition, but he has been apportioned with a group of straw men, each one of them just talking about cultivation and not using half of their brains, or they simply don't have a brain. A dozen elders are bluffing on the surface, but they come to ask for instructions on everything. None of them can be used. There is not even one that can take on a big responsibility. It's too hard to bring such a group of straw men. The Qin family's time to get out of the Tianning prefecture is feared to be far away, and it's impossible to bring this group of wastes with them. The scene was silent, and the faces of the crowd looked at each other, words like straw man and waste constantly echoing in their minds. Is that what the head of the family thinks of us? Elder Lei was the one who was most hurt at the moment. He was an outsider who joined the Qin family and had always been diligent and also regarded the Qin family's interests as his top priority. Both did not expect to be unbearable in the eyes of the second elder is just. In the eyes of the family head, he is still the same straw man and waste. This Qin family, they do not love. Too tired. All the whole ing all heart whole. Only one honest man. The faces of the elders of this clan were also complicated, but they dared to be silenced and silent, only secretly angry in their hearts. Qin Tiannan benefited from the prestige he had built up over the years, and almost no one dared to question him to his face. Although no one questioned him, Qin Tiannan's face was also ironclad. A moment ago he was looking at Elder Feng with admiration, but this moment he already hated to sew his mouth shut. This is indeed the words hidden deep in the heart, but since he has been holding back, naturally, this group of straw men is still useful and can still be used. But at this moment all let the wind elder to gulp out. After the entire Qin family of senior afraid is to be centrifugal, there is no need for later. The elder Lei in the field suddenly clasped his fists and said in an urn, since the Qin family looks at me Lei so much, then the useless person Lei is taking his leave, etc. Qin Tiannan reached out to stay. Just words have not been exported. Lei elder on the prancing turn to invoke the flying sword immediately broke the air away. Wind elder finished these. Eyes suddenly clear to many. Then the face changed greatly. Just now their own words and deeds are all vivid in their minds. The more they think about it, the more they are afraid. Their faces have gradually become very white. It's all you're doing. Qin Tiannan at this moment also does not care if he is not in a position to do so. Anyway, things are because of his mouth to provoke out. This pot he will have to take the blame. Han Yu had already laughed more than a belly laugh under the sea of fire, laughing so hard that it caused a twitching pain in his stomach, which was cramping his stomach. He hadn't expected that an empathy elixir could cause so much destruction, and that it would be able to disassociate the Qin family's elder layer. This elixir was too valuable to use. The bottle really does have an unfathomable lower limit and an unboundedly high upper limit. After looking around with an iron face, Qin Tiannan exhaled a cloudy breath, his heart's hatred for Han Yu rising even higher. This thief, relying on the powerful destructive power he could wield against low-ranked cultivators, dragged the Qin family to throw their weight around. And the elixir on his body was also weird and quirky, first making his own son's emotions weird, and now making one of the Qin family's elders mouth off. This son cannot be kept. Sooner or later he will become a great danger. Thinking of this, he looked at the only remaining elder Qin and elder Feng and sighed slightly, not daring to say anything heavy. Now the three of us can only combine our efforts to go down for a walk, and the 7 elders will be in charge of clearing the fire area and beheading this thief immediately upon seeing him. Qin Laoer frowned at his words. Going down to the fire area was something he resisted. Han Yu hid inside as long as he didn't show up. He and the others could only clean up one piece at a time. In case the half-step peeping god on his side was sneak attacked a few more times, the loss would be too great. The 7 half-step peeping gods were obviously thinking the same thing. Having them open up the road was a disguised way of using them as the vanguard. The sea of fire was so big that if they wanted to completely force Han Yu out, I'm afraid draining them dry wouldn't be enough. By then, when a few people were all out of true essence, I'm afraid that a sneak attack would be able to take them away. Elder Fang's eyes glanced at the several elders. His face was tangled for a while, and he said bitterly, I can understand your reluctance to take the risk. After all, it's too hard to go down there and open up a path as well as save yourselves. So why is it that the family head doesn't want to wait for the fire to recede before going down there? You shut up. Qin Tiannan couldn't help but drink towards Elder Feng, fearing that he would add to the chaos again. It's better if he doesn't yell. Once he yells, Elder Feng looks at him again. His face also bursts with rage. I understand the mood of the family head. This group of wastes. For the sake of the family, some sacrifices won't be willing to make. When the fire recedes, who knows what Elder Feng will stir up again. The family head. I'm the same as you. I especially hate myself at this moment. Qin Tiannan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but it instantly scared Elder Feng into normalcy. He flew back a bit with a pale face, and said with an aggrieved face, Family master. I don't know what is wrong with me. I always say some strange words. From this moment on, keep your mouth shut or I'll really be rude. Qin Tiannan was burning with anger and tried hard to suppress himself, looking at him coldly and said. Then he turned to look at the 7 elders and asked in a deep tone. I'm going to ask you one time. Are you going down? The 7 elders looked at each other in dismay. Then each of them grimaced bitterly. Could they refuse? Definitely they couldn't. Don't look at Qin Tiannan as asking for their opinions. But if they can't refuse this time, I'm afraid that in the future, their days in the Qin family won't be easy. So it was seen that the 7 people were bitterly falling down slowly into the fire zone. The umbrella bone made up of the flying swords was spinning fast at the moment, breaking the fire zone continuously underneath the several people. It's good that you're willing to come down. Han Yu had already prepared a big gift for these people, and as he watched the 7 figures fall, he slowly stepped back a distance. Let's go down. Qin Tiannan looked at the top for a while, then said towards the 2 of them in a deep voice. As the words fell, he fell down first. Elder Qin and Elder Feng looked at each other and smiled helplessly and bitterly. Elder Feng was about to open his mouth when Elder Qin hurriedly waved his hand and said, I know you understand me. Everything is in the clear. Let's hurry down. After saying that, he didn't give Elder Feng a chance to hurriedly fall down. At the foot of the mountain, a few people who had been hesitating at the same place looked at the top of the mountain from afar, and wondered in their hearts like a cat scratching what was going on inside. Just a short while ago, when Elder Lei flew outward from the mountain, the crowd thought that Qin Tiannan was going to make a move against himself and the others, but it turned out that he wasn't, only to see that Lei Elder's face green, neither back to the Qin family fort, nor to their own side of the direction, halfway around the corner to fly away in the distance. The royal sword speed is very fast disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Are you guys going to make a move or not? Bai Chang'an couldn't help but frown at the 3. The 3 men looked at each other, spoke in vague, hesitant terms, and said, Wait a little longer. Bai Chang'an was a bit furious, stomped his feet in place and came to the side of the 2 siblings of the Bai family, looked at Bai Jingliang with a serious face and opened his mouth. In a moment you take your sister and get out of here first. Bai Jingliang's face was heavy, but he still nodded. Then Han Yu, Bai Junya suddenly opened her mouth to interject, and didn't know what to say. Bai Chong'an forced a smile and looked at his own daughter and said, Don't be afraid. He saved you, and my father will definitely save him as well. At the moment when several people were talking, steeply, a huge explosion suddenly swept down from the mountain, and the rolling airwaves directly rushed toward the crowd. Han Yu Cat hid himself in the sea of fire in the distance and snapped his fingers as he watched the 7 people fall. Still not the slightest awareness of the 7 half-step god-prying elders first landed, was about to join forces to clear out the surrounding fire area, but unexpectedly they have not yet done. The surrounding fire area suddenly tumbled. It was as if the waves were constantly rippling. Look out! Qin Tiannan suddenly let out a loud cry as he sensed a violent fluctuation from the earth. Only after the words fell, a loud explosion came from the fire area. An explosion suddenly and inexplicably appeared within the fire area, and the huge impact spread the sea of fire rapidly rushing towards everyone. One of the elders was sent flying by the impact first, and before the others could rescue him, flames ignited on his body. The remaining 6 people hurriedly controlled their sword umbrellas to go over to put out the fire. But this time, the flames seemed to be a bit different. No matter how much they were fought, they could not be drowned out, and the fire was extremely fast. This is the avatar fire. Quickly remove your clothing. Xin Laoer rushed out behind him, so the 6 of them hurriedly stripped the burning one on their hands and knees. This was the first big gift Han Yu had prepared, and before a few people came down, Han Yu had already buried a few fire lotuses, waiting for them to come down and detonate them in one gulp, enough for them to have their hands full, and the real backhanders are still to come. Watch your backs! Qin Tiannan suddenly let out a furious shout. The crowd heard the words and looked, and then their faces revealed a color of panic, only to see a group of white bones with big fires burning on their bodies. Wave after wave of them were surging towards them. Combine! Qin Tiannan reminded in a loud voice. The 7 elders hurriedly came together in a pile. The sword umbrella began to rotate continuously, 7 different streams of true essence converged over. The flying sword instantly turned into a huge ball of thunder. Release! The 7 people shouted in unison, and the thunderball began to continuously rush towards the white bone group. But any white bone that touched the thunderball instantly turned into flying ash, and after a bout of rampage, plowed a clean and blank zone straight towards the front. Not here! Jin Tiannan frowned and roared, then turned to look in several other directions. At that moment, a new group of hungry clumps of ghosts came pouring in from the side sprawl, again with all the flames. You're trying to get hungry ghosts to carry the flames across the street? The little artifact spirit asked curiously in his mind. Hungry ghosts spread out are much less likely to be taken care of all at once. As Han Yu's words fell, the hungry ghosts scattered in all directions at once, shunting out towards the crowd. You won't last long like this, the little artifact spirit warned. Han Yu is naturally clear, so the biggest target of the hungry ghosts is still those 7 elders, and after cleaning up these 7 first, the group under the mountain is afraid that they will have to move. Quickly use the combined attack. Someone among the 7 elders shouted loudly, and the flying swords once again transformed into a lightning flashing sphere, circling around and continuously reaping the rewards. 1 white bone continuously annihilated, and another white bone came forward. In just a few moments, the faces of the 7 elders had already turned pale at the same time. Although the combined strike was powerful, it was always a strong consuming move that could not be used for a long period of time at all. In the end, the ball of thunder suddenly seemed to dim, annihilating without a sound, revealing the 7 flying swords scattered off the ground at the same time. Oops! The 7 were miserable in their minds, and the hungry ghosts were already coming from all directions. Ah! A miserable scream came out mournfully, and after the first half-step god-prying elder was pounced upon by the hungry ghosts, Han Yu's hanging heart was finally lowered, and if he couldn't make it any further, his sea of consciousness was about to reach its limit. With the first, there will naturally be the second 3. After seeing that there are already 3 elders being pounced on, Xin Laoer took the lead in rushing in, constantly clearing the surrounding hungry ghosts, and in a panic, twisted his head. You guys hurry to save the people first. Words did not finish. Xin Laoer's face suddenly became gloomy and incomparable. The ground 3 rolling silhouette has no longer moved. A skin and flesh has been left, revealing the cloven foot cold white bone. The surviving 4 elders actually ran away with their imperial swords when he came over to aid them, and when he turned back, the 4 could already only see the fleeing backs from afar. These damn, clinical people. Qin Elder was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and then looked towards Qin Tiannan who had remained in place after coming down. Family master, we could have obviously waited a little longer. You're confused. Xin Laoer's face was sad at this time. 3 clan brothers died in one go. There were feelings after all. It's fine. Family head, I can understand your feelings. If this thief isn't gotten rid of as soon as possible, when will the Qin family be at peace? And you don't want to use them as bait. I understand. Elder Feng had just finished speaking from the side when he suddenly looked horrified, as he truly felt Qin Tiannan's killing aura that was like substance. He wasn't trying to kill me. Elder Feng's face was terrified as he kept retreating. Xin Laoer looked at Qin Tiannan's face also changed for a while, so the so-called vanguard was just for bait. Qin Tiannan's face was grim, and he moved steeply, and after a long leap, he flew towards the 2 men, instantly scaring the 2 men out of their wits, and a blast of wind swept past his ears. But he was only seen rushing towards the fire area after he swept past the 2 men. Found you! Qin Tiannan raised the flow of his true essence to the extreme, his speed vaguely already sounding like breaking air. Just now, the moment the tide of hungry ghosts disappeared, the fire zone in Han Yu's direction suddenly got a little smaller, and it was immediately noticed by Qin Tiannan. Cootie! After you withdrew the fire avatar and the hungry ghost, the change in the fire area was noticed. Han Yu was furiously running down the mountain when the little artifact spirit suddenly shouted loudly in his mind. A sound of wind and thunder exploding could indeed be felt behind him, and Han Yu gritted his teeth and kept accelerating, but it was still the other party's fastest. A huge pain hit his back. Qin Tiannan instantly appeared behind him, lifting his hand, his true essence wrapped around his entire arm, instantly transforming it into a stone arm that was several times larger. Under the huge blast, Han Yu spat out blood and flew out. Little mouse, I'm not going to give you another chance to burrow into the fire zone. There's no place for you to hide. Qin Tiannan sneered coldly and chased after him. Chapter 55 Han Yu's Little Mind. Back off. After Han Yu flew backwards out of the fire zone, he saw Bai Chongan as well as the Bai family siblings on the side and hastily reminded them. At this time, Qin Tiannan has been out of the sea of fire. Look at Han Yu appearance. Cold smile. You this rat now have no place to hide. At this time, Elder Feng and Elder Qin arrived one after the other, and the 3 of them surrounded Han Yu in the center. Finally I can kill this little thing. Qin Laoer's heart is fast, a few days to be scorched by him, but he is slippery and slippery. Every time to hide dead, fire to swim in the water. Qin Tiannan clenched his hand and pinched it, and the soil beneath Han Yu surged, instantly transforming into a giant hand, which clenched its palm into a fist and then fiercely struck towards Han Yu. Han Yu wiped the bloodstains on his mouth, rolled over and was about to dodge, when Qin Laoer on the side was already prepared, lifting up and striking out a sea of fire, lunging towards Han Yu first. Taste the fire yourself. The sea of fire lay on Han Yu in pieces while he was talking, and it was then that Han Yu screamed in agony. Just now, he was still greedy, and there was very little energy left in his sea of consciousness, and embarrassingly, the only energy left was only enough to protect one side, either the front or the back. Han Yu struggles to choose the third, bringing what energy he has left to protect his entire lower body. Little Han Yu is as important as his ass. The upper half of the exposed body was the first to be scorched by the sea of fire. The first clothing ignited, revealing the thin leather book that had been ravaged for days, and soon the book also ignited, and Han Yu was so anxious that he hastened to vigorously pat it down, picking up the half-burned book. His face instantly blackened. The book is a gift from the mundane. The book can also clip a human face mask. At the moment both are half destroyed, but with the full destruction is almost the same. Watch out! Outside the arena, Bai Jingliang shouted, and he saw a clay hand cupping its fist and heavily slamming Han Yu into the ground. Do it! The families finally moved, and after the three family heads looked at each other, in their eyes was an elation that could no longer be suppressed. There were only 3 god-prying realms left here, so it was worth a shot. Bai Chong'an also moved. His half-step god-peeping cultivation was run to the extreme, and the true essence was infused to break through the air, and his target was Han Yu under the Qin Elder. Elder Qin was acting like a madman, his true essence being channeled as wildly as if it didn't need any money. And Han Yu's figure was drowned in the attack that intertwined sword chi with the sea of fire. A coldness suddenly attacked him. Qin Er seemed to be aware of it and turned his head to look. A bitterly cold blade came towards him. Self-importance. Qin Laoer sneered disdainfully and waved his hand to take in a sea of fire converted by his own true essence, easily dissolving the blade awnings and continuing his pursuit towards Bai Chong'an. On Han Yu's side, the sea of flames diminished and soon revealed his figure, which was currently lying on his back with his hands on his head and his butt in a skyward position. The little artifact spirit laughed uproariously in his head and said, You really laughed at me. How did you come up with the idea of holding your butt against that old man's attack? Han Yu black face, do not take the butt to take what? The whole body of the only remaining aptitude is enough to wrap so little place. Do not take the butt to block. Do not take the front of the position to block. He took the opportunity to get up and jump out of the fire, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Qin Laoer chasing and beating Bai Chong'an. Bai Chong'an is not good at the moment. His face is white and black, and his clothes are burned with many holes. Qin Laoer relies on his cultivation to be one realm higher, and he is practically crushing the fight. Damn it! Bai Chong'an was suffocated by the chase, looking in Han Yu's direction from time to time, waiting for Han Yu to get up from the ground before letting out a slight sigh of relief. The blistering wind whistled, and while Qin Laoer was still complacent, a robust figure suddenly crashed in, directly knocking him over. After staggering a few steps, he only saw that Han Yu was already holding a huge fist towards his face, and at that moment, he was so anxious that he invoked fire to blow towards Han Yu. Break! Han Yu's fist went forward, striking directly against the flames, and Elder Qin was so frightened that he hurriedly rose up in the air. I hate these guys who fly in a fight. Why? Because you can't fly on your own. Han Yu watched as Qin Laoer flew into midair and hurriedly greeted Bai Chong'an, who was on the sidelines, and said, Why don't you give me a hand? A figure rose up in the air. Bai Chong'an copied his sword after nodding his head and headed towards Qin Laoer to kill him, while Han Yu himself kept chasing the two. Whenever Elder Qin's fire spell was sent out, Han Yu would be the first to jump up and physically carry it, which made Bai Chong'an happy. He hadn't fought such a comfortable battle, and there was no need for defense at the moment. All he needed was a brainstorm to pummel at Qin Laoer, and Han Yu would constantly harass his opponent. On the other side, Qin Tiannan's face was terribly gloomy. He hadn't thought that these 3 mongrels on the opposite side would actually dare to backstab him. You guys are going to fall on your asses? The 3 family heads' faces remained unchanged. They only laughed coldly. Opportunities are rare. The Qin family is growing too fast. So fast that the entire Tianning city's lineages are afraid. This was true. In just 20 years or so, Qin Tiannan had elevated the entire Qin family to a level, leaping to become the largest family in Tianning. Not many of those who could be the head of the family were cuties. The Qin family has developed to such a point that the next step is to nibble away at the major neighboring families before developing and expanding out. Therefore, with the opportunity present, the family heads of the 3 great families were naturally happy to fall on their swords. There's no point in talking more, Brother Qin, but please go to your death. A family head coldly said that he would be the first to strike. And in the midst of the thunderous wind, there was a hidden thunderous sound vibration. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword light, and a full 18 flying swords attacked towards Qin Tiannan. Elder Feng stood outside the field, not knowing which one to help, when one of the family heads flew over in the air, and without a word, a water knife slashed through the air. For a while, the foot of the mountain was in chaos, with flames and thunder at one time. Qin Laoer was distracted and surprised by Han Yu jumping out from time to time, and the fact that his own hallowed god prying realm was actually beaten down by a doll with a strong physical body and a half-step god prior instantly enraged him completely. After flinging himself off in the air, Elder Qin paused. His true essence suddenly surged several times. A fire snake made of flames extended and grew larger from his palm, rapidly expanding and quickly reaching a length of about 10 meters. Han Yu looked dumbfounded, and in his mind a cry went up. That old guy cheated. Little Liuli responded in an ungraceful manner. That was merely the other party using the technique of stacking true essence to keep stacking it up. Han Yu also returned in a good-natured manner. That's also a good strong tactic. You have to understand, the divine power is the rule of things. What the Gong method simulates can only be the appearance. Simply put, the fire of the fire divine power has the potential to step into the realm of the divine fire. The true essence catalyzes will always be just mortal fire. The essence is not the same. If you have enough energy in your sea of consciousness, he dares to set the fire is just looking for death. The little artifact spirit sagely admonished. There are 5 attributes. No strengths or weaknesses. Only ranks. Qin Laoer's face had gradually turned white at this time, obviously consuming quite a lot, but his face was full of confidence. And at that moment, he raised his fire whip and a whip was flung viciously, and a 12-meter-long flaming giant snake snaked towards Bai Chang'an. After Bai Chang'an moved a few meters, the giant snake was still in hot pursuit, unusually flexible, and soon wrapped around his waist, a burning pain instantly scorching his waist. Han Yu hurriedly bent his knees and jumped up, wanting to go to the rescue, but Qin Laoer's eyes lit up, immediately flinging away Bai Chang'an and turning to wrap Han Yu directly around him from midair. Since you sent yourself to the door, I'll kill you first. Elder Qin sneered for a moment, but suddenly froze as Han Yu was also looking at him with a cold smile. Steeply, he realized that the flames around Han Yu's waist had suddenly dimmed, and then to his horror, he realized that the snake's tail in his palm had also begun to fall out of his control. Remember, mortal fire is only mortal fire after all, and as long as it's not an explosive manifestation of this type of pure energy, you're right to control it directly in turn. As soon as the little artifact spirit's words fell, Han Yu used the pitifully small amount of energy left to start guiding Qin Laoer's fire snake, and soon gained control. Get off! After Han Yu seized control of the fire snake, he backhugged the snake's head and used its tail to quickly wrap around Elder Qin's body, followed by a hard slam to the ground. Now, you understand what makes a divine power a divine power. Han Yu realized, looking at the smashed in the ground still have not slowed down Qin Laoer. He estimated that the other party is now in the head is still confused. Qin Tiannan was already gradually finding it difficult to continue. Each other were both at the god-prying realm. He was slowly losing the battle between 1 and 2 after all. If it wasn't for the special nature of his gongfu, he would have already lost. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and spread his true essence all over his body, and with a few clicks, he was petrified all the way from his feet and chest, leaving only a normal head. You all have to die. After saying that, he charged across the room towards the 2 men, a pair of petrified fists continuously bombarding and knocking down each of the 18 flying swords, followed by another blatant punch towards one of them. Trapped! With a soft shout, the owner of the flying swords on the side hastily pinched the decision again, and the flying swords once again took off to form a cage and flew high into the sky. Hurry! The family head, who was continuously bombarded back by Qin Tiannan, cried out in an urgent voice, his figure constantly prancing in midair, his hands interweaving a net of thunder to continuously wrap around the past, only to have the arcs of electricity immediately dissipate as soon as they touched the stone carcass. Qin Tiannan's technique had always restrained him to death, and he hadn't expected that after 20 years, this restraint had reached such an outrageous level. That family head was shocked, so he stopped entangling and changed to a flexible wandering fight. The sword prison finally flew over in anticipation. Each flying sword quickly penetrated and passed through, and it was also extremely flexible. A moment later, after all 18 flying swords were combined, they trapped Qin Tiannan dead in place. After studying you for so many years, Brother Qin, how about this move of mine? After the flying swords housemaster flew in with a grin, he folded his hands tight. Qin Tiannan's face changed as the flying sword trapping him began to shrink continuously, and his petrified body could feel a tremendous pressure. Bump! Already, stones had begun to crumble away, revealing the body within the stones, and the opposite side seemed to be continuously controlling the flying swords, only to see the flying sword cage getting tighter and tighter. And in an instant, Qin Tiannan blew up. Under the chaotic horizontal flight, Qin Tiannan fell down heavily. At the same time, Elder Feng was also knocked down, and the Qin family's high-end battle force, all of them, were wiped out. Qin Elder looked at Han Yu with a complicated expression before being tackled by one of the family lords as he flew towards the Qin family fort. Qin Tiannan was half dead on the ground, similarly being tackled and flown away by the two family lords. They're in a hurry to pick the fruit. Bai Chong'an snorted and walked over, handing out his sword towards Elder Feng. Don't kill me. I belong to the Qin family as an outsider after all. I can't be considered to be in hatred with you guys. It's just a matter of each being their own. Elder Feng's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly kept crawling back. And I can especially understand your feelings, bumbling around, being held hostage by the clan elders, and still unable to protect your children. Your cultivation is in shambles. I can deeply sympathize with your wimpiness, so please don't kill me. Bai Chong'an's newly aroused thoughts of letting him go were instantly extinguished, and Elder Feng hurriedly begged for forgiveness continuously towards Han Yu. You spare me. Hunting you down was only because of the Qin family master's order. I really don't have any hatred to speak of with you. I understand how you feel. You didn't have the intention to kill in the first place. It was the Qin family that repeatedly forced you to do so. The words were true. Han Yu frowned, and for a moment also hesitated whether people should be killed or not. And I can understand your little heart for Bai Junya. Men, Bai Junya's body is good and beautiful. You don't like the gourd shape the most, and often peep behind the back. Under the White Heron River you almost touched someone. This time again back and embrace is quite happy. Why don't you just let me go? Blanche, digging into my old bottom. Han Yu walked over in annoyance and dislocated the mouth of Elder Feng, who was chattering and still continuing to read his heart-explosive information. When he looked up again, the way everyone looked at him was very wrong. Bai Chong'an had a complicated face. Bai Jingliang rolled his eyes, and as for Bai Junya, she blushed like she could drip blood. You guys handle this one. I still have some things to do. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away in a puff of smoke. The little artifact spirit laughed uproariously in its mind. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Now everyone knows your little mind. How will you appear in front of people in the future? Chapter 56, The Rouge Box. The Way to Come. Qin Tiannan is dead. Died in his own town. Elder Qin was also dead along with the few elders who had fled from the battlefield. A group of cultivators flew out of Tianing City and flew their swords in the direction of the Qin family fort. By midday, a carriage pulling a large box slowly entered the city. The carriage creaked and seemed a little overburdened. Elder Feng was taken away by those three great families, and this broken-mouthed thing, I guess it won't live long. Bai Jingliang's face darkened as he huffed and said that it seemed that Elder Feng had empathized with him and annoyed him as well. Although Han Yu is listening, his eyes are always on the river cruise ship, and as for what exactly Bai Jingliang is saying, he's probably not hearing it. There was a cruise ship drifting on the Egret River, and on the cruise ship stood a beautiful figure. She gazes intricately across the river, and Han Yu is a bit embarrassed by the look and hastily lowers his head. Bai Jingliang realized that he had been talking to himself the whole time, and dared to say that people's attention wasn't on him. You're not really planning to be my brother-in-law, are you? Bai Jingliang's expression became a bit odd as he looked Han Yu up and down and couldn't help but walk around him again, secretly nodding his head. It doesn't seem to be a no-no. Are you still talking? He seemed to have thought of something wonderful, and suddenly his eyes lit up, so he touched Han Yu on the shoulder. It was only then that Han Yu returned to his senses and froze, giving him a puzzled look and asking, "What did you say?" Bai Jingliang sighed helplessly and repeated it again. After Han Yu sniffed, he racked his brain and couldn't recall when he'd made any promises to him. Bai Jingliang reminded from the side. That time in the star sect, Han Yu was struck by a flash of clarity. Wasn't this about the star sect's own peeping on Bai Junia's back? At that time, he was still joking with him. Who knew that this drug-addicted guy also asked whether the elixir was full or not? To say that Bai Jingliang was indeed a talent in a way. The one who ate one elixir and still thought about the next was the only one besides Duke Xiao. People Xiao Gongzi is facing crisis time and again to seek the Dan. This guy may be the pursuit of strength. It may also be a simple craving. Other than that, he seems to be quite suitable for the glazed bottle. Self-produced. No time anxiety. Why don't you ask the little artifact spirit for an ingrate? You're thinking fart food. Little Luri snorted in her head. In his case, he might have eaten himself to death without 10 days and half a month. And besides, there's no such thing as a change of owner for a glazed bottle. Only the loss of an owner. That means stalking to death. Looking at Bai Jingliang's eagerness to try, Han Yu helplessly internalized the 2 pills in his sea of consciousness. It was already 2 days after the Qin family war. And the little artifact spirit was secretly saddened because the bottle had spit out pills for another 2 days. And the authority of the bottle was still not with it. Reverse dragon pill weakens the attributes of the side that the person taking the pill's own 5 elemental spiritual roots are restraining, and strengthens the qualifications of his or her own spiritual roots. Side effect: signs of the opposite sex appear on a certain part of the body. The first look at the name of the Dan. So unorthodox. Han, you only think it is an aphrodisiac, and then look at its effect and then suddenly surprised for heaven. This Dan is not the better the qualifications of the stronger the effect. After seeing the side effects again, Han Yu's face darkened. Instantly arriving at the evaluation, this object is ominous. Great evil. If this medicine is given to Bai Jingliang. Han Yu looked him up and down, and for a moment, the image of Bai Jingliang's chest rippling came to mind before the image flashed to another image of Bai Jingliang squatting and letting go of water. The image was so hot that just thinking about it sent chills down his back, and if he really let him eat it, Bai Junya would probably eat himself alive. For Bai Junya, the little artifact spirit said with a leap of faith in his head. Han Yu's complexion changed and he didn't even dare to think about the picture, flatly refusing in warning. Don't go overboard, by the time she pulls it out, it'll be bigger than you. The little artifact spirit was afraid that Han Yu wouldn't be able to visualize the picture, describing it from the sidelines. All of a sudden the images came out, and Han Yu hurriedly destroyed the images in his mind, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn, this drug is too fierce. Hurry up and find a chance to use it out. Put it on the body does not feel safe at all. With that, he hurriedly diverted his attention to the other one. Extreme eyesight elixir, within 10 miles of the person taking the medicine. The line of sight is as close as if it were in front of the eyes without any obstacles. Side effects, within 10 meters of the line of sight. Human and animal indistinguishable. Everything was afraid of contrast, and with the contrast of the previous elixir, this one would seem mediocre. However, neither Dan was suitable for Bai Jingliang, so Han Yu could only shake his head and say, wait until you really need it. Bai Jingliang wasn't too disappointed and looked at him after sighing. We'll be leaving Tianning in a while. For 2 days, the Bai family's parents had already made their plans. The Bai family was like rotten mud that couldn't hold up the wall. There was nothing worth staying in this place, and without any surprises, the other 3 lineages would inevitably usher in an expansion after receiving all of the Qin family's resources, and by that time, the Bai family would be so burnt out that they might even shamelessly dump the mess on them. Bai Chong'an now has a much lighter view of the concept of the family. Your white family if you have the ability to then go to fight on their own. If you do not have the ability to eclipse the family stage. Star sect after the Bai family so a mess. Bai Junya obviously also not suitable to go again. And with Bai Junya's qualifications, go there is also a real waste of their own talent. We'd like to go to Whittier City dash. Bai Jingliang looked at Han Yu and spoke. This is Bai Chong'an 2 days before thinking to do the planning. White Emperor City side of the cultivator clan quite a lot, but also is the important government of the dynasty. The cultivator culture is also excellent. Most importantly, the Bai family siblings' qualifications were both top-notch, and since they were not going to take the lineage path, they had to plan a good clan path for the 2 of them early on. As the saying goes, the mountains of Baidi City and the water of Jiangning. The most famous mountain in Baidi City is none other than Mt. Luanjia, because that mountain is named after one of the following 9 clans of Luanjia. Do you need me to take a message for you? Because of Elder Fang's broken mouth? Han Yu didn't even dare to meet up with Bai Junya until now, and both of them had coincidentally fled when they saw each other from afar, which Bai Jingliang naturally saw in his eyes, otherwise it wouldn't have been him coming down, but Han Yu going up. Han Yu looked at the plump and attractive figure from afar, seemingly unable to bring any words to the table, and finally shook his head. Then I'll give you this. Bai Jingliang suddenly fumbled out a small box, small and delicate, still stained with a hint of rouge scent. Han Yu's expression froze as he dully took it, saying incredulously, you're so polite. Why don't you give him one of the 2 dawn if you really can't? Bai Jingliang gave him a blank look and muttered, I'm a big man who can give another big man this? This is what my sister asked me to give you. When he finished speaking, he suddenly urged with a curious look on his face, open it up and see what's inside. Han Yu's expression lurched and he couldn't help but look toward the boat, and Bai Junya looked up as well if she was aware of it, and for a moment there were 2 more big red faces lowered at the same time. Come on, don't ink. Bai Jingliang said as he kept urging from the sidelines. Han Yu never looked more serious this time, carefully opening the small box to reveal a white piece of silk paper inside. Leave a book? Your own sister doesn't say anything to your face and leave a letter? Bai Jingliang's face was odd. Apparently Han Yu was thinking the same thing. He gently picked up the silk paper, twisted around to open it as if he were a thief, and then his expression froze. I thought it was Bai Junya's words, but I didn't realize that what I opened was a copy of a painting. The ink was still new. and it was probably drawn in the past few days. Drawing what Hanyu will not feel strange, but the drawing on the silk paper is clearly a map, in which the 3 words of the White Emperor City in the silk paper in the most obvious ink. Bai Jingliang's face was particularly tangled. His heart was both curious and not very good at peeking. After some hesitation, he still couldn't help but probe and curiously take a glance, and found that it was a map after a burst of odd expression. I've seen girls give scented pouches, jewelry, and poems, so what does it mean to give a map? However, he clearly watched Hanyu's face suddenly put on a smile. What kind of riddle were they playing? Tell your sister for me that I'll be there. Now, Hanyu knows what to ask him to help carry, but unfortunately there's nothing to give away. The upside-down pill. The little artifact spirit's thievish heart was in the end how much it wanted to see Hanyu's hilarity. Asterisk 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 off. After Hanyu slandered a sentence in his mind, he watched as Bai Jingliang waved his hand and flew onto the ship with his imperial sword. 1, 2, up. With slogans on their lips, the boatmen struggled together to pull the anchor up, and the cruise ship began to swim and start sailing in the direction of the current. Hanyu, meanwhile, watches it drift away from a distance. When the ship sailed away from the riverbank of Tianingfu and Hanyu's silhouette was no longer remotely visible, Bai Jingliang suddenly looked at his sister, who was still looking at the river from the side of the ship, in disbelief. You guys still haven't gotten a word in edgewise. Bai Junius' ears quietly reddened, but she smiled sweetly. There's no need to say it. Puzzled, he could only mutter under his breath before going to comfort Suzerain, who was sitting sulking on the deck in the distance. Suzerain was found at the old white mansion site after a few people rushed back from the Qin family fort. The poor little girl who was forgotten and lost from time to time. The cruise ship would dock first after going south one more house, and there they would have to part ways. Suzerain could only continue to go south by boat, and the direction they were going to Baidi City was to the east, so Suzerain had been sullen since they got on the boat. She had thought that after dealing with the trouble, she would still be able to follow her junior sister back to the star sect again. Bai Jingliang wasted a lot of effort to see her smile again only after he promised to go to see her when he had time. About Hanyu's memories. Bai Junya is not much, or when the ship on the chance encounter, or he held himself in the tea house, or he kicked open the door of the Qin family to pull up the crying himself. There aren't many images that keep flashing by, but they eventually stop at the moment in the fire when Hanyu pulls her back from the back and back into his arms desperately trying to protect her. At that time, when she saw Hanyu's grimy head rolling around holding her as he climbed to his feet, she also had a strange feeling. It's like that feeling Hanyu had when he said, suddenly there's some stuffiness in his heart. The feeling of, today she would be leaving Tianning. Perhaps the next time she would meet she didn't know when. She was a little worried that this time would be too long, so she did one of the most humiliating things she had ever done in her life. The moment she watched Hanyu open the box from afar, she had actually been so ashamed that she wanted to hide in the cabin and cover the covers and scream. But she still stands watching with a blush on her face. She wants to see Hanyu's reaction. She's sometimes shy and afraid that Hanyu will read it, sometimes sad and worried that Hanyu won't understand. The box is a rouge box and the paper is a map of where it came from. No more ships can be seen on the Egret River, and Hanyu sighs with a sigh of relief. His figure somewhat lonely. Go along if you have thoughts. Who are you sighing for? The little artifact spirit was disgruntled in his head. How to follow? They are moving. You have the nerve to follow? You didn't see her parents look at me in a weird way. Thinking of her cannot help but hate the Wind Elder again. This mouth-broken guy really hateful. My old bottom you also dare to reveal. This old man now if he dares to come out in front of their own. The upside-down dragon inverted phoenix stand must be given to him to pour in. After disliking the little artifact spirit for a few moments Hanyu suddenly lost interest. What now? You're not in shape today, the little artifact spirit asked curiously. Stuffy heart. Hanyu muttered to himself. That proves you've grown up. Hanyu thought about the feeling of being pressed against by Junius back in the Sea of Flames at the time and shook his head. Although it's all about being smothered in the heart, the feeling seems to be different. The little artifact spirit said in a serious tone at this point. That proves you're growing up too fast. Tianning Mansion didn't seem to be much fun anymore, and Hanyu suddenly wanted a change of scenery as well. In this regard, the small artifact spirit is naturally very happy. The entire Tianning house does not even have a son of Qi, just out of a by Junius natural aptitude. No longer more than a few times the Hashidan. I am afraid that the bottle's authority in this life do not want to dip. Regardless of the bottle and the artifact spirit, it seems that the output of the elixir is unusually persistent. The bottle itself cannot communicate, and the artifact spirit that can communicate is a question every time. Don't ask me. I'm just an artifact born from a bottle. At this time, the Tianshui sex group that was far away from the southern border was considered to have suffered a lot, and it was only after inquiring all the way within a valley known as the 100,000 Great Mountains that he found the so-called Juyu sect. for the southern cultivators to be weak on this matter. It was almost as if the northern cultivators would have preconceived ideas. He was no exception, and after arriving in the valley, he looked at the eerie miasma rampant within the valley, so he planned to go in alone, and after arranging for a group of disciples he broke in alone, into the valley, only to see a mist, the entire inner valley shrouded, surrounded by only vaguely visible mottled tree shadows. Light winds sent into the valley after blowing rustling, adding a few points of eerie. Without taking a few steps, he was stopped by someone. The voice seemed to come from the depths, and with a questioning tone, he asked, "What kind of person breaks into my Juyu Sect's gate? I've come to seek out a pill master that your clan has recently hired." The elder stood still and said in a jarring voice, "No, Your Honor, please leave." The voice came out cold. The elder's fire instantly came up. A small southern sect was so arrogant. At that moment the words of the two began to exchange. Elder Tianxue was just about to make his move, but only when he was less than 3 feet in the air there were several air-breaking sounds coming from him. The disciples only heard swords and knives roaring in the valley, and from time to time there were loud noises, only thinking that it was their own elders trying to tear down other people's clans at the drop of a hat. But as a result, in less than a quarter of an hour, a figure was seen flying out backwards in a sorry state. Elder S' face showed an unbelievable look. The refining corpse lineage here even has a legacy. When he landed on the ground, a voice coldly drifted from the valley. "There is no one you are looking for here, and then trespassing into the valley without authorization is punishable by death." The elder's face was cloudy. For a moment he didn't know what to do. If the people in the valley weren't lying, then wouldn't he have been tricked by the brother of that town guard? Wouldn't it be a waste of time for you to come all the way here with your own people? They have been out for more than half a month, bounced around several state capitals, and even traveled to this place. Looking at a group of disciples of the cultivators, each showing a tired face when they hesitated. "Can't you go back?" But the patriarch's side is afraid that it's not easy to explain. Chio Susu rushed continuously. At this moment where there was still a half-charming look, the whole cheeks were much thinner. She asked expectantly, "Elder, are we still looking?" "No more searching. Back to the smoky mansion." Eventually, the elder gritted his teeth and said, "Who wants to find who to find?" Anyway, he did not find. A small pharmacist consumed him a god-peeping powerhouse so much time. The big thing is to go back to receive punishment. At most is to face the wall for some days, but also then every day in the outside world in the wind and sleep strong. Chapter 57 A Boat, Water and a Widow. Are bamboo rafts a safe way to travel? Hanyu's point of view is that safety. A few hundred years back, the first people were using bamboo rafts to travel. And then a few hundred years back, bamboo rafts can also be used for daily water travel. It's proven over hundreds of years. Hanyu is reasoned and organized, but the little artifact spirit wasn't convinced, and its only question and retort was one. "So what are you doing now?" This sentence alone caused Hanyu to choke on his words, followed by a look of embarrassment on his face. At this time, the upper reaches of the Beluga River, the bamboo poles scattered everywhere, with the current gradually far away. At first Hanyu can still catch a few back, and so catch a dozen or so back to find that the rope is also lost. He simply throws the bamboo poles back into the river and lets them go with the current. And the cause of the incident is that in the midday after Baijunya and the others left, Hanyu had the whim to build his own bamboo raft and throw it into the White Heron River. "You want to go find Baijunya?" the little artifact spirit asked curiously then. "No, I'm going to swim against the current." Hanyu made a bold decision, and with his bamboo raft, he intended to go north from the direction of the source of the Beluga River. Since he could be a fish out of water in the fire zone, wouldn't his water aptitude be just as good in the water? Your water-based origin is even less than the fire-based origin that you stripped from Mr. Xiao in the first place, so I advise you to calm down. The little artifact spirit had always been used to splashing cold water, and Hanyu had long since adapted to it, so he still stuck to his intentions. After the raft entered the water, he used the power of his origin to guide the water under the raft to push it all the way forward, and the consumption was indeed as extremely low as if he had been controlling the fire in the Sea of Fire. Perhaps not a problem for an hour or two. However, the raft only went against the current for half an hour before it fell apart, and he thought about the possibility of problems due to the avatar origin, and also considered using his physical body to alternatively power the raft when the time came. The only thing that didn't occur to me was that the raft would fall apart from the impact of the current. He had already been soaking in the water for half an hour, and there seemed to be just two choices in front of him, either to keep going upstream, which was unrealistic, either that or float back out of Tianning Mansion with the current again, which Hanyu also refuses to do. How can you swim against the current when you start with the wrong idea? Hanyu reflects as he dips into the water with intent. Could it just be about you? The little artifact spirit cheerfully teased him. How can it be my problem? Swimming against the current really doesn't work. Hanyu is annoyed. If it's okay with the others, how dare you learn to bark twice? The little artifact spirit suddenly said in a tit-for-tat manner at this time. Come on. Hanyu is unconvinced and agrees very quickly, so the little artifact spirit lets him turn back. At the downstream of the White Heron River, a huge figure was gradually approaching, and soon the outline could already be clearly seen. It was a cargo ship that was several times larger than the White family's cruise ship. At this time, the cargo ship was heading upstream at an incredible speed, which was even faster than going downstream, and Hanyu was so dumbfounded that he couldn't help but shout, "Woof woof!" The voice of the little artifact spirit laughing uproariously kept wandering in his head. Cargo ship seems to stand a silhouette. Closer to see is a man in his 40s, a green dress, face like a crown, with 2 mustaches, looks quite elegant. After seeing Hanyu flailing in the water, the man reveals a burst of laughter and turns back towards the boat to explain something. Then the boat's speed drops and a rope is quickly thrown in front of Hanyu. "Come up here," the man said with a kind smile. "Thanks a lot." Hanyu thanked him and then hurriedly grabbed the rope as soon as he could, and someone quickly pulled him up. "Cut! Can't you just jump up there?" The little artifact spirit thought Hanyu was being redundant and scoffed. Hanyu sometimes thinks this thing is as smart as a ghost, and sometimes it's as stupid as can be. The other person is expressing a kindness by throwing the rope, and by catching the rope. I am catching this kindness from the other person. Hanyu's face remained unchanged as he bellyached, and a group of people pulled him up and quickly went on deck. The appearance of the ship is already very large. At the moment standing on the deck and then look, the bow to see the stern of the ship will be 30 meters, the width of 7 or 8 meters like. There were about 40 people standing on the deck, all of whom, except for the man, were actually uniformly dressed in black. The man is a half-step god-peeping cultivator, and that group of people is at the highest pilgrimage realm and the lowest divine bridge realm. The little artifact spirit reminded in his head. Hanyu's attention, however, was focused on the black flag that stood 7 or 8 meters tall on the ship, which had a large ink character in white on a black background. "It's not a cousin's boat, is it?" Someone soon proved his guess. A cultivator came and recently called out, "Uncle Mochi, is the ship continuing?" The man nodded and then the cultivator retreated. Hanyu curiously sought a glance and saw that the cultivator retreated to the stern of the ship, seemed to take out a spirit stone, and then from the stern of the place to open a small box and put it in. The ship suddenly had an inertia forward and then began to accelerate again. Now there is no need to ask. Can put the boat so play, also surnamed Mo. It is estimated that only this family. This world is really small. This is accidentally into the cousin's nest. Little brother seems to be interested in my ship. The man noticed Hanyu's gaze and laughed softly. The man smiled casually and easily made people feel good. It's true that I've never seen a boat that can swim against the current, and it's still powered by spirit stones. Hanyu nodded his head and responded with a light smile. The two then have a chat, and after learning that Hanyu's attempt to swim against the current on a bamboo raft tragically disintegrated and fell into the water, the naked eye can see the corners of his mouth suffocating. "It's okay, laugh if you want to. I felt pretty silly afterwards." Hanyu instead laughed out loud first, and the man couldn't help but smile brightly at that. In no time at all, the two men were chatting enthusiastically. The man's surname is Mo. His name is Singji, and he says he's a businessman. Hanyu was surprised to hear his cousin say that his family is still in business. "If you intend to go north, then I may just have to send you to the next state capital. I'll be heading east into the sea after docking at Murunfu." Mo Singji apologized. Hanyu thanked him profusely, which in itself was a blessing to be able to dabble in a boat for nothing. Between the words, the ship suddenly a violent shaking. Spare two people a strong physical body. A half-step god cannot help but stagger a few steps, let alone the group of cultivators, only to see a group of people fall after a fall on the deck screaming. Mo Singji's complexion tightened between his features, and with an arrow step he was outside the ship's gangway, Hanyu hurrying to follow. On the calm river, there is no other difference at this time, but the boat seems to have hit a transparent wall in general, and could not move an inch. Formation? Hanyu was suspicious at the moment. This thing had been seen on the Qin family a few times, and each seemed to have their own effects, except that the Qin family's formations were too sparse for Hanyu to have thought anything of it. What a brilliant formation! Mo Singji muttered to himself with a somewhat ugly face, and then with a tangled face, he then shouted towards the river. "I am the Mo family's oldest 7. Which of my friends made the joke? So it's the famous boss Missouri. Nice to meet you." A voice paddled from the sky and landed steadily on the flagpole. Hanyu looked up and saw that it was a man over half 100 years old with white hair. His face had a slight vicissitude, and the most special thing was that his eyes were covered with a white cloth. "Yo, if it isn't Mr. Mo." Another voice came daintily, and a plump red figure landed on the bow of the boat where the two had stood before. The visitor is a woman of half an age. with a voluptuous appearance, and is boldly dressed in a red neon dress, with a narrow belly band struggling to contain the towering thing. Hanyu blushed slightly and looked a few times before being discovered by the woman, who wasn't annoyed, but instead threw a wink over even more flirtatiously. Be careful. This is the famous devil cultivator Pretty Widow here. Don't get hooked and lose your life. Emosingji pulled a hand on the side and admonished in a low voice, then walked ahead and said in a loud voice, Boss Missouri said that I wouldn't dare to take it as a compliment. I am just a small character in the MO family who can't cultivate and can't have the skills, and can only barely come out to run a business. Poison Bat, Pretty Widow, both of you are famous figures on this road. You're not going to look for trouble from my MO family, are you? Emosingji looked solemn, and there was a hidden warning between his words and actions. It was warning the two that the MO family was the MO family of the Divine Mechanics Academy, one of the lower 9 clans. With a single leap, Poison Bat was at Pretty Widow's side in an instant, and God knows how he was prepared to discern his bearings even after being blindfolded. The two of us have no ill intentions. We were just entrusted with something to borrow from Boss Missouri. Poison Bat lifted his face, smiled at Mo Shingi, and said, if you really can't, Slave can accompany Boss Missouri for a night first, and then borrow it. The Pretty Widow was beside herself with dainty words of titillation. Oh, my God, that's something for me to hear as a young man in the prime of his life. Hanyu watched dumbfounded as the Pretty Widow continued to make all sorts of tantalizing gestures towards Emosingji. However, Emosingji's face is blue. His ship is clearly a cargo ship. Nothing else in the cargo hold is just a boat of spirit stones. The other party's dialect said that they borrowed something, so they thought that they were coming for the spirit stones. What a big appetite. So, you want to make enemies with the lower 9 clans of the Divine Mechanics Academy's MO clan, is that it? The Pretty Widow and the Poison Bat also had a moment of hesitation on their faces when they heard this. After all, the reputation of the MO family was still a bit too big. After we finish this job, let's go far away overseas. I don't think the manhwa will chase us overseas. The Pretty Widow, her face flickering with a hint of resolution, whispered from the sidelines. Poison Bat nodded slightly, then raised his head to face Emosingji. Boss Missouri, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but this boat of spirit stones is too important for the two of us. Why don't you take your clan into the water and leave the boat to the two of us? How about we don't see each other's blood? You're thinking about fart eating. Emosingji's face was furious and he broke into a shout, and soon a group of cultivators surrounded him. Poison Bat looked at the group of cultivators with disdain on his face. These low-level cultivators alone couldn't stop him at all. You'd better be careful. The strength of the MO family should not be based on cultivation alone. The Pretty Widow cautioned with sudden alarm. Da-da-da-da. Emosingji stomped his feet 3 times on the deck, and 4 high platforms suddenly rose outside the ship's side, and the platforms kept changing as they rose, and soon took on the appearance of 4 crossbows. A dozen or so cultivators hurriedly jumped into the back of the crossbow cart, and then a few more people were out there constantly filling it with spirit stones. Release. After Emosingji gave the order, the crossbows were all aimed at the 2 men, and 4 channels of true essence impacted out from the crossbows with great force. What exquisite skill! A small crossbow can actually emit true essence power comparable to a half-step god prying. The little artifact spirit suddenly let out an exclamation in his head. That strong? Hanyu was also startled. He too couldn't see how a crossbow could become so powerful in the hands of the MO family. Unfortunately, it's useless. Not flexible enough. Bulky and heavy. Those 2 across the street are living god prying realm. They won't stand and let you fight. Just as the little artifact spirit said, the crossbow carriage was still bulky and heavy. The poisonous bats were indeed taken aback at first, and after dodging several times with their hands and feet, they gradually also realized the shortcomings of the crossbow carriage, and cleverly used their airborne stance to keep prancing around. Pretty Widow is even more direct, a red figure weaving in and out of the dead center of the crossbow range. The 2 of them worked together in a flurry of cooperation. Just less than a tea time will be a group of crossbow and cultivators into the river. How dare you? Emosingji bellowed angrily, and a piece of iron the size of a longsword flew out of the cargo bin, something Hanyu was familiar with, similar to what his cousin had used at the time. After the iron pieces flew out of the cargo warehouse and kept converging and combining in front of Emosingji, it soon became a 2-meter long and half-meter wide giant sword, and after Emosingji took out a special small piece of spirit stone and loaded it into the hilt of the sword, the giant sword suddenly buzzed. Go! With an edict, Emosingji fingered towards the poisonous bat to go. The giant sword quickly broke through the air. The poisonous bat's face changed, did not dare to be careless, hastily back. The huge sword body continuously ignited true essence as it broke through the air in pursuit, and in just the blink of an eye the true essence burned like a flame. This sword's attack can be comparable to a god-prying realm powerhouse, the little artifact spirit said in amazement. On the other side, After the pretty widow had knocked the many cultivators on the deck into the river one by one, she was seeing that the poisonous bats were tangling with a huge sword, and below, Mo Singji seemed to be maneuvering, and after flirting a bit, she even rushed over. Scented sleeve lightly dance. A touch of fat powder floated out. That is her unique ecstasy. Even the peeping god realm are enough to instantly drug down. Achoo! Hanyu sneezed heavily as he saw pretty widow charging towards Mo Singji, so he planned to help out. Only he didn't expect to be sprayed with powder as soon as he came up. There was something funny about the whole face being half white and half tan at the moment. Pretty widow also did not expect to rush out of a rash boy, and immediately probed into the claws of real energy convergence. Looked sharper than a sword. Fizzle. The claws clawed at Hanyu's chest, only scratching 5-finger holes before they couldn't move an inch. Hanyu frowned meatily and couldn't help but blast his fist at the massive twin peaks. Bump! Caught off guard, the pretty widow was directly blown away. And then with a crash, she actually fell into the water. By the time she came flying up in the air again, she was already covered in a soggy mess. This widow is so ferocious that she was able to hurt me through the air. Hanyu's nose was hot. Looking at the pretty widow's chest clothing soaked and then pulled down within the chest exposed a large portion of the Snow White. Could not help but 2 lines of nosebleed flowed out. On the other side, the giant sword continuously forced the poisonous bat to retreat back and forth by relying on its own burning true essence. Boss Missouri, if you don't stop I'll really hit you hard. Poisonous bats in midair at the moment annoyed. So consumed down after all is not the way. The other side is using the spirit stone. There is no worry about their own loss of true essence. They are afraid of each other's background, do not dare to kill. If this continues, sooner or later, you will be the one to suffer. Joke, you dared to rob the Mo family now. Is it possible that you still don't dare to kill me? Mo Singji snorted out a laugh and once again increased the output of the giant sword. He had more than enough spirit stones. He didn't need to worry about the loss of spirit stones at all. Chapter 58, The Pretty Widow and the Blind Man. One thing Hanyu didn't expect was that Mo Singji looked elegant and civilized. But it was a different story when it came to fighting with people. The huge iron sword in midair that is unusually flexible chased the poisonous bat to scream. And at that moment the heart is ruthless. Since they have robbed a boatload of spirit stones, and then kill a Mosey family old 7, so what? The overseas is so big. The Mosey family would like to seek revenge, but also need to be able to find themselves is. Thinking of this, he braced his hands to put his true essence outward. Hard to carry the giant sword's chopping. A blast in midair. The poisonous bat was slightly in a mess, followed by cold eyes, pinching at Mo Singji with a royal command. Bat kill. A body of true essence transformed into a golden bat, frantically expelling towards Mo Singji below. Mo Singji didn't expect the other party to really dare to die, and immediately recruited back the giant sword, choked and ordered, shield armor. The giant sword quickly disintegrated and reorganized in front of it, transforming into a 1 meter long and wide iron shield. The aura above the iron shield continuously transformed, seeing that the true essence continuously covered it. Touch, touch, touch. A golden bat continuously bombarded it. The violent explosions lasted for dozens of breaths. Mo Singji held up the iron shield and continuously retreated. His hands had gradually trembled, and a small opening had been cracked under the tiger's mouth. This organ with the spirit stone, and then controlled by the cultivator. Within the same realm it is estimated that there are few that can match it, but it is a pity that his realm is a little worse. Little Luri commented in her head. Hanyu's side screamed bitterly. The pretty widow did not know what technique she practiced. The true essence drummed out into a piece of red mist, and now it has enveloped all within 2 meters around him. It's not like you're fine, so don't get in the way of me watching the fight. Little Luri grunted. Hanyu's face at this moment was already terribly red, as if all the blood in his body had topped his head. And this wasn't even the most important thing. Now his biggest headache was that the tent in his crotch was on the verge of toppling through the fabric. But I'm so hard right now. Let's just say that this red mist is evil, and after sucking just a little bit, it's already about to explode. Ha! What a self-sacrificing feat. It also seemed to have piqued the curiosity of the little artifact spirit. It went so far as to think that this was a self-sacrificing technique, and it was clearly evil. Then the little weapon spirit directly pointed out the nature of the pretty widow gong method. This gong method catalytic fascination prana, encountered weaker than their own is good to use, but if you meet a stronger than their own, you imagine, the golden gun ravaged overnight. You say it's not a give and take. Hanyu reddened his face as he listened. And then he saw the remaining 10 or so cultivators around him with reddened eyes, all of them topping their tents and losing their minds as they rushed towards her. Touch, touch, touch. All the cultivators were like walking corpses. They were beaten out without even dodging, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. At this time, the pretty widow was also surprised to see Hanyu, and she opened her mouth in surprise. Why are you fine even after you've been hit by my confused emotions technique? Your entire body has been strengthened by me in the bottle inside and out. And the medicines and feats that affect your body basically plummeted in effectiveness against you. The little artifact spirit explained from the side. Hanyu has no intention of listening to it, because little Hanyu already wants to probe out this damn gong method, but it is so destructive to me, a young man who is ignorant and clueless. Little brother, you seem to be on the verge of holding it in. Yo, over there. The pretty widow was daintily tossing her eyes as she spawned more aphrodisiacal red mist. Isn't there a way to break this evil technique? Hanyu gritted his teeth, and at this moment, he felt like his blood was about to burn. Yes, Hanyu's eyes lit up and he was ready. Either you go up and dominate her with your strength and put her on the spot and make her cry, or you wait and let her control you and beat you to tears. The little artifact spirit said in his mind. Hanyu chose the third, and as the pretty widow wiggled her ass in 3 swaying steps, stirring up a wave of breasts and buttocks, Hanyu had held it to the limit with a roar. Fire come! A 20-meter-long fire dragon instantly rushed out from him, opening its huge fiery red mouth towards the pretty widow. The pretty widow didn't seem to expect Hanyu to have this hand, and when she was caught off guard, she was pounced upon by the fire dragon, and a skyrocketing flame instantly erupted. But the fire on Hanyu's body wasn't something that could dissipate so quickly. A fire dragon constantly erupted from his body, and in just a few blinks there were 7 or 8 more fire dragons. Go! The group of dragons danced and exploded into a huge firework. The little artifact spirit scared in its mind, not realizing that lust fire could even strengthen fire divine abilities. All Hanyu could see in front of him was a huge ball of flames blazing, and soon the flames climbed up to the deck and set it ablaze as well, the fire getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a sudden fluctuation came from the flames, an extremely cold coolness reverberated on the deck, and then a vortex was formed. All the flames suddenly closed, and all of them were swept up and inhaled by the vortex. The flames dispersed. The pretty widow stood on the deck in a sorry state, all her clothes destroyed, chiluo all over her body, and most of her hair burned away, and in front of her, a turquoise bead that shone with a chilling light penetrated through the eerie coolness, and dripped and swirled in front of her. Hanyu was shocked. His fire avatar was gone just like that? What is this? He hurriedly asked in his head. The little artifact spirit also seemed to be a bit confused about this item, and said in a hesitant and uncertain tone, "This seems to be a treasure that can absorb flames, even the avatar fire. It seems to be precious and unusual." It had only just finished speaking at first. Ka! A tiny sound rang out, and a crack visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of the bead, followed by more and more cracks, and even the color of the bead began to turn red. Pretty widow's face changed. Under the chest swing a palm will be beads into the river. After a few breaths, the calm river rumbled a loud noise. A huge flame rises up to the sky before gradually falling into the river annihilation. You seem to have destroyed someone's remarkable treasure. The little artifact spirit admonished in his head. I know. Hanyu could already feel the pretty widow's eyes that wanted to eat people underneath her hideous, twisted face being directed viciously at himself. You deserve to die for destroying my fire-resisting bead. This was the same treasure she had gotten when she had taken her body to accompany an old man for 5 years. Now that it had just exploded, you could imagine how mixed her feelings were at the moment. I suggest you run. She probably doesn't want you crying your eyes out. The little artifact spirit spoke in a serious tone. The sea of love. Pretty widow did not care about her body chiluo. After the hands propped up, a burst of breast waves and hip waves, a body of true essence quickly condensed. A wisp of red mist constantly emerges. Only this time the red mist seems to be very different. When the mist touched the wooden pole, the naked eye will corrode it empty. The deck even more white smoke. Can't touch. Hanyu's heart was then alerted. Go! With a single edict, the red dance was as if it had a consciousness, constantly encircling towards Hanyu. Destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Hanyu learned her general roar. A momentum end is powerful, followed by a fire lotus born from the feet quickly exploded. The pretty widow secretly on guard, but heard a clatter, and the red mist will be surrounded by flames to live. A tangle before it is suppressed. Only when the flames disappeared, where was Hanyu's figure? Damn it, you're not getting away. With a cold face, she was about to go down in the air, when the voice of the poisonous bat came from the distance. Business is business. Don't chase. After saying that, he fought to bring his hands together and a huge bat was coalesced. Go! Under the edict, the huge bat swept towards Emosingji. The iron shield which was already overburdened instantly exploded under the impact of the giant bat, and iron pieces shot out in all directions, and the giant bat rushed through the fragments and attacked Emosingji directly from his chest. Pust! Emosingji's body was sent flying through the air under the heavy blow, and after a mouthful of blood was spilled in mid-air, he fainted, and then also fell into the river. Hurry up and control the ship. With these spirit stones, any more losses are nothing. Under the water, Hanyu quickly wrapped himself up with his divine ability as soon as he entered the water, then kept sinking. Is my life bitter? 3 days on the run. Hanyu sighed helplessly, dog paddling his hands and feet as he kept swimming downstream. The little artifact spirit snorted. Why don't you reflect on what kind of people you mess with every time? People with God-prying realm cultivation let you escape. Is it you who suffers? Or is it the other party who suffers? As he was talking, a sound of water entering rang out, and Hanyu raised his eyes to see Emosingji's eyes closed tightly, his body sinking rapidly to the bottom of the water. It's a cousin's family, after all. Hanyu sighed before swimming towards his opponent. The huge cargo ship was gradually accelerating towards the upstream with thick smoke, and inside the cabin, the pretty widow was controlling the rudder alone with her Chi-Luo body, while the blindfolded poisonous bats were guarding the side. This damned brat, let me meet him again and I will definitely skin him. The pretty widow opened her mouth in spite of her indignation, but unfortunately the poisonous bat didn't hear it and just stood muffled. You don't have anything to say? The pretty widow glared at him in dissatisfaction, but the poisonous bat couldn't see it, so naturally she still didn't respond. You're so stuffy. Do you realize that there's a woman standing beside you with no clothes on? And a woman among women, the pretty widow said in an incredibly exasperated voice. Poison Bat nodded then, no expression visible on his ancient face. Now I know. The pretty widow suddenly reached out and grabbed his lower body, and the Poison Bat dodged and droned in a cold voice. I'm only working with you on a temporary basis, so you'd better not touch me. Boring. After being dodged by the poisonous bat, a trace of disdain flashed across the pretty widow's face, and with a cold snort she continued to hold the helm without another word. When Emosingji opened his eyes and woke up, he was already floating on the surface of the water. Besides him, there were still 20 or so critically injured cultivators left around. As for the others, they seemed to be invisible anymore. It's good to be awake. Hanyu's voice sounded beside him. He had been waiting for half an hour, and it was not good for him to leave until Emosingji woke up. Thanks for the rescue this time, little brother. Emosingji's face was slightly pale, and he laboriously raised his hand to clasp his fist in salute, then looked at the empty river, his face unsightly. These two thieves really deserve to die. The ship had already been sailed away, and the boatload of spirit stones was naturally gone. Is this a special blockade for you from the enemy? Hanyu is still quite curious. It's reasonable to say that his cousin's family is more or less reputable, so it's only right that he wouldn't be robbed while walking a boat. Emosingji shook his head inside. He couldn't figure it out either. The Emo family merchant ships had traveled for so many years, all of which rarely had this kind of thing happen. Furthermore, he and the pretty widow and the poisonous bat is also not any fault. This place too devil's way of loose cultivator. Said loose cultivator is also not right. Poison Bat was originally a disciple of the 5 poison sect of the Devil's Path, and was rumored to have run to this area after escaping from the sect for killing his own eldest brother. The Devil's Way has always been venomous. How could they still let the two get away with it for so many years? Hanyu said in surprise. Emosingji shook his head and explained. This demonic path has always been disliked by the righteous path as well as the imperial court, so basically they don't dare to make too much of a fuss, and this duo is taking advantage of this to maneuver with the clan. But whenever they can't beat them, they disguise themselves and hide in the state city, and over again. The two sects really can't do anything about them. Emosingji rested for a few moments and his face gradually improved, so he beckoned the remaining clansmen, and each of them took out various pieces of iron from their bodies, so they began to assemble them on the water. Hanyu's gaze was surprised, and as the thing took shape, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became, and by the end of the day a dozen or so iron kites were floating on the surface of the river. This is what my cousin called a joke. The guy had been feeling sorry for himself, thinking the family didn't appreciate his skills. I guess he couldn't have imagined that his jokey work would have been used by the clan long ago. Emosingji looked surprised at Hanyu's face and thought he was interested in the iron kite, so he spoke up and said, "This is my nephew's design, and I think it's okay so I brought it out. Dare I say that this is the only uncle who appreciates him." Hanyu secretly felt sorry for his cousin. An hour later, a dozen or so iron kites hovered in the air, and below them were Emosingji as well as Hanyu, who had already landed. "I'm really sorry. I can only send you here. Not far ahead is the boundary of Emo Yunfu. I still need to find a way to notify my family to send someone to search for that boat of spirit stones. The matter is important. I can't stay long." Emosingji apologetically clasped his fists in salute, and Hanyu hastily waved his hands. "You're too serious. It's me who should thank you. See you around." Emosingji waved his hand before jumping onto the iron kite to take off into the air. Hanyu waved his hand from below, and the iron kite lifted its wings and instantly disappeared from sight. Chapter 59, The Spirit's New Menu. It's not far ahead. Wait a little longer. I'll be right there. I can do it. She likes me. Hanyu's life is one more illusion. Cultivator's eyes in front of not far away from the original and ordinary people are different. And so Hanyu realized when, early already the sky dome paved the night. People must feel close if they can fly. Hanyu sighed with a saddened expression. The light is already visible in front of him, and he should be arriving at the capital city of this place. When do you think it's going to be the end of me supporting you both on two legs? Hanyu slandered in his mind. Then you could have found a place to retire. Accompany the bottle every day to help people with breast enlargement and beauty and aphrodisiacs in milk. And when your luck is bad, come with a killing pill. And when your luck is good, come with a killing pill. Let's see how long you can last. The little artifact spirit lightly sked in his mind. Sinning. This broken bottle hit who is not good. How to hit the head of a promising young man who sleeps in the middle of the day. The little artifact spirit snorted. It was unable to associate the words Hanyu and promising youth together. Instead of complaining, you might as well hurry up and snappy into the city. Find out if there is a son of luck or a heavenly pride. I can still take up most of the authority. You're not able to take it easy. At least the bottle kind of meat and vegetables I'm not messing with. I'm only playing with the high end. Regarding the relationship between the small artifact spirit and the glazed bottle, Hanyu is still confused. Clearly a hole. The artifact spirit seems to have been born in the bottle, but it has its own ideas between it and the bottle. The artifact spirit was obsessed with chi and heavenly pride's ability. The bottle was obsessed with the strange daily elixir. The lower limit was terrible, and the upper limit was even more terrible. Hanyu couldn't help but ask the topic that had been repeated several times. What exactly do you two want? Resuscitate. Surprisingly, this time, the artifact spirit responded to him succinctly. But when he asked again, little Lioli simply ignored him. Emoyun City is also close at hand. A team of government guards are stationed outside. Hanyu has no body. Simply be let in. Entering the city. First of all, there were 10,000 lights. But I didn't expect the night scene of Emoyun City just after nightfall to be so beautiful. With red lanterns hanging from stores everywhere, and vendors along the streets displaying novelty items. On the river where the same bright moon was hanging upside down, a cargo ship was coming to a slow stop. And further on there was a huge mountain stream with a waterfall pouring down from the cliffs on the left. And on the right there were strange and jagged rocks. Poison bat out of the cabin to the deck will fly into the air into the waterfall. About just a few moments later, the person and quickly return. The pretty widow, casually draped in a male robe she'd found somewhere to cover herself in, was a different sort of person, and she nodded as she watched Poison Bat return, and went back to the cabin with a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the cargo ship slowly turned around. It drove in towards the mountain stream. After a rush of waterfalls, the freighter slowly sailed in, and after about a few moments, the sky opened up in front of them, and ahead was a wide lake that could easily accommodate the freighter. When the freighter docked, the two men lowered their eyebrows and jumped off the boat. In front of the lake is a flat mountain road. All the way forward, the two men always on foot. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, in front of the eyes is another strange scene. Even though it wasn't the first time he had come here, every time he saw it again, it was hard to hide the shock in his eyes. The pretty widow's eyes were shocked as she looked around at the wide and boundless medicinal field, on which there were all kinds of spiritual plants that she had heard of and had not heard of, seen and had not seen before, and the entire sky over the medicinal field was filled with a terrifyingly dense spiritual chi. This was also the place where she was most shocked. Under the roots of the spirit plant, a thin layer of soil, she could vaguely see spirit stones glowing brightly, and under this entire medicinal field, she didn't know exactly how many spirit stones were buried. The two men kept their heads down all the way to a kiln, and the poisonous bat called out in a low voice from outside the cave. Senpai, come in. There is a voice lazily from the cave. The two men slowly walked into. The kiln is an extremely spacious space, surrounded by traces of artificial excavation. The space is probably a mansion that size. The two came in cautiously, because there was nothing else here except an alchemy furnace and bottles and jars in the corner, and the entire floor was decorated with either medicine bottles or tiles, so there was nowhere to put their feet down, and the only table is also full of tools for pounding medicine. At the moment a scruffy old man is concentrating on grinding the powder. This person looks as if he is in his 80s and 90s, chicken skin and hair. His face is wrinkled into a mess, and his white clothes are already mostly black. Elder, the things have been brought. Poison Bat respectfully opened his mouth and said, Pretty Widow is also unusually disciplined at this time. A trace of charm does not dare to show. The old man just nodded after hearing this. Since you guys have prepared the materials yourselves, then in a few days I will proceed to help you guys try out the pills. It's not certain that you'll be able to make it in a few times, so you guys need to prepare more spirit stones on your own. It should be enough for Senior to cultivate spirit plants. Poison Bat said, not very confident. The ghost knows exactly how much is needed. Ask this senior. He is also open to say the more the better. Then robbing the Mo family's spirit stone cargo ship should be enough. The old man seemed to have no interest in further conversation after the explanation, and began to concentrate on grinding the medicinal powder again. The two men waited for a few moments before seeing that the old man was unmoved, and then they quietly withdrew. After leaving the kiln, the pretty widow dared to speak, and she lowered her voice to ask softly, "Blindy, will this work?" Poison Bat's face was hesitant. "If it's really not enough, why don't I go ahead and figure out your problem later?" The pretty widow's face was stunned, and she quickly became angry and said, "So your eyes are more important than my life, right? Keep your voice down." Poison Bat's face tightened and he whispered a warning, and only then did pretty widow notice that the kiln behind her wasn't far away, and the two of them went back to the boat after being silenced in unison. "Will that senior be okay?" The pretty widow looked at the Poison Bat with speculation in her mind and asked in a low voice. Poison Bat arrived at the ship before she resumed that ancient expression. She spoke slowly, "Tend to Peak Spirit Medicine Sect." In just 6 words pretty widow had no more questions. It's as if it's a gold standard. It was just that her only worry was beginning to be the same as the poisonous bats. What if the spirit stones she had looted weren't enough for the senior to try the medicine? Or only enough for one person's portion? Thinking of this she was worried. Then looked at the poisonous bat and said, "Your eyes are actually blind is not a bad thing. For so many years, your sense of hearing has long outperformed your eyes. If you can see all of a sudden, maybe your reputation as a poisonous bat is gone. It's different for me. I charm poison into my marrow. If I don't think of a way, I guess I'll lose my mind. I'm afraid I'll be even worse than a woman in a greenhouse by then." Just thinking about the image of oneself turning into a person who only knew how to constantly vent when the time came, completely devoid of reason, and pouncing on a man when she saw him. Wow, pretty widow's type of person was so scared that her face turned white. Many people only know that she killed her Acacia sex elder husband, but no one knows that her husband treated her as a doll in general. First planted a charming poison on her, making her body sensitive and abnormal, and over time, she became more and more Thai. Later on, she passed on the power of confusion, so that she could be used for her lustful pleasures on top of the bed. However, the consequences of charming poison into the marrow are quite terrible. It may not take many years. Once the poison breaks out, a person will become a beast that only knows lust. Poison Bat was silent. His eyes were blinded by a sneak attack by his jealous senior brother. Although he had long adapted to the darkness over the years, but who would want to be in the darkness forever if he could see the light again? "Let's unload the spirit stones first. We can't wait for senior to go up and down and move it himself. This ship should also be destroyed as soon as possible, so as not to leave any traces." Poison Bat sighed and greeted the pretty widow as she entered the cargo warehouse, and the two of them kept carrying the spirit stones back and forth to a wide corner of the lake shore. "If you can't, finish him off then. If you can't, you'll do her then." The two men carried on, each with a dark heart. The next day, the first break of dawn, the morning sunlight, Hanyu was awakened by a sound of wind and thunder, and immediately jumped up in fear, directly crashing into the dome of the inn and then giving someone's roof a skylight before landing on the ground. Then look around the wind and calm. The room is clean and tidy, just a tea table, next to a bed. It turns out that the so-called sound of wind and thunder is just the entirety of the glazed bottle in the sea of consciousness, and the voice of the small artifact spirit fills the entire sea of consciousness. "Ha ha ha, see how scared you are." Han Yu's face immediately darkened. Scolding in the sea of consciousness. If you're going to produce Dan, just do it quietly. What's the point of making such a big show? Little Lioli's slurping sound continued. "Today's elixir. The bottle is letting me have it." Han Yu was surprised and hurriedly observed the sea of consciousness, and sure enough, there were still only those 2 pills, and that's when the little artifact spirit began to urge. "I asked the bottle to wake you up because I'm going to have food again, so hurry up and go out. Hurry up." Seeing the little artifact spirit constantly urging him on, Han Yu just casually washed up before going out the door first. Early in the morning, Moyun City had gradually become a crowded city, and Han Yu had been noisily wandering through the streets when the glazed bottle suddenly trembled, followed by the urgent voice of the little vessel spirit. "The city gates. Come on." Han Yu sighed helplessly and immediately turned around again to hurry in the direction of the city gates, and by the time he arrived, there were already quite a few people surrounding the place. The people who had been just going in and out of the city seemed to have come together, bustling with chatter. Han Yu easily squeezed in with his strong physical body, and right away, he saw a young man in his mid-20s with long, shoulder-length chaotic hair and a handsome face. Only at the moment, he was in a sorry state. Gray robes drenched in blood. He limped into the city with a sword in one hand and a human head in the other. "Isn't this that young son of the Lin family? Lin Fei? Is that head in his hand the wanted cultivator Yi Hai? So powerful." One of the cultivators in the crowd who blended in let out a snort. Yi Hai is just a divine bridge cultivator. What's so hard about taking his life? One of the people in the crowd retorted and opened their mouths. But didn't the young son of the Lin family say that he had no talent for cultivation? How did he kill a cultivator? The cultivator who had just opened his mouth changed color for a moment, staring intently at the hobbling figure before confirming. How is it possible that it was really just a mediocre swordsman who killed the divine bridge cultivator the hard way? At this time, Han Yu also noticed him, and couldn't help but inquire out loud in his mind. Is he the one you're looking for? The bottle did not have any response. The little artifact spirit was a bit silent, which was surprising. When could I see the little artifact spirit react like this? Could it be the wrong person? The little artifact spirit finally broke the silence and explained. I just thought it was too strange on him, and was thinking of how to do it. On the other side, the crowd followed Mr. Lin as he followed the same steps towards the city, and when they reached their destination the crowd was again whispering. The Moruan government office. What's he doing here? When he first came to the entrance of the government office, a few government guards soon passed by to stop him. No trespassing in the important place of the government office. Lin Fei revealed a contemptuous smile, reached out and threw the head directly into the government office, then shouted loudly, Town Guard Zhu, I've fulfilled your bet with me. Ha ha ha. After saying that there was a long laugh, he stood in the doorway with his sword. Although he was not a cultivator, his stance was able to draw a sideways glance from a few of the cultivators present. Even Han Yu had to admit that this person seemed to be born to catch everyone's attention, as if he was born to be the protagonist, destined to be the center of attention. Someone in the government office soon came out. It was a fat man with a fat body and a fat round face, a pair of eyes staring helplessly at him. The town guards here are said to be half-step god-prying realm disciples specially sent out by the Qingyang sect after they befriended the imperial court, firstly for the sake of practicing, and secondly to help the imperial court guard the state capital. Some cultivators whispered in the crowd. Mr. Lin doesn't seem to be on good terms with Lord Jinsho. Someone quickly saw the difference and pointed it out. Right away, a knowledgeable person spoke up. It's said that it's Mr. Lin who seems to have taken a liking to Lord Jinsho's sister and had to enter the Qingyang sect, but Lord Jinsho saw that he didn't have the qualifications to cultivate, and he directly rejected him out of hand. Later on, the two seemed to have made a bet that if Mr. Lin could capture Yi Hai and return him to the case, he could be given a chance to participate in the introductory examination. People's sorrows and joys aren't always the same, but the paths of the strong are always similar. Han Yu felt doggedly overwhelmed. Is this heavenly pride going to start taking off next? The wings are broken for him. The little artifact spirit clearly didn't have a solid body, but just existed in the bottle in nothingness. But it made a weird licking mouth sound out. The next exchange between Mr. Lin and his future great-uncle brother Han Yu was definitely not interested, as he slowly withdrew from the crowd and stepped aside alone to quietly commune in his mind. What's this Mr. Lin's origin? And what do you want from him this time? The little artifact spirit seemed to be organizing its language as it said in an odd tone. This Lord Lin is neither a son of Qi, nor is he considered a heavenly pride. It's quite odd that those who don't have either of these two are pretty much the same as an invalid in the eyes of the artifact spirit. And yes, Han Yu is also an invalid in its eyes. If it was really a waste of time, it was impossible to let the artifact spirits make a mess early in the morning. This guy belongs to an alien species. He has a beast spirit in him. As a cultivator circle white Han Yu. At present, even the general concept of a clan is barely understand the situation. Beast spirit, this thing for him is a blind spot. A beast spirit is the soul of a beast being inside him. What is it? Han Yu asked after him in curiosity. Karen. Han Yu froze on the spot, his first thought being that the artifact spirit was bragging. How could there be such a thing as a Qilin? The little artifact spirit was annoyed on the spot. You even let a few fire dragons out yourself from time to time. Why can't you with a Qilin in your body? Han Yu was stunned. To put it mildly, everyone knows the image of the Qilin, but it just so happens that no one has ever seen it, and there's no way you can say it doesn't exist. There's a lot you haven't seen. Try harder to keep the bottle well, and you'll see a lot more in the future. Han Yu nodded his head silently. When it really had grown, then the little artifact spirit was torn. This Lord Lin didn't seem to be a good fix, but it craved the soul energy that the Qilin carried with it. What's wrong? Han Yu seemed to have sensed it as well and opened his mouth curiously. Only then did the little artifact spirit gulp. I'm thinking about how to fix it. This Dan bar is definitely eaten by Mr. Lin, but it's that Qilin in the body that's paying the price. The rules of the deal won't hold up. The elixir of the little vessel spirit is more or less the same as the bottle's dissimilarity. You want feedback? That's what the person taking the elixir must get in order for it to stand. Mr. Lin had really hit the blind spot of the artifact spirit with this one, making it unable to see and eat. Chapter 60. Lifu. Carry me. A golden spirit light crossed over a mountain stream, through a valley, and sped over a huge state city, coming to a cliff in an instant. To say it's a bluff doesn't seem accurate. Looking down from above, it was more like a mountain that had been cut hard down the middle, with pavilions built into the cliffs at both places, so exquisite that it seemed to stand in the sky. The speed of the spirit light did not decrease, and went straight to the right side of the pavilion. Below, all kinds of strange buildings, each with a number of people gathered around a piece of assembling a 10 or so meters long boat. Inside the largest courtyard of the right side of the building, cousin head of the chicken nest like hair. A dress has been a little sour. The original awkward eyes are a little dull. The eye sockets are more sunken, a lot more. The color of the breath is also yellow and dull. A look of a body that has been hollowed out. In addition to a doctor around him, there is no longer anyone. In fact, at the beginning by Suwon Jun brought back when there is a group of clan brothers responsible for guarding him. Nay, the dying mundane's jokes were taken seriously by him. The proposal of an organ that could communicate with each other from thousands of miles away instantly revitalized his entire body, which was originally disheveled from being forced to return home. Mundanes think it's a joke, but cousin doesn't, and anything unproven represents a possibility to him. So as soon as my cousin got home, he immediately dove into his little piece of heaven and started to run wild with his imagination. He had tried all sorts of strange treasures and all sorts of weird materials, and without exception they all failed. Later on he began to set his sights on all sorts of strange living creatures, but again, they all ended in failure as well. Just when his cousin was already ready to give up, he inadvertently remembered the mandarin duck parasites cultivated in his family. A gift once received by his grandparents from designing a tomb for a high-ranking predecessor of the Miaozheng parasite sect. The mandarin duck compulsion is a rare pair of compulsion king that can be symbiotic in the compulsion class. According to the normal speaking, in order to get the king of the compulsion must let a group of compulsion to fight to the end. The remaining one is, and the mandarin duck compulsion is a pair of the remaining. And the characteristics of the mandarin duck's compulsion is also very strange. A pair of men and women each served. As long as the heart misses the other party can immediately know. The only bad thing is that whichever side betrays, the compulsion will instantly explode and poison that side. This sensing ability of the mandarin duck parasites caused the cousin to have an instant aura, and then he began to swallow all kinds of parasites. And since they were mandarin duck parasites, how else could one person swallow and test them? So the clansmen who were guarding him had to accompany one each. No one could stand it for long, and the process wasn't without its dangers. Many times the cousin and the clan had both fallen from poisoning. The clan had run out, and the only one left was the best doctor in the family standing guard at all times to prevent his cousin from playing himself to death. Today is the day of my cousin's major breakthrough. Success or failure can be seen today, by refining the mandarin duck compulsion into the token, then refining it into the manifestation dust, and finally after the array engraving, he did manage to make one side of the token right, and the other side of the token was able to manifest. But this is still far from his expectations. Just two people communication were interesting. So he decided to violate the bottom line of morality. Monogamous mandarin ducks compulsion rebreeding, trying to get a bunch of wives out of that head of the male compulsion, so that they love each other family. Whether or not the mandarin duck parasite can be polygamous depends on today. Just before he could wait for the result, an aura rushed in and finally fell in front of him. It was a black-bodied iron bird the size of a sparrow, a contraption he had once made in a fit of inspiration, and for which he had named the flying news bird. Every flying signal bird would come back to his yard after being released, and no matter where it was, as long as the energy from the spirit stone was sufficient, it could basically fly back. It's just a good reason why there's a flying news bird. He doesn't seem to have sent the thing outside. Uncle Seven stole from me again. Soon he figured out that the entire Mo family seemed to be the only one interested in what he had made. His seventh uncle. He hugged the takeoff message bird, familiarly opened the belly of the mechanism. Soon there is a note exposed. Take out a look. Cannot help but face change. This is bad. The little artifact spirit was still in pieces. Han Yu's brain kept buzzing as he listened. So he spoke. If it's not possible, I'll force feed it to you. The little artifact spirit instantly refused. I'm not the same as the bottle's elixir. It can't pick people. My elixir not only picks people but also has to be voluntary. Damn. I knew this guy would have a lot of to pick and choose from. That would indeed be more difficult to do. That Qilin spirit must have an autonomous consciousness like an artifact spirit. Having it deplete itself to fulfill Lord Lin felt unlikely. Or you can go up there and stalk him and beg him on your knees to take one. The little artifact spirit suddenly suggested. Han Yu's face instantly darkened. But before he could snap, the artifact spirit spoke again quietly. The portion that will be returned to you at that time can expand your sea of consciousness energy. Oh, this doesn't seem like stalking is out of the question. That little bit of tight sea of consciousness energy had long since made him suffer enough. giving you the slip at every critical moment. So he asked hopefully, about how much energy? The little artifact spirit seemed to be calculating as well, and only after a moment did it slowly say, probably the next time you encounter the god-prying realm, it will be enough for you to blast the other party into a half-crippled state before fleeing for your life. Little Leoli does know how to bait the hook. And let's not talk about whether or not Mr. Lin took the bait, but Hanyu did first. If I could have blasted those god-prying realms half-crippled in the first place, what else would I have fled for? Directly frontal Mang, Hanyu thought to himself. By the time he gave himself a giddy thought, he looked up again, and Mr. Lin was long gone. In lost the man. Hanyu was so anxious in his heart that he hurriedly pulled the people who were still lingering at the entrance of the government office to inquire. It turns out that while Hanyu was fuming, the subordinates from Mr. Lin's family came to carry the person away. Lift? That's right, I thought that Mr. Lin stood so dashingly on his sword. But it turned out that he was holding on because his leg was injured and he couldn't move. The people were quite enthusiastic, pointing to a path and saying, just now, Mr. Lin had his subordinates carry him down the path, and I seem to have seen him crying from the pain. Hanyu choked on his words, his face oddly pale as he tried to say something, and nothing seemed to express how he felt after hearing it. You want to save face? Playing hard to get? That's right. The overseas version of the Divine Compassion Manual had a similar depiction of this, and that was how it was described. After figuring out this word, Hanyu's limbs and bones were unclogged, and he instantly felt much more comfortable. Looking at this old brother with such enthusiasm, Hanyu asked for the Lin family's address in passing, then hurried over. A mansion that was significantly larger and more luxurious than all the surrounding areas, and one could vaguely hear Mr. Lin's shouts. Hanyu found a wall lying down to take a look. At this time Lin Gongzi has been wrapped in gauze fast unrecognizable. The doctor is now giving him a bone on the splint. Lin Gongzi hard to grit his teeth to endure a moment before wailing out loud. Steeply, Mr. Lin suddenly closed his mouth, his eyes lifting up as he looked towards Hanyu. You were discovered by the unicorn inside him. The little artifact spirit reminded in his head. So what now? Back off? Hanyu's face was torn, so he wanted to get off the wall. No retreat. That spirit of the unicorn should be watching you. Be generous and let it observe. The little artifact spirit rushed out, so Hanyu could only continue to lie on his back on the wall, his eyes staring at Mr. Lin, who was holding his face red, his teeth clenched without knowing what he was doing. Haven't you eaten? When will that little strength be good enough? Suddenly, Duke Lin's red face burst out at the doctor. This, Dr. S face was all of a sudden tangled up. Just now gently pressing all made him ghostly. This time let himself increase the strength. Will it be out of life? Oh. Use some force. A big man's afraid of pain. Mr. Lin said through clenched teeth. The doctor's face was in a difficult position, and then he was glared at, which made him hurry to increase the strength in his hands. What's he doing? Hanyu looked incredulously at Mr. Lin's almost deformed face. It was almost tangled into a ball altogether. I can't let outsiders see me as weak. I'm the strongest. Duke Lin continuously admonished himself in his mind, then deadened himself against the intense pain coming from his feet. Ha! Damn the desire to win. The little artifact spirit laughed disdainfully in his head. Hanyu then suddenly realized and touched his nose. It couldn't be that he was beside himself and was too embarrassed to cry out in pain, right? It's really a dead giveaway. It's not better. It proves that people are immature and have weaknesses. Then they have and so they can talk about it. The little artifact spirit's tone lightened up all of a sudden. It was only after about half a quarter of an hour that Hanyu saw the doctor straighten up with a head full of sweat, and carefully explained a few things before being let out by his subordinates. At this moment, only Mr. Lin was left alone in the courtyard, collapsed on a chaise longue. The two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere looked quite awkward. Ahem! Duke Lin suddenly climbed to his feet, struggling to stand up straight, and the slight grinning expression aside, it really did sell it. Your Excellency has been watching for some time too. Aren't you going to say anything? Hanyu awkwardly jumped off the wall and clasped his fists. I saw your grace at the city gates this morning and came here to make friends. Duke Lin's expression was suddenly stunned for a moment. Then he looked him up and down curiously and said in surprise, You're an alternative earth cultivator? The strength of the flesh body is strong. Apparently the Qilin inside him had discovered the specialness of Hanyu's body and related to him. Hanyu was also surprised. Was this Qilin so powerful? It could tell its own base just by looking at it? It should have inferred it from its more special senses, sensing the unusual qi and blood all over you. The little artifact spirit guessed. That's pretty awesome too. It seemed that this Qilin spirit was indeed a conscious being, and the one spirit in one person seemed to be in the midst of constant communication. Let's talk somewhere else. Duke Lin suddenly opened his mouth, and this also precisely fulfilled Hanyu's wish to have a good talk. You first go to Dong GT House, second floor, elegant room by the window, Tianzino. 1. When you go, report my name. The people inside know me. Hanyu was a bit puzzled. Why don't we go over together? Mr. Lin stood with his arms folded and said in a light tone, go ahead and wait for me. I'll be there after I do some errands. When Hanyu had been gone for a quarter of an hour, Mr. Lin's face gradually turned pale, and those splinted legs were constantly shaking. It hurt like hell. I had just stood with it hard and couldn't help but grimace at the moment. Lai Fu, come carry me to the tea house, quickly. It didn't take long to see a thin, dry-bodied boy running towards the door with Mr. Lin on his back. Steady, steady. Duke Lin, on the other hand, was yelling on his back. I think you should have to get to the tea house before this, Mr. Lin. Hanyu walked out from the corner at the end of the street with an odd look on his face, still worried that this Mr. Lin was holding back some bad ideas, but it turned out to be for this. What kind of person is this? Is she that pretty? If you're lame, and you're still doing this. Mr. Lin is a customer now. You have to take care of people's emotions. The little artifact spirit reminded in his mind at that moment. Make me rush too. Hanyu sighed rather helplessly before pulling out his legs and running off as well. Dong GT House, second floor, Tianzino. 1. Elegant room by the window. Ghosts know what kind of strange pie this is. Hanyu took the lead to the tea house. Original words with the second. The results of the other face full of doubt back. There is no this tea house here. Hanyu helplessly changed his story, and only then did the second waiter slap his leg in realization and say, you said it was what Mr. Lin wanted. The most expensive room on the second floor, is it? After saying that, the junior enthusiastically guided Hanyu up the stairs to the tea room before carefully closing the door and leaving. After a few moments, the door opened again, and only then did Hanyu twist his head to look. Outside the door, Mr. Lin awkwardly slumped on Lai Fu's back, his hand reaching halfway up to seemingly slap away Lai Fu's hand that pushed the door open. But he didn't expect Lai Fu to move so fast, and before he could even get himself down, he directly pushed the door open. Hanyu awkwardly turned his head back, trying to give Mr. Lin a little bit of decency. Duke Lin looked unnatural as he slid down from Lai Fu's back and patted the somewhat wooden Lai Fu with one hand. Lai Fu, next time the Changwei at home hits you again, don't look for me to complain. Why, young master? Raffles asked stupidly. Mr. Lin said slowly through clenched teeth. I'm afraid I'll beat you with him. Chapter 61, Speak Your Dreams. Mr. Lin patted his robe and walked in with a straight face, and Hanyu couldn't help but feel the pain for him as he listened to the dull sound of the bamboo boards pestling the floor one by one. But Mr. Lin's face was as if nothing had happened. After secretly letting out a sigh of relief by pressing the table without a trace and sitting down, Mr. Lin then looked at Hanyu squarely. In the back of his mind, the same voice was reminding him, Lin Fei. This person is not simple. His physical body is incredibly strong, yet he doesn't seem to have any cultivation in his body. He doesn't walk like an ordinary cultivator system. Try to pay more attention in a while. Lin Fei didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he was also asking after him quickly. Is he really strong? The two of us can't beat him even if we join forces? In the sea of consciousness, a sky blue griffin tossed its head, raised a pair of azure-colored eyes that seemed to blank him across the room, and said, I advise you to better calm down. You're already almost crippled from a fight against a divine bridge cultivator. My intuition tells me that he can slap you to death. Lin Fei was surprised in his heart and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Hanyu. Seeing that he had been sitting sideways without a glance, he really couldn't notice that such a mediocre person could get such a high evaluation from the Qilin. Then you still let me come here? The Qilin's face humanized a tangled look as it said somewhat confusedly, because the Qilin clan's talent for avoiding good fortune tells me that this person is half good and half bad for me, and that I can benefit from him, but it seems like I'm going to suffer a great loss. Lin Fei's heart was in awe. The Qilin's tendency to avoid good fortune and bad luck was not just talk. How many times had he helped himself? About this, he was convinced. Just for the Qilin's mouth of good fortune and bad luck feel a trace of doubt. The so-called good fortune and bad fortune. You good fortune and bad fortune. Do you think it's strange that we are already one? What else can separate us? This is what makes the Qilin itself feel strange. Because of special reasons, it and Lin Fei became symbiotic. One glory, one loss. It makes no sense that it would lose one party to achieve one party. That was why it had asked Lin Fei to come over and make contact to see what the other party was up to before making plans. How long are they going to communicate? Anyway, Hanyu was actually a bit impatient to send it, whispering in his head, there's no rush. The customer comes first, so be patient. The little artifact spirit was the most calm one at this moment instead. Ahem. Lin Fei suddenly coughed dryly a few times, It should be because Qilin had explained it to him as well. Hanyu suddenly turned around at this time and looked at Lin Fei to change his smile and said, "Come on, tell your dreams." Lin Fei and the Qilin inside his body had their faces stunned in unison. And the little artifact spirit was also lamenting in his head. "What are you doing?" Naturally opening the door, Hanyu chose to go in single-handedly. And as he looked at Lin Fei, who still didn't seem to have responded, he repeated once more, "I'm a pharmacist. I have potions that can enhance all kinds of abilities. Do you want to get stronger?" Lin Fei finally reacted this time, rushing to quickly ask after him in his mind, "Qilin, is this the so-called strange encounter you were talking about before?" He remembered that the Qilin had once said that auspiciousness was also one of its own talents, and that it was capable of attracting qi and allowing itself to receive all sorts of wondrous encounters. Is it hard to believe that this is it? Regarding this, the Qilin was also incoherent and evasive, as it itself wasn't sure if Hanyu was the one who brought Lin Fei the wondrous encounter because of it. Roughly. Should. Probably be? Kirin responded with a not-so-subtle undercurrent, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was different. The storyteller had said that the best brothers and the prettiest wives were in the clan, and that strange encounters were always on the way, and that the wheels of history began to turn after they were put together. "I want the treasure. The #1 divine weapon in the world." Duke Lin's eyes glowed as he spoke decisively. Hanyu's face darkened, and before he could say anything, "Mr. Lin over there continued to rattle off his dreams. I want divine beast eggs that can breed the most powerful divine beasts. I don't want the finished ones. There's no cultivation fun." Hanyu's face darkened even more. "I want the gongfu, the only gongfu, invincible at the same rank, and killing the enemy over 2 or 3 ranks is like drinking water." The more Duke Lin spoke, the more excited he became. His face flushed red, as if he had already begun to think about his future heroics. Hanyu was already expressionless at the moment, and the artifact spirit was sighing in his head. "When I meet this kind of person, it feels like there really isn't much hope of getting out of the den." Hanyu, on the contrary, still wanted to struggle a bit, and he waved his hand to interrupt Duke Lin's dream, reminding, "You don't seem to have understood what I said. I'm a pill master, not a dream master, and I only have pills, not the eggs you like." Lin Fei flesh eyes can be perceived to reveal a touch of disappointment. The excitement is not so high all of a sudden. "What can be the use of the elixir? It is not as good as the unicorn. I seem to have heard that your qualifications are not good enough to cultivate at all. Is there any interest in making your qualifications top-notch?" Hanyu thought about it and simply took the initiative to mention it, and then following his train of thought, it was estimated that the artifact spirit would really either spit out eggs or feats. "Impossible. This is even more outrageous than you asking for feats and asking for divine beast eggs," the Qilin hastily reminded in Lin Fei's mind. After all, the gongfu and divine beast eggs are still just external objects, but changing one's foundation, even changing it to the best, this is not a miraculous encounter at all. This is truly a dream. The only way to think about it is to dream about it. Seeing Lin Fei's expression of interest and disbelief for a moment, Hanyu sighed. "Little Lioli, show me the effects of the elixir first." It didn't take long for a shadow to present itself in the sea of consciousness. Looking at the name of the elixir, Hanyu seemed to have seen it all before. Husherdan, said version: the person taking the medicine will have their qualifications raised to the strongest, doubling their cultivation speed, never forgetting a single glance, having the highest level of enlightenment, being able to practice the techniques right away, having a charismatic personality, being favored by all kinds of female powerhouses, possessing the talent to cross over to the next level of combat, and being strong when encountering the strongest. Side effects: consumes half of the Kirin's soul essence. Hanyu stared dumbfounded at the long string of notes. This was the first time a potion had appeared that could have such a long effect, and it's not the elixir that surprised him. Instead, it's Lin Fei the person. The artifact spirit is different from the bottle. It doesn't have an elixir that can be created out of nothing, but it instantly allows you to enjoy the fruits of the future. That is to say, the ceiling of the chopping that Hanyu often bellyaches about. That's right, with the help of the Qilin, all of these things will be owned by Mr. Lin in the future. The little artifact spirit explained in his mind. Hanyu all of a sudden really envious. How are the same live in the brain? What makes others so good? Gee, you're envious. Little Luri sneered in her head. No, I don't envy it at all. Hanyu boards up his face, but his eyes can't help but redden. After swallowing half of the Qilin's soul essence, he may not be able to be that outrageous again in the future. At most, he'll just have the occasional small chance encounter, picking up the pieces or something. The little artifact spirit sharpened its blade and said. At that moment, Hanyu directly recited the effects of the elixir to the imaginary figure in his mind, and Lin Fei's face changed from disbelief at first, to intent, and finally dumbfounded. Hey, don't be fooled. There's no such good thing. if there really is, people eat it themselves. Kirin was still relatively sober. Only then did Lin Fei hurriedly wipe his mouth and spoke cautiously. Will this elixir be so expensive that this young master is scared to death? Han Yu shook his head with a lost smile and spoke. This elixir doesn't cost anything. It's just that the side effects are so powerful that no one can take it except you. As soon as he heard that there were side effects, Mr. Lin immediately became alert and his mind cleared. I told you it couldn't possibly be that good. Or, better yet, let's go. It's a mixed blessing. Don't. The Qilin suddenly felt a wave of unease, and it immediately urged Lin Fei to leave. Han Yu is naturally unwilling to just let go. He also pointed to the sea of consciousness energy to expand a bit. The cake drawn by little Lioli. He has not yet eaten it, but those effects I'm talking about are indeed real. Are you sure you don't want to hear about the side effects before you think about it? It could only be said that Han Yu's style was becoming more and more like that of a small vessel spirit, and his ability to draw a pie had improved, instantly making the standing up Duke Lin hesitate for a moment. Why don't you start with the side effects and I'll listen? Duke Lin inquired with a curious mind. Han Yu smiled faintly and said as if nothing had happened. The side effects aren't that great. It's just that half of the Qilin's soul essence needs to be depleted. Only after the words fell, the entire tea room suddenly exploded with a steep bang, and the entire tea table was suddenly blown into powder, only to see wood shavings flying across the room, and even the surrounding screens were blown to the ground. Blanche, taking away. Han Yu's heart thumped as he looked at Mr. Lin's appearance truly stunned. At this moment, Prince Lin had two antler-like things on top of his head, and his entire skin turned azure, with hidden scales reflecting luster. No, it seems that the Kirin gave him his power, and the two are in a semi-fused state. The little artifact spirit explained in his head. Duke Lin's face also instantly turned cold. The Qilin's matter had always been the biggest piece of secret in his heart. He hadn't told anyone, even his closest relatives. He had concealed it. Now suddenly appeared a strange person, opening his mouth to point out the Qilin, and even wanted half of the soul essence. At that moment, even if it is stupid, also know that the other party is rushing to their own. No wonder it's a mixed blessing. Dare I say it's directed at me. The Qilin also said coldly in Lin Fei's mind with an ugly face. The atmosphere became tense for a moment, and Han Yu didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so great. Should we do it? Lin Fei solicited in his mind. Move what you want. I'm giving you power to escape, Kirin said in exasperation. Han Yu was just thinking of explaining and easing the atmosphere, but it turned out that a whirlwind suddenly whipped up underneath Mr. Lin's feet, and his feet, which were strapped with bamboo slices, stomped around a bit and were directly carried out by the wind. Get after it. The little artifact spirit spoke anxiously. What are you still chasing after? People are scared like this. Chasing after them will make the misunderstanding even bigger. Han Yu sighs helplessly. In the sky above Moyun City, Mr. Lin was running away while being carried by the whirlwind, while constantly looking back behind him, and was relieved that Han Yu was not chasing after him. Possession is too consuming. I don't have the strength. Get ready. In his head, Kirin's slightly tired voice came. Ready for what? A wave of unease washed over Mr. Lin, and it was already too late to wait for an answer, as the antlers on his head as well as the scales on his body suddenly disappeared, and the wind whirlwinds that he had been stepping on dissipated underneath his feet. Ah! A figure kept fluttering in the sky, then smashed down heavily. Shinji City, the Mo family. Old Seven was robbed? A middle-aged man who was over 40 years old, dressed in a white Confucian robe, with an elegant face and extraordinary demeanor, held the note in his hand and frowned for a while. This person was the current helmsman of the Divine Mechanism Academy and the patriarch of the many Mo family members in Divine Mechanism City, Mo Yushu. Inside the council chamber also stood a crane hair and chicken skin old man. Look at the age of fear is the age of old. Face vicissitudes. A green plain clothes. Now the name of the Mo family's steward, Cho-in. There's no mistake in the handwriting. It's the seventh master's handwriting. Cho-in was also frowning. He really couldn't think of what would be so bold to touch the Mo family's mold. Mo Yushu knitted his forehead in thought, and there was a moment of silence in the council hall, and only after a few moments did he slowly raise his head and say, Old Vengeance. You've been burdened. Take a team of clansmen over there to take a look. Don't let Old Seven suffer. Cho-in stood silent for a moment, wanting to speak. Mo Yushu looked at him curiously and opened his mouth. Why are you so unproductive today? Is there something wrong? Cho-in thought for a moment before asking out loud. Cho-in wanted to follow him over and asked me to ask you. This kid has only been back for a short time, and he's not at peace so soon. Thinking of his cousin, Mo Yushu was a headache. Hasn't he been drumming up some kind of remote transmission organ lately, and he's tired of playing with it so soon? Cho-in shook his head with a somewhat complicated expression and spoke. Master, he really did get it done. I just tried it and it's really usable. Mo Yushu's face was first a burst of joy, but it didn't take long to pull down his face again and say, this kid is just always up to no good, bent on these crooked ways. Hate sighed and couldn't help but speak up, saying, Master, there's no one else here, so I'll chime in with a few words. Showon is clearly the most gifted one in the Mo family over the past few hundred years. It's not a good idea for you to keep pressing on like this. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. Cousin, oh no, is Moxhaven really so bad? No, only the top management of the Mo family knows how good his talent is. Nowadays the iron kite used by the Mo family for traveling is designed by him. A small boat being built outside is explicitly designed by Mo Yushu, but in reality it is still Mo Showon's handiwork. Nowadays he even has a whole lot of long-distance messaging. It could be said that many of his designs could cause a sensation as long as they were released, yet the Mo family favored hiding him to death. Hence the nickname Mo Family Loser. Mo Yushu, why don't you know that a single flick will inevitably cause a greater backlash? Otherwise there would not have been Mo Showon repeatedly fleeing the Mo family out of the matter. But, being too smart isn't always a good thing. Premature fame is not good for him. Today's Mo family has long since stopped relying on the reputation of a genius to maintain. I just need him to grow up well and not die in the middle of the process. Mo Yushu sighed. Why don't I take him out for another break? It just so happens that that kid said he can design a mechanism to detect spirit stones out. So he's not afraid of not being able to catch those guys then. Chioin mused from the sidelines. See, I told you, this brat can't be bounced without bouncing. Mo Yushu sniffed and frowned. Look at what cousin said. Designing a piece of detecting spirit stone organs? This thing, if not bragging, really let him build it, can offend the death of how many people? By that time, when everyone had a detection organ looking for spirit stone mines all over the world, how far would the value of spirit stones have to fall? A few clans holding the spirit stone mines will jump over the wall when the time comes and will still care whether you're in the lower 3 clans or the upper 3 clans? Directly let you go out and die prematurely. Mo Yushu's face was cloudy, and finally sighed. If you want to bring it around. Also, if you really let him fix the stuff up, remember not to let it out. Bring the stuff back, we'll use it ourselves. If it was really possible, it was time for the Mo family to have their own spirit stone mine. Chapter 62, Cousin's Flying Shuttle. Duke Lin rose up from the ground in an extremely sorry state. The splints on his legs had all come off, and for a moment, he grimaced in pain, and the qilin seemed to be wilting a bit within his body as well. You have no cultivation in you, and if I attach myself to you, either you die or I will bear the burden. Lin Fei's qualifications were too poor, and he was mortal, so he couldn't really lend him his power at all. 90% of the 10% of his power was spent to protect his body from disintegration, and the only remaining 10% could not be effective at all. You might actually want to start practicing. Originally, the qilin was not optimistic about him entering the circle of cultivators, but today, the stranger who suddenly appeared had actually seen through Lin Fei's own self in his sea of consciousness at a glance, which made it start to feel a sense of crisis. In the event that someone constantly discovered Lin Fei's secret, then one's fate would not be up to them at that time. Duke Lin's face was bitter. His already dislocated leg bones were afraid to get worse after such a fall. Young master! Young master! A shout came from the distance. And Mr. Lin hastily straightened his face and leaned against the wall with a breezy look, waiting for the voices to get closer. It was realized that it was Raffles. Duke Lin looked at Lai Fu surprised. Lai Fu, what are you doing here? A flash of urgency spread across Lai Fu's dry and thin face as he spoke. I was worried that young master wouldn't be able to return, so I specially came over to carry young master. Duke Lin's face was touched for a moment, which caused him to slightly relax his body and change back to that sad face. Lai Fu, in the future, if Chang Wei hits you again, I'll use the family law on him, even if he knows martial arts. It's useless. Only after Lai Fu carefully carried Lord Lin on his back did Lord Lin suddenly remember and opened his mouth to inquire. By the way, Lai Fu, how did you know I was here? Lai Fu twisted his head, smiled a little, and explained, young master, that friend of yours is still weirdly nice. Knowing that you love face, you came home first to inform me to pick you up. Duke Lin's newly relaxed body suddenly stiffened, his back breaking out in a cold sweat as he asked in surprise, you mean he informed you to come here? Duke Lin, who thought he was still glad that the other party hadn't caught up with him, had chills running down his spine at this moment, especially when Lai Fu smiled and said, that friend of young master's even said that young master was too sensitive, so he wouldn't be able to send young master home. Upon hearing this, the qilin in his body suddenly spoke out and reminded, there is a very strong qi and blood aura over there at the 10-meter corner on the left. Mr. Lin hurriedly looked up, only to see Han Yu standing alone at the corner of the end, waving his hand at the place with a smile on his brow before he turned away with a flourish. What the hell does he mean? Lin Gongzi at once did not understand his intentions. To say that it is plotting on the body of the unicorn to come words and do not see him out of the way, but his pills and too odd. How to look at it does not look like a serious person. After Han Yu left Mr. Lin and walked out of the alley. He didn't intend to contact him again for the time being, so he could only wander around to see if he could find someone to deliver the Dan. After all, there were still 2 pills hanging on his body. As for Mr. Lin, scared so much, it seems that if you don't give a few days reprieve, I'm afraid that if you show up again you'll still have to scare people away. Damn it, this Dan he must eat. The little artifact spirit sharpened its blade. Han Yu was very surprised. Look at this unforgiving style. No profit is not early. Is this unicorn's origin that good? The little artifact spirit snorted and sked lightly before explaining. The unicorn is one of the most beloved creatures in heaven and earth. And the unicorn is also regarded as a good luck charm by the people. And it is a good luck charm when encountered in difficulties. If you can swallow half of its soul essence, it will at least be able to withstand 20 years of chi. And it will also expand your sea of consciousness for you. And by the way, let you unlucky bastard increase your luck. Han Yu was listening well at first, but the more he listened later, the more wrong he became. How did I become the unlucky one? You're still not unlucky? Which time have you not been chased? The words the little artifact spirit refuted were truly speechless, and Han Yu choked on the spot. Little brother. The shoulder behind his back was suddenly tapped, and a slightly familiar voice came from behind him, so Han Yu immediately turned his head to look. Cousin's family's 7th uncle, Mo Xingji. Mo Xingji's face looked quite a bit better than yesterday, and behind him, the only remaining 20 or so cultivators followed. Han Yu didn't seem to expect that the two would meet again so soon, so he inquired curiously at that moment, how are things going with Boss Missouri? Which no Mo Xingji sniffing face a black. Seems to be some stifled. Waved his hand. A burst of depression. Which has what eyebrows? The night with the clan children along the river looking for a night, but even a shadow cannot see. So big a ship. Said no on no. This is intriguing. So big a ship. The ship is a boatload of spirit stones. This hide is not even good to hide. How can they disappear without a trace in half an hour? You know, they are riding the iron kite in the sky to find. Mo Xingji seemed to have given up as well, and the group of low-ranked cultivators behind him also looked slightly weary. He turned and gave a few orders and let the men go ahead and find a place to rest. I'm afraid conventional means won't work. I'll wait for my nephew to come over here in this city. He's bound to have more ways than I do. Nephew? Han Yu's heart fluttered. It couldn't be a cousin, could it? How long has this guy been locked up and released? Wouldn't he be happy? Cousin was pretty much overjoyed at this point. When Vengeancine came over to the courtyard to inform him of the news, Cousin danced around. He'd been suffocating him all these days, and he was able to go out again. Don't get too happy. You'll have to follow me on this trip out. And if you run around blindly, don't expect me to intercede for you next time. Xiao Yin's old face was pretending to be serious, but he couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes. Got it, Uncle Vengeance. Cousin immediately bowed low to Xiao Yin and said with a smile, things are also more urgent on your 7th uncle's side, so we need to move quickly. After Xiao Yin thought about it, he immediately decided to set off today, so as not to avoid a long night. On the other hand, he had already had a group of sons and daughters on standby at all times. Wait, if you're in that much of a hurry, why don't you just take the shuttle? Cousin interrupted suddenly, pointing to a canoe that had just been assembled in the doorway. Xiao Yin seemed to be startled by his bold suggestion, because this boat is the so-called shuttle, originally designed by his cousin. Only the assembly is also only barely completed the point. There has not been any test. Is this safe? Xiao Yin knit his forehead and frowned. Worried, Cousin patted his chest. Looking extremely confident, the item was designed by me, and the craftsmanship was completed by our Mo family itself. So what else do you have to worry about? Xiao Yin sniffed and was convinced. Turning back to one of the Mo clan cultivators, go and notify the people from the Xianfeng department to gather here. Just a quarter of an hour later, a flying boat suddenly shot up into the sky, carrying Cousin and Xiao Yin as well as 10 cultivators who directly transformed into a stream of light and vanished out of the sky. Mo Yushu stood outside the main courtyard looking up and squinting at the sky. A tremor shook his heart. Another terrific creation. Xiao Yin's face was extremely ugly at the moment. The strong wind was constantly blowing on his face. The originally loose skin and flesh on his face was directly blown back and pulled back, and the 10 cultivators behind him were also blue in the face. One of them suddenly turned pale and pleaded out, Brother Xiuwen, please bypass this group of clan brothers. We are afraid. No wonder they are not afraid. The speed of this shuttle is more than several times the speed of the Imperial sword. Where have they ever tried such a terrible speed in their lives? They were already uneasy about it. But how do they know that Cousin, who is not afraid of death, is still trying to challenge the limit of the shuttle? Cousin was holding a spirit stone in his hand at the moment, and opened a box at the head of the shuttle, which had been filled with 5 spirit stones long ago at the moment, and he was trying to put the 6th one in there as well at this moment. It's the first time anyway, so why don't you just do the test on the road all together, so you don't have to do it separately when you get back, and I'll be able to keep an eye on things for you here. After saying that, in a group of people's horrified gazes, Cousin snapped and directly hardened the spirit stone. A terrifying thrust nearly lifted everyone out of the air, followed by a sudden acceleration of the shuttle, and no one cared about how fast it was anymore. All this moment of horror as he found himself breathing harder and harder, the sound of the wind blowing past his ears creating a gust of sonic noise. Huevos, bring the speed down. Someone couldn't stop hissing in anger. What did you say? Cousin rubbed his ears and realized it was hard to hear at all. Bring the speed down. What? Xiaoyin finally pushed his cousin away with a black face, and directly pulled out a spirit stone out of his hand with a raw hand, and only then did the shuttle gradually reduce its speed. Saved. These were the words that surfaced in everyone's mind at the same time. Cousin wiped his nose in embarrassment and smiled sarcastically. It was all an accident. Go back and I'll design a shield for you guys so you can increase your speed a little faster again. It also needs to be accelerated. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy, and at the same time, they secretly admonished themselves in their hearts that they could never ride the shuttle with him in the future. Not even if the patriarch gave the order. Both cousins' design and Mercury's craftsmanship proved to be top-notch indeed, and the shuttle's first test flight was a complete success. Except that my cousin didn't think it was fast enough. The master is really wise. This brat is not properly pressed, not to mention being killed. He can play himself to death. Xiaoyin already somewhat understood his own master. After learning that his cousin is coming, Han Yu's heart is ultimately a little happy, and he retired from the inn he was staying at and rented a room at the inn where Mo Xingji was staying. Mo Xingji is confused and Han Yu smiles mysteriously, only saying that he's here waiting for his old friend to come. It's night, and Han Yu is woken up by a loud noise. It's not the outside that's noisy, it's the mind. The glazed bottle was shaking, and the little artifact spirit seemed to be quite angry. God knows how weird it is to have a bottle in your head and a voice inside the bottle that looks like it's arguing with someone but is actually talking to itself. It's still the middle of the night, Han Yu said helplessly. The little artifact spirit seemed to have found someone to confide in, and hurriedly spoke. The bottle is too much. It has given me the authority for the day, but it wants to release the Dan now. Han Yu, some inexplicable and marvelous. This is not yet the son of time. What Dan is out? The little artifact spirit huffs and puffs and starts explaining. When it found Duke Lin today, it had discussed with the bottle to lend it the authority today, but now the bottle went back on its word and tried to sneak out of the Dan. But luckily it found out. It's not a no-go today. Just give the authority back to the bottle and borrow it again tomorrow. Han Yu sighs helplessly, ready to make peace or there's no way to sleep at night. I'm not looking at the fact that you still have 2 pills of Dan. I'm afraid that you're too exhausted, so I'll help you block it. Little Lioli's tone was slightly aggrieved. Ha! Han Yu doesn't believe a word of it. If this thing had an entity, it would be full of holes. What if it comes out with a heaven-defying elixir now? And with those 2 elixirs, by then I won't be able to snatch the bottle even after swallowing half of the Qilin's origin. The little artifact spirit muttered in a small voice. That's the truth right there. This a broken bottle plus broken bottle produced the spirit. 2 things hard eyes play up a set. I am humbled to see you all so wise and born. Han Yu let out a long sigh. In the end, the little artifact spirit couldn't help the bottle, only to see the bottle begin to shake afterward. Ho, 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 ho. Han Yu hadn't even had time to look at the elixir when the little artifact spirit suddenly let out a loud laugh in an unbridled manner. Then turning his eyes towards the elixir again he looked past it. In a flash, Han Yu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Blanche, Chapter 63, Love Pill. The next day, Han Yu went out of the inn at the dawn of the morning, and now has 3 Dan in his pocket. Damn this thing more, he is prone to time anxiety, so he immediately went out this early in the morning to send warmth to the people of Mo Yun City. The Polar Eye Dan is the easiest to get off. Find a blind man or a senile old man, and do some good. Upside down pill. This thing is not good to evaluate. The effect is simply more ruthless than killing the opponent. Then there was the new bottle spit out stuff last night. Fixation pill. The person who takes the pill will fall in love with the person he sees at first sight without any reason. Please be careful to confirm the gender of both parties before taking the pill. Side effect. The distance between the 2 people always remain within 10 meters. Han Yu's face darkens every time he looks at this thing, and the bottle is playing the dark and dangerous trick again. This medicine looks mediocre, but the difficulty of the shot is quite high, and after taking the medicine to look at it, it works, and you can't even run away by yourself. Why don't we blindfold each other and feed them the medicine? The side effects were also menacing. He wouldn't think that a 10-meter range was all talk. And there could be all sorts of outrageous ways to keep two people within 10 meters of each other at all times. Eat for the haters. The little artifact spirit gloated at this moment. Hanyu's face changed. Think of the two people who fought and killed each other a moment ago, and the next moment became affectionate towards you, but also the same gender. And the side effects also let you run, also can't run away. This damn graphic sensation lingered in the back of his mind. Little Lioli smiled heartlessly, but it was happy to death. The bottle out of a piece of garbage pills, so that its advantage again, but also to see Hanyu to eat. If it is not no entity, it is not possible to roll up in Hanyu's mind. It's a pity that Baijunya isn't here, or else this pill would be cheap for her to eat. After laughing comfortably, the little artifact spirit proceeded to snicker. You unruly man, don't try to harm me. Hanyu saw through the artifact spirit's intentions at a glance and laughed coldly. The little artifact spirit still feigned an innocent tone. No, it's just a love potion. You're still not convinced. Watch. Hanyu casually pulled a burly man on the street and politely asked, Big brother, if I have a potion that can make a person instantly like you, do you want it? The burly man's head nodded so fast that his hand was outstretched. Want it, give it to me. I've been thinking about the widow next door for a long time. Seeing this, Hanyu smiled and added, saying, but as a side effect, you can't get away from each other in this life, and both sides can only ever be within 10 meters of each other. I only saw the burly man's outstretched hand fly back again as if it had been scalded, muttering, I don't seem to like the widow next door very much, either. After saying that, he rushed off. What's the point of finding a single guy? You try finding a couple. The little artifact spirit wasn't very convincing. At this time, the face just walked a pair of young couples. The man looks clean-cut. The age is estimated to be not much older than Hanyu. The age of the young woman is much younger. Looks like the beginning of youth. Seems to be newlywed not long after the appearance of. Hanyu politely called out to the man and the woman before indicating his intentions before speaking. The two of you are talented and a good match. I have an elixir that can make the two of you love each other even more in this life and never separate. I'll give it to you. I don't know if you two want it or not. The two were newlyweds. It was the time for you and me to be together. The man spoke at once. That's natural. I want to live with my wife for the rest of my life and never part. The little woman blushed at the sound of it and smacked the man's chest with a pouty face and a deep frown. Could there still be drama? So Hanyu hurriedly took out the pill and explained with a smiling face. Never being separated for the rest of your life is something for the next life. I don't dare to guarantee it, but this pill will allow the two of you to only live within 10 meters of each other in this life and never be separated. Hanyu's face kept a smile on his face, but as he smiled, his face stiffened a bit as the man was suddenly silent for a long time, as if he was frozen in time. Suddenly the man had a jolt, as if he remembered something, pulling the lady's hand to go. His mouth still said, Madam, I think that the jewelry store I just passed by, there is a jade hairpin quite suitable for you. Let's hurry and go to buy it. The little woman's eyes were still staring straight at the medicine in Hanyu's hands, and after being pulled a few steps she hurriedly reminded, Sir, the medicine hasn't been eaten yet. Finish it before you go. The man's face was instantly complicated. Looking right and left, forced a smile and said, Ma'am, when we came out of the house seems like the door was not closed. Why don't we go home first? Then let's take the medicine and go back. The little woman nodded, but still insisted about the medicine. The man's face became more and more embarrassed, and his words were gradually going off the rails. I've had a stomach upset lately, and I can't take medication indiscriminately. Then take the medicine first, and afterward I'll accompany you to the doctor. The little woman was becoming more and more obstinate, and the first signs of pugnacity were appearing on her youthful face. We got out in a hurry this morning. We haven't eaten yet. Take your pills and I'll go back and cook you dinner. The little woman was already gradually changing in the direction of the tigress, and after a few moments of such a stalemate, the man said, with a sob, I don't eat. Now you understand. The side effects of this stuff could literally kill most men. Hanyu says in his mind, then sheepishly withdraws from the crowd that's gathered to watch the action. As the couple who were still in love with each other before have already fought in the street. It's not right to say that they fought. It should be said that the little woman unilaterally copied all kinds of things on the street towards her own husband. It's a sin. Why would they come out with this elixir that is so unfriendly to men? Sure enough, this stuff, like the upside-down pill, just isn't for normal people. It seemed that he could only find a blind man to send the extreme eyesight Dan away first, and Hanyu explored all the way, roaming the city. Ghostly, he walked right up to the city gates, and in his mind, the little artifact spirit suddenly opened its mouth and asked, Hanyu, do you have a feeling of a chill down your back? Hanyu was confused, just looking at the crowds entering and exiting the city gates and casually saying, that's not true, I've always had great health. You're going to have to turn around and take a look. The little artifact spirit spoke. Hanyu twisted his head around suspiciously, cold sweat dripping from his forehead all of a sudden. Behind him, there is a man and a woman seem to be about to leave the city. The two were originally dressed in black hood covering their faces, only now when they raised their heads to reveal their faces. These two faces were familiar to Hanyu, as they had just met not long ago. The pretty widow had a murderous look on her face, her entire petite body trembling continuously, her anger ready to explode at any moment. This damned kid had destroyed one of his treasures and burned himself naked. Who is it? The poison bat seemed to have sensed the pretty widow's strangeness and voiced an inquiry. It's that brat from the day before yesterday. The pretty widow lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. Poison bat's face remained unchanged, only that he had already set up his stance and lowered his voice. Drive the people out of the city before settling the matter. Don't make too much noise here. Do it. The pretty widow nodded and leapt out first. Blanche! Hanyu cursed and then twisted his head to run. The poisonous bat had already predicted. His body directly blocked in front of him, probing his hand into a claw and grabbed over. Hanyu hastily twisted to avoid it. The pretty widow had long since leaned in, and her pair of showy fists struck Hanyu on top of his shoulder bones, sending him flying in an instant. The two of them suppressed the movement of their true essence and cooperated to keep beating Hanyu towards the outside of the city. After leaving the city, Hanyu didn't dare to dwell on it and pulled out his legs to run, and the two exchanged glances before directly rising up in the air to chase after him. It all happened so fast that the government guards guarding the city didn't even suddenly react until after a few people had left. Should we report this to the town guardian? A government guard spoke up. You do not want to go to fine scolding? The other party has gone out to fight outside the city. Just pretend that you didn't see them. The two cultivators behind them seem to be high-ranking cultivators. If they lead back to the city to fight again, we will not be able to eat and walk. Another slightly senior government guard said with a blank look. And the farther away from Moyun City, the movement gradually grew bigger, and by this time the two were no longer suppressed, and their true essence flowed in a steady stream. Bat kill! With an edict, a dozen golden bats quickly coalesced towards the ground and continuously bombarded it, and wherever Hanyu stepped through the next moment was greeted with a violent explosion, followed by splashes of mud and rocks. Watch your left! In his mind, the artifact spirit finally got serious and voiced a reminder. Hanyu didn't even think about it and immediately took a flying leap. At the same time a red smoke instantly hit the place he just ran through. So close. This is not the way to go on. Hanyu ran while looking around the environment, trying to find another piece of forest to play with fire froze but could not find. Just die. This is not the kind of environment that Tianingfu has. There are no woods of that magnitude here for you to burn. The artifact spirit also reacted to Hanyu's intentions and told him bluntly, don't make his death too easy. In midair, the pretty widow shouted at the poisonous bats, her face filled with resentment towards Hanyu. I'm going to crack all his bones before I slowly kill him. These words were naturally heard by Hanyu down below, and his pace couldn't help but quicken a few points. Let me tell you, if you had taken care of Mr. Lin's pills earlier, you wouldn't have had to be in such a mess. At least those two idiots wouldn't have dared to chase after them so cheerfully. They'd have to shed layers of skin with a bombardment of your divine powers. The little artifact spirit chattered in his head for a while. Hanyu's heart wants to cry, and he still doesn't forget to draw a cake even at this hour. What now? There's no trickery left. Those two demons up there are chasing tighter and tighter. At this time, a burst of air-breaking sound came over, and it turned out to be the pretty widow who couldn't help but pounce up first. Destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Hanyu let out a shout and the pretty widow's face showed a sneer. Trying to swindle me again. The last time as Hanyu casually shouted so, only to be able to dive to escape. The last time when the pretty widow self-confessed, not on the second time. Watch out. Although the poison bat couldn't see, his senses were unusually sensitive, and he sensed that there seemed to be an unusual movement behind Hanyu, and it was too late for that warning from the poisonous bat. Just after Hanyu looked at the pretty widow's unimpressed expression, he smiled as well, and the flames affixed to his back heart suddenly and rapidly swelled into a huge, incomparable fire lotus after being continuously injected with energy. After the fire lotus bloomed, with Hanyu's ringing finger, the fire lotus instantly exploded in extortion. Huge flames rose up to the sky like a huge flower bud, while Hanyu and the pretty widow were simultaneously engulfed by this flower bud. The artifact spirit was also startled by Hanyu's handiwork. Are you tired of living? Why did you detonate it when you could have just thrown it out? In the midst of the flames, no response from Hanyu could be heard, and it was only when the flaming buds faded that the two wretched figures on the ground were seen. Hanyu was covered in scorched black, shriveled up and stood in place. In front of him, the pretty widow was once again Shiluo all over her body, but she was already half kneeling on the ground. Her physical body wasn't comparable to Hanyu's, and she didn't even have enough time to make any defenses against such a large-scale explosion. At this moment, her chest was slightly heaving, and her entire body was in an extremely poor state. Her completely naked body was constantly trembling, and her entire body was covered in fiery burning intense pain. Unfortunately, this time there was no rippling scenery to see. A head of her hair had long since burned out along with all her clothes. A dimpled and attractive ketone body was black, and her entire face was so dark that she couldn't see her face. Are you sick? Under this kind of explosion, do you dare to guarantee that you can carry it? This is divine power, not mortal fire. The artifact roared in his head for a moment. Hanyu finally grinned. Can he carry it or not? When he was in the Qin family pot he tried a small-scale explosion. According to the strength of the flesh body to bet, if he is injured, the god-prying realm has to be seriously injured. If he is seriously injured, the god-prying realm will have to die. If you don't, you think the other guy will stand still and be good enough to let you fight. Instead of taking the few divine energies and consuming them with the other party, it was better to focus on hitting the other party hard at once. Hanyu bets right, but the poisonous bat with one left is a dead end that can't be wrapped around, and at this moment, his sea of consciousness was dry, with no divine power available. Bat kill. Poison bat held his hands apart expressionlessly, condensing his true essence continuously outside of his body as a golden bat emerged around him. Run away, the instrumental spirit said quickly in his head. Hanyu's heart was aghast. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape far even if he's half dead now, and the other party will be able to catch up with him at any time. Unless, Hanyu's eyes flashed as he hurriedly rushed towards the pretty widow, reaching out to clasp and then grabbing 3 pills to pour into her mouth. You're going to eat it anyway, so why don't you just wrap it all up at once? Pretty widow was suddenly attacked. Endure the severe pain will be to do. Just all the pain under the surprisingly unable to move. So the people are awake. They die clenched teeth. Hanyu frowned. Immediately to her chest hammered a punch. Woohoo! The pretty widow made a sound of pain, and her mouth opened all of a sudden. So Hanyu hurriedly threw them into her mouth one by one. Bat kill. The edict came, and Hanyu was so anxious that he couldn't be bothered to feed the one remaining elixir, and hurriedly held the pretty widow's head towards the poisonous bats. The golden bats had swept in, and Hanyu jumped out without looking back as soon as he shook the person off. The densely packed golden bats blocked off the proper area, and Hanyu's back was blown up twice in a row, his entire body instantly falling out in front of him. Hold on a little longer. Hanyu silently gritted his teeth, rolling and crawling to get up again, and the poisonous bats sensed the movement ahead, quickly locking onto the location once more, and moved to catch up again. Both sides just moved. Hanyu scurried out first, and the poisonous bat was about to catch up when he heard the sound and was about to catch up, but his body suddenly stopped. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of him blocking him completely. Formation? Impossible. Hanyu simply didn't have the time to set up, nor could he have done so during the bombardment. But if it wasn't a formation, it couldn't explain the current situation. The poison bat gathered its true essence in both palms and struck out at once, but the true essence penetrated through without any hindrance. But it was his body that couldn't get past it, and gradually a marvelous feeling came over him. It was as if an invisible thread bound him tightly, and his senses were keen, and he turned slowly, sensing a moan if nothing else. Hanyu turned back and silently looked at the poisonous bats that were being controlled in midair and secretly sighed in relief. But the person didn't dare to stop, dragging his tired body and continuing to run on the ground. The fixation pill had outrageous side effects, but it could still be cracked in this case, and he couldn't bet on whether or not the other party was stupid. Poison Bat was horrified as he faced the pretty widow moaning in agony in the distance, from whom that looming sensation had come. He tried to fly past her, and he did manage to get past, but he couldn't move an inch if he tried to fly farther. It was as if he was bolted down, and the pretty widow was the chain that held him. After unbelievingly trying a few more times, he finally confirmed that he was unable to leave the pretty widow's 10-meter position. When he returned to the pretty widow's side again, his eyes showed a fierce light, and a killing opportunity arose in his heart. Chapter 64. Bigger than anyone else. Do you think this guy will come after us carrying someone? Hanyu stumbled forward, his heart drumming, to say no separation. The other side carrying a person is also okay. For a god-prying realm cultivator, carrying someone to fly wasn't a difficult task. Or kill each other? Would that be carrying the body to catch up? The little artifact spirit said in a not-so-certain tone. Hanyu was surprised. He hadn't thought that the artifact spirit was even an uninformed party. Joke, the interpretation of the potion from the bottle is on its side. Who knows how wide the scope of the rule is accepted? The small artifact spirit a snorting tone. Hanyu choked. Seems to be really so a thing. When the empathy Dan, not also let the Wind Elders aid into the role of prying into the secrets of other people's hearts well. Running all the way staggeringly, Hanyu was only holding on to his breath, able to blow up the god-prying realm to the point where he couldn't move. Even though his physical body was strong, he couldn't suffer much either. Right at this moment, a sound of air braking soundly chased after him. Hanyu was creeped out, his heart having sunk to the bottom of the valley. Capture that savage for me. I want to study it. An incomparably excited voice rang out behind him, and his cousin stood up from the shuttle with an excited face. Behind him was a group of tired-looking clan brothers, and sitting next to them was the wilting old butler, Cho-in. The whole half of the day, they are in the shuttle to spend the time. The roaring cold wind will blow their scalp numb. A face by the wind pulled long. At this time each has long been facial stiffness, just like a face paralyzed in general. The old butler forced down the of wanting to vomit for the third time, but at the moment his cousin was maneuvering the shuttle into a speedy descent and then a violent low flight. He was already starting to have the of wanting to vomit for the fourth time. Cousin shouted and patted the shuttle's helm. Did not expect to come to a trip to the Mo Yunfu can also see the legendary wild man. Has been only from a variety of ZE miscellany to see this kind of description, and now into reality. Naturally want to catch a good study. In the eyes of my cousin, this savage is all Chiluo, black as charcoal, and running in a weird posture. Well, about 7 points like a man. It is really worth capturing it to observe it properly. Hanyu's face was stunned when he heard a shout. He hurriedly turned back, but he didn't realize that a large net had already swooped towards his head. A few Emoplan cultivators were holding an iron device that was connected to this net, and in just an instant, Hanyu was firmly covered. After covering Hanyu, those cultivators moved their hands again to the end of the device, where there was a protrusion right there. Wait! Hanyu hastily shouted. His full of laughter cousin creeped out. This voice how to sound so familiar. And this wild man's face seems to be a bit of someone's silhouette. Slow down. Cousin immediately panicked out to stop, but unfortunately it was still too late. The many clan brothers have pressed the mechanism in unison. Strong electric current instantly connected to the entire large network. Hanyu only felt a numbness around his body. The breath that he was holding on to strongly was still electrocuted by his cousin after all. The little artifact spirit laughed out loud in its head. It naturally found out when its cousin chased after it while sitting on a flying shuttle, but it didn't realize that he thought of Hanyu as a savage. Cousin also braked the shuttle, almost sending a group of clansmen flying, but his attention was focused on the savages below, and after forcing the shuttle down, he jumped down in a hurry and ran that way. There are still arcs of electricity flickering vaguely in the middle of the grid, and Hanyu is curled up, leaving only half of his side face behind, but his cousin still recognizes him. Pharmacist. Now the cousin is really dumbfounded. The savage suddenly turned into Hanyu, and looks extremely wretched, and do not know what happened. Despite the curiosity again, can only wait for the person to wake up to say again. At that moment, they hurriedly greeted the clansmen and carried Hanyu back inside the flying shuttle together. When Hanyu woke up, his eyes were already dim, and the furnishings inside the house seemed to be the same as the inn he lived in. He lifted himself up, by now clean as a whistle and clothed. Thinking back to the last moments before the coma, it seemed to be the exact moment when he met his cousin. Only the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was the first to ask the artifact spirit in his head, "Why didn't you warn me?" The little artifact spirit said with a smile, "He's not your friend. What kind of bad thoughts could he have? How would I know that he captured you as a savage? What bad intentions could it have? It just wants to see Hanyu being treated like a savage for his friends to capture." "You're awake." The door to the room was pushed open, and the cousin probed, just in time to see Hanyu open his eyes. His heart was happy, and with a smile on his face, he quickly stepped in, seemingly hearing his cousin's voice. Someone else followed from outside the house. This time it was Emosingji, who came in with a big, bright smile and saw Hanyu waking up, coming up and laughing. "Little brother, you really hid this from me for some days, so you and Xiao-Wan are still friends?" Hanyu smiled apologetically and said, "I've been afraid that it would be too abrupt to mention it, so I wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity to talk to Boss Missouri about it. Let's get down to business first. What exactly did you encounter? How come you're in such a mess? We didn't see you so miserable in Shuzhou City in the first place." Cousin came up with a cold, solemn look on his face and asked. In his impression, Hanyu's was able to gain the upper hand in a physical fight with the Corpse King, and he didn't see him in such a sorry state even when he met the God-peeping realm in Shuzhou City. Hanyu sighed, so he told the beginning and end of his early morning arrival at the city gates. Emosingji's face changed and he looked huffy. "Yeah, I flew the entire state capital to find them, so it turns out that these two are simply active in this neighborhood, and may even have been under the eyes." Cousin was so confused that he hurriedly asked after him, "Are you talking about those two cultivators who took the boat?" Emosingji nodded and told what happened on the ship that day as well. After hearing this, his cousin looked incredulous, looking at Hanyu and exclaiming, "Then wouldn't you have seriously injured a god-prying realm cultivator today? This can be more outrageous than Hanyu was beaten like this." "Only after how long to come?" Shuzhou City, respectively, will not be at most half a month, when the three of them can still be a peeping god realm to beat the head of the rats to come. How was it that Hanyu was already able to beat the god-prying realm now? If Hanyu were to talk about the Qin family's war record as well, that would be the only thing that could scare him silly. Hanyu lay a little hard, so he braced himself and sat up, and then was a little surprised. He predicted that he had been injured so heavily, at least he would have to recuperate for some days, but he didn't expect to be able to sleep for a day to be able to get better and better. Humph. The bottle used the energy back from your 2 pills to repair your body. The little artifact spirit seemed disgruntled. Hanyu, however, is a bit disbelieving. After the small weapon spirit's elixir was eaten, it was able to feed back quite a bit of energy to him, and even the divine ability came from that. But although the bottle was also able to feed back to him, it has always been the silent kind of furry rain. How could the feedback from 2 elixirs cure him? Because the bottle deducted my share for you to recover as well. The little artifact spirit huffed. That makes sense then. There's always been a 3-way feedback when it comes to the Dan, with the bottle and the artifact spirit taking the lion's share depending on who contributes the most, while Hanyu has always been the one who drinks the soup. I didn't expect that the bottle would still be generous at the expense of the little Lioli to recover for himself. He couldn't help but be touched in his heart, and when he saw that Hanyu was touched, the little artifact spirit was even more pissed off. You must look for Mr. Lin to push out my Dan tomorrow. Right, Dan. Mentioned by the artifact spirit, Hanyu suddenly remembered that there was still an elixir that he hadn't had time to feed down in the emergency situation, and hastily pulled out his arms, which were empty, and his face couldn't help but change. Lost? Then it's over, and if you can't get it back, according to the rules, once the time limit has passed, the side effects can be on you. The first one he fed himself was the upside down and the second one was the fixation pill, the third extreme eye pill. This is going to be an open eye in a few days if we don't get it back. Thinking of this, Hanyu's face went white for a moment. Are you looking for your potion? Cousin asked as he watched Hanyu rummage through his body for a while. Right. How come it's not on the body anymore? Hanyu was even ready to turn up the quilt, and his cousin hastily spoke out to stop him. Have you forgotten that your entire body was burned black in the first place? Where did you get the clothes to put the elixir in? After hearing this, Hanyu's entire face directly collapsed. If it's burnt out, it's really over. Hanyu revealed a tearless expression. Cousin on the side crowed. Can you hear me out? Although your whole body clothes burned away, but the medicine has been tugged in your hand to come, has been taken by me. Hanyu gets a jolt and hastily glances up at him, his face oddly saying, You didn't eat it, did you? Cousin gave him a blank look. Who dares to eat his medicine? How many times have the mundanes warned that the pharmacist's elixir is poisonous even if it is given for nothing? What do you think? I made a deal with the mundanes. I can't eat your elixir even if I kill myself in the future. Nuwa. Here it is. Cousin joked jokingly, then pulled out a small pellet from his pocket and threw it over towards Hanyu, who took it and then hurriedly tried to communicate with the sea of consciousness until the information belonging to the extreme eye pill surfaced again. Then Hanyu truly breathed a sigh of relief. Several people climbed into conversation for a while longer before Cousin and Mo-Singji retreated. After leaving the door, the two of them turned around and walked into Mo-Singji's room. At this time inside, besides the housekeeper Chioin, 10 clansmen from the Xianfeng ministry were gathered around a large table. Some were responsible for dismantling the compass, while others were responsible for reinstalling the structure. It still looked as if it was a thankless job, as there were already 7 or 8 discarded compasses piled up in the corner. Mo-Singji frowned, and after taking a closer look, he spoke. Isn't this the compass that our family modified? It's used to design tombs. What are you doing with it? Cousin went to the table and looked carefully at a few of his clan brothers who had installed the structure and slowly spoke. I redesigned it so that it would react to places where the aura was thick so that the ship's spirit stone could be found. Mo-Singji was immediately dumbfounded, feeling as if he was listening to heavenly books, incredulously pursuing, Are you sure you're not playing with this thing? Cousin's face was extremely confident, nodded his head with certainty and said, It will definitely work. It's just that I have predicted that the range is not large. It can only be sensed within a 1-mile radius, so making just one is definitely not enough, and there is a need to make a few more, so when the time comes, the clan brothers will have one each, and we will all split up to look for them. That is also very strong. Mo-Singji swallowed his saliva, a burst of slander in his heart. His own this big brother gave birth to what demon, but also cannot see the big brother has what over the place. How this kid talent's so terrible. Unsurprisingly, if this thing was really made, the Mo family would never be short of spirit stones again. Actually, this compass has another function. Cousin suddenly spoke thoughtfully. There are other features? Mo-Singji's face became even more surprised. I only saw my cousin smilingly say, Since it's searching for spiritual chi, naturally it can be used to search for land veins with good spiritual chi in the future as well. 7th uncle, I've planned it all out. When you die in the future, I'll personally find a place with rich spiritual chi for you to bury. Hee, you're so filial. Uncle 7 thanks you. Mo Singji's face turned from happy to black, and his skin smiled as he patted his cousin's shoulder. The pretty widow only felt a fiery pain all over her body at this moment, and that wasn't even the main thing. After Han Yu's divine ability exploded, the flames were secondary, and the impact of that instant almost destroyed her internal organs. If the force of the explosion had been a hair stronger, she even wondered if she would have been blown up on the spot. Until now, her internal organs are still from time to time tearing pain. A body of true essence at that time instinctively protect the internal organs after the impact of the empty. At this time is already dry state. She at this moment even move are extremely difficult. The sky was already cloaked in night, and the faint candle flame danced slowly in the dimly lit room. And it was then that she began to think back to what had happened before she passed out. It was the poisonous bats that saved themselves? On the cot, the pretty widow, all scorched and limp in it, seemed to her last recollection to be a figure standing in front of her. Just as she attempted to sit up, the dried-up true essence on her body suddenly kept filling up and kept flowing spontaneously, and the speed was getting faster and faster, more than several times that of when she used to cultivate, and it was even accelerating. At the back, she didn't even dare to imagine how many times faster her current flow of true essence was than it had once been, something that she simply wouldn't have dared to think about in the past. Gradually, a charred black skin fell off and began to reveal her white skin. Just a short dozens of breaths of effort, a perfect ketone body once again appeared. Only the pretty widow's bare head more or less affected a trace of beauty. My cultivation to half-step transcendence. She had an unbelievable look on her face. How could she still break through after suffering a secondary injury? That's not possible. Then she thought of the 2 pills Han Yu had fed her. Could it be him? But this was even more contradictory. He was trying to kill him and he was helping him instead. How could there be such a stupid person? She reached out and lifted up her 2 towering things, strips of veins faintly visible in the whiteness. But she would not presume that Han Yu could crave this body to give such a good thing, so she couldn't think of any clues at all. Gradually, there was a strange feeling growing in her heart, and the pretty widow felt a little hot and hard in her limbs. Hard. She blushed furiously for a moment, and it was only then that she realized that in that instant of effort just now, she seemed to have something extra on her. Something heavy. She reached under the covers with a fury, all the way down, and soon, something hot was in her hand. She had seen many of these things, but none of them compared to the one she held in her hand at the moment. A mournful, unmistakable cry instantly shattered the quiet of the night. Sitting outside the door, Poison Bat stepped in, blinded, hearing only the sound of teeth chattering before him, but unable to see the pretty widow, her face full of despair, cowering in the corner. Especially after seeing him come in, he subconsciously covered his lower body with the quilt. Get out! Get out! Get the hell out! The pretty widow was in a state of madness and kept hissing. Only then did Poison Bat retreat again with a cold face, but he couldn't retreat too far. He was as if he was chained. He could only be trapped within 10 meters of Pretty Widow. He moved to kill more than once, but in the end, time and time again did not do it. Not soft heart, but he was more afraid of the consequences caused by killing the Pretty Widow did not solve the anomaly. Chapter 65, Let's find Mr. Lin again. At midnight, the group hurried out of Mo Yun City. 10 cultivators from the Xianfeng Ministry, the old housekeeper Chiu Yin, and Mo Xingji and the cultivators he had been bringing with him. A huge group of people. Mo Xingji's face looked uneasy because his cousin was also mixed up in the group and was holding a compass in a fervent manner. I say you stay at the inn and sleep. Why are you following me? Cousin fiddled with the compass, and then said as he did so, I know more about this stuff than you guys. What if I don't follow and you guys don't know how to use it? Mo Xingji's face darkened as he sniffed. This compass was clearly a switch after it was installed, and after it was turned on, the pointer would run automatically. As long as for the place with aura, the pointer will start to favor. Even if a child can manipulate it, this is clearly an excuse to want to follow to get alone. Then give the compass to your clan brothers and follow me. Don't get into this mess with your meager cultivation, Mo Xingji said with a dark face. Seeing that a few of his clan brothers had already reached over to take it, his cousin naturally refused to do so, and hastily retreated a few steps back, shielding the compass, shaking his head and saying, I designed this thing, and I'm going to go along with it. Mo Xingji was furious, but he could only helplessly look his head toward Chiu Yin inside. Then, old man Chiu trouble you to protect him. With a character like his cousin's, it was still not safe to follow by himself, so he could only let Chiu Yin protect him. When Han Yu woke up, he realized that the inn was empty, and the entire inn, which was originally almost packed because of the Mo family's party, was silent early in the morning. Forget about them for now. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Little Lioli kept urging in her head. I'm still an injured man. Hanyu sighed helplessly. This had only blown himself half to death yesterday, and today he was going to continue to push pills like a cow or a horse. Fart. You spent my energy. Get to work for me. The little artifact spirit dismissed it in his head. Huffing. At the slightest hint of dawn, little Luri was already constantly clamoring in her head to get herself up, as he walked down the main road towards the Lin family. Mr. Lin was also rushing outside at this time. Today was the day of the Green Sun sex opening examination, and Kirin had already spent his origin yesterday to repair his body in order for him to be able to participate successfully. At this moment, the Qilin inside looked as if it had lost a circle of weight, and its expression was shriveled. When he rushed to the town guard's residence early in the morning, there were already 2 figures standing outside the gate of the residence, and Mr. Lin's eyes lit up. Beside the chubby Zhu, a young girl with a double-tailed pigtail and a green lotus-sleeved dress was chattering and talking to him, with a beautiful face and soulful eyes with a lively and lovely look. Mr. Lin immediately came up to him. Zhu face didn't look good. When he had made the bet, he didn't realize that Lin Fei had really slaughtered Yi Hai, and in turn, all of a sudden, he had made it difficult for himself to do so, and by sending someone with no cultivation qualifications into the examination, he was afraid that he would be scolded to death by his own clan's elders. Zhu Lingyan was Zhu Yu's younger sister, and the Qingyang sect would arrange for disciples to meet them at the state capitals near the sect every time they took the test. It just so happened that his own brother was working as a town guard in Moyinfu, so Zhu Lingyan volunteered to take on this errand. I'll leave it to you to pick up the candidates in a moment. I'll play. Zhu Lingyan said with a smile. This is her main purpose. In the mountains bored to death. Look around, are those mountains, those trees, those people, but also not moving to be forced by the master cultivation. Zhu Yu sighed helplessly and thought to himself, he was already tired of his heart, but when this girl came, he became even more tired. If it isn't Zhu's sister. As Mr. Lin came up to climb up and talk to himself, and made a point of standing beside Zhu Lingyun, Zhu Yu's face instantly became gloomy, because the Qingyang sect was within the territory of Mo Yunfu. Zhu Lingyun would find various reasons to come down the mountain to play from time to time, and over again. She was not a stranger to Mo Yun City. The only thing that annoyed him was that because Zhu Lingyun came often, many people in the city knew her as well, including Lin Fei, and the first time this kid looked at his own sister's eyes, he looked out of place. That's why Zhu Yu's attitude towards this person has always been lacking, and he was furious at the sight of Duke Lin's playfulness, coldly snorting. How can you become a cultivator when you don't even have a concept of an hour? Lin Gongzi was stunned, looked at the empty entrance of the government office except for the 3 people, himself. If this is still not an hour notion, that group of people who have not yet come is not a time to hit the road back to the house, then it's all yours. I'm off to play. After Zhu Lingyun gave a playful smile, she left with a fluttering happy face. Since no one is here yet, Mr. Lin said as he took a step and was ready to follow, only to be grabbed by a chubby hand after only a few steps. Zhu Yu lifted Duke Lin's collar and carried him back to his side, glaring at him with a bad expression on his face and coldly grunting. Don't go anywhere. Just wait here. Han Yu's intention is actually still to open the door. That Qilin in Mr. Lin's body is too sensitive. Do too much, it will instead be more scrupulous of itself. The temptation of the Hoshi Dan it can resist, but Mr. Lin may not be able to resist. It might not be impossible for Duke Lin to have a wasted qualification and still intend to cross over into cultivation. After arriving at the Lin residence, he unexpectedly pounced on the door. The concierge only said that his young master had left the house early in the morning. Raffles. Hanyu was about to leave when he saw a man dressed as a boy come out, looking familiar, but it was the subordinate who carried Mr. Lin on his back that day, so Hanyu waved his hand and shouted. Lai Fu raised his head and glanced at Hanyu, quickly recognizing him as the young master's friend who had tea with him at the tea house that day, and he was impressed that he was still a nice guy. He comes over to inform him to pick up the young master. Lai Fu, do you know where your young master went? Hanyu asked with a smiling face as he hitched Lai Fu on the shoulder. I didn't expect Lai Fu to really know about this, only to see him nod before speaking. Today, the Qingyang sect opened the mountain, and the young master ran off to attend. Blanche, today? Hanyu hastened to ask in detail about Mr. Lin's whereabouts, and Lai Fu was enthusiastic, pouring beans out of a bamboo tube and generally speaking in detail. It turned out that Mr. Lin hadn't gone out of the city at all. He just went to the government office to report and wait for someone. Qingyang Zong is in the Mo Yunfu is what he did not expect. So Shu Zhenshou is not in the doorway of the clan as an errand boy. After thinking randomly for a bit, Hanyu smiled and thanked Laifu before leaving. Young master's friends are still oddly polite. Raffles muttered. Great opportunity. Isn't this better than coming to his door and convincing him? Little Luri said with a leap of faith in her head. Hanyu nodded. No matter how barren the southern side of his hometown was, there would still be requirements for the qualifications of an initiated cultivator, let alone the northern region, where the requirements would surely only be higher and not lower. With the character of Mr. Lin, the person before the manifestation of sainthood to let him know. Chapter 66, Mr. Lin's small mind. Look at those crooked ones. I feel like I'm good again. Half an hour later, one after another people at the city gates came, and the entrance to the town hall was soon overcrowded, and Mr. Lin looked at a scholar with a yellowish face and a look that his body and bones had been hollowed out by many years. A big wasted man, full of flesh, a pair of copper bell eyes to see who stares at who like, wearing an animal skin jacket, a large knife on the waist. Is not a butcher origin? In short, Mr. Lin looked at this group of people and felt that the bottom had come back. So what if the cultivator clans don't want to lose face? Imagine this group of people changing into a white suit, or a flowing cultivator's suit, and then stepping on their swords. This image was too out of character. Still looking breathless, the Kirin couldn't help but roll his eyes in his sea of consciousness. The blind optimism of his host body was as if it was engraved in his bones, often with ludicrous behavior. It sighed and corrected. Lin Fei. Cultivators are honored by their strength, not by their selling style. As for whether Mr. Lin listened or not, I don't know. Juyu raised his head to look at the sky. At this time has also been the hour of the sun. Frowning slightly, according to the several state capitals' recommended quota view, a full 40% less. Although the crowd outside the government office could be roughly 100 or so people, the list Zhu Lingyun had brought with her was nearly 200 people. Shouldn't have to do such a little thing. Juyu stroked his chin and muttered. The northern realm was different from the southern realm, where there were as many cultivator sects as there were clans, and even more small sects. And for some of the larger sects, the assessment standards for accepting disciples naturally rose. The first threshold of the sect, the qualification below the 3 spirit roots, are not allowed to be assessed. This point isolates the pace of most ordinary people. The second threshold is that each clan specializes in different techniques, and those whose spiritual roots do not match the clan are not included in the assessment. Take the Qingyang clan as an example, which specializes in the gold, water, and fire systems, while the earth and wood systems are on the weak side. So if you meet a single spirit root, and with the clan does not match, the situation is the most painful. To stay it, the clan is difficult to cultivate. This is not simply to spend the cost of searching for a few books of Gongfa can be solved, but to improve a whole system is sufficient to cultivate. If you give up, it's hard to find single spirit root disciples, and after giving up, the clan will have to suffer for a whole year. On the contrary, the situation would be slightly better for those with double and triple spiritual roots. As long as one of them matched, most of those who were stopped belonged to the bad luck of the time. Based on these two, the past often caused the opening of the mountain will be on the door of the situation. Part of the clan privately, around the disciples in the northern part of the state capital of the township training, simply set up a spiritual pillar in its state government offices, one to let their own disciples to search for the right seedling. Secondly, when you meet some good seedlings, even if they are not suitable for your own clan, you can recommend them to each other. In this way, it is beneficial to everyone. Juyu looked at the number of people as not right. The first thought is to suspect that a few other state capitals are not a ghost. On second thought, this kind of detrimental thing, as long as it is not too stupid to go out of their way, no one can do it. Right now, they had already waited for half an hour more, and since the remaining people did not arrive in time, either by bad luck or being delayed, being late was being late, and the 100 or so people here still needed to enter the mountain as soon as possible, so it was impossible to wait any longer. Zhu Lingyan also hurried back at this time. Look at the expression of intent. Seems to be not yet in the Ink Cloud City to play all the fun. Zhuyu had always had a headache with his own sister's jumpy personality, especially when he felt the sight Lin Fei cast over. This kid in the end how to do Yi Highs. He thought for 2 days could not figure it out. At first out of this difficult problem, but just want to let him know the difficulties. After all, in the escape of Yi Hai, although only the God Bridge realm, but for ordinary people, that is already transcendent existence. Although he proved himself to be extraordinary, this wasteful qualification was still here, and it was definitely inevitable that he would be scolded back at the mountain gate today. Thinking of this, Juyu glared towards Lin Fei, who was playfully looking at the place before stepping forward and coughing lightly a few times. A moment of silence outside the arena. After everyone will look at the eyes, Juyu swept through everyone before slowly opening his mouth. 80 miles north of the city, within an hour to the foot of the Jade Screen Mountain, those who enter the next round of assessment. The crowd a color change. 80 miles an hour. even without stopping to rest and run on an hour to die of exhaustion cannot reach. Zhu Yu frowned and reminded in a deep voice, "The timer starts now. If you guys freeze any longer, it will really be too late." As the words fell, a figure, no matter what expression it was wearing, but all of them were running towards the outside of the city without a second thought. Dumbfounded, Mr. Lin looked at the explosive power that appeared at the moment from the group that he had just been making fun of, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "My goodness, can even that unarmed scholar run so fast? Are you going to give up?" After Zhu Yu realized that there was still one person left in the field, and it was also none other than Lin Fei, his heart was surprised, but his heart was happy. If he gave up here, it would not be a bad thing. Lin Fei remained in an unperturbed state, skimming his lips. "I'm going to wait for them to run for some distance before setting off." "Lin Fei, don't be a wave. Hurry up and get going." Kirin couldn't help but start prodding in his mind as well. Zhu Yu with Zhu Lingyan was somewhat curious to see what he wanted to drum up. After about a tea time, Mr. Lin slowly walked towards the outside. Zhu Yu's head was full of black lines. Where did this demeanor look like a person who wanted to enter the sect? But it wasn't long before Mr. Lin walked back with a tall horse. Lord Zhu only said to arrive within the time limit, but he never mentioned the method restrictions, so surely I'm not considered a violation. Although Lin Fei had a smile on his face, his expression was extremely confident. Zhu Yu looked puzzled, not because he violated the rules, but on the contrary, his thought process itself is right, and it is not considered the optimal solution. The Qingyang sect does not want to just bury their heads in cultivation of cultivators. You cannot require you to be how smart, but you absolutely cannot be stupid. The first section of the test itself is to give you loopholes. Mr. Lin's choice to ride a horse isn't outrageous. After all, back then, the way to break the question himself was to spend a little price to ask a divine bridge cultivator to fly directly with him. Then why didn't you leave earlier? Zhu Yu looked a bit irritated at his smug look and asked in an unning voice. Lin Fei grinned after leaping onto his horse. "Because I'm going to make them run back for another trip." After saying that, his feet clamped the stirrups, only to see the horse hissing sharply and then scurrying out like a bolt of lightning. Damn, this bastard kid is not smart to say otherwise. But this hand of Pitman's technique is really disgusting. Zhu Yu is to see the understanding. Delayed departure is not intended to let people follow the example of the gourd. After shaking his head, Zhu Yu brought along Zhu Lingyan and immediately followed with his sword. As soon as the two of them left, another 10 or so figures continuously followed behind them to break through the air. Most of the clan's open mountain apprentice assessment does not restrict outsiders from observing, but instead holds a welcoming attitude. For one thing, so that it can still showcase the clan, and for another, to make a good karma, because the people who were able to come in time were no more than cultivators, and most of them were cultivators from various small clans, who not only came for the sake of spectatorship, but also with a small mind, the ones that the big clans didn't want, they wanted. Chapter 67 A broken leg becomes a broken neck. You're kinda inviting hate like that, Kirin said helplessly in Lord Lin's mind. It also didn't expect Lin Fei to break the game in a clever way, but looking at the smug look on his face at the moment, it couldn't help but advise anyway. When Lin Fei steered his horse to catch up with a few lagging candidates, those people's faces were first stunned, followed by a flurry of angry rebukes in their wake. You're cheating. However, at this very moment, when Zhu Yu and Zhu Lingyan passed by with their swords from above, their eyes not even looking at this place, a few people were quiet again. I can't believe the town guards don't care. Does this work? After pondering in their hearts, several people immediately stopped and turned back towards the city, and such images were happening all the way through, as one by one, the candidates who had been sent over to respond were running back in panic. When Lin Fei galloped his horse to catch up with the front troops, their expressions became even more wonderful. There were those who were surprised, those who were annoyed, and those whose faces were gloomy. That scholar who looked like a great body deficit was actually among the front. Lin Fei was a bit unbelievable. Apart from him, that beast-skinned strong man who looked like a pig killer was also there. After the two of them looked at each other with extreme tacit understanding, they unanimously erupted forward and lunged towards Lin Fei on his steed. Damn! And they're all martial artists. Lin Fei was startled and hurriedly clamped his legs in the stirrups and drew his sword with one hand. The strong man took out the waist of the large kitchen knife. Vertical split. What a force! Lin Fei jumped horse. Lin Fei naturally refused. The two knives intersected under a burst of sparks, but also cannot help each other. Scholar after the hair first, a foot on the shoulders of the strong man to use the force to jump up, flipped to the front of Lin Fei. Under the wave of the sleeve robe there are densely packed fine needles drilled out of the cuffs toward Lin Fei's chest. Shot 2. It is not thought of this thin and weak scholar so ruthless. At every turn to take a life, the strong man was originally under the shoulder was stepped under some annoyance. At this moment a change in color, face guardedly away from him, This horse is not robbed also to stop. In the eyes of the burly man, Lin Fei naturally ended up with 10 deaths, and could only regret that he was too smart for his own good. What's the use of being smart when you can't be strong? The burly man sighed. Ding ding ding, a sharp sound of gold and stone resounded, and the strong man looked up in surprise, and saw the scholar with a look of having seen a ghost, with an unbelievable look. Watch yourself back there, I don't have the strength. In the sea of consciousness, the already half-dead Qilin's eyes were half-closed and half-open at the moment, and after bracing himself to finish his explanation, he fell into silence. Lin Fei's face was anxious, turning to raise his eyes to look at the scholar in front of him. Just now, if it wasn't for the Qilin briefly possessing his body again and scaling his chest, I'm afraid that at this moment, he would already be dead. Since you want me dead, I don't have to treat you like a human being. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and directly clipped his horse's belly. The healthy horse hissed sharply, and immediately crashed over towards the scholar who hadn't reacted yet. The scholar could not dodge, and was immediately knocked out. His internal organs turned over, and his brain was buzzing, and the next moment, there was even more severe pain. There was a snap as Lin Fei came after him with his horse, his healthy horse's hooves stomping past his leg bones. My legs! The scholar wailed and rolled on the ground in pain, while Lin Fei beat his horse to take a look at him and then, with a cold smile, he once again set off on his horse. Look away, this kid is also deep in hiding. The strong man smiled bitterly, did not even look at the scholar, once again took steps to run wildly. All have already arrived here. It is too late to go back to the city. At the moment, he can only tough it out. People were constantly passing by the scholar, but they merely looked surprised before hurrying away. No one was willing to stop for a stranger. The scholar wailed for a full quarter of an hour, and had grown desperate as he watched the candidates leave one by one. Letting you chase you don't. Obviously you can run faster than an imperial sword. You have to ride a horse, and riding a horse is also slow. Little Lioli was hyperventilating in her head for a while, especially looking at Han Yu walking around like he was even angrier at the moment. What's the use of running so fast? He's not likely to eat until it's too late. Han Yu shook his head. In the case of Duke Xiao, which time wasn't he willingly getting high on Dan after facing a desperate situation? As he was talking, Han Yu's eyes lit up as a fallen and wailing scholar ahead of him caught his interest, especially that one deformed leg bone. What do you want? Little Lioli asked curiously. Of course it's sending warmth, Han Yu said as a matter of course, then pulled on the reins and beat his horse to a halt. Extreme eye pill? Little Ruri said in surprise. Naturally, it can't be the extreme eyesight Dan, and if Han Yu said that he didn't have a target before, it's just that, but now the extreme eyesight Dan has to be given to the poisonous bats in its entirety. Now that the pretty widow has eaten the fixation pill and the upside down pill, she doesn't know if there are more or less parts on her body. Either way, it must be an extremely scary picture, so how can she not let the poisonous bat face life with her eyes open? In addition to the extreme eyes Dan, there is another one in the brain, that is only after waking up from a coma. Little Lioli borrows the authority every day in broad daylight, and only after entering the night bottle will take back the authority and spit out the Dan. Suddenly reversing time like this, if it weren't for Han Yu's habit of looking at his sea of consciousness every day, he'd probably have to cry if he missed it once. Healing pill. The little glaze had an odd tone. Han Yu had no time to care at this point, and came over with a warm smile on his face after dismounting. The scholar was wailing, and when he saw someone approaching, he rushed out to cry, "Help me!" Han Yu squatted down and glanced at the broken leg, which was bloody, before raising his eyes to look at him. I'm a pharmacist in the cultivator world, and I have a healing elixir. Upon hearing that it was a cultivator, the scholar first looked stunned and stagnant, then after hearing that it was a famous pharmacist and a healing potion, he hurriedly kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. Immortal master save me, please immortal master save me. Han Yu took out the elixir and put it in his palm. According to his habit, he always has to say a few words if there is no injustice. This healing medicine can instantly cure your injuries. But, before the words were finished, his palm was empty, and Han Yu watched dumbfounded as the scholar took a handful of them and swallowed them directly without thinking. Are all the people in the north so reckless? Or are they all so impatient? The words are not yet finished. At least listen before eating. After the scholar swallowed the elixir in one gulp, a warm current instantly flowed throughout his body, followed by a warm sensation appearing on his broken leg bone. In just a few blinks of an eye, the deformed leg bones instantly became normal as before, and after he took a few tentative steps, there was no unusual sensation. Fruit is really magical. The scholar a face of marvelous look, and then looked at Han Yu's side of the horse, first flashed through the idea of stealing the horse, and then hastened to deaden the pressure. This kind of magical people really moved the idea of I'm afraid that it is not as easy as a broken leg. he still had the Qingyang sex examination on his mind, so he paid his respects to Hanyu. "Thank you, immortal elder, for saving my life." When he was about to raise his head, it suddenly clicked all over. His head hung inexplicably long, and he fell to the ground with a muffled thud. It's the first time Hanyu has called out such a bizarre image, and he's immediately startled. Then the sea of consciousness heard little Lioli's alarmed voice. "You poisoned someone to death." Hanyu's face was extremely odd before he sighed helplessly. Healing elixir. The person who takes the medicine can instantly recover from an injury in one part of the body. Side effect: the injury is randomly transferred to another part of the body. This unlucky guy. The side effects do not listen to the end. So the hungry ghost grabbed the food. Hanyu looks helplessly at the scholar. This is a broken leg taking a pill to become a broken neck. It's a sin. Chapter 68. How to understand the more the merrier. The iron kites that had already flown along the White Heron River at the boundary of the Mo Yun Fu had been flying all night, and until now were still constantly circling the perimeter. Cousin pulled out a stone from the belly of the iron kite that had turned gray, a spirit stone that had already run out of aura, and then pressed in a new one before bringing Xiaoyin to fly high into the sky once again. Every few hours, there will always be clansmen landing to replace the spirit stone. Many iron kites are so consumed, for the spirit stone is also a considerable amount of money. Only the Divine Mechanics Academy can be so rich and generous. The Mo family's plan was to close the net from the periphery inwards, and since the pretty widow and the poisonous bat had both appeared in the mansion city, it was bound to be too late to transfer a whole boatload of spirit stones out of the Mo Yun mansion in the time before and after. It was just that the load of this search was too great, and the faces of many clansmen were more or less weary. "Want to rest and adjust a bit?" Cousin looked at the looks of those clan brothers and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask the old butler sitting behind him. "It's all in your own family. I'm just afraid they won't necessarily be willing even if you say so." The old butler closed his eyes. He was the leader of the band and needed to be at full strength as much as possible. "There it is, Shu Wen. Come over here and see if it is." A clan brother of the Xianfeng ministry originally looked tired, but suddenly the compass in his hand had a strange moment, and after the pointer rotated madly, it was as if it was activated, and then it suddenly pointed in a direction. He whirled around, and his entire body instantly became energized, and he hastily let out a shout. The shout likewise caused his cousin to look startled, and then he flew over in his iron kite in an ecstatic manner. The needle on the compass was now stationary, and after my cousin took it and fiddled with it, no matter how much he deflected the compass, the needle was always pointed in only one direction. His face gradually surprised, then he drew out a projectile, waved his hand and hit the sky. A few moments later, the projectile exploded in the air with 7 colors, brilliant and incomparable. This is a unique design of the Mo clan, used to gather the clan. The pretty widow had already changed into new clothes and walked slightly unnaturally behind the poisonous bat. That occasional knocking sensation is really painful, as if it is extremely uncomfortable with this sudden extra part. After all, after 30 years of being empty, at the moment there is an extra. Poison bat walks in the front. Ear power is amazing. He suddenly feels strange and comparable. Pretty widow at least is also a god-peeping realm cultivator. How today walking so lose balance? The two still came to the realm of that mountain stream, flew into the waterfall, and walked through that medicinal garden, when the poisonous bat suddenly stood still, and the pretty widow, who had been keeping her head down, narrowly escaped a collision. "Look to see if the spirit stones we carried are missing. The poisonous bat is blind and can only be helped by her." Although the pretty widow was uncertain, she still glanced toward the corner, where the mountain of spirit stones could be discerned whether there were any less. Immediately, he relayed what he had seen, and Poison Bat's face did not look good for a while as he frowned sadly. "This is not afraid of it less, but afraid of it original. It's only when it's less that it shows that the seniors have started working on them." So did Senpai take them seriously or not? The two had originally wanted to come and see what was going on, one for their eyes and the other to stay alive. Not even sure there's any point in going in at the moment. Poison Bat was quite hesitant, when the pretty widow behind her suddenly spoke out. "Go in and take a look. Don't forget the strange situation of not being able to leave each other on our bodies. Maybe Senior can crack it." Poison Bat's complexion dawned for a while. Indeed, since the pretty widow was having problems with the elixir at that time, that one was a person from Tenda Peak, and it would be most appropriate to look for him. The two hurriedly hurried on again, and when they reached the outside of the kiln, it was still the Poison Bat who spoke. "Elder, can we come in?" Soon an old voice came from inside the cave. "Just in time. You guys come in." The kiln was still filled with bottles and jars, leaving no place to put one's feet, but the old pharmacist was not busy this time, sitting blandly at the table, just waiting for the two. After waiting for Poison Bat and Pretty Widow to come in, the old apothecary then pointed to the 2 small bottles on the table. The stuff is done and I was just about to seek you guys out," the old pharmacist said blandly. "Oh, just stuff done." Before the poison bat could react, the pretty widow was surprised first. "The medicine is already done? It's not really good. This little bat's eyes are necrotic after all. This medicine is just warming up his eyes. After taking the medicine for a month I'll help him replace his eyeballs again, and then he'll be able to see again. Although you charm poison into the body for many years, but on the contrary, it is a better solution than him. This medicine continuously served for 3 to 5 years. You can slowly force the poison out, changing eyeballs and curing winks. Both things seem to be solved as if in the hands of the old apothecary with a flick of the wrist." Ahem. The old apothecary suddenly coughed dryly a few times, looked at them strangely, and opened his mouth to inquire, "Do you guys still have other big things you want to ask me for? A few days ago I went out to look at the mountains of spirit stones. It was really shocking. Do you guys still want to refine something else?" The two were originally in a state of euphoria, but they couldn't help but blush at the words. Poison Bat boldly asked, "Wasn't it Elder who said the more the merrier?" The old pharmacist looked strange, actually revealed a trace of embarrassment, when the two inexplicably find here to seek medicine. Also thought it was too poor, mentioned how many spirit stones are needed. That is bound to remind them to take more. After all, the loss of money business own necessarily cannot do. Didn't realize they could understand it like that. Blind to detoxification only. Dozens of spirit stones will be enough to cultivate the cost of their own. Their own hiding here to study the drug. Someone can come to try the drug, that is more than enough. Their own can never receive payment. A mountain pile of spirit stones. Indeed more than enough. The two seemed to understand at this moment, as the pretty widow originally glared coldly at the poisonous bat in the past, transforming midway into anger, and finally into sorrow. The pretty widow was abruptly shocked, and she realized with trepidation that she couldn't get angry at the poisonous bat. And Poison Bat sweated coldly. He was the one who advocated the more the merrier in the first place, and then went to hijack the merchant ships of the Mo family. If there was no such thing, would all this have happened later? It was indeed that he had gotten the wrong idea. So the Mo family he had offended for nothing and was still suffering. Each of the two men had different things on their minds and looked different, and the old apothecary looked torn, because spirit stones were equal to spirit plants to him. As long as there was a constant stream of spirit stones, he could always cultivate spirit plants out of them, which could be used for him to continuously research on pills. How could he possibly let this small mountain of spirit stones go? If not, 3 years, within each year, you can look for me to refine pills out 10 times for free, but only those within my ability. How? The old pharmacist thought for a moment, gave a finger and opened his mouth, adding at the end, "One cannot be too greedy." The intention was for the two of them not to bargain, but it sounded like a threat to both of them. Left and right. "We can't take another spirit stone and look for Senior's help to solve the current problem." The pretty widow suddenly came close to her ear and exhaled. Poison Bat thought about it and also felt that it was reasonable. Hurriedly bowed. "There's no harm in giving those spirit stones to Seniors. Just please Seniors save us." At that moment, the story of what had happened to the two men was told in full. At first, the old pharmacist did not care much, but the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became, and in the end, he even instantly disappeared in place, blinking to come to the side of the two. The hands of the two were instantly clasped by the old pharmacist. The poisonous bat didn't dare to resist. Just this hand of instantaneous transportation could scare him to death. And the pretty widow was also trembling with fear and let him do his work. Poison Bat's hand was quickly thrown away and turned to pretty widow looking surprised. "Why has your charming poison disappeared?" The pretty widow also had a disbelieving look on her face. The enchanting poison had disappeared? Spinning around was thinking of something, instantly turning pale, because the charming poison was only effective on women. So he was no longer considered a woman? The old pharmacist let go of the pretty widow's hand and steeply pushed with his palm, and the pretty widow was gently sent out, and when she reached a range of 10 meters, she was unexpectedly blocked by the air. Strange. The old pharmacist's heart wondered, so he ingested the person back again and sent the poisonous bat out instead. The marvelous thing was that obviously the poisonous bat didn't take the medicine, and the same thing was stopped 10 meters away in the air. "Are there any more symptoms?" The old apothecary already looked a bit agitated, as if he had discovered something unimaginable. The pretty widow was a little bit eager to speak this time. She glanced at the poisonous bat and then looked at the old pharmacist. At that moment, the old pharmacist understood, and with a gentle vibration of his hand, he shocked the poisonous bat into unconsciousness. Pretty widow opens her mouth slowly in shame. About a moment later, Poison Bat slowly woke up and saw the old apothecary exuding a hungry wolf-like gaze at Pretty Widow. "Where is the man? People are here!" Cousin gave a shout. Chapter 69, The Old Butler and the Old Apothecary. After the group of moists had finished assembling, They followed the compass guide all the way to chase the mountain stream here. But there was just a mountain stream in front of us. Nothing more. Can it be that it's just that the aura is high here? Singji inquired towards his cousin in confusion. Cousin, however, always frowned tightly. If it was just that the aura here was more sufficient, it was not enough to make the pointer so strong. If we say that this place is a spirit stone vein, but the terrain is extremely inconsistent, then again, within the region of the Mo Yunfu, there has never been news of a vein being discovered. If you rule out each one in this way, there is only one possibility left. Cousin instantly looked at the many clansmen with determination and said, our family's spirit stone is definitely here. At this time, the old housekeeper also opened his mouth. He stared closely at the waterfall and instructed all of them. Then it seems that this place has been set up with a concealment formation. In a moment, I will go in first, and you guys will be careful to follow behind. Speaking of this, the old housekeeper glanced at his cousin, and intended to open his mouth to let him stay. But unexpectedly, before he could speak, his cousin volunteered to say, I'll fight with Master Cho in the lead. Bump! Singji blackened his face and directly gave him a slap on the back of his head. Exasperated. The place has been found. What else is there to do? Go back to the inn and rest. Cousin looked at the old housekeeper in resignation. Master Chio, let me follow. It's good for me to learn more. The old housekeeper looked at him helplessly, pondered for a moment, and nodded with a sigh before looking at Singji and saying, Seventh Master, let Xiaowen follow. I will protect him. Singji looked at the old housekeeper. His face straightened, nodded, and said, if Master Chio asks, naturally it's possible. Don't look at Xiaowen, a mouth, a seventh master called him, but the entire Mo family's senior, who dares to really in front of him to end up in front of him. Xiaoyan's origin of the entire Mo family is only the big brother Mo Yushu know, while others only know that 20 years ago. The Mo family suddenly more than a housekeeper. Just by looking at this time, it is evident that Mo Yushu sent someone out and was led by Xiaoyan instead of letting this side. Singji, take over. Xiaowen, when you go in later, get behind me and don't move. You hear me? The old butler took pains to instruct him, and his cousin nodded his head in quick succession, patting his chest and assuring him, I'll just look. No messing around. As the words fell, the old housekeeper nodded and slowly reached out to point at his cousin's shoulder. A stream of true essence poured out and circled his cousin, and then the old housekeeper's entire body lightly flew in towards the waterfall, and it seemed that there was an invisible thread connecting his cousin's side. As the old steward floated up, his cousin's body suddenly took off into the air and went with him into the waterfall. Into the eyes is a lake. The crowd forward for a distance. After the eyes open up, the corner of the heaps of spirit stones suddenly let the crowd a burst of surprise. Sure enough, it's here. Singji was finally relieved. Losing such a large amount of spirit stones was not only a matter of chastisement. He himself could not accept it. The loss was too great. Master Chio, is that a medicinal field? Cousin said suddenly, pointing to a field that glowed faintly ahead. The old housekeeper's face deepened as his gaze swept over the medicinal field before saying, this large medicinal field, it's really a big deal. A big deal. And naturally, big trouble. Where would an ordinary cultivator be able to make such a commotion? Either a clan or a great pharmacist. It's okay that it's a clan. The old housekeeper thought in this way, and the group realized that there was another kiln at the end of the front, and at that moment, the group of people walked towards the kiln again. As soon as cousin followed the old butler in, he saw the old pharmacist and the pretty widow and the poison bat trio. People are here. Cousin yelled at his back in a hurry, telling the clan to get on guard. The old housekeeper then held his gaze at that old apothecary, and the two old men's gazes merely collided in a burst of emptiness, actually causing the kiln to shake. Your Excellency is all this cultivated, so why be a thief? The old butler looked at that old pharmacist and frowned as he spoke. The old pharmacist looked puzzled and pointed at himself. When did I become a thief? This word out. The pretty widow and poisonous bat, two people first on the gallows, because the thing is he too robbed. Get it wrong. Two sides are not people. The old butler pointed outside and spoke. That pile of spirit stones was from my Mo family's merchant ship, and your people hijacked the ship. They are just my patients, and the spirit stones were sent to me by them as consultation fees. After the old pharmacist paused, he continued, but since I received it, it's mine. The spirit stone is not something I robbed. I took it openly and honestly. The name of the Mosey family doesn't have that much weight with me yet to scare me. A few of you please return. Pretty widow and poison bat were delighted at the words. Just now they could almost scare them. They were afraid that the old-timer would scatter his hands. But looking at the situation, the old-timer didn't intend to make a move. The two couldn't stay here forever after all. Wouldn't they go out and still die? The pretty widow suddenly spoke out and pointed at Singji, saying, the person senior is looking for is in league with him. The old apothecary's eyes lit up, grinned, and said, "Then how about a few of you don't leave yet and stay as guests?" At the foot of Jade Screen Mountain, Zhu Yu has already arrived early. As for Zhu Lingyun, when she came back, she met her master at the foot of the mountain, and her greed was crashed, and she was directly taken away. Proceeding, this female elder did not forget to turn around and said to Zhu Yu, "Since it's all back, it just so happens to be in your hands to preside over it." Zhu Yu is definitely not willing. He is now also an official body, at most to help his sister to escort people over. The Mo Yunfu side cannot be released. Immediately also ran back to the mountain to find the master. Back to all of them, just in time for you to preside. As a result, the sect leader of the Qingyang sect also said the same thing. Zhu Yu screamed in agony, going back to a clan with no rest, not to mention the fact that he still had to work. Qingyang Patriarch Joyful originally had the intention to let Zhu Yu specially come back a trip to preside over the opening of the mountain. Otherwise would not really let Zhu Lingyun, that little girl, to go to Mo Yun City. It's not that the elders are lazy, but mainly to show the strength of the Qingyang sect. Zhu Yu has already half a step to peep at God at a young age. This qualification to preside over the opening of the mountain is the most appropriate, but also let that group of small clans to see. The Qingyang sect cultivate disciples will not lose the 3 Yuan 9 clans. Looking at his master, who seemed to be in a good mood, Zhu Yu carefully told him about the matter with Mr. Lin. As expected, not surprisingly, Zhu Yu was scolded. If you give a mortal such a big problem, how will others look at you? How will they look at the clan? You let someone who doesn't meet the criteria to participate in the examination. If they walk to the end of the examination to check their spiritual roots, how are you going to end it? In the end, he dismissed Zhu Yu with a direct sentence about solving the problem himself. Headache. If this Lin Fei kid really went to the last hurdle and verified his spiritual roots, it would be a big problem once his wasteful qualifications were exposed. When the time comes, it is inevitable to attract people's mouths. After all, the threshold was set up long ago, and those who do not enter the threshold may not be assessed. If it really came to that, perhaps he could only take the bet with Lin Fei and take the blame himself to shut people's mouths. He was someone who was unwilling to break his word, and his own master had no intention of letting him be such a person. Strange how I think he'll make it to the end before I have too much faith in him. Zhu Yu suddenly reacted and whirled around with a smile. It is said that this year's examination has changed its pattern, and it seems to be extremely difficult and extremely interesting. So instead of worrying about yourself, you should worry about whether the group of candidates can withstand. Chapter 70, Used Formation. The crowd at the foot of Yuping Mountain had shrunk by a large portion. Originally there were more than 100 people in size, but at the moment it looked like there were only about 60 people left. A group of people were all dusty. Only Mr. Lin looked like an old man. So among the many candidates, he was also the most conspicuous. This kid is taking advantage of a great deal. While the others exhausted themselves to get here, he didn't consume much, which is quite favorable for the later examination. There was a cultivator holding his sword and pointing at the distant Duke. Lin commented, "It's not exactly taking advantage of the situation. Traditionally, the clan assessment has the consideration of the adaptability and even the reaction of the scene. This son will be able to use his brain if the qualification is also high. Then the Qingyang sect is going to add another good material." The other cultivator in grey cultivator clothing beside him retorted right away, "No, you know nothing about Mr. Lin's qualifications." Han Yu listened to the critiques of the surrounding cultivators with an odd expression on his face, and it seemed that they were all quite optimistic about Mr. Lin. At the moment, many foreign cultivators in the Jade Screen Mountain halfway down an artificially polished stone platform, standing in this party, can glance at the scenery below the mountain, usually not open to the public. Today open the mountain only deliberately let the cultivators come in, the effect of which is naturally self-evident. And right away there was a cultivator saying, "The scale of Qingyang sect has really gotten bigger and bigger over the years." A glance down the mountain. Everywhere you can see there are cultivators spread all over the mountain in order to protect the safety of the candidates in time for the examination. Forests spread over more than 200 disciples. Their cultivation levels aren't low. I can see that there is at least the Divine Bridge realm, and there are at least 30 or so in the Pishang realm. You're counting what you see. There's still an unknown number of disciples on top of other people's mountains. Someone UUS said this. The 10 or so cultivators beside him immediately stopped speaking. The Qingyang sect seems to be standing firm among the big sects. The side of the rambling a burst of discussion. Han Yu was looking at the mountain field board. And is the assessment and the spirit of the test, the hole with the star sector road. Not much fun. This is what he thought wrong. The Northern Realm Great Clan's cultivator assessment. The first emphasis on the heart talent, and then look at the qualifications, both before taking. Even if you are extremely qualified, but mediocre, that would be a wasteful generation, not beneficial to the sect. Not accepted. Even if you have excellent talent, but the innate deficiency, qualification is not good. The more you cultivate to the back, the more you will find it difficult to continue. Twice the effort, perhaps can only be stuck in a realm for a lifetime. In the end, wasting time, the same in the clan is not beneficial, not to be accepted. The Northern Realm cultivator laws are actually quite cruel. As for the appraisal system over in the South Realm, most of them also followed the tradition of the North Realm, such as the Star Sect, only that in the process of spreading, it seemed to have lost its essence, but instead turned into a picture of a cat, and in the end, it became a joke. Star Sect that time is not it. A good heart test, to the back of the head even just add on. In the end or only qualifications to accept disciples. Juyu came out of the sect door to vanish his sword back to the foot of the mountain, and the field was suddenly quiet, all listening sideways to the next words. Juyu looked at the number of people under the field with great satisfaction. There was still more than half left. It was indeed good, no matter what method they used. If they could come over here, they were qualified to continue. Thinking of the next examination, he also has some expectations. This thing down it can stay to the end are good seedlings. Just do not know how many people can be left. After coughing lightly a few times, only then did Juyu speak in a deep voice. You are at the foot of the mountain at this moment. When you enter the mountain, there are 5 illusionary arrays along the way. After the illusionary arrays to the halfway point, and after that, you are the disciples of the Qingyang sect. The crowd suddenly clamored. Only needing to go through 5 illusionary formations? So simple. The crowd's faces were overjoyed. Wouldn't that mean that entering the Qingyang sect was a foregone conclusion? Simple? The smile on Juyu's face was meaningful, and without saying anything more, he waved his hand and shouted, "Enter the mountain." After watching a group of people enter from the foot of the mountain in great numbers, Juyu thought about it and then vanished his sword to go up halfway up the mountain. One candidate just entered the mountain, walked less than dozens of meters. The surroundings suddenly lit up a burst of white light. In an instant will be spread over the entire area. Many candidates are stagnant, and then have stayed in place, as if falling asleep in general. Blanche, the Qingyang sect's days are numbered, aren't they? Such a big deal. On the stone platform, someone suddenly shouted out, attracting the attention of many foreign cultivators. Hanyu was also attracted by the sound of the seam. The cultivator, beard and hair half 100, should have 40 years old, mouth and face a mole is very pleasant. Meet the little cultivator of my realm. Little Lioli's snorting voice came out. Hanyu ignored it and was instead interested in the cultivator's words. The cultivator was a little excited when he saw the many people's gazes lifting up, and he reported himself. I am an elder of the Little Dagger sect. Everyone. After giving the clan a name, he saw that the crowd was a bit impatient and hurriedly said the body of the text. The Qingyang sect is using an illusion formation for this test, and it's a large one. Everyone's interest was instantly aroused, and he was hastily asked to expand on it. Does the Upper 3 sect Misty City know about this? This thing is the formation they used to test their disciples last year. At that moment, someone was puzzled. And how can you be sure that this is also a formation? A formation that covers half of a mountain. This is already no different from the Protector formation. Can the Qingyang sect be so generous? The cultivator originally wanted to brag that he went by himself last year. And then on second thought, it was too impractical for an elder of his own small clan to enter the door. So he told the truth. When the great cultivator who went up to Misty City to observe last year came back, he hand-copied a copy of the drawings from the exam at that time, and my clan bought a copy of it, which I was fortunate enough to see. Words were said to be the Misty City of the Upper 3 sects, and the cultivator was immediately surrounded by people. Why? Because the Upper 3 sects represent the ceiling of today's sects, belonging to a mythical existence. How did that Misty City's examination formation end up here? Someone asked in disbelief. That cultivator also had a rather puzzled look on his face as he said, Misty City would give the formation to the Qingyang sect. That can only be because the Qingyang sect paid a large price to buy it. That's why I'm saying that the Qingyang sect isn't planning on living their life. This is too big of a handout. The Tianyuan 9 sect is doing this because of their heritage. The Qingyang sect is doing this either just for the sake of the faction. Either that or it's really time to transform and go the way of the elite disciples. Big clans further up want to become first-class clans. The next cultivation of elite disciples is the core. This formation had over 100 examiners last year, and only 10 or so of the 100 or so people with outstanding natural talent were left at the end. So you can imagine how harsh this formation is in terms of the requirements for mindfulness and enlightenment. The friar added, while those listening had different looks. Some elated, others uncomfortable. Those who are happy. Qingyang sect is screening like this. When the time comes, there will be more disciples who will leak out. And when the time comes, won't they be able to pick up even more? Those who are uncomfortable, watching a clan grow bigger and bigger. even preparing to be among the first-class clans, are still more or less jealous in their hearts. After all, which cultivator who could come here to pick up the slack was not serving in his own clan? Hanyu saw here. Interest came. Immediately looked down at the mountain with interest, and then frowned. Now see also just a group of dumb and silly standing people. In addition to nothing, just when he was thinking like this, swish swish swish, a few cracking noises came from down the mountain, and something with 8 huge metal sides set in a flat stone flew to hover in midair, the flat surface of the stone polished as if it were a mirror. This thing, no one has seen. Just after the appearance of many cultivators startled, thought it was a magic weapon, each careful guard. Finally, it was that cultivator who spoke with an uncertain tone. This seems to be what was introduced in the drawings, an illusion stone that accompanies the formation and can reflect the contents of the illusion. Except that there were 100 or so faces in Misty City at the time. Along with the words of the monk, each of the 8 illusion stones cast a light from the mirror, and then the silhouettes could gradually be seen in the light. And there were 8 different candidates in 8 different mirrors, and all of them were in the same illusion. All are in a farm outside. Left and right are the villagers of different manners on both sides. The candidates are caught in the middle. It looks like there is a lot of contradiction between the two ends. Each villager is grasping farm tools in their hands. The atmosphere is a little bit tense. The world is a big place. Hanyu still felt that he was alone. Did not think that there were such tactics in the world. Especially the content of the picture more dazzled him. Really is a long time to see. It was really lucky that Mr. Lin was even in the middle of one of the images. And at this time, he was also facing a difficult situation. The people of Dongzhuang have a lake. The people of Shizhuang usually irrigate their farmland by borrowing the lake water of Dongzhuang. But now the people of Dongzhuang won't allow it. So the people of the two small villages started to have a conflict. And even to the point of nowadays taking action. That seems to be the first question on every candidate's exam. Juyu sat at a location halfway up the mountain, tilting his head as he watched with interest the image of Mr. Lin, who had just been the one who had specifically clicked on Mr. Lin's illusion. Lin Fei in the picture is different from other candidates. After he struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, he actually did an incredible thing. Chapter 71 All kinds of oddball passes. Mr. Lin's head only felt buzzing at this point, and the villagers on either side of him were chattering away. This is an illusion, not a real person. The weak voice of the Qilin inside his body suddenly came. Lin Fei froze, then was overjoyed. You've recovered? Just a bit of strength to talk. The unicorn raised his eyes slightly, and they moved, but he was unable to move anywhere else. Lin Fei was momentarily disheveled and disillusioned again. This place is thought to be the illusion of the test. Since it's an illusion, you can only rely on yourself, and I can't help you. Your every move is probably being watched outside, Karen advised weakly. Lin Fei was aghast in his heart. Unknowingly relying on the Qilin had become a habit. This shouldn't be his style. His monastic path should be to suppress everything by himself. Brothers are responsible for shouting and cheering beside him. Women are responsible for worshipping behind him. And the wheels of history have to be kicked and rolled by himself. This is supposed to be your test? Karen once again interrupted his thoughts. Just fantasized a good deal of majesty. The momentum and instantly as a deflated ball of leather. Okay, it and I are one and the same. And it's acceptable for it to help out when pushing the cartwheel. Lin Fei squeezed out of the crowd with great difficulty. He didn't go to approach the villagers first, and only after he had moved away from the crowd did he carefully analyze the villagers' words. After a few moments, he probably figured out the title of the test, which was for the candidates to solve the conflict between two villages. Hanyu watched with interest as Mr. Lin gawked there, and the exam questions became clearer as the group of cultivators behind him discussed them. Just letting a future cultivator go and settle mundane disputes? Hanyu felt it was unlikely, especially since the Qingyang sect was a large sect. How could it be so bored that it would let its future disciple get involved in such bull asterisk. Someone failed. Suddenly the cultivator exclaimed, pointing to one side of the illusion stone, and said. Hanyu also looked up, and in the picture, a cultivator seemed to realize that this was an exam question even after squeezing into the crowd, then seemed to think of a good wording, and the next thing he knew, he was drinking down the people on both sides. Seeing that the crowd was quiet, that candidate smiled in satisfaction and seemed to be more confident, then began to rattle off all sorts of truths. The lake just over there won't run away. It's inexhaustible. And your two neighboring homesteads. So maybe it's still family a few generations up. The candidate couldn't go on as his back was suddenly in severe pain, and he twisted his head over in horror as a villager from Dongzhuang stuck a grass-cutting scythe in his back. Not only that, people from both manors rushed up, drowning the man in the blink of an eye. When the candidate fell out of the illusion, his face all still looked miserably pale. He looked around at the candidates who were still closing their eyes, as if he understood something. His whole person was instantly disheveled. And soon there were disciples from the Qingyang sect who came and sent the person out. Little brother does not have to be too sad. A momentary gain or loss cannot represent anything. If you are interested, you can come back again next year. Or you can also choose other sects. Today there are other sects of the same way here to watch the ceremony. Qingyang sect disciple said courteously. Only then did the candidate's face gradually look better. And he was busy thanking the disciple. Little brother can rest here at the foot of the mountain first. Or you can go to that stone platform to watch the examination behind you. And when it's over the sect will uniformly send all the candidates back to the city. The disciple finished speaking and then went back into the mountain. With the first candidate being knocked out of the illusion realm after that. One after another. Another dozen or so were knocked out one after another. And almost every one of them was sent out by the disciples of the Qingyang sect with their heads hanging down. And also climbed up to the high platform almost coincidentally. They all want to know where they lost? Hanyu gradually realized that something was wrong. It seemed that he had thought wrong. This was not simply resolving the conflict between the two villages, because the light-moving mouths were all sent out. It wasn't just Hanyu. The numerous cultivators from other sects beside him had also discovered it. In the illusion, Mr. Lin suddenly pulled out his legs and ran away, leaving behind a cadre of villagers, and his actions quickly ushered in the attention of those outside the arena. If I'm not mistaken, he's running in the direction of the East Village. A cultivator spoke up. Duke Lin was indeed running towards the East Village at the moment. And when he did so, not only did the people outside look confused, even Shilin couldn't figure out Lin Fei's intentions, only to see Lin Fei ran all the way into the East Village. At this time the small village is actually empty. Lin Gongzi smiled and then touched out the fire folders just in the crowd's strange eyes. A fire will be the whole East Village, all the houses all lit up, and then non-stop running outside again. The villagers of the East Village seemed to have seen their homes on fire. But then they stood still in droves. And Mr. Lin was instantly amused when he saw it. Sure enough, the rules restrict that the villagers here will only be here. He hoofed it to the West Village again. And the same fire set the entire small village ablaze as well. Only after doing this did he clap his hands and return to his original place. When the villagers of the two manors looked at him angrily, Duke Lin crossed his arms and laughed, saying, "This is an illusion. If it were reality I would be able to compensate you for your homelands. Now that your East Village is gone, and your West Village is gone, there is no need to fight." The villagers were all enraged in an instant and swarmed at once. Mr. Lin was so scared that he pulled his legs out and ran, but after running a few steps his feet were empty, and when he came back to his senses the surroundings were already a dense forest, and beside him were the candidates who had closed their eyes and were frozen. Am I through? Lin Gongzi stood in place for a moment, and did not see the disciples of the Qingyang sect come to take care of it. His heart was happy, and then he happily continued forward. Why does he get by even like that? He's out of character. He burned down all the people's estates. A candidate opened his mouth very unconvincingly at the moment. There was nothing reasonable about Mr. Lin's passing process that he had seen from the beginning to the end. Hanyu did have his own guesses. He thought for a moment and spoke. Have you ever thought that the fact that the East-West Village and the lake is just a front? The questions for this level are actually not from the Qingyang sect, but from you yourselves to hand in the papers yourselves. The candidate didn't seem to understand. But the surrounding cultivators were thoughtful. What this fellow Daoist means is that the first level actually has no propositions. It's all about the candidates asking themselves questions? A cultivator couldn't help but open his mouth. Hanyu nodded and looked at the few remaining screens and said, the first level has various ways to pass the level. What you see from the hints and then what questions you give yourself to be able to give yourself the answer at the end. He sees the disconnect. He understands that circumstances create the disconnect. And the way he breaks it down is that the best way to bridge the disconnect is to stop having differences in circumstance, and letting each other blend in is the solution. At this point in the scene, the strong man dressed as a butcher suppresses the villagers on both sides of the lake by virtue of his chopper, and then redistributes the use of the lake. One candidate was the most outrageous, going so far as to dig a hole in place, ready to dig a lake for the people of the West Village as well, only to dig and surprisingly come out. That's a pass? It's outrageous. Such a stupid method that every candidate has thought about, because he really got his hands on it and was so strong-willed that I think he might have actually kept digging if he hadn't been teleported out. Some cultivators snickered at the group of indignant candidates and opened their mouths, but their faces grew ugly as they laughed. Damn! The dog gnawed the Qingyang clan. The old man's appetite is also raised grippy. These 10 or so stupid eggs themselves cannot see how to do. Chapter 72 Rough Beauty Pass. One after another, candidates came out of the illusion. Some had broken the barrier and come out. Others were sent away by the villagers. But without exception, all of those who were sent away were boastful and bare of words. It was certainly a slap in the face to the group of candidates who were the first to be eliminated from the stand. Subsequently, some good cultivators couldn't help but do the math, and were immediately surprised that this was just the first question that eliminated 20 candidates. All of these things were naturally unknown to Duke Lin, and he had no time to pay attention to them, as he was running for his life. It was so ate up that he stepped on a formation and then drifted off to a flat area, and before he had time to react, a bunch of wailing monsters rushed up behind him. Bullhead and horseface, deer face human body, even horse body human face. More outrageous is also a ing fish, the lower half of the body with a fish tail, the upper half of the body is a Chiluo beauty, and it is this calf chasing the fastest. Lin Gongzi immediately pulled his legs and ran. After running for about a mile, in front of him was a large river that was about 10 meters wide, with a flying sword suspended from the river bank, and a woman prostrate on the river's edge, who was holding a swaddled baby in her hands. What a Thai ing title. Lin Gongzi a burst of anger. It is not easy to run to the flying sword side and then cannot help but run back to the woman, back and then to the flying sword. Feet on the flying sword, but the flying sword is shaking for a while to fall again. The monster was already approaching. The broken flying sword was close to opening its mouth and saying that it was overloaded and wouldn't leave. Mr. Lin gritted his teeth and finally put down the woman and pushed directly onto the flying sword. Sure enough, the expectation was the same as his guess. The woman was taken across the river after stepping onto the flying sword, and as Mr. Lin watched the monster was already a few steps away from him, he immediately jumped into the river, paddling and pulling as hard as he could, trying to swim across on his own. A group of monsters kept on their feet, jumping down one by one as if they were raining dumplings, especially that mermaid, which was like a fish out of water after entering the river, and it was also the first one to launch an attack towards Mr. Lin. Slimy, go to hell. Duke Lin brazenly drew his knife and slashed it directly. The mermaid smiled wryly and dived. The river surged and jumped out of the dark green fish tail to lunge towards the knife. The tremendous force split the long knife, and a sharp pain shot through Duke Lin's wrist, and his tiger's mouth unexpectedly tore open a gash. The monsters following closely behind raised a piece of water splash soon drowned Lin Gongzi just. This isn't going to go over well, is it? A cultivator spoke hesitantly. Han Yu was also a bit puzzled as he watched a group of monsters already covering Mr. Lin inside and out. Another monster chasing, another weak woman. Flying swords, two choices. The test is sacrifice and dedication? Not really. This is a friar, not a great monk. Look. Another person was shocked, and when everyone looked in the direction he pointed, the butcher-like strong man, running in front of the monster, glanced at the woman directly after the cold face stepped on the flying sword. The flying sword swished in the air to disappear. Blink of an eye over the river landed on the opposite bank of the land, and then saw the strong man head without looking back to run away. When did that kid who made a splash pass too? As they were all looking at the strong man, they in turn ignored Mr. Lin, but they didn't know when Mr. Lin had already broken away from the second illusion and turned to the front again. And what exactly is the test? Everyone was puzzled, and soon, candidates similar to Mr. Lin began to appear. But when he was swamped by monsters, instead of waiting to pass the test, he was ushered in by the disciples of the Qingyang sect. There are also people who learn from the strong man, like glancing down the weak woman to vanish the sword and go. But that candidate cannot help but look back in crossing the river. Steeply, a violent churning in the river, a huge eel jumped out, and directly swallowed the candidate in one bite, until the candidate out of the illusion. The face are still white. It's obviously the same choice, but it's a different outcome. The crowd watched for a long time more, and it was only when one after another candidates were overwhelmed by monsters and passed, and some candidates vanished and returned to their swords and passed, that they finally got a clue. Blanched. The person who designed the array in Misty City is so damn shady. A cultivator slapped his thighs and shouted excitedly, then ushered in a burst of strange gazes, and then reacted by immediately covering his mouth with a pale face and not daring to speak. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one who understood. Many people on the stage did, including Han Yu. The monster chase was just a front, and the weak woman and flying sword in front of them weren't really exactly a matter of choice. After all, a mortal facing a group of monsters behind him, even self-preservation is a problem. The Qingyang sect does not look at whether you are preserving yourself or sacrificing yourself, because there is simply no best answer to this. Those who made a choice and regretted it were eliminated without fail. The one who crossed the river halfway hesitated to turn back and was swallowed up. Although it was hard to see what the candidate who was drowned by the monster looked like, it must have also been eliminated because of the remorse in his heart. A monk spoke up. Someone beside him immediately agreed. If it happened in reality and this group of ordinary people encountered such a thing, I'm afraid that in the future, it would be much more difficult for the pilgrimage realm to break into the seeing self realm. and it might even turn into a heart demon. That is to say, the mind is not strong. The Qingyang clan also do not want. That can really be a big deal. Really, so screening down can be left to go to their clan as a personal disciple can be. A group of small sect cultivators thought this in their hearts. Mr. Lin had already stepped into the third illusion, and this time, it was a simple one. And across from him was a person that he couldn't have imagined in a different way, Hanyu. On the high platform, Hanyu was filled with astonishment. He didn't even understand how he had appeared in the illusionary realm, especially since the crowd of cultivators were also looking at him with strange expressions. Hanyu in the illusion had already moved, striking out with a destructive attack, lifting his hand and blowing up the entire mountain in its entirety, instantly sending Duke Lin flying 4 or 5 meters away. After Lin Gongzi got up in a mess, he hurriedly ran away with his head buried in the ground, and Hanyu was at his back in good order, walking leisurely, but his speed was terrifyingly fast, and he caught up in a few breaths of effort. I'm that good? Why, I don't know. Outside the field, Hanyu puzzled, and his side has not dared to have a cultivator close to. Seems to really think of him as an unimportant figure. It's all an illusion. You're the one who has expanded his strength indefinitely in your imagination. If you keep this up, you'll be out of the game. Karen couldn't help but open her mouth within her body to warn. Duke Lin was sent flying again, and his head was already covered in blood after hitting the ground. What should I do then? Lin Fei asked hurriedly. Visualize him as a loser. Karen's tone was urgent, as the illusionary Hanyu had already come after him again. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and brazenly charged up with his sword, roaring, "Little minion, take life." A knife chopped in the phantom's shoulder. There was blood flowing out. Lin Fei's heart was excited. The hand holding the knife was more steady. The powerful ground knife technique intertwined into a net. Surprisingly, instead of the phantom beat the phantom back step by step. Not only that, the phantom was 1 point inferior in strength for every step back. In the end, Sir Lin had hardened his sword skills to lord over the phantom. Off-sight. Ha ha ha. You've been killed. Little Lioli kept laughing in her head. Hanyu helplessly blanked out for a while before looking at the illusion stone. Where, Mr. Lin arrogantly laughed long and hard on his sword after killing the illusion, and laughed his way out of the illusion. When the fourth illusion was inspired, Duke Lin was in a daze, and when he reacted, he was in a house piled with gold, lying on a high bed with soft pillows, and hugging a softly scented jade embrace. Mr. Lin was the first to freeze, and there was a pair of jade arms that were continuously climbing towards him. This one is a bit more up in the air. The candidates are all from the mundane world, and it's not easy to pass the hurdle of riches and beauty. Many cultivators thought deeply. Who knows that just as they had just finished nodding their heads, the Duke of Lin over there hurriedly got up to put on his pants, with a burst of muttering in his mouth. This level doesn't work. Who's a thug really builds a house out of gold? And who's a fop lying in bed with only one woman? This is designed not to work. It's too rough. After hastily fastening the waistband of his pants, Mr. Lin ran away without looking back, dumbfounding the crowd of spectators, and even Zhu Yu tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the illusionary stone. So it turns out that Misty City isn't all-knowing. This illusion is actually giving points to this dude. Zhu Yu's face didn't look good, because after this level, Lin Fei was 1 level away, and the last level, the questioning heart level, was the easiest. Lin Fei was even able to kill Yi Hai, so a mere askance illusion couldn't stop him at all. Thinking of this, he rose with a flourish and vanished his sword to the end of the line. Lin Fei stepped into the 5th illusionary realm. This one was the simplest of all. There was only a long flight of steps winding upwards in front of him. Nothing else. As he set his foot on the first rung of the ladder, a myriad of tiny voices began to ring in his ears. Exhortations, sneers, and insults, all invariably telling him to move back and stop climbing. You're all wasted qualifications, so what if you get on? The Qingyang sect won't want you. You've proven yourself. Stop. Everyone knows what you're capable of, but your qualifications don't work, and there's no way forward. If you go up there like that, and then get rejected in the end, you won't be humiliating yourself. Outside the arena, the crowd couldn't hear any sound. They could only see that with every step that Mr. Lin took, his face looked worse, and in the end, he even stopped in the middle. Giving up, are we? Just when everyone thought that he had been crushed inside, Duke Lin suddenly roared, then flew wildly. He was no longer climbing slowly. His figure flew. Step by step he crossed the steps, and the latter half of the ladder was actually rushed to the end by him at once. Hanyu smiled faintly at the sight of this and turned around to get off the high platform. When Mr. Lin broke out of the illusion, the first person that caught his eye was actually Zhu Yu, who was waiting here. Zhu Yu's complexion was a bit complicated. In terms of the 5 stages of the examination, Lin Fei's mindfulness and enlightenment was the one at the top of the heap, and while the others were still struggling at the third level, he had already cleared it. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's qualifications couldn't be cultivated at all by a monk, that most common of all 5 spirits. I'm afraid that he couldn't even cultivate to the divine bridge. Zhu Yu's face was tangled for a moment before he finally sighed regretfully. Lin Fei, give up. Chapter 73, Inside Mr. Lin is a female Qilin. Regarding Lin Fei, Zhu Yu's opinion had indeed changed greatly, and he also felt sorry from the bottom of his heart. Instead of embarrassing himself in the matter of verifying his spiritual roots later on, pulling back at this moment was really the best choice. The more Lin Fei wrote on the assessment, the more embarrassing it would be to expose his spirit root qualification later on. This powerful disparity, the strange looks, even the cold words, Zhu Yu asked himself that he couldn't take it all in stride, not to mention this eunuch. In the Ink Cloud City, I am not to make things difficult for you. The clan accepts the disciples. Indeed, to the ability of superiority and inferiority of elimination is right, but all the foundations are built on your spiritual roots are suitable for cultivation. I let you go to Hanchi High. The original intention is to let you know the difficulties. I did not expect, even if you only have a 4 spirit root, I can go to the sect with a stiff upper lip and say a few words, but accepting a 5 spirit root, there's no precedent in the northern realm. Even if it's barren like the southern realm side of the sect is unwilling to accept it. Zhu Yu stopped inside, looking at Lin Fei and shaking his head. Had I known it would have been better to intercept the person directly in Moen City early in the morning. Right now Lin Fei is all the way to the end. The ability is still the kind that is obvious to all. How can it be that it is a 5 spirit root? Zhu Yu left with a huge headache, leaving the silent Lin Fei alone. Why don't you change to a smaller sect? As long as you can progress gradually, you'll shine sooner or later. Karen spoke breathlessly. However, giving up like this, Lin Fei was indeed unwilling. But what could he do if he was unwilling? Zhu Jinsho had explicitly said that there was absolutely no chance that he could pass the spirit root inspection later on. I really was still being presumptuous, thinking that just because I followed the Qilin to merge and kill a divine bridge cultivator that I thought it would be enough to make up for the lack of qualifications. However, Zhu Yu's words also set out the clan's rules for accepting disciples, and people want to accept disciples who can cultivate. Any interest in talking? A faint voice came from the distance. Lin Fei was busy looking sideways. Han Yu was sitting on a mountain rock in the distance, waving his hand towards this side. It's him again. The unicorn forced his eyes open and rose up trembling within his body with a wary look. Lin Fei stepped back a few steps. The same expression of restraint. This is not in the illusionary realm. It is surprising to see him. What is he doing here? Is it not rushing at himself? Rushing at the Qilin? Han Yu sat on the rock and spread his hands out, smiling kindly and saying, I have no malice from beginning to end, which is something you can at least feel. He was about to explain, but a voice gradually came from behind Mr. Lin, not expecting a second candidate to come out so soon. Han Yu moved between his brows, pointed to the grove behind him, and spoke. I'll wait for you in the back. Said has jumped off the rock disappeared silhouette. Lin Gongzi only then turned his head toward the back of the looked stunned, but did not expect to follow so quickly through the pass as this seemingly butcher's strong man. Strong man raised his eyes to look, is also the gaze of surprise. He only thought that he had crossed the border quickly enough, but he didn't realize that there was someone else who was faster than him. Soon there was a disciple of the Qingyang sect who came, and that disciple went up and down and nodded towards the two before leading the way for the strong man, taking the man away from the place. And I don't know if Mr. Lin had something to say about it, but no one paid any attention to him. The surroundings once again fell into silence. Lin Fei looked at the silent mountains and forests, and all of a sudden hesitated, his face even more tangled. Are we going or not? You want to go? Karen suddenly spoke. Lin Gongzi suddenly came to his senses and cursed his own stupidity. The other party was clearly coming for the Qilin. If he went there, wouldn't he be selling the Qilin? He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then made a decision. No go. Let's go. With that, he lifted his foot and headed down the hill without a moment's hesitation. But inside, the Qilin was instead torn, and it was caught in a moment of hesitation. Are we going or not? If he didn't go, with Lin Fei's current qualifications, he didn't know how long he'd have to stay up before he could rise to prominence. Even though he was a Qilin himself, he couldn't change a lot of things. At least, he wouldn't be able to change Lin Fei's qualifications. Just as Lin Fei took a step towards the bottom, the Qilin's voice suddenly resounded within his body. Take me to meet him again. Karen suddenly spoke. Lin Fei froze and seemed a bit confused, so he asked, are the small sects not going to go? If there wasn't that elixir, it was natural to go. But Han Yu appeared again at this time. The Qilin's mind gradually wavered a bit, and it seemed that it was no longer that patient to wait for Lin Fei to start slowly. Will that man and beast just not dump you? Little Lioli sounded jittery. seemingly concerned. Han Yu, on the contrary, calmly came under a tree before returning in his mind. You seem to be a bit too concerned this time. What's the origin of that qilin? A griffin is a griffin, which has no origin. The little glaze's tone was clearly tongue-in-cheek. Just as it finished those words, Han Yu suddenly made a move and lifted his foot to head down the mountain. Little Lioli instantly became anxious and shouted, "What do you want to do? Quickly stop." In addition to the half of the qilin's soul essence being able to withstand 30 years of qi, it, as one of the beings favored by heaven and earth, possesses a trace of heaven and earth's greatness in its essence, which is of immense benefit to me and the bottle. Little Lioli watched Han Yu get closer and closer, and finally couldn't help but open her mouth to explain. Han Yu then paused his pace, a smile on his face, knowing that these two things weren't that simple. Although the bottle lent authority to the spirit of the machine not once or twice, but there was no time that it was so quick, leaving the authority to the spirit of the machine every day, while he himself waited with bated breath until nightfall to spit out the Dan. If there isn't something going on here, hell no. What's in it for me? Han Yu curiously followed up. Seeing the little Lioli stammers and refuses to answer, Han Yu steps away from the leg gesture to go down the mountain. The little Lioli this reluctant tone said, "The origin that can withstand 30 years of qi is returned to the bottle, and after that sliver of heaven and earth's greatness is returned to me, I'll be able to transform into a spirit body." The qilin was able to be in the body of Prince Lin as a spirit body, so it seemed reasonable for little Lioli to borrow the qilin's power to transform into a spirit body. Han Yu, you've learned the hard way. Little Lioli's aggrieved voice came. Han Yu secretly a burst of abdominal slander. A broken bottle has countless hard eyes. The spirit of the device is even more so. And then do not learn a little hard eyes. Have to let these two goods eat to death. Mr. Lin's figure arrived late. His face tangled as he approached, and Han Yu's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly greeted him. There's no need to look sad. Mr. Lin, as I said, I don't have any ill intentions. If we're talking strictly speaking, it's more like I'm here to help you. Han Yu was afraid of causing the other party's misunderstanding and stopped 2 or 3 meters away. Your elixir is indeed that miraculous? It can make Lin Fei's qualification and enlightenment and even cultivation reach the kind of point you said? This time the one who opened his mouth wasn't even Lin Fei, but a clear and crisp voice, as if it was a lark. The voice came right out of Lin Fei's body. What's inside, Mr. Lin is actually a female qilin? Han Yu's expression suddenly became strange. This was much rarer than the qilin opening its mouth and conversing with him across the air. Children and men. All the effects of everything I've said are all there after taking the potion. Han Yu nodded his head with certainty. Regarding this point, little Lioli was indeed quite authentic, saying that what works is what works. Mr. Lin, you should understand that the cultivator world has always been brutal in terms of qualifications. Mortals like us are born with what we have and without what we don't have. I don't deny that the one in your body can help you, and maybe even some years from now you'll achieve something extraordinary, but that's also some years from now. And right now, there is an elixir that can immediately transform you. Han Yu shut up after he finished speaking, and I'm afraid that within Mr. Lin's body, he's going to have to discuss this with qilin as well. Do you want some? The qilin opened its eyes, and although it couldn't see Lin Fei was able to lock eyes with it. If you say you don't want to, that's a lie. The limit of the spiritual root, the natural talent is overwhelming. The speed of cultivation doubled. The Gong method will be learned, favored by the female strong. But the price is to consume half of the qilin's soul essence, although he did not have a precise number in his heart. But at that time, the qilin exploded as soon as he heard it, so it can be imagined that the price is extraordinary. Lin Fei hesitated and finally gritted his teeth. No food. A hint of joy flashed in the qilin's eyes, and then his eyes were firm, as if he too had made up his mind. As long as it was there, Lin Fei could make it even if he took one step at a time and slowly simmered down. But this time, it didn't know how long it would be. Maybe a few years would be enough. Maybe a few decades. There are too many variables in the middle for it to want to gamble. Promise him. The unicorn speaks slowly. Chapter 74, Artifact Spirit Rushing to Transform. Lin Fei uttered incredulously. Are you crazy? Although I don't understand it, I can guess that the soul essence must be vital to you. The qilin's face was odd. Lin Fei just felt that the qilin had suddenly become very gentle and those big eyes had become watery. If you're worried about me, work hard on your cultivation after taking the elixir and you'll definitely be able to find a way to help me recover. As long as Mr. Lin has the strength, he may not be unable to help that one recover. Han Yu also had an odd expression on his face, as these words were relayed to him by the artifact spirit in his sea of consciousness. In this regard, Han Yu also made a special effort to ask some questions. The small Lioli indeed did not lie, just privately said that it is difficult as heaven. Blanche, the artifacts are painting a really good pie in the sky these days. On the opposite end, Lin Fei's face kept intertwining and changing, supposedly in conversation. And finally it was the Qilin who voiced out. Bring the pills. Alright. You'll see. Little Lioli gleefully and playfully said. And then the bottle began to vibrate. And the five-colored light was actually spraying out continuously at the mouth of the bottle. Han Yu looked dazzled for a moment, staggering in wonder. This Dan doesn't seem simple. Such a spectacular image of the Dan coming out. You mean that? That's a special effect that the bottle made a big order. Don't take it seriously. Little Rory suddenly said with a smirk. Han Yu was instantly speechless, watching the bottle sell itself in the sea of consciousness. Ho, 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 ho. An elixir was spat out. And all of a sudden, multicolored haze shone in all directions. Husher Dan, said version the person taking the medicine will have their qualifications raised to the strongest, doubling their speed of cultivation, never forgetting a single glance, having the highest level of enlightenment, being able to practice the techniques right away, having a charismatic personality, being favored by all kinds of female powerhouses, having the talent to fight over the levels, and being strong when encountering the strongest. Side effects, consumes half of the Kirin's soul essence. After reconfirming the elixir in his hand, Han Yu reached into his pocket and ingested it from his sea of consciousness. A multicolored haze nearly blinded Duke Lin's eyes, and the Qilin inside seemed to be shocked by the divine and strange image of the elixir, struggling to get up and staring daggers at the elixir in Han Yu's hand. When have I ever seen an elixir that can be like a treasure that comes out of the world with a vision? Han Yu was also not expecting the elixir to be that shiny when he took it out, and was similarly dazzled by the illumination. Almost done, Han Yu said with a black face of dissatisfaction in the sea of consciousness. The pill suddenly turned its light inward, then lay quietly in Han Yu's palm. Eat. Kirin was even more determined after seeing the elixir. Such an elixir must be extraordinary. Duke Lin was still immersed in the splendor of the elixir, and it was only after the Qilin shouted several times inside his body that he returned to his senses. He carefully reached out and picked up the potion, and again couldn't help but gawk at it. Remember to practice diligently in the future. I'm counting on you. The Qilin suddenly reminded in a brittle manner, and it was only then that Mr. Lin drifted off. It had always been the Qilin that had taken care of him, and he never thought that there would be a time in the future when he would take care of it in turn. You don't? Kirin's tone was suddenly a bit strange, giving Lord Lin an indescribable feeling, but he still hurriedly nodded his head and said, how could he not be willing? Eat. There wasn't even a need for Han Yu to urge the Qilin to do so autonomously. Duke Lin's gaze was firm, his pinching of the elixir dry and crisp, and after he sharply sent it into his mouth, Han Yu's eyes slightly condensed as he stared at him closely. He was also curious about what would happen when such a powerful elixir was consumed. A dark cloud suddenly coalesced above the head of Mr. Lin, and with neither wind nor thunder a light rain suddenly fell, which pounded on him, under his feet, and all around him. A green bud keeps popping up under the soil in the rain, and when the wind stops, the green bud grows branches and blossoms, and gradually there is a burning heat again, a feeling that Han Yu was very familiar with. Fire. One by one, the branches burst into flames, the freshly green shoots burning away in the blink of an eye, and just then the soil beneath the ground began to tumble in a heap, burying the burnt to cinders plants. And Mr. Lin seemed to be oblivious to all this. He suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it seemed that there was a flash of gold and stone in his eyes. In Han Yu's eyes, this Duke Lin was standing over there at the moment alluringly like an unsheathed sword, exuding the aura of a sword. Isn't this effect too outrageous? With so many visions, what is Mr. Lin's final spiritual root? Han Yu asked little Lioli curiously. Those visions are just caused by the elixir initially changing the body and leaking out. As for Mr. Lin's spiritual root, it's not good to evaluate. His spiritual root is different from all the current perceptions of the cultivator world. It can be any kind of spiritual root. It can change with Mr. Lin's needs. Blanche, so sick? According to little Lioli's urination, that is to say, under the normal trajectory of Prince Lin could really change a qualification by himself, and it was still such a perverted qualification. How does it feel? Kirin asked uneasily from within. Duke Lin clenched his fist. A clear wind flowed by his fist. It wasn't the wind, it was the aura that was constantly leaning towards him. Although he hadn't practiced, he was indeed incomparably certain. I've never felt better. In this instant, Lin Fei's aura became mysterious and profound, and Han Yu couldn't help but look staggered. Dare I say that the so-called popularity of strong women is based on their faces? Kirin has not yet had time to rejoice. Steeply face shock. It really feel a wave of energy is away from themselves. It wants to try to stop, but out of thin air a pulling force but more quickly pull out the energy. That are its soul essence Gradually, the Qilin shrunk with the naked eye, until after the pulling force disappeared, its figure had shrunk by a full half. Hurry up and drop. Let's go. After secretly sucking up half of the origin, little Lioli couldn't wait to open her mouth to urge. Other people are disowning people with their pants on. You're disowning people after you've taken the Dan. Hanyu sneakily rolled his eyes to belabor the fact that he was still thinking about reading the follow-up. The old man is in a hurry to take shape. Little Lioli was acting especially anxious, all but cursing outright. Come on. What's there to see? Don't you want to hurry up and broaden your sea of consciousness? The little glaze kept prodding, even drawing the pie out again. Hanyu, a burst of intention, can only turn back down the mountain with a look of regret. It is a pity that you cannot see the scene of Lin Gongzi pretending. Halfway up the mountain, a spirit measuring pillar was erected, and Juyu stood in the corner board, with a sect disciple holding a roster and guarding the side. To this point, in fact, there is no need to do anything more. Measuring the spirit column this side and the roster. Just go through a process. As long as the information of the candidates who passed the test is consistent with the absence of forgery, instantly registering the name of the roster. The onlookers had gotten a kick out of it, and it was a disguised way to watch the upper 3 sect examination. Juyu looked at the only 7 people left on the field and secretly recalled their information. Except for that butcher stab man who had attained the water and would double spirit root, the rest were also 3 lineage spirit roots. The result was not bad. Every time the cultivator holding the booklet shouted out a name, one person would come forward to touch the spirit pillar, and then the cultivator would quickly register it. The validation of the 7 people was not slow, and in 1 T's time, the cultivator smiled and closed the roster. Nodding towards Juyu, Juyu also didn't know what came to his mind and inexplicably sighed. Pity about that one. Isn't that the kid who made a splash? Someone on the platform exclaimed, pointing to a figure that was slowly approaching, then wondered why there was a delay when he was clearly the first to pass. Naturally, no one would be able to think that Mr. Lin's qualifications were of the worst kind. Juyu was stunned and looked at Lin Fei with mixed feelings for a moment, as if he was watching a drowning person constantly struggling. You still haven't figured it out? Juyu sighed and shook his head and said. Lin Fei grinned and cupped his fists. Lord Town Guard, I want to try again. How many times you try it is useless. There is a spirit measuring pillar right over the government office. Lin Fei is not just once, if you are not absolutely sure. Otherwise how would you persuade him to go down the mountain? However, Lin Fei's expression was calm, holding a pair of deep eyes as he looked at him, which really left him speechless. Try it if you want to. Juyu had long ago made enough preparations to be scolded by the clan, fearing that the greater Lin Fei's hopes, the greater his disappointment. He nodded towards the disciple who held the roster, and that disciple understood, flipping the roster again and shouting, Mo Yunfu. Lin Fei comes forward to verify. After Lin Fei threw off his sleeve robes, he took large strides forward and pressed his palm towards the spirit pillar. Hanyu had already run down the mountain by now, his head buzzing with the hypnotic voice of little Lioli. Steeply, he paused and looked up towards the top of Jade Screen Mountain. At this moment, a huge and incomparable golden light shot straight into the bullfighting bull, penetrating into the clouds. He became, grind it out. Old me won't tolerate it anymore. I'm going to transform now. After giving a cry of annoyance, little Lioli said, Bottle, give me my share. The glazed bottle suddenly shook, and a bright green light full of vitality continuously sprayed from the mouth of the bottle, while a vortex suddenly appeared in the void of the sea of consciousness, continuously devouring these energies. Gradually, a silky thread-like thing drilled out of the vortex and kept intertwining and flying, soon forming something the size of a fist, and gradually the thing began to take on an outline. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, Hanyu's expression gradually changed from curious to odd. Blanche! That thing also seemed to have sensed the oddity, and actually cursed at the same time as Hanyu. Chapter 75, Bun Face and Avatar Rui. That fist-sized contraption was definitely little Lioli's so-called transformation, but Hanyu's face was rather complicated. The countless lines intertwined with the blue spirit body had a false feeling to it, and that was just as well. Although Hanyu had never seen what other spirit bodies looked like, such as the Qilin in Mr. Lin's family, but it shouldn't be so outrageous that it only materialized a head out. That fist-sized blue spirit body was a tiny head that looked bizarre and inexplicable. What makes Hanyu feel even more outrageous is that the little head is topped with a child's face, a face he is familiar with, but it is the face he had when he was a kid. You're ing morphing just like me, aren't you? Hanyu immediately spoke with a dark face. Little Lioli seemed to still be immersed in surprise, and didn't react for a long time. After a long time, little Lioli's face gradually revealed a look of sadness, and then began to shout, Blanche! It also couldn't accept the fact that it had only manifested a single head in its transformation, and the small amount of heaven and earth greatness provided by the Qilin was naturally expected, so it chose to be as small as possible in its form. The result was a bun-sized contraption with a human face. As for Wyatt's Hanyu's face as a child, it was supposed to be an exact replica of Hanyu's face at the moment, but I didn't expect even that to go wrong. Now, a bun-faced little thing was jumping around in the sea of consciousness, which was somewhat adorable, but only one person and one spirit were both dark-faced. There's not enough energy for this to be better than not taking shape. Little Liuli's sad face already resembled Hanyu by 60 to 70%, especially when he was frowning. Hanyu frowns equally tightly, and there's something inexplicably delightful about the two opposites, one inside and one outside. The glazed bottle also seems to be a little impatient. The little glaze just finished taking shape. The bottle will start to shake up. A channel of the color of the metaphysical yellow was sprayed out, dense into the cloud. A light rain fell in the sea of consciousness, and when it fell it ignited the divine fire, and for a moment it was like a blazing fire, and the divine fire was all of a sudden ferocious and incomparable. The bottle was placed in the flames and stood still. The flames constantly calcined the bottle, making the bottle glow brightly and flashing with a haze from time to time. At the same time, a Xian Huangqi does not pass through the clouds, directly scattered spread in the sea of consciousness. Hanyu only felt a tremor. His mind exploded, followed by a blank. It was as if he had lost all five senses and was frozen in place. A fire lotus quietly grew on the soles of his feet, and then began to climb to the whole body, soon wrapping the whole person tightly, just like a new set of fire-red clothes. With that the flames gradually converged towards his hand again, and his new clothes peeled off, gradually forming a long whip on his right hand, which snaked out for 7 or 8 meters before coming to a stop, only to see the long whip move autonomously, snapping and hitting the ground. A flame was directly laid to go, burning the ground to a scorched black. The long whip then instantly returned and formed the shape of a lance in his hand again. The lance continuously spat out flames, burning the surrounding area to a searing heat. How the effect is so strong. The bun-faced artifact spirit's face was stunned for a moment. Although it had been expected that Hanyu's sea of consciousness would make great strides, it shouldn't have changed so drastically. Just as it was puzzled, the lance spread out to form a sea of fire, which kept drilling into Hanyu. Bump! With an explosive sound, flames converged behind Hanyu before violently opening a pair of wings. The wings formed by the flames extended a meter. The blazing flames were its feathers, and between the flaps, the scorching heat scattered in all directions, baking the surrounding forest trees crackling. Bottle you. After the little Liuli's face changed, she jumped up at once and cursed. Cousin's face was in shock, and after the old butler pushed him and sent him flying, he struck out at the same time as the old pharmacist, between the two hands without a trace of true essence revealed, but will be surrounded by aura instantly empty. A fist and a palm in the air on the two figures stood still, but behind them, there is true essence out of birth. A violent impact scattered, poisonous bats and pretty widows bear the brunt. Even too late to prepare for the aftermath of the wave was smashed directly out of the room. Cousin landed dangerously close, having been launched out of the kiln. Emosingji's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly greeted his clansmen loudly. Everyone exit immediately. Transcendent realm powerhouses battling against each other. No spectators allowed. After saying that, as soon as he pulled up his cousin, he flew up in the air and quickly fled in the direction he came from. Go and tie someone back up for me. I want to meet that magical little friend. The old apothecary made his move while instructing towards the two people not far away who were covering their chests and spitting blood. Poison Bat's face was sad as he nodded to Pretty Widow before the two of them took to the air in unison. Want to go? Stay. The old housekeeper sneered, probing his claws through the air. A huge golden palm emerged above the two men's heads, and as they watched it about to shoot down, the poisonous bat and the Pretty Widow's faces instantly turned pale and incomparably pale. Old boy, your opponent is me. The old pharmacist laughed and similarly backhanded a fist, an immense and incomparable fist instantly freezing with his palm. The two took advantage of this gap and hurriedly drew back and fled out in a hurry. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. The entire mountain stream exploded with a loud bang, and all of a sudden the ground was shaking, and his cousin was hurriedly taken out of the waterfall, turning back with a palpitating heart. At this time, the entire waterfall strangely stopped moving, seemingly fixed by the mysterious power of life. Are the transcendents so terrible? Cousin looked pale. He had thought that Master Chio might be strong, but he hadn't thought that it was this strong. Nonsense. What is called transcendence? That has already transcended the boundaries of the cultivator. There is great greatness between the hands and feet, and it is even easier to move mountains and fill in the sea. Emosingji's face turned blue, not having thought that this boatload of spirit stones would draw out such an old monster. Thinking of this, Emosingji even suffocated abnormal. To say that are so strong. You want a spirit stone can be of no use. Eat enough to refining medicine. Why? Inside the kiln, there were constantly falling rocks smashing down. The old pharmacist frowned and spoke. How about going out and fighting outside? Just a few more rounds of fighting. This place is afraid of collapsing. The kiln is not important, but the spirit field outside is his heart and soul. The old butler was similarly silent. There was a boatload of spirit stones from the Mo family outside, and it would be troublesome after blasting the place down. The two flew out in unison with great understanding. Come on. Cousin was looking at the mountain stream when his face changed and he shouted. Inside the waterfall, Poison Bat and Pretty Widow rushed out. Mo Singji's face similarly changed as he shouted. The Xianfeng division will gather, and the rest of the people will withdraw at speed. With a command, 10 Xianfeng departments seeing me realm cultivators immediately returned to the group. Countless pieces of iron took off into the air, forming a huge iron wall in a split second, followed by 10 crossbows appearing in the cultivators' hands. Shoot! Mo Singji ordered again, and 10 ravaging light flashes were galvanized from the crossbow and shot towards the two men. The poison bat had just conjured up a patch of bats, and before he could release them, they were knocked out one by one. What a powerful organ technique! He was astonished in his heart. 10 Simi realm cultivators holding organs can actually be separated from himself. The Mo family is worthy of the name of the next 3 clans. Widow, I'll hold them off while you go catch the group of low-ranked cultivators. After Poison Bat let out a shout, he waved his hand once again to invoke a patch of bats. Mo Singji's color changed, and he shouted in a hurry towards the clansmen behind him. Take Xiuwen and leave. As the words fell, the Pretty Widow had already come through the air. Hanyu is now comfortably stretching his flaming wings to soar in mid-air, and in his sea of consciousness, Baozi face keeps jumping and crashing into the bottle, and with each collision, the bottle shakes for a moment, while Baozi face is always bounced off, and yet it remained persistent and kept taking its face to the ground, still cursing under its breath. Asterisk 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 you give it to him and not to me. Just now, when the bottle digested that half of the soul essence, it divided some of it to give it to Hanyu, which was originally agreed upon. And little Lioli didn't care, but the subsequent changes it sees the more wrong it gets. Hanyu's sea of consciousness is broadened. Yes, that can't even be a change in aptitude. That muddled change was respectively the second stage of the avatar. Avatar Rui. Drinking his soup broth could never cause Hanyu's fire aptitude to evolve, unless the bottle not only gave the soup, but secretly mixed in the meat too. It is not a matter of scarcity but of unevenness. Little Lioli immediately exploded. They can only turn out ahead is sad. The bottle you white send him also do not send me? Chapter 76, Cousin in distress again. I said can you stop making this exaggerated face against my old face? Hanyu's face was dark as he looked into the sea of consciousness, and little Lioli's fist-sized head was alive like a big bun, topping his childish face, then puffing out his cheeks and bulging his bun face into a ball of leather like that. Little Lioli bounced in the sea of consciousness for a while, and huffed, the bottle is too biased. It shares a little bit more with you, and it didn't share with me. This Lin Gungzi is still what I found, and also the origin that I exchanged for the pills. It really pisses me off. Hanyu was speechless for a while. God knows why the bottle was suddenly so generous in giving so much energy to feed back to strengthen himself. Can make the bun? Oh no. Small Lioli crazy. Should be a lot of amount. To know the small Lioli for energy nearly greedy. Bottle this hand is afraid to let the small Lioli remember for a long time. At this moment, Hanyu had already landed on the ground for a long time, using his legs to catch up. Flying was certainly comfortable, but the consumption was too great. It was estimated that it could only support him for a maximum of 20 miles at a time. The sea of consciousness would have to fall off after 20 miles if it dried up, and furthermore the divine ability as a means of attack really wasn't suitable to be used casually for rushing. Little Lioli hummed and hawed for a while, then pouted again, and said with a flurry of blank stares, "Don't be too happy. The bottle can be so kind as to give you a strengthened aptitude? It definitely wants you to be more proactive in the future when you come out of the den. Or maybe it's just that you're going to have bad luck, and you're afraid you're going to die, and you're rushing to arm you with a wave." Little Lioli said cheerfully with a thieving expression on that bun face. Hanyu admired the fact that it could make so many expressions out of this mass of bun faces, but instead, his heart fluttered a bit. Don't let that crow's mouth get you. Steeply, there was a tremor in his chest, and Hanyu suspiciously reached into his pocket and pulled out a token, which was constantly trembling and seemed to be in a hurry. Hanyu's face looks odd for a moment. His cousin is in trouble again. The Pretty Widow's side was about to come after her in the air, when her figure stalled, almost frightening her cousin. Take Shuowen quickly, Mo Singji shouted, and the group of clansmen with lower cultivation hurriedly pulled their cousins to escape with their swords. Get after it. Poison Bat sensed the abnormality on this side and urged in a loud voice. What are you doing? Widow? Don't chase after them yet. I can't chase you if you don't come. Pretty Widow watched a group of people vanish the sword to escape depressed in the heart. but its own has always been blocked by an invisible wall. Immediately reacted. Poison Bat then remembered that the invisible rope between the two, but is not the two dead tied within 10 meters of it. Although the cultivation of the 10 cultivators of the Xianfeng department was inferior by one realm, they actually made the poisonous bats unable to strike by virtue of their attainments and organs. That iron shield should not be made of mortal iron. The golden bats had already bombarded several rounds and had never been able to break through. Instead, it was the continuous crossbows in the hands of those 10 cultivators that had made themselves fearful. One can only say that it deserves to be called the Mosey family. And just based on this hand that can fight the strong with the weak with the strong organ technique. An unusual clan. Who can mess with it? It's especially hard when it's your turn to go up against it. The whole tortoise shell and being unusually flexible. He swooped down with a fierce heart and was about to rush in hard to disrupt the formation when the 10 cultivators of the Mo clan split left and right, and a blackened cannon barrel hidden by an iron shield was aimed directly at his face. 2 cultivators crouched down to set up the barrels, while a cultivator behind them kept throwing spirit stones from one of the filler ports at the end. Boom! 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 3 golden rays of light compressed to the extreme kept hitting from the muzzle of the cannon, gluing towards the poisonous bat's face. Danger! A palpitating intuition made the poison bat unable to think of anything else, instantly lifting its state of vacating to fall down quickly. Behind him, there were 3 consecutive violent explosions, and the aftermath was so vast that the overflowing true essence even uprooted the surrounding forest trees. I'll help you. The pretty widow was inexplicably worried as she watched the poison bat in a sorry state, so she was about to come through the air. Poison Bat's face changed, and he hastened to stop. Don't come. This 10-man formation is bound to specialize in delaying the enemy. Catch the small ones first. Don't tangle with them. After saying that, his figure once again took off into the air, this time only dodging and not fighting. A path of true essence continuously crossed in the surroundings, and by virtue of his keen self-consciousness, the poison bat immediately rushed out of the Xianfeng department's blocking circle. These squads are so weird. Stay back and go after the smaller ones first. Poison Bat came to Pretty Widow's side, and after hastily instructing a few words, the 2 of them then broke into the air and left. Mosingji was furious. This poisonous bat is too sneaky, so quickly see the clues. This is indeed the heavy equipment used by the Mosey family to block the enemy. Not only is it sturdy and unusual, but more importantly, it is flexible in change of direction, and there is almost no dead angle in the defense. And all the cultivators in the realm of the peeping god and below will have to have a headache when they encounter it. Unfortunately, the requirements are too harsh. At least 10 seeing self realm is needed to be molded. The cultivation is low. Not good. The cultivation is high. Above the seeing self is the peeping god. Since there are 10 peeping gods, why bother to borrow the organs? You guys disengage your reloads quickly. I'll go ahead and meet them. Mosingji hurriedly left his words before rushing to vanish his sword and fly away. Cousin regretted in his heart, had he known that he would have traveled and brought the shuttle, if he had that thing. Those 2 god-prying realm could only eat farts in the back. Damn it, when we get back, I'll research high-speed spells that I can carry around with me. The kind that no one can catch up with. Cousin gritted his teeth with a fury in his heart. Cover your mouth and nose. A certain clan member with a sword at his side suddenly raised his voice in alarm. At this moment, Cousin steeply realized that a pink dense color had appeared around them, like a snake slithering after them. He looked at the clansman's cautious and vigilant look and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, but saw every pink smoke catch up with the clansman immediately burst into a ball. Even if the clansmen covered their mouths and noses were equally stupefied, and then one by one, like dumplings, smashed down, twisting his head, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The poisonous bat and the pretty widow were coming at wind speed, and a pink smoke was still being released from the pretty widow's hands, sweeping towards herself and the others. Soon a pink smoke quickly climbed up and exploded into a cloud over him. He held his breath as hard as he could, but the smoke was pervasive, drilling through his eyes and ear holes everywhere. He only felt a sense of dryness and heat first, and then his spirit began to drift off. In a moment of inadvertence, the flying sword he was driving suddenly gave way, and after the flow of true essence in his body stopped at that moment, his entire body slammed down heavily. The violent collision made him shake his head slightly. Only at this moment, although a body of true essence is present, but there is no force to exert. His face turned white as he tried to pull out the iron kite from his arms, but he accidentally pulled out the self-strengthening sect token. A bet that Hanyu is within 10 miles. A bet that Hanyu will come in time. After his cousin's face was tangled, he gritted his teeth and pressed down on the convex groove. Surprisingly, it's still moving? Still a dick. The pretty widow and the poison bat flirted towards their cousin after they both landed. Laughing, the pretty widow's face suddenly tightened as she watched her cousin was frantically pressing the token in his hand, and instantly went on guard. What's that in your hand? Then without any further ado, He waved his hand and sent the token flying with a bolt of true energy. Shuan go. In the sky above, Emosingji arrived slowly and encountered the poison bat and the pretty widow striking out at his cousin, so he couldn't help but bare his eyes. When he got close, he saw his cousin on the ground with a pale face from afar, and greeted the two with a loud roar. Cousin's entire body of true essence could not be exerted, and he could only grit his teeth and pick up the token and then run with his legs open, not forgetting to frantically press the token as he ran. Emosingji himself was only a half-step peeping god, fighting 1 against 2, not to mention not even having the chance to open the organ technique, and was restrained by the pretty widow's pink mist in just 10 or so rounds. Cousin had only run a short distance before the two fell hand in hand once again. You can't run away. The pretty widow laughed teasingly again. You can't run away. At this moment, a figure smashed heavily from the sky. Chapter 77, Fighting Again. Farewell 3 days. Hanyu had originally been running on the ground in a windy manner, his surroundings constantly skimming past behind him, his athletic figure already sounding like it was breaking through the air. Little Lily grabbed her bun face, her whole face wrinkled into a ball. Hanyu had to argue with it from time to time as he hurried along. Just after you say you're going to have bad luck, something happens to your cousin, and you're really going. That bun face had a look of displeasure on it. Hanyu held the token in his hand, feeling the frequent vibrations within it. His brows furrowed as he returned. It's gotten to the point where he's using the token to ask for help, so it seems like he's desperate. As he was speaking, the token in his hand vibrated even more violently, with a tendency to fall from his hand. To be able to sense it so clearly, the person should be very close. Hanyu thought in his heart. His feet do not stop. Between running, the fire lotus quietly bloomed. Behind the back of a pair of flame wings extended out of thin air. His feet force a step. All of a sudden the dust flew. A vertical body after flying up in the air. After flying higher and higher and looking extremely far into the distance, he could finally see a few small black dots in the distance, and Hanyu fluttered his wings, instantly scrambling out like lightning, where his eyes were. A few moments came, and he could already see his cousin's appearance, but it was the person opposite to his cousin who surprised him, and immediately put away the flame, and the whole person fell heavily. There was a loud crash, and a figure fell heavily. Cousin's mind was slightly relieved. There was only one other person he knew who loved to play this kind of high-altitude rappelling. Hanyu surveyed the pretty widow and the poison bat with interest, holding in a smile as he spoke derisively. What a coincidence! The two virtuous couples are here as well. When enemies meet, it is the red face. The poisonous bat's face is green. He is worried about not being able to find someone. The day before, Hanyu's elixir fed to the pretty widow, but it made him suffer badly. No one could imagine how scary a 10-meter hold was. He and pretty widow, no matter what they did, they needed both of them together. Not only to eat and sleep, but even to toilet they needed one person to stand outside. Traveling faster doesn't work, and inconsistency in where you want to go doesn't work, and the most let the poisonous bat feel awkward, is the pretty widow gradually changed the attitude. Although blind, but not stupid, clearly can feel the other side of the words and deeds with the sentiment. The pretty widow looked at Hanyu, her teeth already grinding to a crunch, and if she could, she immediately wanted to pounce and bite the other party alive. If it wasn't for Hanyu, she wouldn't have to face the most horrible things in the world, and every time she held the pipe to let the water out, it was undoubtedly an execution. What was fortunate was that the poisonous bat was blind, or else she would have had even less idea how to handle herself when she realized that her body was already like this. You still dare to show up? I was worried that I couldn't find you. Die and come. The pretty widow couldn't help herself and took the lead. Several pink densities climbing towards Hanyu like colorful drills. Cousin's expression changed behind him, and he couldn't help but call out sharply. Apothecary, be careful. Those smokes are oddly eccentric. Quirky. Hanyu naturally knows. When he was on the ship but at once, he could beat a drum. However, he was indifferent, and when he waited for the colorful trainers to keep circling his body in preparation to scurry into his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, Hanyu's body sprouted flames for no apparent reason, instantly burning out all of this pink smoke. The pretty widow's face changed and she looked at him in surprise. In just 2 days, this kid's ability to control fire could reach such a level? Let me. Poison Bat came forward and waved his hand as his true essence poured out. A golden bat constantly being mimicked out by the true essence. Don't fight hard. Let's go first and wait until we rendezvous with my family's Shin Phone clan members. Cousin's heart palpitated as he looked at the densely packed bats, and he was too busy to voice a warning. Although Hanyu had said that he had fought 2 god-prying realms and managed to leave peacefully, he himself was similarly in a sorry state. But don't run to save yourself from being unable to do so, and even the pharmacist himself will be hitched. Just as his cousin was worried, Hanyu suddenly waved his hand to invoke a huge fire lotus. Bat kill. With an edict, 100 or so golden bats swept downward in unison. Hanyu took a deep breath, and after his chest continuously puffed up, he fiercely blew out with a breath, and the roiling fire instantly poured out, and a golden bat seemed to have entered a frying pan after being submerged by the sea of fire, and a burst of explosions continuously came out. The poison bat was filled with horror when Hanyu waved his hand again on that side, and a fire dragon instantly emerged from the fire lotus, luridly attacking him. He didn't dare to be careless. Pretty Widow had suffered such a loss. He was the first to take a few steps back, and his true essence flowed madly, covering his entire body in a flash. Bump! The fire dragon exploded into a sea of fire when it entered his body, and before he could react, several more fire dragons circled and rushed in. Cousin looked at Hanyu in the flames with a horrified expression, his jaw open incredulously. Dog dog. Little Lily muttered as she watched Hanyu pour out his divine abilities like they didn't need any money. Dead bottle. This wave of feedback is a little too hard. This situation is not to say that a god-peeping realm will be burned half dead. Burned into ashes can be. Poison bat at this time is also a burst of color, wrapped in their own true essence is constantly flowing. The fire dragon blasted out of the flames fell on top of the true essence, but also to the true essence as fuel to burn even more ruthlessly. The Pretty Widow was so anxious to see this that she hastily drew herself toward the front and drew half of the flames all the way to herself. The pressure of the poisonous bat suddenly reduced, which led to a complicated face and a sideways head. Although he could not see the other party, he could feel the fragrance on the other party's body. Hanyu's jaw dropped and he was secretly afraid. This fixation pill has such a horrible hidden effect, and it can even sacrifice itself to fulfill love. I have long said that let you give white Junya eat you do not believe. Eat after you produce love for you that is let you take what you want. All kinds of cooperation with you. You know, to love if it is a long time. And why bother to count more parts? Less parts. Little Luri grinned her whole bun face weirdly. Shut up. Hanyu didn't dare to let it go on describing it any further. It was just too horrifying a picture. We withdraw. Poison Bat said sharply towards the widow beside him. Hanyu was too eccentric this time, and he had already developed a desire to retreat in his heart. The Pretty Widow nodded, and the two of them quickly took to the air, trying to run with all the flames, and after Hanyu leapt, his fire wings stretched out, blinking like an arc of electricity in the gazes of several people who were shocked. The poisonous bat could only choose to dodge due to the flames all over it, and Hanyu was incredibly fast, appearing in front of him beforehand every time. After the prancing and flashing two figures tangled in the sky for several rounds, Hanyu found the right opportunity to kick him down from the sky with a vicious whip kick. Don't! The Pretty Widow's pale face was catching up, when suddenly a flame exploded behind her, and a large mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out after a bulge in her chest. Both landed on their feet and smashed not far from their cousin. After Hanyu lifted the flames in midair, he slammed down heavily and reached into his pocket, pulling out the elixir that had long been scheduled for the poisonous bats. Chapter 78, The Blind Man Takes Medicine and the Widow Cries. The attribution of the extreme eyesight Dan has always been on Hanyu's mind, and the Pretty Widow has eaten two of the dawn, so how can he not arrange for the blind man to open his eyes and face his life squarely in order to be perfect? At least compare your size with the widow's with your eyes open. Think of the blind man and the widow to go to the water discharge of the picture. Too exciting but, closed eyes is the widow, open eyes and what is the bull horse ghost thing? Polarizing Dan. The blind man is sure to eat it. Hanyu took the pills and walked up. The poisonous bat hobbled up. Face unbelievable look. Just 2 days. This kid's fire control cannot be defended, but also can be able to chase in the air. And even the speed is faster than him a peeping god realm. The Pretty Widow looked at the elixir in Hanyu's hand, revealing a look of trepidation. What kind of elixir was that? And associating it with all the changes in her own body, she began to fantasize about all sorts of horrifying images. For example, the poisonous bat smeared with blush, a big red robe, crossing the orchid finger, a pair of copper bell eyes frequently make a seductive movement. For example, poisonous bats have been squatting and peeing ever since. For example, the poisonous bat's chest burden is even more magnificent than hers. The more she thought about it, the more she shuddered, looking at Hanyu as if he were looking at an evil spirit. Blindy, run! She shouted at the top of her lungs as she took off into the air towards the poisonous bats. A handful of poisonous bats are copied and then they want to escape. But Hanyu will not let them succeed, pulling out a sea of fire to instantly encircle the two people's path. Never take his medicine. Don't take it. The poison widow shook her hands, assisted the poison bat, and trembled. Only she knew how terrifying Hanyu's elixir really was. It was destroying a person's entire body and mind. Hanyu watched the scene with a dark, black face and couldn't help but spit on it. Damn it, it's clearly these two who are full of evil. Why do they look like I'm forcing them to be prostitutes? The big bag rolled around in his head and the little glaze smiled so hard that his whole face split. It's just too funny. Cousin acts as a spectator on the sidelines with a dumbfounded look on his face. He still hasn't gotten over being chased to Hanyu's counterchase. Didn't we agree on barely escaping? You call this barely? You're about to make one of the god voyeur realms cry, you know? Moreover, looking at the elixir in Hanyu's hand, it seemed to have made the two of them quite scornful. Has the world of monks changed and you have to take pills if you lose a fight? As Hanyu stepped forward, the pretty widow clenched her teeth and took on a desperate stance, venting all of her true essence, turning it into countless pink smokes that spewed out continuously with her as the source, quickly enveloping the area in a few dozen meter radius. Cousin was already all hot and dry, and after the pink smoke spread out and suffered an unearthly disaster, a few mouthfuls of smoke inhalation, the little hammer instantly knocked on the side of the drum, and the whole face was suffocated red, but fortunately had not yet lost his mind. Hanyu covered his entire body in flames at the first opportunity, the searing heat forcing away the smoke that surrounded him, and before he could do anything, the poisonous bats made their move first. The pretty widow's intention was to make Hanyu lose his mind with the full force of her eruption, but she never thought that it would be the blind man who would lose his mind. At this moment, the poisonous bat flushed, mood stumbled, a heart beating fast, originally being assisted by the hand involuntarily to go to the ground just like this reached in. Surplus? Pretty widow's face reddened, constantly wriggling away. She did not object to the behavior of the poisonous bat, but it had to depend on the occasion. Hanyu straightened his hot eyes and snapped his fingers, a fist-sized fire lotus floating around the two of them. With another ringing finger, the fire lotuses all exploded, and all of a sudden the flames rose to the sky. After waiting a few moments, the flames receded, and the two men had fallen to the ground in unison, their clothes ragged and all scorched. Hanyu strides forward, picking off the pretty widow with one foot, pulling up the lapel of the poison bat with one hand, and is about to forcibly feed the Dan. But unexpectedly the poison bat is still conscious and clenches its teeth. This set of Hanyu could be described as exceptionally skillful. After 3 punches to the stomach first, poison bat opens his mouth in pain as Hanyu throws the elixir in and pushes him down with a hand over his mouth. Watching a gagging movement in his throat before he let go, the poisonous bat is like a flashback. Hanyu just let go of his hand and he uses all his strength to climb up, desperately stabbing at his throat, but after half a day of stabbing, he doesn't see any results. The pretty widow woke up in a haze, raised her eyes to the movements of the poisonous bat, blanched, and instantly realized what was going on, rolling over to the blind man, pulling out his hand as he did so, and turning to poke his own long, slender fingers into it in a flurry of stirring. She hit him harder than a poisonous bat, and within a few strokes she stirred up his gastric juices, and he immediately pressed himself to the ground and vomited. Before she could rejoice, looking at the mess of water on the floor, the widow's face instantly turned ashen. Is there? Poison bat asked in a trembling voice, and after a long time of not getting a response, he himself reached out in the puddle of gastric juices for a while to pick and pull, and his 2 hands did not touch anything except for the sliminess, and in a flash, his face also went white. Showun. In the sky, there was a long whine. Cousin looked up and saw that the old butler had actually broken through the air. It turned out to be Cho-in was the old pharmacist pestered. The two could not help anyone for a while, Cho-in and his cousin's safety in mind, so he got rid of the old pharmacist. Recluse rushed to Master Chio. Cousin looked at the old steward, and with a joyful heart, he hastened to open his mouth and call out, "Old piker, you said you'd stay as a guest, and this is how you run away?" Another voice came from far beyond the heavens, and before the words fell, the person had already arrived as well. Seeing the old pharmacist chasing after him, the old butler frowned and was about to strike again. The pretty widow looked at Hanyu with an indignant expression on her face, and when she looked up and saw the old pharmacist she whirled around, immediately pointing at Hanyu and opening her mouth to call out, "Elder, the person you're looking for is him." The old apothecary sniffed and immediately locked his gaze on Hanyu, being gazed at for no reason at all. Hanyu suddenly had the illusion of being looked at naked. Not an illusion. That person's gaze seemed to have penetrated through the clothing and was constantly surveying his own torso. In the sea of consciousness, the glazed bottle suddenly spewed out a stream of smoke to envelop itself. Run! Little Lioli's face was suddenly as black as the bottom of a pot as Hanyu's on a normal day, and she jumped into the smoke after signaling the alarm. Before Hanyu could even understand what was going on, he only felt a lightness in his body. The old pharmacist scared as he pulled Hanyu to his side after controlling him with one hand, and everything only happened in a flash of lightning. What a perfect physical body! Even the lungs and internal organs can be strengthened to such an extent that it's not wrong to say that 100 poisons are invulnerable. The old pharmacist's greedy gaze swept over Hanyu's body for a while, sending chills down one's spine. Don't make the first move, do it and you'll die right away. In the smoke of the sea of consciousness, there was a sharp warning from little Lioli. Hanyu had just prepared a hand of fire lotus behind his back and quickly put it away. If there was no little Lioli warning, he would have already had to have a hand of Big Bang. You're the one who used the elixir to make that girl child unmanly? The old apothecary spoke with a smile as he put a hand on Hanyu's shoulder. Hanyu hadn't reacted at first, but once he heard the words misogyny he was instantly covered in cold sweat. And with this old man's age, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with calling out to the widow as a female child. What elixir did you use to make the two of them unable to separate within 10 meters? Hanyu wiped away his cold sweat, thinking that this wave had beaten two old ones. And here comes an even older one. It's going to be bad. With a curious look, the old apothecary asked a third sentence. I want to take a look at your magical pills. After saying that, she looked at Hanyu with a smile. Hanyu was a bit frazzled by the look and helplessly pointed at the poisonous bat. Speaking, I've already fed him my last elixir. There's no more. There wasn't the slightest disappointment on the old pharmacist's face. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly as he excitedly asked after him. What Dan? What effect? Hanyu didn't know the old apothecary's intentions either, and could only answer in an evasive manner. Medicine to restore his eyes. Which only heard this, the old pharmacist looked even more a burst of strange. Poisonous bat's eyes are considered to be his hand judgment. Can activate the eye vitality and then eye replacement has been considered a miracle. But Hanyu straight said that a medicine can be solved. How long? If the blind can be restored to sight in 8 or 10 years, it would not be a miracle drug. Now, Hanyu's words just fell. The old pharmacist's face changed. Immediately shot out toward the poisonous bat ingested. Chapter 79, Human and Animal is not an adjective. The poisonous bat was horrified, but it flew towards the old pharmacist's hand without any choice. After the strip of cloth that was covering his eyes was pulled off, poison bat and old apothecary's expressions changed at the same time. The old apothecary looked incredulously at the pair of soulful eyes of the poisonous bat. When he examined them himself, they were already necrotic. The eyeballs were gray or even without a trace of color. Poison bat looked at the front of his eyes with a shocked face. After years of darkness faded, the light was once again welcomed in his eyes. The blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and green water, everything was reflected in his eyes again. Just before he had time to be happy, he saw a burrow lurking in the void, and he didn't know what means he was using to ingest himself. When he turned his head again to look elsewhere, a pig stood beside the donkey, an old dog grimaced across the street, a sheep, cousin, on the ground, and another cow in the direction of the pretty widow. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Did all the years since he had gone blind, people had died off and all the animals had become sperm? This is naturally impossible. The pretty widow herself has just touched it, and Hanyu has only just exchanged hands, so he knows very well if it's a human being or not. That could only be a problem with the elixir. Right up there with all the bizarre effects of the pretty widow taking the elixir. So he looked at the pig with an extremely complicated face. His medicine seemed to have cured him, but he seemed to have a hard time being grateful. Is your eye better or not? The old apothecary spoke sharply, and in his eyes he saw a burrow opening its mouth impatiently. Poison bat's face was complex, nodding and shaking his head. I am better, and I seem to be broken. As soon as he told what he saw in his eyes, he saw the burrow's face seize up into a frown. The old apothecary twisted his head to look at Hanyu and spoke in puzzlement. What exactly is this medicine's effect? Hanyu's face was odd. This time it wasn't a surprise. He was more or less prepared in his heart. He knew about Bottle's lack of culture, so Bottle rarely used adjectives. I just didn't realize that the so-called human and animal was not really an adjective. Hanyu looked at the poisonous bats and couldn't help but be amused when he thought about his future life with the widow. So he opened his mouth. Within 10 miles, see things as if they were before you. And within 10 meters, humans and animals are indistinguishable. The old pharmacist listened to the end of spare more than see the world. Also cannot help but this jaw-dropping. This clearly can be cured means, but have to be added to the role of such an evil. So it was with the widowed woman. And so it is with the blind man at this moment. Dang evil little guy. It's the kind of thing that even he asked himself that he couldn't do. He then glances at Hanyu with a weird gaze, looking at Hanyu uncomfortably. Master Chiu, that's my friend. Cousin shouted from the ground, and the old steward instantly realized that he was going to do it. The old pharmacist threw the poisonous bat back to the pretty widow's side, then lifted Hanyu and vanished into the wind. Poison bat's face was torn as he watched a cow catch itself, its beak coming up to him, and a heart instantly sank. You're just going to see animals for the rest of your life, aren't you? After the pretty widow caught the poisonous bat, she immediately used all her remaining strength to take off in the air and disappear. The old butler was about to strike, when his cousin, anxious to jump below, said, Master Vengeance, my friend came here to save me. Help me save the others first. With a gust of wind, the scenery around him flashed before his eyes so fast that all he could see was a trail of stumps. Han Yu was appalled. This kind of speed was simply unheard of. What the hell kind of monster is this? Little Lily hid in the sea of consciousness and voiced out. This is a ing transcendence realm cultivator. I've told you not to run around if you're unlucky. Even this kind can be met. Can't you find some small cultivators to play with? Little Lioli was angry and even the bottle was scolded. Why is this guy so unlucky? The old apothecary looked excited, grabbing Han Yu as if he was holding onto a precious treasure. And in just a few moments, he had arrived at the mountain stream. After flying into the waterfall with the men, Han Yu was only just shocked at the wide medicinal fields when he was led into the kiln. Looking at the broken bottles and cans on the ground, Han Yu was at a loss for words. After the old pharmacist put down Han Yu, he didn't even bother with him first, but instead turned back to the corner, pulling out a pamphlet within a hollowed-out ledge and coming back in a huff. Come on, sit down first. The old pharmacist's attitude towards Han Yu changed drastically after he entered the kiln as if he was arrogant and respectful. Han Yu was uncomfortably pressed to sit down, and only then did the old apothecary sit across from him, spreading the booklet out on the table and looking at him with burning eyes. Little friend, help correct me. These are the Dan formulas that old man has developed over the years. Blanche, was this old man stupid, showing himself the Dan formula he had researched? The point is that you don't know how to do it yourself. When the other person thinks you're a useful person to them, you'd better be really useful. Little Lioli voiced a reminder in the sea of consciousness. Han Yu hurriedly pretended to be seriously flipping through the booklet as he raised his hand and flipped through it. The old pharmacist waited by the side with an expectant face, his gaze never leaving Han Yu. Han Yu screamed in his heart, secretly complaining in his mind. I don't know anything about alchemy. If this goes on, am I going to be finished? Turn a few more pages. I've got a bit of a head start. Little Lioli suddenly spoke. Han Yu could only force himself to stay calm and continue flipping. After a long time, in the old apothecary's expectant eyes, Han Yu looked at him with an unbelievable look. You actually used all poisonous substances to make pills, and used the method of controlling toxicity to achieve healing effects? The expression was true, and the words were what little Ruri had told him. The last page of the light of the new additions to the Fade Poison Dan, written although it is a long time to take to expel the poison in the bone marrow, but if the dose is more, the dose of human bones can be given to the melting. As for the line of eye-restoring pills, it was even more outrageous, stimulating the eyes with toxicity, and in the best-case scenario, the eyeballs must be necrotic. Han Yu naturally didn't know that this dam was designed for poisonous bats. He just thought it was outrageous. The old pharmacist's eyes were already glowing at this point, looking at Han Yu as if he was seeing a confidant. A senile old man jumped up at the moment and clapped his hands like a child, startling Han Yu alive. The old pharmacist jumps up and down with a leap of faith. But he's not just a lunatic in Han Yu's eyes. Ha ha, you can read me. You can read me. Just one sentence made Han Yu look odd. Why is this old man acting like a child who can't get anyone to understand him? After the pretty widow carried the poison bat on her back and flew all the way, the only remaining true essence eventually dried up after the two of them both fell down. Poison bat was pinned down helplessly, and in his eyes a huge cow was falling solidly on top of him. What saddens him the most is that he had a reaction to a cow. The pretty widow's true essence was empty. The two cantaloupes smothered the poisonous bat's head to death, and a hot and dry sensation was traveling throughout her body. Damn! The effects of the intentional confusion kung fu have not yet worn off. At this moment, there was no one in the four corners of the room, and after the two talents were out of danger, both of them unexpectedly reacted. The poisonous bat began to twist and turn. He shouldn't have caught on, but unfortunately he was heavily injured and his true essence was depleted by the flames. The pretty widow's face was hard to see. She should not have fallen into the way, and the fascination kung fu was only effective for men, just because she had an extra part. Poison Bat was already like a boiled prawn at this moment. His face was red and even below his neck was a bloody color. The pretty widow gritted her teeth in death, keeping her sanity steeply. Poison Bat was in a low growl as he rolled up and looked at the cow beneath him, which he knew was bound to be Pretty Widow. The look bounced repeatedly across the board between and Kink. Widow, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, these words became the fuse that completely ignited the pretty widow. She drew back and pushed, and was back on top again. Let me be on top. What was left of Poison Bat's sanity spoke up. The pretty widow complicated in front of her and flipped the poisonous bat over as soon as she could. In the wilderness, the mournful cries of poisonous bats resonate. Chapter 80, The Old Crazy Man of Tendu Peak. The epileptic old man bounces around, and the corner of Han Yu's eye twitches, lest he get a psychotic break and kill himself with a single move. How the old man doesn't look like a normal person like that. If he's a madman, you'd better go along with him. Madmen in the transcendent realm are even more terrifying. Little Lioli advised earnestly in the sea of consciousness. What exactly is the transcendental realm? That is the most cultivators may not be able to cross over in their lifetime. The transcendence realm has already separated from the extreme of ordinary cultivators, and there is no longer a trace of true essence in their strikes, and all the true essence flowing through their flesh has been transformed into spiritual power, and moving mountains and filling up seas is easy for them to do. Hanyu was as if he was listening to a pie in the sky. This was no longer something within human reach. You're lucky. Such people are few and far between, and you managed to meet them too, little Rory said in a depressed tone. The old apothecary suddenly quieted down and gazed at him. Keep saying what he loves to hear, little Lioli hurriedly urged. Hanyu returned to his senses and then hurriedly added a few sentences, saying, harnessing poison and controlling poison to achieve the miraculous effects of the elixir. Throughout the ages, it is very rare, and it seems that Senior has created another school. It was almost as if little Lioli was speaking in the sea of consciousness and Hanyu was pretending to paraphrase. The old apothecary's expression was becoming more and more joyful. If others said this, it would undoubtedly be fawning and pandering, but Hanyu was different. Hanyu was a magical apothecary in his eyes, and praise from his peers was the greatest affirmation of all. While the old man is secretly happy in his heart, Hanyu secretly slurs in his mind. How do you know there hasn't been one throughout the ages? Little Lioli snorted. Poisoning people is understandable. Specializing in poisons to save people. Who can do it if they are not crazy? At this point, the old pharmacist looked relieved and had sat back gleefully, grabbing Hanyu's hand as he said, I knew you'd be able to come up with that kind of oddball elixir that would definitely resonate with me. Next, the old pharmacist rambled on, saying that the group of old men didn't know what they were talking about, and saying that the world's vision was too narrow. From time to time, he also inserted a few words about the experience of highly poisonous spiritual plants. In short, Hanyu is listening to the words in a cloud, but doesn't understand a word of the meaning. Fortunately, he understood the last sentence. The old pharmacist said indignantly, who stipulates that poisons can't be refined to make life-saving elixirs. The wonders of a person's strange meridians and veins are endless, and a little bit of toxicity to stimulate it can achieve all sorts of miraculous effects. Hanyu looked odd and asked curiously, did Senior succeed? That's natural. Over the past few decades, I've made a cripple's leg meridians whole again, and I've also made a little cutie back to normal. Hanyu was instantly shocked. Using poison pills to really save people? But on second thought, it doesn't seem right. 2 successful cases in decades? No one else has been involved? Just the 2? No one else? Damn curiosity kept him from asking further. The old pharmacist's face clouded over, waved his hand and said, naturally not. The rest of the patients were impatient and couldn't wait to be reincarnated. They can't be counted. Blanche, how many people should fall to him? This old man wouldn't be a demonic giant, would he? The old apothecary looked at him with his eyes, and only after looking at him uncomfortably did he say, when I first heard that girl child talk about you, I knew that we were the same kind of people, and my poison pill avenue is in need of such a talent as little friend. Hanyu's face paled a bit as he asked in a low voice, what does Senior mean? The old apothecary waved his hand and spoke. Little friend will stay and help me perfect the Dan Dao. Your magical techniques coupled with my control over poisonous dawn will surely be able to compose a poison scripture out of it. Blanche, it's not you he's looking at. What he's looking at is the bottle's sense for pills. Little Lioli sat out of breath in the sea of consciousness. Hanyu's face was unsightly. A ghost would want to eat his fill and accompany him to perfect the poison scripture, and immediately spoke. I'm afraid I can't help. Why don't you let me go? Senior? The old pharmacist's still smiling old face instantly turned cold as he looked at Hanyu sorrowfully and said coldly, is this because you don't see my way of poison pills? Think it's impossible to realize? Blanched I pressure cannot alchemy. The bottle cannot speak. How to help you? When the time to reveal the fear of death faster. But in the eyes of the old apothecary, this was equivalent to acquiescence, and immediately his face looked strangely pale as he snatched the poison scripture from the table. His eyes cold. I thought that you really understood my Dan Dao. But it turns out that you were cajoling me. Hanyu wanted to cry. Nuts! I'm going to stay and work with you on your alchemy, but now I don't appreciate you and I'm going to freak out again. This old man was truly abnormal. He had reached the point of obsession for alchemy. No, he is obsessed with the poison Dan genre he created to the point of being unusually obsessive. Little Lioli added in a whisper in the sea of consciousness. You'll never be able to leave this place again, unless my way of poison pills comes to fruition. The old pharmacist grunted coldly. Don't you presume that anyone will come to your rescue? Pharmacist, we saved you. There was a loud shout from outside the kiln, a cousin's cry, and in an instant a figure came in, but it was not he, but the old steward. Are you guys bored? I've found the person I'm looking for. I don't need you to stay anymore. You can go. The old apothecary looked at the old butler who came in and immediately frowned and waved his hand distractedly. The old housekeeper's heart was stifled and he was almost exasperated. What a shameless person. Hijacking the Mo family's spirit stones and forcibly taking people captive. And still being able to say it with such a straight face. This is living like a madman. There is not a trace of logic or common sense to speak of. How did such a person cultivate to this level? This is another transcendent realm. You've met two in one day. Little Lioli said helplessly in the sea of consciousness. Move the spirit stones outside the cave and stop coming over to get in the way. Seemingly thinking of something, the old pharmacist pointed outside the cave and said, then waved his hand with an impatient look. The old housekeeper, however, was indifferent, raising his hand and pointing at Hanyu. He opened his mouth and said, this one is a guest of my Mo family, and I'll take him along. The old pharmacist suddenly burst into a sneer. His laugh was quite loud. I already said earlier that the Mo clan can't suppress me. When has Tendu ever been afraid of anyone? The old housekeeper's color changed in a, raising his eyes to survey the old pharmacist, and after a moment asked in a deep voice, which one of the Tendu spirit pills sect are you? Luo Yuchi. The old pharmacist snorted back. Poison King Luo Yuchi? The old housekeeper looked hesitant. That old pharmacist, or should I say Luo Yuchi, an old face, looked impatient. You can take back your Mo family's spirit stones if you want them, but this person is of great use to me, so don't even think about it. Get lost. Hanyu had already heard the Tendu spirit medicine sect mentioned more than once, but had never known what kind of sect it was. But looking at the old housekeeper's expression, it seemed that he was quite scornful of the spirit medicine sect, to be able to make one of the lower three sects scorned. What exactly was the origin of the spirit medicine sect? More incredibly, the old butler retired without a word. Outside the mountain stream, Cousin watched the old housekeeper come out alone, and hurriedly greeted him, asking, Master Chiu, where is everyone? The old housekeeper's face was difficult, shook his head, and opened his mouth to say, that old guy is actually the poison king of Tendu Peak. The other party is willing to return the spirit stone, but your friend, Cousin looked anxious and spoke quickly, he's here to save me. The old butler sighed and shook his head. The other party has put up the name of Tendu Peak. If he agrees to it, the latter can be a matter between the Mo family and Tendu Peak. I have no right to make decisions for the Mo family. Cousin panicked and pointed to himself, exclaiming, I can. Go save the pharmacist. The Mo clan isn't afraid of a Tendu Peak spirit medicine sect. The old butler looked at his cousin with a complicated face, shook his head, and sighed. No, you can't. I can't, and neither can the sixth master. And no one has the right to make a decision on behalf of the Mo family except for his lordship. Besides, you know nothing about what the hell Tendu Peak is. Chapter 81 Greedy about the way I pull out pills? Cousin's family is so uncouth. Han, you've been abandoned. Little Lioli couldn't see her expression in the smoke in the sea of consciousness, but said in a rather indignant tone. Just then, his cousin's voice gradually came in, and he walked quickly into the kiln with an iron expression on his face. Master Chio's secretive attitude towards Tendu Peak made him feel disheartened. Hanyu had saved him, but had gotten himself involved instead, so how could this allow him to retreat with peace of mind? Entering the kiln, seeing Hanyu sitting unharmed on one side, Cousin sighed with relief, and immediately saw an impatient old face. The old pharmacist's face was thinly veiled with anger as he exited and droned. Do you really think that I won't kill the Mo clan? When he finished speaking, he beckoned, and the left foot of his cousin, which was about to step out again, stopped out of the blue, and then his face was horrified, and he suddenly lost control of his whole body, and the raised foot was unable to fall down. Not only that, he gradually felt that his breathing became heavy, as if the air had weight, as if it had become tangible, and he couldn't inhale another bite. Soon, his face turned red beyond recognition. Seek death. The old pharmacist clenched his fist in the air, and the space in front of his cousin began to distort as far as the naked eye could see. Swish! A burst of air-breaking sound. The old housekeeper from outside the cave instantly arrived. One hand ingested the person after quickly pulled away, and then disappeared out of the cave, and an unseen force was crushing through it where the cousin had originally stood. Look at the shadows on the ground. Little Luri voiced a reminder. Hanyu raised his eyes and could clearly see that the shadows on the ground were constantly twisting and pulling, and that was clearly this force at work. Now you know how the transcendent realm is not to be messed with. The little blaze spoke in a deep tone. For the first time, Hanyu was cognizant of the transcendent realm, and just like little Lioli said, he couldn't be messed with. With that light-hearted power, Hanyu had no doubt that he could strangle himself. After his cousin was pulled out, his face was pale as a sheet, and a feeling of revulsion instantly followed and swept over him, and he couldn't help but vomit a few times before he pressed his heart against his chest. You're the one who doesn't know. Tendu Peak is not to be messed with. but you're good enough to drive upwards. The old butler sighed as he stepped aside. After his cousin took a few breaths, he couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at him. He really didn't understand. Master Chiu, is the spirit medicine sect that scary? To be able to make the MO plan of the lower 3 sects, as well as Master Chiu, who was also in the transcendent realm. Scornful, the old housekeeper's face was cold as he asked him back. Who told you that there is such a thing as the spirit medicine sect? Cousin was stunned when he heard this. Wasn't this something that was common knowledge in the cultivator world? There was the spirit medicine sect on Tenda Peak. The old butler shook his head and sighed for a while and simply said, rumors hurt. Then only slowly explained. There was no spiritual pill sect on Tenda Peak at all. There were just 8 old lunatics plus some smelly eccentric pill masters. Cousin looked full of unbelievable look. There is no spiritual medicine clan. But among the cultivators, rumor has it that the Tenda Peak spiritual medicine clan up and down all pharmacists, producing some strange and bizarre pills. At first, he had privately thought for a time that Han Yu had also come out of the spirit pill sect. The old housekeeper told him that Tenda Peak did specialize in producing some rare and strange pills, and that was because there were 8 crazy people leading the way. The term spirit medicine sect originated roughly 20 years ago, while the 8 old lunatics of Tenda Peak became famous in the cultivator world a bit earlier, almost 10 years earlier than that. One said that there is a mineral vein near the Tenda Peak, and the spirit stone is necessary for the pharmacist to cultivate the spirit plant, so it attracted those 8 old lunatics to occupy it. There is also a saying that those 8 old maniacs found a large area of natural spiritual plants in Tenda Peak, so they settled in the same place. Regardless of the argument, one thing was common. The 8 madmen obsessed with the Dan Dao had already been Transcendence Realm powerhouses 30 years ago. Later Tenda Peak gradually gained fame, also attracted a lot of pharmacists who like to study strange pills to go there, and then developed some years. Do not know when it began to spread the word of the spirit medicine sect. Those who know what's going on inside, who are going to help clear the air for the crazies, and those who don't know are using blackmail as a way to spread the word. There's no spirit medicine sect at all. The most famous ones in Tenda Peak are just those 8 transcendent realm lunatics. The old butler seemed to be quite helpless against these 8 people, sighing in his tone. Even so, there's no need for the Mo family to be afraid of him. That's what cousin doesn't understand the most. Transcendent realm. The Mohicans also have it. You'll understand if you think of those 8 lunatics as rogues in the cultivator world. You have a big family. People are barefoot. There is no spiritual pill clan. No disciples and grandchildren. There are no scruples. You say that if you with these 8 lunatics, which family will not be diabolical? The other party could have put down Tenda Peak and patted their asses, but the one who ed with them had a sect with disciples there. The old butler frowned. Without Mo Yushu's nod, he really didn't want to provoke this group of lunatics for the Mo family. The old apothecary had regained his composure by now, and after taking his eyes to look at Hanyu, he reopened his mouth. I'm just interested in your techniques. As long as you don't do anything stupid, I'm not interested in hurting you. Manipulation? Does it count if my only maneuver is to pull out my Dan on time every day? Do you even want to learn this? Hanyu screamed in agony. It wouldn't be strange if he was staring at his pills, but this kind of staring at alchemy techniques, this is still scorpionting, a unique, poisonous one. Help me make a portion of Dan to try. The old pharmacist suddenly opened his mouth, then patted Hanyu's shoulder, and an aching sensation instantly traveled throughout his body. Hanyu realized with a look of horror that he couldn't move at all. What kind of tactic was this? On the contrary, the old apothecary seemed to have only done a small and insignificant thing, watching Hanyu not move a muscle before slowly ferrying his steps out. What kind of tactic is this? Hanyu inquired in his sea of consciousness and horror. He hadn't even seen how this madman had managed it. He used psychic power to immobilize your entire being. The little glazed head sighed helplessly. One could only say that Hanyu's luck was so bad that he could even meet this kind of person. It was simply insurmountable. The other party's every move could take Hanyu's little life. Not long after, the old pharmacist held a bunch of spiritual medicines that Hanyu couldn't name and swept his hand towards Hanyu, who then felt his body loosening up and regaining his freedom once again. Old me once had a conception of refining an elixir that makes a cultivator's flesh strong using 7 types of poison. This is my formula. Try it on your hands. As the old pharmacist spoke, he pulled out the poison scripture again and flipped the pages to the very first few pages. Hanyu had only just finished listening to it when a cold sweat broke out. 7 types of highly poisonous elixirs. A little bit of auxiliary medicine not added, and refined like this? Even a layman like him wouldn't dare to conceptualize it like this. Then he raised his eyes toward the densely packed page, and a chill ran down his spine. The entire page only records a kind of Dan formula. In addition to their own, do not recognize a variety of spirit medicine, as well as the detailed dosage. The most conspicuous is the rows and rows of red positive characters. I also don't know if this is the number of failures. or the number of deaths. Either way it's not a good thing. He wants me to refine it. Hanyu was busy asking for help in his sea of consciousness, his heart in a flurry of panic. The little glaze is also sad, and with a burst of sighing, says, try to delay it until the hour of the day. See if the bottle has any way. The old pharmacist over there was already urging, while the dosage and process he wasn't comfortable with. After putting in a spirit medicine, he opened his mouth and said, you refine it for me to see. Having said that, he had stood aside ready to watch intently. Hanyu, who rushed the duck on the shelf, where knows alchemy, just one action will instantly make the old pharmacist dumbfounded. Chapter 82, is hand-rubbed Dan pills feasible? The old pharmacist asked himself for Dan Dawa art on the count of new and different. Never thought today also opened the eyes of the world. First of all, Hanyu's fire aptitude surprised him, and in his heart, he couldn't help but evaluate Hanyu a few points higher, but also quickly feel reasonable. Can refine a variety of strange pills and how can be unusual people, so in possession of magical powers in turn is normal. The fire aptitude might work wonders for alchemy, and he nodded rather appreciatively as he watched Hanyu conjure a fire lotus in the palm of his right hand. However, when Hanyu threw the fire lotus into the alchemy furnace, his face instantly changed. He just put in the spirit medicine instantly in the bottom of the furnace into flying ash. Under the flame burning, even the alchemy furnace also burned a little deformed. After his face sank, he quickly struck out, and under a slap of his hands on the circumference of the alchemy furnace, the flame was instantly drawn out and flew back towards Hanyu. Hanyu looked at the flames that flew back and hurriedly reached out to control and slowly retract them. At this moment, the old pharmacist's face was grim as he looked coldly at Hanyu and said, you're a pharmacist who can't even control the fire? After saying that, he once again cast a portion of the elixir and said with a dark face, don't play your smart ass again. Hanyu this time kept an eye out, only released a strand of flame of the nail cap, thrown into the alchemy furnace began to flare up. This time he did not dare to let the power of the flame is too strong. Can only control the flame will be wrapped around the elixir. The old pharmacist's eyes stared tightly at the flames in the alchemy furnace, seemingly wanting to see Hanyu's techniques through the flames. But unfortunately, Hanyu's flames were just flatly wrapped around the spirit medicine calcination. He hurriedly threw in the next herb, calcined it for a few moments, and kept adding to it until all 7 flavors had entered the alchemy furnace. Then he continued to stare at the flames. What next? Hanyu secretly asked in his mind. Little Lioli responded in an unfavorable manner, saying, how would I know what to do? How did you think I could make pills? Blanche, dare I say that out of the 3 parties of the Dan, just 1 bottle is the real formula for supplying the Dan? Hanyu could only sheepishly continue to maintain the flame, and after watching the elixir gradually dissolve into a puddle of juice through the flame, he hurriedly retracted the flame. The old apothecary's face once again turned black as he pointed at the puddle of greenish liquid in the alchemy furnace and asked in a trembling voice, where do you think this looks like, Dan? Is this how you usually refine it? Embarrassed beyond measure, Hanyu found an excuse to explain, when it dries up, rubbing it round with your hands is a Dan. You didn't lie to me? The old apothecary voiced his doubts. Hanyu didn't take this very well, but the old pharmacist's gaze kept staring at him in a way that made him extremely uncomfortable, so he said stiffly, the techniques are different. The weird thing was that the word maneuver really seemed to convince him. Do you usually wait for it to solidify on its own? Or do you just intervene externally? The old pharmacist went on to ask. Hanyu was dumbfounded by the question and hastily searched for an answer in his sea of consciousness again. Don't ask me. I don't know how to make it up. Little Lioli already somewhat can't stand the 2 people. This is a dare to say, a dare to believe. No surprise. I'm afraid that something will happen in a while. Hanyu is vague and mutters. Let it solidify on its own, right? The 2 of them stood at the alchemy furnace for a long time, during which the old pharmacist even kept wandering around the alchemy furnace, observing the puddle of stuff from different angles. After waiting for a full hour, both of them were uncomfortable and abnormal before the liquid solidified with the naked eye. Come on, get on and try it. The old apothecary had an excited look on his face, and with a wave of his hand, he made way as soon as the lid of the alchemy furnace was taken away through the air. Hanyu hurriedly stepped forward and, under the old pharmacist's gaze, grabbed the green oily paste like playing with a ball of clay and began to continuously rub it round. The more he rubbed his heart, the more bottomless he was. He felt outrageous as a big fool. And what could he do if this madman found out that he was cheating him? Hanyu rubbed absent-mindedly, until the old pharmacist shouted to stop after this only to find that the mud pill. Oh no! The Dan pill has already been formed long ago. The old pharmacist stared at the elixir fiercely, the green one looking like a quail's egg. Han Yuzheng hesitantly pinched the soft and collapsed pill. Honestly, from the body rubbed some mud down into a ball. Or more like this thing. A pair of pale hands suddenly reached over, and in the midst of Han Yu's stunned gaze, The old pharmacist snatched the still damp elixir and began to place it under his nose and sniff it. After a few moments of sniffing, he stuck his tongue out and started licking again. He wants you to eat it after he licks it. Do you eat it or not? Little Lily inexplicably popped up in the sea of consciousness with a sentence of soul torture. Hanyu's face changed, and for a moment, he was so ironic that he looked at the old man with some horror as he was licking the elixir obsessively, and all of a sudden, his entire heart and liver trembled and ached. Eat it or not? In case this lunatic thinks he's insulting him by not eating, hell knows what this lunatic will do. This Dan. The old pharmacist pinched the elixir and had already tasted it, so he opened his mouth. Hanyu's heart instantly rose to his throat, only to see the old pharmacist hand over the elixir and say slowly, "You eat or I eat." Blanche. Hanyu's face was probably even greener than the elixir at the moment, as he looked at the salivary liquid still wrapped around the already moist elixir, shining brightly. Subconsciously swallowing his saliva, but finding it as if it was stuck in his throat, Hanyu shook his head and waved his hand with a dry smile, saying dryly, "Senior is a master of poison pills, so naturally, only if Senior personally tries it can he feel the effects of the pills." When the old pharmacist heard this, he actually felt that there was some truth to it, and at the same time, he was also a bit flattered by Hanyu's words. Immediately, without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir, then closed his eyes. First, a sour taste wafted out from the old pharmacist's body, and Hanyu leaned in close to eat a few mouthfuls and almost spit it out. And then, the pores of the old pharmacist's body were like the mouth of a boiling pot, and began to smoke outward, emitting a green mist. Hanyu was scared and hurriedly backed away. The mist came fast but stopped fast, just a few blinks of an eye. The old pharmacist slowly opened his eyes and gently puffed. The green mist instantly drifted towards the outside of the cave. With an unfulfilled look on his face, the old pharmacist smashed his mouth and said something that left Hanyu dumbfounded. Surprisingly, it refined away most of the toxicity. My concept was really right. Hanyu unbelievably raised his eyes to look at him. He himself was a bit unconvinced that the Dan could be refined. What's going on? I guess it would just be that your divine fire simply destroyed most of the medicinal properties of the elixir. Little Luri was also very unsure. It just doesn't have a very strong effect, and the medicinal properties have dropped by a large margin. The old pharmacist added hesitantly. I'll try. Just now Hanyu control fire alchemy gave him a lot of inspiration. Usually use the mortal fire calcine Dan. Have not tried to use the cultivator's fire flexible control before refining. He was a bit eager to try, and immediately took another material and threw it in towards the alchemy furnace, followed by a trace of spiritual energy gathered in his palm before sending it in with spiritual energy to ignite the fire. Unlike Hanyu's sluggish maneuvering, he handily kept the flames churning, allowing each portion of the elixir to be evenly calcined. Hanyu looked at the elixir that kept flipping up and down. His face was odd. This was actually a different likeness to stir-frying vegetables. Ho, 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 ho. The glazed bottle that had been quiet for a long time suddenly moved at this time. Hanyu rushed to look inside the sea of consciousness. Chapter 83 Old Ginseng Life-Sustaining Pill. Old Ginseng Pill. Whether the person taking the pill is seriously injured or near death, after taking the pill, he can immediately enter a state of pseudo-death, sealing his state for 1 year. Side effect, the whole body turns into a ginseng king rooted in the soil to fake death for 1 year. Blanche. It's an elixir that really hangs on for dear life, letting a dying person immediately vanish into a fake death to save his life. This kind of outrageous thing Hanyu had never even heard of. The bottle was really taking the two extremes of the lower limit and the upper limit all the time. And this elixir should again belong to the contraption that breaks through the new upper limit. Little Lioli couldn't help but make a leap of faith. Hanyu, you're saved. Hanyu had naturally also long since aimed for the side effects, and was instantly puzzled. The old apothecary worked for a long time before he unhurriedly put the flames away, and a pitch-black pill in the Dan furnace whirled around at the bottom of the furnace. The same flame was used to calcinate the Dan, but Hanyu came out as a puddle of liquid. But the old madman was in the form of a proper Dan pill. The old apothecary impatiently ingested the elixir into his hands at this moment, his eyes blearily surveying the elixir forged by the new technique. This time it was no longer a shallow and slow test. He measured it for a while and then eagerly swallowed the elixir, and then carefully felt the changes after the elixir entered his stomach. Hanyu just exited from the sea of consciousness, just raised his eyes and was startled, only to see a full-body turquoise old man bulging cheeks. A constipated look is staring wide-eyed, as if lost in thought. How can this be? The old pharmacist couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. Hanyu's medicinal effect had been halved, and with him using the same method to calcinate the elixir, not only was the medicinal effect not reduced, but instead, the toxicity was pushed to a new level. Am I only fit to be the king of poison? This Dan, not to mention the enhancement of the cultivator's physical body. Ordinary cultivators, if you eat one, I am afraid that on the spot hairs are not left one. It couldn't help but frustrate him a bit. Try it again and I'll see. The old pharmacist sighed and suddenly turned his head towards the outside of the kiln and exhaled slowly. A green smoke was blown out from his mouth, and in a few blinks of an eye, the old pharmacist was once again back to his old self. It's definitely not me. It's definitely his technique that I'm not using correctly. So he demanded once more to Hanyu. Hanyu couldn't help but drum in his heart as he watched this old lunatic blow out all of the toxicity of a poisonous elixir in a lighthearted manner. See, he can force Dan out. I was planning to feed this old guy a Dan, but I was afraid that he would be able to counteract the Dan like this. Little Lioli's confident voice resounded in the sea of consciousness. Having eaten the bottle's elixir, have you ever seen anyone who can spit it out in one piece ever? When Hanyu heard this, he couldn't help but ponder for a while. It seemed that the few people who had been force-fed the Dan had all attempted to induce vomiting, but there wasn't a single person who could spit something out, as if the Dan had been digested immediately after it entered their stomachs. You just find a way to feed Dan to him. The old pharmacist over there was prodding again. Let's see if you refine it again. There's no way the Dan I made is all poison. It must be. Where did I go wrong? No, it's not you who's in trouble. It's me. Hanyu's face was a bit odd. This old lunatic would rather believe that it was a refining problem than suspect it was his own. Maybe you gave him the wrong impression by letting the toxicity go halfway. Little Lioli guessed in the sea of consciousness. Sure enough, before Hanyu could do anything, the old apothecary locked his brows again and murmured, "You'll suppress the toxicity by half again this time and see if you can do it. If you can, this elixir for forging a cultivator's fleshly body might just come to fruition." Looking at the old pharmacist's expectant face, Hanyu Tun felt that this type of obsessed person was sometimes really stubborn and pitiful. The old apothecary patted the thick poison scripture. As long as this Dan can come to fruition, the thousands of ideas in this book will definitely be realized by us in our lifetime. Blanche, such people don't deserve pity. Hanyu's face darkened. What a ghost to feel pity for such a bigot. Such a big book. This madman has no intention of letting himself go, right? Quick, try again. The old apothecary repeatedly urged, and Hanyu was once again pushed forward by the rushed duck, the elixir already placed, the other party's eyes looking dead at him, just waiting for him to make a move. Hanyu had no choice but to light another small flame in his palm, which he then tossed into the Dan furnace. As soon as the flames started, the old pharmacist's eyes never left, as if he was afraid of missing every detail. This made it a bit difficult for Hanyu. The old madman kept looking at him, so how else could he take the Dan out? It's okay, remember the time with the sherbet? As long as it's in your hand, the bottle can be ingested into the sea of consciousness, and you still have to rub the Dan pills this time. Just drop them while you're doing it. Still hiding in that smoke in the sea of consciousness, little Lioli was busy coming up with ideas. Under the old pharmacist's meticulous gaze, Hanyu froze and burned for a quarter of an hour longer than before, looking at the bottom of the furnace that was already pitch black before he hurriedly retracted the flame. The color is not green, but this time it's sesame paste-like again. Maybe I'm just not cut out for alchemy. There hasn't been a single serious contraption. The two froze and waited for a quarter of an hour waiting for the puddle of pasty stuff into a medicinal mud. At this time Hanyu went forward, deliberately obscured the position, grasping the disc of medicinal mud in the hands of constant rubbing. The glazed bottle suddenly hangs upside down, and Hanyu realizes that the medicinal mud in his hand has instantly disappeared. And what comes in the blink of an eye is a black elixir. And this substitution only happens between lightning and flint. After dropping the pills, Hanyu turned back with a taut face for fear of revealing a wrong expression. Pills have come out. The old pharmacist's eyes all of a sudden looked straight up, not waiting for Hanyu to hand it out. It had already been snatched up first. After the black elixir was placed between his nostrils and sniffed a few times, the old pharmacist's face suddenly became uncontrollably agitated. This one tastes different. There's a new development. Ha ha, this isn't a new development. This is a new elixir. Hanyu tried to strain his face and waited with anticipation in his eyes. And the old pharmacist was even more impatient this time, taking the elixir and swallowing it nimbly with one mouthful. When the elixir entered the abdomen there was a surge of vitality that continuously flowed through all parts of the flesh. Not only was it warm, but there was even some itching sensation. This feeling isn't right. My conception is to stimulate all parts of the body to strengthen it. How can it be so comfortable? Gradually, the old pharmacist realized that something was wrong. This new Dan didn't seem to match his own design regardless of its effects and symptoms. It's not my Dan. His face instantly became gloomy. He coldly went to walk away. Once he lifted his feet, but he was born not to move. So he looked at his feet, and then his face changed greatly. Since the beginning of his legs, countless tiny roots extended out from his pants legs, more and more at a speed visible to the naked eye. The roots climbed around, drilling when they saw the soil, and in just a few moments, they had already taken countless routes. Smarty pants brat. The old pharmacist felt that he had been insulted, that someone would even presume to use a poisonous elixir against him, and after all of his spiritual energy continued to swim in his chest, but he merely exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. How is that possible? The old pharmacist's face changed so much that he couldn't force anything out. Seeing that nothing was forced out, Han Yu's hanging heart dropped. The old pharmacist's changes didn't stop there, as his pale skin gradually lignified and the same countless roots grew. Get ready to run. The little glaze signaled in his head. The old apothecary's face was horrified as he raised his right hand, which was full of roots. Unbelievable. And then he roared at Han Yu with a murderous look on his face. Die and come. The moment his arm hadn't fully rooted into the soil, the old apothecary brazenly swept his spiritual energy towards Han Yu. Inside the kiln, space began to distort as far as the eye could see, and as soon as Han Yu came into contact with this force, it felt as if his entire body was being torn from different directions, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain right away. You'd better go faster. The little glaze jumped out of the smoke. A rush on her bun face. Flame wings instantly stretched. Han Yu forcefully stepped. People have shot out of the electricity, but the distortion of the force as a maggot attached to the bone, constantly chasing, and finally even formed a mouthful of black vortex. Chapter 84, The Vortex. The moment the vortex was formed, it generated a great suction force, and Han Yu clearly saw that the table was absorbed past the vortex and turned into pieces without a sound. It was as if this force had locked onto Han Yu, constantly drawing closer to him. You better not get sucked in. Little Lioli's face was ugly in the sea of consciousness. Even though the elixir restrained the transcendent realm powerhouse, he didn't expect the other party's hasty counterattack to be so terrifying. Han Yu could only feel a terrifying force surging behind him and was pulling at him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. At that moment, the flames became even more ferocious, and the pair of wings kept flapping, dropping clusters of fire, constantly flying towards the kiln, but it was still like a turtle crawling, unable to leave the range of the whirlpool at all. As he watched the vortex move more and more, Han Yu even realized that its absorption force was getting stronger and stronger. If you don't get out soon, I'm going to bury you. Little Lioli was bouncing around anxiously in the sea of consciousness, living like a ball. Han Yu was naturally anxious and confused in his heart, seeing that the vortex was expanding and that the force of attraction was increasing. A fire lotus half a man tall suddenly appeared behind him. Since he couldn't pull it, he could only try this. Han Yu snapped his fingers, and the fire lotus suddenly became still, as if the flames had stopped at this moment, and then gradually shrunk. When the half-man tall fire lotus was compressed to the size of a fist, the color of the flames had long since turned dark blue. When the vortex approaching, the blue lotus flower instantly bloomed. Blue flames spread out in all directions. A huge bombardment sound resounded. Han Yu only felt the huge burning heat behind him and the thrust came together. The starry night hangs over the moon, past the hour of midnight. Outside the mountain stream, the cousin was guarding the outside, and the old housekeeper had a helpless look on his face. After Mo Singji recovered, he began to look around for his clan members who had been knocked off their feet, and it didn't take long for him to return with his people. The old housekeeper and Mo Singji came together to discuss a few words, and when they heard that the old pharmacist was Luo Yuchi, the Poison King who was one of those 8 psychopaths from Tenda Peak, Mo Singji was instantly silenced. Then he showed the same expression as the old butler did at that time. How could it be a psychopath from Tendu Peak? Mo Singji looked ugly. Against this group of psychopaths, winning is not beneficial and disgusting. Losing face is even more disgusting. Fortunately, according to the old housekeeper, the spirit stone that old maniac is willing to return is, Showan wants to save his friend. I can't make the decision. Master 6. You make the decision. The old butler sighed helplessly and said. Mo Singji shook his head at the words and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Big brother asked you to lead the team, so you take it. If we involve Tenda Peak, I'm afraid that the next time Big Brother can find someone who isn't Showan, it'll be me. It couldn't be helped. These old guys were just so disgusting, obviously strong, but every time they did something meat and potatoes, and also chicken thief very much. If the establishment of the clan, the status will not be lower than the next 3 clans. People just do not engage in this set of clans. Every day to this set of barefoot not afraid to wear shoes. Say they are stupid, but how smart people are with this hand. Without the clan, there is no clan negative, and there is no place that can take them, which they are playing clearly. Cousin was still wandering around outside, and it was extremely difficult for him to let go of the attitude of Master Chiu and Uncle 6. Han Yu is helping Mo Xingji in the front and saving himself in the back, especially since he's still caught up and saving himself this time. The old housekeeper meant to wait and see what happened, and Mo Xingji supported it, but cousin, on the other hand, wanted the old steward, or master vengeance, to go in and save the day. One side is for the morality of friends and the other side is thinking in terms of the whole family. It was a stalemate for a while, so they stayed on guard. Back away. Hurry. Steeply, the mountain stream shuddered violently. The waterfall even sprouted a burst of water mist, and after a burning sensation emanated from within the mountain stream, a wretched figure was flung out fiercely immediately afterward. Hanyu grimaced and cried out in pain a few times. The explosion power from the blue fire lotus had exceeded his imagination. Just the first wave of impact had already caused his internal organs to vibrate and shift, and large mouthfuls of blood sprayed out like money. The second wave of impact from the explosion instantly dispersed his flaming wings, and the terrifying force pulled him out of the edge of the vortex as if he was plucking onions, and then it even blew him away. If it was just like this, it would have been just fine, but the whirlpool seemed to be certain of Hanyu, and the moment Hanyu was blasted out, it changed its previous slow and easy stance and swirled around to speed up and fly out. Hanyu was inwardly relieved to see his cousin at the first glance, its friend enough to stay on the outside. But heck, don't you guys stand outside 1 or 2 at a critical time like this? Hanyu's heart was in a great hurry. The vortex at his back was getting closer and closer. Not to mention the vortex. The aftermath of this explosion alone was enough to cripple a seeing self-realm cultivator. Cousin looked over his shoulder and saw Hanyu rushing out of the mountain stream, and before his face could rejoice, he felt a tremendous force rushing towards him. Scorching breath pounced on his face, and he looked horrified as he tried to dodge, but his feet were nailed dead in place and he couldn't move. In the midst of the crisis, the old butler suddenly appeared beside his cousin, and after putting one hand on his shoulder, he sent the man out with a violent push. Hanyu had completely rushed out of the mountain stream at this point, and the man slammed down hard on the ground, with the whirlpool following him in the back. The old butler couldn't help but change color as he looked at the vortex and hurriedly shouted, "All retreat!" Finished looking at the vortex with a grave expression, Hanyu only got up in a mess, just turned around, only to see that the vortex turned a corner and still came towards himself, immediately ran out without looking back. Your aura is locked by that old madman, and this vortex will chase you until it runs out of spiritual power, or you die. Little Lioli's face was unsightly as she reminded in a deep voice, "Master Chiu, save him." Cousin had only just been saved, and as he watched Hanyu being chased by the vortex in a sorry state, he immediately ran back to the old housekeeper with a pleading face. The old butler looked torn, frowning as he weighed the situation, and his cousin repeatedly urged, "He'll be in danger if he doesn't make a move. Then you fall back a mile and don't come any closer." When the old butler was finally worn down, he could only speak in a deep voice. "Far away, the vortex all the way to destroy. Wherever passing through, everything is destroyed." And the front Hanyu was fleeing in a hurry. Steeply body light, the heart shocked, hastily turned back. "See, is the cousin's family after?" This is a slight sigh of relief. "Little one, your scent is locked, and it will chase you until it runs out of spiritual energy." After grabbing Hanyu with one hand, the old butler instantly flashed into midair. This statement is in line with what little Luri said. After finishing, the old butler didn't say a word, and to Hanyu's surprise, the two were rising. After rising straight up until he couldn't see his cousin and the others, the old housekeeper pulled Hanyu into a single movement. The vortex floated weirdly upward, constantly climbing toward the two, and Hanyu couldn't help but feel fearful. But the old butler reminded in a deep voice, "Close your eyes." Before Hanyu could even comprehend it, the old butler struck out, backhanding his spiritual power to transform a purple thunder arc in his palm that kept pulsing, and he didn't see much movement. However, Hanyu didn't dare to underestimate the energy of that thunder arc in the slightest, and he even developed a palpitating feeling just by looking at it. The vortex was getting closer and closer, and with a wave of the old steward's hand at that moment, the lightning arc scurried out towards the eye of the vortex. Hanyu finally understood the reason why the old housekeeper had told him to close his eyes, and when the lightning arc entered the vortex, a terrifying wave shook the sky. A long-lost distortion kept pulling in the sky above, and then a dazzling white light suddenly lit up the black night, while at the same time, huge explosions, like thunderbolts, kept tearing through the sky. Chapter 85, He looks great. The entire mountain stream outside that piece of sky as if it were day. Thunder arcs and vortexes under each other mingled actually looks like a small round of white sun. Cousin and the other group of Mo clan's children had only just withdrawn when they saw the lightning arcs being pulled by the vortex, and every now and then one would fall, blasting on the ground, immediately resounding with a loud explosion. The vortex was likewise continuously worn down by the lightning arc, and under the pull of both sides, surprisingly that piece of emptiness appeared to be subtly distorted. Hanyu's eyes were covered in raw pain, and just because he didn't react at first, he was positively illuminated by the sudden dazzling white light, and was now in tears. The two forces continued to bombard for a little more than half a quarter of an hour before they gradually dissolved into nothingness. Then look at the mountain stream around. At the moment has been full of pale, the size of small pits scattered around. Only then did the old butler grab Hanyu and fly towards his cousin and the others. As soon as he landed, his cousin greeted him first, holding Hanyu in his arms as he inquired with a concerned face. Almost didn't scare me to death. Apothecary, are you alright? Hanyu shook his head. The sea of consciousness had been widened, plus the fire avatar had been pulled up to a height by the bottle to keep from being scorched by the flames. It was the impact of that explosion that hadn't slowed him down until now. It was only now, after it had subsided, that I really felt the pain of my internal organs tearing apart. You're lucky you didn't blow up, playing with explosions for 3 days. Little Lioli's indignant voice came from the sea of consciousness. Hanyu looked inside the sea of consciousness, couldn't help but be stunned. For good reason. The bottle and the artifact spirit again made a misty area to hide in. Glancing again at the old butler beside him, he seemed to realize something. The transcendent realm can spot you? He secretly asked in his sea of consciousness. How is that possible? Little Lioli whispered back under her breath, but still hid with the bottle within the misty area. Cousin looked at the waterfall of the mountain stream. It was unusually quiet over there, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, where is that old lunatic? Hanyu did not know how to explain it for a while, and said with a face full of eccentricity, he may probably become a tonic. Whoosh! The old housekeeper immediately disappeared from the spot at the word and entered the mountain stream in an instant. Cousin was surprised and came up to ask in a low voice, which led Hanyu to briefly talk about the old pharmacist turning into a ginseng king. Although he had pinched off the beginning and end, his cousin instantly associated it with Hanyu's elixir. And instantly, his mouth opened wide as he looked at him incredulously. Even the transcendent realm can't suffer from a pharmacist's potion, can it? Not long afterward, the old butler returned once again, only with a more strange and curious look on his face as he glanced at Hanyu, seemingly somewhat unable to see through this young man. Inside the kiln, when he entered, it was in a mess, and in the corner, a one-man high ginseng king was rooted there, and when he walked in, he took a look, but it's just one person high. The top of the ginseng king's head had its eyes closed tightly. So who was it if not that old maniac? Look at the plant epidermis growing all the way down its neck, with countless roots extending out. The old butler secretly gulped. It looks very tonic. Then he banished the horrible thought. He couldn't get his mouth around that crazy person's buried appearance. After wandering around for a few more moments, the old butler realized that the madman had simply fallen into a deep sleep. All breath as usual, except that all physical activity had ceased. He immediately associated it with Hanyu. At that time, these two were the only ones inside the kiln. The old madman's words could not have turned himself into a medicinal herb even if he was crazy. And then he thought of the vortex that carried the old madman's spiritual energy. The results were self-evident. And I'm afraid that Hanyu had nothing to do with the old maniac becoming like this. It seems that this friend that his young master has made is not simple. Cousin looked at the old butler's expression. His face moved, and he patted Hanyu's shoulder, saying, "Good man, you saved me once again. What's the point of talking about it? If vulgar people were around, they'd probably say you're vulgar." Hanyu shook his head and laughed. The old butler was at the side, so he naturally heard the words clearly. Although it was a conversation between the two of them, his own young master might not be reminding himself. At that moment, the original desire to ask questions was suppressed, and he waved his hand towards the clan. "Everyone follow me inside to take out the spirit stones." Cousin and Hanyu had nothing to do next, as the Mo family's cultivators entered the mountain stream one after another, and even Mo Singji followed. The old butler was a little uneasy after all and needed to stay, and cousin, to see Hanyu a disheveled look, immediately found a clan brother to ask for an iron kite. The two returned together to the Ink Cloud City. Another day for Hanyu to pick his little life back. After a long time of going back to the inn, Hanyu grimaced as he lay down, his body aching hotly every time he moved a little too much. If it wasn't for the fact that the body was constantly being strengthened in the subconscious, this time I was afraid that I was going to get cold. Before he could close his eyes, the mass of buns jumped out of the mist and began to yell. As its words fell, the mist in the sea of consciousness dispersed, also revealing the true appearance of the glazed bottle. These two things, not removing the mist until now, were really careful enough. Hanyu also ignored it and closed his eyes, and not a moment later, little Lioli couldn't help but open her mouth with a drum. "I told you not to save anyone, and now you're in big trouble." Hanyu lies on all fours, a blank stare, and says in a good-natured manner, "It's not all fine, TSK. Little Lioli looked dissatisfied, pulled a long bun face and said, "The time of the old ginseng life solidifying Dan can only be 1 year. So guess what the first thing people do after breaking free from a transcendence realm powerhouse that has been punished to stand for a year is to do what? Naturally, he'd the guy who'd trapped him." Hanyu's heart chilled, blanched, just focusing on being happy, forgetting about this one. Thinking about the scene once that old lunatic got out of his trap sent a chill down Hanyu's spine. Why don't I go over there and finish him off while I'm at it? Hanyu endured the pain and scrambled to get up, and before he could go out the door, little Lioli hurriedly called out, "Do you really think that the bottle's elixir is vegetarian? Since the side effects of the life-solidifying pill can control a transcendence realm cultivator, what makes you think that you can break the life-solidifying pill's ability to save your life? Wouldn't that be no way to get a head start? If you wait a year, you'll be in trouble." It was estimated that the first thing the old pharmacist would do when he changed back from his vegetative state would be to look for Hanyu all over the world. "There is still a way," little Ruri said suddenly. Hanyu's expression was delighted at the words, and he hurriedly asked after him, "What method? During this year, you have to play hard to get out of the den. Just be better than him by then." The color of his face, which was still expectant, darkened in the flesh. And this was the way to do it? No wonder it was so kind to give myself a heads up. I didn't realize it was to draw a new pie. Hanyu is too lazy to speak again, and immediately took the quilt and covered his head to sleep. Early morning light, early morning. Knock knock. There's a knock on the door of Hanyu's room. "Pharmacist." Cousin's voice came from outside the room. After Hanyu opens the door, his cousin enters with a slightly forlorn face. Chapter 86, The Ginseng Has Become a Spirit. A long head. Hanyu initially looked at his cousin's demeanor and thought something had happened. Cousin came in and pressed himself to the table and sat down with a long sigh. "I'm going to get ing caught back again." In the second half of the night, the Mo family moved all the spirit stones, and after returning to the city to rest a little, it was also dawn. Cousin was forcibly pulled up by Mo Singji in his sleep, and now the Mo family and their party are all geared up and ready to leave Mo Yunfu this morning. "Just go back. I thought something was wrong." Hanyu glanced at him, calmly pouring him a glass of water and laughing lightly. Cousin immediately face frowned, bitter and hateful back to him. "You and the vulgar people are standing and talking not too much waste pain in the Lord. You two on the outside of the free and easy. I go back as soon as a yellow flower girl out of the door are difficult." When he finished, there was one more thing on the table. When Hanyu looked at it, it was a token, engraved with all sorts of runes, and the style was quite similar to the one in his hand. "Didn't you two give me a hard time in Shujo City? Here, this stuff is yours." Cousin pushed the token over, and Hanyu looked as if he was in a daze as he picked it up and kept drumming on it. "Didn't the mundane say it was impossible to achieve, just simply to pass the time, and you really got it out?" Seeing that Hanyu didn't believe it, his cousin pulled out another one, and after stimulating the call for help function, he quickly took his finger and wrote on the token's face. Hanyu's mouth widened as he watched the three tiny words Mo Yun City gradually emerge on the token in his hand. "You're an awesome friend." In the sea of consciousness, little Lioli jumped out, also with admiration on her face, which was not uncommon. There weren't many times when this thing complimented people. While Hanyu was shocked, his cousin was bitter and hateful, constantly sighing. "If I had the mundane's 1,000 faces and a knack for escaping, I wouldn't have to be locked up in my house every day." After saying that, she couldn't help but look at Hanyu. "Even if it's not good enough, it's okay to be as thick-skinned as you are. You were half dead in the middle of the night, but now you're alive again." Hanyu collected his shock and replaced the token before giving him a blank look and saying without a trace of anger, "The vulgar say that I'm a physical cultivator and don't call it thick skin. Words are so, but Hanyu is also secretly surprised. The last time I met the blind man and the widow all over the body, but also sleep a day on the good. This time so much damage to the internal organs. Sleep a half night also. Is this body of mine really thick-skinned?" He privately and secretly asked the little glaze. Little Lioli stretched her bun face in the sea of consciousness and returned in a good-natured manner. "Why don't you try blowing yourself up a little harder sometime? It's better to forget it then. It's not worth it. If something blows up, there's no place to cry." After sitting on his cousin's side for a while longer, he got up with a sad face, and after walking to the door, he turned back and said, "If you're tired of wandering around the northern realm, come over to the eastern realm to visit the prison." A cargo ship was already docked at the White Heron River outside of Mo Yun City at the moment. The ship was bought by Mo Singji with an open hand, and the clansmen of the Xianfeng department had just finished their simple remodeling when his cousin came. "Spirit stones are too much after all. The land route is really inconvenient. The waterway is the best choice. As for the cargo ship, right now casually can make do to go back is good." The old housekeeper and Mo Singji had long been waiting on the boat, and when cousin got on the boat, he sighed. "Why don't you guys let me go back later?" Cousin Judas said. Mo Singji's huge palm reached over and directly carried him to his side, saying in a jarring voice, "If you want to come out you can. Go back and mention it to your father." Cousin Sorrow, really go back and mention the root hair. Mo Yushu has always said one thing, they have no chance to open their mouths. so he glanced at the old butler again. If this one was willing to nod, then naturally it would be better. But the old butler turned his back directly after meeting his eyes. Mosingji patted his cousin's head and said in a bad mood, "The group of corpse refiners outside don't know what they want to play. You still dare to run blindly. Is it that you don't want to lose your life?" How long had it been since the god-prying realm stormed into Shujo City to commit murder some time ago? As long as this matter is not over, the idea of a cousin running around blindly alone is out of the question. Cousin sniffed and froze. Some days of comfort really put the matter of the body refining lineage behind. After his own sixth uncle this reminder, which remembered that there is still a god-peeping realm of the black robes waiting to finish off the three of them to vent their anger to come. I don't know if people are still squatting in Shujo City. Thinking of the city of Shujo, cousin had a steep jolt and remembered something else. Back when he was at his cousin's mansion, there was still a group of people from the Tianshui sect looking for Hanyu. This time the two met in a hurry. The first time they met, Hanyu was in a mess in the escape. The second time is their own to find him to ask for help. In the inn to say goodbye and did not think about it. Cousin hurriedly took out his token and activated the convex slot to write hurriedly. Hanyu suddenly felt the vibration in his arms. Took out the token. Smoky House, 3 words appeared on the surface of the card. Then disappeared. A sky word appeared. And then there was no further. What does that mean? Hanyu couldn't figure out what was going on. Pressing the convex groove with a puzzled face as he returned. What is it? After the summons went over, it was enough to wait for a tea's worth of time. And there was no more reply from his cousin. It's hard to guess. Just giving a name of a place and not saying what it's for. Is there something you need to do to help yourself? What do you mean by that? He asked towards the little Lioli in the sea of consciousness. Little Lioli followed Hanyu's expression of rolling his eyes and said with his mouth, "How would I know? You should go look for quality cultivators. A year is fast. If you're not diligent, you'll be dead in a year." Damn it, which pot doesn't boil which pot? Hanyu's early morning mood is cleanly ruined by it. Are you sure you really can't get him? Hanyu was still undeterred by the thoughts he had started earlier and asked again. Little Lioli burst into a sneer. Since it was said to be a life-sustaining elixir, the old madman definitely couldn't die during his time as a plant. Moruan City Government Office. When Juyu came back, people were still floating. How come it's an extreme spiritual route? When his own master saw that golden light in the first place, it was a direct rush down the mountain. That Lin Fei kid had really become his own senior disciple. Or a disciple under the same sect as the sovereign. He was unable to figure out no matter what. A person who clearly had an ordinary qualification of 5 spiritual routes suddenly turned into an extreme spiritual route. A government guard hurriedly came to report, said in an urgent tone, "My lord, the city is rumored to be 8 miles outside the city of a mountain stream. Found a climatic ginseng king, said to become essence, are growing out of the human head." Juyu frowned and immediately scolded his subordinates a few times, saying, "This kind of nonsense you also come to report. Is idle panic, is it?" That government guard wiped the sweat from his head and hurriedly explained. The key was to go to a wave of small wild cultivators, and now they're all back. They saw it with their own eyes. Juyu sneered. If there really is such a good thing, he would still come back empty-handed? But these little monks really went back to the city and bought iron pickaxes and red silk cloths and ran away. You are truly undying. You can't even burn him yourself with your fire divine ability. How can this group of small cultivators help him if you spread rumors out? Little Lioli couldn't understand Hanyu's approach. Hanyu naturally knew that this group of small cultivators were useless, but how could he not let this guy settle down for a year to root around there comfortably? At least disgust him. Chapter 87 on the ability to screw up. The entire Moyun city, 9 out of 10 rooms are empty. Everyone carrying hoes, shovels, pickaxes and all kinds of digging farming tools to the direction of the mountain stream side. This is going to be a big game. Just 2 days' time. Originally only between the cultivators, rumors of things spread throughout the entire Moyun city. Now everyone knows that outside the city of 8 miles of mountain streams inside the mouth of the great waterfall out of a ginseng essence, the head of a person so big, and have grown out of the human head. Now even ordinary people are sharpening their knives, each wanting to follow the cultivator to the soup. This head has grown out. Sooner or later, they have to turn into people and run away. Isn't it really that divine? There were people following the large procession, carrying hoes and asking for people they knew well. Next door to me a consumptive ghost went in the morning. Said to have picked up a ginseng king's small root, just hairline so small, boiled soup and drank it. Guess what happened? He got well. Someone's sharp eyes noticed that the cultivators flying out of the sky today do not carry iron picks, but instead each carry a large pot. It was when he was puzzled that he suddenly realized that there was also a boy carrying a pot in his mouth and the team happened to still recognize, this is not the forest house of the subordinate to come blessing. Immediately went over to open the mouth to ask. Lai Fu still had that enthusiastic look and opened his mouth to explain. My young master asked me to bring this, saying that bringing the pot with me and pulling the ginseng whiskers directly on the spot when the time comes would have a better effect on the stew. Han Yu had originally mingled with the crowd, wanting to follow them over to check out the commotion, but he couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing Laifu's words. Even the Qingyang sect went down? It is also true that the news was brought back to the clan by Zhu Yu the day before yesterday. The ginseng king that can grow out of the head, this can be the Qingyang clan up and down gluttony. Ginseng is good, the big complimentary. On that day, when the Qingyang patriarch arrived with his own clan's pharmacist, the clan's pharmacist almost went crazy with joy. The large medicinal fields that filled his eyes made him tremble with excitement, and his harangue almost dripped down. The Qingyang patriarch was equally shocked at the pharmaceutical field's large amount of money, especially after entering the kiln and seeing the one-man high ginseng king that was exposed outside growing out of his head, but also a slight tremor in his heart. This isn't going to be the handiwork of some big shot left here, is it? If it was just a ginseng king, it would be just that. But the large amount of spirit stones spread underneath these patches of spirit plants didn't look like unclaimed property. At that moment, a fiery heart was about to be extinguished, but his own pharmacist's subsequent words directly rekindled him. Patriarch, the spirit plants and spirit stones in this medicinal field are enough to further my alchemy level, and I can even cultivate a large number of spirit medicines and refine a batch of pills to aid in cultivation. So I'm afraid that the overall strength of our clan's cultivators can be raised quite a bit. The pharmacist's eyes had turned red as he looked at the medicinal field. This was a place that how many pharmacists dreamed of. Which pharmacist isn't dreaming of opening his eyes and having countless spiritual medicines to squander? The reason why pill masters were scarce in the cultivator world was because the cultivation of a pill master required massive amounts of spirit stones to be piled up. How? Countless supplies of spirit stones, constant cultivation of elixirs, and the pharmacist constantly refining pills to pile up the level one step at a time. Pharmacist is not holding a Dan formula to draw a gourd can be refined Dan. A Dan formula. Even if you are a genius, you need to constantly through the fumbling, gradually to adjust the fire as well as the time, and even alchemy techniques. Only after accumulating experience can make this pill step-by-step molding. Therefore, to know whether a clan was rich or not, one could tell by looking at the level of apothecaries it cultivated, enhancing the cultivation of the overall clan disciples. This pie was too big. The Qingyang patriarch wasn't going to let go of this chance. The Qingyang sect took it. Inside the kiln, the pharmacist pounced towards the ginseng king as soon as he entered, and with a frantic expression, he began to nibble on the root that was exposed on the surface of the ground. If he didn't know that his own pharmacist was tasting the medicinal properties, in this state, the Qingyang patriarch would have been able to treat him as a madman. A few moments later, the pharmacist walked back with a flushed face and an unbelievable look on his face, saying, "What a rich life breath. The value of this ginseng king is inestimable. If I have enough attainments, I can even take it and refine a life-extending elixir for cultivators. It can prolong a cultivator's life. Then this thing is really hot as hell. Who doesn't have a few old monsters waiting to die in the big clans? Not to mention the big clans, even the 9 heavenly Yuan clans could be hot for this thing. Go! Have the disciples come over and move the medicine field." At that moment, Patriarch Qingyang was about to lead the apothecary back. That pharmacist chased after him with a face full of puzzlement and snapped, "Patriarch, there's this ginseng king." Qin Yangzong shook his head as he walked, his mind racing with thoughts. The grand gesture here is bound to be the setup of some big shot. In order to bring the Qingyang sect to the next level, that medicinal field and the spirit stones below it were bound to be eaten by themselves. In that case, this ginseng king would definitely not be able to eat alone. Now he has an idea. Since the ginseng king is the most valuable, pulling on the 9 clans is just right. When the incident occurred, there are still they blocked in the front. He hid behind the water to fish the most suitable. At this time outside the mountain stream has been crowded. There are monks fly directly into the waterfall. Ordinary people also have their own way. Some people jump directly into the river toward the inside swim. Some people are on the spot, built a raft rowed in. Hanya mixed a raft in and only just passed the mouth of the waterfall to the small lake when he froze. The original large medicinal field was now as good as dog-eared. The ground was pitted, and there was no ghostly shadow of spirit medicine and spirit stones anywhere. Outside the kiln has been Qingyang sect's cultivators to guard. The casual cultivator is able to enter. The ordinary people here is no longer allowed to enter. Inside the kiln, the ginseng king's surroundings have been surrounded by people from the Qingyang sect. Those casual cultivators can dig in the cave to dig the ginseng beard, but want to get close to the ginseng king is never allowed. This time, the Qingyang sect is well prepared. Then again, the name of a clan is here. Those who a wild cultivator can do nothing but sigh and dig the ground. Outside the cave, the people who did not die waving the same agricultural tools. about 2 meters deep after digging surprisingly really see pieces of ginseng. Cannot help but rejoice. Here can also dig ginseng. The shout made everyone more energized. Hanyu enters the kiln with just a handful of small fire tricks, and the scene among them is the same as outside. There were naturally complaints from the wild cultivators, but they didn't dare to be too unrestrained yet. Damn it, such a big ginseng king. The Qingyang sect said they would occupy it. What a big appetite. A cultivator said this unconvincingly, and then a familiar cultivator hurriedly signaled him to speak cautiously. Mo talked too much. I heard that this ginseng king is not only the Qingyang sect of family accounted for. Tianyuan 9 clans seem to come 8, or dig more ginseng beards. Do not then woe invites disaster. Hanyu was listening with his jaw on the ground, and there was a flutter in his sea of consciousness, but it was little Lioli who rolled her bun face with an unbelievable expression and said, I thought you said it was disgusting. Why did you make such a big deal out of it? Hanyu also did not think that things will evolve to such a point. The original intention is really just do not want to let this old maniac too comfortable. Did not think that, mess around. Things get bigger and bigger. All the Tianyuan 9 sects have attracted 8. The rest of the family, Hanyu's heart knows, is bound to be the cousin's family. Knowing that this ginseng king is that old maniac, brain bad before they would want to get into the muddy water. Little Lioli urged in her mind for a while, I'm afraid that this Mo Yunfu can't stay, alarming so many big clans at once. This place is bound to be in chaos for a while. It wasn't afraid of chaos, but it was most afraid of a group of old and undead transcendent realms coming. Chapter 88, The Meat and Potatoes. Shunji Yuan, the House of Mercury. In the council hall, Mo Xingji and the old housekeeper were each sitting on one side, and Mo Yushu was in front of the case holding a scroll of letters. The content of the letter is very long. If Hanyu is here, I'm afraid to be shocked. From the beginning is everything that happened to him in Shuzhou City. What's even more bizarre is that Han Yuzi is in the Tianing Palace. In addition to the matter of the elixir, and the entanglements with the Qin family, the White Two families are also recorded on the last thing is everything that happened in the Mo Yunfu. When Mo Yushu saw the end of the letter, he couldn't help but frown as he glanced at Mo Xingji. Since the family old six will be tired of organs since childhood, cultivation is also quite burned out, only like to run, so also took over the Mo family external transactions should be things, although it seems to be just selling the organ apparatus of the Mozi family, but in the outside world, the network is all over the world, the most informed. If he wants to find a person, the most easy, it is not possible to just this sporadic a few things. Old six, what's with all the information? Mo Yushu quietly looked at Mo Xingji with a puzzled expression. Mo Xingji immediately cried and laughed and shook his head, pointing outside, laughing and saying, Mo's little ancestor, your precious son knows that I want to check on Hanyu after directly running over to make a mess for half a day. Just a little bit of information or he was willing to return it to me after passing through the eyes. The investigation was naturally intended to be carried out of prudential considerations after the return of the party. After all, from the old housekeeper's mouth, such a person, without the slightest true essence in the body, but a strength is domineering and abnormal. More important point is that Mo Xiuwen, also known as cousin, verbally called him gag pharmacist, and Hanyu was offhandedly able to turn a transcendence realm powerhouse into a ginseng king plant alive by some unknown means, which was somewhat terrifying, and it was impossible for the Mo family not to investigate what purpose such a person was approaching Mo Xiuwen for. Xiuwen said that was his friend. Mo Xingji helplessly shook his head and laughed. Mo Yushu sniffed, gently put down the letter, looked indifferent, and said, then don't investigate. Then in turn, he inquired of the two, musing, what do you two think of the so-called Senator King? What else can be the opinion? A big living man turned into a ginseng plant. 8 had to ooze. I heard that some people even took a mouthful of pots and pans to shuck and jive and drank the crazy man's bathwater. Thinking about this, Mo Xingji and the old housekeeper both had odd expressions. It's fine if we don't know the inside story. We are the ones who know the inside story. We definitely won't touch that disgusting thing. Mo Xingji said with an expression full of disgusting implications. The old butler on the side nodded slightly and gently said, let's stay out of it and pretend we're not interested. Mo Yushu hesitated for a moment, his face hesitant. Should we not scruple about friendship and tell the truth to the ones we are friends with? I heard that those families have sent people there. But don't. This looks like the medicine man is trying to make a mess, so you guys should stay out of it. Cousin did not know how long he had been hiding outside the door to listen. At this time jumped out and hurriedly said, in the end, Hanyu still underestimated the temptation of prolonging one's life to people, not only mortals, but for cultivators that was even more so. The rich prolong their lives and get to enjoy their blessings for a few more years. For a cultivator, especially an old monster with a supreme cultivation, prolonging life represents having more time to impact the next realm. But wherever you can impact successfully, The extra years you can live can be more than those short decades of time. The Qingyang sect's pharmacist had already concluded that if he were to refine it, he would roughly be able to produce a pill that would increase his life expectancy by 10 years at the minimum. Those 8 clans in Tianyuan were on fire all of a sudden. What level was the Qingyang clan? What level were they at? Qingyang sect's small pharmacist can refine a pill that increases life expectancy by 10 years. So you can imagine how strong the medicinal properties of this ginseng king are. If this is in the hands of their clan, the effect will be doubled again. That is simple. When 8 old cultivators of the Transcendence realm appeared in the kiln, Hanyu became anonymous on the spot. As everyone was looking at the Senator King, he quietly drew back. As the spirit of the vessel said, this was indeed too big a game for himself. How great was the oppression of 8 transcendent realms? Simply by standing there silently, those little wild cultivators inside the kiln couldn't help but retreat outside. And then, there were the disciples of the Qingyang sect who were in charge of guarding the area. It wasn't long before all was quiet in the kiln. There were old men slurping around the ginseng king with a strange look on their faces. And at this realm, the things they saw in their eyes were naturally no longer the same as others. What a dense life source. That little brat from the Qingyang sect didn't lie. Ancient rumor has it that ginsengs can take shape if they are occasionally perfected by chance. And it's true that I'm not deceived. There was an old man full of infatuation stroking the head of the man on the ginseng king. The old pharmacist's head. How will this ginseng king be divided? Immediately, the intention to divide it was raised. Just 8 clans came. A large plant ginseng king divided into 8 points is quite enough. The Mo clan's group of elves, they actually don't dare to be interested in such heavenly treasures. An old man snickered at the moment. The rest of the people were all silent, and in their hearts, they were all slandering. The gap between you, Wu Xuanlu, and the Mo family, find your own place to argue. That little brat from the Qingyang sect isn't bad. This ginseng king isn't involved. The thought made the crowd happy. They naturally didn't know that the Qingyang patriarch was instantly overjoyed when he heard the returning disciples report. There were 8 transcendent realms coming, so this ginseng king basically didn't run away. They took the ginseng king, then the Qingyang sect could basically hide behind it. Let's get it out of the way first, and then we'll talk about how we're going to divide it up, someone immediately suggested. And then he moved his hand to wrap the entire ginseng king with spiritual energy before shaking it in the air. The soil under the ginseng king cracked inch by inch, revealing countless roots coming out. That old man concentrated on a grip in the air, was about to pull up the ginseng king, but was unable to shake it in the slightest. Weird. After the old man muttered, he gradually raised his spiritual energy, and the entire kiln began to tremble continuously, with tiny debris falling from time to time. Even so, the samurai king still stood there loftily. Someone beside him frowned and made a move, and after probing his spiritual energy into the ground, he instantly lifted the entire piece of soil, and the entire ground sunk several meters, revealing even more luxuriant roots, which were connected in all directions, and actually extended out in all directions. Everyone was immediately shocked, and someone immediately spoke. Chop these roots before pulling them up, said after the spiritual power as a knife, in the void constantly chopping down, but see countless roots instantly shattered into powder. Not yet when a few people rejoice. Senate King's body woody again emerged, more roots constantly rooted down. Is this really a spirit, that it will take root on its own and is unwilling to detach itself? After a few repetitions, the roots of the ginseng king stayed rooted, no matter how much they were eradicated. Strike together. The moment the 8 people combined their efforts to clear the roots, they instantly exerted force before the new whiskers had a chance to take root, and the result was surprisingly still untouchable. A few people were shocked. A ginseng king was just a plant, yet it was so difficult to deal with. Hanyu kept moving away from the mountain stream in hindsight as the little blaze chattered in his head. All told you not to mess with the transcendent realm. You stirred up too much this time. Enough to come to 8. Together you went all the way, specializing in having trouble with high-level cultivators. Hanyu wiped his cold sweat and thought, hell knows, a broken old man has become the meat and potatoes. Only after the words fell, there was a sudden shaking beneath his feet, and a loud noise came from the distance. Hanyu squinting his eyes as he peered over, his mouth opening wider and wider. In the direction of that mountain stream, a floating island-like thing is rising. Chapter 89, her family doesn't agree, and the town guards are idiots. The Tianshui sect's team, which had traveled from north to south, had already been on their way home for some days. Looking closer and closer to the smoke wave house, Autumn Susu more and more sad face. Originally quite elegant face has lost a circle. Deep eye sockets, eyebrows and eyes cannot hide the fatigue. She has been in the heart of remorse for a long time. When the eldest brother died on the death, Xiao Gongzi write a letter of repudiation will write a letter of repudiation. Then also lard blinded the heart. Only think that if not the small pharmacist intervened, Xiao Gongzi and how the salty fish turned over to trample on their own ruthlessly. And why was it so hard to volunteer to follow the team out to seek trouble from Mr. Xiao and that little pharmacist? In fact, not only is she, this period of time running around, accompanied by the Tianshui sect disciples which is not physically and mentally exhausted, who is not on the face of the sad clouds. Elder Liang looked despondent. The Xiao family has fled hard to find. The most important little pharmacist also did not have any harvest. This time back, the patriarch of the level is afraid that it is not good to explain. When Xiao Susu and Zhang Kuei returned with the two corpses, the entire clan was outraged. But after sorting out the causes and consequences, the role Han Yu played in it instantly attracted the Tianshui sect's attention. When they first heard that there was such a pharmacist who could instantly elevate ordinary people to the pilgrimage realm, the entire Tianshui sect did not believe it at first, which was tantamount to a fantasy. But both Xiao Susu and Zhang Kuei were there to see it with their own eyes. Even in Xiao Susu's dictation, Xiao Shui had killed the death-seeking Taoist of the god-prying realm only after he had almost been killed at the beginning and suddenly reached a powerful state. The Tianshui patriarch guessed with the boldest of imaginations that it was definitely done by eating an instantaneous explosion type of extreme elixir. One realm and one heaven. Wouldn't that be an outburst of power that had crossed two realms in a row? The Tianshui patriarch immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Either one of these pills would be enough to revitalize the entire clan. One was an elixir that could elevate an ordinary person to the pilgrimage realm, and one was an elixir that exploded with power spanning two realms. And if he could obtain it, the death-seeking Taoist would die a magnificent death. So before Elder Liang traveled, the Tianshui patriarch specifically gave a death order that it didn't matter if the Xiao family clan died later, but the pharmacist must be brought back. Now they're empty-handed, and nothing has been accomplished. At this time, Elder Liang was despondent about the difficulty in delivering his message. At the moment, Xiao Susu was worried about indirectly killing her senior brother and master, and it would be difficult for her to move an inch in the sect in the future. You're going to the smokehouse? Little Lioli looked surprised in his mind, and it had recently developed a wicked sense of fun rolling around with its head in the sea of consciousness, making it easy for Han Yu to get misty-eyed every time he chatted with it in the sea of consciousness. Anyway, you out of Dan pick people not pick places. The bottle is even less pick. Go where is not to go. And besides, cousins summon Smoky House, go to see also no harm. Han Yu said so, now dealing with the bottle and the spirit of the vessel gradually comfortable. Where to go does not matter. Little Lioli rolled a few times before suddenly stopping, following Han Yu's frowning look of contemplation, and suddenly said, in terms of your luck, wherever you go up, something happens, so I suggest you do the opposite and change your route. So damn reasonable. Han Yu almost nodded his head in belief, then suddenly asked with an odd expression on his face, what if rerouting is part of the luck? This then instantly confused little Lioli. It puffed up its bun face with a tangled look, and finally muttered, good damn sense. You make up your own mind. A day has passed since the mountain stream was dug up and removed, plus the 2 days after making the old maniac into a ginseng king, and there are 2 more dawn in the sea of consciousness, because the old ginseng and life-sustaining pills were used up on the first day. The fastest one still had 5 days to go, so Han Yu was able to slowly rush along rather blandly, observing the bottle's new lower limit in the process. A black elixir with golden edges lay quietly in the sea of consciousness. Gold creation pill. After taking the pill, the person taking the pill improves the qualification of the wood system spirit root. Side effect, doubles the restraints by the gold system. At first glance, I thought it was a healing elixir, but I didn't realize that the golden wound pill and the golden sore pill were 2 different things. The other one is a bit more outrageous. Leopard tattoo pill. The person taking the pill gains a body comparable to that of a tiger or leopard. Side effect, unable to dodge attacks from whip-type weapons. Neither of these are anything major and, again, are extremely easy to get out of the way. For example, right now, Han Yu hurriedly stood. The 2 cultivators in front of him are fighting, right? There were no flashy techniques or vast aftermaths. All there was just a fist-to-flesh attack on each other between 2 divine bridge cultivators. You like to watch chickens pecking at each other? Little Lioli rolled her eyes in the sea of consciousness and couldn't help but say, I'm wondering if I should give them a reinforcement wave. Han Yu looked at the 2 thoughtfully. The 2 small cultivators with divine bridge cultivation over there also seemed to have realized that someone was coming over, immediately stopping their movements and turning to look at Han Yu warily. I mean, no offense. You guys carry on. Han Yu hurriedly waved his hand and took a step back. Who knows, those 2 rushed over as if they had chicken blood. A few moments later, at Han Yu's feet lay a cultivator to the left and a cultivator to the right, shrunken into a ball with a bruised nose and a swollen face, his appearance aggrieved. Han Yu, on the other hand, rolled his eyes at them and shook the 2 wanted notices in his hand. Good man. What a game. It's not uncommon for 2 wanted notices to be pulled out of their respective arms, But the rare thing is that these two are both small cultivators on the other side's list who are on the run. What's even more outrageous is that both sides seem to have the intention of catching each other and twisting them to the authorities, when it's really a long time to live. It can only be said that the world is a big place. Hanyu kicked the cultivator on his left and inquired, "What's the offense?" The cultivator raised a pair of panda eyes, his gums swollen and fat, and opened his mouth to say vaguely, I stole something and resisted arrest and fled. A God's Bridge cultivator stealing? What's so valuable? Hanyu curiously asks. What did you steal? The cultivator seemed to be somewhat resistant, and only after Hanyu casually raised his fist did he wince and speak. Stealing people. Hanyu mistook it for a human trafficker and was about to make a move to knife someone, almost making the cultivator cry in fear and hurriedly explaining with a sobbing voice. It turned out to be that this cultivator fell in love with a family of young ladies in the city. That young lady also seems to be quite interesting to him. One after another, both of them moved. But the little lady's family does not agree. The two could only secretly meet in private. And then her family found out and reported to the police. And the cultivator resisted arrest on the spot and fled. The more Hanyu listens, the weirder it gets. The story is fine, but there's something wrong with the flavor. The other nosy cultivator snorted and sneered as he spat towards the other. The little lady's family he's talking about is her husband. Do you think he can agree to that? Blanche, this is not fornication of a man's wife to meddle. A good one that the other's family does not agree. He turned his head to look at the other man again and spoke. What is your offense again? The man was much more forthcoming, his nose and face proudly raised, and said, I took off my pants and peed in front of the main entrance of the government office, and called the town guard a fool. Another talent. Hanyu blandly took out 2 pills from his pocket, and one of them was sweetly fed to him before he clapped his hands and said, You guys continue. I'll go. Chapter 90, The Chaotic City. Leaning at the foot of the city gate, the Tianshui sect's line of people rushed all the way through the dust, and each face had a completely unexciting look. Elder Liang swept a circle down, waved his hand helplessly, and said in a deep voice, Let's rest and recuperate here first, and return to the sect later. When they arrived at Smoky Wave City, 30 miles away was the Tianshui sect, which could also be said to be at their own doorstep, and there was basically nothing for this group of disciples to do behind them, so they simply let them rest for a while. As for himself, a god-prying realm, rest can't be talked about. He just thought that it would be a scolding to go back early anyway, so he might as well rest well here before returning. After waiting for the crowd of disciples to swarm into the city, Elder Liang then slowly ferried his steps inside. No sooner had they gone than a young man came slowly and leisurely behind them. This is Smoky City? Hanyu tilted his head to look at the city gates. It is indeed written Smoky City, right? But he looked surprised. How come the city is so cold and clear? In the middle of the day, the entire city gate is cold and quiet. Not many people coming and going. The city gate, 3 or 2 government guards are also lazy leaning against the city wall, yawning from time to time. Entered the city with doubts. Although the city was not so cold and clear, but the passing stores were scattered and distributed. Some stores were idle, and the people on the streets were not too many. I didn't say that the northern realm is prosperous. How come this place is not as good as Quantai Fu? Hanyu is greatly confused and walks around like he's strolling in a circle after the sensation. Elder Liang slowly strolled alone to the entrance of the government office. His footsteps did not stop. Sure walked in. The few government guards not only did not stop, but also particularly warmly and hastily nodded their heads, all the way into the inner hall. A man in his 40s closed eyes disc in the courtyard meditating. This person a town guard's clothes on the body tight, a big head under the almost invisible neck, sitting there like a big barrel. Elder Liang saw the man when he came in and greeted him with a smile out loud. Senior brother. As soon as Su Yinfu heard the voice, he opened his eyes and looked delighted, and after rising abruptly, he greeted him. How could senior brother come here? As the two made their way to the hall and sat down, Su Yin busily inquired, Is it possible that the patriarch side has other arrangements for me? Elder Liang's originally smiling expression. Woody had a moment of embarrassment, and immediately explained, hearing that it was just a temporary break. Su Yin's face was a burst of disappointment, while Elder Liang looked at him with a burst of pity. Smokewave House, if you say the location, is not bad, but because of the small forces here, dense vertical and horizontal, not moving on the clan friction, has always been the most difficult to manage. That's why there's been a succession of town guards over here, and within a few years they have to run out of town guards. We are all cultivators. Most of the town guards come here for training. How can we train when we are facing this group of cowards and demons every day? Tianshui clan in the northern realm is not a big clan. At the top of the day is not a role, but the master of the family seeks to develop. They have the intention to make friends with the court. What can the court give a clan? Talent. A steady stream of talent. Even after screening, always receive a few disciples with good bones. What does the Tianquan sect need to pay? It was also enough to have an unlucky elder elected by public vote, and a god-prying realm cultivator would not be a problem anymore in the town of Moyun Town to guard it. The two sides hit it off, and the unlucky Suyin became the town guard of Smoky City. Even if Suyin was unwilling, he could only make sacrifices for the sake of the clan. Originally thought that his hall a peeping god realm powerhouse entrusted to the town guard. All things should be a handhold. Very good to pinpoint. But what he never expected was that the duties of a town guard would be so cumbersome. Cultivators for the scourge to be managed, friction between clans of all sizes to be managed, and the presence of evil cultivators in the vicinity to be managed even more, especially the friction between those small clans. It was a duty to manage it well, but to manage it poorly was a curse. For that matter, you can't do anything about it. There will always be a witty person in front of you to remind you that you are an official, and that the genus is empty of powerful strength and has no place to put it to use. Either that, or they would unite to question if it was the Tianquan sect trying to bully the weak. This group of people hate to blow each other's dog brains when they quarrel with each other, but they are unusually united when they embarrass themselves. It was reported to the court a few times, and all it got was a few words of encouragement. Reported a few times to the clan, the patriarch personally responded to advise himself to be more patient. After all, the clan cannot carry the entire Smoky Wave house forces united in denunciation. Later, Suyin simply do not care about small things, really want to fight and then out. Unbelievable, I guess. This was exchanged for even more cursing. Some time ago, a group of people in broad daylight at the entrance of the government office took off their pants to pee, but also called him a fool. Almost did not make him so angry that he stormed up to kill. A peeping god realm strong one can be a group of mole crickets this kind of insult. And finally was loyal government guards to pull back. Words, Lord, they just want you to kill. Do not fall into the trap. There are a lot of people arrested, but it's better not to arrest them. What's the charge for insulting the town guards in the street? The government guards specially checked the law, and said that it is not a capital offense, and the heaviest is only imprisonment for half a year after the caning. It's not as bad as not catching it. It's disgusting, and it took an afternoon's worth of whipping to relieve the anger a little. It didn't need to be thought about. It must be the underhanded tricks of those small sects that didn't want the Tianquan sect to continue to grow bigger. Is it hard to kill someone? Not hard, but when the street insults and then kills, this town guard will also do the head. Tianquan sect's birthrate delivery is also expected to be cut off. These just want to themselves away. It can be said that during the term of office, Suyin that is a heartbreak. Elder Liang sighed, pouring out his own errand of going out on a trip as if he was bitter as well. After a long moment, the two men each sighed. None of it's easy. It's easy. Han Yu clapped his hands, and at his feet collapsed a field of small cultivators in various costumes, wailing at the moment. Inside the restaurant, the shopkeeper didn't seem to be surprised, and even the junior was calmly cleaning up the mess on the floor. Han Yu hadn't thought of Smoky City being so outrageous, and this kind of thing could happen in the time it took to go to a restaurant and have a meal. At first when he came in, the building was quite lively with 10 or so banquet tables filled with people. He purposely chose a corner to sit down, and before he could take a few bites of the food, the 10 or so people at the tables surrounded each other. Haven't figured out what's going on yet. The group got closer and closer and finally even beat him up. The scene is so chaotic that Han Yu doesn't even know who punched him, so he can only beat everyone up. By the way, what Dan did I just feed out? Han Yu suddenly remembered that he'd just pulled a bone-thin guy along to drop a Dan. Little Lioli rolled her eyes. Shaping Dan. Poop for a month. It's okay. No one will die. Han Yu looked at the group of small cultivators at his feet, waved his hand impatiently, and said, "Get lost, all of you." Only then did a group of people roll and crawl out of the restaurant as if they had been pardoned. Looking at the messy floor, dishes broken all over the place, soup dishes spilled everywhere, Han Yu is not in the mood to eat anymore, throwing down his money and walking away. To the street, only 100 or so steps. The front is another burst of noise. To the near, but saw two parties are facing each other on the street. The surrounding people have to detour. Again, the monks are causing trouble. Han Yu frowned. Was this city so chaotic? Chapter 91 A Cultivator Curses. This group of people, not in the clan cultivation, every day down the restaurant seems to stroll Smoky City. Where is half a bit of the cultivator model? When the government guards hurriedly came to report, Suyin immediately cursed in anger before asking the government guards if there were any casualties. The government guards reported that they were beaten into submission by a young cultivator, with no casualties. A pang of regret appeared on Suyin's face. He really wished that this group of cultivators would die more if they could, so that at least there would be some peace in the city. The population of Smoky Wave City has been low. Most of the rich households chose to change a more peaceful place to go. The small merchants were tossed by this group of things every day, and there are many who can't bear to close their stores and leave. Although it was not so bad that there were cultivators oppressing the people, but the people were equally complaining when they made the city a mess. Not only is the Smoke Wave House cultivator's opinion of Su Ying poor, the people of the house is not disappointed in him. Listening to Su Yin's complaints, Elder Liang sighed and comforted. This is also not something you can control. The entire Smoky Wave House has traditionally been intricate with small forces, and under the intertwined roots, it is bound to be a breeding ground for trouble. Small sects have always been the disadvantage of upward development is difficult. Not enough resources, so the acceptance of apprenticeship on the threshold will not dare to pull up. Can be someone to start even if it's good. The nature of the heart and mind which have the opportunity to be picky. So a group of small cultivators were hanging out in the city, both because of that group of small clans indulging to make things difficult for the Tianshui sect, but also most of the reasons were because that group of small cultivators couldn't sink their hearts into good cultivation. Otherwise, why don't we see cultivators of the Pishang realm or above coming out to fool around? In the final analysis, the Tianshui sect is still not strong enough. If you change a big clan out of the town guard you look again. That group of people still dare not jump up and down like this. People do not lack of disciples. Two do not need to worry about the relationship between the court and the clan. The big deal is that the town guards do not do. First of all, you group of clans to clean up the obedience to the heart and then say, Tianshui clan cannot, although based on the Smoky province, but the population here is low. Want to grow the clan further need to have enough cultivators, can only rely on the dynasty side of the help. Not to mention dealing with this group of small clans, alone a few small clans. Tianshui sect to clean up is easy, but once the group of small forces of the Smoky Wave House embraced, then it is stretched to the limit. Therefore, this situation, Su Ying actually do anything is wrong. The fault is not in himself, only wrong in the clan is not a big clan. After comforting a pass, Su Yin's face is a little slow, but the next moment, another government guards to report, said there are two small forces in the city pinch up. Fighting is not fighting, but blocked in the city is cursing each other. Asterisk 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 these pussies. Su Ying gritted his teeth in anger. Elder Liang froze, suddenly realizing that the party's comfort was so feeble. In this situation, he had to scratch the wall to vent even if he came. It doesn't seem like much when you think about what happened to you before. Shidoshi is much more bitter than I am. Hanyu looked a bit jaw-dropped as the two sides of the confrontation went back and forth, spitting on each other. This must be the same as when he led his village friends to fight in the next village. Are you sure these are monks? Hanyu would rather believe that this group of people were street gangsters a bit more than cultivators. Minimum Celestial Realm. Maximum Divine Bridge Realm. Maximum Divine Spring Realm. A potpourri of minions that you can basically burn up by putting a divine fire. Little Lioli said one by one in the sea of consciousness with a disgusted expression on her face. What Hanyu was thinking in his heart was that, with the mess in such a state, was the town guard here dead? He had been standing here for a tea time as well, and there was not the slightest sign of the government guards coming over to take the man. If the high-ranking cultivators do not dare to mess with it is still excusable, but this group of small minions are allowed to make a reckless mess here. It is a bit unreasonable. You don't want to be chivalrous, do you? Little Lioli suddenly snorted out a laugh. Hanyu thought for a moment and asked rhetorically, I'm thinking that if I rely on this place, I won't be afraid that no one will eat all of the bottle's elixirs in the future. This group of minions, who were less like cultivators and more like gangsters, force-fed the Dan without any psychological burden. After looking at it for a while longer, Hanyu left with a lack of interest. After Elder Liang accompanied Su Ying out of the government office, the two of them came directly in the air, and when they landed, they could still hear the shouting of the two parties. After standing and listening for a moment, Elder Liang looked at his senior brother Su Ying on the side with a strange expression on his face. That's all you've been dealing with every day for over a year? Honestly speaking, just listening to the content himself, he wanted to simply slap these small cultivators directly to death. What the hell? A clan that has never even heard of, called the Tiger and Crane sect, has recently been making a fuss about splitting up, wanting to separate out the Wild Tiger sect and the Wild Crane sect out, and now the people above are at odds, and the disciples below have split into two factions attacking each other. What makes Elder Liang's teeth ache is that, according to normal logic, shouldn't you guys be fighting bloodily within the sect, and in the end, the blood flows into the river leaving one side victorious? If you don't want to fight near the clan entrance, you can do it. Come all the way to town for a fight? At this moment, Elder Liang's eyes were filled with pity as he looked at his senior brother. Indeed, for a god-prying realm powerhouse to face these cowards every day, not to mention cultivation enhancement, sooner or later, he would suffocate himself to madness. Today, Su Ying also came to the fire. Looking at the hustle and bustle of the two sides, a body of true essence drumming, Waving his hand is the wind and thunder. Originally also boisterous parties suddenly heard through the roof of the thunder bursts, more gusts of wind constantly blowing, and now each face white, hurriedly holding the head crouch. Honest. Take them all the heirs and lock them up for 10 days and half a month. No food allowed. Suyin was moved to real anger, and commanded towards the government guards, and right away there were dozens of government guards rushing up, escorting one by one to the cell. Darn it, the court has to talk about the law. If I can let go of my hand to kill, how would this group of brats from the Smoky Wave House dare to be so difficult to deal with? Su Yin's residual anger has not subsided, and he said with a red face. Elder Liang was so scared that he hurriedly stopped him, fearing that he was really bewitched and couldn't think of going on a killing spree. The law of the court is put aside for now. Let's talk about the cultivator's side. You have to do everything with a name. If you don't have a tenable reason to really go on a killing spree, you will only be labeled as a devil directly. Su Ying naturally also said the words of anger. Similar words he has not known how many times he said. At least the mouth over a little bit of addiction can also be more to eliminate some anger. Elder Liang raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, the evening sun had already been dyed red by the setting sun, and it was inconvenient to stay any longer. Immediately, he could only bow his hand and pay his respects. The hour is late. Good or bad always have to go back to deliver. When there is time, for brother to come back to you to talk freely. Suin sighed and bowed his hand in farewell. There are too many mundane matters to send off senior brother. I apologize. It's just nighttime and the stringed moon is half hanging. Hanyu close to find an inn. Just go in. Cold and quiet. The shopkeeper lying on the counter napping, shopkeeper leaning against the side, listless. After opening their mouths in greeting, the two men then raised their eyes and looked at them with a lack of interest. Stay. Hanyu opened his mouth and spoke. Until this time, the shopkeeper listened to the accent this only face a little better, and hastily let the shopkeeper greet the guests. Hanyu was secretly tongue-tied. This local cultivator doesn't seem to be very pleasing in the eyes of the civilians, since the store assistant was leading the way. After arriving at the room, Hanyu couldn't hold back his doubts, so he opened his mouth to ask, why is this smoky city such a mess? Chapter 92, 6 Roots Purity Pill. With a languid sigh, Junior gave a brief overview of the situation in the smoky mansion, and even the small forces that were intertwined around it, especially the complaints about the inaction of the town guards. Hanyu, you've fallen into a nest of heavenly water. Little Lioli, a bun face made a surprised expression kept rolling around. Hanyu also had an odd expression on his face. And the only larger clan that Xiao'er spoke of, the Tianshui sect, was just 30 miles away. This certain cultivator's mouth of fools, the town guards who did not act in Xiao'er's words were also from the Tianshui sect. It's just like falling into the Tianshui sect's lair. Cousin's original transmission couldn't have been a reminder of the Smoky Wave House Tianshui sect, could it? How did he know that he and the Tianshui clan had met? But he and the Tianshui sect do not seem to have any quarrels. The one who did the killing was Mr. Xiao, and Lu Dan Yu, the fat man, can testify to that. Wasn't there another withdrawing woman on the scene? What's so strange about giving you up afterward? The little glaze spoke. What can I have available? Hanyu's heart reckoned that it was just the same as when he had beaten up that ungrateful heavenly water sect cultivator. Little Lioli immediately rolled her eyes in her mind and said with no good sense in her mouth, how did Duke Xiao fight back against the odds to beat his face in the Xiao family? Or did you give the Dan? How did Duke Xiao fight back to kill in a desperate situation? Or the Dan you gave? It's equivalent to Duke Xiao killing someone and you handing the knife next to him. Isn't that the reasoning? Good ing sense. To put it that way, it seemed like the Tianshui sect was indeed on the opposite side of the spectrum from themselves, or at least the other side unilaterally hated themselves. Do you need to sneak out of the city before the Tianshui sect realizes? Little Luri smirked out. Out of town? Doesn't exist. A clan that could get a bunch of small forces in trouble might not really be worth falling away from on their own. Hanyu even feel that the difference is really too big. When the Tianshui sect in Minzhou City, the faction is not like this. The southern realm is barren, and the northern realm has slightly more climatic clans over there who can't yell. Little Lioli said in a bland tone in the sea of consciousness. More importantly, Hanyu's strength had grown too quickly over the past 2 months. So quickly that the artifact spirit itself was surprised that it must have been caused by the bottle secretly opening up a small kitchen several times. Every time she thought of this, little Lioli was so angry that her teeth itched. Shouldn't the bottle be one with herself? How come it's more generous to Hanyu than it is to itself? Hanyu thought about it and decided to see what the Tianshui sect was trying to do first. His cousin couldn't have reminded him that the Tianshui sect was afraid that they were looking for him for no reason. Tianshui sect. Upon hearing the news of Elder Liang's return, Tianshui Patriarch Lu Yanwen hurriedly asked his disciples to call the person to the council hall. Only after a few moments did Elder Liang arrive. This is full of smiles sitting on the upper head of the waiting Lu Yenwen. At first saw Lu Yenwen's single person came in. The smile on his face suddenly stalled. This was far from what he had imagined. He wanted to see more than Elder Liang returning alone. He had to at least bring back that pharmacist. Is it hard to believe that he only robbed the medicine and killed the man? This dumbass doesn't know anything about fishing with all your might. When Elder Liang came in, he actually didn't know how to speak. How do I put this? A god-prying realm powerhouse that the Shao family clan couldn't find. And that vital pharmacist couldn't find him even after searching for over a month? And the look on Lu Yenwen's face as he secretly glanced at him didn't seem too good either. You killed that pharmacist? It was Lu Yenwen who opened his mouth first, questioning in a deep voice. Elder Liang's face was oddly pale as he shook his head in a hurry. That's not so bad. That's not so stupid. You got the guy? Lu Yenwen asked again. Elder Liang still shook his head. Neither killed nor captured. Lu Yenwen's face became gloomy all of a sudden. With a soft bellow, then what have you all been doing for more than a month? Elder Liang trembled in fear and hurriedly took the initiative to open his mouth, shaking out all the mileage from the past month or so, especially a line of people constantly running around all over the hardship is more thick ink narrative. At least have to let their own patriarch understand that there is no credit but also hard work. On the way to look for the medicine master, it just so happened that I found out that there are still remnants of the body refining lineage in that area of the southern border. This was also Elder Liang's predetermined ventriloquism. The cultivator community was quite scrupulous about refining corpses, and with this discovery there might even be some credit to be given. How do you know? Lu Yenwen immediately cursed. You a god-peeping cultivator. Let the Shao family give a run for their money, not to mention, even a pharmacist cannot be found. Refining corpse remnants off our ass. That is those big clans. The Tianyuan 9 clans should be concerned about the matter. Decades ago it was them to exterminate the refining corpse clan, and we do not have anything to do with it. To put it mildly, even if the lineage of body refining resurfaces, the ones looking for trouble are those big clans and the Tianyuan 9 clans. What has it got to do with these small clans of theirs? Elder Liang's face was bitter and he could only smile bitterly against Lu Yenwen's scolding. Lu Yenwen was so angry that his chest was heaving. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire Tianshui sect could only pull out 9 god-prying realms, this Elder Liang would have been deposed by him long ago. This incompetent waste of a man had thrown away a great opportunity for the Tianshui sect to take off. God pity me. During these days when Elder Liang didn't come back, he had daily sketched out the fantasy of the sect developing vigorously from this and leaping to become a great sect. As a result, the person is back. Bring back is this kind of news. It is better not to come back. Continue to look for outside. Lu Yenwen residual anger has not yet disappeared. Looked at Elder Liang. How to look at how angry. You go over to help Suyin for a period of time and then come back. Give me to stabilize that gang of sinful animals. Do not cause the courtroom to the source of life is also broken for us. These words sounded similar to a dispatch to Elder Liang, although it was just 30 miles away. But Smoky Wave City itself had only just come out. What kind of was going on over there that he still didn't know? Lu Yenwen looked at Elder Liang's expression and clenched his teeth again, instantly understanding the other party's thoughts. This group of pig brains, completely unable to carry. Their hearts are too tired. None of them can see their intention and layout. How can we talk about promoting the Tianshui sect in this manner? Ho, 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 ho. At midnight, Hanyu rested, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, only to see an elixir spit out from the mouth of the bottle in the sea. Hanyu's heart stirred. This was another Dan, and he glanced curiously into his sea of consciousness. When he took a closer look, he was stunned. 6 roots cleansing pill. After igniting, the smoke can spread to a place within a mile radius, and when smelling it, the 6 roots will be cleansed, and all the demons of the mind will be eliminated. Side effect, loss of all for 1 year. This would be a forced transmigration, Dan, right? If this thing smells, no 7 emotions, lose all. This damn simply more like a monk than a high monk. Is this the bottle trying to make something happen? How many more monks would have to come out of this thing if it were to accidentally fall into a pile of people? What do you think everything entails? Hanyu couldn't help but open his mouth and ask the artifact spirit. Little Lioli spoke slowly after thinking about it. I'm guessing it's any you can think of. Hanyu instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Survival? Appetite? Appetite for knowledge. Chapter 93, Peeping God Realm. Little chicken coming toward you. You don't look at me like this now. For my brother has no desire at all in his heart. It's not just to come here to assist in the township. It's not just to do some dirty work. It doesn't matter. But he can't speculate about me, an old man who's over 100 years old, by not looking for advancement. In the morning, after Elder Liang entered the Smoky Wave government office, he pulled Suyin as a burst of rambling. Su Yingwan was surprised to say that he said he would come back when he had time. But it was yesterday's words. How come I'm here today? It wasn't until after Elder Liang pulled him in and started rambling that Suyin realized what he had come for. Did not wait for him to say half a sentence of comforting words. Elder Liang was soothed by a complaint. Su Yin's face immediately blackened. You old yin-yangs are playing a game, aren't you? What did the group say when the public vote elected him? For the sake of the clan, this thing comes to a head. No, it's only halfway to a head and you start cursing. Suyin immediately lost his mind to comfort him. The one who was sent down was Elder Liang, but the one who was more sad at the moment was him. Let him keep rambling. Suyin pretended to turn a deaf ear to the appearance, began to busy with daily things. Liang elder and rambled for a while. Also do not know where to come from the whole tea tray. Added in Su Yin's office began to boil water to drink tea. This time cannot pretend to turn a deaf ear. Suyin directly familiar with the heart, so as not to be difficult. Not long after, a government guard hurriedly came. Looking anxious, his forehead was sweaty, came up and said sharply, "My lord, it's not good, the Tiger Crane sect is fighting. Didn't they just shut down a bunch of them? Where did they get so many small cultivators to cause trouble?" Suyin said with a puzzled expression as he frowned. That government guard hurriedly explained. "No, this time it's the old and new patriarchs fighting. Yeah, hit it up good. These assholes, one for each death." Su Yin's face showed a burst of fastidiousness, and then he waved his hand, about to let the government guards go down, saying, "People in their own clan door to fight life and death is none of our business. Fight out of the dog's brain is not our turn to care. Go down, go down." But the government guards didn't leave. Instead they said sharply, "My lord, they fought outside our city gates." Su Yin's complexion was shaken, and he walked down quickly after getting up in a hurry. Where are the people now? The government guards hurriedly returned. Still fighting. The people are afraid to leave the city. Blanche, these two have gas not to send on the spot. His mother can hold dozens of miles to come outside the city to fight again. It's pressurized to add to the problem. If you guys were to fight in your own clan, I could still pretend I didn't know about it. So why did you have to fight under my nose? Suing face green. Now he cannot turn a blind eye. He quickly stepped, then to the door, halfway back, wanted to greet the elder brother. The result is to look at Elder Liang is still drinking tea, hearted depressed. I don't know if this is a punishment for him or if he's here to punish himself. Outside the city gates, the two middle-aged men were fighting fiercely, and had already fought dozens of rounds in mid-air. The sky above Smoky Wave City was agitated with true essence, and every now and then, a white tiger and a white crane were manifested tearing each other apart. At this time can be outside the city onlookers are only remaining cultivators. Ordinary people have long been hiding in the city. Even the government guards are also early retreated into the city. Han Yu mingled in a group of cultivators and looked up into midair. The people of this place are really tough, and when they don't say anything, it's no wonder that the people don't have much goodwill towards these cultivators. The government guards are not even close to avoiding them, let alone the common people, as they make trouble inside and outside the city. This town guard of the Tianshui sect was also truly a wimp. As Han Yu thought this, his appraisal of the Tianshui sect once again lowered considerably. Not long ago, a figure quickly broke through the air, suing just as soon as the approach will directly scurry into the two, a left and a right hand support. The King of Brightness does not move. This move had once been performed by the death-seeking Taoist when he was in Minzhou City, but unfortunately, he hadn't even carried off a move from Duke Xiao before he was gone, and Suing wants the show. The fierce battle between the two sides actually can no longer inch forward, as if there is an invisible wall hard to separate the two general. What's so strange about it? What Duke Xiao exchanged for at such a great cost was a half-step transcendence. Those two up there are watery goods in the god-prying realm. Where's the comparability? Little Lioli rolled her eyes as she spoke. Han Yu looked up to see Suyin will be restrained after the person. Only with the cultivation will be suppressed 2 people. 3 people Su landing. Suing this only iron face with a cold rebuke drink. You guys really think I don't dare to kill you, don't you? The 2 god-prying cultivators heck. This time is really wronged. Both sides this time one after the other into the city pressure is not to fight. The Tiger and Crane sect made a mess of splitting into the Wild Tiger sect and the Wild Crane sect. And nowadays it is necessary to come to the government office to change the directory and re-register. And even the hills have to be re-registered. For the big clan, this procedure can be dispensable. Or even greetings is, but you and other small clan, not that qualified to ignore the court. So today the 2 old and new clan leaders with evil intentions before and after going out to enter the city. Why do you say the heart is in the right place? Because these 2 people who do not intend to move. So they will hit the idea in the registration above. We'll see who first to the original address to the registration of the new clan. By then the wood is already in the boat. At least legally accounted for the foot. We are equal in strength. Who accounted for the reasoning of who took advantage of the advantage? As a result of no coincidence, The two men bumped into each other at the city gates. Both are grim characters. Both sides immediately guessed each other's thoughts, and after a few words of abuse, they fought. Suin listened to the color of his face. This is not still a dog's ass. This group of puffers, every day is just a lot of things. A group of cultivators all day long, parents and short quarrels. These goods are also worthy of cultivation? All get lost. Come back when you've discussed it. This town guard is now an official of the court. As long as I don't nod my head, I'll see how you cats. Tigers, clans can establish yourselves. This is not wrong. In the law, the cultivator clan to set up a clan site explicitly still need to go through the court approval, unless you are so powerful that you can ignore the law, but obviously these small forces do not have such a condition. The court is able to clamp down on this group of small forces will still have the smoke wave house this kind of chaos. If there is no court clamp down, I am afraid that the consequences will be quite terrible. What are you waiting for? Back off. Suing rare hard a time. Repelled that tiger crane two patriarchs after. Cannot help but again on the onlookers watching the cultivators a burst of light drink. When the many cultivators rushed to disperse. When Hanyu came back to his senses, there was no one around him. And coincidentally, Suin was currently glancing towards himself with his gaze. The reason Suin would pay attention to Hanyu was that his face was too unfamiliar, especially since there wasn't a single trace of true essence on his entire body. It must be known that the body of the cultivator is like a flood furnace. A body of true essence is born, even if it is not inspired, but there will always be the slightest reveal. Transcendent realm? A body's true essence was transformed into spiritual energy, so it was naturally impossible to be perceived anymore. But Hanyu is too young for that. Ordinary people? However, an ordinary person blending into the group of cultivators with a calm face to watch the God-prying realm cultivators fight was strange and incomparable at the other end of the spectrum. As a result, Su Yin's interest in Hanyu was instantly raised. At this moment, a God-prying realm little chicken is coming towards you. Little Lioli suddenly made a playful face and reminded in the sea of consciousness. Hanyu raised his eyes in consternation, just in time to meet Su Yin's 4 eyes. Chapter 94. How many people can a mile of land hold? Friar? Not from the House of Smoke? Suin asked 2 questions in a row. But it is not duty, and he is a god-peeping realm cultivator. There is no need to ask about this, as long as you do not make trouble, regardless of where you come from. It was mainly because Hanyu was a person he found very interesting. Said like a cultivator, did not feel a trace of true essence flow, said like an ordinary person. The light-hearted look was out of place. Hanyu was also a bit surprised that this town guard was still a member of the Tianshui sect after all. And what surprised him was that this person didn't seem to recognize himself. This was fun. It was possible that the Tianshui sect was looking for themselves in a situation where their cultivators didn't even recognize them. Hanyu's face was odd as he nodded before speaking. It's just a casual cultivator passing through this place. Sui nodded and then didn't ask any more questions, glancing a few more times before leaving with a flourish. Why don't you get arrested? This dumbass. Little Lioli bounced in the sea of consciousness, and Hanyu's face instantly darkened as he spat and said, You don't expect anything good from me, do you? Little Lioli smiled, grinning, and said, I'm not sharing your worries, fearing that you won't have anywhere to use your 6 roots purity pill. Hanyu's eyebrows twitched as if it wasn't impossible to think about it. Suin went back to the government office. After entering the inner hall, the hall elder Liang is still brewing kung fu tea. Not too fast and not too slow. So cozy. Where is this the same look that was screaming when I first arrived? Suin helplessly took a seat to the side. An elder Liang casually poured a cup and brought it to him, opening his mouth in a nonchalant manner. Did you run into trouble? Suin just picked up his tea and took a sip, and almost sprayed it out when he sniffed. This tone of his own senior brother, on the contrary, seemed as if he was the one who was playing down and helping out, and he was the town guard in general. My difficult task is you senior brother. Every day to face some of the bull things also even if, come back to the government office but also to a cozy in this side of the comfortable bubble tea. The two relative compared to the heart don't mention how hard it is. These Suin after all is not good to speak out, just casually complained a few sentences, or those small sects of the broken things. Make a separation have to run to the city gates to fight. Elder Liang drank a mouthful of tea, frowning in thought. A moment later suddenly a flash of light. He put down his teacup and then looked at Suin and opened his mouth in a deep voice. You do this. In the future the cultivators make trouble. All let go. Wait for the civilians to be affected and then take action. Under the division you even kill them on the spot is also accounted for. Whether in the court or the clan. You are not at fault. Suin listening to the words of the senior brother first froze, then looked hesitant. Not that this law is not good. This law is indeed extremely good. But the death and injury of civilians can be big. Elder Liang looked at his hesitant demeanor and couldn't help but be displeased. chiding. This is how you look before you get wrapped up in them. You're a Tianshui sect elder first and foremost, and then a Jinsho. If you had understood this, and resolved matters with the mindset of a cultivator, what would the deaths and lives of civilians have to do with you? All they would have to do is drop the handle, and you'd have enough reason to kill. The more Elder Liang spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, and he couldn't help but rejoice to himself for the idea that came to him in a flash of light. The heart cannot help but think. Such a simple treatment method since no one can think of, and even boiled away so many town guards, when it is a group of fools undoubtedly. If I'm the town guard, this bunch of cowards will have to run around. Su Yin's face was odd as he listened to Elder Liang's reasoning, and he muttered in his heart, if this was handled down, the reasoning would indeed stand up, and it would even be possible to kill quite a number of cultivators, but with more dead ordinary people, the occupants within Smoky Wave City wouldn't run out, would they? Elder Liang secretly shook his head. The youngest elder has always been a forward-looking nature of the person is also stupid, otherwise it will not be unlucky enough to be launched to do this kind of dirty work. It's poisonous. Hanyu sat on the roof and listened to Elder Liang's words word for word, taking the lives of ordinary people to bait those restless cultivators. The Tianshui sect really didn't seem like a good thing. As for why Hanyu could be here, it was from outside the city. The suggestion of the artifact spirit really got to him, and the idea of coming over to explore was born. But I'm afraid of spooking them. How could I know that little Lioli was extremely confident? It's still possible to keep you undetected for a short period of time. When he reached the vicinity of the government office, the glazed bottle in his sea of consciousness suddenly spewed out a mist that had previously concealed itself from the transcendent realm. He then looked astonished as he watched the mist continue to spew out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Turns out septuagenarian isn't an adjective. After the mists had adhered up and down his circumference, Hanyu lifted his hand again to take a look, and there didn't seem to be the slightest change. Don't look. That mist is just a masking method that allows people to ignore you to a great extent. As long as someone keeps staring at your side, they can still see you just the same. After saying that, little Lioli urged, hurry up. As long as there is a barrier and you don't make a fool of yourself, the district god prying realm can't discover you. After Hanyu spreads his flames and flies up to the roof of the government office, surprisingly no one really notices him, which brings us to the present scene of eavesdropping on the roof. Elder Liang and Su Yin's intention in his view really underhanded. A clan of 2 elders and so, can imagine, Tianshui sect is no better. Not to mention the fact that there was also the sect of the death-seeking Taoist who went to the southern realm and destroyed people's entire families at every turn in front of him. This 6 roots purity pill thrown into the heavenly water sect was definitely not unjust. There's one that counts when it comes to being a monk of the 4 greats. What are you thinking? Little Lioli spoke in the sea of consciousness with a face full of curiosity. At this moment, Hanyu lowered his head in thought, looking entangled. I'm wondering if 1 mile is enough to accommodate those small sect forces of the Smoky Wave province and the Tianshui sect. Little Lioli's bun-faced jaw fell in the sea of consciousness as if dislocated. Even it couldn't imagine that Hanyu wanted to play so big. It was almost like he wanted to wipe out the entire Smoky Wave house's big and small cultivators in one fell swoop. Are you sure you want to play this big? Hanyu grinned, looking exuberant. If there isn't a single transcendent realm in the entire Smoky Wave mansion, what is there to be afraid of? Touch, touch, touch. In the sea of consciousness, little Lioli suddenly took her round face and kept on banging the bottle, making a loud noise. Hanyu was astonished beyond measure, asking in an odd tone, what are you doing here again? Again and again the little glaze was bounced off the bottle, and again it went crashing. Suddenly the mouth is found wanting, because it suddenly reacted to how much feedback energy that 1 6 roots purity pill could give the bottle if Hanyu did so. Although the two have different rules, they can't help but be outnumbered this time. If we really let Hanyu play out his tricks, then the bottle's authority would be even more solid, and wouldn't his own control over the authority be out of reach? Spinning around, he blamed it all on his own mouth, and out of breath, he hit his head against the bottle. Chapter 95, Spirit Treasures as Bait. Suing end of the cup carefully sipping tea, the expression of some intention. Elder brother Liang's method is indeed good. Those small sects can kill a crop of them. Then they can make the rest not dare to venture out again, and also occupy the reason. But if they dare to embrace the group to make trouble, can be reported to the court? If there is the help of the court, those cow ghosts and snakes to the Tianshui clan will not be enough to fear. Elder brother is better suited for this township than I am. Suing raised his cup and smiled, giving a compliment. It was meant to be a complimentary remark, but who knew that Elder Liang's face darkened upon hearing it? In his eyes, who is full of food to come to Smoky City to do this thankless town guard? Every day, not to mention the anxiety, but also every day with the group of small cultivators that can be slapped to death with a slap. This town guard is a pit. If not, when the 8 elders within the Tianshui clan, How to row also row not Suyin. But Su Yin's words suddenly also alerted him. The patriarch wouldn't just be intending for him to take over the township guard position, right? Compared to Su Yin's bitter response, his ability was enough to ensure that the Tianshui sect could be as stable as Mount Taishan in the town guard position here. By then, Su Yin will have accomplished his work, and he will not have to simmer in this bitter place. The old man is suffering. Thinking about this, Elder Liang was almost more and more certain, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. This unexplained lamentation caused Su Yin to be uncertain, and he busily inquired, "Why is this so, senior brother?" Elder Liang looked at Su Yin, and his heart became even more complicated. This transferred such a stupid person back to the clan, and instead left himself behind. Now that would really be a sending off. Faced with Su Yin's question, he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother is probably going to be out of his misery. It's my turn." When Su Yin heard this, his face was first delighted. Then when he saw Elder Liang glancing at him, he instantly smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid it's not so bad. Around the same time, it's just a fruitless pursuit of the Xiao family." Elder Liang lamented and shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Although the patriarch's outward statement is that I'm not doing my job well, and the only thing that is known within the clan is that the old man has not made an inch of progress in his pursuit of the Xiao family clan, but in the final analysis, it is merely that I have not found the pharmacist that the patriarch wants." Although Su Yin heard him talk once, but also just heard a general, did not expect that there is another hidden message. "This pharmacist is important?" He looked surprised and asked in disbelief. Elder Liang nodded with a sullen face, and at that moment, he narrated the cause of the incident in the Minzhou mansion in a huge and detailed manner. The patriarch is bound to be eyeing pills that elevate the cultivator's realm. Even if it can only be used by minor cultivators, it would be a sudden boost to the sect's strength. What's more, it's suspected that the pilgrimage realm took an explosion-type elixir that can kill death-seeking senior brother across 2 realms. That's what the patriarch wants the most. As long as it's there, it's possible for the Heavenly Water sect to become a first-rate great sect in a single leap. Su Yin is naturally listening to the inner incomparable joy. The more important this pharmacist is not, it more and more appears to be the fault of the elder brother. Not to mention that they really have to get out of the sea of suffering. Why did Elder Liang say all this? He guessed Su Yin's thoughts. That is also good to tell him to understand that the side of the patriarch is not so good to stay. Patriarch is extremely important to the development of the clan. Senior brother, if you can really go back, act must be as good as possible. If you get in the way of the patriarch's big event, I'm afraid that you will not be immune to chastisement. Su Yin's face stiffened, thinking about the patriarch's style of behavior. He suddenly felt that being a town guard here seemed much more comfortable than returning to the clan. Han Yu originally wanted to leave, but he didn't expect to hear all this in the latter half, so he looked odd. Tensuzo want to wholesale hesitant? If not for the fact that Hushi Dan was too restrictive, just thinking about a group of bad boys gathered in the same clan would be fun. In the beginning, the loss of 3 years of chi luck could make Duke Xiao support the wall and collapse the pillar. So bad that it is terrible. If the Tianshui sect raises a group of bad boys, Dan is eaten in the morning, and the clan is gone at night. Is it possible that your Hushi Dan can be eaten by ordinary people? The Tianshui clan does open Han Yu's mind. Little Lioli in the sea of consciousness, like looking at the little cute. Generally look like, you recently messed up. Things to mess up the brain are not broken. No chi in origin. What they take to eat Hushi Dan to replace. Han Yu sighed very regretfully, then immediately thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, is that elder who chased after Mr. Xiao harboring great fortune? Where's the chi for that old lump piece up? Little Lioli was the most sensitive to chi in origin. If Elder Liang had chi on him, the old man would have warned. Han Yu's expression was tinged with disbelief, so that didn't make sense. Without a little bit of luck, the god-prying realm will still come back alive when they go after Duke Xiao? Could it be that you were so unlucky that people prioritized looking for you before you managed to avoid the half-step transcendence's Xiao Gongzi to retrieve a life? Little Lioli's words directly made him choke on his words. After returning to the inn, Han Yu began to constantly outline his vision. The little glaze was rare and quiet, and didn't disturb. The Tianshui sect is bound to eat the 6 roots of purity Dan in one go, but it's quite difficult to pull that group of small forces in as well. This sat until midnight. At the beginning of the sublime hour, there was a surge in the sea of consciousness. The mouth of the glazed bottle kept spewing out smoke with it. Ho, 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 ho. An elixir ejected from the mouth of the bottle and fell into the sea of consciousness. Han Yu's originally messy thoughts were interrupted, followed by the internal view of the sea of consciousness. Immediately laughed out loud, which also want to think about the way of labor. Mang on the end. Blood spirit pill, using blood as a guide. After stimulating the medicinal properties, the aura within a 10-meter range forms a domain of its own. The flow of true essence is accelerated, and the speed of cultivation is accelerated. Side effect, continuous flow of chi and blood within the spiritual domain. This thing would be quite a lot of fun to throw out there. Today, Suing Two Eyes bleary-eyed woke up by the government guards, and before he had time to be angry, he heard the government guards' panicked and urgent report. My lord! Something big has happened. Something really big has happened this time. Su Yin's expression was stunned as he asked, which cultivator is causing trouble again? That government guard kept shaking his head. His face was anxious and his expression was fearful afterward, saying, it's not which one, it's all of them. All those clans of the Smoky Wave Prefecture have gathered outside the city. What? Su Yin immediately color change. This is not a small matter. A bad. Really want to make a big noise out. Did you find out what it was about? That government guard shook his head with a terrified face and said, how would my subordinate dare to approach Ah? As soon as I found out, I rushed to report it. Only after the words fell, another government guard ran in a panic, his entire face colored with fear. There's going to be a fight. They're going to fight. For a while, Su Yin's face was incredibly blue. Han Yu landed at the top of the city. Looking down at the outside, hundreds of people had already gathered there. Not only were they dressed differently, even their realms were all strange. It could be said that the entirety of cultivators below the God-prying realm could be seen here. Even the artifact spirit couldn't help but speak up. Which oddball sect is it that even pulls out celestial realm cultivators? Even so, there were still a constant number of cultivators who were rushing this way. In the small open space surrounded by all of them, a spirit elixir was contained within a box and was placed in such a casual manner. Chapter 96, Fishing for the Fish of One House. What the stabbed me in the ass. In the crowd. I don't know who moved first, when a small cultivator wailed and jumped out. A blood fountain on his buttocks was like a column of nuisance blood. At that moment, it is completely chaotic. Originally still quite restrained scene all of a sudden crossbow. The divine bridge realm above the cultivators are all recluse sword flying up. Stay on the ground anxious small cultivators more. What a mixture of good and bad. Hanyu looked at the two types of cultivators in the sky and on the ground. It would be strange if the Smoky Wave house was not chaotic. Such a large group of cultivators is more like a rabble. A dozen or so figures broke through the air at this moment, so loud and powerful that the crowd below scattered with a roar, vacating a space. After waiting for the people to fall, only then did one after another small cultivators come forward to cry, Patriarch, this is something we discovered first, and they had to grab it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was there the whole time. We all saw it together. What do you mean you found it first? The cultivators below were talking about it, and the group of patriarchs were listening to the clouds. Bottom layer cultivators causing trouble in the city was originally a tacit agreement that their families had reached together, so it wasn't strange for the minor cultivators of the various families to frequent the city. But what was strange was that early this morning, a divine spring realm disciple suddenly ran back to say that he had found treasures. What could a group of small cultivators know about treasures? And the various patriarchs didn't take it to heart at first, so they sent some divine bridge small cultivators over to take a look. How do you know that the divine bridge cultivator went and couldn't come back? And the one who came back was a small cultivator. Senior brothers are confronting people from other clans, and people from several clans want to grab the treasures. Divine bridge cultivator can have what insight? Pick up a piece of spirit stone can be silly happy half a day. However, it is still necessary to send people over to investigate clearly. It is best not to start a conflict with other clans. After all, everyone is now united to mess with the Tianshui sect. It is not good to make an ugly thing. Solely, they sent out disciples of the pilgrimage realm, which was already the mainstay of a small clan, and could even represent the clan alone most of the time. Unexpectedly, this wave of people went even more outrageous and did not even return with a message. Things can be strange here. It is hard not to really let their own disciples go out and pick up the treasure, is not? The patriarchs began to get on board, and one by one, they rushed over in person, and before they landed, a few of them were still able to make peace with each other. Until after landing, the faces of the 10 or so people instantly changed. In the 10-meter range of that box, the aura was terribly dense. Even if they were God-prying realm cultivators in it, they could feel a body of true essence being constantly pushed to flow rapidly. Secretly running their gong methods, they actually found that the speed at which their respective gong methods were carried within their bodies continued to accelerate. This box is clearly just a pill inside, but it can make the people around the cultivation speed up, which is an unimaginable treasure. They instantly understood why one disciple after another had gone and not returned, and why wasn't the same thought running through their heads today. This object is mine. A dozen or so voices opened their mouths at the same time, and after the words were spoken, the crowd looked at each other with gradually gloomy expressions. One of them couldn't help but move first, reaching out and probing, and before he could touch the box, a dozen or so attacks came toward him at the same time. Watching the gradual descent into melee below, Hanyu clasped his hands and kept looking towards the city. A few moments later, straight after seeing two figures join hands from the direction of the government office, he smiled slightly. If this doesn't come, the hilarity will be unbearable. Suin grimaced as he watched a group of people fight from the ground to the sky, various attacks condensed out of true essence exploding in midair. There were even visions of tigers and cranes combining to coalesce in midair. Damn! These two haunted separation are so good that they wear the same pants again at this moment. Unlike him, at this moment, Elder Liang's attention was drawn to a conspicuous location below. For all, whether they fought in heaven or on earth, had the sense to vacate a spot far away, and in that spot a small open box was quietly placed on the ground. As a god-prying realm powerhouse, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and within that box, a black pill was placed within it. His heart moved slightly, taking advantage of the fierce battle among the crowd. His body instantly exploded and swept straight down, within the range of 10 meters. After Elder Liang steadily landed on the ground, his complexion suddenly changed drastically, and his entire old face exuded an unbelievable expression. The heavenly water sex gong methods were rapidly rushing through its body, and its speed was surprisingly more than 3 times as fast as usual. Within a few short breaths, he had made up his mind. This object has a connection with the Tianshui sect. Suin is rushing into the battlefield to obstruct Tiger Crane and the other two patriarchs. 1 against 4 is not lost. Steeply, someone shouted, "Stop it all! That old undead from the Tianshui sect is trying to rob us." After he shouted so, the dozen or so figures in midair instantly stopped, turning to swipe down at the same time. Before Elder Liang's hand touched the box, there were cranes and tigers behind him, swords and knives, and even a golden rope condensed with true essence and bundled towards him. "You guys have good guts. I am an elder of the Tianshui sect." Elder Liang was furious. How could he not be furious when these shabby sovereigns dared to lay a deadly hand on him, and not just one? Immediately, after quickly forming seals with both hands, he decisively braced himself. Ming King immovable. A ray of true essence bombarded his body, sending out a wave of aftershocks, but it couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. Bunch of dirtbags. While Elder Liang was being complacent, the golden rope quietly twisted out from under his feet and swiftly climbed upwards to encircle him, binding the person tightly in just the blink of an eye. "Elder brother, I'll help you." Suin descended from the sky, transforming into a sharp arrow under the diffusion of true essence. Over the sea. An edict. Countless arrows swept towards the crowd like a tidal wave. On the other side, Elder Liang was being attacked by someone under carelessness is still humiliated, gritting his teeth regardless of the strong collapse of the ropes with his true essence. After the same flip of the hand to lay down the true essence, transformed into a huge astral wind, flipped the clouds. An edict. The huge astral wind was like a tornado, running towards the group of sovereigns. "Let's all join forces and clean up these two first." A patriarch was struggling to hold on in the astral winds, and finally couldn't help but shout at the rest of the people. Yes. After receiving the promise, instantly more than 10 channels of true essence surged out and then closely connected. In the outside look, as if a huge dam, not only blocked the arrow, but also the astral wind dead against. "Senior brother, don't get attached to the battle. Quickly go and take the box away." Suin was about to strike when Elder Liang behind him suddenly shouted, "Damn it, hurry up and break this astral wind. They're going to take the spirit elixir." The crowd saw that Suin was walking towards the box, and couldn't help but be in a big hurry. No, the true essence don't want to die. Quickly surging. Bump! There was a loud sound as the true essence and the astral wind collided with each other, and in the end, there was actually a violent explosion. Elder Liang gritted his teeth and once again flipped his hand, tilting his true essence out. Flipping clouds. Another edict. The great astral wind reswept. After Suin approached the location of the box, his expression instantly froze, followed by an incredulous eye roll. "Take it away." Elder Liang kept urging. Suin, whose heart was beating bumper to bumper, then instantly returned to his senses. He finally realized why a group of god-prying realm had to fight to the death. Just this thing. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to resist it. After hearing his senior brother's urging, he didn't dare to hesitate. His true essence was volatile and drumming, and after shocking the small cultivators aside one by one, he grabbed the box with a probing hand, and his figure rose up to the sky. "Go after them." Where did the rest of them care about Elder Liang? Each one of them broke into the air and chased after him with ugly expressions. Seeing this, Han Yu, who had been watching the show on the city walls, laughed out loud. A single elixir that really trolled the entire Smoky Wave House cultivators. Chapter 97 Rope Art and Old Men. "Call out all the people to me, and block the Tianshui sect for all of them." A certain patriarch instantly broke through the air and left after shouting towards the cultivators below. Ridiculous below the group of disciples who are not even able to do the sword, each as if playing chicken blood in general. Wailing will be scattered out. Some were busy running back to the clan to pull people in. Some even chased after the direction of their sovereign. The temptation of the blood spirit pill was so great that there was no longer even a need for these individual patriarchs to paint a cake. This thing would benefit the entire clan if it were to arrive. Su-in and Elder Liang intervened horizontally, and the small group of patriarchs chased after them while arguing. A bunch of fools. Just now if the item had been for me to take, it wouldn't have been so bad that the Tianshui sect's people would have picked up the advantage. This was the small sect master who had made a move to snatch it in the beginning, and at this moment, he spoke out in indignation. You think it's beautiful? Your broken clan has 3 or 2 kittens, and the following are all mortals with inferior qualifications, so if you really let you take it, and you abandon the clan and run away, where can we find you? Immediately, a patriarch refuted the exit. Can you think of something first? The Tianshui sect is going to swallow the stuff and we don't have what to think. The heavenly water sect's technique is like a turtle shell. It's not easy to chew on. Then it doesn't necessarily mean that all of their disciple cultivators are also turtle shells. Open the mouth is the tiger crane 2 patriarchs. As Sui annoyed, at the moment the two are as good as wearing a pair of pants in general, where there is the appearance of the time when the split. Someone heard the strings and immediately changed color. To go after those small cultivators, it would truly be a battle of the clans that won't end in death. This group of people went over in great numbers. If it was just a friction between god-prying cultivators it would not be a big deal. Even if they were defeated it would only be a loss of face. Once one laid hands on the small cultivators of his clan and slaughtered them, it was a declaration of war without end. I'm afraid we'll have to fight through what little we have this way. Some patriarchs' faces were torn and did not approve of this practice, but Tiger Crane Brothers immediately reminded said, don't forget, we are scattered cultivators origin. If we can really snatch, a group of us can take the treasure for a place, reintegrate a clan. As long as there is this treasure, wanna become a first-class big clan is just a matter of time. The implication was that the power of the existing clan was sacrificed to plot that pill. Tianshui sect. Several of the disciples guarding the mountain gate showed a look of fear. Suin and Elder Liang's disciples naturally recognized them, but what they were terrified of was the group of figures chasing after the 2 elders. Is this elder being chased? Or is someone coming to attack the Tianshui sect? Right away, a disciple ran inside in fear and panic. Elder Liang couldn't help but be furious as he looked at the group of lesser patriarchs that were getting closer and closer behind him. If they were to fight within the clan, they were afraid that they would easily suffer a loss. So at that moment, they instructed towards their senior brother Suin at their side. You take the pills and go in to find the patriarch. I'll stay behind to intercept them. When he said that, he immediately stopped his body, and before the group of clansmen arrived, he once again laid down his true essence in midair. Flip the clouds. The astral wind instantly molded, and under the edict of Elder Liang, it instantly rushed toward the patriarch who was chasing the tightest. Inside the sect, that disciple stumbled and rushed into the council hall, and inside was Lu Yenwen who was dealing with things within the sect. As soon as he heard the sound of frizziness, he frowned and looked up. Usually he is extremely strict on the rules of the disciples of the clan. The most cannot see the behavior is not in shape. Immediately out of his voice reprimanded. What is the clamor? That mountain guard disciple swallowed his saliva and spoke up and down without catching his breath. Patriarch. Has someone chasing Elder Su and Elder Liang. Chase them outside our mountain gate. What? Lu Yenwen was furious. Immediately shot up, and when he went out of the council hall, Suyin was rushing to come. As soon as he saw Lu Yenwen, Su Yin's face was flushed with excitement, and he rushed forward, not waiting for his own patriarch to ask questions, and then he opened his mouth with gusto. Patriarch, my senior brother and I snatched a treasure from that group of small clans. Su Yin's first words caused Lu Yenwen's face to cloud over. There was no other reason. A bunch of ragtag clans. What good things could they have on hand that were worth fighting over? More importantly, Suyin as a town guard, really do this kind of thing, as long as the other side to the court a lawsuit. This body official body cannot keep not to mention. This clan and the future of the source of life is afraid to be cut off. Another dumbass who spoiled my day. Lu Yenwen couldn't help but be so angry that his chest rose and fell, gritting his teeth and saying coldly, are you out of your mind? What are you? A Tianshui sect elder? Or the town guard of the Smoky Wave House? Without waiting for him to finish, Suyin hurriedly opened the box, and the words Lu Yenwen wanted to say came to an abrupt end, followed by a look of surprise. Originally only saw Suyin holding a box. I did not expect that once the box was opened, the nearby aura was instantly dense. Not only that, what shocked Lu Yenwen even more was that the speed of the true essence in his body was getting faster and faster. I don't want to be the guardian of this town. If a group of small sects could think of something, how could he not think of it? As long as there is this baby, even if the court no longer provides a source of birth, relying on their own group of disciples cultivators, properly cultivated out, do not need a few years' time, the position of the great clan is within reach, and even the first-class great clan is not impossible to think about. Senior brother Liang is still blocking the enemy outside the sect, and I'm afraid he won't be able to support himself after a long time. Suyin looked at his own patriarch, who had already lost his concentration for a moment, and rushed out to remind him. Lu Yanwen only then back to God, face with the color of not yet finished. Just in that short period of time, he has been thinking about Tianshui sect into the ranks of the Tianyuan. From now on became the 10th Tianyuan sect. Immediately, his gaze tightened on the elixir, and Suyin understood and hurriedly handed over the box. Lu Yanwen took it with a death grip. This is something that the Tianshui sect is going to want. Elder Liang was holding on to the Ming Wang immovable law, or turtle shell as many patriarchs called it, and he was holding on to the bombardment of a dozen or so people. The look on his face also gradually changed from disdain at the beginning to screaming. It was true that the Heavenly Water Sect's technique was known for its defense, but it couldn't stand up to a group of cultivators of the same realm who had discussed their countermeasures. One patriarch after another took turns in battle, with the rest of them either recovering or skimming from the sidelines, and the entire sky above the Tianshui sect was like a thunderclap, with constant violent bombardment sounds resonating. Elder Liang did not think at first on the cultivation. These scattered cultivators originated from the God realm. Cultivation is not as good as their own. Hold on for a moment and a half, and how difficult. How would I have expected? This group of turtle grandchildren up is full strength. Not the slightest talk about martial arts, which has a cultivator fighting a fight on the bottom of the box to play out of the bottom of the card. Just dozens of rounds. His true essence has been consumed nearly half, but had to bitterly maintain. But where the withdrawal of true essence, the Ming King does not move a break, for fear that the group of turtle grandchildren will be swarmed. His own senior brother had already gone in for more than a quarter of an hour. Why was there a delay in coming out to rescue him? At that moment, the heart had gradually become a bit flustered. Just as he was distracted, another golden rope kept climbing up towards his feet. The owner of this rope annoyed him the most, and although the rope had no ability to harm him in any way, and couldn't even bind him, it was just pure nausea. The person controlling the true element rope naturally knew that his rope could not cause any damage, so he simply controlled it and drilled it towards the various holes in Elder Liang's body. Blanche, playing so wild? Hanyu couldn't help but stare at this scene from the shadows. The image of that tentacle-like thing, constantly violating a bad old man. Chapter 98, What's coming is coming. Elder Liang's face was extremely mortified, and he had already lost count of how many times he had shaken the golden tip of the rope off. When I get out of this trap this time, I will kill this bastard, he thought through gritted teeth. Those who practice such an underhanded gong method did not deserve to live in the world. And while thinking like this, the golden rope that had already been continuously cut short and was now only a foot long was instead looking more agile. At this moment, it is like a flying stick, constantly hovering around Elder Liang, looking for an opportunity to go deeper. This moment, the tiger and crane were flying together and were continuously bombarding him, and with very little true essence left, where was he still half as calm and self-contained as he was before? In the end, what catalyzed the immobilization of the Ming Wan was true essence, and while it appeared to be adamantine, inside it was actually a contest between true essence and true essence. So this battle is really playing suffocating incomparable. 10 or so god-peeping realms surrounded him to fight. In the past in the invincible defense technique, at the moment appears to be overstretched, but wherever the ability to kill and destroy enough, cannot let the people like this like a ball to hit and go. In the midst of his annoyance, there was a sudden swelling and cracking of the valley road. His face changed and his body tensed, only to feel that he had clamped something. Turning back with a grimace, only half a rope remained outside his valley position. The few true essence poured out at this moment, and that one rope was quickly washed away under the pouring of true essence. Over 60 years of cultivation, he had suffered wounds, shed blood, and played with his life, but not as much as this moment of shame. Going to the ing Ming Wang not moving, Elder Liang was as if he was crazy. Directly withdrawing his gong methods and laying down his true essence on the left and the right. Flip the clouds. Overtake the sea. With an edict, countless arrows and astral winds swept away in unison, and his eyes were dead set on a short, plump figure in the opposing formation. Today you shall be killed. This is the one has been interested in the various holes in his body. It's this that insults itself. Help me. The short little patriarch felt the killing aura surging madly from Elder Liang's body and hurriedly exclaimed and blended in behind the crowd. He had only intended to take charge of the harassment and let the rest break through quickly, but he hadn't expected to break through the opponent's defense by himself instead. Seeing that Elder Liang had lost his mind in general, charging towards the formation, not caring in the slightest about his own well-being, and even more so, his eyes were locked onto himself in death. Let's all strike together and take him down first. Without the turtle shell, a dozen can't beat one. After someone shouted like this, all the people combined their efforts. Instantly as a mountain of general true essence cohesion. Astral wind attack. That true essence as if the waves of the sea to hit, after a few waves, will be the astral wind swallowed. Countless arrows broke through the air, and the wave-like true essence instantly drew up several meters, turning into a wall. Touch, touch, touch. The bombardment, though constant, never advanced an inch. At this time, Elder Liang indignantly killed. But unfortunately, before he could break through the true element wall, he was first blocked by a tiger and a crane. Tiger run! Crane attack! With two edicts, the golden tigers and cranes roared up to the sky and charged towards Elder Liang in unison. At the same time, after the people's combined efforts to condense the true essence blocked the arrows, they turned their heads and rushed, and Elder Liang's figure was instantly submerged in it. That was a hard hit. Han Yu scat out as he looked at the battlefield full of people. Not far ahead can be the Tianshui sect's residence. Counting the time, people should also come. At this moment, a sound of running came from another place. Han Yu glanced back and saw that this group of small sect cultivators had arrived first. There were both cultivators who came with their swords. The Divine Bridge Realm and the Pilgrimage Realm were mixed together, and the positive sky was densely packed. Just like the transit of locusts, the disciples of so many sects added up to less than 400. The ground was even a group of small cultivators who hadn't even reached the Divine Bridge Realm, all holding swords and knives and letting out bursts of charging sounds. This kind of people will be more, under the vast sound, afraid of nearly 1,000 people, and only more. In contrast, the Tianshui sect's people arrived late. Lu Yenwen rushed out of the sect with 6 elders including Suyin, with an equally large group of cultivators behind him. Looking at their numbers, there were more than 300 cultivators who came with hidden swords, but on the contrary, there were very few uninitiated small cultivators, and 100 or so small cultivators with swords guarded the entrance of the clan. As soon as Lu Yenwen appeared, he saw Elder Liang who was being carried in midair tied up with golden ropes, and saw that his clothes were tattered and torn, and his eyes were closed tightly, leaving only his chest to rise and fall slightly. Immediately, his face was grim. At the mountain gate of the Tianshui sect, capturing an elder of the Tianshui sect. So what was the difference between that and slapping his face? You guys have such big dog guts, how dare you jointly attack my mountain gate? Lu Yenwen rebuked in a cold voice, and a group of cultivators behind him had already drawn their swords in anticipation. Patriarch Lu, who are you scaring? Several people united, but their voices were not afraid of him, and they immediately sneered back, not to mention the fact that they still had a Tianshui sect elder in their hands. Let that shameless Suyin return the item to us. Your Tianshui sect is really shameless. A hallowed god prying realm, and a party town guard, disregarding the face to take away the chance discovered by my disciple. This matter spreads out. Suyin's town guard doesn't want to be a town guard either. Someone raised their voice in mockery. Lu Yenwen immediately sank his face. Things are naturally impossible to return. With this elixir, a mere township guard position, the Tianshui sect is not necessarily able to look at it. If they borrowed the elixir to make the clan bigger, it was not unlikely that the court would have to coax them to come out with a person to be the town's guardian at that time. That's something my Tianshui sect lost out there. You bunch of dirtbags. You presumed to take my sect's treasures before, and plotted to kill my sect's elders after. Today, you'll have to give me a statement. Listening to Lu Yenwen backward words, a crowd of cultivators could not help but look at each other, but did not expect to be able to someone more shameless than them. The 2 Tiger Crane brothers and sisters looked at the people around them and exasperatedly said, how many good birds can there be that can make it in the Smoky Wave Mansion? Don't talk nonsense with him. Then does Patriarch Lu not intend to take the lives of your clan's elders? A group of god-prying realm sovereigns pranced towards the front, followed by Elder Liang being carried in plain sight. Lu Yenwen looked at the dying elder. His heart sank and his face was torn. Is Elder Liang worth an elixir? It was naturally worth it at this stage. The god-prying realm was a clan's top fighting force and a clan's deterrent to the outside world. But in the long run, there was no way for a god-prying realm elder to make the clan rise a notch. But this elixir could. Also only a moment of hesitation. Lu Yenwen will have a decision. Immediately waved his hand. Shouted. Elder Liang sacrificed his life and forgot to die in order for the clan to be plotted against by the outlaws. Tianshui sect disciples with me to respond to the enemy. Blanche. This Lu is so ruthless. Han Yu looked astonished. For the blood spirit pill, this was going to give up the life of an elder. Wealth moves people's hearts. And so does strength. An elixir that can cultivate countless cultivators in their hearts is no less than an elixir that strengthens itself several times over. Little Luri muttered with a tangled face. In fact, there is no need for the 6 roots purity pill. Just Han Yu's hand. The entire Smoky Wave House's cultivators have to beat the dog's brains out. It's not unlikely that a large portion of the cultivators could die. Han Yu, however, has no such plans, and the 6 roots purity pill is almost warmed up, so it's time to serve the food. Think about it clearly. The cultivators of a prefecture all become desireless. It's estimated that it can shake the entire northern realm. It's not like the southern realm anymore. Sooner or later, someone will be able to find you. Little Leoli admonished in her sea of consciousness before blushing oddly. Nearly 2,000. If it were to be replaced with a single elixir, the bottle would need to dispense the elixir 2,000 times. If Han Yu made it, just how much energy would the bottle get? And how much feedback would Han Yu get? It suddenly develops an illusion that the bottle doesn't seem to be nurturing Han Yu as an equal in terms of getting along with him, but instead is gradually strengthening Han Yu. Instead, like it's trying to dominate him. It couldn't be. How could a bottle do that when a mortal, at best, would benefit each other? At least as an artifact spirit, it would not be able to feel the signs of the bottle recognizing its owner at all. Chapter 99. 2 peaches kill 3 men. As little Leoli had envisioned, there were actually 2 other options before Han Yu. Either way, stay out of it and sit back and watch the entire Smoky House cultivators mix it up, and 7 days later the elixir disappears without God realizing it. Either that, or use the 6 roots purification pill to wipe out the entire Smoky Wave House cultivators. But this would greatly likely cause a shock, and the consequences would naturally be unpredictable. Nearly 2,000 cultivators. Han Yu muttered. It wasn't that he was pitying this group of people. What this group of people had done in the entire Smoky House alone didn't deserve his pity. What's more, the 6 roots purity pill wasn't something that was harmful. After the huge side effects, the gain in heart cultivation was definitely just as huge. Only the 6 roots of purity, the heart of the demon, all eliminate 8 words. Change the occasion. Absolutely is another can grab the head of the elixir. He generalized about the headcount ratio of nearly 2,000 and what kind of change the bottle should be. Did you all revive after one dan? Han Yu suddenly asked out of the blue. The topic of recovery has been mentioned many times by both sides, and little Leoli, as an artifact spirit, only knows the need for a constant flow of energy and chi in the issue of recovery, and how to recover. But it is rare that it is not clear. The bottle had been muffled, and moreover unable to speak, but the daily dan was a clear indication that recovery was tied to the dan. Han Yu as a third party, from the beginning of being wrapped up in the exhaustion, to the back of the continuous benefits, and even gradually adapted to the existence of the bottle. The bottle, the artifact spirit, and Han Yu had actually been bound together as early as then after being smashed. Don't ask me. You'll have to ask the bottle about that. It's the only one that knows if it can. Little Leoli stretched her bun face with an unhappy look. How can it be happy? This wave, the bottle made a fortune. Han Yu was bewildered. The emotional ups and downs of the artifact spirit had been a bit too great throughout the day. But where did it know that the authority that the spirit of the vessel had been longing for was getting farther and farther away from it? And this time the bottle took the lead again, and it would be even more of a struggle for it to catch up. I should have known that the female unicorn didn't choose to take shape that time. The energy alone would have been enough to hold the power by itself. Little Leoli murmured in her mind. And I don't know what went wrong. It is reasonable to say that the bottle daily, although the dan, but there is no reason to go ahead of their own. A Hashi Dan earns more than these strange pills? Is it possible that it's Han Yu's problem? No way. It's a stink out of the medicine. The soup is still my share of the soup. It can't be my problem, can it? While the artifact spirit was doubting itself, Han Yu was already gradually flying up. Kill. At Lu Yanwen's command, the only 6 remaining elders took the lead and flew out. Overtake the sea. Huge true essence spread throughout the entire void, and countless arrows surfaced. The combined attack of the 6 was so terrifying. Numerous patriarchs look solemn, immediately converge on one place. The combined force is a sea of true essence. Behind the short rope art patriarch picked up Elder Liang, was trying to take him to fend off some, but could not help but tremble. Raising his eyes, Lu Yanwen had a murderous look on his face, and had actually locked himself in with his own aura. Rope art patriarch face slightly changed. The hand of the Liang elders all of a sudden will be a little hot. Throw is not. Do not throw words. I am afraid of a moment. Lu Yanwen first to look for their own. On the other side, under the combined attack of the 6 elders of the Tianshui sect, a collision aftershock was formed with the sea of true element, and above the dome of the sky, it was as if it had collapsed, and the violent explosions began to tremble even on the ground. The group of minion cultivators on the ground that weren't even at the divine bridge realm, not to mention charging and killing, At the moment it was hard to even stand still, and after a burst of falling around, the scene was chaotic. The group of Imperial Sword cultivators were not in such a sorry state, but they were forced to keep retreating under the remaining aftershocks. Lu Yenwen narrowed his eyes and kept scanning back and forth across the room. Right at the moment when the sea of true essence faded away, he suddenly moved. Just an instantaneous flash. The person had already pranced into the opponent's formation in the air. Strike together. After the many patriarchs first panicked, they then bellowed, and various attacks poured in. The King of Brightness does not move. After Lu Yenwen's hands spread out, a golden light fell on his body and kept shattering and exploding. The crowd couldn't help but rejoice, not having thought that he would dare to rush into the encirclement. They were going to follow the method of dealing with Elder Liang and concoct another one. Don't let him escape. Capture him. The elixir isn't afraid that he won't hand it over. Immediately, a patriarch shouted out in great joy. For a while, the crowd was like playing chicken blood, and after the true essence gathered in one place, it formed a vortex that completely engulfed Lu Yenwen, and then continuously stirred. As the vortex stirred, the sky dome was even more windy in general. After a few moments, when the vortex gradually dissipated, Lu Yenwen was nowhere to be seen. How is that possible? The crowd was shocked. They clearly watched people being swallowed by the vortex, and even more so, they had been looking into the vortex without averting their eyes. And how do people disappear? The short rope art patriarch carried Elder Liang on dark alert, and suddenly there was a sharp pain all over his body, and he looked down in horror. His abdomen was penetrated by 2 golden arrows at an unknown time. What's more, there was a sudden flow of true essence in all directions, transforming into fists and palms in the blink of an eye, striking him from all directions. In just a split second's time, the short figure decamped and then fell downward powerlessly. Lu Yenwen appeared again at this time but was already outside the encirclement. He took in one hand with the accompanying fall of Elder Liang, and flung back in the direction of the Tianshui sect, and was steadily picked up by Suyin. You've already started hitting the bottleneck? Some people were shocked, and their expressions were already tinged with horror. What is the bottleneck? Naturally, is the bottleneck of the God realm? The cultivators have never been in any realm more detailed division. At most, is the half-step realm to generalize. Only in the God-prying realm, there was an additional statement of great fulfillment. If you want to enter the transcendental realm, you must first peep at the Great Circle of God. And when is the Great Circle? Naturally, it is when you have squeezed all of your reserves to the limit and are able to explore the transcendental realm. Similarly, there was never any talk of half-step transcendent among the God-prying realm, and no one dared to call themselves half-step transcendent. The two are as different as clouds and mud. Transcendence is transcendence, and peeping into God is just peeping into God. True essence and spiritual energy were like a heavenly moat separating the paths of cultivators. Fengkai Lu Yenwen True Yuan as intended, as you wish, which has already had a point of meaning of the transcendental realm. Just this hint of transcendent implication was enough to counteract numerous God-prying realm cultivators. At that moment, the crowd had already developed the intention to retreat. Today, I am afraid that I can't get any more benefits, and if I stay any longer, I am afraid that I will have to suffer a big loss. A sea of fire steeply ignited around the crowd, forming a wall of fire that blocked the group of lesser patriarchs' path of retreat. Han Yu's figure flew out from within the sea of fire, the flames that extended up to 2 meters turning into wings that flapped continuously behind his back. His sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of the crowd. A silhouette on the Tianshui sect side looked up suddenly, his face showing shock and trembling, seemingly unbelievable, and after repeatedly looking at it several times, he finally confirmed Han Yu's identity. Xiao Susu tilted her head in Lu Yenwen's direction and shouted, "The pharmacist! He's the pharmacist!" Lu Yenwen looked on guard. After hearing the words more than a few points of surprise, in the description of the autumn Susu, this pharmacist clearly should only be in the realm of the other side of the realm and the realm of the Sini between. How can it be in front of the eyes of this body of magical powers and body permeated with bizarre people? This person himself cannot see the bottom. Tianshui zone how to talk about how to take down. I'm afraid to rush up to the gray head is light. Su Yin's face changed slightly, and he also stared closely at Han Yu, not having thought that this one-sided fellow was actually the pill master the sect had been searching for. The rest of the group of patriarchs were all scornful, and did not know if the people who suddenly appeared were in league with the Tianshui sect, and if they were, I was afraid that they would be at a disadvantage, and immediately prepared to flee. But the next moment, Han Yu's words caused them to pause in their stance. "Do you guys still like the elixir I left outside the city gates?" Han Yu spoke with a smile. "The potion is yours?" Lu Yenwen's face was surprised and he couldn't help but open his mouth. "An elixir that speeds up cultivation is just that. Not very useful, then throw it at the city gates to send you guys to have fun." Han Yu's face was flat as he spoke gently. The words fell, The surrounding crowd are all oddly incomparable. So many cultivators fight and kill a pill. In the mouth of others just a sentence of little use to throw the contraption. Really let a person cannot accept. You're being a little too loud. Saying it's yours? There was a small sect head who couldn't help but refute it. Lu Yenwen is believed. In front of this pharmacist, even make ordinary people one step into the realm of the other side can do. And even that heavenly outbreak of pills have. So a speed up the cultivation of pills, out of his hand is not strange. Your excellency is so accomplished in Dan Dao. I wonder what your purpose is in doing this. Han Yu's fingers probed out, holding an elixir with a long smile. As I said, that elixir is of little use. Throw it away for fun. I still have a matching one to use to break through the state of mind. Are you guys interested? Blanche. Lu Yenwen cursed. His heartbeat couldn't help but beat a few minutes faster. The previous elixir accelerated cultivation. This elixir breaks through the state of mind. If used properly, quickly cultivating a group of Seeing Me realm cultivators is as easy as a slap in the face. It wasn't just him. The rest of them were all staring intently between Han Yu's fingers with burning gazes. A pill to break through the heart realm was practically unheard of. Wouldn't this be even more precious than the previous one? What conditions do you want? Open up. As long as the Tianshui sect can give it, it will definitely be given to you. Lu Yenwen gulped and immediately spoke out. Sell us, fellow Daoist, and we can afford the price. The crowd of patriarchs likewise spoke out in unison. What Lu Yenwen was eager to have. That was all the more reason not to let go. Han Yu smiled lightly at the words and shook his head before loosening his fingers. And in full view of everyone, the elixir fell straight down. Not for sale. It's for the fated. He wants to see us kill each other. So don't fall for it, everyone. Han Yu's unorthodox behavior. Lu Yenwen immediately brainstormed a scene where two peaches killed 3 soldiers. In particular, one cultivation pill had already drawn out the entire Smoky Wave House cultivators, and now that this one had been released, I was afraid that I didn't know what kind of chaos would ensue. Patriarch Lu has a point. Everyone don't be impulsive. A minor sect master loudly agreed, but his person broke towards the elixir. Blanche, everybody stay calm and then you move alone? The rest of the minor patriarchs moved as well, one after the other in hot pursuit. Suyin looked toward his own patriarch, only to see Lu Yenwen's face turn blue, and after a scornful glance at Han Yu, he exhaled a cloudy breath and said in a deep voice, "Rob it," knowing full well that this was meant to make them fight. But who could refuse these 2 elixirs? It's ing phallic. Chapter 100, The Way That Belongs to Only One. The 6 elders of the Tianshui sect decisively swooped down after receiving the sovereign's authorization, while Lu Yenwen solidly held the sky above, blocking the sky above the group of sovereigns' back roads in defense. This elixir, the Tianshui sect also wants it, and none of them will be able to take the elixir and escape. Below, the first shot of the person looked to have to grab the potion. Did not think that in the hand out of the time, the body suddenly stagnant, turned his head to look, but it was a moment ago also joined forces with his accomplices pulled him. He couldn't help but get angry, his face flushed with rage, and said, "Idiot, we can't even beat Lu Yenwen. Why don't we let me grab the elixir first and talk about how to divide it later? I believe the hell out of you." The man who grabbed him snorted in response. "We are all old farts who have been mixing in Smoky City for many years. Can we not be clear about what each other's virtues are? Who wouldn't run if this medicine fell into their hands? This can be cheaper to follow up the pursuing cultivators." Seeing the people getting closer and closer, the man was so furious that he even cursed himself in. A bunch of rabble. Su Yin's end and the other side is the difference between the sky capsule. The 5 elders spread out and each find someone to block. Senior brother Su, go get the Dan. This can be those small sects of the clan anxious, each jumping feet cursing it's shameless, took one but also to fight for another. Everyone joined forces again. Someone came out and yelled. At this moment, this group of people only thought to continue to join forces, but unfortunately, now each of them are self-conscious. Tianshui's own offensive way is not necessarily colorful, but the body of the abominable turtle shell on the theory of entanglement, the most appropriate. Sui looked at the black pills fell to the ground. The face has been happy. The palm of the hand has been explored. It is not expected at this time. A pair of hands swift and shadowless general. An exploration of a contraction. The pills will be no trace. Raising his eyes again, a short figure grasped the elixir with an overwhelming ecstasy on his face. He had been smashed down after being fatally beaten by Lu Yenwen, and was about to lie on the ground and play dead, then wait for an opportunity to slip away. Unexpectedly suddenly appeared a kooky young man. Did not think that the elixir not only from his hands, to the end, but also threw a more valuable elixir down. The elixir that a group of people were fighting over landed not far from him, and this sudden slamming down of the pie was instantly caught by him. The elixir is in his hands. Don't let him get away. In midair, was a loud roar. not only from the Tianshui sect, but also from a group of rabble. Tiger. Idiot, don't use your true essence. What if you destroy the potion along with it? The two men from the Tiger Crane sect were about to strike when they were stopped by the people around them. The Tianshui sect's elders who had wanted to make a move also quickly dispersed their true essence upon hearing this, and nearly 20 figures suddenly flew towards the short patriarch in unison. Lu Yanwen frowned, staring tightly at the chaotic battlefield below. The 6 elders were like pikers fighting with people, from time to time swinging to the left and right with their fists and feet. After the short patriarch was blocked from the front and back, he was greeted by dozens of pairs of fists and feet, and after a few rounds he was dislodged with his eyes burning, and an elixir was snatched from his hands before no one cared about him. A Tianshui clan elder sees the potion has not yet covered Hotot, is about to vacate. The pants will be stripped down. Even with pants dragged down, soon to be a flurry of punches and kicks, the potion once again change hands. See what you've done? A group of God-peeping realm is now fighting like your village children. Stripping pants are out. A group of old and unashamed. Little Lioli spat in the sea of consciousness with a look of contempt. Hanyu also felt like he didn't have the eyes to see, not realizing that this group of guys' lower limits were so low. Close the net. Hanyu suddenly opened his mouth. I'd advise you not to bet on the bottle rule, or you won't even be able to run when the time comes. Little Lioli suddenly spoke in the sea of consciousness. At this point, Hanyu had long since quietly exited, and the group of people were so focused on the pills that they didn't even realize that he had left the field. It's almost half a mile away. Any farther and I won't be able to invoke the avatar. Hanyu looked out into the distance, watching a group of God-prying realms pile up. The timing was already excellent as he raised his right hand and suddenly snapped his fingers. As early as before the elixir was dispatched, he had secretly left a trace of divine energy attached to the surface of the elixir. After the pill changed hands several times, it eventually fell back into Su Yin's hands, and under his great joy, he didn't notice that the surface of the pill flickered with a fiery light. When the elixir was completely energized, a green smoke spread rapidly, and when his entire body was in the smoke, it was already too late. Just after being attached to the smoke, Su Yin's delighted look instantly became faint. The heart of an empty piece. Everything in the eyes is everything is silent. Obviously noisy environment. In his ears is half a bit of sound are not. The movements of the crowd running towards him had likewise become incredibly slow, and even the look on his face was as comical and absurd as if it had been played in slow motion. The speed at which the green smoke filled the air was terrifying, like ripples vibrating on the surface of a lake, spreading in all directions. The first to bear the brunt is the bottom of the group of minions, covered in green smoke, swords clanging and dropping all over the place. What the hell is this? Lu Yanwen stared dumbfounded at everything below, especially that group of God-prying realm that was like walking corpses. Whether it was that group of small sect masters or his own elders, each face was completely devoid of expression, simply horribly flat. The scene was gut-wrenching to watch. It must be this elixir that is messing with him. He thought of this after a brief moment of pondering, and raised his eyes to look, but Hanyu left at some point. Surprisingly, no one knew about it. The green smoke was extremely fast, instantly scurrying up after engulfing the bottom. One sword-stepping cultivator couldn't even escape in time. A flying sword fell to the ground, accompanied by a falling figure. Soon, a channel of green smoke at the same time toward Lu Yanwen surrounded. Run! Little Luri blurted out. It had expected the elixir to be terrifying, but it hadn't expected the elixir's spreading speed to be so overbearing, and from the time Hanyu had ignited the elixir until now, only less than 20 breaths had passed before the group of Smokewave Mansion's cultivators had been completely wiped out. The entire battlefield was now covered in green smoke, and green smoke gradually filled the area around Hanyu. Blanche, this time the elixir doesn't make sense. He had not expected that the speed of the elixir's proliferation would be so terrifying, and immediately spread his wings and broke into the air as if he were fleeing. Faster. As little Lioli watched everything outside Hanyu's body in the sea of consciousness, an unprecedented gravity appeared on the bun's face. Even after a group of flying birds behind Hanyu were enveloped in green smoke and unexpectedly landed on the ground one by one, they were even in an extremely poor state of mind. Another rule effect. Not even a bird. Hanyu flew out half a mile in a sorry state before he dared to turn around and turn back. On that original battlefield, a strange scene was being staged, with countless green smoke gradually converging in the sky to form a sky-covering cloud. Above the clouds, the sound of a melodious bell suddenly came out, one after another rippling out across the sky. The first time I heard the sound of the bell, all the shackles were removed, and many thoughts were swept away, as if the whole person was much lighter. Stop gawking and move. The little blaze in the sea of consciousness suddenly discovered something different. Hanyu actually unconsciously stopped his body. A strange calm color flowed on his face. Even more frightening was the fact that Hanyu had slowly turned around, wanting to fly in the direction from which the bell had come. Hanyu. Little Lioli was so frightened that she hurriedly puffed up her face fiercely, her entire bun-sized face bulging out to the size of a watermelon, before instantly releasing it and sending out a loud roar in the sea of consciousness. An inexplicable tremor in his empty heart, followed by a stabbing pain in his sea of consciousness, caused Hanyu to shake his head, and as he watched, he almost stepped into the 1-mile range, and a cold sweat swished and drenched his entire back. Blanche, almost folded myself in. This elixir is too outrageous. The diffusion speed is fast even if it is not. There is even a bell sound, but anyone who is washed by the sound of the bell will only feel that the heart is clear, free and easy, and the person will not be able to help but want to keep approaching. This one he had just experienced deeply. Looking over, in the haunting sound of the bell, the ground was already filled with people. No matter what realm the cultivators were all sitting cross-legged with calm faces. Hanyu watched as his mind was once again about to go blank, and an impatient urging voice came from his sea of consciousness. Go first, don't stay here. Hanyu was inwardly aghast, no longer daring to linger, turning his head and quickly withdrawing. Did you hear the bells last night? On the following day, the people of Smoky City gathered together to inquire after leaving their doors in 2s and 3s. I heard it. Last night I was originally quarreling with my mother-in-law, but when I heard the bell, I suddenly stopped quarreling, and my mother-in-law is quite unforgiving. There was a rough man scratching his head and smiling nervously. A young man with a strange face opened his mouth and said, I thought I was the only one who heard it. Last night I was about to compete with my mother-in-law in bed, and when the damned bells came, I was tasteless. Soon after, there are even more people found that today's Smoky City is much calmer. The group of shouting cultivators have not seen one. It would be best if none of them came in the future and made a mess. Some of the people whispered to the bystanders. The government office. A group of government guards but anxious. Their township guards from yesterday after going out will never see people. Today, the government guards to find. Still do not see people back. Why don't we go to the clan of Lord Jinsho to find it? A government guard said so. For everything around him, Hanyu as if he did not realize. Since yesterday after coming back, he sensed the urgent shaking of the glazed bottle. Hurried back to the inn. After holding back for a long time, the glazed bottle suddenly ejected a shiny golden light. After the light had densely spread into golden clouds in the sea of consciousness, golden raindrops gradually fell, and the raindrops pounded on the sea of consciousness and on the bottle. Soon, the bottle gradually became colorful, and even refracted a rainbow light. Rainbow light, the light instantly closed, leaving only a curved line in the bottle will be hidden as before. The golden sap piled up in the sea of consciousness suddenly boiled for a while, and then it split into 2 fist-sized golden water spheres. One flew towards little Lioli, who grew her mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Then her whole bun face became golden, and in the light, a pair of small hands reached out from the base of her ears. Blanche, there it is again. There it is again. Little Luri huffed and jumped at the bottle, her little hands outstretched, fanning it from side to side. It obviously wants to cohesion is the body. Why out of the hand? This if there is no bottle to play tricks. Killed it do not believe. At this time, another golden water ball suddenly disappeared from the sea of consciousness and then appeared in front of Hanyu. Caught off guard, the water ball ruthlessly smashed into Hanyu's face, forcefully squeezing Hanyu's mouth open in a rough manner. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Hanyu yelled repeatedly, but the water balloon kept shoving itself into his mouth, and all he felt was a foreign object constantly intruding in his throat, straight into his intestines. When the golden water ball all into the body, crackling sound constantly from Hanyu body, and he was like a steamed shrimp, red all over the body. A water mist is from the pores of the body constantly spread. Little Lioli was surprised beyond measure. This mother her doesn't belong to any kind of cultivation system at all. It originally only thought that Hanyu's reinforcement was nothing more than towards physical cultivation, but now it seems that the bottle's reinforcement for Hanyu is simply unique. It was his path alone. If it comes to an end, unparalleled physical body, unparalleled divine ability. It's unheard of. Chapter 101, Cultivators of the Peerless Building Drain Dry. That's it? Hanyu opened his eyes to look inside his sea of consciousness, and when he looked at a mysterious symbol on the fat belly of the bottle, his heart was filled with a burst of absurdity. That's a house cultivator, and that's all it takes to change a rune? How is this possible? Well, at least throw that group of cultivators in the water and still hear a ring. In the bottle here is worth a rune? You don't give an explanation for this? What the hell is going on here? Hanyu voices an inquiry towards the puffed-up bun face with his arms wrapped around him. Little Lioli looked as sullen as a frosted eggplant and said, "It's just a 30% recovery. What's there to be proud of?" After all was said and done, it was especially frustrating that my own recovery was getting freaky and the bottle recovery was getting on track. What went wrong? 30%? Han Yu was stunned, and he didn't have a standard in his heart. Was this more or less? By the way, the artifact is moping around. Does that mean this screw-up revived the bottle a whole lot? Spinning around and noticing the 2 extra small pocket-sized hands of the artifact spirit, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Blanched. It's not even if you're wearing my childhood face. But what the hell do you look like now? Little Lioli grew weirder and weirder, and his hands were growing out from the base of his ears, which really scared him. These words are like igniting a powder keg. The little Lioli's mind exploded on the spot. Hands dancing, feet in the sea of consciousness, a burst of wildly jumping. 5 days later, Murray's council chamber. Cousin was summoned here in puzzlement. Having been deeply involved in the exploration of independent flying spells for some time now, and had only just gotten a little bit of an inkling of what was going on when he was approached by his clan brother. When he entered the council chamber, the 3 idlers of the Mo clan were waiting for him. 6th Uncle Mo Shingi has always disliked organ art, has been responsible for the external organ business of the Mo family. I heard that recently is peddling flying shuttles to the major clans, and even the court has cooperated. If we can really let him spread his business and popularize the shuttle, it is not unlikely that in the future, not only the cultivators, even the people may use the shuttle to replace the car and horse, and it will be more convenient to travel between the state capitals. As the patriarch and head of the Divine Mechanism Academy, Mo Yushu was responsible for the affairs of the entire Mo family on weekdays, so naturally it was impossible for him to immerse himself in organ techniques as the rest of the Mo family generally did. Master Chio was Mo Yushu's right-hand man, and the vast majority of the Mo family's daily scheduling was handled by him. The idle talk is just bellyaching. These 3 either don't see anyone when they're busy, or they're just idle for a few days. Mo Yushu saw his own son come in and handed over a piece of paper with an odd expression. This was the news brought back by his own oldest 6. He had already read it several times, and the more he read it, the more odd it became. Shuwen, look at this. Cousin was taking the letterhead with a puzzled look on his face, and lifting his eyes to read it carefully. Hiss. Only the first glimpse of the content of the strong explosive incomparable. This counts the entire Smoky province of the cultivator group all fell? How? The cause is the Smoky City government guards on Tianshui zone to seek their own town guard adults, which did not expect a past, almost did not be scared to death. Outside the entire Tianshui sect, there were thousands of cultivators sitting densely, each like an old monk in meditation, with no joy or sorrow on their faces. The government guards managed to find the town guardian lord from the crowd, but they found their own town guard in such a bizarre state, trying to call out. While Suing heard the sound, he only opened his eyes slowly and looked at his subordinate blandly before continuing to meditate with his eyes closed. He was not the only one. One by one, the government guards tried to shake the cultivators around them, and found that each and every one of them was doing the same. Even the whole area was so terribly quiet that even the birds and beasts and insects could not be heard. A creepy feeling went straight to the back of his spine, and he immediately fled back with a roll. In just 2 days of work, the matter quickly stabbed the court, and even more so, it caused a not-so-small shock in the cultivator community. But all the big clans with a little bit of brand name were invited by the court to go to the Smoky House, facing a group of fixed cultivators. These big clans of high-ranking cultivators, all caught blind, simply cannot find out any problems. Development to the end, is the Tianyuan 9 clans on the desk of each received a letter to the letter. Such a big event, the 9 clans naturally cannot sit idly by. The 9 families out of their own people rushed to the past. Your 6th uncle's insights with Master Vengeance are in the back, so look again, Mo Yushu said in a deep voice. Cousin turned another page and hurried to read it. According to the synthesized statement after the 9 clans checked down, this group of cultivators didn't have any problems with their bodies. Instead, they were in excellent condition, and the so-called sedentary state was instead a kind of cultivation of the state of mind. But what was incomprehensible to the people of the 9 sect was that this state seemed to be mandatory and could not be interrupted, and it lasted all the time. What was even more frightening was that this group of cultivators who had entered into meditation basically lost any behavioral ability, and as long as they didn't exit from meditation for a day, they couldn't act as normal people. Even at the moment they need to be artificially fed to keep their bodies functioning. Things are indeed odd, and extraordinarily bizarre. But what's it got to do with me? And what's the point of calling me over? Although cousin is also interested in this kind of strange news, but specially called him over to see this, and what is the use? Organs, he is in the line. This kind of thing, ask him, is useless. Mo Singji looked at him with an odd expression and spoke slowly. There was actually one other thing that wasn't on the record, and that was something that was agreed upon by all 9 families. Speaking of which, all 3 in the council chamber were looking at their cousin with strange eyes. At the scene, an elixir was also found on Tianshui sect patriarch Lu Yanwen's body, an elixir that can accelerate the speed of cultivation just by placing it by his side. Cousin's heart suddenly stuttered. No way. As soon as he heard the elixir, A figure appeared in his mind, especially since it was also extremely likely that this figure would appear there. I've sent a message that the Smoky Wave Province Tianshui sect is looking for him, so it shouldn't be possible that it's him, right? Cousin muttered under his breath. That friend of yours may have invariably pawned the peerless house in passing. The one who interjected was the old butler, and his tone of voice was certain, as if he was certain it was Han Yu. Such a superb elixir was found. Naturally another sensation. 9 clans of people are in. That elixir belongs to the natural impossibility of individuals. Immediately decided to be 9 clans together to study. Wuxuan Lu promised that the other 8 families would share the results of the elixir research, so they borrowed the elixir in the first place. After hurriedly returning to the clan, he immediately summoned his own God-prying realm pillmasters and pulled in a group of pilgrimage realm disciples to start conducting tests. That's great. That doesn't sound like a big deal, said my cousin in disbelief. Don't worry. Listen to Master Vengeance below. Mo Xingji seemed to be thinking of something funny and couldn't help but say. The old butler's ancient and unperturbed old face also pulled up a burst of laughter. The news that came over. That great pharmacist from Wuxuan Lu dissected for a day and a night. And that group of disciples, all of them were carried out for first aid every other day. And I heard that all of them were only left with skin and bones. And that the 2 losses of chi and blood were disastrous to see. Finally, I know why these 3 people are so sure it's Han Yu. Cousin has full certainty after just hearing the symptoms that this is definitely Han Yu's handiwork. And only he would have this kind of elixir with outrageous effects and serious after effects. Even the transcendent realm could be made whole as a samurai king. And a mere god-prying realm would only have 2 losses of chi and blood, which didn't seem to be worth mentioning. But a couple of people's faces were a little off. This time, Han Yu has made a much bigger fuss than the previous time, causing a much wider range. Mo Yushu pondered with a sullen face before looking up at his cousin. Do you have any idea in your mind whether that friend of yours is evil or not? He had finally looked away from Han Yu's ability to make pills. And in terms of this time, when the cultivators of the One House were bewitched, this ability was already scary enough. If this is an evil way, the Mo family can no longer help him to cover up, and will have to stab out to the other 8 families. Mo Yushu at the moment 10,000 entangled. At first if the matter of the Senate King directly point out how good, perhaps also can get a few good feelings. Now this is not likely to be easy to explain if it blows up after the fact and digs up that the Murphys were in the know. It seems that there is no need to explode the thunder afterward, here and then go to elucidate with those 8 families. Not to mention, how many ginseng king bathwater to drink the 8 old undead cannot stop with the Mo family. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Cousin naturally heard the strings of Mo Yushu, hurriedly waved his hand, and hastily said, the person is definitely not a bad person. It should be a good person. Mo Yushu glanced at him helplessly, then looked at his own 6th brother and the old housekeeper, and opened his mouth to ask, since you helped conceal it once, let's do it again. What do you think? The old butler nodded. He had always not objected to Mo Yushu's decisions. Mo Xingji suddenly raised his head and smiled. When did we help him? We don't know anything at all. Where are we hiding? These words made Mo Yushu clear. Right. Bite the bullet and say you don't know. Extreme young peak. Peerless building. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with slightly gray temples, a small rub of white hair on top of his head, and a resolute face. He sat in front of the case, calmly listening to his disciples' report, his fingers tapping on the desktop from time to time. The second batch of disciples entered the 10-meter range to cultivate, and the speed of cultivation was indeed considerable. And after the mandatory interruption of cultivation in half a day's time, the elders had checked that they had all consumed 30% of their chi and blood. But none of the disciples in cultivation felt their own chi and blood drain. Dian Renjie did not die. It was a shame to give up such a powerful elixir. And this time with some preparation, he prepared a second batch of disciples to test it. Have you tried the God-prying realm yet? Renji Bian asked, tapping the table. That disciple hurriedly bowed and responded. My subordinate personally went down and tried it out. The God-prying realm cultivation can't grow any further. But when the true essence accelerates, the chi and blood will be lost in the same way. And the loss process is subtle and slow. If not aside from the elders of the words, I am afraid to not believe that I just half a day actually consumed 30% of the blood out. If it is the sinking of the heart to cultivate people, extremely easy to lose all the blood and die. Dian Renjie's face immediately became gloomy. That is to say, this elixir can only be effective below the God-prying realm. But the effect is accompanied by 2 losses of chi and blood and is a big problem. And prolonged cultivation will kill you. So is it not as magical as imagined? What happens if you eat it? Dian Renjie asked after some thought. That subordinate's face was also torn because of this question. He had also asked the pharmacist in the sect. Our clan's pharmacist predicted that even the God-prying realm might die if they ate it. No ass, can only predict. Dian Renjie did not ask further. have been a few days of time. If you can parse out the elixir, the old should have been the result. Unfortunately, the great elder is still studying the King of Sam. Chapter 102, the Senate King opens his eyes. More supplements. What else is there to study? A henpecked, senile old man, tugging at a tuft of roots and whiskers and gnawing them raw. And in front of him were 7 other drooping old men. You are at least the eldest elder of Wushuan Lu. Identity aside, you are also through the pharmacology. Knowing full well that gnawing ginseng whiskers raw is no use at all, you can still gnaw on it for 10 days and a half months. One of the 7 old men glanced up at him and shook his head helplessly. The great elder of the peerless building bared his tooth blossoms, and a root was caught right in the middle of his teeth. It was so uncomfortable. Right now, the sea is surrounded in all directions. The 8 people were on an island. On the island, lakes were visible among the mountain streams, and the original kiln had been pierced through the dome, becoming an open-air place. A ginseng king stood quietly in the corner, its head with its eyes closed in peace. The 8 Transcendence Realm powerhouses had actually moved the entire uprooted land into the sea with their strength, and even made it into an island. For half a month, the 8 of them had used 100 means against the ginseng king on the island, but they had never been able to get any progress. A large iron pot was discarded in the corner, continuously refining ginseng soup for half a month. The effect that could be obtained was minimal. If a mortal drank it could indeed cure the disease, but for the lifespan that a few people needed. In addition to each one of them was full of redness. A hint of improvement was not available. In addition to this, several people tried to cut out the body of the ginseng king, but they were surprised to find that every attack that hit the ginseng king was like a stone sinking into the sea. The many powerhouses of the unbelievable ground had even utilized half of their strength, and they were still unable to cut the ginseng king out. If they weren't concerned about the fear of destroying the ginseng king, I'm afraid that many powerful people would have the heart to use their full strength. Right now the method of excision is no longer working and the method of boiling is minimal. Grand Elder Wushuan hit upon the idea of alchemy. If we don't all 8 of us combine our efforts and surround the ginseng king to make a large alchemy furnace to wrap around it, and then directly refine it into a dan. The move was opposed by the crowd without even thinking about it. Directly refining pills without being able to excise the split ginseng king, not to mention whether the 8 people together could refine it. Everything is afraid of an eventuality. In the event that it is really refined, then there is only one chance. Many pills, which is not after 1,000 attempts to become dan out. The main drug, auxiliary drug ratio dose, refining the fire, refining time, all these need to try one by one. If you take the risk of alchemy without thinking of a way to cut the ginseng king open, if you're not careful, you'll end up with eggs. There is only one ginseng king, and we don't know if there will be another one in the future. And a group of old guys waiting for their lives to be renewed definitely don't dare to gamble and can't afford to gamble. So there was also the current scene of the 7 people coming together to plot, and Grand Elder Wushuan alone gnawing on the ginseng beard raw. There's nothing I can do about it anyway, he muttered, grabbing the dangling ginseng beard and nibbling on it again. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from the distance. The crowd raised their heads and looked away, their brows furrowed, but they realized that it was the cultivators from the Peerless building. Blackie, why you? The Grand Elder looked at the visitor and opened his mouth in surprise, almost causing the God-prying realm cultivator in midair to fall into the sea. Yi Hei blushed. At least he was also a God-prying realm cultivator. Only this Grand Elder was still calling himself the gag that he had just started. As soon as he landed on the ground, Yi Hei bowed his hands in worship towards the many powerful people and said, "Greetings, seniors." With only a slight nod, the crowd resumed coming together to scheme. Why are you here? Is it possible that we fought with the Mosey family? Did we lose? Being able to let a God-prying realm cultivator run an errand. The Grand Elder's expression moved slightly and he opened his mouth to ask. Yi Hei couldn't help but cry and laugh, but it was the 7 old men who had gotten together on the side who couldn't help but snort out a laugh. No, the 9 great clans have discovered an elixir. At that moment, Yi Hei awkwardly narrated the matter of the Smoky Wave House and the elixir together. An elixir that increases cultivation below the God-prying realm, consuming chi and blood? The Grand Elder rubbed his chin and became interested all of a sudden. Not only him, but the group of old men in the distance were also curious all of a sudden. I have never heard of an elixir that accelerates the flow of true essence and also consumes chi and blood, not to mention the positive effect of being able to increase the speed of cultivation many times over. And the two together is simply unheard of. Take it out. Numerous powerful people spoke. Yi Hei hurriedly pulled out the box. Since so many powerful people were interested, it was naturally excellent. Under the bitter lack of clues, Dian Renjia finally decided to send the elixir over, not with the idea of letting these few people out to help, but the box was only opened for a split second, and Yi Hei was directly sent flying with the box. The one who struck was his own Grand Elder, and the force was not great. merely throwing him into the distance. Before he had the chance to inquire, 7 murderous gazes from the transcendent powers instantly locked onto him, causing him to tremble. The Grand Elder was quite helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi-Hei was a cultivator of his own family, it wouldn't have been such a light force just now. What's the biggest fear of a bunch of droopy old guys? Longevity. This one elixir had only just been opened. When this group of old monsters who cherished their lives to the extreme were sensitized to the loss of their own chi and blood, even if it was subtle, for them, it was not allowed. Yi-Hei also didn't expect that just a single elixir could make a group of powerful people react so greatly. Then he reacted with a horrified expression. Could it be that this elixir could even affect the chi and blood of a Transcendence Realm powerhouse? He thought he had discovered something remarkable. For the young cultivators, chi and blood deficit to make up for it. For these seniors who have already aged, chi and blood is linked to the lifespan. Once the deficit, discount life, even if it is negligible, is not something they can accept. Take the elixir and hurry up and get out. Let Bienrenjie figure it out on his own. The Grand Elder hurriedly waved his hand to repel. If a few moments later, these old guys are afraid to eat people, obviously their own curiosity to rush up, the result is that one by one all at a disadvantage. Look at what Bienrenjie did. This kind of pills also dare descend here. If he is slow, I am afraid that Yi-Hei will have to die on the spot. Spinning around, he hurriedly urged Yi-Hei to get lost. It was only after Yi-Hei left that he smiled sarcastically and opened his mouth. All of you are not to blame. Just as he turned his head, he found a group of old guys each grabbing ginseng whiskers and busily gnawing on them. Look at you scaredy cats. Great Elder in his heart slandered for a while, silently grabbed a handful of ginseng whiskers and gnawed them raw. Heck, he is not the same as a loss. The Senator King's head opens its eyes. A group of old men sat on the ground without image. A transcendental powerhouse who was holding a ginseng beard's eyes had casually glanced at the Ginseng King and then could no longer remove his eyes, then put down the ginseng beard and jumped up. Luo Yuchi had forgotten how long he had been in the dark and boundless space. His consciousness was trapped. All his senses were lost, and time seemed to have stopped passing on him. Steeply, a voice echoed through the space. Little Blackie. The latter words had been slurred, but then a subtle fluctuation suddenly appeared, stirring up ripples in this dark space, and for a moment, he felt a crack appear in the dark space, and took advantage of this opportunity for his consciousness to quickly escape. After passing through that gap, there was a sudden glow in front of him, but the next moment, his consciousness was immobilized once again, or rather not immobilized, but awakened in the midst of the body. The so-called passage through the gap was really just the moment when the eyes were opened, but the next thing will let him be terrified. In front of his eyes, has long been not the original mountain stream kiln. Into the eyes of the sea, 8 of the same transcendence realm of the cultivators are eagerly looking at him. It seems, hate to eat him? He was about to open his mouth, but he realized that his body was not under his control, or as if his torso had died, all of his functions had stopped, and all of his spiritual energy had faded away. The heart stopped beating, and it was even more completely impossible to feel your breath. Even a cultivator, how could he be alive without his heart beating? Then he glanced at his chest and was appalled. His own body had all but turned into ginseng, with only a wisp of consciousness and a pair of eyes left that belonged to him. He couldn't even blink. He could only look straight at the old guys who kept getting closer. Good stuff. Ah. The Ginseng King opens his eyes. Is this more tonic? The Grand Elder touched Luo Yuchi's head, his old face itching to gnaw at him. If not, try making soup with the Ginseng King's head? Immediately, someone spoke up. Cannibalism. Luo Yuchi's heart is incomparably fearful. What's even more frightening is that this group of people are not just talking, they have already picked up the special iron pot, and some people have already used their spiritual power to urge up the spiritual fire.